Let's dive right into absolute chaos. We've got a massive, tension-packed war between humans, and an insanely hyped-up army of screaming demons. On the human side, fully armored soldiers standing their ground, weapons drawn and ready to clash. The cause? 360,000 years ago, the Demon Lord united the Dark Realms and launched an unstoppable, storm-like invasion on the immortals, leaving everything in smoke. The deafening sounds of clashing blades echo everywhere. But then, out of nowhere, the entire battlefield completely freezes as everyone stares up in shock. The gloomy black sky suddenly rips open with blinding golden light. Out steps an absolutely stunning woman, and you instantly know she is the hero. With one hand, she summons the Nine-Spirit Sword, driving it downward from the heavens. The demons? They instantly turn pale with absolute pure terror. The soldiers go wild, cheering for their invincible Empress of the three realms to annihilate the demons. The giant sword violently dives down, but suddenly stops dead in its tracks. Dark, menacing aura suddenly erupts and wraps entirely around the blade. The Empress freezes completely, genuine worry flashing across her face. Demonic energy? That bizarre aura rapidly spreads out, growing incredibly thick in the air, completely swallowing the Nine-Spirit Sword whole. Trapped in that pitch-black sky, Lan Thien Hong now looks like nothing more than a fragile, flickering speck of light in the darkness. Now pay close attention. From the center of that heavy demonic aura, a chill figure emerges, casually lounging on an incredibly creepy, skull-shaped dark cloud. He slowly moves closer, looking absolutely terrifying. Lan Thien Hong instantly recognizes him, her pupils shrinking in pure dread. Her voice turns freezing cold. "You are the Demon Lord, the one who fused holy demon blood, founded the Holy Demon Temple, united the demon realm, the supreme ruler." That man, the Demon Lord Lan Thien Hong, the undisputed absolute supreme entity of the entire demon realm. He just casually leans back in his one-of-a-kind armchair, takes a slow sip of wine, and lazily replies, "Bingo, it is indeed me." Hearing that arrogant answer, Lan Thien Hong absolutely explodes. Her furious energy erupts wildly, violently covering a massive stretch of the open sky. "Why do you slaughter the innocent and plunge this world into misery?" Lan Thien Hong just shoots her a deeply disdainful look, smirking with pure, mocking arrogance. "Well, I was just a bit bored, honestly." While the Demon Lord stays perfectly chill in his seat, Lan Thien Hong rapidly deploys her supreme sword array, countless glowing blades floating dangerously around her. She roars in absolute fury. "You wildly arrogant evil demon, today I will personally destroy you and eliminate this threat for the sake of all living beings." In a split second, she commands a massive barrage of lightning swords, launching them straight at Lan Thien Hong like a raging storm. At the same time, Lan Thien Hong grabs a blade and aggressively charges forward. Her battle cry echoes across the entire battlefield, screaming to eradicate the evil. Right after that, a terrifying explosion violently tears through the sky, as a colossal mushroom cloud erupts and completely blocks out the view. As the intense shockwaves finally settle down, the sky brightly clears up, and radiant light spreads everywhere. Within that fading, heavy smoke, one figure slowly comes into view, and then another silhouette appears standing right directly next to them. Did you and I actually see that coming? Because Lan Thien Hong's arm has coldly and brutally pierced straight through Lan Thien Hong's chest. His handsome face is completely hidden behind his mask, revealing only a cruel, deeply unsettling half-smile. "What an absolute pity," Lan Thien Hong says, with pure satisfaction, a deeply victorious smirk spreading across his face. "You were never a match for me. Starting from today, across these three realms, I am completely invincible." He laughs wildly, taking a fatal strike through her chest, bleeding heavily. Lan Thien Hong fiercely grits her teeth, her expression incredibly dark with pure rage and absolute unwillingness to lose. "You monster!" She furiously grips his arm that is buried deep inside her, grinding out every single word with venomous hatred. "Heaven and earth will never forgive this grudge. You better remember this debt." Her final words slowly fade away, as her entire body violently shatters into countless tiny, floating specks of light. "Even if it takes 1,000 or 10,000 years, I will return for my revenge." 8,000 years later, the sky is covered in an eerie dark purple, the atmosphere so dead silent it gives you absolute chills. Lan Thien Hong is now the Heavenly Lord, casually sitting on his absolute supreme golden throne, letting out a heavy sigh. "I have stood at the invincible peak for almost 10 entire millennia, possessing an absolutely endless, infinite lifespan. Sky-shattering authority, yet I still cannot break through this final barrier to true transcendence. His eyes hold a deeply hidden sorrow, expression heavy as he silently thinks to himself. 8,000 years ago, I crossed over from Earth to this chaotic realm, starting with absolutely nothing, zero family connections, and no clear reason why. Lan Thien Hong places a hand over his chest, feeling a very dull, lingering ache. This invincible loneliness is easily the most frustrating thing in my entire existence. Suddenly, he leaps up, massive demonic energy aggressively surging from his body. He thinks with pure rage, this exact invincibility is what completely stops me from transcending. Right after, Lan Thien Hong roars out loud, ripping the sky apart like scrap paper. Open the gate. I am opening it just to reach the mortal realm and live completely ordinary. Stepping right through that spatial portal, he mutters in his head, if I do not experience the mortal world, how can I ever truly understand transcendence? His mind is still totally drowning in endless heavy thoughts. I have decided to completely seal all my demonic aura and bloodline, becoming a mere mortal, heading down to finally experience the perfectly normal life I lost ages ago. His figure fades from the demon realm. Trust me, you and I are gonna love watching him try to find simple happiness in the mortal world. Alright, you and I are diving into something special today. Lan Thien Hong just arrived at the Xuan Tian domain in Phoenix capital, a perfectly peaceful paradise. Through the gates of a cozy little courtyard, we see the beautiful silhouette of a woman diligently sweeping the fallen leaves. But suddenly, boom, the heavy wooden front gates get shoved wide open with some serious force. A guy throws his arms wide open and yells, "Honey, your husband is finally home. We struck it rich. This month's rent is fully paid off." Hearing this, Li Xiue stops sweeping. She gently turns around to face him, flashing the absolute most beautiful, welcoming smile imaginable. "Husband!" She drops the poor broom without a second thought. It hits the floor hard, sending that neat pile of leaves flying everywhere like a scattered flock of panicked butterflies. Li Xiue sprints right into Lan Thien Hong's chest, gently tiptoeing to wrap her arms tight around his neck. She closes her eyes and leans in for a kiss. Thien Hong freezes up like a statue for a second before awkwardly kissing her right back. After pulling away, they are both blushing furiously. They stare deeply into each other's eyes, totally head over heels, completely lost in the romantic moment. Looking incredibly shy, she lightly traces her index finger against his chest, her voice sounding as sweet as honey. "Husband, you are finally back." She happily loops her arm through his and drags him inside. "Come on, dinner is totally ready. If we do not eat right now, it gets cold." Now watch this part closely. You are going to love his reaction. After all that sweetness, Thien Hong is absolutely stunned. Is this really the ordinary mortal world? Seeing her glowing with so much happiness, his fierce gaze unconsciously softens up, and a tiny, genuine smile creeps onto his face. He remembers all the brutal, chaotic slaughter he survived in the demon realm. Turns out, this simple, peaceful life was what he truly wanted all along. They step inside and sit across from each other at the dining table. Thien Hong grabs his bowl and starts shoveling rice into his mouth so fast he literally looks like a human excavator. While stuffing his face, he flashes a massive, totally goofy smile just to please her. "Wifey, your cooking skills are absolute top tier, just like always." Hearing that praise, she totally glows with joy, resting her chin on her hands while watching him devour the food. She still cares enough to gently warn him, "Slow down a little bit or you might actually choke." If that is not enough, I will head right back to the kitchen and cook you some more. A little while later, his stomach is completely stuffed. She smiles and excitedly asks how his business did today. The second she mentions his business, Thien Hong instantly lights up like a kid getting a massive present. He digs a hand deep into his robes looking for something. "Wifey, brace yourself. Do not freak out." He whips out a massive silver ingot and hands it right to her. Grinning from ear to ear, he practically vibrates while waiting for her reaction. "Wifey, look at this. You and I both know what she is thinking, right?" Her jaw literally drops. 12 whole taels of silver? Did you win the jackpot today to get this much cash? Her entire body starts violently shaking out of nowhere. Seeing her shake, Thien Hong totally panics. His face goes blank as he stutters, "Wifey, what is wrong?" But her expression suddenly turns super dark and extremely serious. She leans back, her beautiful eyebrows knitting together in absolute panic. She interrogates him. "Thien Hong, tell me the truth right now. Did you actually go out and rob somebody for this?" Seeing her looking so heartbroken, like she is literally about to burst into tears, he frantically waves his hands. "No, it is not like that at all. Just listen to me first." But sparkling tears are already welling up in her eyes. She rests her chin on her hand, pointing right at the silver and demanding a real explanation. Taking a deep breath to calm down, Thien Hong starts explaining what actually happened. So here is the deal. There was this little kid getting ready for his baptism ceremony, but his grandfather had to buy him a present first, or the spoiled brat refused to go. They stopped right in front of my toy stall, carefully looking over everything. The kid gets super excited and points at a carving, tugging his grandpa's sleeve. He starts whining, "Grandpa! Grandpa! I want this one right here!" At this point, Thien Hong puffs his chest out, totally proud of his own work. He brags to his wife, "That little kid was absolutely obsessed with the Monkey King statue I carved." The old man spoils his grandson rotten. So he grabs the statue and asks, "Boss, exactly how much for this thing?" Thien Hong immediately holds up 3 fingers, 3 taels of silver. But then, the old man does not even blink. He slaps a massive block of silver into my hand and generously says, "Keep the change." My eyes and mouth literally flew wide open like giant coins. I was completely speechless. Back in the present, he is still riding that massive high. He points at the silver. So yeah, that rich grandpa dropped 12 whole taels on me and told me to keep the change. Totally insane, right? Listening to his crazy story, she gets totally caught up in the hype. She clasps her hands together against her chest, absolutely amazed by his luck. Oh my god, did money seriously just fall out of the sky today? Once she realizes the money is completely clean, she happily snatches the silver back. She hugs it to her chest like an absolute treasure and quickly scurries away. "I'm going to go hide this." He just sits there like a total goofball, staring at her back with pure, utter devotion. The second she is completely out of sight, he rests his chin and pouts, puffing his cheeks out like squishy dumplings. He is actually super annoyed. These blind, mundane mortals with their simple flesh eyes cannot see anything real. So what do you and I make of this? His legendary pride is totally wounded. Every single stroke he carved held the pure essence of the supreme great Tao, and they only gave him 12 measly taels of silver for it. Absolutely ridiculous. Give me a break. That cash wasn't even enough to cover the rare ebony wood he used for the carving. Deep down, he was pretty annoyed, but Lan Thien Hong could only let out a heavy, tired sigh. But honestly, you and I can't help but smile right along with him, remembering how hyped that little kid was holding the statue. That kid was definitely sharp. He literally had the hidden aura of an emperor running through his bones, so his luck must be absolutely massive. If destiny allows it, maybe the boy will actually unlock the deep, god-tier secrets hidden inside that wooden carving. Whatever happens next is entirely up to the kid's own fate and potential. After a super warm and filling meal, Lan Thien Hong and Li Shue head out to the courtyard together to catch the cool breeze. The strong wind makes the wind chimes under the roof ring out with this incredibly relaxing, gentle sound. Li Shue sits down gracefully at her table. Her long, elegant fingers lightly glide across the zither strings, playing a melody that is just crystal clear. It flows like a babbling brook deep in the mountains, so pure and soft. Lan Thien Hong just lazily lounges right next to her, resting one hand behind his head, flipping through the pages of a book with his other hand. Listening to that sweet, echoing music, his heart feels completely and totally at peace. Just 3 simple meals a day, and then sharing wine, playing sweet music, and painting together under the gorgeous blooming cherry blossoms. Living like absolute immortals in a paradise. It really doesn't get better than this. Resting his chin, Lan Thien Hong is totally mesmerized, just staring at the delicate side profile of Li Shue. Almost like she can feel his intense gaze. She looks up, pulls her hands from the strings, and gives him a smile so beautiful it rivals 100 blooming flowers. Their eyes lock in midair. His gaze is burning hot, while hers is as deep and calm as the ocean. Now pay attention here, because Lan Thien Hong is thinking these perfect days are almost too good to be true. Time quietly slips by as dusk falls, painting the entire sky in this romantic fiery orange. Li Shue casually leans against the pavilion railing, looking out into the distance, completely lost in the absolute beauty of the sunset. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms wraps tightly around her slim waist from behind. Lan Thien Hong had silently snuck up on her out of nowhere, gently scooping her up into his arms. Startled, Li Shue blushes hard. Acting shy and playful, she scolds him. "What do you think you are doing, you absolute menace?" Lan Thien Hong tries to put on this hilariously serious face, leaning right into her ear and whispering softly, "My dearest wife, the night is late and the moon is bright. I think it is time we head inside and perform our marital duties." His face is practically buried in her sweet scented neck. Li Shue is so embarrassed she drops her head. Her voice is barely a whisper, but still super teasing. "You just want to bully me again, don't you?" Lan Thien Hong doesn't even hesitate for a single second, replying simply, "Yes." That shamelessly honest answer makes her tuck a stray piece of hair behind her ear. Face completely red like a ripe tomato, she softly agrees. Then let's go. Hearing those magic words, all of his restraint completely vanishes. He hugs his gorgeous wife tight, letting out a super wicked, triumphant laugh. In the blink of an eye, they are back inside the bedroom. The heavy wooden doors shut tight, completely cutting them off from the outside world. Li Shuwei has already slipped into this thin silk dress, half lying and half sitting on the massive bed. You and I both see that absolute masterpiece of flirting. Her eyes are shimmering, and that tempting smile asks, "Why are you just standing there?" Her finger tracing her lips is the ultimate invitation. "Come here right now, you idiot." Seriously. How could Lan Thien Hong possibly resist that kind of insane charm? His eyes are basically shooting out pink hearts at this point. His whole body is running so hot it feels like he is on fire. In a flash, his clothes go flying into the void. Stripped down to just his boxers, he dives straight for the bed. "My lovely wife, I am coming." The two of them tangle together, sharing this wildly passionate, intense kiss, completely lost in a massive wave of pure, absolute happiness. Soft, romantic whispers gently echo through the completely quiet, completely still room. Even the bright moon high above seems way too shy to watch, quickly pulling some thin clouds over to hide its big round face. That steamy spring night quietly fades away. As the big sun rises over the horizon again, warm morning rays peek right through the window, and little birds chirp happily outside. Inside the room, Li Siyue is resting peacefully against Lan Thien Hong's solid chest, sleeping deeply and safely wrapped up in his strong arms. A thin blanket gently covers both of their bodies. Suddenly, a playful ray of sunlight shines right onto Li Siyue's incredibly gorgeous, sleepy face. She groggily feels like she just lived through the craziest, strangest dream ever, something that felt like it lasted for thousands of years. In the dream, she saw this insanely majestic scene. 5 colored divine dragons soaring high through the clouds. Where in the world am I right now? Why does this place feel so unbelievably familiar? A celestial soldier in golden armor drops to one knee, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Empress Shigong, for blessing the 3 realms." Li Xue is completely and utterly shocked, sitting right there on a massive throne. Her mind is spinning with total confusion. Who is Empress Shigong? Suddenly, her pupils shrink, and a massive flash of lightning strikes through her brain. Li Xue shakes violently to her core. "I remember it all now. I am the legendary Empress Shigong." Her body feels like it is literally floating in midair, as those ancient memories flood back like a broken dam. In this life, I am just a simple mortal, but in my past life, I survived countless brutal tribulations. Trust me, this is huge. Relying on pure willpower, she reached the absolute peak and became Heavenly Empress. Trust me, you and I are about to watch an epic cultivation story. She commanded thousands of immortals, ruling the entire heavenly realm. Li Siyue had absolutely limitless power, enough to make chaos tremble and natural-born gods bow down. During the legendary ancient war between immortals and demons, she basically slaughtered countless demon tribes single-handedly. She terrified them so much they had to scurry away and hide in total fear. She was the one who brought 10,000 years of peace to the 3 worlds. That is, until he showed up. Suddenly, Li Shu opens her eyes wide, spitting out a massive mouthful of fresh red blood. The hand of Lan Thien Hong, the exact same hand that used to gently hold her every night, now coldly and ruthlessly pierces right through her chest. Li Shu is completely stunned. Her body collapses without any strength left, looking absolutely tragic and utterly broken to the very end. I remember now. He and I fought an epic battle for 3 days and 3 nights. I lost by just one move, my soul completely shattered on the spot. Ah! Li Shu jolts awake from the nightmare. Her eyes are wide open, filled with pure panic. Her nerves are stretched totally tight, and a massive splitting headache hits her like a hammer. She quickly grabs her face with both hands. I am the reincarnated central heavenly empress of the immortal realm. Now my immortal consciousness is awake, and my past life memories have completely come back. Whether this is pure luck or a cursed fate, those broken memory fragments just keep rushing back, relentlessly tormenting her mind without any pause. But watch closely, because here is where things get wild. While she is still completely lost in pain, a sneaky little hand suddenly reaches out from behind. This completely inappropriate hand moves like lightning, grabbing right onto her full chest. She jumps in absolute shock and screams out loud. Who is there? Let go of me. But Lan Thien Hong's hand refuses to stop at all, casually continuing to slide deep inside her thin nightgown. Huh? Li Shiwei cannot take it anymore. She uses all her strength to slap that annoying hand away, screaming out loudly with her face turning completely red. After that whole chaotic mess, Li Siyue finally calms down. Frowning slightly at this totally awkward situation, she blushes hard and glares right over at Lan Thien Hong. The main culprit is still sleeping like a rock, mouth wide open, mumbling in his dreams. Wifey, wifey, I still want more, she thinks to herself in pure embarrassment. I am the glorious Empress, respected by thousands. Nobody ever dared to even think about disrespecting me. Yet I have been taken advantage of by this totally ordinary mortal guy for 3 whole years. Li Siyue looks down at her messy clothes, feeling a super complicated wave of emotions rising up inside her heart. The pure and majestic Empress of the 3 worlds, actually sharing a bed with a totally normal mortal man for 3 entire years. If this gets out, the entire 3 worlds will laugh at me. How could I show my face? Intense killer intent suddenly erupts deep inside her eyes. Kill him. Only killing him can completely erase this horrible humiliation and protect my absolute noble purity and grace forever. Besides, the great Empress still has not gotten her revenge. An Empress does not have totally ordinary romantic feelings anyway. Li Siyue's eyes turn as cold as ice. Looking right at Lan Thien Hong, there is absolutely only one single path left to take. She slowly reaches her beautiful hand toward the sleeping man, tensely locking onto his throat. If I kill him, it will be like absolutely none of this ever happened. But Lan Thien Hong is still totally defenseless, smacking his lips with drool leaking out, just continuing to talk in his sleep. Wifey, tomorrow I want to eat stewed tofu, the really soft kind. Her hand, completely filled with deadly intent, suddenly freezes right in midair. Her face stays super tense, but that hovering hand just 1 inch from his neck simply cannot strike down. After a brutally intense mental struggle, Li Siyue finally gives up, dropping her hand and sighing super heavily. She opens her eyes, looking down at his sleeping face, her heart a total mess. We have been together day and night, sharing everything. How could I actually kill him? We both felt that shift, right? Her hand gently touches his cheek. So what if I am the glorious Empress, the absolute master of all 3 worlds? Since I have already married him, I will always be his completely devoted wifey. Right after that, her eyes become totally determined again. Demon Lord, just you wait. The day I restore my cultivation, I am definitely going back to the immortal realm to settle this massive debt with you. And after that, I will use my own life to fiercely protect my husband. As if totally interrupting her epic thoughts, the sleeping Lan Thien Hong suddenly puckers his lips, mumbling in his dream, Wifey, give me a kiss. Just 1 kiss. Seeing this goofy sight, Li Siyue's super tense mood instantly softens up completely. She gently brushes her hair back and slowly leans down close to him. Do not worry, I will never leave your side. She gently leans in, pressing her face close to Lan Thien Hong, whispering, I will protect you my whole life, and never let anyone hurt you. Li Siyue shyly gives Lan Thien Hong a super sweet and gentle morning kiss right on his lips. And right after that tender moment, she happily rests her head on his wide open arm, snuggling deep into Lan Thien Hong's chest, finding the most totally comfortable position for herself. The sun slowly rises higher, signaling that a brand new day has really begun. Lan Thien Hong lazily sits up, stretching happily and yawning super loud. After a really deep sleep, he turns toward Li Siyue and gently waves his hand. Wifey, come over here and help your husband get dressed. She immediately jumps right out of bed without any hesitation, wrapping her arms around his neck, her clear voice ringing out perfectly. Yes, let me get your clothes. Instantly, she becomes the perfect devoted wife, carefully dressing him. And trust me, you and I are going to love seeing where this chaotic romance goes. Let's jump into this sweet romance together. He casually wraps his arms around her slim waist, pulling her close. Lan Thien Hong stares deep into Li Siyue's crystal clear eyes, his voice dripping with absolute adoration as he tells her how lucky he is to have such a perfect wife. He seriously couldn't ask for a single thing more in this life. Li Siyue looks up with wide eyes, leaning into him. She sweetly pouts, begging her hubby to go buy some new makeup powder with her today. Lan Thien Hong nods, totally whipped. He gently smiles and agrees, offering to help her change into something nice. He asks what she wants to wear out. Blushing, she steps back, tucks her hair behind her ear, and playfully asks him to pick an outfit. Without missing a beat, Lan Thien Hong grabs a stunning dress and personally helps her slip it on. His hands brush hers, smoothly reaching around her back to drape an elegant feather cloak over her shoulders. He holds her gently from behind, and you can totally feel his strong protective possessiveness in that hug. A moment later, Li Siyue stands there, looking absolutely breathtaking in a stunning jade green outfit. Lan Thien Hong fixes a few stray strands of her hair while looking at their reflection in the bronze mirror. He whispers that she looks incredibly beautiful. Getting a little shy, she turns her head and playfully asks what he means. Holding her shoulders, Lan Thien Hong doubles down without a second of hesitation. He boldly declares that nobody in the entire world is more beautiful than his wife. His blunt honesty makes her completely crack up. Spinning around to face him, Li Xiue playfully teases her husband, asking if that means she isn't just as pretty when she has absolutely zero clothes on. Lan Thien Hong completely freezes for a split second. I know what you are thinking. He is completely trapped here. Flustered and blushing, he suddenly stammers out a very confused reply, but after panicking for a second, he decides to unleash his ultimate move. He suddenly hugs her from behind, flashing the most charming, flattering smile ever as he dramatically sighs. Whispering in her ear, he claims that when she sheds her clothes, her beauty is literally out of this world, like a fresh lotus blooming in the morning mist. No matter what, she will always be a priceless masterpiece in his eyes. Li Xiue is totally eating up these sweet words from her hubby, immediately rewarding him with a quick kiss on the cheek. Laughing at how ridiculously smooth he is, she giggles and says it is time to go. Hand in hand, this perfect power couple heads out to the village, stepping right into the loud, chaotic, and bustling local market scene. Sellers and buyers are packed tight, loudly haggling over every single price. Everyone is just caught up in their own daily grind to survive. Now pay close attention here, things are about to get weird. They walk right past a group dressed completely in black, carrying huge swords and radiating a very dangerous vibe. On the outside, our couple acts like nothing is wrong at all. But internally, Lan Thien Hong is already memorizing every detail of these guys, his eyebrows twitching just a tiny bit. Just then, Li Xiue gets completely distracted by all the shiny things in the market. Super excited, she points ahead and tells her husband to wait right there while she goes to check out a really interesting stall. Lan Thien Hong instantly switches back to perfect husband mode, flashing a warm smile and telling his sweet wife to take all her time. But the absolute second she walks away, a sharp voice echoes through the entire market area. It completely catches Lan Thien Hong's attention. Someone is loudly shouting about having top-tier, once-in-a-lifetime bunny girls for sale, begging everyone to look. While his lovely wife is still totally distracted by the shiny trinkets, Lan Thien Hong gets a little curious. He looks over toward the weirdly tempting shouts. Right there, a shady merchant is trying incredibly hard to hype up his exclusive new merchandise. A group of girls in very revealing bunny outfits are literally locked inside a giant iron cage. Not gonna lie, they are all gorgeous, but they just look completely exhausted and broken, totally giving up on their sad fate. The sleazy merchant keeps yapping, bragging about their perfect figures and amazing skills, swearing they will satisfy any master. Their tight outfits are even purposely torn in specific places, as some kind of trashy marketing trick, showing off their flawless skin. He yells for the passing crowd not to miss out on this insanely rare opportunity. Lan Thien Hong takes exactly one look at this and just secretly shakes his head, feeling completely disgusted. At the end of the day, power is everything here. The strong crush whoever they want, and for the weak, just breathing feels like a crime. Catching his stare, the merchant frantically waves his hands, super hyped up, yelling at him to come closer. He calls out to our handsome hero, pointing at him with both hands like they are old best friends reuniting. He asks if he wants to buy a bunny girl, promising she will keep him relaxed day and night, washing away absolutely all of his stress. Compared to that insane energy, Lan Thien Hong just coldly drops a single word, no. But this guy clearly does not know when to quit. He instantly throws an arm around his shoulder, acting incredibly close and overly friendly. He tries pushing a massive 20% discount, claiming he will regret it for a whole year if he misses out. This crazy level of pushiness just makes Lan Thien Hong feel totally exhausted. He glances back at the girls locked in the cage, letting out a silent, heavy sigh. So what do you and I take from this? The cultivation world is brutal. These poor girls were literally born just to be money-making tools, completely helpless to fight back. Alright, stick with me. Lan Thien Hong is completely lost in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a sharp, bitter voice behind him makes him jump out of his skin. Darling, where did your soul run off to? Or should I generously buy you one of these bunny girls to serve you every single night? Talk about a massive trap. Lan Thien Hong completely panics, frantically waving his hands in absolute denial and sheer terror. He stammers out his excuse. I was wrong. I am so sorry, wifey. I absolutely did not mean anything by it. You have to believe me. But obviously, that weak explanation does absolutely nothing. Li Xiue puts her hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes narrowing into a deadly glare. Her voice drops perfectly low. I step away for 1 second. And you completely lose control? Maybe I should just buy this entire cage for your personal use? Instantly, Lan Thien Hong reaches out and grabs her soft hand like he is clinging onto his last lifeline in the ocean. He tries to play it cool and pulls her away. Let us go, let us go. We can take one more stroll and head home. But Li Xiyue is not letting him off that easy. She shoots him a totally lethal glare and decisively shakes off the hand gripping her wrist. She spins around, looking elegant as always, but every single step is heavy with pure rage. Before walking away, she drops one incredibly cold line. Let me see exactly how many of those you can afford with your tiny wallet. Knowing he has totally lost this battle, Lan Thien Hong awkwardly trails right behind her, desperately firing off more excuses to save his life. Wifey, just getting to see your face every single day is a blessing from 3 entire lifetimes. How could anyone else ever catch my eye? You feel that tension, right? While he awkwardly begs, Li Xue's mind is already an exploding storm. She secretly grinds her teeth. That annoying moon treasure shop actually dared to sell bunny girls right in front of my face? Are they trying to ruin my precious husband? With that thought, her gaze turns incredibly dark, sweeping a freezing glare straight toward the poor shop owner. She makes a firm decision right then and there. From now on, she will completely erase this moon treasure shop from the face of the world. An invisible but suffocatingly heavy killing intent suddenly explodes right out of Li Xiyue's body. It is so intense that Lan Thien Hong and the nearby shop owner uncontrollably shiver, their faces turning completely pale with sheer dread. Terrifying. This is just way too terrifying. This little incident is just a quick warm-up for their date. Soon enough, Li Xiyue is smiling brightly again, totally acting like nothing happened, and happily drags him right into a fancy clothing boutique. After that, the two walk shoulder to shoulder, picking out beautiful jewelry lined up along the street. Once the massive clothing and jewelry shopping spree finally ends, Lan Thien Hong waddles exhaustedly behind her. Both his hands are overflowing with his wife's heavy loot, while Li Xiyue happily skips ahead, holding a bright red candied hawthorn stick. Seeing that she is somehow still hyped up for more shopping, Lan Thien Hong finally tries to stop her. My dear wife, I think we have bought a bit too much today. Let us just go home. Surprisingly, she does not object this time, just smiling brightly and agreeing. But on their way back, the atmosphere suddenly turns completely heavy and incredibly solemn. Massive flags embroidered with fierce beasts flap wildly in the wind, held high with intense authority. A massive cavalry unit of hundreds of armored horses marches forward in perfect, intimidating rhythm. 2 rows of soldiers in gleaming armor grip their long spears, marching strictly on both sides while shouting with thunderous power. The general returns. Citizens, clear the way, inside the heavily guarded and luxurious carriage. Watch closely now. Fu Tianyu sits perfectly straight, hand gripping her sword, radiating an aura so icy nobody dares approach. Still hugging his wife's giant pile of loot, Lan Thien Hong watches the parade and whispers softly into Li Xiyue's ear. Who is this woman throwing around such crazy authority? Some nearby citizens overhear his clueless question and quickly start pointing at the carriage. They enthusiastically explain, "Hey young man, that right there is the great General Fu Tianyu. I cannot believe she crushed the Demon Wolf Clan rebellion and returned this incredibly fast." Exactly. She is our dynasty's youngest war god. Rumor says she is the #1 confidant, totally trusted and favored by the divine Phoenix Empress herself. Hearing the endless praise from the crowd and seeing Fu Tianyu's imposing silhouette, Li Xiyue unconsciously smiles in deep satisfaction. Not bad, returning way earlier than expected. Suddenly, Fu Tianyu senses something completely off and violently snaps her intense gaze toward the back. Standing in the crowd, Lan Thien Hong also picks up on a dangerously unstable killing aura. He immediately scans his surroundings. His eyes quickly lock onto one specific spot in the crowd, his eyebrows furrowing as his gaze turns razor sharp. Lan Thien Hong locks onto a dark corner. That intense killing intent belongs to the same men in black he and Li Xiyue walked past earlier. They stand completely motionless, their deadly eyes glued to the approaching military carriage. In a flash, he goes on absolute high alert, his body tensing up like a drawn bowstring. Is someone actually about to strike? Sure enough, the moment the carriage passes, an assassin channels his energy, leaps high into the sky, and hurls down a pitch-black object. He screams with pure, murderous intent, "Die!" In a fraction of a second, Lan Thien Hong's pupils shrink, hidden weapons, facing down what literally looks like an incoming bomb. Trust me, you are not ready. Fu Tianyu stays strangely calm, arms crossed, eyes completely closed. Stick with me here. because things just got completely crazy. The guard screams, "Assassins!" Right at that exact second, Fu Tianyu snaps her eyes wide open. An icy, deathly glare locks straight onto the flying weapon, speeding right at her. Li Shiyue is completely stunned. Her jaw drops, eyes wide, totally paralyzed as she stares anxiously at Fu Tianyu. But Lan Thien Hong reacts faster than lightning. He immediately pulls Li Shiyue close, yelling, "Careful, wifey!" Without hesitating, a sword flashes like lightning. Fu Tianyu easily deflects the deadly projectile, leaving a massive ringing clash in the air. The bomb gets knocked way up into the sky and explodes right in midair. The massive shockwave from the blast sends all the nearby civilians into absolute panic, running and screaming for their lives. Total chaos breaks out in an instant. People are screaming everywhere, "Run, save us!" Amidst all this wild panic, Lan Thien Hong stands completely still like a mountain, hugging his wife tight. Meanwhile, Fu Tianyu looks razor sharp, checking every single angle. Her escort troops flood in like a tidal wave, weapons drawn, and roar together. "Protect the general!" The head assassin does not even flinch. He just waves his hand coldly. "Now watch closely." His voice sounds straight out of hell. "Follow the plan. Kill everyone." Right on cue, the hidden assassins strike from the shadows, launching themselves like hungry wolves. But Fu Tianyu, she is way too used to this. She sits calmly, looks down, and issues her icy command. "All troops, listen up." The soldiers turn around, eyes blazing with fire. "Awaiting your orders, General." Her pretty eyebrows furrow just a bit. Her eyes freeze over with pure killing intent. "Wipe them all out." In a flash, both the soldiers and assassins launch themselves high into the air, leaving these wild white smoke trails behind. Down below, the commoners are absolutely terrified seeing dozens of figures clashing in the sky. They look up and scream, "Oh my god, they are cultivators. Even a soul condensation realm expert." The first assassin charges and throws out the heaven-flipping seal technique. The second immediately uses another skill. Another assassin grits his teeth, raises his sword, and roars. Yama's decree. The last guy forms a hand seal, yelling, "Fire Phoenix Dance." All these terrifying attacks aim straight at Fu Tianyu. And yet, Fu Tianyu just sits there. Her guards immediately jump into action. They drag out massive iron shields, setting up a wall. Formation, defend the general. In a split second, a giant glowing dome defense formation snaps right into place. It forms a massive, impenetrable energy shield around Fu Tianyu. At that exact moment, countless hidden weapons and deadly attacks slam into it. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion violently erupts. Thick white dust billows up, completely covering that entire section of the sky. Those curious folks who stuck around to watch the drama? Yeah, they are finally sprinting for their lives. I know what you and I are thinking. What about our main guy? Well, his patience just completely ran out. He lets out a cold scoff. His tiny bit of tolerance is now entirely shattered. What a cheap play. You noisy losers are ruining my mood. If I wasn't so worried about my demonic aura hurting my precious wife, I would have sliced you into a million pieces already. But safety first, always. Better take wifey home now. He turns around, reaching out to grab Li Shiyue's delicate hand, flashing a super sweet smile. "Wifey, do not be scared. Let us head back home right now." But plot twist, his beloved Li Shiyue has totally vanished. Instead, some random stranger suddenly lunges forward and grabs his shoulder tight. She is crying, snot everywhere, screaming at the top of her lungs, "Young master, save me!" Lan Thien Hong snaps back to reality. He gets one look at this savior and jumps back 10 feet like he got electrocuted. Trembling, he points straight at this woman's unbelievably hideous face and absolutely shrieks in pure horror. What the heck is this burden? What kind of monster? The demon venerable almost dies from shock. Lan Thien Hong waves his hands wildly. He quickly grabs his escaping soul and shoves it back into his chest. That was a really close call. Then, a spark goes off in his head. He wakes up, his panicked eyes wide open, and quickly slaps on a fake calm expression again. No time for this nonsense. He grabs the woman's collar, shakes her like a maraca, and growls at her with full intimidation. "Hey, you little brat, where exactly did my wife go, huh?" The woman cries even harder. And trust me, you and I are not ready for her weirdly cute response. Stick with me here. See this shameless woman throwing herself at our main character? She literally presses against Lan Thien Hong, batting her ridiculously puffy eyes and pouting right in the middle of the crowded city. "You already have me. Why look at anyone else?" Lan Thien Hong just looks down, staring at that thick, greasy hand resting right on his chest. Absolute rage explodes inside him. He swears this rotten world deserves to be crushed into dust, gripping her shoulder tightly. The crushing grip makes her panic. She stammers out his name while Thien Hong just grinds his teeth. Thick killing intent drops the temperature. His voice echoes straight from hell. "Shut up! Who gave you the guts to say such disgusting garbage to me?" His eyebrows lock together, both eyes glowing violently blood red. He glares at her. "You really want to die?" Without another word, he delivers a devastating kick, launching her into the sky like a comet. "Get lost." She flies off in a perfect arc, still refusing to shut up and screaming the whole way. And then, by some completely insane twist of fate, she crashes down exactly where an assassin was sneaking up, blade drawn, getting ready to backstab Fu Tianyu. Hearing the sudden crash, Fu Tianyu snaps around on high alert, his eyes going wide with pure shock. What just flew by? Now watch closely. Tianyu turns bright red seeing a man and woman tangled up together on the crowded street. Are these two crazy? Meanwhile, the guy who caused this is still seeing red. He grabs his head, taking deep breaths, desperately trying to force down the anger exploding from his chest. Calm down. Just stay calm. He remembers he has the ultimate foresight skill, an overpowered ability to see perfectly into the future. Where is Yu Er? A telepathic link will find her. Thien Hong squeezes his eyes shut, focusing hard and entering his own inner spiritual space. He activates the connection, then his eyes suddenly snap wide open. The panic on his face fades slightly. That is right, his wife is no longer here. That annoying crowd obviously pushed her away during the chaos. He drops his hands, focusing. Even without any physical pain, Thien Hong can still clearly feel waves of chaotic emotions flooding through their mental connection. Pure fear and extreme hatred from the Empress. He grinds his teeth, his handsome face turning as dark as the abyss. Right at that moment, an annoying voice rings out beside him. "You absolute bastards." Thien Hong stands up straight, locking eyes with an assassin charging aggressively toward the battle, cursing nonstop. You and I know what happens next. Perfect timing. He desperately needs a punching bag to unleash this insane bottled-up rage. Moving at lightning speed, Thien Hong grabs the unlucky guy right by the head. The charging assassin instantly freezes, face going completely pale with terror. He stammers, "What the heck is this?" Rage completely swallows Thien Hong's logic as he tightly crushes his grip on the assassin's head. His voice is bone-chillingly cold. "Every single one of you dies today." The idiot feels zero fear, still shouting back. "Who the hell are you? You looking to die?" Even with anger burning hot enough to flip heaven and earth, Thien Hong forces himself to stay calm. He cannot undo too many power seals. Otherwise, his raw aura alone would literally crush all the surrounding mortals to death. Thinking quickly, he makes a bold choice. Let us just undo 100 million seal points for now. In a flash, world-shaking energy explodes from his body. That invisible force pushes the assassin to extreme agony, clutching his head and screaming, "Boss, spare me." Massive energy pours straight into his body, forming a blazing golden pillar of light. The surrounding space literally twists, while deep inside Thien Hong's own mind, ancient memories start flooding back. Before entering the demon realm, he was just a seeker, walking the brutally tough path of cultivation. That immortal journey was incredibly rough, with every single step forward feeling as hard as climbing into heaven. He started from the absolute bottom at foundation tier, sitting in morning sunlight with his sect meditating and training. Then he broke through to the golden core level, training day and night, throwing terrifyingly powerful punches. After endless bitter training, he leveled up again to nascent soul, meditating under the howling tower. Watched by his master, his realm kept rising. Stepping into the spirit condensation stage, he could sit perfectly still on calm water to cultivate. Next came deity transformation, training among floating clouds. But cultivation is never easy. One tiny mistake sent him into void training, screaming in painful defeat. Thien Hong has literally experienced every single bitter and sweet taste in this world. Step by step, he pushed to longevity, then false immortal, finally reaching the absolute peak of the martial path. So what do you and I take from this? True power is earned. Through insane talent and iron will, he reached true immortal, ready to ascend. Let us dive into this. Ahead lies a brilliant, heavenly path, opening wide to welcome him. But right at the very last second, the glorious stairs beneath his feet suddenly start collapsing. A terrifying internal disaster strikes. He accidentally absorbed the absolute worst thing, holy demon blood. Lan Thien Hong turns deathly pale, staring in pure horror as dark blood drips from his hands. Demonic aura erupts everywhere. It is officially over. The immortal ascension path shatters completely, plunging him straight into the demonic realm. Filled with massive regret, He reaches out in absolute desperation for salvation, but nothing works. He falls helplessly into the endless, dark abyss. Snapping back to reality, Lan Thien Hong raises his hand, scoffs in pure disbelief, and bursts into crazy laughter. Haha, this actually surprises even me. I honestly thought becoming a demon would destroy my immortal path. Who knew this immortal energy would survive? He looks down at the pure immortal energy swirling around his hand and smiles brightly. Turns out, my true immortal cultivation was only suppressed by demonic power. Right at that moment, another assassin sneaks up behind him, roaring in absolute fury. How dare you kill my brothers? Finishing his scream, the assassin leaps high, fiercely throwing a poisoned dart straight at Lan Thien Hong. Go to hell! Yet Lan Thien Hong does not even turn around. He stands perfectly still. But right before the hidden weapon hits, an invisible light barrier completely blocks it, leaving it frozen in midair. You are going to want to watch this. The terrified assassin turns red, screaming, "Impossible!" Instantly, a massive burst of raw force rebounds right off the barrier, shooting directly back at the attacker. An earth-shattering explosion instantly vaporizes the assassin entirely, leaving only one final, echoing scream of pure agony. Ah! Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong is totally absorbed in feeling out this insanely powerful new energy. Across the three realms, nobody has ever held immortal and demonic energy in one single body. This makes him incredibly curious and hyped. Dual cultivation is truly fascinating. He quickly pulls back his aura, shifting into deep, calm thought. I have enemies everywhere. If this demonic aura leaks, they will definitely come hunting for revenge. If that happens, my wife will suffer too. Way too dangerous. Luckily, my immortal power is intact, making future moves much easier. After thinking it through, his eyes turn freezing cold, glaring right at the remaining assassins. With a deep, murderous voice, he decides to send these foolish weaklings straight into reincarnation. At the exact same time, Fo Thien Du and her imperial soldiers are completely exhausted, desperately surviving the assassin's brutal onslaught. She screams furiously, "Damn it, 10 more spirit condensation experts!" Fo Thien Du violently stabs her sword into the ground to stay standing, panting heavily, sweating bullets. A soldier steps up with his shield, panicking. "General, retreat now. They have over 10 elite assassins. We cannot hold them off. You and I both saw that coming, right?" She completely ignores him and shouts back, "Shut up and fight!" Forcing herself to stand tall again, she yells, "I will absolutely never leave my soldiers behind." Hearing this, the soldiers are deeply moved. They quickly stand back to back, forming one unbreakable defensive ring. Seeing Fo Thien Du and her squad barely surviving, the assassins start smirking with pure disgust. The leader points right at them, laughing arrogantly. "Haha, you guys are completely out of gas. The famous goddess of war is nothing special." Fo Thien Du gets absolutely furious, gripping her weapon. "Damn it, even though I reached peak spirit condensation and am considered a top-tier master, they have over 10 guys at the exact same level." Wasting no time, the assassins charge forward. The leader glares at Fo Thien Du with freezing killing intent. "All right, time to die, General." At this point, completely drained, Fo Thien Du slowly closes her eyes, accepting her dark fate, silently praying, "Brother, please hurry." Yet, that endless, terrifying life-or-death moment simply passes by, and she is totally unharmed. Deadly beams of light just breeze past her, leaving complete chaos buried in thick, heavy fog behind. Fo Thien Du blinks rapidly, staring straight ahead with a completely clueless, bewildered expression. Her brain simply stops working. The soldier beside her is just as confused, scratching his head, stammering nonsense. Confirming the danger is officially over, Fo Thien Du finally turns around. She lowers her voice, asking her squad, "Where are the assassins? Where did they all go?" The soldiers are deeply confused. Some scratch their heads, others frown, stuttering nervously, reporting back to their commanding general. "They vanished." She freezes, touching her chin. "So what do you and I make of this wild mystery?" "All right, stick with me. Here are we seeing literal ghosts right in broad daylight, or just some massive, mind-bending illusion? What kind of trick are these assassins pulling?" Even though things finally quieted down and nobody else is attacking, Fu Tianyu absolutely refuses to let her guard down. She points her hand straight toward that pitch-black house ahead. She barks out an order, "Everyone stay alert." Those cowardly rats might still be hiding in the shadows, just waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Hearing her command, the soldiers instantly obey. They quickly scatter in all directions, their sharp eyes scanning absolutely every single corner for any movement. It is a total contrast to the suffocating heavy tension and the absolute panic written all over the faces of the crowd down below. But the mastermind behind it all? Lan Thien Hong is just casually sitting up on a dragon-curved roof, looking as completely relaxed as if he was taking a walk in his own backyard. He glances down at them, clicking his tongue with pure sarcasm. So weak, not even worth my time. I basically just sneezed. No, wait. I only flicked the tiniest bit of my divine sense at them, and the whole group instantly turned into absolute dust. Is the skill level of this mortal realm seriously this pathetic right now? Obviously, there is absolutely no one around who is even qualified to answer his epic, universe-level question. Lan Thien Hong crosses his arms, looking completely smug. But thinking about it, the massive gap between the mortal and immortal realms is exactly like comparing a giant elephant to a tiny ant. Now pay attention. You and I know the power gap between these realms is basically like comparing heaven to a literal slum. Beating that is impossible. Shortly after, he casually strolls right across those elegantly curved roof tiles, thinking to himself, whatever, I will ignore this minor issue. At least I got to vent some anger for my beloved wife. Lan Thien Hong keeps walking and glancing around, his eyes flashing with a real street-smart vibe. His wife is definitely safe, but her immortal aura in this mortal world stands out way too much. I already sealed my own cultivation. Now I really need to focus on finding her. After wandering on the rooftops forever without seeing a single trace of her, Lan Thien Hong decides to drop down to the ground, blending into the normal crowd like a true mortal. He rests both hands behind his head and casually walks forward, only having one single thought: finding his beloved wife. Meanwhile, inside the main hall of the Phoenix Palace, the atmosphere is unusually chaotic, loud, and totally messy, just like a completely broken down market. The order bell rings throughout the hall. Her Majesty commands the Grand Commander Blood Phoenix to appear immediately. Getting the order, Blood Phoenix instantly rushes in, dropping to his knees on the freezing floor. He bows so respectfully his body is practically glued to the ground. Grand Commander Blood Phoenix greets Her Majesty. Li Shiyue sits majestically on her glorious golden throne. She coldly orders him to look up, and Blood Phoenix absolutely does not dare delay, instantly lifting his head, revealing dark panda-like circles under his eyes and a face as completely pale as paper. Understood, Your Majesty. The second Blood Phoenix makes eye contact with her, Li Shiyue's expression turns freezing cold, her voice sounding like pure ice straight from the underworld. Blood Phoenix, you command the absolute most elite Heavenly Phoenix guards, so I want a very clear explanation of exactly what is happening right now. Facing Li Shiyue's furious, angry expression, Blood Phoenix does not dare hesitate for even a second. He stammers nervously, reporting to Your Majesty. That group of assassins attacking General Tianyu, they completely evaporated. This old servant absolutely cannot find out the cause at all. You and I both know how crazy this sounds. Everything just vanished, zero traces, no clues, wiped clean out of existence. Hearing this, Li Shiyue's internal fury violently explodes. Her elegant eyebrows knit tightly together as she focuses all of her intense rage directly into her arm, raising it and smashing a mat. Li Shiyue slowly pulls her hand back, continuing to issue her orders. No matter the cost, you must find whoever is backing those assassins. Even if you have to dig up this entire city, drag him right in front of me. Blood Phoenix is so terrified he presses flat against the floor, shaking endlessly like a leaf. His eyes dart around rapidly, his already pale face completely draining of any remaining color. He panics completely on the inside. Oh my god, the queen is actually genuinely furious right now. This killing intent is so incredibly thick you could literally cut it with a knife. After just a few days, Her Majesty's power level has become dangerously deep and totally unpredictable. Not giving Blood Phoenix even a single second to let his mind wander, Li Shiyue instantly continues her command, her deep voice overflowing with heavy pressure. When you find them, kill them all. Leave absolutely no survivors. Do you hear me? How could this old man dare to argue? He quickly slams his head down, respectfully answering, Understood. I will absolutely investigate this to the very end. Kill every last one, and leave nobody behind. After finishing every single instruction she had, Li Shi waves her hand, signaling Blood Phoenix to finally step down. Leave. The old man doesn't dare linger for another second, hastily standing up and quickly rushing straight out of the main hall. The second he steps out the door, Blood Phoenix looks like he just escaped death. He finally breathes out, feeling like his lungs just unlocked. And honestly, you and I would be sweating too, nearly losing our minds from that insane level of pressure. Trust me, you and I are about to watch some hilarious royal drama. The old man strokes his beard, calculating. He never expected Her Majesty to value General Tianyu this much. Looks like he needs to kiss up to him later. No, wait. He absolutely needs to become best friends with General Tian Yu. Right, while Blood Phoenix is completely lost in thought, little Feng Er suddenly jumps out of literally nowhere, looking clever and sneaky like a tiny fox. She gives the old man a mischievous grin. Lord Blood Phoenix, what are you doing just standing around freezing up like that? Did my big sister give you some impossible mission to handle? Do you need me to lend a hand? Her sudden pop-up scares Blood Phoenix half to death. His heart practically drops straight to his ankles. He quickly steps back, waving his hands frantically. Oh, Your Highness, I would never dare trouble you. This old man can handle it himself. Seeing him panic so hard, Feng Er just cannot hold back her laughter. She points right at him and teases. Hey, I am totally tricking you. As if this princess actually has free time to care about other people's business. Saying that, the little girl turns around to leave, waving goodbye over her shoulder. I am going to find my sister now. Watching her playful figure skip away, Blood Phoenix quietly wipes the cold sweat off his forehead. That was too close. Thank goodness the princess did not get involved, or things would get way too messy. Meanwhile, inside the royal study of the Heavenly Phoenix Palace, Li Shue dips her brush to write. Now pay close attention, because her vibe completely flips. Her face goes super dark, lips pressed tight. Those miserable bugs. If I was not terrified of exposing my earth-shattering cultivation power in front of my husband, having 8 extra lives would not save you from being torn to absolute shreds. Thank God my husband is not hurt, but you nearly caused him harm. You trash, dying 100 times over, would not even begin to extinguish my fiery rage. The ink on her paper turns chaotic, violently scribbled to match her furious mood. Only when she finally puts the brush down does Li Sioe calm down a bit. Suddenly, from right under the desk, Feng Er playfully grabs the wooden edge and pokes her head up. Is the Grand Empress of the Divine Phoenix Kingdom really throwing a tantrum over something so tiny? The little girl leans against the table, flashing a totally sly, teasing smile. Hehe, looks like you are seriously obsessed with that guy, huh? Li Shue jumps, totally startled by the sudden ambush. She looks down and asks, why are you sneaking around in here? Feng Er winks, pulling out a fancy brocade box and sliding it over to her. I grabbed that stuff you asked me to get. Mission accomplished. Li Shue quickly snatches it up, holding it like an ultimate treasure. She gently strokes the surface of the box with both hands. Seeing this, Feng Er instantly turns away, pouting her lips, looking extremely unhappy. She whines, what is even so great about that random dude anyway? He is so painfully average. Did he secretly slip you a love potion or something? Yet you actually willingly married him, and even personally manage every single meal and his sleep schedule. Li Shue just smiles back with pure affection. Reaching out, she gently pats Feng Er on the head. You are still way too young. How could you ever understand grown-up romance? Her face suddenly blushes deep red, eyes overflowing with total happiness. Even though your brother-in-law is only stuck at the 5th level of Foundation Establishment, in that other department, he is incredibly powerful, strong as a wild ox. Li Shue gets so embarrassed she literally wants to dig a hole and hide, quickly turning her face away. Only when I am right by his side does my heart truly feel at peace and incredibly blissfully happy. Plus, there are so many other incredibly fun things we can experience together. You and I both know that look. Feng Er just stands there, arms crossed, pouting hard. She judges her sister like she is totally losing it. So much overwhelming happiness, huh? I have no idea what he did to make you simp this hard. Hearing that, Li Shue instantly glares, cheeks puffed up with absolute rage. She whips around to stare down the little girl. Uh-oh. Feng Er goes pale with pure terror, hastily taking a huge step back. Ah, big sis. But it is too late. In the blink of an eye, Li Shue grabs Feng Er by her chubby little cheeks, pinching and stretching them out like soft taffy candy. You little brat, why are you asking so many nosy questions? The little girl screams in agony, tears welling up in her eyes, but she is completely helpless against the pinch attack. Ah, it hurts so much. I am sorry. I apologize. A moment later, when her anger finally cools down, Li Shue lets go of Feng Er's beet red cheeks and glances out the window. Wait, is it already this late outside? Normally, I use the time my husband checks the new stores to sneak back to the palace and handle official business. Seeing the sun already dipping way behind the mountains, Li Shue instantly panics, her jaw dropping wide enough to stuff a whole grapefruit inside. Crap, things went off schedule today. I need to rush back right now. If he does not see me, hubby is going to be so worried about me. After rubbing her sore face, Feng Er slowly gets her bearings back. She sits up, one hand still gripping her throbbing cheek. She reaches her other hand toward her sister, softly calling out, "Sis, wait." But in a literal flash, only an afterimage is left in front of her. Li Shiyue has turned into an absolute blur, zooming away like a stray shooting star, leaving behind a faint trail of white smoke. So what do you and I make of this? Feng just stares blankly. This adult world is way too complicated, like a massive mess of bubbles. The little girl folds her arms, standing there all alone, clueless on what to do. Then Feng looks down at her own tiny little body and yells furiously. And she dares call me a little kid. I'm not actually that small, okay? Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate overprotective husband. At sunset, the sky turns deep purple, and Lan Thien Hong is nervously pacing outside the estate gate. He is super clumsy, constantly muttering to himself, "I am going to die of worry. Where in the world did my lovely wife go?" He scratches his head, completely frantic and frustrated, swearing under his breath. Damn it. If I unleash my full power, no matter where she is in the world, I could instantly teleport right to her side. But my enemies across the 3 realms are literally endless. If I do that, it is exactly like hanging a giant neon sign saying, "My wife is right here. Come attack her." He is terrified of dragging her into danger. While Lan Thien Hong is still stressing out like crazy, the courtyard door is gently pushed open by Li Shiyue. Stepping into the yard, she looks genuinely surprised seeing him waiting right there. Their eyes lock, and time just stops in this incredibly cute, slightly awkward little moment. Li Shiyue giggles, shyly covering her mouth. Lan Thien Hong turns into a totally flustered mess, awkwardly scratching his cheek before flashing her the goofiest, most deeply loving smile you have ever seen. "Wife, you are back. Oh, thank goodness." The very next second, Li Shiyue rushes forward like a gentle breeze, diving straight into Lan Thien Hong's arms and hugging his broad back as tight as she possibly can. "Husband, is it really you? You actually made it back safely." Lan Thien Hong freezes in shock for a split second before completely softening up. He gently strokes her incredibly soft, silky hair. "On my way back, I could not find you anywhere," he murmurs softly. His voice is super rough with worry as he admits, "I was terrified. I almost went crazy." Li Shiyue buries herself deeper into his chest, shyly looking up with beautiful teary eyes. Pouting, she fires back, "I am the one who wanted to tear the entire capital apart looking for you." He chuckles softly, wrapping his arms around her even tighter, closing his eyes to just soak in this precious, heartwarming reunion. Now pay attention here, because his dark side is showing. Those damn bugs. He grinds his teeth, daring to put my precious little wife through such absolute terror. Just wait. Once I have some free time, I am absolutely hunting down the mastermind, pulling the strings. They will taste exactly how bitter it is to mess with Lan Thien Hong's wife. The brutal memory of his hand crushing down on that assassin's skull suddenly flashes back, dragging out that simmering, violent rage that has not completely faded away in him yet. Furious flames erupt as a dark, explosive aura violently wraps around his hand. Without a single second of hesitation, Lan Thien Hong unleashes his ultimate soul-searching technique directly onto that poor, unlucky bastard. In a flash, every single memory inside his brain gets ripped to shreds, and the true mastermind behind everything appears crystal clear right in front of him. So it was that guy. Lan Thien Hong frowns deeply, instantly sketching out the most brutal, merciless revenge plan imaginable. You and I saw that switch, right? But his bloodthirsty thoughts get interrupted in the sweetest way possible. Li Shiyue suddenly lets go of him, grabbing his massive hand and pulling him along super excitedly. Lan Thien Hong completely snaps out of it. Right, there are much more important and adorable things to do right now. She happily points at the perfectly arranged dinner table, her voice ringing clear as a silver bell. "Dear husband, the food is all ready. Hurry up and eat while it is hot." Waking from his daydream, he immediately plays along. "Great, this is just great. I searched for you for so long, your husband is absolutely starving over here." In no time at all, they are sitting together at the super cozy dinner table. He suddenly acts like a big kid, opening his mouth wide, looking at her with those big sparkling eyes. "Wife, come on, feed me please." Li Shiyue laughs out loud, her eyes totally overflowing with affection. All right, my sweet husband." She picks up a piece of perfectly golden, fragrant chicken and gently offers it. "You have to eat it all, or I am going to be upset." Lan Thien Hong grins from ear to ear, holding his bowl out to catch the meat, but then he suddenly drops the bowl back down. He leans in and bites the chicken right off her chopsticks, not forgetting to wink playfully at her. "Do not worry, my dear wife. I will eat every single bite. I need plenty of energy for tonight after all." Her cheeks instantly burn bright red. So embarrassed, she shoves the chicken right into his mouth. "Just eat." Then she grabs another piece of meat, tilting her head adorably. looking at him with absolute love. How could Lan Thien Hong ever resist this honey trap? His blood starts boiling instantly, and his face turns as red as a tomato. Without any warning, he suddenly stands up and sweeps her right into his arms, making Li Xiaoyu gasp in shock. Lan Thien Hong keeps a totally straight face, but his words are not proper at all. My wife's cooking is truly the best in the world. Now that I ate, I feel completely full of energy. Li Xiaoyu quickly covers her mouth, her eyes shyly darting away. You liar. It is obvious you just want to do bad things. As night finally falls, inside that warm room, faint sounds and soft, romantic whispers start echoing through the dark. Hey, wife, we ate and drank well. Now we should do something good for our physical and mental health. I hate you so much. You say you hate me, but your body says otherwise. You are the worst. After an intense session, the two head back to the candlelight table. With the food warmed up, that is where we leave them, trust me. You want more. Let's dive into a romance hiding some absolute madness. Lai Hai Nguyen gently brings a pure white steamed bun to his lips. Husband, say ah. Lan Thien Hong obediently plays along, opening up. He takes a bite without a single complaint, chewing happily. Then he grabs his cheeks, putting on this super exaggerated eye-crinkling smile. This tastes absolutely incredible today. He covers his mouth, laying on the usual sweet talk thick. If I go even one day without my wifey's cooking, I swear I might actually starve to death. Your cooking skills have seriously reached the absolute peak master tier now. Hearing those ridiculously sweet and over-the-top flattering words, Lai Hai Nguyen simply cannot help but blush deeply, shyly turning her face away from him. Oh, stop it. But in the literal blink of an eye, her entire expression flips completely. That cute smile vanishes without a trace, her face instantly darkening. There are tons of restaurants out there, plus the entertainment houses. Lai Hai Nguyen's eyes flash with a knife-like coldness. And inside, no shortage of beautiful women surrounding him. How could my dear husband ever starve to death? Maybe you are sitting there thinking those soft, beautiful bunny girls pouring drinks by your side would taste 100 times better than my simple, boring meals, right? Hearing that, Lan Thien Hong completely panics, cold sweat literally pouring down his back like a waterfall. Game over. She still remembers the bunny girl incident from earlier today. His brain immediately kicks into absolute maximum overdrive. Now watch how he handles this. Zero hesitation. Lan Thien Hong grabs a sausage, using the ultimate food-blocking move to totally change the subject. Oh wow, this sausage is actually pretty amazing today. Moving like lightning, he shoves the sausage right into her mouth with a cheesy grin. Wifey, you eat up too. Then we can sleep. Caught completely off guard, Lai Hai Nguyen just manages to grab the sausage. She turns away, grumbling, but the anger is already fading. Don't think for a second that one tiny little sausage is enough to bribe me. Yet the very moment she finishes chewing that evidence, Lai Hai Nguyen flips back to acting completely cute and spoiled. I'm so thirsty, I really want some porridge water. Saved by the bell. Lan Thien Hong immediately jumps at this chance. Yes, coming right up. He quickly scoops a hot bowl of porridge, feeding her with total devotion. Bringing the spoon to her lips, he gently coaxes. Be good, wifey, say ah. Lai Hai Nguyen sweetly plays along. Wow. After taking a bite, a thin trace of porridge lingers on her soft lips, looking ridiculously alluring. Playfully sticking out her little tongue to lick the porridge away, she secretly thinks to herself that being able to marry this husband is seriously the absolute greatest happiness she could ever ask for in this entire life. Right across from her, Lan Thien Hong stares back, completely mesmerized. I just want to protect my wife's happiness forever. You heard that right. That Supreme of the Three Realms title? He honestly could not care less. Just being able to spend 3 lifetimes completely wrapped up with her is all he will ever need. The 3 candles on the table burn low, and their little late-night snack session finally comes to an end. Lan Thien Hong and Li Hai Nguyen lean back happily against the headboard. He looks up, rubbing his stomach with a heavy sigh. I'm so stuffed, I can't move. Right then, Lai Hai Nguyen's slender, pale foot gently rests straight onto his knee. Husband, she purrs, voice soft as silk. Leaning back, she shows off her curves, shooting him this hazy, super teasing look. I went out today and got bumped around by those bad guys. My legs are still so incredibly sore right now. How could Lan Thien Hong ever resist that? His breathing goes heavy, eyes burning with absolute heat. He leans in to tenderly hold her jade-like foot, starting to gently massage it. My poor wifey really suffered today. Coaxing her softly, he whispers, just wait until we get back to the bedroom later. Your husband will give you a full body massage. Lai Hai Nguyen shyly ducks her head, giving a tiny, sweet, okay. Suddenly, Lan Thien Hong drops the jokes. Totally serious, he whispers, "Wifey." Lai Hai Nguyen freezes, looking up at him. After a long moment, Lan Thien Hong looks her dead in the eyes and speaks incredibly slowly. Phoenix Capital has not been very peaceful lately. What if we just packed everything up and moved somewhere else to live? Her entire body stiffens. Move away? He starts painting this picture of a perfectly peaceful future. We will find a beautiful spot with mountains and rivers. I will farm, I will go fishing, you can weave cloth, and we will live out a perfectly simple life together until our hair turns completely gray. Just holding each other day after day, watching the sunrise together, and laughing together. Those simple words make her heart tremble with intense emotion. I really want that too. I desperately want to live that kind of life with him. But her eyes suddenly darken, completely torn apart inside. The heavy responsibility crushing her shoulders will not let her be that selfish. If she actually leaves right now, the other regional kings will absolutely seize this golden opportunity to spark a massive, bloody rebellion. Her thin lips trembling slightly, Lai Hai Nguyen helplessly shoots down his beautiful dream. No, I do not want to. Right on cue, she bursts into fake tears, trying to diffuse the heavy tension building up. I don't want to move! She practically sobs, throwing a full-on tantrum like a kid who just dropped her candy. Hubby, I'm already so used to living our life right here. The water well in the alley, Madame Zhang's makeup shop, and even the Spring Breeze Pavilion. I just cannot bear to leave any of them behind. Seeing her crying so heartbreakingly, he instantly panics, frantically waving his hands to reassure her. We won't go. Trust me. Their wild double lives are only just beginning. Alright, you and I are about to dive into the ultimate secret identity couple. Seeing his beautiful wife crying, Lan Thien Hong quietly blames himself. Why did I run? I just need to completely wipe out these hidden threats. Turning this whole city into an absolute safe zone is my goal. Making my wife happy is the most important thing. Meanwhile, Li Hingguayet has her own secret thoughts. I never expected this assassination attempt to worry my husband so much. Tomorrow, while he is busy at the shop, I absolutely must hunt down the mastermind behind those assassins. On the other side, he secretly makes his own ruthless vow, fists clenched totally white. These absolute bastards dared to scare my wife. Tomorrow, I will fake going to work and quietly hunt down their boss to settle the score. Lan Thien Hong's eyes turn sharper than ever. I will protect her perfectly. I won't let her face any danger ever again. Lai Hai Nguyen also lowers her head, making the exact same silent promise. I will protect him. He won't risk his life for me. The heavy silence is finally broken by a delicate, premium incense, slowly filling the entire room. Freshly bathed, Li Hingguayet wears only a thin robe. She leans shyly against the curtains, her beautiful face flushing with embarrassment. Her husband is already waiting for her on the bed. Watch closely, this is where it gets good. He smiles, waving her over. You must be exhausted, he says, blushing while rubbing his hands eagerly. Come here, let your husband massage you. She quickly steps up onto the bed. I am ready. She turns around gracefully and whispers super softly, please be a little gentle with me. He immediately moves behind her, reaching his hands out. Do not worry, my love. Let us begin. She relaxes her body, completely obedient. Thank you for the hard work. His hands gently grip her shoulders and start massaging. Basic technique first. Her face slowly shows pure relaxation, totally enjoying his care. Wow, so gentle. All my daily exhaustion is just melting away. Hearing that makes him extremely proud. He secretly channels a surge of chi. He presses hard into her back acupoints. Bam! Instant fatigue relief. Overpowered addition. He flashes a calculating, highly satisfied smile. But Li Hingguayet suddenly screams out in absolute agony. Ah, it hurts too much. A sly glint flashes in his eyes as he stares at her bare back. Final version. He pushes down with intense force. Bam! She throws her head back and lets out a wild scream. Ah, no way, it is too painful. As the pain fades, she pants heavily. He steps up gently, pulls her into a warm hug, and whispers, no pain, no gain. You did amazing. Just bear with it a little longer. I completely cleared out your blocked meridians. But suddenly, a totally new suspicion pops into his mind. A blurry memory flashes by, triggered by her natural scent. This weirdly familiar fragrance. He has definitely smelled it before in a very important place. You and I both know that look. His eyes suddenly shoot wide open in absolute shock. Wait a second. This scent is crazy familiar. I swear I have smelled this exact thing somewhere. Is my sense of smell glitching out right now? But he quickly recovers his cool, grabbing her soft arm, and asks smoothly, how is it? Are you feeling any better yet? Just try to relax. She tilts her head, replying softly, though her poor legs still feel completely numb. Hearing that, he instantly sits up and smoothly pushes her right back onto the bed. She whines like a tiny kitten. Please, honey, give me a break. My shoulders are literally still aching from earlier. But this crazy husband totally ignores her. He continues his grand medical career by grabbing her feet and massaging them with raw power. Now it is time for the jade feet. It hurts so much her delicate eyebrows lock together, and she starts fiercely pouting. You jerk. My feet are literal gold and jade. They are super fragile and delicate. He calmly replies while pressing an acupoint, making her violently shiver. Because they are delicate, they need expert care. Instantly, he takes a direct heavenly foot strike straight to the face. I was not ready. He holds his cheek, grinning like he just won the lottery. Oh man, your feet smell amazing. The spiritual energy went straight to my brain. All right, your husband will serve you all the way to the end. Trust me, watch this. He stares right into her eyes with a wicked smile. Get ready for heaven. I traveled so far just to learn this legendary secret art, the ultimate foot massage technique. Saying that, he lifts her soul and starts his craft. Here we go. She violently twitches like a stranded fish, falling back while screaming. Ah, it is way too ticklish. Stick with me here. Night falls, but the absolute quiet is totally shattered by sweet, crisp laughter echoing from their room. A little while later, Li Xue is completely exhausted. She lies there breathing heavy. Lan Thien Hong gently slides in, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Wifey, let's get just a little more exercise in before we finally sleep. Up above, the playful full moon gets a front row seat, quietly watching all the lively action going down inside. Soft, muffled sounds drift out into the quiet night. Hey, be gentle, okay? He laughs. All right, your husband will absolutely listen to you right now. The very next morning, the sun clocks in, kicking the moon out and dropping warm, golden rays all over the world. Right at their front door, Lan Thien Hong pulls Li Xue into this super gentle hug, sharing a crazy, passionate kiss. Only after a long minute does he reluctantly let her go. His voice is super warm. Hubby has to head out. Blushing like crazy, Li Xue looks up and replies, "Make sure you come back early." She looks incredibly happy, waving at him non-stop. "Remember to be home for dinner." He flashes a bright smile, his eyes crinkling, and waves right back. "All right, I am off. Now pay attention here." The second her sweet figure completely disappears from his sight, his warm smile instantly freezes. It is like a mask literally dropping off, revealing his true, ice-cold self. All right, time for the real business. Pure, terrifying, killing intent explodes in his eyes. He looks absolutely ready to shred anyone who gets in his way. His wife is not just sweet and gorgeous. She has this unbelievable gentleness that he refuses to let anyone ruin. With him personally guarding this divine phoenix capital, he will absolutely not tolerate any more chaos. With that thought, he gets moving. He quickly leaves the noisy streets behind and turns down a super sketchy, deserted alleyway. The moment he steps in, his eyes dart around, scanning every single dark corner like a hawk. Only when he is certain he is alone, he closes his eyes. His hands blur into a complex magic seal, gathering insane energy. The seal activates instantly. A blinding white magic circle erupts right under his boots. Massive white smoke shoots straight into the sky. That loud boom totally catches the attention of all the nearby neighbors. But in a split second, he rides that smoke high up, vanishing completely out of sight. This city is split into inner and outer zones, and it is ridiculously huge. Right now, he is suppressing his aura to the foundation tier. For a regular human, just walking across the outer city alone would take a full 24 hours. The outer city is where average folks cultivate, but honestly, with their super basic talent, they will stay stuck at the foundation stage forever. The inner city? That is strictly for those who break through and totally rewrite their destinies. Hit the condensing spirit tier, and you are called a true master. Go even higher, you are practically a god. But right now, Lan Thien Hong's knife-like gaze simply sweeps across the massive ground far below him. You and I saw this coming, right? He spots the mastermind's mansion, locks onto his target, and shoots straight through the sky towards it. Down at Prince Ning's estate, heavy elite guards stand like absolute brick walls at the main gate. Meanwhile, our guy floats hidden in the clouds, quietly watching everything. Inside that flashy study room, Prince Ning is throwing an absolute massive tantrum. Screaming at his terrified, shaking subordinates, he aggressively calls them a bunch of useless trash. Sent so many killers, and zero trace of them, he smashes the table, leaning forward with pure rage. Who the hell wiped them out? How is there literally no clue left behind? A skinny, blonde subordinate steps up carefully. He bows his head super low. My prince, to silently erase that many guys without making any noise? There is a 90% chance a supreme expert did this. Prince Ning refuses to accept that. He scowls, veins popping. Impossible. How could anyone instantly wipe out a whole squad of condensing spirit masters without leaving a trace? Forget just this empire. Even if you flip the entire continent, you would not find anyone with that kind of insane power. The blonde guy nods nervously. Could it be an immortal descending? Prince Ning waves him off, resting his chin. No way. That is even more impossible. Where would an immortal even come from? If one actually wanted chaos, our whole empire would have been completely vaporized by now. His anger suddenly flares up again, and he violently slams the wooden table once more. Damn it. He pictures the target dying right in the streets, striking pure horror into all the useless commoners. Gritting his teeth in deep regret, he knows if that hit succeeded, the capital would be in absolute chaos. He radiates pure frustration, his fists clenching so tight you actually hear the bone cracking. Then he would have the perfect excuse to march his Black Dragon army in and forcefully take back the throne from that ugly wretch Li Xiue. Seeing his master totally raging, his guy tries to calm him. But trust me, you will love what comes next. Let's dive right into this crazy cultivation story. The villain spent years planning this perfect setup, only to fail. He sighs, faking sympathy. From now on, that woman is going to be on high alert. Trying to assassinate her again? It's going to be harder than reaching the heavens. Suddenly, a bone-chilling voice drops from above, suffocating the entire room with pure terror. Boom. Instead of sitting around crying about it, why not just play the obedient prince? At least you'd keep your pathetic life. King Nin snaps his head toward the sound, screaming, "Who goes there?" The blonde buck-toothed lackey spots Lan Thien Hong first. He points frantically at the ceiling, stuttering in absolute panic. "Your Highness, up there!" Lan Thien Hong is completely swallowed by a thick, pitch-black demonic aura, just calmly staring down at the king and his men. Seeing this intruder acting so arrogant, the king turns purple with rage. "Which cowardly rat dares trespass into my mansion?" he roars. But inside, he's shaking. How did he even get inside? His place is locked down tight. The weakest guards are elite cultivators, plus 3 profound void realm experts on standby. Yet absolutely nobody detected this guy. Lan Thien Hong radiates insane killing intent. His eyes lock onto King Nin, dropping a chilling warning. "You don't need to know my name. Just stay in your lane, and stop causing trouble." But King Nin refuses to back down. "You sneaky little rat, who are you to give me orders?" Inside, his mind is racing. He spent years building his perfect master plan. Everything is ready to go. Why would he quit over one tiny little threat? Suddenly, King Nin regains his composure. He points straight at a shadowy figure in the corner, cursing out Lan Thien Hong. "You reckless fool. My mansion is literally crawling with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. You think you can threaten me alone? Why don't you ask the resident expert if he actually agrees with that?" The black demon Venerable, still hidden under his dark hood, cracks a super creepy smile. Now watch this. King Nin completely trusts this guy's power. He gives a sinister glare, smugly thinking he has already won. Let's see about that. This Venerable is a 5th-tier profound void powerhouse. He once wiped out an entire city single-handedly, terrifying the whole continent. I had to give away my favorite concubine just to recruit this absolute monster. Now he is my #1 trump card. Haha. The demon Venerable bursts into laughter, flashing his teeth and breaking the tension. In a flash, he rips off his cloak and lunges right at Lan Thien Hong, roaring loudly. "Little rat, you are never leaving here alive." His entire body is covered in tiny skulls. Letting out an earth-shattering roar, the Venerable swings his hand, blasting thick demonic energy straight at his target. "Die, you little brat!" From the hazy gray smoke, a massive, terrifying skull quickly takes form. Its jaws open wide enough to swallow the world, unleashing a vicious howl before charging forward. Facing this epic ultimate attack, Lan Thien Hong just smirks with pure contempt. An ignorant junior daring to show off his pathetic tricks in front of me? Without hesitating, he simply flicks his finger. A single beam of light holding godlike power shoots out. The attack easily pierces the giant demonic skull's throat, instantly scattering the toxic smoke. It continues blasting straight toward the black demon Venerable. I know you guys didn't expect the tables to turn this fast either. The Venerable throws his hands up in pure terror. "What? Ah!" In the blink of an eye, the only thing left behind is a cloud of floating dust. King Nin and his goons stand there completely stunned, brains short-circuiting. When the smoke finally clears, their elite expert has straight up vanished. Lan Thien Hong just deleted the guy from existence in a single second. The king and his lackeys start screaming in total panic. He scrambles backward, tripping over his own feet and crashing to the floor. Sweating bullets, shaking uncontrollably, he starts muttering like a madman. No, impossible. This absolutely cannot be real right now. I must be trapped in a nightmare. Lan Thien Hong casually raises a finger, tracing a line in the air. Oh, looks like you need a wake-up call. Allow me. Before he can even process it, a tiny, blindingly fast beam of light shoots out. It strikes straight between King Nin's legs. A tragic scream echoes out, followed by a terrible smell. The king curls up like a boiled shrimp, clutching his crotch, his face completely drained of color. Shivering in the corner, a warm stain spreads across his expensive pants. Seeing the treatment worked, that's where we leave it, he coldly warns. If you still won't behave. All right, you and I are dropping right into the aftermath. Keep messing with the capital, and today's brutal lesson will be your reality tomorrow. With those chilling words, he completely vanished into thin air like an absolute ghost. Only his voice echoed back, "That is enough. Clean up this mess yourselves." Meanwhile, King Ning was absolutely paralyzed by pure terror. His mind was totally shattered, barely even able to process reality. His buck-toothed lackey, a total kiss-up, slowly crawled over. He tried sounding sweet, but he was visibly shaking like a leaf. "Your Highness, are you okay?" But seeing his boss literally clutching his crotch and groaning in agony, he panicked even harder. He started stuttering, "Boss, seriously, what do we do now?" The rest of the goons behind him were shivering too, faces completely pale, nodding along. Yeah, what happens now? Even the Supreme Black Demon got obliterated in literally 1 second. Their big dream of stealing the throne just went completely up in smoke. But the second that word throne hit his ears, it was like a literal lightning bolt struck King Ning. That pathetic fear in his eyes was instantly swallowed up by pure greed and absolute madness. He ground his teeth together, his face twisting up. In a split second, intense rage just exploded. He smashed the table, veins popping on his forehead, screaming out in desperation. The throne, that absolute power belongs to me." He screamed until his throat went completely raw. It was like he was using the noise to chase away his leftover fear, desperately clinging to his last shred of pride. "I am a literal dragon among men, the chosen ruler. How could I let some minor setback terrify me like this?" The buck-toothed guy had zero choice but to roll with his master's crazy rant. He looked up, asking, "Then what is our next move?" King Ning suddenly flashed this incredibly unhinged, villainous smirk. It was like a light bulb went off. He's just one top-tier fighter, right? What is there to be afraid of? He immediately barked out orders. "Go, take my secret decree straight to the 6 major sects." That shadow one-shotted Black Demon, so his power level has to be at least 4th stage Divine Fire Realm or higher. Now pay attention closely, those 6 major sects definitely hide a few absolute monsters who have reached that exact realm. We have to recruit one of those powerhouses at any cost. He laughed out loud, that classic arrogant villain look plastered right back on his face. "Ha ha ha, to claim that throne, I am willing to sacrifice literally everything. Just tell them to send out all the top-tier max-level elders they have. Whatever price they demand, I will pay it in full. Get moving right now." Seeing him stand up all hyped, the lackey couldn't hold back a nervous smile, awkwardly pointing down at the king's crotch area. "Your Highness, maybe you should get a fresh change of clothes first." Suddenly, King Ning noticed the highly embarrassing puddle at his feet and the wet stain on his outfit. His face shifted from bright red to pale, utterly humiliated and fiercely angry. He panicked, quickly covering up his lower half. He glared at his guys and yelled, "Get the hell out of here and bring me a new outfit." Leaving that totally humiliated king behind, Lan Thien Hong was just casually taking a nice stroll right through the peak rush hour of the Phoenix capital. He wandered along, taking in the crazy, bustling morning market. A super satisfied smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. It was still pretty early. Taking his sweet time walking back home wouldn't hurt, but suddenly, he stopped dead. Right in the middle of the crowd, a few shadowy figures were moving silently. Covered head to toe in cloaks, they leaked this icy, murderous vibe that made ordinary people subconsciously dodge them. You and I both recognize that exact feeling, right? That signature heavy demonic aura. Instantly, his relaxed eyes shifted into a deadly serious glare. He frowned a bit, thinking to himself, this tiny capital is honestly packed with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Or rather, it is a total magnet for trash. These guys are dripping with dark energy, yet they have the guts to walk around like they own the place. What exactly are these guys planning? Making his choice, he quietly turned around and started tailing the suspicious squad. Better see what kind of shady stuff they are plotting. If some annoying drama pops off and ruins his wife's good mood, that would be a huge headache. After tracking them for a while, the mysterious crew finally stopped outside a ridiculously massive estate, the Martial King's manor. Lan Thien Hong chilled in a blind spot, quietly watching them waltz right through the front doors. His eyebrows pulled together in deep suspicion. Martial King's manor is one of the 4 elite houses of the dynasty. Are literally none of these royal lords capable of just behaving themselves? A slow, burning rage started building up inside his chest. He gripped his fist tight, accidentally crushing the stone wall next to him until it cracked and crumbled into pieces. These weak, lower realm mortals have such pathetic strength, yet their ambitions are absolutely sky high. They never stop causing drama, constantly threatening the peaceful life he shares with his wife. Looks like this whole squad is begging for a massive beating. Once the creepy squad was fully inside, he did not waste another second out there. He literally dissolved into thin air. Since he had time to kill anyway, crashing their little secret meeting sounded like a pretty fun show. Down in the dark, creepy basement of the manor, the air felt incredibly heavy and freezing like an icebox. The Martial King, one of the dynasty's absolute top pillars who practically controlled the weather outside, was currently bowing like a coward to a hooded figure. This guy leaked a terrifyingly cold pressure. The Martial King kept his head down, asking respectfully, "Supreme Black Destroyer, what orders do you have for me? Trust me, you are going to want to see what comes next." Lan Thien Hong is just sitting there totally invisible, legs crossed, ready to watch this disaster unfold. Let's dive into this wild setup. The Martial King basically rules this empire with an iron fist, yet he's bowing down to this random guy like an absolute servant. His eyes darken instantly, secretly tracking every single detail in the room. But wait, this sketchy leader's dark aura feels strangely familiar to him. Lan Thien Hong steps back to think. The Divine Phoenix dynasty is split between 4 massive ruling houses, the Wu, Vo, Viet, and Muk mansions. Their ancestors followed the Divine Phoenix Great Emperor into legendary battles across the realm, racking up massive victories that earned them royal titles passed down for generations. Basically, their descendants got a permanent VIP pass. But now the royal family is weak, and these 4 giant mansions have enough power to rival the throne itself. Right then, the Black Destruction Venerable's icy voice interrupts his thoughts. The cult leader is opening an evil god branch in the south. You are in full control of this operation now. The Martial King hits the floor instantly, kowtowing like crazy. I absolutely won't fail the great leader. He slams a hand over his heart, acting totally brainwashed. The mighty evil god will bless the entire profound heaven realm with true power. We loyal believers will sacrifice absolutely everything for the Dark King, all our wealth, our ultimate status, and even our very own lives. Watching this pathetic display, Lan Thien Hong frowns, deeply annoyed by the absolute cringe factor. What a total mob. Forming a cult just to cause absolute chaos across the entire capital city, which literally means his beautiful wife won't get a single day of peace. After soaking up the blind praise, the Dark Venerable reaches into his bag, hunting for a specific item. Now watch this closely. The cult leader ordered a very special reward for him, an evil god statue. He pulls out a pitch-black idol oozing with insane demonic energy, holding it out for the Martial King to take. Inside holds a pure drop of the supreme evil god's dark magic. Worship it properly every single day, and when things get deadly, it will completely save your life. The idol is carved to show a demon god chilling and cultivating right on a stump. Snatching it up, the Martial King bows over and over. Thank you, great evil god, for the ultimate protection. Lan Thien Hong squints at the thing, but when he finally sees its actual shape, he completely freezes. Hold up, that exact design, that stupid-looking skull right there? Isn't that the signature mini-ghost style of that punk little blood? Lan Thien Hong is the peerless demon venerable. He commands 10 great generals, and every single one is a max-level peak demon emperor. So this big, bad, legendary evil god they're hyping up? It's literally just the head disciple of the Blood Demon Emperor, one of his 10 underlings. Basically, this so-called god is just the lackey of Lan Thien Hong's own lackey. Realizing this absolute joke, Lan Thien Hong just wants to crush it immediately. A lackey's lackey daring to cause trouble here? Maybe he should go drag that blood demon brat over and smack some sense into his skull. With a single thought, Lan Thien Hong teleports instantly, spawning right behind the Blood Demon Emperor. He grips his ear and yanks hard. Hey little blood, I hear your precious disciple is doing some pretty interesting stuff lately. You and I both know how big anime bosses act, right? Well, not this terrifying peak demon emperor. One look at Lan Thien Hong and he turns completely pale. Sobbing and shaking, he face plants into the floor. Lord Demon Venerable, spare my life. That worthless trash disciple of mine only ruins everything. He's a total failure. How could he possibly do anything good? Seeing his boss unconvinced, he raises a fist to swear an oath. If that kid really messed with his lord's plans, just say the word, and he will literally rip out his bones right this second. Lan Thien Hong's eyes finally soften up a bit. Honestly, demonic path guys causing endless chaos is just another normal day. Forget it. He pops right back into the secret room's armchair, looking deep in thought. Whatever, let's just wait and see what other dumb tricks they pull. In a flash, he vanishes from the Martial King's mansion without a single trace. If the Phoenix capital really turns into a war zone, wiping them out later won't be too late anyway. Standing outside, he stares down at the massive capital city. Maybe he should go drop a hint to the divine Phoenix Empress, just to give her a heads up, or maybe boost her cultivation while he's at it. Level her up a few realms so she can actually defend this place. Only then can he and his wife chill in peace. He scratches his head, feeling totally annoyed. Muttering to himself, man, if I knew it'd be this much work, I would have just brought 2 demon generals along. With them here, I wouldn't have to lift a single finger. With his plan set, he casually strolls right down the main street again. It's getting late. Better head home to the wife first. He clenches his fist, eyes flashing with absolute determination and a wildly sly grin. He definitely needs to find some time to visit the palace and properly train that Empress. A hilariously bizarre scenario suddenly pops straight into his mind. He vividly imagines smacking the Empress right on the rear, scolding her nonstop. Weak, too weak. How are you this pathetic? Get stronger right now so you can protect the Phoenix capital. In his daydream, the divine Phoenix Empress looks up with big, pitiful eyes, crying for mercy. My lord, I was so wrong. Please spare me. Lan Thien Hong just flexes his hands, and like an absolute boss, drops a massive mountain of glowing legendary gear. He just sits there tossing loot. So, what do you and I think? Epic, right? Let us jump into an absolute masterpiece of a story today. Top-tier techniques, epic pills, and unmatched power all handed straight to you. The imaginary Empress played her part perfectly, puffing out her chest and screaming so wildly that the birds instantly scattered in pure panic. I will absolutely manage the Phoenix capital perfectly. Meanwhile, right outside the Lan family estate, a beautiful silhouette paced back and forth near the main gate. She walked so much she practically wore down the solid stone steps. Lehigh Nuyet crossed her arms tightly, her delicate brows fully knitted together. Her eyes scanned the outer road, completely filled with deep, undeniable worry. How exactly is my husband guarding the shop if he still is not home yet? Did some massive disaster happen in the city today, trapping him out there all alone? The more she thought about it, the more restless she got. She walked endless laps around the front gate, waiting forever but still seeing zero signs of his familiar face. Slowly, a completely unexplainable anger started boiling up deep inside her heart. A freezing cold flash of pure killing intent lit up her eyes, her inner voice suddenly turning insanely majestic. As the absolute ruler, I will definitely wipe out all these filthy sewer rats. She suddenly froze, her gaze shifting far into the distance. Should I just head out and track down my husband myself? But what if he actually returns, finds me missing, and panics? What do I do then? Suddenly, a wild idea flashed right through Lai Nguyen's mind. She clenched her fists tight, her beautiful eyes suddenly shining with pure, unmatched determination. Now pay close attention, because her next thought is wild. I should just mobilize the entire Luke Fianman, flip the whole capital upside down, and secretly confirm he is safe. While she was still completely lost in her chaotic thoughts, a very familiar voice suddenly rang out, instantly shattering the heavy silence right outside the front gate. My lovely wife. Right after that, Lan Thien Hong appeared directly at the gate, playfully tilting his head and waving. He flashed a massive, goofy grin. The second she saw his face, Lai Nguyen puffed out her adorable cheeks so hard they literally looked ready to explode. She marched forward like an angry boss, pointing her delicate finger straight at his chest like a deadly sword. You absolute devil of a man. Speak up right now. Were you sneaking around doing something totally shady out there, and only just decided to drag yourself back home? Lan Thien Hong let out a quiet sigh. His fierce little lioness was definitely angry. He knew perfectly well that whenever she completely flared up like this, she would use that exact familiar nickname on him. Gripping a tiny box tightly behind his back, he secretly felt incredibly proud of himself. Thank goodness I prepared a backup plan for this. Almost like pure magic, he instantly whipped his arm around, presenting the small box right in front of her face. Speaking with an unexpected tone, he gently said, "I only came back late because I was busy preparing this special gift for my beloved wife." Extremely curious, Lan Thien Hong popped the box open, her beautiful eyes instantly widening in absolute shock. Resting inside was a gorgeous phoenix hairpin, perfectly crafted down to the very last microscopic detail. She carefully lifted it out, holding it super gently. With her face still completely stunned, she asked softly, "Why did you even buy something like this?" He gently grabbed her hands, carefully sandwiching the gorgeous hairpin right between their warm palms, before leaning in closer to erase the gap between them. His deep, warm voice whispered right by her ear, "My sweet wife, do you actually remember this exact day from 10 years ago?" He slowly recalled that precious memory from 10 years ago, the exact destiny that perfectly connected their lives. That was the very first time we met beside that beautiful blue river. Lan Thien Hong could not help but blush, giving a tiny nod and softly whispering, "I remember." In that fleeting second, she magically felt like an innocent 18-year-old girl all over again. Let that sink in for a second, because the flashback is crazy. Just 16 years old, totally carefree with a colorful pinwheel, when suddenly, a vicious squad of terrifying assassins ambushed her. Swords violently flashed like ghostly flames out of nowhere, charging straight forward just to assassinate her. Lan Thien Hong turned completely pale from pure terror, turning around and sprinting away in absolute panic. During her frantic escape, she blindly crashed straight into a massive wall of meat. Actually, no. It was Lan Thien Hong and his completely rock-solid chest. The insanely unexpected collision left her completely stunned, sending her tumbling straight backward. Even right now, she vividly remembered his ridiculously handsome face reaching out to pull her back up. From that exact second, she had officially met her troublemaking, destined husband. "You dragged me right down into that freezing cold river, hiding us completely underwater just to dodge those deadly, terrifying blades." Right in that spot, the two of them exchanged precious, life-saving breaths of air. That clumsy, desperate first kiss instantly sparked an absolutely unforgettable, epic romance between them. Lan Thien Hong finally snapped out of her thoughts, returning to reality. Looking as gentle as a perfect wife, she wrapped her arms securely around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. That amazing day was the absolute beginning of our destiny. Lan Thien Hong smoothly followed up, speaking with incredible pride. "That is exactly why I searched out there for so long. I wandered past countless random stalls, checking out an insane amount of different shops, until I finally picked this gorgeous phoenix hairpin just for you, as a tribute to our most important day." He gently took the hairpin right back from her hands. "Even though it is just normal jewelry and not some legendary treasure, I really hope my wife does not hate it." Acting as gentle as flowing water, he carefully pinned it straight into her beautifully soft hair. Unable to hold her emotions back anymore, Lan Thien Hong grabbed her face and started sobbing like a baby. Huge, totally hot tears rolled down her blushing cheeks as she choked out one word. "Husband, you and I both expected a tearful, romantic moment here, right? Well, watch this, because the classic emotional script did not happen at all." Right after crying out that super sweet name, Lan Thien Hong just completely stopped crying. "Let's dive into this wild romance." She snaps her head up, eyes red but glaring with pure killer intent. "Wait a minute, where exactly did you get the money to buy this hairpin?" Lan Thien Hong instantly freezes up. Cold sweat drips down his neck. He frantically avoids eye contact, aggressively scratching his head while stuttering like crazy. Well, this is. Seeing his guilty panic, Li Shue immediately rolls up her sleeves and stomps toward him. Two familiar fingers pinch her dear husband's ear, twisting it a full 180 degrees with absolutely zero mercy. "Did you secretly hide a stash of money from me again?" He immediately goes along with it, leaning into the pull and screaming, "Ouch, ouch, that hurts too much, wifey." Then he flashes the most wildly sincere, flattering smile. "Spare me, wifey. Even if I did have a secret stash, it was only to save up and buy a surprise gift just for you." Hearing this, she gets so incredibly happy she has to cover her mouth to giggle. Making money is hard these days. Why waste it on expensive things like this? She softly explains, "You should have used that money to buy fabric. I could have made you brand new clothes. Wouldn't that be better?" Hearing this, his heart absolutely melts. He pulls her tightly into his arms. Their eyes lock together completely, and they share an incredibly deep, sweet, and passionate kiss. Right at that exact moment, applause and loud teasing erupt from all the nosy neighbors watching from every side. "Oh my god, the public display of affection today is way too high quality. We are completely stuffed. It's making us absolutely sick with jealousy." The passionate couple instantly snaps back to reality and pulls apart, faces totally dark at the interruption. He recovers first. Grabbing her hand tight, he drags her sprinting straight into the house, slamming the heavy door shut with a massive bang. Watch this. Blocking out the nosy eyes, his face is bright red as he pants. Crap, I completely lost control and forgot our surroundings. Let's head to the bedroom and continue. She is completely flushed but nods repeatedly, whispering in a tiny voice. Okay, let's continue inside. Night finally falls, and from their bedroom, sounds start echoing out that would make absolutely anyone blush bright red. Ah, hubby, please be a little more gentle. Her soft voice mixes with quiet moans. Hubby, lighter, please. If you keep doing this, I really won't be able to handle it. But the scene inside is 0% romantic. He is sitting perfectly straight at the edge of the bed. Looking as deadly serious as a master doctor, his 2 thumbs are relentlessly pressing into the specific pressure points on the bottom of her beautiful feet. Raising an eyebrow, he asks, "This makes you cry out?" Pointing a finger at her foot, he slowly lectures her. "If I don't use real force, how is it supposed to actually work? This is a legendary foot acupressure beauty technique. I had to cross mountains and beg a master to learn this." Pressing hard, he firmly declares, "I guarantee, doing this daily will send your energy through the roof and keep your skin perfectly smooth and totally flawless. 0 breakouts, totally healthy inside out." Being tossed around by his strength, her clothes gradually become completely messed up. Sitting up with a super red face, she mutters, "You've been pressing for so long, shouldn't that be enough?" He acts like he didn't hear anything, keeping his head down to massage. "How could your husband play favorites? I still need to handle the other side." The absolute second he grabs her other foot, she instantly panics and frantically tries to stop him. "Hubby, wait a second." But it's way too late. He forces his thumb straight into the center pressure point, sliding down in one brutal strike. You hear that? Those wildly suspicious moans echo out again, but absolutely nothing scandalous is actually happening here. It makes the moon itself hide behind the clouds in embarrassment. "Ah, go lighter. Don't worry, I will be incredibly gentle." Finally the ordeal is over. Sitting gracefully on the bed, she quietly glances at him, who is now completely passed out like a log. Hugging the phoenix hairpin, her face glows with pure happiness. Stroking it, she thinks, this gift might look incredibly basic, but compared to the mountain of rare royal treasures those high-ranking nobles offer her every single year, this is worth 1,000,000 times more. Looking at him, her eyes overflow with deep love. "I swear to wear this and keep it with me for my entire life." She places one hand flat against his solid chest, quietly feeling every single one of his strong, steady heartbeats. With her other hand, she incredibly gently strokes the messy hair falling across his face. "Hubby, I have completely fallen in love with you." Leaning in, she leaves a kiss on his lips, light as a feather but packed with absolute devotion. Then she lies down, resting her head on his chest and wrapping both arms tightly around his broad back. "Good night, my love." The night fades, and a brand new day begins. Next morning, on a super crowded street, upbeat melodies are blasting out straight from his busy wood-carving shop. Inside, he's intensely focused, humming a rustic song while carving crazy details into a wooden statue. Suddenly, boom, a massive crash shakes everything. Trust me, chaos just arrived. The boss skips knocking, straight up drop-kicking the door entirely off its hinges. Stick with me here. We are about to watch an overpowered guy try really hard not to end some fools. A massive crash startles Lan Thien Hong, making him drop his unfinished carving. The loud guards outside are screaming, instantly pissing him off. Where is the owner? His face darkens instantly. He glares outside, his brows furrowed in absolute pure annoyance. The Six Gates faction. He quickly uses his photographic memory to assess the entire situation right in front of him. The leader barely reaches the first tier of Chi gathering. The goons behind him, stuck at the 8th or 9th foundation tier. What an absolute bunch of weaklings. Total trash. The Six Gates have seriously fallen off, recruiting nothing but completely average, pathetic nobodies these days. Not a single real talent among them. Forcing his surging anger down, Lan Thien Hong slams his hand on the table, jumps right up, and shouts out, "I am coming!" He pushes the curtain aside and steps out, wearing a warm, welcoming spring breeze of a smile. "Respected officers, I am the humble owner of this little shop." Lan Thien Hong walks right up to Officer Truong, smiling and cupping his hands. "How can I help you today?" Seeing his polite, easy-to-bully attitude, the arrogant officer immediately puts his hands on his hips to show off. He barks out, "We are under orders from the Heavenly Phoenix Empress, investigating the assassins who targeted the Vice General." Hearing this, Lan Thien Hong's expression darkens for a split second. A flash of killing intent crosses his eyes, but his voice stays perfectly calm and gentle. "Officer, surely you have the wrong person?" Officer Truong does not even care. He swaggers right up and points a finger straight into his face. He says coldly, "I have done my preliminary investigation. There is plenty of reason to suspect you are connected to those assassins. Now pay attention, because this is where his patience gets tested." Lan Thien Hong almost yells out loud. Questions explode in his head as his suppressed killing intent bubbles up like an active volcano ready to erupt. He presses his lips tight together, forcing the pure rage down. After taking a few deep, heavy breaths, he manages to force out an incredibly fake, friendly smile. "Officer, I am completely innocent. I am just a very normal guy at the 6th tier of Foundation establishment. How could I possibly be involved with such terrifying, heaven-shaking assassins?" The guy completely ignores his explanation. With zero intention of actually investigating, he just repeatedly slaps his hand hard against Lan Thien Hong's chest. "Whether you are involved or not is not for you to decide." That ridiculously arrogant attitude instantly ignites a massive spark of fury inside him. Lan Thien Hong's eyes turn ice cold as a terrifying wave of pure killing intent sweeps right toward them. Wrapped in this invisible aura of death, the low-level goons instantly turn pale and share panicked looks. They unconsciously huddle closer, whispering to each other, "Why do I suddenly feel a cold chill down my spine? I have goosebumps everywhere." The raging fire inside Lan Thien Hong is more than enough to incinerate them in a single blink, but it slowly begins to settle down. He exhales a long breath, telling himself, "No, if I strike right now, sure, I would feel satisfied, but it would definitely bring annoying trouble from the 6 gates. And then, my dear wife would be the one suffering." Those guys are still frozen in place, sweating absolute bullets. Lan Thien Hong gently closes his eyes. The sweet, gentle image of Li Hingyuet appears, helping him lock down his raging anger. "My wife loves our peaceful life here. For her sake, I have to endure this. I just have to endure. You and I both know what he really wants." A dark thought creeps in, maybe just quietly wipe them all out and be done with it. He turns around, waving Officer Truong over, who is standing there looking incredibly tense. Being called out, the guy immediately grips his sword handle tightly, his eyes full of extreme caution. Ignoring that heavy caution, Lan Thien Hong just respectfully cups his hands and bows his head. "Sir Officer, my tiny shop only sells cheap trinkets to get by. We have not even officially opened yet, and bad luck has already struck us. I do not have any money on me right now. Could you possibly give me some grace to go home, prepare the funds, and hand-deliver them to you?" Officer Truong shows zero respect, instantly flipping his attitude and roaring loudly. "No money? Then go home and get it. Do you think I have free time to just sit around and wait for you? There are tons of other shops left to process." To show off his authority, he grabs a nearby stool and smashes it hard against the floor. Crack! The stool shatters into tiny pieces. "Wait for you to come back? I bet you would run far away by then." Facing this totally unreasonable anger, Lan Thien Hong forces himself to swallow his frustration, all for the sake of Li Hingyuet. He forces a strained, awkward smile and replies, "Please rest assured, officer." But before he can even finish his sentence, Officer Truong kicks the door wide open, drawing his sword to signal the goons outside like a pack of hungry vultures. "Where are you guys? Drag this punk straight to the 6 gates prison." Stunned by the sudden escalation for a few seconds, Lan Thien Hong just opens his eyes wide, looking completely clueless and innocent. He decides not to fight back at all, letting 2 powdered-up guards step right up to him. As they bind his hands tightly behind his back with thick rope, he shoots them one sharp, icy glare, constantly reminding himself, "For my wife, I must endure this." A whole squad of guards quickly surrounds him, escorting Lan Thien Hong away. As he gets dragged off, his head stays lowered, his brain working at maximum capacity to calculate his next brutal move. "Fine, I will wait. I will just wait until nightfall, you corrupt, filthy bastards. At first, I was only planning to send you specific guys straight to the afterlife. But now, oh, your entire extended family is about to reunite down there." As he walks right past Officer Truong, seeing that nasty, arrogant smirk stretching ear to ear on his face, "Trust me, you are going to want to see this payback." Lan Thien Hong secretly grits his teeth. "Keep smiling, because I am sending your entire bloodline to hell." The corrupt officer crosses his arms, looking completely full of himself like he just won a war, coldly ordering his men to demand ransom from the victim's family. As for Lan Thien Hong, his legs might be heavily shackled, but his mind is already miles away. Stick with me here. Our guy is secretly designing a VIP tour to the 18 levels of hell for them. complete with over 1 million custom torture combos. And out of pure kindness, he will even give them an express ticket to reincarnate, but only as miserable stray dogs and pigs. The corrupt officer still is not done, arrogantly lifting his chin at his lackeys. If the family does not pay up, just label him an assassin and execute him quickly. That way, they can report it and claim the bounty. Meanwhile, back at the Lin household, the atmosphere is strangely peaceful, completely isolated from all the absolute chaos happening outside. Li Shiyue is currently fighting for her life against the laundry pole. Because of her limited height, she has to painfully go on her tiptoes just to hang the clothes. After a serious struggle, she finally manages to hang up the very last shirt. She lets her body relax and breathes a heavy sigh of relief, sweat soaking her back from the intense heat. Stretching out, a gentle smile appears on her face. Right after that, Li Shiyue grabs one of her husband's shirts, pulling it close to her chest with a huge smile. She buries her face in the fabric, taking a super deep breath to enjoy her husband's familiar scent. Even the space around her suddenly feels incredibly warm and soft. It is like she is covered in a warm glow. Fully recharged by his scent, she finally has the energy to head to the palace for work. Right at that moment, 3 loud knocks echo from the front gate, completely shattering the quiet atmosphere. Getting absolutely no response, the knocking quickly turns into violent, aggressive pounding against the heavy door. Reluctantly hanging the shirt back up, she runs out calling, "I am coming," opening the door right now. Peeking through the small crack, she politely asks who the officers are looking for. Seeing a seemingly weak woman answering the door, the guards immediately act even more arrogant and bossy. The leader coldly glares down at her, asking if this is Lan Thien Hong's house. Despite being confused, she softly replies yes and asks what is wrong. The guard does not beat around the bush, instantly pulling out an official arrest warrant. Now watch closely. He shoves the badge right in her face, harshly claiming her husband is a major suspect in the assassination attempt on the vice general. The more he talks, the louder he gets. Acting like he is carrying out some super righteous mission, he tells her to bring Silver to the 6-fan school prison if she wants him alive. Hearing this, Li Shiyue freezes in place, her elegant eyebrows twitching as her expression turns visibly dark. But the guard completely ignores her reaction, arrogantly tossing the ransom notice into the yard. Then he turns around and walks away, dropping one final cold threat about executing him if she is late. Do not bother waiting. After showing off his power, the leader looks incredibly pleased with himself, waving for his lackeys to hurry up because they have more houses to extort. Li Shiyue silently stands there watching their backs until they completely disappear. Her eyebrows knit together as massive waves of pure, hidden fury start rising inside her. The 6-fan school. The 6-fan school of Great Feng handles cases like common street thugs, arresting innocent people just to boldly demand ransom money in broad daylight. We, the Emperor, cannot believe they actually dared to throw our husband into a dungeon. She bends down to grab the notice, cold killing intent exploding from her body. Boom! The paper instantly turns to ash in an invisible fire. These fools really have a sky-high death wish. She spins around and walks back inside the house, an absolute inferno of rage burning deep in her chest. I know exactly what you are thinking. Corrupt officials daring to touch the Emperor's man? Yeah, they are absolutely begging for a brutal death. But she does not rush blindly. The angrier she gets, the sharper her mind becomes. Calmly tidying up the room, she already has a flawless plan forming in her head. Save the husband first, slaughter the corrupt trash later. She walks to the corner of the bed, lifting the blanket to reveal a carefully locked wooden box. Unlocking it and checking the glowing silver inside, she quietly mutters that it should be more than enough. Once everything is packed, she gently shuts the lid. Sitting perfectly straight on the bed, her hands form seals, instantly activating the 1,000-mile sound transmission technique. A blinding surge of golden aura gathers right at her fingertips, rapidly transforming into the shape of a glowing canary. She opens her palm and whispers go. The creature of light flaps its wings, shooting out the window like a golden arrow, vanishing into thin air with absolutely terrifying speed. Meanwhile, inside the dark prison, the corrupt officer is leading his men on a heavy patrol. He arrogantly tilts his chin. A lackey opens the cell, and the officer brutally kicks Lan Thien Hong straight into the cold, hard dirt. The massive iron door is instantly slammed shut and locked tightly with chains as thick as a wrist. Lan Thien Hong totally plays along. He rushes to the iron bars, reaching his hands out and screaming perfectly fake tears, begging them for justice. But before his epic acting can even take effect, a much louder voice echoes from the cell right next door, completely drowning him out. I am innocent. Sir, I cannot even read a single word. So how could I possibly write treasonous letters to the enemy? Then another voice from the right yells just as loudly, a blind guy arrested for peeping? Let's be real. We are about to watch this entire prison burn down completely. Stick with me. You and I are dropping right into a nightmare. Someone begs, crying out that he lost both legs last year. So how could he possibly be a wall-climbing thief? Guard Trong just stands there with his arms crossed, sneering in pure disgust. He says they are just pathetic peasants who cannot pay their fines. Then the guard leans in close, getting right up in Lan Thien Hong's face, speaking with a seriously deadly threat. Listen up, kid. If your family does not bring 100 silver taels, then you are absolutely never walking out of this prison alive. Sitting inside his cell, Lan Thien Hong bites back his explosive rage, putting up his hands with a fake smile. Do not worry, boss. My lovely wife is definitely coming with the ransom money to bail me out. Guard Truong and his lackey shoot each other a look, flashing a super dirty, twisted smirk. You sure know your place, kid. He brags about using that cash to finally buy some time with the elite girls at the Red Pavilion who keep rejecting him. The arrogant guard has absolutely zero clue that the man inside the cell just went completely dead-eyed with raw fury. He drops his head down, hiding the absolute killing intent exploding in his eyes. He tells himself to just endure it, hating that he worried his wife. But once he gets out, he is definitely sending this trash guard straight to the afterlife. Suddenly, another guard comes sprinting in from the outside, instantly breaking that super heavy, terrifying tension in the air. He yells that the prisoner's wife has finally shown up. Hearing this news, Truong immediately snaps his head toward the door, shouting at them to let her inside right away. Lan Thien Hong hears that and quickly looks up too. Outside, Li Xue comes rushing in, hugging a massive wooden box tightly to her chest while desperately calling out for her husband. The second he spots her, his expression completely flips in a flash. His eyes light up and he waves frantically, yelling that he is perfectly fine. Guard Truong instantly looks Li Xue up and down, practically drooling over her. He flashes a sickeningly creepy smile, telling the kid that he is seriously one lucky guy. He glances back at Lan Thien Hong with pure disrespect, mocking him about how exhausting it must be having such an absolute peerless beauty as a wife. Hearing those disgusting words, Lan Thien Hong nearly snaps completely. He drops his head, clenching his fist so incredibly hard his knuckles turn white. He is a second away from exploding. Now pay close attention here. He is trying to figure out how to slaughter these fools without his wife noticing. Li Xue steps right up to the corrupt guard, stops cold, and tells him in an icy tone that she brought the silver. She shoves the heavy box right at his chest. Brows furrowed in absolute disgust, she yells at him to release her husband this instant. In her mind, she is already plotting. The fact that utter garbage like this exists inside the official law enforcement division is a total disgrace. This insults her directly, and it shames the entire royal dynasty. She secretly vows to utterly wipe out every single one of these parasites and their entire families. She is so incredibly furious that her grip actually cracks the solid wooden box, making a loud snapping noise. But as Guard Truong reaches out to take the heavy box, he slides his filthy, disgusting hand right up along her arm. He does not even try to hide his absolute creepiness, smiling like garbage. Startled, she fiercely smacks his hand away, causing the entire box to crash to the floor. What do you think you are doing? She screams in pure anger as gold and silver chunks spill everywhere across the cold stone. Watch closely. Guard Truong rubs his chin and instantly changes his whole tune. He smirks, claiming he just remembered some new evidence that her husband might actually be guilty of treason and colluding with the enemy. He stares at her with pure greed, saying 100 silver taels is no longer enough. In his twisted mind, he thinks it is an absolute waste for such a stunning woman to be tied to a weakling. Li Xue aggressively rubs her arm right where that creep just touched her. Glaring with absolute freezing hatred, she demands to know what he wants. Truong was waiting for this exact moment. He arrogantly demands she become his concubine in exchange for her husband's pathetic life. The other corrupt officers standing behind him flash the exact same disgusting, wrinkly smirks, not hiding their absolute garbage intentions. Inside that tiny iron cage, Lan Thien Hong is so incredibly furious, his eyes literally look like they are burning. He grips the thick iron bars so hard that a terrifying screeching sound echoes out as the solid metal literally begins warping and bending. Standing outside, Li Xue is equally exploding with deadly rage. She points her finger directly at Truong's face, hissing at him. Do you really dare to openly mock the Empire's laws and abuse your authority like this? Are you not terrified the High Minister will skin you alive? But hearing her threat, the guards do not flinch at all, erupting into shrill laughter instead. Their super annoying, high-pitched laughter echoes off the walls. Oh yeah, we are totally terrified. Seeing their reaction, Li Xue actually thinks she intimidated them. She tilts her chin up, ordering them to unlock the cage and release her man if they know what is good for them. Truong throws his head back and laughs even harder, like she just told the funniest joke in the entire world. That is too bad. Gorgeous. The High Minister you are talking about just so happens to be my blood uncle. His lackeys instantly join in, hurling non-stop insults and completely mocking both Lan Thien Hong and Li Xue. But in that exact moment, two sets of insanely terrifying, razor-sharp eyes lock onto the laughing crowd. Invisible killing intent erupts from both of them. The room goes freezing cold. Trust me, you and I know somebody is definitely about to die here. All right, stick with me here. She decides that anyone daring to insult her husband will be completely ripped to pieces today. Even if she blows her undercover status, these scumbags are absolutely dead meat. Li Xue silently channels her energy. Right behind her back, an eerie, glowing blue flame quietly bursts to life. Only one thought crosses her mind: a quick death is way too easy. She plans to use this exact flame to burn him alive, making him feel every agonizing second of his flesh roasting. Inside the iron cage, Lan Thien Hong is just as totally ruthless. His dark, cold eyes lock right onto the laughing guards. In his head, he is already plotting the most absolute, brutally vicious revenge plan. He cannot let him die instantly. That is too boring. He wants to slowly crush every single bone using his aura, turning him into total mush, a fate far worse than death. The demonic aura of a heavenly sovereign is no joke. In just a flash, he turns into a true demon, completely ready to punish these arrogant mortals for daring to disrespect his one and only woman. Right at that moment, a deafening shout echoes from the main gate, striking like lightning from a clear sky. Everyone freezes in shock, working for the 6 doors, yet daring to break the law? Now pay attention. Li Xue turns around as that commanding voice continues, asking if they even care about the national laws. Do you have any respect for Her Majesty the Empress? Lan Thien Hong pauses his attack, narrowing his eyes at the entrance. The 3 guards stand there like absolute statues, their minds going completely blank. They have zero clue who just showed up to scold them. In a split second, Fu Tianyu strides in, radiating a massively heavy killing intent. Boss Zhang does not recognize the newcomer at all, keeping up his super arrogant attitude. He points right at Fu Tianyu and yells, "Who is this guy? Causing trouble in my territory? Arrest him right now!" But he just messed with the wrong guy. Zhang Tianhao, standing right next to Fu Tianyu, gets so insanely furious his eyes turn red, rushing straight toward his idiot nephew. Seeing his uncle approach him, Zhang's face goes totally pale, stepping back in pure panic. Without another word, his uncle delivers a thunderous slap right across his face. "Smack! You absolute animal! Where did you get this kind of nerve?" The guy is completely clueless. Holding his burning cheek, he whines, "Uncle, why on earth did you hit me?" His uncle is losing his mind with rage, slapping the other cheek hard. "The Heavenly Marquis is here! Are you blind? Get on your knees!" Hearing the title Heavenly Marquis, Zhang's soul practically leaves his body. He drops hard to the floor, instantly bowing to Fu Tianyu like a madman. "I was completely blind. Please forgive me, my lord. Please forgive this fool." Terrified of being dragged down, his uncle ruthlessly kicks his nephew right in the back. "Slap your own face, right now," he snarls. Seeing his uncle's raw fury, Zhang cries while desperately slapping himself over and over. His swollen cheeks puff up even worse, blood dripping from his mouth. The intense killing intent erupting around Lan Thien Hong is very quickly suppressed back down. Li Xue also secretly withdraws the power in her palm. They both glance at the clowns putting on this show, breathing a shared sigh of relief. "You saw that too, right? Perfect timing. No secret weapons revealed just yet." Fu Tianyu watches this whole pathetic family drama, but his anger hasn't faded one bit. He clenches his fists, yelling at the kneeling guard. "Warden Zhang, you have some serious nerve. The royal court is hunting major criminals, yet you dare to abuse your power for profit. You insult the court's authority and totally drag Her Majesty the Empress through the mud." Hearing these heavy accusations, Zhang Tianhao instantly drops to his knees, completely pale. Fu Tianyu shows zero mercy, pointing directly at them. "Arrest them all," he coldly orders. Once tied up, both uncle and nephew scream in utter despair. "Please spare my life, Marquis. I know my mistakes. Mercy, please." After cleaning up that mess, Fu Tianyu immediately shifts his gaze to Lan Thien Hong and Li Xue. Meeting Li Xu's dark, freezing stare acting as a clear warning, Fu Tianyu instantly gets the message. His whole body shivers involuntarily, a cold sweat running straight down his spine. He hurries over to them, respectfully bowing his head to the undercover couple. I failed to manage my subordinates. You suffered unjustly, nearly causing a disaster. Li Xiue snaps right into character, playing the innocent, gentle civilian. Pretending not to know him, she complains softly, but every single word carries massive weight. Does my lord truly want to protect us commoners? This blatant bullying of innocent people happened right under the Empress's nose. Are we citizens just supposed to live in constant, terrifying fear every single day? Fu Tianyu holds his bow, hands clasped, answering with absolute certainty. Do not worry. I will strictly punish those two fools, restoring justice for you and every single citizen in this city. But that is clearly not enough for her. She shoots him a sharp glare. Just those two? Trust me, we both know she wants everyone punished. Alright, let's jump back in. Hearing that, Fu Tianyu panicked, cold sweat pouring down his neck, agreeing loudly. He shouted that scum like that must be completely wiped out. This extreme reaction actually caught Lan Thien Hong a bit off guard. His eyes darkened, glaring right past the sneering palace guards. A brutal revenge plan was already forming in his head. A quick death? Way too easy for him. He glanced at Li Xiue, confused. Lan Thien Hong leaned in close to her ear and whispered softly, "Wife, I heard this marquis is the boss of Xuanjing Cave, a highly trusted aide to the Empress. Basically second in command to the throne. Who would have guessed he could be this reasonable?" Li Xiue giggled. She honestly thought he'd be just another useless, corrupt official ruining her empire from the inside. As the two of them were still secretly whispering to each other, Lan Thien Hong quickly came up with a clever plan. "Wife, since he is being so incredibly understanding right now, do you think we can get all of our stolen silver back?" That was all the emergency money our family had left. Hearing this, Li Xiue immediately took a step forward, bowing her head and acting completely respectful. But that one tiny, simple movement was enough to make Fu Tianyu absolutely tremble in fear. "Lord Marquis, could you possibly return the 100 taels of silver we were just extorted for? My husband and I would be incredibly grateful." Fu Tianyu didn't dare hesitate, immediately shouting with fake outrage. How is that acceptable? This inhuman behavior must absolutely be punished with double the fine. Guards, bring out 200 taels of silver. I failed to discipline my men, so deduct my salary. Seeing the Marquis overacting this much, Lan Thien Hong could only offer an awkward smile. Li Xiue knew exactly what was happening, smiling with pure satisfaction. They both bowed together, loudly thanking the Marquis for his great kindness. Flashing a bright smile, she clung to Lan Thien Hong's arm as they happily strolled out of the prison. This trip cost them absolutely nothing. Plus, they actually made money, leaving them both thrilled. Let's head home. After all that chaos, they finally returned to their familiar Lin estate. The moment they stepped inside, they pulled each other into a warm, deeply peaceful embrace. Lan Thien Hong frowned slightly, looking down at her with worry. "Wife, that animal almost hurt you. You must be terrified." She looked up at him with flushed cheeks, softly replying that with her husband around, she feared nothing. "You and I know they're both faking it." As they looked away, their expressions instantly hardened. That bastard Zhang Tianhao is completely dead meat. Blushing slightly, Lan Thien Hong looked down at his wife again. "Wife, we just survived a really dangerous situation together. I think it is time we relaxed a little." Melting softly into his arms, she acted coy and asked him exactly how they should relax. Lan Thien Hong did not hesitate or act shy. His voice dropped to a husky whisper. "Let's do something fun." Li Xiue's face instantly turned as red as a tomato. Her big, sparkling eyes stared right at him. No more words were needed. They grabbed each other tight, sharing a deep, passionate kiss. Time seemed to stop entirely. The bright daytime faded as the moon replaced the sun. The entire room shook violently, the intense vibrations lasting until the moon finally grew tired and faded away. Dawn slowly broke, but those incredibly steamy, ambiguous sounds still hadn't stopped at all. A long time later, Lan Thien Hong stood at the door looking completely refreshed and full of energy, waving goodbye to Li Xiue. "I am heading to the shop now." She smiled happily from the door, gently waving as she watched his back fade into the distance. Watch closely. The second he steps outside, that warm husband smile vanishes. Pure, murderous aura explodes from him. Perfect. My first job today is completely wiping out the Zhang family. Before long, he stood right outside their massive gates. Looking at the insanely luxurious Zhang manor right in front of him, he frowned, feeling incredibly disgusted. How does a piece of trash get to live in a place like this? His frown deepened. How much blood and sweat did they steal from innocent people? But then, he noticed something off. The main gates were wide open, yet nobody was there. It was broad daylight, so where were the guards? Rubbing his chin, Lan Thien Hong thought for a split second before using his movement technique to dash straight inside without facing any resistance at all. He moved so incredibly fast that people walking by didn't even notice a blur. He walked straight into the Zhang family's main hall, but the silence inside was incredibly eerie. Looking around, suspicion filled his mind. Where did everyone go? Suddenly, a heavy sense of danger made his body instantly tense up. So weird. He blasts his energy forward. Trust me, you must see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here, time rewinds, as a sparkling galaxy of pure energy completely erupts straight from his palm, spreading out across the entire Truong Manor, starting to reveal perfectly reconstructed memories of exactly what went down. Then, the dead silence of the early morning is brutally shattered by an absolutely earth-shattering massive explosion. From the outside, Fo Tien Vu unleashes a devastating kick, blasting the main gates of the Truong Manor wide open like cheap toys. His face is ice cold as he casually waves his hand, signaling the massive army behind him to round everyone up for a mass execution tomorrow. The moment that order drops, the soldiers and guards roar in absolute obedience, flooding into the estate like an unstoppable, raging tsunami of armor. Before long, every single person in the Truong family, from little kids to the elders, gets dragged outside, ready to be completely locked up. Standing on the sidelines watching this absolute chaos, Lan Thien Hong looks completely dumbfounded, with a massive question mark written across his face. Wait, corruption and bribery get bumped straight up to wiping out an entire clan now? He waves his hand to recall his energy, his mind racing to figure this out. Did that crazy Thien Hong kid just decide to take her army for a stroll? A moment later, Lan Thien Hong lets out a sigh, his voice carrying a tiny hint of regret. He turns around, not planning to stick around any longer. Whatever, someone else already did the heavy lifting, so no need to dirty my own hands. Honestly, getting wiped out this quickly means they got off totally lucky. Meanwhile, deep inside the incredibly magnificent imperial palace, Li Haiyanguyet is sitting perfectly still on her ice-cold, imposing golden throne, looking super relaxed, like she is just watching some totally ordinary play. Down below in the grand hall, countless officials are kneeling, their foreheads practically glued to the floor. Fo Tien Du is kneeling down there too, but inside his mind, absolute shockwaves are crashing hard. Now watch carefully. The queen just returned from battle, and her cultivation level, it is absolutely unreadable and completely off the charts. Her dominant kingly aura radiates without her even trying to get angry, making everyone too terrified to look up as sweat pours down their faces. Huyet Fuang finally shatters the heavy silence, speaking up to report, "Your Majesty, I have investigated thoroughly. The assassins who targeted the vice-general were actually sent by Nin Vuong." As he speaks, his voice fills with pure fury. His goal is to use this excuse to march the Black Dragon army into the capital and seize the throne. Hearing this bombshell, a loyal official near the front literally jumps up in total shock, spinning around and screaming out loud, "What? Nin Vuong wants to start a rebellion?" Instantly, every single official around him whips their head around in panic, their faces totally blank, absolutely refusing to believe this insane reality. Nin Vuong. How could he possibly be this completely reckless and foolish? Meanwhile, Li Haiyanguyet just tilts her head on the throne, flashing a chillingly cold smile. "So, it turns out to be my wonderful dear uncle." A terrifying imperial dragon aura violently explodes from her body, completely crushing the air in the Great Hall, until it becomes impossibly heavy to even breathe. Her voice is ice cold as she speaks. "If he makes the first move, then do not blame me for ignoring our own blood ties." Li Haiyanguyet's eyes turn razor sharp as she glares downward and issues her royal command. "Thien Du, I am handing this massive task over to you." Fo Tien Du instantly straightens up on his knees, shouting back loudly, "I obey." Huyet Fuang then continues his report. "Your Majesty, there is also an urgent message from the Divine Wind Guards. Black Micromaster of the Black and White Dao Palace, Red Dragon Master of the Heavenly Dragon Palace, Heaven Extreme Master of the Limitless Sect, Illusion Master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley, Scenic Profound Master of the Azure Profound Gate, and Ghost Sword Master of the Heaven-Rending Sword Faction. 6 legendary Divine Fire Realm Masters have officially arrived in Phoenix Capital." Hearing this exact lineup, Fo Tien Du instantly turns completely pale, throwing his head up with a super anxious voice. Those guys are all Supreme Elder monsters from the 6 strongest major sects. Normally, they would never show up even if invited. So what do you and I make of this? 6 absolute monsters showing up together? Listening to this, Li Haiyanguyet's face darkens entirely as she coldly explains. "If my calculations are not totally wrong, My dear royal uncle must have offered a massive reward so ridiculously huge that those 6 major sects simply could not refuse it. Her expression grows colder by the second, eyes totally overflowing with killing intent, as she mutters, "His plot is exposed, yet he stubbornly keeps fighting back." Fo Thien is so mind-blown that his brain temporarily flatlines. What kind of insane, god-tier benefit could possibly force all 6 divine fire masters to take action at the exact same time? Looking all across the southern continent, those guys are literally the absolute peak of combat power. Another official violently frowns, his face completely twisted in pure anxiety. 6 divine fire masters, plus Nin Vuong and the Black Dragon army? How are we ever supposed to defend against a situation like this? Another official instantly throws out a desperate suggestion. We could always hire our own elite experts to assist us, but that idea gets instantly shot down. Hire? Who exactly? Are there any sects left with divine-level experts that we have not already contacted? Hearing the panicked crowd, Li Hai and Gayet cannot help but feel annoyed, her delicate eyebrows pulling together. I just barely awakened the divine consciousness of the heavenly emperor Hai Hoa, and although my cultivation is skyrocketing quickly, if I have to face 6 old divine fire masters at the exact same time, I might only be able to force a draw. After a brief second, she regains her imperial swagger, shooting up to her feet and dramatically waving her arm. If those ancient fossils dare to interfere in the absolute battle for the divine phoenix throne, suddenly, a gigantic shockwave of pure energy furiously explodes from Lai Hing Guiyet's body, completely dominating every single corner of the massive grand hall. In a flash, energy shoots her into the sky like a royal missile, and trust me, you are going to want to see what this badass queen does next. I will greet them personally. The entire court gasped at that terrifying scene, officials standing there with their jaws literally dropping to the floor. Stick with me, you're about to witness true power. The crowd realized she broke through, and her new strength was absolutely terrifying. Immediately, they all hit the deck. Kneeling, bowing their heads, they shouted out together, "We will live and die with you. Protect the nation." Up above, Li Xue's eyes went ice cold, killing intent exploding all around her. She definitely couldn't let the war reach the capital city, and she absolutely wouldn't let her precious husband get hurt. Outside the palace, total chaos. Rumors flying everywhere about a massive crisis coming soon. King Ning was marching in with 300,000 Black Dragon troops, plus 6 divine fire tier experts were backing him. Game over. Everyone thought there was no escape now. Night falls, but the Lin estate is still glowing brightly. In the dining room, Li Xuewei quietly watches Lan Thien Hong eat like a starving beast. Seeing his rice bowl getting low, she gently slides another hot piece of meat his way. Li Xuewei smiled slightly, dropping a heavy hint. "Husband, Phoenix capital is dangerous right now. Stay inside unless you absolutely have to." Hearing that, Lan Thien Hong was secretly thrilled, happily stuffing his face without missing a beat. "Don't worry, honey. I'll stay right here." He looked super gentle, but inside, a storm of absolute rage. Now pay attention, here is where it gets crazy. Those cowardly rats ignored his warning, and worse, they made his wife worry. An invisible demonic aura quietly wrapped around his body. Under the table, his fists clenched while he looked over the massive feast. Just some petty lower realm king, yet he dared to make his beloved wife anxious. Fine, he'd be generous and send them straight to the afterlife. Lan Thien Hong closed his eyes, unleashing his demonic sense. A massive wave of invisible energy exploded outward, sweeping over the entire dining table. It instantly scanned the whole nation. Like a perfectly clear map, every single detail appeared without missing a thing. On that map, dangerous glowing dots were moving. The Grand Army was just 100 miles away. Locking onto his targets, Lan Thien Hong did the math. 6 backup fighters? Honestly, just slightly bigger bugs to crush than the last ones. Whoosh! He vanished completely from the dining room, leaving behind a steaming table of untouched food. Using instant teleportation, Lan Thien Hong popped right in front of King Ning's massive tent. Outside, a heavily armed guard was patrolling. Suddenly, another soldier came sprinting in absolute panic, ready to yell his urgent report. He pulled the curtain back, revealing the whole setup. Kneeling before King Ning, the soldier respectfully shouted, "Your Highness, 6 divine tier experts are arriving. Send the troops now, they are ready to back us up." Standing right behind King Ning, a creepy cloaked figure spoke up with a raspy voice. "Once that cowardly rat shows his face, our 6 experts will capture him alive for you." King Ning smirked, a villainous grin spreading wide. "I know what you're thinking. A coward?" Lan Thien Hong heard every single word, his mind racing. Who were they trapping? King Ning suddenly slammed the table, cheering wildly. Perfect. His eyes gleamed with pure evil plotting. I want to rip him apart myself. Raising his hand, he ordered loudly, 3 armies move out immediately. Seize the palace. He was already picturing total victory. Catching that brat Li Xiu with his own hands, he could not stop his arrogant smirk. I will reward you all heavily. Lan Thien Hong, secretly listening to everything, thought this whole show was actually pretty funny. Those pathetic divine fire tier guys really would be a headache for the Heavenly Phoenix army to deal with. His eyes turned deadly serious. Alright, time for the absolute boss to clean up this mess. Staring straight at King Ning, a brutal plan clicked in his head. He'd leave this fake king for the little Empress. Plus, it was the perfect test. Could this mysterious hidden Empress actually defend her own capital city when it truly mattered? His aura spiked to lethal levels, eyes cutting like 1,000 sharp blades in the dark. Judging them like a literal god, he thought, if she can't even handle this tiny threat or keep Heavenly Phoenix City safe, how can she give my wife the peaceful life she wants? If so, I'll just pick a brand new emperor myself. Whoosh. He disappeared instantly. There was absolutely nothing left worth watching in this pathetic camp. Outside his tent, King Ning gave a fake authoritative cough. Soldiers, I have a massive announcement. Mid-sentence, the guy totally froze. He forgot his own lines and had to look down at his pre-written cheat sheet. Trust me, this guy is a total joke. Pretending to look majestic, he started reading. Let's dive into a wild rebellion. The young Empress is clueless, leaving the nation in chaos. Our ancestors swore to protect these people, and I haven't forgotten that for a second. The soldiers below just stare back blankly. They look at each other, completely confused by his dramatic speech. He closes his eyes and looks up to the sky, screaming out to hype up his army. Soldiers, follow me to rebuild a peaceful Heavenly Phoenix empire. Let us create an immortal legacy. But right after his epic speech drops, absolute dead silence. Not a single sound. Prince Nin's face instantly darkens. His eyes bulge in anger as he glares down at his troops, who are still standing there like totally frozen statues. Hello? Is this thing on? He screams internally. That speech was absolute fire. Why isn't a single person clapping or cheering for him? Are their hands literally glued to their sides or what? Standing right next to him, the Dark Exterminator, his loyal right-hand man, instantly realizes how awkward this is. He aggressively fakes a loud cough, hack, acting like he swallowed a bug, just to grab the attention of the completely clueless soldiers below. Come on, brothers. Don't you guys have anything you want to say to His Highness, Prince Nin, right now? That finally wakes the dumb troops up. Oh, right. Suddenly, a messy but insanely energetic wave of cheers erupts, echoing across the entire battlefield. Out with the old. Prince Nin is absolutely number one. His Highness has true kingly energy. He deserves the ultimate throne. Wow. Long live Prince Nin. Long live the prince. Your will is literally the will of the heavens. You are the ultimate ruler reborn. It is unstoppable destiny. We will gladly work like dogs and follow you to the ends of the earth. Hearing all that sweet flattery, Prince Nin finally relaxes. A super satisfied smile spreads across his face, his cheeks literally blushing from the praise. Yes, very good. Keep that amazing energy going. Right at that moment, a soldier rushes up aggressively. He slams to his knees right in front of the prince and loudly reports the situation. Reporting to His Highness, all our food supplies and military gear are fully assembled. We are just waiting for your final order. Prince Nin just gives a lazy glance, waving him off like an annoying fly. Not daring to say another word, the soldier quietly backs away. Yes, sir. Prince Nin raises his precious sword again, pointing the blade straight up at the sky. He screams at the top of his lungs to boost morale, his voice full of temptation. Listen up. Capture that useless woman alive, and I will reward you with endless gold and noble titles. The second they hear the word gold, the whole army goes absolutely crazy. Their eyes light up with pure greed, and their fighting spirit instantly skyrockets. Watch closely. Here comes the real chaos. Wild cheering echoes everywhere. After that massive hype session, Prince Nin smirks with an evil grin and decisively orders the brutal city siege. Deep down, incredibly smug thoughts are racing through his villainous mind. Everything is perfectly set. The trap is laid. The conditions are met. This king's lifelong ambition is finally about to become an absolute reality. Up on the Phoenix capital walls, Empress Li Xiu stands tall. Her majestic aura is completely overwhelming as her eyes sweep over her thousands of loyal soldiers below. Just then, an incredibly panicked voice rings out from right behind her. Emergency report from the front lines. She doesn't even flinch. One hand on her hip, the other gripping her sword hilt tightly, She coldly commands him to speak. The messenger doesn't dare waste a single second. An enemy army as massive as an ant swarm has appeared outside the city. Scouts confirm it is Prince Nin's forces. That traitor's incredibly annoying, punchable face immediately flashes right through Li Xue's mind. Her face darkens, and pure fury violently explodes. Prince Nin, you are pathetically stubborn. Since you dare to destroy the peaceful life I share with my husband, do not blame me for showing absolutely zero mercy today. Standing at the peak of the watchtower, she turns around, calling out, Marquis of Desolate Heaven. Fu Tianyu instantly bows his head with deep respect. Present, her voice suddenly drops, carrying a heavy trace of genuine heartbreak. If we actually lose this battle, I know exactly what you are thinking right now. This is true love right here. Send guards to the Red Moon shop. Take my husband far away, and never look back. Hearing this, the Marquis kneels. Understood. Li Xue then turns her sharp gaze. General Heavenly Stratagem. Fu Tianyu immediately drops to her knees, her voice booming, I am here. The Empress grips her sword tightly, her ice-cold eyes staring straight at her as she commands. Follow me into battle. Yes, Majesty. She stands up straight, stomping her foot onto the ground with a harsh thud to steady her own racing nerves. Then, Li Xue turns back to look at her two most trusted generals and gives the final absolute order to march out. Understood, the order is given, but her strong inner walls are quietly cracking. She lowers her head and gently whispers words that only the blowing wind can hear. Husband, I really do not want to be apart from you. Who cares about being an empress? Who cares about ruling the central heavens? All those fake titles combined are not even worth a single strand of your hair. The days I spent with you were the happiest moments of my entire life. With that said, the three of them march forward together, their epic auras blazing. Li Xue's figure is now overflowing with absolute confidence and unstoppable determination. She fiercely tells herself, I must win this bloody war at all costs. Meanwhile, in the dense forest outside the city, a mysterious group is moving at terrifying speeds. They are completely silent, moving just like actual ghosts. They move so insanely fast, they literally rip the air apart. That is where we leave it, trust me. You will want to see who this is. Stick with me here. Crimson Dragon Master rushes forward, already gossiping. Hey everyone, who do you think that mystery guy in Prince Ning's mansion really is? Rose Master, an absolute beauty. Just gives him a sweet smile and a sideways glance. Her voice chimes in. A stage 4 divine fire expert is crazy rare in this divine phoenix dynasty. Jingswan casually joins the chat. He is definitely no nobody. Heavenly Pole Master, the mature one of the group, instantly cuts them off. Alright, enough talk. His eyes lock in, looking super vigilant as his voice drops. Prince Ning's troops are moving. Heavenly Pole Master suddenly barks a command. Instantly, their moving bodies turn into blurred white streaks, vanishing without a single trace. The whole squad leaps high up into the massive tree canopy to hide themselves. Leaves shake violently, rustling like crazy. Jingshuan crosses his arms, looking completely smug as he talks to the squad around him. Heh, that kid Prince Ning plays hard. He actually brought out the Heavenly Fire Master's legendary treasure map. So we should return the favor, right? Let's help him snatch up the throne of this little mortal world. Jingshuan from the Qingshuan sect laughs so hard the wrinkles around his eyes totally pop out. This deal is an absolute steal. North Star Master chimes in from a nearby branch, not even hiding his massive excitement. The Heavenly Fire Master was a peak expert at the Wind Fire Thunderheart realm. His treasure is the real jackpot for us. Jingshuan glances over, nodding his head in total agreement. Not bad at all. North Star Master of the Black and White Dao Palace keeps lecturing, sounding just like a strict teacher. Surviving the 4 great tribulations means total transformation. And yeah, you and I both know how insane these power upgrades can get. 1,000-year lifespan. Crimson Dragon Master cracks up laughing right next to him, totally mocking the guy. Haha, you yin and yang old man. Stop showing off basic knowledge with that half-black, half-white face of yours. Hearing that, North Star Master instantly huffs and turns away. Whatever. Crimson Dragon from Heavenly Dragon Temple just keeps smiling. He continues. Anyway, we must thank that mystery VIP for this once-in-a-millennium chance to shatter our realm chains. Pure Sword Master of the Heaven-Rending Sword Sect, the calmest of the bunch. He speaks up softly. Who would have thought a basic mortal like Prince Ning could ever track down the Heavenly Fire Master's map? The only girl in the group, dangling her legs off a branch, just giggles at him. Haha. Rose Master of the 10,000 Flowers Valley is visibly hyped for this epic treasure hunt. Then this time, we absolutely have to help little Prince Ning secure that Emperor's throne. Heavenly Pole Master stands there, arms crossed, and lets out a cold, super arrogant snort. Humph, dealing with a 20-year-old kid actually requires me to step in? The heavenly pole master of the limitless sect frowns. He stares straight ahead. I only care about that mystery guy. Now watch closely here. Pitch black energy gathers, and a chillingly lazy voice echoes right out of thin air. You are all way too slow. Everyone's hair instantly stands on end in sheer terror. Their backs stiffen like boards. Hands instinctively grab their weapons as they yell out in full alert. Who goes there? The dark aura condenses, forming a shadowy figure. That deep voice echoes again. I have been waiting for you all. Heavenly Pole Master turns pale as a ghost. His pupils shrink, body completely locked up, paralyzed by absolute fear. Damn it. They literally couldn't sense this guy's presence until right now. The group exchanges terrified glances. They all know the horrifying truth. This guy's realm is way above theirs. Crimson Dragon Master snaps back first, taking a brave step forward to try and negotiate. So, are you the Divine Fire Master who threatened Prince Ning? He summons a massive golden dragon, roaring fiercely. I strongly advise you to leave. Do not foolishly interfere here. Not waiting, Crimson Dragon pushes his lethal threat. Lan Thien Hong's figure finally clears up. His aura is still completely overwhelming, his cold voice dripping with pure mockery. Do not forget, we have 6 elite experts standing right here. Jing Xuan stays completely silent in the back, but inside, he is feeling incredibly smug. That is right, 6 Divine Fire Realm Masters. North Star Master shoots him a look of absolute disgust. That sneaky coward is probably shaking in his boots right about now. Heavenly Pole Master regains his cool, that familiar sharp glare returning. The enemy is intimidating, sure, but no way can he beat 6 of them teaming up. Rosemaster stares hard at Lan Thien Hong, hesitating deep down. Oh dear, are we really about to fight? Pure Swordmaster signals the team. So, who wins this clash? Trust me, stick around. Stick with me, we are watching an epic showdown. With 6 fighters here, even an 8th tier expert stands 0 chance. Red Dragon Adept saw 0 reaction from the guy and flashed a cocky smile. What is it? Better run home to your mommy, little brat. Hearing that garbage, Lan Thien Hong covered his mouth, barely holding back a laugh. Seriously, what a bunch of clueless clowns. He thought to himself, back in the upper realm, even top immortal lords and supreme demon generals would drop to their knees for him. But these literal nobodies? Finally, Lan Thien Hong completely lost his patience. He arrogantly raised his hand and gave those 6 a lazy, provocative wave. Let us begin, you pathetic mongrels. Show this seat your absolute best circus tricks. Those words dropped like a massive bomb right in the middle of the group. All 6 stood absolutely stunned, pale-faced, and mouths hanging wide open. What? This guy actually dares to look down on them? Azure Sword Adept absolutely lost it. He roared out loud, drawing the massive treasure sword from his back. Everyone, step aside. In a flash, he channeled maximum power, charging straight ahead, launching his attack while screaming, "You cowardly rats only know how to hide. Watch a real master work." Watch closely now as this flashy 40-meter blade comes slashing down right at him. Lan Thien Hong just gave a cold snort. It was nothing but a pathetic little spark. Azure Sword Adept went totally berserk at that insult. Eyes narrowed. He poured everything into the strike, yelling, "Then die under this blade." That peerless strike found its mark perfectly. A dry thud echoed out as the blade pierced straight through Lan Thien Hong's entire body. The pitch-black demonic aura was ripped right in half, slowly fading away into nothing, just like a heavy stage curtain being pulled open. A split second later, a razor-sharp sword energy tore through the night sky, shrieking terribly at absolute breakneck speed. Its insane pressure was so heavy that Red Dragon Adept and Heaven Zenith Adept, along with Profound Mirror and North Trivial Adept standing far away, had to shield their faces. Red Dragon Adept spoke first, sounding amazed and jealous. Oh man, the old Azure Sword guy is really going all out, dropping a literal kill shot right off the bat. Heaven Zenith Adept nodded like crazy, stroking his chin and looking at the blast zone, smirking happily. Exactly. Under a hit like that, even a god with 6 arms would be reduced to ash. The others stayed quiet, but nobody disagreed with that wild claim at all. Everyone assumed the fight was totally over. High up under the quiet full moon, the terrifying sound of sword energy still ripped through the silent clouds above. Heaven Zenith Adept even threw in a deep philosophical comment. Taking him out in one strike is basically a clean, merciful death. A few incredibly tense seconds ticked by, and the heavy dust cloud finally started clearing. Floating motionless right in midair, a dark figure slowly came into view. Red Dragon Adept acted like a total fanboy, shading his eyes and squinting hard through the debris. He suddenly cheered out loud. Wow, it is Azure Sword Adept. You really cannot underestimate that old monster. The fighters from the other sects were totally glued to that majestic shadow, barely hiding their massive respect. But then, Heaven Zenith Adept's eyes bulged. His pupils shrank like he just saw pure horror. His voice trembled. Wait, something is very wrong here. The loser is Azure Sword. I know you felt that twist coming. Those words hit them like absolute lightning. Every single jaw dropped as they slowly turned to look the other way. Right there, Lan Thien Hong was standing tall and completely silent like some demonic god, dark energy swirling wildly around him. And Azure Sword Adept? The guy they were just hyping up to the moon? He was completely frozen, solid. His body just plummeted out of the sky like a literal sack of garbage, slicing right through the howling wind. Bam! An earth-shattering boom exploded when he hit the ground. Every single person there went dead silent, their brains basically shutting down from pure shock. The 5 guys with Heaven Zenith Adept looked pale as literal ghosts, dropping straight from absolute hype into pure, bottomless panic. One freezing thought hit all their minds at the exact same time. Instant kill. That was an absolute one-shot. Heaven Zenith Adept, the loudest one earlier, was now shaking terribly. You, who are you? Peak Divine Fire Realm. Lan Thien Hong smirked, flashing an arrogant and brutal smile, like he was just watching some super cheap comedy skit. He totally ignored the dead man's desperate last question. Instead, his deadly eyes slowly locked onto the remaining 5 experts. His voice was light, but ice cold. Now, it is your turn. Heaven Zenith Adept jumped back, sweating absolute buckets. He frantically threw his hands up in total panic. Wait, hold on a second. Even though his soul was basically leaving his body from fear, he desperately tried saving face, growling a weak warning. Do you even realize the consequences of killing us? Hearing that fake confidence, Lan Thien Hong laughed. Trust me, you are gonna love what happens next. He rubs his chin, putting on this fake thinking face, looking completely innocent. He smirks and says, you want to talk about consequences? Let us jump right into this wild scene. He just crosses his arms, chilling like a guy waiting for a movie to start. Perfect. Heaven Immortal grabs onto this like a massive lifeline. He instantly spits out a whole speech he had ready to go. Your Excellency has God-tier cultivation. We already know we are completely out of our league here. You came all the way here just to warn King Ning against starting a massive rebellion. We totally understand your goal. But if you seriously push this and kill us, you will instantly make enemies out of the 6 great sects. The entire Divine Phoenix dynasty will get dragged into a massive war, leading to absolute destruction. Is that really what you want to see happen today? Please, think this through again. Every single one of our 6 great sects is guarded by a massive powerhouse at the absolute peak of the Divine Fire realm. Let us just stop this right here. Both sides win, and we keep the peace. Lan Thien Hong just stands there, listening like he is watching a toddler throw a tantrum, waiting for the guy to finally stop talking. He coldly drops an absolute bomb. Oh, you talk so much. Was all that just to buy time to write your wills? Right after that, raw killing intent explodes out of Lan Thien Hong. It spreads in every direction like a completely invisible, crushing tsunami. The guys across from him panic, throwing their hands up to block. Amidst that terrifying, bone-crushing pressure, his voice rings out clear as day. Now watch closely. This is where it gets absolutely insane. He calmly decides to wipe their mighty 6 sects off the entire map forever. Perfect Heaven Immortal is left completely stunned. In that exact second, he finally gets it. Every single threat and plea for mercy means absolutely nothing. He whips around fast. The Crimson Dragon Immortals are still standing there frozen like absolute statues. He screams in total panic. We are doomed. This absolute madman does not care about our sects at all. Fellow cultivators, every man for himself. Run for your lives. Right after that incredibly pathetic excuse for a battle cry, these 5 famous immortals instantly turn into 5 streaks of light. They blast off in completely different directions, desperately sprinting away from certain death. Meanwhile, the terrifying dark aura surrounding Lan Thien Hong just gets thicker and heavier by the second, blacking out the entire sky. Then comes his chilling voice, sounding exactly like a death sentence. Having met my true self, even if an immortal emperor came down from the heavens, you are not escaping. Finishing his sentence, Lan Thien Hong slightly waves his hand. That dark aura instantly bursts out, transforming into a blinding golden light packing unimaginable, earth-shattering power. A brutal wind-tearing sound rips through the air, followed immediately by completely desperate screams. Ah, this is completely impossible. How in the world is he doing this? That blinding light quickly splits into 5 glowing ropes. They tie up the 5 escaping cowards tightly, hanging them suspended in midair like fish in a net. You and I saw this coming, right? They finally realized his real power level completely shatters every single guess they made. This is not the peak divine fire realm. He is an immortal, definitely a supreme immortal powerhouse. Please, Great One, spare our pathetic lives. Lan Thien Hong does not even bother to glance at them. He just casually snaps his fingers. 5 loud pops echo through the sky. 5 explosive blasts ring out back to back. The bodies of those 5 elite immortals detonate like literal fireworks, turning into a blood rain that dyes the entire sky red. He just sighs lightly, muttering to himself, no different from cheap firecrackers. Right then, a brand new master plan quickly forms in his head. Next target, the 6 great sects. I need to wipe them out completely to avoid any annoying future drama. Meanwhile, over at the Phoenix capital walls, an all-out war has violently erupted. Both inside and outside the city, massive cannons roar non-stop. Boom after boom shakes the earth, mixing with the epic battle cries of soldiers from both sides rushing into the meat grinder. Right at the top of the highest city wall, an imposing female figure quietly watches the massive chaos unfold. That is none other than Empress Li Shiyu. Staring her down from the opposite side is the massive rebel army led by King Ning. He stands tall on a wildly flashy chariot, looking incredibly arrogant and full of himself. He waves his hand, barking orders with urgent fury. Hurry it up! Power up those thunder cannons to the absolute maximum right now. A soldier immediately salutes and takes the order. Just a second later, right above King Ning's heavily guarded head, a gigantic, crackling sphere of lightning starts forming. Following the battle horns blown by 2 Taoists beside him, he puffs out his chest, gathering every ounce of breath to scream at the wall. Li Shiwei, what exactly gives you the right to sit on the grand throne of the divine Phoenix dynasty? Step down immediately, and I might just consider sparing your pathetic life. Hearing this insane disrespect, Gu Tianyu, the wildly loyal royal guard of the Empress, turns pale with absolute uncontrollable rage. She points her spear straight at him, roaring loudly, King Ning, you are just a vassal. How dare you rebel against your superior? This treason earns your entire bloodline the death penalty. Meanwhile, Empress Li Shiwei just stands there, arms crossed, her face chillingly completely calm. Hearing this aggressive scolding, King Ning's face turns super dark as he tightly clenches his fists. Blue veins aggressively pop out on his forehead as he furiously roars. A little brat like you dares to talk back to me? He points his finger straight at Gu Tianyu, his voice dripping with venom. Just you wait. The second I take that throne, you and your brother are the absolute first ones I am executing. At this exact moment, Li Shiwei on the wall finally speaks, her icy voice echoing across the chaotic battlefield. Uncle Ning, she says, eyes sharp as literal daggers, her tone incredibly thick with killing intent. I will give you one final chance. Retreat right now, and I can just pretend none of this ever happened. King Ning bursts out laughing with heavy disgust, stroking his chin like he already won. So what do you and I make of this epic standoff? Hand over the throne obediently, or let the absolute chaos of war begin. Alright, you and I are about to dive into an absolutely epic rebellion. Li Shiwei coldly cuts him off, turning away. Prince Ning freezes, growling. What an arrogant brat. Completely humiliated, he points straight at the Phoenix capital walls and roars like a wildly wounded beast. Take it down, I will reward you heavily. Right on cue, heavy cannons roar to life, blasting flaming shells that rip the sky apart. Hearing the word reward, these soldiers go completely feral. Their morale spikes, and they charge forward, screaming, Kill them all! Prince Ning looks so smug as he commands, All right, your turn on stage. Boom. Following his order, dozens of figures wearing Taoist robes launch from the army, flying straight up toward the city walls. Understood. The soldiers below just stare wide-eyed, completely caught between pure horror and awe. Cultivators, there are so many of them. Tianyu instinctively steps right up, shielding Li Shiwei. Your Majesty, Prince Ning is playing his absolute final hand. Decades of silently building his dark forces. He finally pulled the trigger. She orders the guards to protect the Empress. Li Shiwei grips her sword, eyes absolutely locked onto the incoming cultivators without flinching. Her mind is racing. With the Fu siblings leading the guards and the city barrier still up, they are not completely doomed yet. But here is where you and I need to pay close attention. Her real targets are 6 missing masters. Where is their aura? An ambush? Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks another side of the city. Boom, kill Blood Phoenix. A pale old eunuch runs up screaming, "Majesty! Disaster!" He drops to his trembling knees, totally out of breath. Inside the walls, the Chu family, Tianwu clan, and rogue ministers have rebelled from the inside. Through the total chaos, a distant voice screams out, "Capture the Empress for 10,000 gold!" Over at the East Gate, it is an absolute bloodbath. Civilians panic as the walls crumble. Crash! Oh no, the gate is totally smashed. Hearing this, Prince Ning laughs like a maniac. "Ha ha, amazing job, you old noble fools." His lackey instantly starts kissing up. Prince Ning, that mysterious guy and the 6 divine fire masters have not shown up yet. Looks like they got totally held up. Very good. Ning claps his hands, practically picturing himself wearing the royal dragon robe right now. As long as that guy does not ruin this, the throne is mine. Marquis Huangtian rushes in. "Report! The profound realm ancestors from the noble families teamed up and shattered the eastern barrier." The soldiers hear this and start totally freaking out. Morale drops. "We are dead. What the heck do we do now?" Seeing the massive danger, Marquis Huangtian absolutely grits his teeth. "I beg you, Majesty, evacuate to safety right now." Blood Phoenix is also panicking in tears. "You and I know she will not run." "I decide." She cuts him off, eyes closed, completely clear. Ning teaming up with court traitors was totally expected. By late afternoon, his massive army has the city gates completely locked down. "Report, East Gate secured." Ning slaps his thigh. "Great, very good." He immediately commands, "Master Poison Dragon, Master Zhuguang, and Master Wu, follow me inside. Capture that brat alive." "Yes, sir," the soldiers shout back, flooding into the city like a massive tidal wave. Suddenly, Lan Thien Hong appears right next to Li Shiwei. They stand ready with the Imperial Guards, but seeing that endless swarm of enemies rushing in, the soldiers turn completely pale with fear. "We are doomed." Blood Phoenix trembles, grabbing his head. "What do we do?" "Shut your mouth!" Li Shiwei yells furiously. The old guy jumps, covering his mouth in terror. "Yes, your majesty." Ning points his blade forward, oozing threats. "I love my people. Surrender now and you live." Hearing that, guards start dropping their weapons. The metallic clanging sound hitting the floor is absolutely chilling. Marquis Huangtian screams in pure despair, "You absolute fools, do not go." But his words are totally useless. Soldiers start running toward Prince Ning in huge droves, begging the whole way. "We surrender. It is crazy to fight. We do not want to die." Huangtian grits his teeth, so angry he could breathe fire, but his throat is completely tight. "You cowards." Suddenly, a super sharp voice slices through the tense air, making him spin around in shock. "Why haven't you surrendered?" Huangtian and Tianyu lock eyes, sparks flying. "Trust me, you want to see this. Stick with me here. You are about to witness an absolute masterclass in Empire defense." The tense, silent standoff breaks as both siblings swear their ironclad loyalty. "We will follow your majesty to the death." The Blood Phoenix elder, shaking like a frail leaf in the harsh wind, still manages to bow his head. "This old servant is entirely loyal to your majesty. I truly believe you are our chosen destiny, the only one who can calm this storm." Lai Hein Guyet slowly closes her eyes, a deeply satisfied, knowing smile spreading across her face. "Good." Feeling completely left out, the old phoenix mutters to himself in pure pity. "Your majesty isn't even paying attention to me. My poor heart hurts." Totally ignoring his dramatic little pity party, Li Hai Noyet steps forward with absolute boss energy. "If those 6 divine fire masters are still hiding, my patience is officially gone." Seeing this, Lord Nin immediately points his sword right at her, bursting into arrogant laughter. "Ha ha, little girl. Have you finally realized that trying to resist us is completely useless?" Lai Hai Nyet smirks, her expression dripping with pure sarcasm and absolute disgust. "Haha, royal uncle, I am afraid you are celebrating way too early." Lord Nin's cocky smile instantly freezes right on his face. Before he can even react, Lai Hai Nguyet gracefully floats up, landing on a massive golden dragon that just materialized out of thin air. "You didn't forget, right? Who actually made this divine Phoenix Empire so powerful? Watch closely, because things are about to get wild." The dragon shifts, its metallic scales scraping with a terrifying sound. Lord Nin uncontrollably shivers. This massive legendary beast circles the sky, every single flick of its tail booming like heavy thunder from above. The soldiers below just clutch their heads and scream in terror, stumbling around completely seasick. "Ah, please spare us. My head hurts so much." Entire rows of troops collapse, exactly like wheat flattened by a hurricane. Lu Xiu feels his legs turn to jelly, an invisible crushing pressure making it impossible to even stand. Lord Nin stares straight up, his eyes now overflowing with absolute terror. This is lie. Hi, Nguyet's voice booms from above, as commanding as a god's judgment. You are completely surrounded. Anyone who surrenders now will be spared. Beneath the dragon, razor-sharp claws slowly extend, sending absolute chills down everyone's spine. The panicked soldiers scream out, "It is the Golden Dragon, the Divine Fire 6th stage!" Even so, Lord Nin desperately tries to stay calm, or at least he fakes it well. What is there to fear? We still have our ultimate trump card. He raises both hands, acting like an absolute ruler, and shouts out, "I summon the 6 Divine Fire Masters to appear and execute this witch." He screams with all his might, but literally nothing happens. Dead silence. I know what you're thinking, this is incredibly embarrassing. The soldiers just stare at each other, totally clueless about what is going on right now. One single soldier gathers his courage, creeping up to whisper just loud enough for them both, but his words land like a massive slap right to Lord Nin's face. "Sir, maybe the revered masters fell asleep and just didn't hear you?" Hearing this, Lord Nin actually nods, thick-skinned as ever. "Makes sense. Step back." "Yes, Your Highness." The soldier bows respectfully, holding back his laughter so hard he almost bursts a blood vessel. Scraping together his last ounce of courage, Lord Nin channels absolutely all his energy directly into his chest, raising his hands to roar one more time, his voice much louder and way more dramatic. "I summon the 6 Divine Fire Masters to appear and execute this evil witch." But his only answer is the howling wind, and Lehigh and Nguyet looking down at him with pure, brutal pity. She just casually stands right on her dragon, patiently watching this pathetic little comedy play out. She speaks softly, her voice slicing through the quiet air exactly like an ice-cold blade. "Lord Nin, I have known about your treacherous heart for a very long time." Lord Nin just keeps screaming out in total and utter despair. "The 6 masters. Where are my 6 revered masters?" His subordinates below just stare at each other helplessly, way too terrified to speak, so he immediately barks at them. "Quick, send men to find them. They must have just gotten lost." One soldier takes the order, but as he turns to run, a terrifying force crashes down from the sky, slamming right into his back. The loyal soldier instantly collapses, fresh red blood immediately staining the ground. Lai Haiyan yet radiates bright light like the blazing sun, declaring loudly, "You absolute traitor, Lord Nin. I always knew you were plotting treason. If you had not walked right into this trap, finding a solid excuse to eliminate you would have actually been quite difficult." She points straight at him, eyes as cold as daggers, yet Lord Nin still refuses to submit, clenching his fists tight and roaring. You think a brat still smelling of milk can defeat me?" Lai Haiyan yet bursts into bright, completely sarcastic and mocking laughter. "I deliberately let those traitors escape earlier just so they could group up with you. That way, I could easily catch every single one of you in my net." In her mind, she pictures herself sitting completely majestically upon the imperial throne. "Anyone who dares betray me today, who betrays this nation and its innocent people." Just thinking about it makes the furious rage inside Lehigh and Nguyet erupt violently. "Not a single one escapes. You are all completely surrounded." Instantly, a terrified soldier drops to his knees, slamming his head against the dirt. "Spare our lives, Your Majesty. We were all completely forced by Lord Nin. In our hearts we are absolutely loyal. We will happily be your inside spies." He instantly draws his sword, wildly slashing his own comrades as blood splatters. And that is where we leave it. Never cross the Empress. In an instant, the entire battlefield devolves into absolute chaos. Alright, let's dive into this epic showdown. Fu Tianyu stands with crossed arms, shaking his head. He knows the Empress is hiding god-tier power. These absolute fools ignored every warning, basically digging their own graves. Meanwhile, Li Xue smirks to herself. Her immortal consciousness is fully awakened now. Backed by true immortal cultivation techniques, she originally planned to play the long game. By then, even if all 6 great sects teamed up, they would look like mere insects to her. But right now, those 6 divine fire experts are nowhere to be seen. It is the perfect window to wipe them out completely. No more stalling. She barks the command. Instantly, Blood Phoenix and Fu Tianyu drop to one knee, ready for action. Li Xue raises her hand, a misty aura of pure killing intent swirling around her arm. Her voice drops to freezing. Death to all traitors. The loyal army kneels. As ordered, those massive heavy city gates finally groan open. A bloody purge is officially starting. Thousands of soldiers pour in from the outside. Infantry and cavalry stampeding, making the very earth shake. In a single blink, the vanguard crashes through the lines. Prince Ning drops, mumbling in absolute despair. How could this happen? How is this Li Shiyue girl so monstrously strong? He spins toward his surviving guards, panicking. Everyone at the cave profound tier or higher charge at her, bury her with sheer numbers. Instantly, a swarm of elite masters launch into the sky, locking onto Li Shiyue. They chant simultaneously. Watch closely. They unleash flashy magic from all sides, but our Empress doesn't even blink once. Instead, her gaze turns ice cold. Her lips barely move as she casts a spell, summoning a massive magic dragon. It roars, shaking heaven and earth, before diving down to crush that pathetic rebel army. Even Fu Tianyu, her most loyal subordinate, drops his jaw in pure shock. Dragon taming, heavenly art. This is a legendary divine technique from the upper realm. What is it doing down here in the lower realm? He and Blood Phoenix are overwhelmed with infinite respect, screaming out, "Long live the Empress!" Meanwhile, the enemy soldiers are literally shaking like leaves. Oh my god, is she seriously just 26 years old? One guy stammers out, terrified. Why is my entire body shaking? I can't even stand up anymore, his buddy whimpers. Cut to another spot entirely. Inside a quiet wood-carving shop, sunlight spills in. Lan Thien Hong gazes toward the distant imperial city. The divine Phoenix Empress really has some wild talent. Her emperor aura is piercing the 9 heavens. He rubs his chin, thinking hard. If she keeps leveling up like this, she might genuinely become the next Fire Heavenly Emperor. Back on the bloody battlefield, Prince Ning desperately reassures his broken troops. Don't panic. Hold the line. The 6 divine fire experts will be here any second. Despite the grim reality, he is desperately clinging to hope. Li Shiyue frowns slightly. Why haven't those divine fire masters from the 6 sects shown up? Did they sense her godlike aura and chicken out? Right then, a dark shadow sprints over at blistering speed. You and I know it's too late. Prince Ning spots his scout, desperately screaming for backup. But the second he sees Heiye's actual condition, his heart plunges. The guy is vibrating with fear, pale as a literal ghost. He obviously just witnessed something straight out of a nightmare. Heiye stutters out his report. Your Highness, out in the forest, all 6 masters are just ashes. Prince Ning is completely paralyzed. What? How is that even possible? Those were divine fire tier experts, all 6 of them. Even Li Shiyue is totally caught off guard. Did the hidden clan elders do this? No way. Those geezers would never interfere in a throne war. Plus, they actually like Prince Ning way more than her. She just shakes her head. Whatever, no time to overthink it. She needs a fast victory so the city citizens don't start panicking. Plus, she wants to finish this and get back to her husband. Li Shiyue shouts her final order. Clean up this mess. Capture Ning alive. After this battle ends, every single defender gets a massive reward. Hearing that, Blood Phoenix and the Desolate Heaven Marquis roar out. Whole army, listen up. Follow me. Crush these rebels and capture Prince Ning. Tens of thousands of warhorses charge, kicking up a massive, blinding sandstorm. Right in the eye of the storm, Prince Ning laughs like an absolute maniac. Haha, Li Shiyue, even if I die right here, you have zero right to judge me. His grip tightens on his sword hilt, the blade gleaming with cold intent. With one sharp swing, he proves he is ready for a final deathmatch. Facing that pathetic stubbornness, Li Shiyue just glares with icy eyes. Her overwhelming emperor aura makes everyone look away. So what do you and I learn here? Forced to execute her own uncle, she just sighs helplessly. Stick with me here. You are about to see a true empress at work. Her cold voice echoed, declaring King Ning's treason absolutely unforgivable. She granted him suicide to keep his corpse intact, banning him from the holy temple forever. His body goes back to his family for burial. But here is the thing, despite her absolute ruthless sentencing, a tiny, fleeting flicker of hidden sorrow crossed Li Shue's cold eyes. Once the massive rebellion was completely crushed, Li Shiyue desperately rushed back to her home. The second she spotted Lan Thien Hong, she could not hold back her joy. Husband! Hearing that familiar, sweet voice calling out, Lan Thien Hong immediately spun around to face her. After being separated for so many grueling days, her eyes sparkled like a tiny kitten finally finding a sweet treat. Without hesitating for a single second, she sprinted forward, burying her head deeply into his incredibly solid chest. In response, Lan Thien Hong wrapped his arms around her fully, holding her tight. My sweet wife, I made you wait way too long. Hearing those words, her eyes immediately welled up, turning totally red. I never expected this brutal war to start so suddenly without warning. The entire city was under strict lockdown. Your husband had absolutely no way to return. He quickly took all the blame, his voice heavy with intense guilt. It is my fault, entirely my fault. I left my poor wife completely alone at home, worrying sick day and night like that. Now watch her reaction here. Hearing his apology, Li Siyue's face instantly dropped, looking so incredibly pitiful that you simply could not look away. I am not scared of heaven or earth at all. I was only terrified of never seeing you again. Finishing her sentence, tears streamed down. She absolutely broke down, crying her eyes out right in front of Lan Thien Hong. I was so worried. If we lost today, we would never meet again. Thank the heavens for watching over us. Lan Thien Hong gently stroked her violently trembling back, whispering to her in a very soft, comforting tone. Hey, relax. The news of our massive victory is everywhere. King Ning's entire rebel army is completely wiped out for good. We are completely safe now. Literally zero danger left. That gentle reassurance worked like absolute magic, slowly stabilizing Li Siyue's terrified mood. But deep down, a massive wave of pure anger rose inside Lan Thien Hong. Daring to make his precious wife panic and worry to this extreme extent? This is absolutely unforgivable. When pulling weeds, you must rip out the roots. Those 6 great sects definitely cannot be allowed to live anymore. Suddenly, as if he just remembered something important, Lan Thien Hong blinked, his tone instantly becoming much lighter and teasing. Oh, but speaking of which, our Empress Majesty is seriously overpowered. I heard a rumor that her age is barely even older than you are, right? Yet she already hit the 6th tier of the Divine Fire Realm. Crushing that entire rebel army single-handedly is just insane. Hearing that, Li Siyue could not hide her blushing face. Heh, exactly. Everyone feels Her Majesty is an absolute legend. Having her around is great, and trust me, you and I know her little secret. Trust me, you and I are going to love this couple. She covers her blushing face, saying they have 0 things to worry about. Lan Thien Hong just smiles. He gently pinches her cute nose, teasing her. Looks like my sweet wife has become the Empress's most loyal fan. Caught totally off guard by his teasing, Li Siyue instantly throws on an adorable, playfully angry pout. Loving that cute reaction, Lan Thien Hong wraps his arm right around her slender waist. Together, the happy couple strolls into their warm, cozy house. Dinner kicks off with serious romantic vibes. Lan Thien Hong is the perfect husband, constantly dropping delicious food right into Li Siyue's bowl. On the outside, totally normal guy, but inside his head, a flawless, brutal plan is quietly taking shape. He needs a solid excuse to leave town and casually wipe out 6 entire sects. Eating some braised pork, Lan Thien Hong speaks up. Oh right, honey. A few days ago, your husband actually picked up a massive order. But that King Ning mess delayed everything. I probably need to visit Black Rock City tomorrow. Got to buy some of their special black sandalwood. Li Siyue blinks those playful eyes. Her cheeks turn super pink as she replies, all right, you go ahead. Stay safe, and come back to me soon. Saying that, she's secretly cheering inside. Perfect, hubby can go do his work. I'll stay home and casually clean up the capital city. Now watch this twist. While he's gone, she plans to secretly slaughter the king's remaining rats so her hubby won't ever worry. Wild, right? Lan Thien Hong gently sets his chopsticks down on his bowl. A soft click echoes. Wife, he calls. Their fingertips brush together. His voice drops, cautious but full of meaning. I made you worry all day today. How about we head to bed early? Your husband will properly make it up to you. Li Siyue puts on a fake, annoyed look. The dishes aren't done. But she melts, voice sweet like honey. Fine, I'll let you wash them tomorrow. Absolutely perfect. Lan Thien Hong laughs out loud with pure joy, rubbing his hands together excitedly. Li Siyue clears her throat and opens her arms to him. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's sleep. 0 hesitation. Lan Thien Hong scoops her up, making her let out a shy little squeak. He breathes in her scent and chuckles. You smell amazing. Li Siyue embarrassingly buries her face into his chest, muttering. You annoying guy. Is smelling me every day not enough? Lan Thien Hong's eyes flash with a deep smile. Obviously not enough. I want to breathe you in forever. He carries her, walking real slow. Li Siyue gets redder by the second. But suddenly, boom! He hits top speed, sprinting straight into the bedroom like someone is chasing him. Inside, loving bickering starts up. Oh crap, we totally forgot to take a shower first. Lan Thien Hong immediately seizes his golden opportunity. Let's go shower then. We can wash together. I'll scrub your feet. And you scrub my back, deal? Li Siyue gives in. Then hurry up. Lan Thien Hong is so impatient that his clothes vanish in a flash. And well, nature takes its course. Next morning, it's time to leave Li Siyue. Lan Thien Hong waves high under the warm morning sun. Standing at the gate, she waves back gently. Lan Thien Hong leaves the city looking completely relaxed. Right before walking off, He stops to look back. Suddenly, a weird sound catches his ear. Here's where it gets interesting. Pay attention. He frowns, annoyed. The Empress is way too cautious, sending secret agents just to track him leaving. Sure enough, sneaky figures are tailing him. One shadow guard whispers, "Is this the guy we're tracking?" Ouch! Another guy instantly smacks him in the head. "You total idiot! Not tracking, protecting." The slapped guard rubs his head, complaining about the pain. The attacker grinds his teeth. "I said secretly protecting." While they argue, another guard suddenly freaks out. "Wait, where did he go?" The whole squad looks around, but it's dead silent. Lan Thien Hong vanished without a trace. The shadow guards freeze, their faces turning completely pale. One grabs his head, screaming, "We are so dead. Where did he run off to? How does a weak scholar escape our elite sight? Did we just meet a ghost?" Before finishing that thought, they start yelling and blaming each other. The red-haired guard growls, "Stop screaming and split up to search. I'll say it again. If he loses even one hair, our heads are rolling." This search is basically looking for a needle in a haystack. In a flash, the distance becomes infinite. While the guards are running around completely panicked, constantly shouting out for him, Lan Thien Hong is already miles outside the city. Holding a massive map, he casually flies away. Soon, he lands right at 10,000 Flower Valley. Off in the distance, a breathtaking, majestic city reveals itself, hidden deep within the lush green mountains. Lan Thien Hong hovers proudly in midair. His eyes casually scan the absolutely stunning scenery all around him. Then he reaches into his robes, pulling out a small item. It's a glowing golden pearl radiating blinding light. Standing tall, he slowly closes his eyes. Lan Thien Hong starts channeling his primordial power, getting totally ready to ascend straight to the upper realm. And that's where we leave it. With that primordial pearl, he completely shatters the realm barriers. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Alright, stick with me. You are about to see a giant energy eye blast its light straight down onto Lan Thien Hong. This insane beam actually lets him use his Shantian tier power down in the lower realm. That glowing light just keeps getting brighter and brighter. His terrifying aura explodes outward, and in the blink of an eye, our guy completely vanishes from the spot. His very first stop, 10,000 Flower Valley. He touches down right outside this absolutely massive, majestic city gate. Crystal clear skies, fluffy white clouds, and the scent of a million blooming flowers everywhere. He takes a long, deep breath, just soaking in this super rare, peaceful vibe. Right in front of him, 3 girls are happily splashing around in a crystal clear lake. He looks over. He thinks to himself, this valley really is a female cultivator paradise. Bathing in fresh flowers every single day? No wonder they all smell absolutely bewitching. One blonde girl chimes in with this super sweet voice. "Wow, senior sister's skin is flawless." The purple-haired girl just laughs it off. "Please, your long legs are the ones making everyone here super jealous right now." The 3 of them just keep giggling, totally clueless that someone is quietly watching them from a distance. But that peace does not last long. They suddenly sense Lan Thien Hong's foreign aura. All 3 shoot straight up, glaring at him on high alert. They coldly snap. "Where did you come from? Daring to trespass in our sacred 10,000 Flower Valley?" Before the echo even fades, 2 of them draw their swords. All 3 charge right at him, screaming together, "Kill him! Show absolutely no mercy!" Lan Thien Hong just glances back. He literally could not care less about these deadly attacks flying straight at his head. Now watch closely. This is where it gets really interesting. He thinks, these so-called righteous sects always act so extremely high and mighty. You mildly annoy them? They instantly draw swords to kill. They literally never change. That exact hypocrisy is why I chose the demonic path in the first place. With that thought, he just casually raises a hand and flicks his finger. A terrifying blast of golden energy shoots out, violently launching all 3 girls backward. In a single flash, they completely vanish, leaving nothing but their desperate screams echoing around. Right at that moment, the air completely tears open. A massive blade slams into the dirt right behind Lan Thien Hong's back. Before his eyes sits the majestic Elder Hall. A giant Bagua symbol dominates the main doors, and inside, rows of female cultivators are deep in silent meditation. Countless glowing talismans just float around the room, creating this incredible mystical vibe. Every single one of these women is stunning. Sensing the sudden chaos, the gorgeous palace master of the valley instantly picks up on his terrifying aura. She snaps her eyes wide open, staring into the distance, and the rest of the cultivators quickly follow her gaze. Then, suddenly, the quiet sky completely fills with these blazing golden arrows. They all lock onto one single direction, lighting up the entire peaceful airspace. Lan Thien Hong just keeps his hands casually behind his back, calmly watching the incoming destruction. I know what you are thinking. Epic showdown time, right? The master and her top elders appear before him. Looking dead serious, she coldly demands, "Who exactly are you? Why dare invade our valley?" Someone secretly sends her a voice transmission. "Master, this guy is a total mystery. I have never seen him before." The disciples in the back cannot hide their curiosity. They start whispering, "Who is this guy? Could he just be some random rogue cultivator who got totally lost?" Instead of fighting, Lan Thien Hong flashes a brilliant smile. He puts on this super respectful act, looking like a totally innocent, devoted follower. "I am so sorry for the intrusion. I honestly just came here to ask you all one tiny little question." The palace master chokes back her rage and coldly replies, "Then spit it out." He rests his chin, smiling like a total fox. His voice is super sweet but laced with venom. "I have a fun little riddle. If the great immortal Hua Hong, an absolute treasure of your valley, were to suddenly disappear inside the Phoenix capital, would you guys just play nice and pretend it literally never even happened?" Lan Thien Hong's eyes instantly turn as sharp as daggers, and his tone flips into a heavy, dark threat. "Or would you deploy your troops to get justice for her? Maybe even start an all-out war with the divine Phoenix Empire for fun?" Hearing this, the palace master's eyes bulge out like she just swallowed glass. "What on earth did you just say?" One cultivator in the back completely loses it, screaming out, "Wait, is junior sister Hua Hong actually dead?" She furiously charges straight to the front lines. Pointing her sword right at Lan Thien Hong, she radiates pure killing intent. "Who dared to touch one of our own? Speak right now, or we will give you a swift death." The palace master is totally panicking inside, but she desperately holds on to her arrogant attitude, gritting her teeth and hissing. Those old fools from the divine Phoenix Empire really have some massive nerve, actually daring to look down on our 10,000 flower valley. A cultivator in a green robe angrily backs her up. "Exactly. I have hated those geezers for ages. Let us use this excuse to wipe them out and build a brand new empire." "Whoa there. Hold on, my beautiful ladies." Lan Thien Hong just waves his hand, acting so obnoxiously casual it truly makes them sick. Your answer actually makes this lord right here extremely happy. He calmly drops his absolute insane main objective like he is just discussing the weather. "So what do you and I take from this? Absolute chaos." He says, "Today I decided to wipe out 6 sects. Seems I chose wisely." A sinister smile creeps up as he holds up one finger. "Stick with me here. You and I are about to watch these arrogant cultivators become the first victims today." The 10,000 Flower Valley nun snaps. "Your arrogance makes me sick. You really think you can destroy our 6 great sects? Let us see if you actually have the skills to back that up." Their valley master completely loses it. She screams in pure rage, charging forward with her sword pointed straight at Lan Thien Hong. "You have a death wish? Chop him up for flower fertilizer." The other female cultivators instantly rush in too. Dozens of razor-sharp swords fly right at him from absolutely every single direction. But Lan Thien Hong just stands there like a rock, not a single flinch. After a moment, he slowly raises one hand. Moving casually, he says, "I really do not like bullying the weak. Take this one strike. Whoever survives, I will personally spare your miserable life." The Valley Master laughs with pure disgust. "What cheap circus did you crawl out of to act like this?" But the second her feet touch the ground, boom, an absolutely earth-shattering force violently crashes down, making the entire ground shake wildly before ripping wide open in front of them. Watch closely because when they look up, they all freeze in absolute horror. A massive glowing golden hand covers the entire sky. It looks like a god descending, just to swat a swarm of annoying bugs. Standing under it, the valley cultivators look like absolutely tiny, helpless ants. "Run, use everything you have and run," panicked screaming echoes everywhere, as one desperate cultivator yells out at the top of her lungs. "No, I cannot move. What kind of absolute lockdown is this? None of us can even break free to escape." A cultivator in green trembles, her voice stuttering. Why? How could such a terrifyingly overpowered expert even exist within the divine Phoenix Empire? The Valley Master's legs instantly turn to absolute jelly, losing all their strength. She completely collapses to her knees, tears streaming down her face as she begs, "Senior, please give us a way out. We are willing to serve as your cultivation vessels." Lan Thien Hong just flashes the most disrespectful smirk imaginable. "I already gave you people a chance. Run. Go ahead and run. If you can escape, just leave." Heavy tears roll down the beautiful, yet completely twisted and terrified face of the Valley Master. You never actually planned on letting any of us go. Rumble. A terrifying demonic pillar of energy rips right through the dark clouds, slamming into the earth like a divine sledgehammer. Boom! A horrific explosion swallows everything whole, sending massive shockwaves echoing across heaven and earth. When the shockwaves finally settle, only a massive, bottomless crater is left on the ground. It perfectly matches the shape of a giant handprint. Thick dust and heavy smoke completely surround the area, looking like the chaotic dawn of creation. Lan Thien Hong stands perfectly silent in that faded smoke. His figure looks blurry and almost impossible to track. If you do not look closely, he is practically invisible. His expression remains as cold as ice. Only took an incense stick to finish. So, where do you and I travel to next? Swoosh! Without another thought, he instantly turns into a streak of light, tearing through the wind straight up into the sky. He heads straight toward his next target. From Lan Thien Hong's current spot to Qinghai County is an incredibly long, endless journey. The northern part of Qinghai County is currently drowning in a brutal winter. Pure white snow blankets the endless mountain ranges, while rivers and lakes are completely frozen solid. A warhorse breathes out thick white mist, almost like it is cursing its tragic fate to pull a carriage through this bone-chilling, flesh-cutting, freezing weather. But it just has to keep dragging itself forward inch by inch, because it literally has zero other options. Clack, clack. The entire area is so dead silent that every single hoofbeat against the heavy snow echoes crystal clear. As they finally get close, Uncle Kun speaks up. Young master, the black and white Dao Palace is right ahead. Right in front of them stands an absolutely massive palace, towering over the vast sea of white snow. The newly recruited inner sect disciple of the black and white Dao Palace is about to lift the carriage curtain to look, when he suddenly whines. Hold on, Uncle Kun. I hear cultivation is incredibly boring. How about you find me a pretty girl so I can enjoy some worldly pleasures and cure this awful boredom? Tch. Right after saying that, he whips the reins hard, forcing the horse to come to a sudden halt. The young master immediately loses his balance, yelling out, Uncle Kun! The carriage stops completely, not moving an inch. Uncle Kun ignores the complaining and shouts directly at the person blocking their path. Which blind fool is that? How dare you block my young master's way? Get out of here right now! Even while getting cursed at to his face, Lan Thien Hong stays perfectly calm, acting like those insults mean nothing. Except, his expression right now is absolutely not friendly at all. The inner sect disciple chimes in too. Hey, you in the front, move it. Do you have any idea who you are actually blocking? Facing that threat, Lan Thien Hong does not move out of the way. Instead, he asks back, Oh, and who are you to act so arrogant? The young master immediately puffs his chest out proudly. I am the brand new inner disciple of the grand black and white Dao Palace. He keeps bragging. I am about to transcend the mortal realm. My future is boundless. Hearing that nonsense, Lan Thien Hong's eyes fill with even deeper disgust. I am afraid you will never achieve that dream in your entire lifetime. Uncle Kun's eyes go wide in disbelief. Huh? But the young master stays stubborn. Who do you think you are? Talking to me like that? Let me tell you, my grand uncle is the Dongshuan master of the black and white Dao Palace itself. Offend me, and I will kill you in the prelims. Trust me, we both know this ends badly. Stick with me, you are about to watch some arrogant fools learn a painful lesson. Lan Thien Hong just stares with pure pity. Oh, really? Suddenly, absolute killing intent floods his face. Too bad the black-white Dao Palace is about to get wiped out. Your master too. Take away your little connections, and you are literally nothing. In a flash, Lan Thien Hong completely vanishes, leaving those two standing there looking completely dumbfounded. They have zero clue what just happened. Meanwhile, a huge crowd lines up across a yin-yang bridge. Snow is falling non-stop. It is freezing, but everyone just stands there waiting patiently. Up on a massive platform, an old man brags about how famous their palace is, pulling in all these top-tier talents and rare geniuses. He looks down, totally smug. He thinks their absolute dominance is completely safe right now. But suddenly, black clouds roll in, and endless lightning violently rips the sky. Lightning strikes everywhere. A girl spots something crazy and points up in pure panic. Someone is up there. Up above, Lan Thien Hong is literally glowing. A massive, brilliant aura radiates everywhere. A young guy down below gets super confused. Who is this? With that intense aura, is he attacking? Someone else laughs. This is the Dao Palace. With so many elite experts here, this guy is basically walking into a death trap. Right then, a heavy voice booms like absolute thunder. Daring to attack the Dao Palace is a massive mistake. The insane shockwave makes everyone cover their ears. Is that the Palace Master? A guy laughs out loud. Our palace master is a top-tier legend in the Divine Phoenix dynasty. He is peak Divine Fire Realm, basically an absolutely terrifying powerhouse. And just like that, a massive spatial portal tears open in mid-air, and a group steps out. The palace master glares coldly at Lan Thien Hong. Instantly, the massive crowd below drops to their knees to bow, whispering in pure awe. Now watch closely. The master and the elite elders are all stepping up. We are about to witness the biggest legendary battle in years. Someone sneers. That floating guy is totally dead now, with zero way out. The master speaks with heavy authority. You dare invade our Dao Palace and completely disrespect our elite reputation? His eyes turn cold, and murderous aura explodes. Lan Thien Hong smirks. Your palace is getting wiped out today. What honor? The master turns pale with rage. How dare you? Die. Instantly, the master summons a massive, house-sized fireball that shoots straight toward Lan Thien Hong with crazy speed. Lan Thien Hong instantly strikes back. Suddenly, a gigantic, crackling hand of pure lightning materializes right above his head. The master instantly starts sweating, completely terrified by this unknown technique. Lan Thien Hong speaks coldly. Just a little move to save your face. Basically, a giant slap. The master's face goes totally pale. Impossible. This power does not belong in this realm. Then, absolute chaos. Boom. A devastating shockwave completely obliterates the entire area, sending thick black smoke everywhere. Up high, that bright lightning hand turns dark, radiating pure, deadly intent. Not far away, Uncle Cone turns around and says, "Young master, we finally reached the Dao Palace." The disciple scoffs. That guy was so cocky. Next time, I will definitely teach him a painful lesson. You saw that coming, right? They both freeze in shock. Uncle Con, what is that? Uncle Con squints. It looks like a massive hand. Is the master using a supreme spell? So terrifying. A gigantic shadow and crazy smoke rip across the sky at absolute lightning speed. The once mighty Dao Palace? Gone. Replaced by a gigantic hand-shaped crater in the earth. After that insane blast, Lan Thien Hong just floats there, arms crossed, totally admiring his own absolute masterpiece. He smirks, looking incredibly smug and arrogant. Hands on his hips, he acts exactly like the undisputed strongest god in the world. He rubs his chin, pretending to think really hard, before letting out a massive, dramatic sigh. Sigh. Ever since I brought my wife home, I have become way too soft. He mutters lazily to himself. These annoying bugs dared to ruin the peaceful life I share with my wife, and yet I gave them such a quick, painless death. Absolute mistake. Shaking off the thought, he decides to finish the job. 4 annoying factions remain, so he might as well wipe them out now. Instantly, a dark magic circle for a self-destructing clone technique materializes in the air. A deep purple orb, dripping with heavy demonic energy, hovers in his hand. Inside are tiny, creepy clones. He orders them to self-destruct on the sex. Trust me, you and I definitely want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are kicking this off with one glorious explosion. The clones instantly bow their heads, shouting "Yes, sir" in perfect unison. Moving with absolute precision, they scatter in every single direction like a furiously angry swarm of bees. In just a blink, boom, 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 right in the town center, an earth-shattering explosion violently erupts out of nowhere, completely obliterating a massive building in a fraction of a second. Crash! Over in the distant mountains, the ground violently shakes like a brutal, world-ending earthquake just hit. Boom! Inside a heavily fortified city, another one of Lan Thien Hong's clones wraps up his mission, leaving behind nothing but a gigantic, smoking crater. Boom! But they are not stopping there. The clones get way too hyped up, casually blowing up surrounding buildings for fun, throwing the entire scene into pure, unfiltered chaos. Lan Thien Hong casually opens up his map, double-checking every single coordinate that just got completely leveled to the ground. Mission accomplished, ripped out entirely by the roots. He flashes a deeply satisfied smile. With those 6 annoying sects dealt with, it is time to hit Black Rock City for shopping before heading back. He wonders what his lovely wife will reward her incredibly hardworking husband with. Earning all this money is tough work. His thoughts slowly drift into a wildly colorful, deeply vivid fantasy. In his mind, she is hugging a golden honey-roasted chicken leg, acting super cute. "Hubby, this chicken leg is being so naughty, teasing me. Hurry up and help me catch it." Then the scene shifts, and she is wearing a breathtakingly thin, seductive outfit that would drive any man crazy. "My husband worked so hard on his trip," she whispers, her eyes sparkling like water. "I learned a ridiculously powerful foot massage technique. Come here and let me try it on you." Inside his wild, unchecked imagination, Li Siyue keeps swapping outfits, each one making it impossible to look away. Good lord, what kind of absolutely wild style is this? He mutters that, but trust me, you and I both know his head is filling with totally inappropriate thoughts, and he is way too hyped up to control himself now. He flies back and forth across the mountains, literally bouncing on the clouds in pure joy, rushing to finish shopping so he can sprint straight home. Meanwhile, back at the palace inside the incredibly magnificent Grand Hall, Li Siyue is sitting behind her desk, tackling an absolute mountain of political affairs. She lazily stretches out her long legs and softly sighs. My husband just left a moment ago, but my heart is already a total mess. This Black Rock City trip means going days without hugging his warmth. Where am I supposed to find the energy to work? Reporting in, Huang Tianho's voice suddenly echoes out, completely startling her. To maintain her majestic Empress image, Li Siyue pulls her legs back and sits up perfectly straight in an instant. Huang Tianho rushes inside, his voice panicking. Your Majesty, an urgent secret report. Li Siyue frowns hard. What could possibly have you panicking like this? Huang Tianhao steps closer, sweating profusely. Your Majesty, something absolutely massive has just happened. Li Siyue is slightly shocked. You followed me to crush the Purple Ming King, facing life and death. I have never once seen you this agitated. Why are you losing your composure to this degree today? Huang Tianho violently trembles, pulling a scroll from his robe while heavily stuttering, 6, 6, 6. Seeing him stuttering like that, Li Siyue completely loses her patience and shouts, yeah, 666, maybe 777, just spit it out. That fierce shout makes Huang Tianho literally jump. The scroll in his hand flies straight into the air, but thankfully, with literal lightning-fast reflexes, he manages to snatch it right back. He hastily rips the scroll open, and watch closely with me here. 6 massive sects were completely wiped out simultaneously today, all accompanied by terrifying heaven and earth anomalies. It is absolutely ridiculously bizarre. Li Siyue is so shocked she throws the curtain aside and steps right out. What did you just say? All 6 great sects? How is that possible? Who did it? Huang Tianho just shakes his head, sounding totally helpless. The royal spies we planted are entirely wiped out too. 0 clues left behind. Hearing that terrifying report, Li Siyue instantly falls into deep thought. There is absolutely no doubt. In this entire realm, the only being capable of unleashing such earth-shattering power could only be a true immortal. Those 2 words make Huang Tianho's jaw hit the floor. True immortal. But Li Siyue just turns around, stepping back behind the curtain, waving her hand. You may leave now. Huang Tianho immediately bows his head low. I take my leave. Once she is finally all alone in the room, Li Siyue heavily drops back into her chair. I just awakened my divine consciousness, and while my progress is shocking, she rests her chin on her hand. Compared to the true immortal realm, the gap is just impossibly huge. The Empress's face slightly flushes with pure anxiety. Who wiped out the 6 sects? What is their goal? Is this a brutal threat to my heavenly Phoenix dynasty? She grips the armrest tightly, her voice practically shaking. What do I do now? What should I do? A true immortal in this mortal realm is completely invincible. Just lifting a single finger is enough to totally obliterate an entire country. If that monster has bad intentions for the heavenly Phoenix dynasty, I fear my husband and I will be sent straight to the underworld together. If we reincarnate, who knows how many lifetimes it will take to find my husband again. Li Siyue's entire body shivers. I really do not want to be separated from my husband. What to do? Now here is the crazy twist for you and me. Lan Thien Hong never imagined his casual little sect-wiping side quest to protect his city would actually give his beloved wife an absolute, full-blown panic attack. Seal, completely close. Lan Thien Hong presses 2 fingers to his lips, quietly muttering a spell. His eyebrows knit together, and his face suddenly takes on an incredibly rare, dead serious expression. Stick with me here, he drops down, light as a feather. Got the black sandalwood. Time to head home early. He honestly doesn't want to be away from his wife for even a single second. Just thinking about it, Lan Thien Hong gets completely lost in how much he misses her. Boom, boom, boom. That peaceful moment doesn't last long at all. A massive commotion suddenly erupts right behind him. He instantly turns toward the noise. Oh, just a bunch of Dongshuan realm kids, plus 6 more hiding in the back. Such a messy, pathetic chase. If he actually stepped in, it would be over in seconds. Swoosh. Suddenly, a figure dashes past. The whistling wind catches Lan Thien Hong's eye. Thud, thud, thud. Moving way too fast, the figure totally loses balance and crashes hard into the dirt. It's a girl. Her pretty face is totally bruised now. blood trickling straight down her chin. Not just that, Lin Lingyun's arm is heavily injured, bleeding non-stop. Her slender legs are completely covered in nasty scratches. Even with her legs shaking violently, she grits her teeth and forces herself up. Lin Lingyun pulls out a hidden jade flute to defend herself. Lan Thien Hong's eyes lock onto it instantly. He squints, taking a closer look. Staring at the flute in her grip, he frowns hard. He definitely recognizes it. That jade flute, whoosh! Suddenly, a blast of magic shoots from the distance, aiming dead straight at Lin Lingyun's position. Boom, boom. A massive explosion rips the ground apart, sending thick dust rolling everywhere. Still, you can clearly see a group of enemies slowly advancing through the smoke. Watch closely. You and I know they're behind that brutal sneak attack. Stepping right out of the smoke, a hooded figure appears, his voice dripping with pure threat. You can't escape. Surrender now and follow us back. Otherwise, don't blame us when we snap your limbs and shove you in a jar. He glares at the girl, openly mocking her. Such a pretty face ruined, you look like absolutely nothing now. Despite her heavy injuries, Lin Lingyun stubbornly leans against the tree. Her eyes stay fierce. She is definitely not giving up here. You bastards, our grudge is absolutely irreconcilable. She grips the jade flute tighter, refusing to let it go. Watching from afar, Lan Thien Hong mutters to himself. That jade flute is the token I left my seventh brother before leaving the South Continent, 10,000 years ago. A sudden doubt rises in his mind. Jade flute? Could this girl actually be a descendant of my Lin family? Whoosh! The wind howls, scattering spirit money everywhere as the whole area sinks into an eerie, gloomy fog. The wind shrieking through the leaves makes the atmosphere feel incredibly creepy and tense. We've all seen this happen. The guy in the coffin suddenly sits up, and everyone absolutely loses their minds in terror. Lan Thien Hong falls deep into his memories. I returned from the void, taking over the body of the Lin family's newly deceased third young master. Seeing the dead rise, the servants scream and scatter in total panic. Ghost! The corpse is rising! The third young master's mother rushes right over, hugging him tightly while sobbing uncontrollably. My son! Suddenly having a strange family in this world really didn't feel good at all, Lan Thien Hong thinks to himself. Ultimately, he left the Lin family to avoid that awkwardness, stepping onto the path of cultivation. Lan Thien Hong's epic journey had officially begun. He traveled everywhere, constantly hunting for lucky encounters. Even when night fell and bright moonlight covered the ground, his footsteps simply never stopped. Then he faced a monster. Hidden inside its body was a pearl emitting a brilliantly intense light. Spotting the chance, Lan Thien Hong immediately moved in to snatch that rare artifact. Thanks to the Hongmeng origin pearl, my cultivation skyrocketed at terrifying speed. The pearl radiated crazy strong magic and blinding light, but he easily controlled it. Lan Thien Hong closes his eyes, fully concentrating as he slowly spreads his hands apart. Light from the pearl floods the space. He raises his hand, making the pearl float mid-air while it blasts out 10,000 rays of glory. He glances around, overflowing with absolute pride. In just a handful of years, I hit the longevity realm, becoming the South Continent's overlord. A spatial gate appears, and he casually strolls through. Another 100 years, I reached the innate realm and ascended. After a massive era of cultivation, he finally decided to return right back to where it all started. Before ascending, he visited the Lin family once more. Lan Thien Hong even visited his parents' graves, lighting a stick of incense in their memory. Right in front of the clan's shocked eyes, he pulled out the epic immortal artifact, the Emperor Bell. I left them this peak mortal realm weapon to protect their fortune for 10,000 years. The ancient treasure radiated an absolutely terrifying pressure. Lan Thien Hong remembers it perfectly. And this tier 5 magic weapon, the jade flute, I specifically gifted it to my 7th brother, my closest relative in the entire family. He hugged him one last time before leaving. Suddenly, we snap back to reality. Lin Lingyun is completely alone against these fierce bandits. Lan Thien Hong just crosses his arms, watching indifferently from the distance. So what do we take from this? If she's family, he's stepping in. He sighs, sounding completely reluctant. But believe me, these bandits are about to deeply regret waking up today. Alright, stick with me here. We kick things off with these arrogant bandits cornering our lone girl, completely convinced they have an easy win. One of the guys, probably the loudmouth leader of this pathetic crew, just bursts into this absolutely unhinged, manic laughter. He mocks her, laughing that today is the day she meets her ancestors. Finally, they can erase the annoying Lan family name from the martial world forever. Lan Lingyun's clothes are totally stained with dirt, but she is gripping her jade flute so tight. It is literally her last shred of hope. Her fierce eyes flash with extreme caution. But then, this one-eyed bandit speaks up. Looking like a total joke of a background villain, he suddenly comes up with an idea that he actually thinks is pure genius. He tells the crew they have been chasing her forever and they are totally exhausted. So before they take her head for the bounty, why not have a little fun to recharge their energy? Hearing this disgusting proposal, another bandit with totally creepy narrow eyes instantly lights up, slowly looking Lan Lingyun up and down. She shivers, instinctively crossing her arms to protect herself. But that desperate reaction just makes the one-eyed creep's twisted desires flare up even worse. His face flushes red like a drunk. After sizing her up, he nods, eagerly agreeing to this sick plan. Trapped in this total nightmare, her mind just blanks out. Game over. Are her reputation and her very life really going to end in this absolute middle of nowhere? Thinking about the Lan family's entire legacy collapsing, tears finally spill down her face. She refuses to accept this. Absolutely refuses to give up. The one-eyed trash speaks up again, asking who gets to step up and go first. Instantly, the whole mob answers like it is rehearsed. Obviously, the boss gets the first turn. Now watch closely, because this is where everything shifts. Just when things get terrifying, a lazy voice cuts through the tension. 6 sewer rats daring to flex on the Lan family? Seems you really have a death wish. That voice hits the bandits like a brutal bucket of ice water. They violently whip around to look. Who is it? Even Lingyun's eyes go totally wide. Stepping out from the shadows, Lan Thien Hong slowly appears. He is just strolling like he is on a park walk, completely ignoring their deadly, vicious glares. The wind howls, kicking up dry leaves and making the standoff insanely tense. But the one-eyed guy actually smirks. He thought some epic backup arrived, but it is just a nobody kid. Another thug chimes in. Listen, kid, if you want to play the hero, you better check your own stats first. This is no fairy tale. Crossing 6 profound realm martial experts? Your little life cannot handle that. But unlike those two talkers, one impatient guy just rips out his heavy blade. Why waste time talking? Just chop him down. Seeing the critical danger, Lan Lingyun desperately shouts at them to stop. If you want blood, take mine, but leave the innocent alone. She actually steps right in front of Thien Hong, but that brave move just makes the swordsman even more hyped. He lets out a vicious sneer. I actually love hurting innocent people. He roars and charges forward. Die, kid. If you want to play hero, blame yourself for being trash. Just as the deadly blade comes crashing down, a sharp clack echoes out. I know what you are thinking. She blocked it? Exactly. Lingyun perfectly catches the strike with her jade flute. The bandit just smirks, daring to block him. She is completely clueless. Lingyun absolutely grinds her teeth, eyes locked in pure defiance. As long as I am breathing, you will never touch an innocent person. Clash. Pushing way past her absolute limits, she miraculously manages to bring that heavy, crushing blade to a complete dead stop. Get lost, she screams, channeling every last ounce of her remaining energy into one massive shove. Shockingly, the huge bandit actually stumbles backward a few steps. He lets out a furious yell of total frustration. Even though she briefly takes back the advantage, Lingyun's body is completely hitting its absolute limit. Her face, pale as paper. Yet she still forces herself to look back at Lan Thien Hong, voice completely frantic. Sir, I truly appreciate your kindness, but run. Do not stay here and die for nothing. She is stubbornly refusing to let him get dragged into this mess. The thug who just got pushed back regains his footing and instantly starts mocking them. Oh wow, what a deeply touching life or death parting. You cannot even save your own skin, yet you still want to protect your little boy toy? He gets even more smug. Since you love him so much, I will be the good guy and send you both down to the underworld together. The bandit crew behind him instantly erupts into laughter, their savage voices echoing through the forest. He just keeps taunting them. Letting you two become a pair of wild ghosts together in the afterlife? Now that sounds incredibly entertaining to me. Those truly evil words finally make Lan Thien Hong narrow his eyes. His patience? Yeah, it is completely tapped out. His face turns ice cold. Murderous aura absolutely explodes from him. His sharp eyes scan the 6 thugs, literally looking at them like they are already dead corpses. Since you are all in such a huge rush to reach hell, I will not give you a single extra second to say your last words. The moment he finishes, a massive, utterly terrifying demonic phantom materializes right behind him. Its creepy, twisted smile completely paralyzes those bandits in pure, frozen terror. Thien Hong coldly drops one final chilling line. Hit the road. Snap! He just lightly flicks his fingers. That tiny, quiet sound instantly becomes their absolute final judgment. No agonizing screams, 0 visible wounds. all 6 bandits suddenly go totally limp, collapsing into the dirt simultaneously, dead on the spot. So what do you and I make of this? Ling Yun is totally stunned, standing frozen like a statue at this impossible sight. She stammers, completely speechless. Stick with me here. Suddenly, Ling Yun drops to her knees, kowtowing repeatedly, thanking the senior for saving her. She swears she will never ever forget his massive favor. Thien Hong just stands there, completely unfazed, his voice dead cold as he says he has questions for her. Ling Yun immediately responds. She tells the senior to ask away, promising to spill absolutely everything she knows. 0 secrets and no stalling around. Thien Hong cuts straight to the chase, asking what her relationship is with Lin Ju. This totally unexpected question completely catches Ling Yun off guard. Lin Ju? Why on earth is this mysterious senior asking about her ancestor? Lifting the green jade flute, she respectfully replies that Lin Ju is her ancient ancestor. She explains that this exact Tier 5 green jade flute artifact was passed down directly from him 10,000 years ago. Her mind is racing. Could this mysterious guy actually know her ancestor? But that is just impossible. Her ancestor lived 10,000 years ago. How could he possibly have any connection here? Thien Hong stares at the jade flute, slightly frowning as he falls deep into his own thoughts. He realizes this girl really does carry the bloodline of his 7th brother, though it has faded so much it is barely even there anymore. Without saying another word, he gently waves his hand. A soft, invisible force immediately wraps around Ling Yun, effortlessly lifting her back to her feet. She just stands there completely stunned, having absolutely no clue what just happened. Thien Hong's voice drops way lower as he demands to know why those guys said killing her would wipe out the Lin family. He clearly remembers leaving behind the legendary Supreme Emperor Bell artifact, a weapon meant to suppress boundless luck, totally unbreakable by anyone except an immortal. And there are absolutely 0 immortals down here in the southern region. Hearing this, Ling Yun completely breaks down. Tears stream down her face as she reveals she is the only Lin family member left. Those words hit Thien Hong like an absolute lightning strike. Sobbing uncontrollably, she explains everything. Her parents, her grandfather, all her uncles and relatives. Every single one of them was slaughtered by the spirit-profound Holy Land. She screams out in pure, agonizing resentment. Instantly, Thien Hong's expression shifts completely. That calm, unfazed demeanor of his, gone in an absolute flash. Watch closely, because this is where it gets terrifying. A suffocating, invisible pressure erupts from his body, radiating pure dark energy everywhere. All of them, dead. He growls out every single word. His face is so freezing cold that Ling Yun gets totally terrified. Her legs literally turn to jelly, unable to keep her standing. Letting out a small gasp, she totally loses balance and falls backward. Thien Hong reacts at lightning speed, reaching out and grabbing her waist, pulling her back up right before she hits the ground. The vibe suddenly shifts into a super cheesy romantic cliché, basically straight out of a classic romance story. Looking down at her, his intense eyes soften just a bit as he tells her to be careful. This completely unexpected move makes Ling Yun's cheeks instantly flush bright red. She nervously stammers out a quick, stuttering thank you. Thien Hong casually lets go of her. His eyes snap right back to being dead serious as he demands to know what exactly caused the entire Lin family extermination. Ling Yun takes a really deep breath, trying her hardest to calm down her racing emotions before slowly telling the story. It all started 500 years ago. Back then, the patriarch's eldest son, Lan Hong, married Lin Ruyu. She was the holy maiden of the spirit-profound Holy Land, easily one of the top 8 powerful factions in the south. At that specific time, the Lin family was literally the #1 absolute clan. Every single faction bowed down to them. But sadly, during a mission outside, Lan Hong was tragically killed in battle. Ruyue cried hysterically while hugging her child next to her husband's corpse. That pure grief quickly twisted into deep, toxic resentment. She threw absolutely all the blame right onto the Lin family. Ling Yun perfectly remembers Ruyue screaming at them, crying that the ancient, outdated rules of the Lin family were the true, exact reason her beloved husband died. You guys are already #1 in the entire South, yet you got greedy to expand your territory. You are the real murderers. Hearing this nonsense, the old patriarch was completely furious. Without even saying a single word, he delivered an incredibly vicious, earth-shattering slap right to her face. He roared loudly that any Lin family disciple dying for the clan is pure, absolute glory. Since when does a woman like you get to point fingers at our sacred family teachings? Seeing her mom get brutally slapped, her young daughter instantly started bawling her eyes out. She pointed at everyone in the room, hysterically screaming that they were villains for getting her dad killed and bullying her mom. She screamed that she hated them all. With the chaos escalating, the old patriarch coldly ordered his guards to drag both of them out and lock them up. Ryue stayed totally silent, but that angry little girl just kept screaming her lungs out. I know what you're thinking. How does a basic family fight lead to total annihilation? Well, through pure twisted luck, Ryue somehow stumbled onto a mind-blowing secret. The Lin family actually possessed a legendary immortal artifact. Turns out, she had been secretly hiding behind some bushes, tracking the patriarch's moves. That is how she learned the entire family's success was tied directly to this exact artifact. Being the daughter of the spirit profound Holy Lord and holding a massive grudge, she and her dad spent years secretly plotting their ultimate revenge. In the end, they actually used Lin Hong's own son, Lin Yi, to snatch away the Supreme Emperor Bell. Ryu completely manipulated Lin Yi into walking right up to the artifact. He cut his own hand, letting dark red drops of blood fall onto the bell. Because this treasure only recognized the Lin family bloodline, the exact second his blood touched it, it erupted with blinding light, like a waking beast. The forces from the spirit profound Holy Land were already locked and loaded. To stop the artifact from returning to its rightful owners, they launched a totally bloody massacre. So what do you and I take from this? Never trust a traitor. They wiped out the bloodline, turning the estate into a literal living hell. Stick with me here. They burned everything to ash, erasing the Lin family like they never even existed. Lin Lingyun goes completely silent, choking on her words before continuing with absolute pure hatred. The spirit profound Holy Land, a name so terrifyingly powerful in the southern region that nobody dared to stand up for our family. She grinds her teeth, her face totally twisting in rage as the awful memories choke her up. Her bloodline was forced to scatter like rats, hiding in the shadows, barely breathing just to survive for 500 years. Her tiny body shakes uncontrollably, a dark aura of pure resentment wrapping around her like a shadow. They thought they had finally found a safe hideout, but that nightmare memory hits her hard, filling her eyes with heavy sorrow. Then suddenly, boom, boom, boom. Flashback to 3 years ago. The sky is screaming in chaos, matching the storm in her heart. Heavy rain pours down. Lightning rips the earth apart as the Holy Land assassins arrive, looking like absolute grim reapers. In this life or death moment, Ling Yun's father steps right in front of his daughter without a second thought. Over the deafening thunder, he yells for her to run. But how could she just leave her family in a sea of fire? She refuses to leave them behind. Suddenly, another massive lightning bolt strikes down, sealing their brutal fate. Now pay attention here. Her father's final words carve themselves straight into her very soul. You are the last bloodline of the Lin family. You have to survive, live on, and get bloody revenge for every single one of us. His eyes burn with absolute conviction, passing all his hope to his little girl. Ling Yun stumbles up, her face covered in tears and pure despair. Biting her lip until it bleeds, the tears just will not stop falling. Swallowing her grief, she actually listens to him and runs. Every single step feels incredibly heavy, like she is dragging the whole world behind her. Her tears keep betraying her. Snapping back to the present moment, she is a complete mess. The tragic memories are just too much. Seeing this kid crying her eyes out, Lan Thien Hong finally speaks up with a super dry tone. He tells her that is enough. She tries her hardest to stop, stammering out a quiet senior. Thien Hong frowns slightly, a flash of deep understanding and slight annoyance crossing his eyes. The world is brutal. The strong devour the weak. If you have a grudge, you get revenge. It is just the natural law of things. His eyes turn freezing cold with killing intent. If the Holy Land wiped out the Lin family, he will just casually erase their entire sect. He clenches his fist, unleashing an aura so terrifying it makes people shake in pure fear. You saw that coming, right? Ling Yun freezes, a massive spark of hope hitting her. Wait, is he family? That innocent question makes him pause. He gives a super vague yes, kind of. Suddenly, she grabs his sleeve tight. Her big eyes are literally shining like stars, staring at him with total hero worship. Her face turns completely red as she giggles to herself. Thien Hong just stares at her weird behavior, frowning. He asks what is wrong, but she is completely lost in her own crazy fantasy world. Oh my god, she actually thinks he fell for her amazing beauty and is playing the classic hero saving the damsel in distress. She debates whether to repay him with gold or go full drama and offer herself, sneaking a shy glance at him. Right then, Thien Hong channels his spiritual energy. In a split second, he vanishes and appears right in front of her, checking her pulse. Turns out he is just checking her body condition. How strange. He asks why her blood flow is suddenly chaotic. That innocent question completely shatters her romantic daydream like freezing cold water. Embarrassed enough to dig a hole and hide, she snatches her hand back and retreats a few steps. Stammering that it is nothing, she quickly bows to change the subject, asking exactly where he ranks in the Lin family hierarchy. Facing her curious question, he just answers coldly, his voice completely dead of any emotion whatsoever. Status does not matter. He tells her to follow him to the Holy Land to collect their bloody debt. Hearing this crazy demand, she instantly panics and completely objects. "Senior, we absolutely cannot do that." She desperately explains that the Holy Land is the absolute strongest force in the South. Charging in with their endless experts is literally suicide by fire. She imagines a tiny, fragile moth getting completely swallowed by roaring flames. Remembering their legendary Supreme Emperor Bell weapon makes her face fall even harder. Suddenly, Thien Hong grabs her wrist, making her flinch in shock. He raises a single finger, his eyes flashing with a mysterious, almost playful intensity. "Then let me show you what it really means to become absolute ash." And that is where we leave it. He pulls her onto a massive sword, tearing through the sky so insanely fast it leaves everything spinning behind them. Alright, stick with me. We are watching these two blur past massive mountains and thick clouds. The speed is so insane, Lan Lin Van feels her soul leaving her body. She grips his wrist tight, screaming, "Senior, it is too fast." Lan Thien Hong just frowns. He thinks to himself, lower realm folks are seriously weak, totally unable to handle this speed. So he wraps them in a bright, glowing aura. He really wants to go faster though, or else his beautiful wife back home might start getting worried. Even while handling massive epic business, this guy only thinks about his wife. 3 days and millions of miles later, they finally come to a dead stop. Phew! Lan Lin Van gasps for air, legs like absolute jelly, muttering, "I thought I died." Before she even finishes, Lan Thien Hong calmly announces, "We have arrived." Those few words make her jump, and she quickly snaps her head up. A majestic mountain topped with a grand palace. Now pay attention, because this place is pure trouble. This is the Lin Huyen Sacred Land. A massive golden sign reads Lin Huyen Immortal Mountain. Seeing those exact words, she absolutely cannot hide her pure, wide-eyed shock. How were we this fast? Boom! Before they even touch down, absolutely earth-shattering explosions erupt from deep inside the mountain. The intense noise leaves Lan Lin Van completely panicked. It is a total success. An incredibly imposing voice echoes out, making even Lan Thien Hong glance upward. Wild, echoing laughter shakes the entire forest. "Ha ha ha, I have finally succeeded." Down in the massive courtyard, a huge crowd kneels in pure reverence. One guy yells, "The Holy Lord has triumphed, fully refined the Tai Hoing Bell, passed the heart tribulation, and entered the longevity realm." Another loyal follower quickly chimes in, "The entire southern domain has not seen a longevity Taoist in nearly 1,000 years. The last was Taoist Heavenly Dragon." Someone else laughs wildly, "Now our sacred land rivals the Heavenly Dragon dynasty. When Taoist Heavenly Dragon finally passes away, we will be the one and only absolute overlord of the southern domain." The whole crowd laughs like absolute maniacs. Every single word cuts Lan Lin Van like a sharp knife, pushing her into pure, burning fury. The longevity realm. But almost immediately, that fierce, burning fire of anger on her face completely dies out. It gives way to deep, crushing despair. With an existence standing at the absolute peak of the southern domain, the Lin Huyen Sacred Land is now a true forbidden zone. Nobody dares approach. Down at the mountain base, a spatial gate violently tears right through the void. Slash! Massive, blinding spiritual energy explodes everywhere. I know what you are thinking, is this the final boss? Oh, absolutely. Right in the dead center of that intense light stands a man, the Lin Huyen Holy Lord himself. He flashes a very dark, cryptic smile, staring down at his hands, muttering, "All those utterly useless past generations of seniors, just because they forcefully tried to refine the Tai Hong Bell and practice the blood exchange secret art, they all exploded and died. But in my hands, total success." He clenches his fist tightly, his eyes flashing with raw, unchecked ambition. "I just need to fuse the final drop of Lan family bloodline, and this Tai Hoang Bell will completely acknowledge me as its master." Swoosh! The Holy Lord's figure darts down from the sky in a blur, and in a single blink, he stands right in the middle of the kneeling crowd. His terrifying, violent aura quickly pulls back, gathering right under his feet into a brilliant, glowing lotus of pure light. It effortlessly supports his body. The huge crowd below instantly cheers in unison. "Congratulations, Holy Lord, for reaching the absolute peak of the longevity realm." His face stays completely deadpan and stern. He raises one hand, and the atmosphere instantly drops into dead silence, so quiet you could literally hear a pin drop. The Lan Thien Holy Lord slowly and arrogantly declares, "Today, I have finally broken through to the legendary longevity realm and completely refined the Tai Huang Bell. I am invincible in the southern region. It is time to summon the immortal gathering and show the world our absolute power." The massive crowd immediately screams back, "Holy Lord's prestige is unmatched, invincible in the world." But right at that moment, a freezing cold voice drops from above, totally cutting them off. "Your grand dream of dominating the southern domain? Yeah, that ends forever today, you little Lin Huyen brat." The Holy Lord instantly snaps his head up, his eyes sharp as deadly blades, roaring, "Absolute insolence! Who dares trespass into my sacred land?" That freezing voice just keeps going. "Today, every single person in this Lin Huyen sacred land will pay the ultimate blood debt to the Lan family with your lives." Right as the words echo out, a blinding streak of light crashes in at absolutely terrifying speed. Boom! Lan Thien Hong and Lan Lin Van smash into the ground, standing fearlessly right across from him. Lan Thien Hong coldly glares at the Holy Lord with zero hidden contempt. The villain's face instantly darkens, and his killing intent completely explodes. "Who on earth are you two? You dare cause trouble on the very day I leave seclusion? Are you begging for death?" A completely terrifying wave of spiritual energy violently erupts around his body. Right at that crazy moment, a nearby elder, one of the guys from the original massacre, suddenly locks eyes and totally recognizes Lan Lin Van. He points a shaking finger and screams, "Holy Lord, that girl in blue is the very last surviving remnant of the Lan family. It is Lan Lin Van." Hearing that, the Holy Lord lets out a dark sneer, his eyes instantly filling with sick greed and cruelty. "Oh, the Lan survivor? Just throwing yourself right into my net?" She glares back. "Trust me, you and I can feel her raw, totally heartbreaking fury right here. You absolute monster, you killed my parents. Heaven and earth will never forgive this blood debt." The twisted elder just bursts into a completely savage, mocking laugh. "Haha, that is exactly right. I personally sent your entire pathetic family straight to the grave. So what? Let's dive right into one epic revenge arc." He sneered at her. "Your weak mystic stage is trash. Even with 10 lifetimes, you'll never get payback." Hearing those brutal insults, Lin Lingyan clenched her fists so hard her nails pierced deep into her flesh. Her entire body shook with pure fury. Seeing this scene, Luo Tianhong casually chimed in. He asked like it was nothing, "You really want to kill him yourself?" Her answer, "Even in my dreams." She didn't hesitate for a second, but then her voice broke, and pure absolute despair filled her eyes. "But he's already at the Divine Fire 5th stage. If I trained bitterly for 20 whole years, I could definitely." Before she could finish, he cut her off, laughing. 20 years? By then, even the fresh veggies will turn into pickled greens." He tilted his head, his voice light but insanely confident. "Why wait that long? You can just do it right now." The spirit profound sacred lord had been watching silently, but finally, he couldn't just stand by anymore. The old guy stepped in, his voice calm but dripping with a heavy, crushing aura. "Young man, I can tell you're no ordinary guy. But to mess with our sacred land's business just for some lowly kid from the Lin family? That is way too foolish." He smirked, acting like he was handing out charity. "I just left seclusion today and I'm in a good mood. Walk away now, and I'll spare your life." But Lan Thien Hong? He completely ignored the old man. He didn't even bother talking back. He just placed his hand gently on her shoulder, treating that big shot sacred lord like total air. Now watch closely. This gets wild. An invisible force transferred straight into her. He gave a cold scoff, totally mocking them out loud. "Just a tiny, pathetic sacred land. And you actually dare to tell me to get lost?" Instantly, Lin Lingyun felt her body get super light. Then boom, boiling heat like pure magma surged right through all her meridians. A terrifyingly pure fire energy erupted from her core. Her eyes went wide, flashing with brilliant light. Whoosh! Absolute monstrous power exploded from inside her. Her aura was skyrocketing like crazy. She was completely panicking now, totally confused. "Senior, what is this power?" He just gave a smirk. "Don't lose focus, just feel it. It's a little welcome gift, no need to thank me." He kept feeding her power while everyone watched, completely stunned. Boom! Her aura erupted like a massive hurricane. The raw energy blasted outward, trapping the whole area in a thick, hazy mist. Whoa! Where did this smoke come from? What in the world is happening right now? Even the sacred lord floating up there shrank back, cold sweat dripping straight down his spine. This leveling speed is terrifying. I couldn't even react in time. Just what kind of absolute monster is this kid? The crowd below absolutely lost their minds in the chaos. Divine Fire stage. Oh my god, no way. Skipping straight from Mystic 4th stage up to Divine Fire? That is completely impossible. Her slender legs touched the ground so lightly. It made a tiny tap, but it hit everyone's chest like a heavy sledgehammer. Lin Lingyun stared at her hands, feeling that insane power flowing. Is this really my power? This is way too strong, someone in the crowd shrieked. Wait, you and I need to pause here. That's not just early Divine Fire. Oh my god, she hit the absolute peak of the 5th stage. Even the Sacred Lord was visibly shaking now. With a heaven-defying trick like this, even I couldn't pull this off so smoothly. This guy's background must be insane. Once she finished absorbing every drop of power, Lin Lingyun immediately dropped to one knee, looking up with total respect. Thank you for this power, senior. He just waved it off. Just a tiny favor, don't mention it. Get up, go do what you need to do. Tears streamed down her face. Thank you, senior. She shot up, her eyes suddenly glaring like absolute daggers. She aimed right at Elder Jing, voice cold as steel. Today, your doghead is paying for my parents' lives. Come here and die. The entire crowd froze. Did she just talk to Elder Jing like that? This girl has lost her mind. She's basically got a death wish. Elder Jing stepped up, trying his best to look calm, but inside, he was absolutely panicking. Still, his presence made everyone back away in fear. You arrogant brat, get a tiny bit of power and you think you're a god? Using borrowed divine fire strength to kill me? Keep dreaming about it. Swoosh. No more talking. She dashed forward, moving like a blur through the wind, getting right in Elder Jing's face in the blink of an eye. Without blinking, she whipped out her emerald jade flute, treating it like a weapon to risk everything. Gotta risk it for the ultimate payback, right? Even while trash talking, that guy's face was completely drained of color. You've got nerve, trying to jump me. Boom! She swung hard, setting off a massive explosion that blasted the bystanders away like dry leaves. Clang, clang, Elder Jing went completely feral, slashing wildly, but every single hit bounced off the glowing energy shield she just threw up. That's where we leave it. Meanwhile, a disciple below screamed, "Ah, save me!" All right, stick with me here. The crazy elder's eyes bulge, completely shocked that his fierce attack just got effortlessly blocked by her annoying magic shield. Clang, clang. He swings like an absolute maniac, smashing the shield repeatedly, but nothing breaks. Scattering flower sword. He unleashes another signature technique, but gets the exact same result. Frustrated, he lands back on the ground to prep his killer move. The second elderkin touches down. Cold sweat drips down his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he realizes it is time for his ultimate attack. A wild stream of violent magic energy slowly wraps around his heavy blade. Lan family remnant, I must admit you forced this old man to get fully serious. While maintaining her strong defense, Lan Lin Van carefully watches every single move he makes. His entire combat stance has totally changed now. Murderous aura explodes. Letting you escape before was the biggest humiliation of my entire life, but today, my own hands will end everything. His face twists with pure rage. Take this, green light sword art. Magic erupts, literally ripping the surrounding air to shreds. Facing that full power strike, Lan Lin Van instantly falls into a heavy disadvantage. This is bad. Rocks fly everywhere as he dumps all his raw power into one slash, crashing straight down onto her fragile shield. Boom. This time she absolutely cannot hold on any longer. Her energy totally drained, she coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, Elder Kin laughs like a complete maniac. Ha ha ha, today is the day the Lan family bloodline gets completely wiped out. The intense shockwave instantly destroys all the nearby buildings too. Thick smoke rapidly rolls in, along with the endless sounds of pure destruction. Crash! Boom! The barrier shatters to pieces, but seeing Lan Lin Van still alive, he smirks. Oh, you are tough. But this is the end of the line. Lan Lin Van heavily collapses to the ground. Watch closely now, as Elder Kin steps closer, because it looks like everything has finally reached its end. Completely paralyzed by insane pain, she can barely even control herself anymore. Ah, it hurts way too much. My body just will not listen. With tears totally filling her eyes, she bites her lip hard, feeling so much guilt. Even using Senior's immense power, is the level gap really still this massive? I am so useless. I failed my Senior. Just as her willpower completely crumbles, a super familiar voice suddenly echoes right inside her head. Lin Van, do not be afraid. She flinches. It is actually his voice. Senior. Lan Lin Van instantly closes her eyes, trying hard to feel that tiny bit of remaining power encouraging her. Lan Thien Hong whispers softly, "Very good." The very next second, he simply snaps his fingers. Snap! Lan Linvan's entire body shakes violently as a crazy, pure energy, way stronger than before, completely erupts inside her mind. This is a completely brand new cultivation technique appearing in her head. Mind-space transmission. Lan Linvan stares in absolute horror at the glowing golden text appearing before her. Then his voice rings out again, sounding pretty annoyed and impatient. "You do not have the luxury to just stand there looking dumb." Instantly, a massive flood of magic surges straight into Lan Linvan's entire body. She obviously realizes it right away. Countless ancient characters and magical images pour endlessly into her mind, burning deep like fire to explain the ultimate technique. "Understand this well," he tells her, seeing her standing completely still. Elder Kin steps even closer, his tone totally mocking her. "What is wrong? Giving up already?" He furrows his brows and smirks with pure contempt. "Haha, smart choice." He raises his sword. "Since you accept your fate, I will make this quick and clean." Whoosh! You and I both know what happens next. The exact second he prepares to strike, a literal world-ending aura suddenly explodes from her body. She slowly looks up, flashing a freezing cold smile. "You celebrated way too early." Elder Kin freezes in shock. "What?" Boom! A massive energy explosion blasts out right on the spot, sending rocks flying everywhere. Elder Kin scrambles backward, his face completely pale. "Damn it! What is happening to this brat?" A deep, soul-crushing sense of fear suddenly creeps up his spine, making him freeze completely cold. Just why? Why is this old man so terrified? Even though her body is covered in wounds, Lan Linvan's entire aura has transformed. "Old dog, you are absolutely dead." She calmly lifts the jade flute to her lips. Time to play. The exact second those very first notes ring out, pure magic begins rapidly gathering. A massive glowing magic circle violently ignites right behind her back. This absolutely insane sight leaves Elder Kin looking completely pale and terrified. What is this? The entire crowd around them erupts into absolute panic. Impossible. How could this even happen? Only Lan Thien Hong stays perfectly calm. Looking quite proud, he mutters, "Just some random trash I tossed down, but enough to scare these kids." Right on cue, a piercing phoenix cry erupts from the center of the magic circle, shaking the heavens. A literal flaming phoenix slowly appears. Its massive wings cover the entire sky, leaving the crowd completely turned to stone. A real phoenix! She actually summoned a divine beast from the higher realm. The Holy Lord instantly snaps his terrified gaze straight toward Lan Thien Hong. It is him. It absolutely has to be him. Lan Thien Hong just stands there quietly watching with a slight smirk. Her eyes burning with pure faith, Lan Linvan lets out an epic battle cry. The War Phoenix instantly obeys her command. It shoots forward like a blazing meteor, aiming straight for Elder Kin. Even though he is basically on death's door right now, the stubborn old man absolutely refuses to surrender. "You want to kill me?" In your dreams. He leaps up, dodging the strike, then channels every single drop of his remaining magic. He transforms his entire body into a blinding greatsword. "Trust me, we are not done yet." This crazy old man refuses to go down easy. The sword tears toward the phoenix. But wait, you and I are about to see a wild illusion. Before the old man can even speak, his sword and his entire body get completely incinerated in midair, wiped out like he never even existed, seeing her absolute worst enemy completely erased. Lan Lingyun just stands there frozen. Her mind goes blank for a second, but when reality finally hits, all those years of bottled up pain just explode into an absolute flood of unstoppable tears. She sobs like a kid, completely breaking down. "Grandpa, Mom, Dad, this blood debt, I finally made them pay for what they did to you all." With the revenge mission finally complete, her loyal firebird bursts with a pop, instantly fading away into nothingness. Its job is done. Tears are still streaming down her face, but a smile finally breaks through. It is heartbreaking, but full of pure, absolute relief. But watch closely, because right here is where things go completely sideways. Big trouble strikes. The Supreme Elder, that infamous opportunist, sees Lan Lingyun is totally exhausted. He secretly gathers his raw energy and launches a brutally toxic sneak attack right at her. How can she block this right now? She thinks in pure despair. But Lan Thien Hong is definitely not the type to just stand by. "Do not panic. I am right here." In a flash, he appears right behind the old guy, light as a breeze. The elder gets so spooked his soul almost leaves his body. "Ah, you!" Pure terror takes over his wrinkled face. His eyes bulge out, staring at Lan Thien Hong, who just casually smirks back at him, a sarcastic half-smile on his face. "You insect, get out of my sight." Saying that, he simply swats his hand like he is brushing away an annoying fly. Bam! The Supreme Elder gets instantly blasted super far away, tracing a perfect arc right across the sky before completely vanishing into thin air. He did not even get a chance to touch a single hair on Lan Thien Hong. The Ling Xuan Holy Lord stands frozen in pure shock, eyes wide. He cannot believe what just happened. How is this even possible? Lan Lingyun is just as stunned, stammering out, "Wait, he just vanished like that?" Down below, the entire crowd erupts into absolute chaos. Oh my god, the Supreme Elder got swatted away in a second. What kind of monster is this guy? After taking out the trash, Lan Thien Hong casually floats down. Lan Lingyun's voice trembles with awe. "Senior, what cultivation realm have you actually reached?" Seeing her curious eyes, he just gives a faint smile. "Hey kid, being too curious is not always a good thing. If you knew, your little heart could not handle it. We are all wondering how overpowered he is, right?" Right then, the angry Holy Lord steps up, cutting in. "You there! You just casually stroll into my Ling Xuan Holy Land like it is empty. Do you honestly think absolutely nobody here can put you in your place?" Lan Thien Hong replies completely unbothered, his voice as cold as ice water. "This is just a barren wasteland anyway. I come and go as I please, basically treating it like my own house." That massive insult makes the Holy Lord literally shake with pure rage. "Fine, let us say you are strong." A terrifying surge of raw energy erupts straight from his body, spreading a heavy pressure everywhere. He starts channeling his power, grinding his teeth. Then open your eyes wide and witness the ultimate trump card of my Ling Xuan Holy Land. Lan Lingyun instantly notices something is very wrong. Her face goes pale. A trump card? Seeing him desperately gathering energy, she quickly yells out a frantic warning. "This is bad, senior," if we do not stop him. But Lan Thien Hong stays completely chill. He calmly reassures her, "Relax, I actually want to see what trick he pulls out." His unbothered attitude slowly helps her calm down. "Ah, understood, senior." Meanwhile, the Holy Lord still has enough nerve to let out a cold laugh. "Haha, looks like you finally know fear. But too bad, it is way too late." His internal energy spikes to the absolute limit, making the surrounding air feel suffocatingly heavy. "I wasted so much time secretly setting up all these traps, and you did not even bother stepping into them." Lan Thien Hong suddenly turns and asks Lan Lingyun, "Oh, right. Looking at your panicked face earlier, it seems like you actually know a little something about this thing?" She immediately nods her head over and over. "Yes, I have definitely heard a few wild rumors about this. Word on the street is that the Ling Xuan Holy Land holds a relic left behind by a literal immortal. At first, everyone thought it was totally fake, but recently, news broke out saying that very relic is currently in the hands of the Holy Lord himself." Finishing her sentence, Lan Lingyun quickly bows her hands, speaking with pure sincerity. "Please, senior, you have to be extremely careful." Lan Thien Hong rubs his chin, pretending to think deeply. "An immortal relic, huh? That sounds somewhat interesting." Seeing him still acting completely casual, Lan Lingyun cannot help but feel absolutely stunned. Even a divine immortal treasure does not make him flinch for a second. Just what kind of godly existence is this, senior? Lan Thien Hong does not reply, just flashing a very cryptic smile. "All right, that is enough chatting for now. It is time for the real show to begin." That little chat was just enough time for the Holy Lord to finish fully charging up his massive attack. Hey, it is finally ready. Murderous intent covers his face. Anyone who dares insult the absolute prestige of the Ling Xuan Holy Land must pay with their life. He is completely certain he will win this time, unable to stop his lips from curling up in pure arrogance. The Holy Lord's eyes flash wildly as he chants, summoning the immortal weapon. And that is where we leave it. Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Those massive magic chains binding the Supreme Emperor Bell? Bam, completely shattered to pieces. Stick with me here, you and I are about to see a legendary flex go completely wrong. Blinding light erupts, piercing clouds as an ancient bell rings out. Floating right in midair, the Supreme Emperor Bell appears looking absolutely majestic. Seeing this epic sight, the crowd instantly drops to their knees, chanting, "Holy Lord's divine power, invincible in this world. Holy Lord's divine power, totally invincible in this world." The spirit profound Holy Lord is completely drunk on his own power, laughing like a maniac. "Haha, I refined the Supreme Emperor Bell. Below immortals, everyone is an ant, and above immortals, I can still throw down in a fight." He glares right down at Lan Thien Hong with the ultimate victor's gaze. How about that? Feeling scared now? But totally wrecking his expectations, Lan Thien Hong isn't terrified at all. Instead, he just smirks. You are feeling pretty great right now, huh? Feeling like you are totally invincible? Basically flying up to the heavens right now? That casual insult hits like a direct slap, making the Holy Lord freeze in pure rage. But Lan Thien Hong does not stop mocking him. Then one punch, one kill, and the whole world belongs to the Spirit Profound Temple, right? Mocked so hard he is practically speechless. The Holy Lord's face turns totally pale. Lan Thien Hong just laughs, casually waving his hand. No need to explain. I get it. I have felt this exact way before. After pissing his enemy off to the absolute breaking point, he calmly points a finger right at him. All right then, you can go ahead and start. The Holy Lord scowls hard, his anger hitting peak levels. Fine then, go die. Swoosh! He gives the signal, and the Supreme Emperor Bell launches straight at Lan Thien Hong. Lin Lingyun screams in pure terror. Senior! The immortal weapon rushes right at his face, surging with enough demonic power to completely crush anything in its path. Now pay attention, because here is where it gets wild. He does not dodge, just calmly reaches his hand out. Come here, bam! The Supreme Emperor Bell flashes once, then totally vanishes. Wait, not vanished. It shrunk down, resting perfectly obedient inside Lan Thien Hong's palm, while everyone else stares in absolute jaw-dropping shock. Wait, what? What on earth just happened? The Spirit Profound Holy Lord's face instantly drains of all its color. Honestly, even the legendary Bell itself probably never expected to get tamed this ridiculously easily. The Holy Lord and his entire squad stand there, absolutely dead silent. Only Lan Thien Hong stays perfectly calm, looking like he just casually picked up a random little trinket. The Holy Lord panics so hard his face shifts from purple to green. Tears and snot are flowing down, his whole body shaking violently. No, impossible. Lin Lingyun is not doing much better. She looks at him with a wild mix of terror and absolute worship. Say, Senior. Seeing his ultimate weapon suddenly turn its back on him, the Holy Lord screams out in pure fury, Supreme Emperor Bell, you dared to accept me as your master, so why are you ignoring my holy orders? Do you want me to destroy your spirit right now? Hearing this, Lan Thien Hong sneers out loud. How interesting, you really plan to use this thing against me. That single comment makes the guy even more furious. Shut up! Smack! The immortal weapon drops gently right into Lan Thien Hong's hand, staying totally silent, completely ghosting its former master. The Holy Lord's expression gets uglier by the second, sweating absolute buckets right now. Hey, Supreme Emperor Bell, I did not tell you to shut up. At least give me an answer. But the only response he gets is a terrifyingly heavy silence. Completely helpless, he lowers his voice to start begging. Tell me what you want. I will definitely give it to you. Still zero response. You saw that, right? His own legendary weapon is literally ghosting him. His panic flips into hilarious despair. Hey, stop messing around with me! Watching this pathetic display, Lan Thien Hong asks softly, his voice full of pure teasing. Such a wonderful master. Are you really not going to give him a single reply? The weapon still ignores him. The Holy Lord straight up starts crying miserably. Ah, my Supreme Emperor Bell. Remembering their glorious days together, he starts scolding it. My little Bell, what the heck is wrong with you? Yesterday we were fighting side by side, sharing our deep feelings, and today you turn your back on me so heartlessly. The Bell just glares at him with pure disdain, even making a little mocking gesture. And man, that is the final straw. Since begging totally failed, he pivots straight to threats. Are you messing with me? Disobey my orders, and I will wipe your spirit completely. Do not think I will not do it just because you are a treasure. I am casting the spell. But neither Lan Thien Hong nor the Bell even flinch. He raises his hand, voice dripping with fake menace. I am counting. I count to 3 and you are done. 3. Both look at him, super confused. He screams out, 2! But in response, Lan Thien Hong and the Bell just stand there casually, looking totally bored like they are watching a terrible stage play. The Holy Lord's actions right now are basically just a massive clown show. 1.5, 1.25. Eventually, both Lan Thien Hong and the Bell cannot hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. The surrounding crowd is entirely stunned, with absolutely everyone's jaws practically dropping to the floor. Even Lin Lingyun stares blankly. And trust me, you and I just witnessed absolute comedy. In front of everyone, a revered Holy Lord is literally crying like a big baby. Every single teardrop falls down, pooling into a sad little puddle while his massive body shakes uncontrollably. All right, you and I are about to watch some absolute madness. Hot tears stream down his once majestic face. Tai Hong Trung, how could you? He howls through choked sobs. Oh, my little Trung Trung, why do you have the heart to betray me like this? After all these years together, have you just completely forgotten everything? The crying stops, but he keeps complaining in this completely tragic voice. For years, we were always right by each other's side. We seen fancher. We survived pure disasters together, enjoyed ultimate glory together. Is all of that really worth absolutely nothing in your eyes? Old memories suddenly flood his mind like a broken dam. He remembers those days fighting side by side with the little Belle. They were basically a born duo. Those long nights holding little Trung Trung close, whispering like true soulmates, even hugging each other to sleep until the morning sun came up. Every single memory, every joy, every tiny little moment gets dragged out and recounted perfectly by him. Everything was supposedly sealed by a spirit blood contract, a bond just like a red thread tying them both tightly together. Lan Thien Holy Master screams in total despair. Oh, little Trung Trung, our bond is deep as the ocean. How can you just walk away? That crazy tragic speech actually works. Even the immortal artifact Tai Hoang Trung starts to waver in the air. It shakes slightly and literally bursts out crying. In a flash, it flies right out of Lan Thien Hong's hand, catching him off guard. Seeing this, Lan Thien Holy Master gets absolutely overjoyed. Little Trung Trung, I knew you could never bear to leave me. Tai Hong Trung cries and sniffles. The string on its head morphs into a tiny hand reaching right out toward him. Lan Thien Holy Master instantly opens his arms wide, ready for this emotional reunion. Little Trung Trung speeds up, flying over as his face fills with pure joy. Now watch this part closely. The gap closes, but Lan Thien Hong just smirks. He coldly snaps his fingers. Get back here right now. Hearing that order, Tai Hoang Trung instantly snaps awake. It glances back, spins completely around, and turns its back on Lan Thien Holy Master. The string swings up, landing a direct slap right across his face. Smack! Little Trung! Lan Thien Hong bursts into laughter, a smile full of total mockery. He ignores Lan Thien Holy Master falling face first onto the dirt, completely losing that sad vibe. Lan Thien Holy Master looks up, his eyes practically dripping with toxic venom. Tai Hoang Trung even sticks out its tongue just to tease him. Lan Thien Hong laughs out loud, totally sarcastic. But suddenly, a burst of pitch-black energy erupts straight from Lan Thien Holy Master's body. He growls. Tai Hoang Trung, you traitorous, ungrateful little thing. Since you play dirty, do not blame this venerable one for acting heartless. He throws up 2 fingers. Pitch-black magic gathers fast. The force twists like a dark snake, wrapping tightly around the spirit key string on Tai Hoang Trung's head. Tai Hoang Trung completely panics. Lan Thien Holy Master's eyes turn absolutely vicious. Today, I am going to smash you. One hand squeezes the string, while the other forms a spirit-destroying seal. Sensing the lethal danger, Tai Hoang Trung desperately flies back toward Lan Thien Hong, trembling and sobbing uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. Lan Thien Hong says it so softly, looking completely unbothered. He brings his hand up and quietly mutters, /spirit pact. Pop! Just a light flick onto Tai Hoang Trung's head. Instantly, the spirit key string connecting it to Lan Thien Holy Master snaps clean in half. Lan Thien Holy Master's eyes go wide. Pure horror writes itself across his face. He cannot believe a blood contract string just got severed that easily. The exact second that link shatters, his body loses all its life force. A huge mouthful of fresh blood spews right out. Spit! Lan Thien Holy Master's entire body shakes violently. He wipes the blood trail from the corner of his mouth, completely stuttering. How could you forcefully sever our spirit blood contract? Blood just keeps pouring out. Extreme, absolute terror completely covers his face now. I know what you are thinking. What cultivation realm is this guy? Right then, the immortal artifact Tai Hoang Trung glows, floating in Lan Thien Hong's hand. He lets out a soft chuckle, his voice pure arrogance. Didn't you all really want to see exactly how powerful this thing is? Then use your own lives to pay for a one-time front row seat. Finishing his sentence, Lan Thien Hong instantly channels raw power into Tai Hoang Trung. In just a blink of an eye, the bell expands at a terrifying speed, looking literally like a small mountain suspended in midair. A terrifying pressure rolls out from it, making Lan Thien Holy Master shake uncontrollably, his teeth practically chattering together. No, this is impossible. Every other person standing there is scared out of their actual minds. Lan Van stands frozen, eyes super wide, jaw dropped. Infinite awe rises up in her chest. Is this the true, monstrous strength of the senior? Seeing her distracted, Lan Thien Hong softly reminds her, just stand still next to me. Do not do anything reckless. He throws up 2 fingers with an order. Suppress! Clang! Tai Huang Trung begins vibrating. The sound echoes across heaven and earth, shaking the very mountains and rivers. Clang! The pendulum inside only wavers slightly, but the massive mountain down below gets completely crushed into pieces by invisible sound waves. Giant boulders come crashing down. The crowd below only has time to scream once before getting instantly buried alive. Ah! Lin Haiyan, Holy Master, goes dead pale, his eyes full of panic. How is this possible? So strong. Tai Huang Trung's power is truly terrifying. Just a single strike wiped out a massive area. Shockwaves spread out exactly like the Grim Reaper's scythe, crushing everything right in their path. Entire mountains get leveled. Giant trees turn straight into dust. So what do you and I learn here? Never mess with real power. Through all that dust, only Lan Lin Van and Lan Thien Hong's spot remains totally untouched. Let's jump right into this insane aftermath. Seeing her shaking, Lan Thien Hong drops his voice. Do not be scared. It is finally over. Lin Lingyun barely opens her eyes, and what she sees leaves her absolutely breathless. An entire massive landscape has been totally wiped off the map, which means every single one of their enemies just got completely erased. She just stands there completely frozen, unable to process it. As she stares blankly at where the Lingzuan Holy Land used to be, Lan Thien Hong just points at the floating rubble, a cold confirmation that everything has literally been turned to dust. Witnessing her family's massive blood feud get completely settled in the blink of an eye, Lin Lingyun cannot hold back her raw emotions. She completely breaks down crying. That loud sobbing actually startles Lan Thien Hong. The absolute god who just leveled an entire continent is suddenly acting super awkward. Hey, what is wrong with you? Realizing she totally lost her cool, Lin Lingyun wipes her tears and whispers, I am so sorry. This junior was impolite. She chokes up. This crushing 500-year-old burden of her clan's extermination is finally avenged today. This junior just could not hold it in. Hearing this, Lan Thien Hong stays quiet. He just sighs softly, raises a hand, and shoots out a burst of spiritual energy. Retract! The Tai Huang bell instantly shrinks down, its glowing light fading out as it returns to normal. Thanks to his epic magic, that massive towering bell rapidly shrinks right back down to its original compact size. He casually tosses it over to Lin Lingyun, giving her a very strict warning. You are the only surviving descendant of the Lin family right now, so this Tai Huang bell is obviously yours to inherit. Just drop some blood on it to claim ownership. But pay close attention here. Until you reach the immortality realm, do not ever reveal this treasure, or it will bring fatal disaster right to your doorstep. Lin Lingyun immediately waves her hands in total panic to refuse. Senior, you are part of the Lin family too. The Tai Huang bell can only unleash its true legendary power with you. My strength is way too low. My status is humble. I cannot accept this. Lan Thien Hong replies with zero emotion. This thing might be a supreme immortal weapon, but to someone at my tier, it is literally just useless trash. He shoots her a cool glance, his voice still flat. Your hidden talent is actually not bad. I just helped you cleanse your marrow and forge your bones. Add the Tai Huang bell, and your cultivation speed is going to completely leave all your peers eating dust. Hearing that, pure joy explodes across her face. Wait, is that really true? Lan Thien Hong nods. Exactly. From now on, rebuilding the Lin family is totally on your shoulders, so hurry up and claim it. Lin Lingyun does not dare to delay for even a second. She bites down on her fingertip until it bleeds. Yes, senior. A single drop of blood hits the Tai Huang bell. Instantly, the immortal weapon shoots straight into the air, making her stumble backward in shock. In a flash, the bell morphs into a brilliant streak of golden light and blasts straight into her body. Whoa. The feeling of absolute fusion spreads through every inch of her. Lin Lingyun just stands there completely stunned, clueless about what just happened. Did that legendary Tai Huang bell seriously just merge with my body? You and I both know overpowered items need a nerf, right? Lan Thien Hong thinks back 10,000 years. He placed a seal on it so Lin descendants would not get arrogant. Aside from basic defense and suppressing fortune, every single one of its other massive powers was completely sealed away. Since the Lin family faced absolute ruin this time, he finally broke the seal to help this kid survive. Suddenly, a random thought hits him out of nowhere. Oh, right, I almost forgot. Lan Thien Hong pulls a shiny ring right out of his spatial inventory and tosses it over. Here, take this. She catches it in a panic, staring wide-eyed at the mystical glowing band. She realizes it is a high-tier spatial ring. Lan Thien Hong throws in some final advice. Use everything inside this ring however you want. They will be a massive power-up on your journey to rebuild the Lin family. Meanwhile, he is secretly calculating in his head. That Lingzuan Holy Land was basically a walking loot piñata, He scooped up so much epic gear from both the lower and upper realms. Thinking about his gorgeous wife, he happily starts dividing all the crazy battle loot. One chunk goes straight to Lan Thien Hong as a beginner reward. The rest, obviously going straight to his divine phoenix Empress. He needs to spoil her and boost her cultivation stats. That way, their ultimate retirement plan goes smoothly, and they can finally live that peaceful, drama-free life together. Visions of completely chill, perfect everyday moments just keep flashing through his mind. Just wait 100 years until his wife hits max level. Then they will ascend to the upper realm holding hands. They will just keep writing their endless romance epic. Completely lost in that daydream, he stands there smiling like a total goofball. That bizarre smile leaves Lan Thien Hong completely confused as she stands there. A cool breeze kicks up. Lan Thien Hong strikes a pose like a total mafia boss and declares loudly, "All right, my job here is completely done and sorted." He turns around and gives a super lazy wave. "I am heading out." Before Lan Thien Hong can even manage to spit out a proper goodbye, his body explodes into a streak of brilliant light. He tears through the sky, vanishing into the horizon. Although everything is finally wrapped up, that crazy sudden departure makes Lan Thien Hong's heart feel strangely, heavily empty. "Senior," she whispers softly, her voice fading out. Her mood suddenly drops like a rainy afternoon. "If only there is a day we cross paths again." Before she can even finish that thought, she just stands there in absolute silence. A moment later, she also blasts off as a streak of light, vanishing into thin air. "Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. We are looking at the absolute ruins of the Lin Huyen's sacred ground. Just eerie silence and giant boulders floating in midair. It looks unbelievably creepy. Suddenly, the space above the wasteland twists and distorts, rippling just like water being aggressively stirred up. Right after that, two figures suddenly warp in. A young guy crosses his arms, rolling his eyes as he scans the area with absolute arrogance. Well, the once glorious Lin Huyen's sacred ground turned flat overnight. What an incredibly tragic, yet totally entertaining show to watch. The old man in green robes next to him, Old Thon, gently strokes his white beard. His eyes half closed, sensing something completely unnatural. "This is the pure aura of an immortal weapon," he says with a deep voice. "It seems the top sacred ground of Nam Chao was wiped out by it." That crazy conclusion makes the young guy flinch. "Wait, what?" His eyes go wide in pure shock. An immortal weapon spawned in a place like Nam Chao? Instantly, greedy intent flashes in his eyes, his fists clenching tight. "Old Thon, I absolutely must get my hands on this immortal weapon." Hearing this, Old Thon quickly warns him. "The power of an immortal weapon is no joke. Even I am not completely sure I could escape it alive. Young master, you should drop this idea for now." With no other choice, the guy sighs, pure regret plastered all over his face. "Fine. When we return to Trung Chao, I will report to my father and have him send someone to investigate. That is way safer." Suddenly, another wild scheme flashes through his mind. His lips curl into a smirk. "Or maybe we should go track down Bakvan first. Once I set my sights on you, do you really think you can escape?" They vanish instantly, rushing off. Now watch closely, because this is where things get interesting. Over at Land City, gentle morning sunlight shines down on the quiet villages tucked beneath the massive mountain range. With her massive blood feud finally settled, Lan Lin Van returns to her clan's old estate, slowly walking right through the gates. Before her eyes is pure devastation. Nothing but heavily stained walls and completely shattered roof tiles left behind. Yet the Lan family ancestral hall plaque still hangs there, fully intact and standing strong. Stepping inside, her eyes immediately freeze when she spots a dusty ironwood spirit tablet lying completely abandoned on the freezing cold dirt floor. That is the sacred spirit tablet of the Lan ancestors. She carefully picks it up, brushing off years of thick dust, before respectfully placing it right back on the altar. But the exact second the tablet touches down, a sharp click echoes out. She accidentally triggers a hidden mechanism under the cloth. A secret drawer slowly slides open, making her jump back in total shock. Her gaze is instantly drawn to an extremely old paper scroll resting inside. Pure curiosity taking over, Lan Lin Van quickly pulls it out and unrolls it. The moment the painting is revealed, her eyes widen to the max, pupils shrinking in absolute disbelief. The man in the portrait looks exactly like Lan Thien Hong, practically a clone. This is the senior. She realizes it instantly, quickly reading the small text written right beside it. Third Master Lan, Lan Immortal Venerable. His nephew Lan Liet painted this exact portrait to preserve the memory of his beloved third uncle. Lan Lin Van feels her brain short-circuit. Even her ancestors called him third uncle. You and I both realize what this means, right? An absolutely impossible thought flashes through her mind. Could the senior actually be that guy? No way. That was literally 10,000 years ago. Without a second thought, she fiercely rolls up the painting. She dashes outside immediately. She absolutely has to find the senior and demand the full truth. Over in the capital, Lai Hai Nguyet holds her calligraphy brush, radiating absolute authority as she slowly writes out each bulletin. The news of Nam Cha's #1 sacred ground getting utterly destroyed overnight spreads like an invisible earthquake. The entire southern continent is left completely shaken to its core. Up in the blue sky, flocks of birds still lazily glide around under the warm sunlight. But totally clashing with that peaceful vibe, the people of Nam Chao are drowning in a massive wave of unprecedented panic and absolute terror. A heavy fog of anxiety covers the mountain ranges, throwing every single sect, big and small, into total chaotic disarray. Emergency lockdown! A stern elder steps forward, loudly shouting out his strict orders. Elsewhere, a panicked old woman screams at her disciples before fleeing in a hurry. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, Li Hinguyet furiously slams her book down onto the heavy ironwood desk. She shoots right up, her gorgeous face tense with absolute rage, screaming down at the person kneeling on the floor. The monster who annihilated the Lin Haiyan sacred ground overnight, and the one who wiped out the 6 great sects. Are they the exact same person? What on earth does he actually want? Bloodthirsty Venerable bows deeply, waiting for her blazing fury to cool before respectfully reporting. Your Majesty, I have dispatched countless elite spies, but so far we have found absolutely zero clues. While half listening to this gloomy report, Li Haiyang's mind drifts elsewhere entirely. I must enter secluded training immediately and push my limits. Within 5 years, I will break through to the longevity realm. In 100 years, I must reach the Khanate realm. Only then can I protect my husband. Once I hit the Khanate realm, my husband and I will ascend together. Early morning in Fuangqin City. Massive crowds flood the bustling streets, grabbing food or just strolling. But in one corner of a tavern, the atmosphere feels unbelievably heavy. 3 guys sit like stone statues around cold tea. Total silence. Trust me, you are going to want to see how this plays out next. Alright, stick with me here. We are starting off with pure panic. One guy finally speaks up, his voice shaking, asking the others if they found any trace of young Master Lin. The second guy, sweating buckets, eyes darting everywhere as he admits he has nothing too. Hearing this, the other 2 just completely break down, one literally crying into his hands. What are they supposed to do now? This is a secret order from the Empress herself. If they fail, their entire families might actually lose their heads. The last guy slumps against the table, sobbing that he has an 80-year-old mother and a newborn baby at home. He absolutely refuses to die for nothing. But suddenly, the first guy speaks up again, completely cutting off the dramatic crying fest. He turns around with this weirdly confident, mysterious smile. He tells them to chill because he has a genius plan. The other 2 instantly light up, begging him to spill. Pushing out his chest, he seriously suggests they just burn some incense and pray. He claims the heavens will totally guide their way. Oh, wrong move. The admiration instantly turns into pure rage. The other 2 guys absolutely lose it, grabbing him by the collar with their fists raised high. They scream that he is a total idiot. His brain is useless, his plan is garbage, and now they are 100% doomed. The poor shop owner rushes out to stop the massive brawl. But right at that moment, the jingling bells of a passing carriage echo through the air, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. And there he is. Lan Thien Hong is chilling in the carriage, humming a happy tune and just enjoying the view. Now pay attention here. The second his handsome face catches their eyes, these 3 guards completely freeze. They stare in disbelief, and then boom, they literally come back to life. Going straight from absolute suicidal despair to jumping for joy, it is like they just hit the ultimate jackpot. They tackle each other into a massive hug, tears streaming down their faces, screaming young Master Lin at the top of their lungs. These guys are so incredibly hyped that they completely flip their dining table into the air, totally ignoring the poor shop owner who is now crying over his ruined stuff. Laughing and sobbing at the same time, the trio chases after the carriage. They are literally screaming Amen, Hallelujah, thanking the heavens, and begging young Master Lin to wait because they missed him to death. A little while later, right outside the Phoenix capital, the carriage is back to rolling smoothly down the road. Inside, Lan Thien Hong actually clasps his hands and bows his head, sincerely apologizing for making all of them worry so much. The 3 guards frantically wave their hands, laughing it off and saying it is totally fine. That previous panic? Gone. They are absolutely thrilled now. As long as he is safe, their heads get to stay attached to their necks. Lan Thien Hong just looks up and gives them a calm smile. Reaching inside his robes, he digs around for a second before casually tossing a small bottle right over to the 3 guards. He casually mentions it is just some decent quality pills he bought on the way, a little gift to say sorry. The guys scramble to catch it with both hands, treating it like a holy artifact. They look up with massive, flattering smiles, thanking him endlessly. With that settled, Lan Thien Hong grabs the reins himself, driving the carriage straight into the inner city. Up ahead, the massive gates are wide open, welcoming him. He chuckles, staring down at a tiny spark of spiritual fire dancing right in his palm. That flame is actually glowing from the spatial ring he is holding. With a quick flick of his wrist, he tosses the ring. It leaves a beautiful, fiery trail through the air before vanishing completely. Not a single trace of it is left behind. You and I both know what is happening here. His eyes flash with determination. He just looted the entire Holy Land, and now he is casually gifting all that insane treasure to his Empress wife as a greeting. At that exact moment, a blazing streak of fire tears across the sky. The spatial ring is flying like a missile straight toward the capital city. Sitting comfortably, Lan Thien Hong watches it go with a huge grin. He whispers for his darling to hurry up and get stronger. He jokes that he is tired of always cleaning up her messes. Meanwhile, inside the grand palace, golden sunlight fills the hall. It is so quiet you could literally hear a pin drop. Li Shui sits cross-legged on her royal dragon bed. Her hands form cultivation seals, while a faint glowing aura wraps around her entire body. She is going all out, pouring her complete focus into mastering the Heavenly Emperor Manual, the ultimate origin technique of all divine magic arts. The pressure around her gets heavier and heavier by the second. But then, whoosh! A sharp sound slices through the air, completely shattering the peaceful silence. That crazy disturbance? It is the flaming spatial ring Lan Thien Hong just threw. Moving at terrifying speed without slowing down at all, it smashes directly into Li Shui's forehead. Smack! The sudden impact instantly breaks her concentration. She flies straight backwards, letting out a sharp cry of absolute pain. Ouch, that hurt. She rolls across the bed, clutching her forehead with tears literally welling up in her eyes. But a split second later, she springs up like a coiled trap. A massive bump is already forming on her head as she clenches her fists, roaring out to ask who dared attack her. She is standing tall now, her tiny fists clenched completely white. She looks like she is ready to instantly murder the culprit the second she gets her hands on them. Her beautiful face twists into pure, absolute fury as she lets out another roar. The whole palace shakes as she screams, "How dare someone ambush her?" She shoots a deadly glare to her left, but the massive room just has wardrobes. Nothing suspicious at all. Snapping her head to the right, she finds absolutely nothing but perfectly neat bookshelves. Not a single soul in sight. And trust me, you and I do not want to see an empress when her rage hits absolute boiling point like this. Pinching 2 fingers together, she forms a seal and commands her divine sense to open. Instantly, a layer of golden light explodes, wrapping around her entire body. Alright, stick with me here. Li Shui throws her hand forward, fingers spread, her dark eyes suddenly turning a pure, soul-chilling white. She pushes her magic to the absolute limit, her divine sense scanning every single inch of land for miles, reaching way past the capital's borders. Her brows knit tightly together, her face a mix of pure confusion and raging anger as she hunts for the mysterious attacker. But the result? Absolutely nothing. Just completely empty space, without a single suspicious trace or clue left behind anywhere. Li Shui pulls back her divine sense, returning to normal, but that burning irritation hasn't dropped a single bit. She lets out a cold scoff. Damn it. My power just got a massive upgrade, yet someone still managed to sneak attack me without leaving even a drop of aura behind. Her face scrunches up, resting her chin on one hand, racking her brain to figure out who would actually dare pull a stunt like this. But no matter how hard she thinks, zero clues. Completely helpless, Li Shui reaches up to gently rub the throbbing bump on her forehead. Ah! The sharp pain makes her instantly yank her hand back, squatting down to hug her head, pouting like a literal child. That hurts so much. Right as she is sniffling, before the tears can even manage to fall, her pupils suddenly shrink. She spots a mysterious ring just casually rolling along the ground not too far away. Curiosity totally overpowers the pain. She hurries over, snatches it up, and stares at it intensely. A spatial ring. Without a second of hesitation, Li Shui channels her inner power straight into it, concentrating all her energy as her gaze turns incredibly sharp. Whoosh! A blinding light erupts, and from that tiny little ring, a massive spatial gate rips wide open. Li Xiwei cautiously steps right inside. Now watch this part closely. Her eyes snap wide open as she completely freezes in her tracks. Her jaw absolutely drops. Right in front of her are mountains of stacked resources, endless gold, rare jewels, divine spirit pills, and top-tier cultivation materials. It is a legendary stash way beyond anything she could ever imagine. She literally gasps in pure shock. This insane pile of wealth easily dwarfs the entire treasury of the Divine Phoenix dynasty. In that exact second, the pounding pain on her forehead magically vanishes without a trace. Trading one little bump for an absolutely gigantic treasure hoard like this? What an epic steal. All her previous rage instantly evaporates into thin air. Right now, her sparkling eyes only see the blinding glow of pure, unadulterated wealth. Who in the world gifted this to me? Dead silence. No answer. Li Xiwei decisively shuts her eyes, telling herself, whatever. Someone gave it to me, so how could I possibly refuse? Thought finished, she opens her eyes, sparkling with absolute joy. With these insane resources, not only can I skyrocket my cultivation level in no time, but before she even finishes the thought, her fist clenches tight, gripping the ring. At that exact same moment, the massive spatial gate slowly seals shut right behind her. Inside her mind, Li Xiwei is already plotting a wildly bold plan. I can literally use this to train an unstoppable, superpowered army. Just then, a frantic, urgent knocking echoes from outside the door, violently cutting her epic thoughts short. Hands still clutching the ring tightly, Li Xiwei shoots a totally annoyed glare toward the door. She quickly slides the ring onto her long, slender finger, then casually grabs a coat hanging nearby. She throws it on in a rush to hide her slightly messy appearance. She fiercely marches to the door, that majestic bump still super visible right on her forehead. What is it? I know exactly what you are thinking. An attack? Nope. The Blood Phoenix guard bows respectfully outside. Your Majesty, he has returned. And just like that, her cold Empress vibe completely vanishes. Her face flushes a deep red, her big eyes sparkling brightly, and she just can't stop a massive, radiant smile from breaking out. Hubby is back? But a shy, maiden-like reaction like this? She absolutely cannot let outsiders see it. At the end of the day, she is still the mighty Empress. Li Xiwei quickly fakes a light cough, snapping right back to her strict, serious posture. Understood. The second the door closes, leaving her completely alone in the room, she instantly melts back into a super soft, clingy girl. Crossing her arms tightly over her chest, she pouts and grumbles, "Stupid hubby, daring to leave me all alone for so damn long." Her mouth complains, but deep down, she isn't mad at all. Her eyes flash with undeniable joy. She looks down, cheeks blushing pink. He finally decided to come back. The mood of a girl deeply in love is blooming wide open, overflowing with absolute happiness. Heh. I definitely need to prepare an incredibly massive feast for him tonight. Half an hour later, golden sunlight is still bathing the entire royal palace. A gorgeous girl in bright red robes, moving with pure grace, face hidden behind a veil, steps inside gently. This is Phoenix, Li Xiwei's royal younger sister. She runs in happily, her voice bright and clear. "Big sis, look, I have this cute little bag right here." The moment she sees Li Xiwei, she leaps right onto the bed, winking playfully. "I heard brother-in-law is finally back. No wonder you are actually smiling now." Her cute face is flushed, pink, round eyes shining with pure, genuine joy. "I am just so happy for you." Li Xiwei looks at her little sister with eyes full of utter adoration, speaking so softly. "Since your brother-in-law is back, I can't stay in the palace to play with you tonight." She flashes a sly, teasing smile, poking her sister. "What are you acting so super happy about anyway?" Phoenix instantly widens her big eyes, staring straight at her, and replies with pure sincerity, "As long as you are happy, big sis, I am happy too." Saying this, she lowers her head, her voice carrying a hint of sadness. "So what do you and I take from this?" She knows her sister was stressed about the Six Sects and Spirit Heaven Holy Land getting wiped out. "And I couldn't even help you at all," she honestly admits. "Alright, you and I are diving into an incredibly sweet romance today." Feeling guilty, the little girl snaps. Her brother-in-law is way more useful." Li Xiwei knows her little sister's childish temper perfectly. She helplessly rubs the kid's head. Her voice is incredibly gentle, yet strictly commanding. "Once your sister leaves, you have to stay and train hard." She stares at Fenger with absolute adoration in her eyes, but her words carry a very serious warning. If you cannot break through to the spirit condensation realm this year, I will absolutely punish you. Fenger's eyes instantly go wide, and the whining begins. Huh? But that realm is way too hard. Flick! Li Shiyue taps her right on the forehead instantly, scolding her with a strict tone. What is so hard about it? With your insane talent, if you weren't slacking off all day, you would have broken through ages ago. Fenger grabs her forehead, frowning and faking total agony. But Li Shiyue isn't buying it at all. Standing up straight, she sternly orders the little slacker back to her training. Just before heading out, she bends down to grab the heavy bag that Fenger brought over. Li Shiyue turns and walks away, clutching the bag tightly. She waves without looking back, happily shouting, "I am heading home to see my husband first." In a single blink, her beautiful figure vanishes right out the window, leaving behind a faint, blurry afterimage. Fenger is left standing there all alone, watching completely helplessly. Feeling completely left out, the little girl pouts, resting her chin with a heavy sigh. Man, I really envy my brother-in-law for marrying such an amazing wife. Suddenly, she spins around, putting her hands on her hips and throwing a cute, fake tantrum. Seriously, I am actually starting to get really jealous of that guy. Way outside the bustling capital city, while the massive crowds keep moving, a highly luxurious carriage quietly rolls down a small side road. After an incredibly long journey, Lan Thien Hong finally returns to his familiar home. The carriage wheels slowly grind down to a complete halt. Lan Thien Hong steps right out, looking absolutely flawless. His handsome, elegant aura naturally fills the air around him. Leaving the carriage, his face practically glows with the pure joy of returning home. Standing right in front of his familiar gates, he raises a hand, knocking with a steady rhythm. His eyes are overflowing with love, and his voice is meltingly sweet. Lan Thien Hong softly calls out, "Wifey, your husband is finally home." Boom! Before he can even finish his sentence, the massive gates fly wide open. A super soft figure darts out, crashing straight into his waiting arms. "Husband!" Li Shiyue wraps him in a tight hug. Her voice rings out as clear as a silver bell, acting like the most spoiled little wife. "You finally decided to come home." Lan Thien Hong hugs her back with pure tenderness, leaning in to whisper with a warm, deep voice, "I am back." He gently raises a hand, stroking her super soft hair with a voice full of absolute affection. "I haven't seen you for days. Were you good? Are you feeling okay?" Li Shiyue pulls back from his chest, her cheeks puffing out in an adorably angry pout. "Not having you by my side was absolutely terrible. But right at that second, now pay close attention to this next part." Lan Thien Hong completely freezes, his eyes locking dead onto a nasty purple bruise right on her forehead. In a split second, that gentle gaze transforms into absolute ice. "Wifey, what exactly happened to your forehead? Who in the world dared to touch you?" A terrifying aura violently explodes from his body. Lan Thien Hong literally roars out loud, "Who had the absolute guts to do this?" Pure rage boils over as he aggressively grits his teeth. "Once I find them, they are completely dead meat." But ironically, the angry husband has zero clue that an alternate version of himself actually threw the rock that hit her. Li Shiyue nervously shrinks back, completely avoiding his terrifying, murder-filled gaze. She turns her face away, acting incredibly aggrieved. "I don't know which bastard hit me with a rock." She hesitates, muttering with total annoyance. "Wait, it actually seems like you were the one who did it." Hearing that, Lan Thien Hong gets even more furiously angry. And then what happened? Just as she finishes speaking, heavy tears instantly start falling down her face. Pointing right at the swollen bump, she chokes up with emotion. And then it just swelled up like this. Lan Thien Hong's blood is literally boiling up to his head now. Pure bastard. His entire body leaks heavy killing intent, his icy eyes locking onto his own hands that are visibly shaking with rage. "If I ever find out who did this, I am destroying them." Suddenly, Li Shiyue hugs him incredibly tight, burying her face into his chest and instantly melting all his anger away. "It is totally fine, hubby. They probably did not do it on purpose." She looks up with those unbelievably gentle eyes. "The only thing that matters is that you are finally home." Standing right there on the front porch, the two of them share a deeply passionate, romantic kiss. They are completely lost in this ultra-sweet reunion. A long moment later, barely able to breathe, they pull apart blushing super hard, but their eyes are clearly still locked together. We all saw that coming, right? Lan Thien Hong is so drunk on love right now, he entirely forgot about hunting down whoever hurt her. "Let's go inside." Scooping his super shy wife right up into his arms, he walks her in step by step, whispering gently, "Your husband will put some medicine on that." Snuggled safely inside his strong arms, Li Shiyue acts completely soft and docile, looking upward. She softly suggests, You must be incredibly exhausted from your long trip. Suddenly thinking of something, her beautiful face turns bright red as she shyly averts her gaze downward. How about we go take a nice warm bath, change our clothes, and then eat dinner together? Lan Thien Hong catches her hidden meaning instantly, a highly mischievous smile curving on his lips. He turns to her, whining playfully. A bath sounds amazing, but my back and shoulders are just so incredibly sore today. His eyes flash mischievously, lightly skimming right over her beautiful figure. You will definitely have to help wash my back and give me a massage too. Li Shiyue gazes right back up at him, her beautiful eyes absolutely overflowing with deep affection. Okay, cut to the massive, luxurious bathroom. Lan Thien Hong completely relaxes in the warm tub, heavy steam turning the entire room into a gorgeous, hazy fairyland. He leans back, totally enjoying the vibe, lazily calling out, "Wifey, hurry and massage me. Trust me, you are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Trust me, you are going to love this." She covers herself and gently steps closer. Through the hazy steam, her soft voice echoes, offering to wash his back. From the time the sun was high in the sky until the moon rises, the bathroom lights never dim. Finally, Lai Hyenguiet softly speaks up to stop him. "Dear husband, it is getting late, and we have been bathing for a long time." Lan Thien Hong refuses to stop, teasingly smiling back. "Why does it feel like only a moment? Let us bathe again." Outside the door, thick steam continues to rise into the air. Lai Hyenguiet pouts playfully and complains. "If we bathe again, the food will get completely cold." But ultimately, she still leans against him for another moment. Resting her head gently on his strong shoulder, she softly calls out to her husband. Lan Thien Hong bows his head and hums in response. Li Hyenguiet presses tightly against his solid chest, her face blushing bright red. Staring right at him, she secretly thinks to herself, "He really is my ultimate weakness." Looking back, she used to be the master of heaven, worshipped by thousands of immortals, yet here she is, peacefully resting in her husband's embrace like this. An unprecedented feeling of pure joy completely fills her heart right now. Both of them relax in the warm water, and every bit of exhaustion simply vanishes. A moment later, Lan Thien Hong notices her deep in thought. He lowers his voice and asks her gently, "What are you thinking about?" Li Hyenguiet lifts their tightly intertwined hands, with water drops still lingering on her skin, and softly replies, "It is absolutely nothing." Finally, she decides to step right out of the bathtub. Water drips onto the floor with a soft splashing sound. Lai Hyenguiet blushes deeply, bowing her head to put on her clothes, and whispers gently, "Just being by your side makes me so genuinely happy." After her bath, the perfectly smooth, clean, and sweet-smelling skin of Lai Hyenguiet appears right in front of his eager eyes once again. She steps up to the bathtub and leans in slightly, her flushed face looking incredibly enchanting. "I will change your clothes for you, and then whatever happens, happens." Inside the Lan estate, the lights burn bright for a very long time, while the continuous sound of the couple playfully teasing and flirting heavily echoes around them. "Oh, my dear husband, what are you doing? Just hug me. Let us go one more round." The night slowly passes by. Much later, the two finally finish washing up, change into neat clothes, and sit down together at a dining table completely filled with massive luxury dishes. Li Hyenguiet rests her chin on her hands, eyes overflowing with happiness, completely focused on Lan Thien Hong as he continuously stuffs his face. He eats deliciously, making the most satisfying sounds as he chomps away. Yum, yum, yum. Sitting right beside him, Lai Hyenguiet picks up a huge piece of meat, offers it to him, and opens her own mouth to demonstrate, calling out sweetly, "Here, my dear husband." Lan Thien Hong cooperates perfectly like a good kid, opening his mouth wide to grab the meat. Both of them turn completely red from embarrassment, but the atmosphere is overflowing with absolute bliss. After swallowing the food hand-fed by his beautiful wife, Lan Thien Hong is so incredibly happy he looks ready to fly, his eyes filled entirely with laughter. Coming home is amazing. Li Hyenguiet is exactly the same, holding her flushed face and speaking with pure joy. "Having my husband back is just too wonderful. But you and I both know this sweet happiness cannot last forever." Morning breaks, and it is finally time for both of them to return to their separate, secret lives. Lan Thien Hong stands in front of the gate, waving goodbye. "Bye-bye." Li Hyenguiet stands on the steps and happily waves right back at him. "Bye-bye." After Lan Thien Hong turns his back and leaves, Li Hyenguiet immediately follows, hiding carefully behind a stone wall, silently watching his retreating figure until he completely disappears from sight. Only then does she gently close the two massive front gates. She turns and walks away decisively, her shoes clicking loudly across the stone floor. Lihai Nyat heads straight toward another hidden gate deep inside the Lan estate compound. After opening it up, she carefully looks around, peeking front and back just like someone sneaking about, confirming absolutely no one is paying attention to her. Waiting a moment, once she is fully certain it is safe, she quickly forms hand seals. A brilliantly glowing golden array instantly appears right under her feet. She steps on it, and in a split second, she leaves the Lan estate. A beam of light transforms into a giant bird, carrying her straight toward the capital. Completely opposite to the warmth of the Lan estate, the capital is terrifyingly cold. Not a single person dares to make even the slightest unnecessary sound in this heavy atmosphere. Lai Hing-yet walks directly into the royal study room, the space inside deadly quiet. Watch this transformation. The cute wife from earlier, gone. Now she sits there like a statue of pure ice, radiating the absolute authority of an empress. She sits perfectly straight behind the desk. Every brushstroke approving the memorials is absolutely decisive and elegant. Right in front of her is an old minister, bowing his head for orders. Lai Hai Nguyet does not stop writing, her voice echoing with pure majesty. Elder Long, what do you wish to report? Elder Long does not dare to delay, immediately reporting. Your Majesty, the third prince of the Thien Long dynasty has come seeking an audience under the status of a special envoy. Speaking up to this point, he slightly pauses, stammering out. Will you actually summon him or not? Lihai Ngiet freezes for a brief second, lifting her brush just enough to let a single ink drop fall onto the blank white paper. Thien Long? Her facial expression instantly turns dark and gloomy. She puts her brush down, her mind rapidly bringing up the current political situation between their two powerful nations. The Thien Long dynasty is also the absolute top faction in the southern province, but the Than Phuong nation has always maintained a completely strictly neutral stance until now, never crossing rivers with them. This third prince is rumored to be the #1 expert of the Thien Long dynasty, yet he actually lowered his own status to come here as a mere messenger. Thinking about this, Lihai Ngiet asks in a freezing cold voice, "Why is he here?" The elder shrinks back, trembling. "He came to propose, and trust me, you and I definitely want to see how the Empress reacts next. Stick with me to see what happens when you cross an Empress." Li Shiwe's weak spot is hit. Her eyes narrow at Elder Long, voice cutting like a frozen blade. Boom! A massive desk smash shakes the entire royal study. Pure, unfiltered killing intent erupts from her body, completely suffocating the room. Does he even deserve it? Realizing he just kicked a hornet's nest, Elder Long frantically kowtows. "Your Majesty, please calm down." But the old man has absolutely zero options left. He just flattens himself on the floor, begging. The Heavenly Dragon dynasty runs the southern province, and their third prince? An absolute prodigy, the true disciple of the Heavenly Dragon Taoist. His talent is unmatched. The guy's name is Long Aotian. Li Shue hears every word, but she completely tunes it out. Absolute rage boils up inside her like active lava. Still, her breathtaking face stays perfectly cold, like absolute zero ice. Elder Long keeps bowing his head. He has no clue he is standing on the edge of a cliff, trembling as he speaks. If we reject them openly, I fear our entire empire will face disaster. Li Shue's delicate fingers, which were lightly tapping the desk, suddenly clench into a tight fist. She flicks her sleeve, a simple move carrying a terrifying, crushing pressure. I am the true sovereign, the absolute ruler of this nation. Do you think I don't know what benefits my empire? Knowing the Empress won't yield easily, Elder Long decides to risk it all, playing his trump card. His voice carries a very clear, heavy threat. Your Majesty, now pay attention. This is where the real threat drops. The third prince brought 2 peak divine fire tier experts. They won't leave empty-handed. Listening to this, Li Shue casually rests her chin on her hand. She looks completely bored, like it is trivial gossip. But the second he finishes, her face darkens. Her voice drips with absolute, ice-cold authority. Oh? So what exactly are you suggesting? In a single flash, the entire study drowns in a freezing ocean of killing intent. Elder Long is so terrified his voice completely shudders. In my humble opinion, given our Divine Phoenix Dynasty's current power, we literally cannot refuse them. Still face down on the floor, he stammers out his ultimate, supposed genius plan. Even if your Majesty hates it, just pretend to accept for now. We can stall and find a way later without angering them. Too bad those words are just empty noise to her. She snaps, stands up violently, and slams the desk. Boom! Her face goes totally rigid, eyebrows locked. She grits out every single word. Great advice. So where exactly do you expect me to put my husband? Her knuckles turn stark white. A thin, deadly sharp aura starts gathering. Scared out of his mind, Elder Long still bites the bullet. Your Majesty, please calm down. You are the ruler of a nation, carrying the weight of the entire world. As for your current husband, at the end of the day, he is just a commoner. Nobody even knows he exists. Hearing husband, she completely loses it. The corner of her mouth curls into a freezing smile, sharp as 1,000 invisible blades shooting straight at him. You and I both know he is digging his grave here. Oh? Spit it out then. Completely oblivious to the lethal danger, thinking he hit the jackpot, he straightens his back proudly. You are busy, under massive pressure. Finding a regular guy to experience ordinary life is not a crime. A malicious, cold glint flashes in his eyes. Pausing for dramatic effect, Elder Long slowly drops a totally vicious suggestion. Let's eliminate him. That way, we do not offend the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty, and the big picture stays completely intact. Before he even finishes his sentence, a golden blur rips through the air, leaving only fading after images. In a microsecond, she is right beside him. Smack! A massive slap drops like a lightning hammer, leaving a bright red print on his face. The bone-rattling sound still echoes loudly across the room. Elder Long only manages a pathetic groan before flying backward like a broken toy. He struggles up, spitting blood, his cheek completely swollen. Behind her, a massive golden dragon phantom materializes, bearing its fangs and claws, radiating terrifying, crushing pressure. She speaks with zero warmth. Out of respect for your years of service, today I only cripple your cultivation. Turning around decisively, she drops one final, brutal warning. You are old. Go retire. Finally realizing his fatal mistake, Elder Long drops to his knees, kowtowing and begging for his life. Only when her silhouette completely vanishes does he dare stop. He is absolutely terrified a mere commoner matters this much to her. Not daring to stay, he trembles to his feet and shuts the door. I take my leave. Li Xiu is still fuming. She spins around, her eyes incredibly sharp, anger still violently surging. I will never be threatened, and I am definitely not leaving my husband. She clenches her jaw. They are nothing. So what happens next? Trust me, this is gonna be epic. Guards, lead the way. I want to see those heavenly dragon envoys. Stick with me for an epic showdown today. The sun is shining, but inside the guest hall, pure suffocating heat. Lan Thien and his two protectors sit there looking completely unbothered. He has a beauty mark under his eye and a seriously arrogant playboy vibe going on. Resting his chin, eyes closed, just chilling. Zero rush whatsoever. But the red-bearded elder next to him is furious. He slams the table, yelling that the Divine Phoenix Empress has some serious nerve making the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty delegation wait like this. Lan Thien just smirks. Let her act high and mighty for now. Wait until this prince conquers her, we will see if she stays that arrogant. He chuckles, opening his eyes. Those amber pupils flash sharply as he reaches out his hand like he is granting a royal favor. He brags about his absolute genius talent, hitting the divine fire 3rd tier at just 30 years old. But that Phoenix Empress? She broke into the 5th tier before even turning 20. Pure, unfiltered greed instantly flashes across his eyes. He is completely obsessed. His smile turns incredibly toxic. Talent like that? You would not see it once in 10,000 years. A treasure like her cannot possibly be wasted on anyone else. Elder Bai, who has been totally quiet this whole time, finally strokes his long white beard and slowly speaks up to reassure the prince. Do not worry, 3rd prince. This marriage was decided by our great ancestor himself. There is absolutely no way this plan can go wrong. Even if those old fools from the Divine Phoenix Dynasty had the guts of a god, they would never dare defy the Heavenly Dragon Ancestor. The red-bearded elder snorts with heavy contempt. A tiny little Phoenix Dynasty daring to show off in front of the masters? He lifts his chin high. Now pay attention to his wild arrogance. Sure, years ago, Dragon, Phoenix, and Black Tortoise were the 3 great pillars of the southern continent. But today, our Heavenly Dragon completely dominates the entire region, with Black Tortoise stuck in 2nd place. And the Divine Phoenix? They are not even on the royal family's radar anymore. He sneers in disgust. Those weaklings cannot even suppress the 4 great kings within their own borders right now. If that King Wu Ning had not rebelled, forcing this little Phoenix Empress to reveal her insane talent and alerting our dragon ancestor, this marriage alliance would literally never be happening. To put it bluntly, she is just not worthy. Right on cue, a crystal clear but totally freezing voice rings out. We hear her before she even steps into the room. Oh? I wonder what valuable lessons these honored guests from the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty have brought to teach me. Lan Thien instantly freezes, whipping his head toward the door. Even the two elite dragon experts beside him are seriously shaken by the sheer boss energy packed into those words. Li Shiyue steps in, draped in an absolutely gorgeous phoenix robe, radiating the pure authority of an empress. Every step is slow and calculated. Lan Thien cannot tear his eyes away from her, and his mind immediately fills with some seriously twisted, dirty thoughts. A pathetic little phoenix dynasty acting this arrogant in front of me? Just you wait, once we finally hit our wedding night. Let's see if you can keep up that icy attitude then. But completely hiding that filthy inner monologue, he maintains a perfectly polite exterior. Standing up, he bows with his hands clasped. Truly worthy of the Phoenix Empress, straightforward personality and absolutely extraordinary aura, he gives a slight smile and continues. This prince hates beating around the bush. I am here representing the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty today, specifically to propose marriage to you, Empress. If our two nations join forces, Heavenly Dragon will guarantee the Phoenix Dynasty eternal peace and protection. While he is busy running his mouth with empty promises, Li Shiyue calmly takes her seat on the gold-encrusted Phoenix throne. You and I both know she is not having it. She just tilts her chin and coldly replies, "Oh? Your country wants a marriage alliance? Fine by me. My royal family has plenty of princesses, and every single one is incredibly beautiful. Third prince, feel free to take your pick and marry whoever catches your eye." Hearing this, Lan Thien smirks to himself, his eyes growing even greedier. Truly a peerless beauty of this world. Only a powerful woman like her deserves to be with a prince like me. Outwardly, he keeps up his totally calm act, slowly replying, "With my high status, an ordinary princess from the Phoenix Dynasty is nowhere near worthy enough. Looking across this entire kingdom, only Her Majesty the Empress is truly on my level." Li Shiyue just rests her chin on her hand, frowns slightly, and shoots back with absolutely zero politeness. I am obviously worthy of the third prince. The real question here is, are you even worthy of me? Hearing those words, Lan Thien's fake gentleman act just completely shatters. His pupils shrink, and he practically screams in pure disrespect. Totally losing his mind, he points his finger right at Li Shiyue. "You dare say this prince is not worthy of you?" The two Heavenly Dragon experts standing next to him both frown at the same time, their faces turning super ugly. Leaking absolute killer intent, Lan Thien marches out of his seat. He steps right up to Li Shiyue and roars at her like an out-of-control beast. Zero royal dignity left. His brows are locked in rage, his entire body wrapped in deadly aura, and both fists clenched super tight. He violently threatens her, asking if she dares to repeat that. But Li Shiyue does not even need to open her mouth. Behind her back, a massive, towering golden dragon phantom slowly materializes. The dragon opens its jaw wide, flashing razor-sharp fangs, just waiting for the command to shred her enemies to pieces. That horrifying pressure instantly makes Lan Thien panic and stumble back several steps. Stuttering in fear, a single low growl from the golden dragon is enough to make his whole body violently shake. And trust me, we just watched his soul get absolutely crushed by that insane pressure. Let's dive right in. That golden dragon on screen? That's Li Shiyue's raw emperor aura, completely crushing Lan Ocean. She tells him straight up a piece of trash like you deserves an empress? The insane pressure instantly turns his legs to jelly, forcing him right to his knees. Elder White panics, rushing in to support his third prince. But Li Shiyue just drops a cold smirk, looking down at this pathetic mess with pure disgust. Garbage like you actually dares to dream about claiming me? Lan Ocean stays plastered to the floor, fingers clawing the tiles, his face twisted with utter humiliation and rage as he loudly roars. You dare call a royal prince trash? Do you want your entire divine Phoenix nation wiped out? Li Shiyue's lips just curl into an ice-cold smile. I'll give you one last chance to attack. I really want to see if a loser like you has any hidden tricks up your sleeve. After dropping that absolute burn, she glares down at him. Lan Ocean grinds his teeth and forces himself up, looking exactly like a cornered beast begging for death. Now watch closely. He stomps the floor, launching himself like a cannonball right at Li Shiyue with maximum power, yelling that she brought this upon herself. Closing the distance so easily just completely inflates his massive ego. An arrogant smirk flashes on his face as his heavy fist rockets toward her flawless features. And then smack! A crisp sound echoes out. Before he even blinked, her delicate hand had already moved, delivering an absolute earth-shattering slap. The guy gets blasted backward, spinning through the air like a literal top. He smashes headfirst into a solid stone wall, shattering it into a massive spiderweb crater. His face is instantly swollen like a dumpling. Half his teeth are just gone. His broken body slowly slides down, leaving a nasty blood trail on the wall. Li Xiaowei leisurely steps off her throne, smirking. Look at your pathetic state. Useless minister. Do you realize your incompetence now? Her words just keep getting sharper, every single syllable slicing right through his fragile ego. You want to marry me? With what status? What qualifications? Absolute trash. After getting totally wrecked, he violently shakes while trying to push himself back up. His face right now is completely beyond distorted. Bloodshot eyes glaring dangerously at Li Xiaowei. He grits his teeth and stammers out a weak threat. You saw that coming, right? Before he can even finish, he spasms violently, clutching his chest before coughing up a massive mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion flips from bright red to dead purple. Right after, a wave of pitch-black, ink-like demonic aura violently erupts straight from his mouth. The demonic energy spikes insanely fast, putting the two Heavenly Dragon experts on high alert as they immediately approach Li Xiaowei to brace themselves. Watching from a distance, Li Xiaowei slightly frowns, a brief flash of surprise crossing her eyes. Elder White completely panics. Not good. His Highness is too triggered. He's actually unleashing that dangerous power regardless of the consequences. The red-haired elder also pales, frantically shouting out, "Hurry up and stop His Highness!" The two instantly join forces, creating a heavy energy barrier to contain Long Aotian as his dark state awakens. Your Highness, please keep your sanity. The surrounding space instantly turns incredibly gloomy and freezing cold. Li Xiaowei stands there, arms crossed, calmly watching like it's a movie. Well, this is obviously the aura of the demon realm. Does the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty really deal with those sewer rats? Under the expert's control, Long Aotian's pitch-black eyes and deathly pale face slowly normalize. The demonic aura completely fades away, leaving behind a terrified, heavily panting prince. Seeing this mess, Li Xiaowei's suspicions are totally confirmed. She clenches her fist, her gaze turning absolutely frigid. Anyone plotting with the demon realm simply gets no mercy. The red-haired elder quickly grabs the staggering Long Aotian, holding him upright, whispering a quick warning. Third Prince, you cannot lose control like that. If that seal actually broke just now, Elder White anxiously cuts in, saying he would have definitely died right there. Cold sweat drips down Long Aotian's face. He frowns at the elder, his voice shaking. Elder White is right, this prince was just temporarily blinded by pure rage. Once things calm down, the red-haired elder musters up all his courage and steps right forward. Pointing straight at Li Xiaowei, he yells, "Divine Phoenix Empress, you're too insolent, daring to brutally attack our third prince? Do you think the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty is completely empty?" Without missing a beat, Li Xiaowei casually claps back. "I'm just helping him realize his actual power level. Who told your third prince's cultivation to be so insanely garbage?" Those words feel like another physical slap to Long Aotian's face, making him so completely humiliated he wants to dig a hole. She mercilessly adds on, "Look at his messy hair and bruised up face. Does he look any different from a pathetic stray dog right now?" Her tone is dead flat, words slicing like knives. Every single thing I've said is absolute facts, beaten flat with zero resistance. And honestly, you and I both know he totally deserved that. Stick with me here, because you and I are about to watch a badass reject a trash suitor. She says marrying this loser would completely destroy the face of both the Divine Phoenix and Heavenly Dragon empires. Hearing this, Long Aotian was so incredibly furious he coughed up blood again, completely powerless to even snap back. Elder Bai stood right there, absolutely stunned and sweating with worry. Meanwhile, the red-bearded elder sneakily pulled a glowing golden scroll straight out of his hidden sleeve. The second that scroll appeared, it blasted a blinding light everywhere. He glared like a maniac, shouting as if he had just found his ultimate lifeline. "The decree of the Heavenly Dragon Ancestor is here. Divine Phoenix Empress, kneel down and receive your orders immediately." Elder Bai just sneered, shooting Li Xiaowei a totally mocking look. He chuckled, gloating that in this southern continent, the Heavenly Dragon Ancestor's word is literal absolute law. A majestic roar echoed through the air, and a massive phantom of a white-haired old man wearing a green dragon robe appeared with terrifying, solemn pressure. This legendary expert was summoned right from the scroll's barrier. Long Aotian and the two powerful elders immediately dropped to their knees, bowing down with absolute respect. But Li Xiaowei, she just stood there, tilting her head with a totally defiant stare. "Want me to kneel? Keep dreaming." The red-bearded elder went absolutely ballistic, tightly gripping the scroll as he roared that it was not her choice. His eyes flashed with pure, murderous intent, glaring right at her. But she stayed totally cool, coldly thinking to herself that it is just a tiny piece of an immortal spirit, and he really thinks he can suppress me? Now watch closely, this is where she proves her absolute dominance. She smirked, thinking who could ever force her to kneel. Suddenly, boom! A massive phantom golden dragon erupted right behind her. Its overwhelming aura completely shattered the pressure, proving her power actually crushed the heavenly dragon ancestor. The red-bearded elder started fully panicking. His face went pale as he screamed that she was resisting the decree. Elder Bai stayed totally quiet, but his heart was shaking with absolute shock. Long Aoshan was losing his mind, stammering in pure terror. He could not believe she surpassed the divine fire tier in just a single year. Elder Bai quickly pulled him up, whispering that His Highness just could not afford to lose any more face today. The red-bearded elder awkwardly rolled up his scroll, pulled back the decree, and yelled that she dared disobey the ancestor's direct order. The three of them quickly limped away. Right before vanishing, the angry elder pointed a threatening finger, warning her to wait for the ancestor's wrath. A second later, the three of them teleported away, the space flashing brightly before fading out. Once those guys were finally gone, Li Shue let out a heavy breath. Her face stayed totally tense as she whispered that war was officially starting. She walked right back into her private study to keep handling her business. Suddenly, a voice called out. Fu Tianyu and Fu Tiandu entered, bowing respectfully. They announced to Her Majesty that they had arrived on her orders, and stood up straight. Their eyes were packed with confidence. Seeing them, the Empress finally relaxed a bit. She slipped the spatial ring off her finger and told her subjects to take it. She flicked her hand, and the ring flew through the air in a perfect arc. Smack! It bounced right off Fu Tianyu's forehead, knocking him back. Fu Tiandu was totally startled by that, but the two managed to catch the ring, staring blankly as they asked what it was. Li Xiyue just narrowed her eyes. You and I both know she has a wild plan. She smiled, resting her chin. She told them to use every single resource inside to train a massive army of 100,000 absolutely loyal cultivators. The second she dropped that number, Fu Tianyu completely froze like a rock. He just stared at her in total disbelief, awkwardly stammering back to double-check an army of 100,000 cultivators. He threw both of his hands up with the ring, swearing that even if they completely drained the entire Divine Phoenix Nation dry, they still would never be able to scrape together enough resources for that. But before the Empress could even answer him, Fu Tiandu snatched that ring back with the speed of lightning, her eyes totally hungry like a wolf. She popped it open, and instantly, a massive burst of golden light exploded outwards. It literally looked like a waterfall of pure gold pouring out. The blinding flash hit her straight in the face, making her brain buffer for a second. Looking into Fu Tiandu's blown-out pupils right now, it seemed like her entire world was just made of gold. Her jaw dropped to the floor, and she let out an earth-shattering shriek. Oh my god! Once her brain rebooted, she turned to the Empress, looking totally suspicious. She stammered, asking where in the world Her Majesty managed to dig up this literal mountain of money. Li Shue just smirked super mysteriously. If I told you heaven dropped it, would you believe me? Hearing that wild claim, Fu Tianyu instantly blocked his eyes from the blinding treasure glow. He pointed right at her, stammering that if Her Majesty said the sun rose in the west, he would absolutely believe it without a doubt. Watching her subjects freak out like this, Li Shue finally burst out laughing, looking radiant as a blooming flower. She said, "Perfect. This squad will be named." She gave it a dramatic pause before her eyes flashed, loudly declaring them the Heavenly Strategy Army. Leaning back in her big chair, she casually waved her hand. Out of absolutely nowhere, a massive wave of secret manuals and ancient books instantly spawned, flying straight toward Fu Tianyu. She explained these were elite ancient military strategies she grabbed from the royal vault, and told them to use every single one to train the army. The second she finished speaking, she snapped her fingers, and boom, a literal mountain of giant books crashed down, burying poor Fu Tianyu under the pile. The absolute poor guy only had time to muffle out a yelp before falling back, arms and legs sticking straight up. Tiandu jumped in complete shock. With her eyes wide, a shaky arm reached from the books, mumbling, "Trust me, you and I will love what happens next. Stick with me here, we are jumping right back in." Fo Thienvu jumps up, dusts himself off, and excitedly flips through those pages with his sister. The pages rustle constantly as massive shockwaves hit his mind. Her Majesty is only 26, yet her cultivation power is absolutely earth-shattering. Now she understands military tactics like a 1,000-year-old monster. Honestly, calling her a mere genius does not even begin to cover it anymore. She is an absolute freak of nature. While those two are completely mesmerized, The sharp clack of heavy footsteps breaks the silence. Lehigh Nuyet steps off her throne, calmly walking over, and hands Fo Thien Vu yet another mysterious scroll to look at. She orders him softly, "Take all those resources, follow these exact instructions, and instantly build a kin then array right in the capital." Hearing this hits Fo Thien Vu like a bucket of freezing water. A kin then array? He almost bites his tongue, face twisting. Wait, isn't that the legendary ancient array used to completely obliterate demons and monsters? Lai Nuyet is not surprised by his shock at all. She simply smiles, radiating absolute queen energy, and commands, "Exactly, now go do it." So the Fo siblings arrive totally empty-handed, but leaving, Fo Thien Vu looks like a guy who just hit the absolute biggest jackpot. Holding 2 massively stuffed bags, he walks away super hyped. "Rest easy, Your Majesty. We will take our leave." Fo Thien Du bows respectfully beside him. Barely out of the hall, Fo Thien Vu literally jumps for joy, grinning from ear to ear. "We are rich, we struck gold." Watching their hyped figures fade away, Lai Nuyet finally lets out a massive sigh of relief. Thank goodness for that incredible surprise gift from that mystery person, or I would never have enough funds to set up this array. A quick flash of worry crosses her eyes. I just bet absolutely everything on those two. Now pay close attention here. Once that Kin Thon array is finally finished, even if Trung Sin brings his entire army, she is ready for a massive deathmatch. Her hand nervously grips her dress, but immediately, that fierce queen aura takes over again. So what if this is just a tiny mortal kingdom, daring to fight against the supreme might of the immortal world? Just thinking about it is wildly thrilling. Feeling that massive burden lift off her shoulders instantly makes Lehigh Nuyet feel incredibly light. She slowly steps out of the royal study, looks up at the clear blue sky, shielding her eyes from the bright sun, smiling gently. Finally handled absolutely everything. Lehigh Nuyet stretches out, totally relaxed. Work is finally done, time to head home to my husband. Once I dig up the dirty secrets of that old Truong Sin priest, I will reveal my true identity. I really want to see his reaction. Thinking about this, she chuckles softly, snaps her fingers, and her figure instantly blasts straight up into the open sky, heading straight for the Lan family, her face glowing with pure anticipation. Meanwhile, on a super crowded street in Phuong Kin, packed with loud and bustling market stalls, a graceful young girl in a gorgeous flowing green dress is walking along. Her eyes keep darting around, mind completely elsewhere. This is Bak Van, Holy Maiden of Tak Ha Academy, an ancient sanctuary over in Trung Chau. Speaking of Tak Ha Academy, it was once a massive, glorious institution founded by Lan Thien Hong 10,000 years ago. It dominated Hoyen Thien Vuk. Back then, it was the #1 holy land, with majestic palaces and endless mountains hidden inside thick white fog. But over the last 1,000 years, their luck completely dried up. Trees died, and even the iconic Tak Ha sign rotted so badly it fell. Walking and remembering all this fills Bak Van with insanely frustrating anger. She literally grinds her teeth together. We have all felt this annoyance, right? Her eyes turn ice cold. That damn Quan Vo Ta, sticking to me like walking superglue. He just keeps chasing me, she screams inside her head. I only ran to this middle of nowhere Nam Chau just to shake off that incredibly annoying guy. Her anger boils over, raising her fist, literally imagining punching that absolute jerk right in his stupid face. Back in the glorious old days, would a low-level disciple from Kuk Dao Tien Kung ever dare to shamelessly chase after a holy maiden like me? Drop dead. Boom. Lost in her own angry thoughts, she crashes hard into a solid wall of a person walking past. It is Lan Thien Hong. The exact moment they crash, her pupils shrink, and time seems to freeze completely. She stands there stunned, all her anger instantly vanishing. She slowly looks up, searching her memories. Why does this random guy feel so unbelievably familiar? Meanwhile, our victim Lan Thien Hong is completely chill, keeping both his hands casually behind his head. He hums a happy little tune, casually walking on. Time to go home and hug my wife. Bak Van looks super confused, unconsciously turning around, her eyes locked dead onto his fading back. Her gaze is so sharp it could literally pierce right through him. Why is this sense of familiarity so crazy strong? In complete contrast to her messy thoughts, Lan Thien Hong stays perfectly relaxed, smiling happily. Suddenly, Bak Van makes an absolutely bold and crazy decision. She waves her hand and shouts, "Hey sir, please wait." He looks surprised, turning around and pointing at himself confusedly. "Are you calling me, miss?" Bak Van does not even answer, just walking up quickly and starting to inspect Lan Thien Hong with an unbelievable level of detail. She even circles him completely, scanning top to bottom while he stands clueless. Trust me, you and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into this wild scene. She looks left, right, and still recognizes absolutely nothing. Bayun puts her hands on her hips, stepping right up for a better look. Then she suddenly leans in so close they are basically touching, their eyes locking in an instant. That sudden move catches Lan Thien Hong completely off guard. His cheeks immediately flush bright red. He instinctively takes a few steps back, frowning in pure annoyance. Hey, what are you doing? Before she can even say a single word, Lan Thien Hong's entire vibe completely flips. He suddenly becomes super confident, like an entire garden of roses just bloomed right behind him. Well, it seems my absolutely flawless, unmatched, handsome face has accidentally caused trouble again, clearly attracting another desperate and beautiful butterfly. Realizing he just slipped up a bit, he quickly covers his mouth, faking a serious cough to save face. Listen, lady, I am already a married man. This flower is taken. He throws his words out like building an invisible wall, sounding super firm. Please keep your dignity and drop any weird ideas about me. Hearing that rapid-fire rejection makes Bayun's face turn completely red. She jumps back in shock, pointing a trembling finger right at him. Are you delusional? She stammers out, furious and embarrassed. Bayun angrily crosses her arms, looking away. Who would ever want you anyway? Hearing that, Lan Thien Hong looks totally skeptical, rubbing his chin while staring her down. In the middle of the street, we do not even know each other. He slowly steps closer, his voice dripping with teasing sarcasm. And yet you were staring at my flawless face with such passionate eyes. Bayun panics, stepping back again and snapping. You are talking nonsense. Lan Thien Hong stops walking, just standing up straight, spreading his hands out like he is making his final case. Now pay attention, this is hilarious. He asks, so if you don't have bad intentions, what was that? His shameless logic totally corners her. Bayun is completely flustered now. Her face is as red as a tomato, and she has absolutely no idea how to explain herself. She turns away, clenching her hands tight, her mind an absolute tangled mess. Was I really staring at him that deeply just now? Just thinking about how she looked makes her face burn even hotter. No way, she screams internally, sneaking a quick glance back at Lan Thien Hong. She tells herself she desperately needs a solid excuse, or her precious reputation as the Academy Holy Maiden is completely ruined. After taking a moment to calm down, Bayun gets her usual elegant vibe back. She turns to face him, asking totally seriously, what is your name? But surprisingly, Lan Thien Hong still refuses to drop the joke. He throws his hands up, acting like he has figured everything out. See, you claim you have no bad intentions, but now you want my name. Then, keeping up that fake romantic pink atmosphere and acting totally spoiled, he dramatically adds, I really love my beloved wife very much. After finishing his whole dramatic one-man romance show, Lan Thien Hong immediately flips back to being super serious. He points firmly at Bayun, making it absolutely clear, so you better drop your little crush right now. Act finished. He goes back to his usual lazy self. He gives her a deeply thoughtful side-eye, wondering, is there something seriously wrong with this girl's head? What if my wife actually saw this and completely misunderstood the whole situation? That single terrifying thought brings up a crystal clear image of Li Shiwei in pure rage mode, making him violently shudder in fear. Oh my god. If that ultimate jealous monster flips her lid, 10 lives would not be enough to pay the price. Bayun just gives him a super awkward smile, glancing at the guy shivering in front of her. She takes a deep breath, trying to stay calm, puts a hand on her chest, completely sincere. I have absolutely zero interest in you whatsoever. I really just want to know your name. You'd think he'd believe her, right? But no, his eyes just show pure, unfiltered disgust instead. Bayun's anger rockets right up to her throat, her face darkening like she is about to literally explode. But she forces it down, raising 3 fingers to the sky like a serious oath. I swear, faced with her overly dramatic, hardcore determination, Lan Thien Hong finally gives in. He lets out a massive sigh, crossing his arms and forcing the fakest smile ever. My surname is Lin. Are you happy now? Saying that, he turns around, waving his hand like he is done. I am out. Those words hit Bayun's brain like a massive hammer. She freezes on the spot, her mind completely blank, with only one sound echoing on repeat. Lin. Lin. The second she hears that surname, her whole body stiffens. Memories rewind like a movie, taking her straight back to the ancient portrait her entire academy worships. Her vision starts getting blurry and totally out of focus. The face of Lan Thien Hong standing right in front of her perfectly overlaps with the founder in the portrait, not missing a single detail. Lan Thien Hong senses something is wrong, turns back, and catches her super weird expression, but it is too late. The confirmed truth means Bai Yun simply cannot hold back her composure anymore. She lets out an earth-shattering scream. Ah! The very next second, she completely tackles Lan Thien Hong straight to the ground. Without any hesitation, she pins him down, locks him in place, and screams out, "I knew you looked familiar. Turns out you are an exact clone of the founder, immortal venerable Lin." Pinned face down in the street by a random girl, Lan Thien Hong is furious and mortified, struggling like crazy. "Let go of me." The two of them wrestling in the street draws a massive crowd, left with zero other options. And that's where we leave it. Lan Thien Hong takes a deep breath and screams, "Help! A female hooligan is harassing an innocent guy." "All right, you and I are diving right into the chaos." Bai Yun stares at his resisting hand, gets a brilliant idea, and grabs his wrist tight. She instantly stands up, effortlessly lifting him with one hand like a piece of straw, and slams him straight into the wall. Bam! Lan Thien Hong gets super dizzy, his whole body going completely limp. Before he can even recover, Bai Yun slams her hand against the wall right next to his head, completely pinning him down. Lan Thien Hong stares wide-eyed, completely backed into a corner. He panics, backing up with his trembling hands gripping the wall tight. "This body belongs exclusively to my wife." His face turns totally red, and his eyes tear up just like a weak, bullied little maiden. It is an absolutely hilarious and pathetic sight to witness. His voice trembles, soft as silk, as he cries and begs, "Please go easy on me, miss. Spare this completely pure and innocent body of mine." Watching this unbelievably dramatic and cheesy performance, all the color drains right out of Bai Yun's face. She almost coughs up a mouthful of blood in pure shock. She lets out a helpless cry, desperately trying to explain, "Hey, I am not that kind of person." She is so furious that the words just get stuck in her throat. Unable to form a sentence, she turns away in utter frustration, muttering, "Whatever, forget about you." Bai Yun decisively ignores Lan Thien Hong, leaving him looking totally clueless. He scratches his head, completely failing to understand what just happened in front of him. She furrows her brows, sinking into deep thought for a long while. In her heart, she grows absolutely certain he looks exactly like their grand patriarch. Muttering to herself, she walks away while rubbing her chin in deep calculation. Could it be that the old master in the upper realm got bored, sneaked down to the mortal world for fun, and decided to visit his descendants? Thinking this, her face totally lights up, and she claps her hands together in absolute pure excitement. Now pay attention here. If she is right, her academy just hit the absolute ultimate jackpot. After totally convincing herself of this crazy theory, Bai Yun glances backward, her eyes filled with a heavy dose of deep, probing suspicion. Right before Lan Thien Hong can retreat, she dashes over in a flash, blocks his path, and bows deeply with total reverence. The saintess of the Jixia Academy, Bai Yun, pays respects to the Grand Patriarch, immortal venerable Lin. She bows at a perfect 90-degree angle, eyes gently closed. Her expression is incredibly respectful. Seeing this, Lan Thien Hong gets a massive jump scare. His face twists up, and his mind spins into total chaos while screaming internally. He waves his hands frantically in pure panic. He just went out for a casual stroll, and still ran into an acquaintance. What awful luck. He scratches his head, sweating buckets, feeling completely bitter and totally unwilling to accept this. Damn it. When crossing realms, I intentionally picked this super remote southern continent just to avoid those annoying people from the central continent. He takes a really deep breath, shakes off his wild thoughts, and starts reevaluating Bai Yun. Is she not the actual saintess from the distant central continent? Why on earth did she show up in the middle of nowhere? He finally sighs heavily, deciding to just completely ignore the whole situation. Forget it. This has absolutely nothing to do with me. His gaze shifts toward the alley entrance. His body is here, but his mind is already home. He cannot stay any longer, or his lovely wife will get extremely worried. You saw that too, right? Instead of confessing, he decides to play dumb to the very end. He cups his hands together, kicking off an unbelievably realistic acting performance. "Miss, I am afraid you have the wrong person." Seeing Bai Yun still standing there, looking half convinced and half doubtful, he quickly adds more fuel to the fire, furrowing his brows seriously. "I am just a pathetic foundation-building cultivator, a tiny, insignificant mortal. How could I possibly be some grand patriarch or whatever you said?" After saying that, he instantly drops back into his usual lazy, carefree attitude. His eyes dart around, his face reddens, and he grins playfully. Or do I really look that much like him? Getting more into character by the second, he puts his hands on his hips and laughs. Ha! Getting to be the patriarch of a gorgeous fairy like you? That is totally the blessing of 3 lifetimes combined. He. Hearing this, Baiyun's face completely darkens in frustration. How could I ever think this utterly shameless, thick-skinned jerk was our grand patriarch? She is so angry her cheeks puff out, glaring at him like he is an absolute lunatic. My brain must be seriously malfunctioning today. While she is still drowning in total self-doubt, Lan Thien Hong casually rests his hands behind his head. He blows a quick whistle, smiling as he says, "If you have figured it out, then I will take my leave. I am out of here." He. Before leaving, he turns back and tosses her what he actually thinks is a super charming and dashing smile. My wife is still waiting at home for me to eat dinner. He totally ignores Baiyun standing there with a scowl, glaring like she wants to eat him alive. Lan Thien Hong stays perfectly calm, in a fantastic mood, and slowly walks away. His only goal? Getting straight back home to his beloved wife. However, Lan Thien Hong has absolutely no idea that in the exact moment she watches his retreating back, Baiyun's thoughts completely flip around. Wait, no. She rubs her chin, a deep, thoughtful expression taking over as her brows furrow tightly. With the patriarch's actual power, pretending to be a regular mortal would be as ridiculously easy as flipping his own hand, right? She pouts, crosses her arms tightly over her chest, and puffs her cheeks in total defiance. I refuse to believe a coincidence this ridiculous actually exists in the real world. Finally, Baiyun makes her move and decides to follow the exact path Lan Thien Hong just took. I plan to stay here for a while anyway, so I might as well trail him and observe. So, she starts secretly tailing Lan Thien Hong's tall figure, refusing to leave his side for even half a step. Every time he stops, she quickly finds a hiding spot, fully committing to her ridiculous new role as a super reluctant undercover detective. That is where we leave it. Suddenly, Lan Thien Hong stops, clenching his fists in absolute pure annoyance. Let's dive into this wild Manhwa. He clearly noticed his stalker, frowning back. I told you, wrong guy. He spun completely around, his handsome face showing pure annoyance as he yelled in the street. Why do you keep following me? Caught red-handed, Bak Van panicked a bit. She immediately straightened up and marched right over to a nearby street stall, playing it cool. Scratching her head, she smiled awkwardly. Ah, Brother Lan, right? Her brain went into overdrive. In a flash, she completely regained her composure. Her face turned dead serious as she actually pointed right at him. Did your family build this road? Lan Thien Hong was totally thrown off. He blankly shook his head, looking completely confused. Seeing his reaction, Bak Van immediately got smug, her cheeks turning slightly pink. Still acting totally justified, she winked at him. If not, then us walking the same path is just a coincidence. After saying that, she boldly marched right up into his personal space, lifting her chin to stare right into his eyes. Is there a problem? Completely cornered, Lan Thien Hong was left totally speechless, just freezing there. Ah, well. But his quick brain was already plotting. Suddenly, he pointed a finger right behind Bak Van's back and shouted, "Ah, old ancestor Lan." Hearing the exact name she wanted, Bak Van totally fell for it. She whipped her head around, but saw nothing except a small dog chewing a bone and a single yellow leaf slowly falling. Not a single person in sight. Watch closely now, she finally realizes she just got played and whips her head back. But it was too late. Lan Thien Hong had already seized the chance to completely vanish, leaving nothing but a faint trail of dust. Bak Van stood there completely stunned, unable to believe she just got played like that. Trembling with pure rage, she took a massive deep breath. She blasted off like a rocket, chasing his fading shadow while screaming at him. You bastard! Stop right there! Night finally falls, thick as black ink, swallowing the entire Lan family estate in a super creepy silence. Through that dead silence, Lan Thien Hong sprinted like a ghost was chasing him, finally slamming the brakes at his front gate. Looking around to make sure the coast was totally clear, he practically crowned himself the absolute god of escaping. Hands on his hips, he puffed out his chest, laughing into the empty street. Trying to stalk me? You really don't know your place. After his little victory lap, Lan Thien Hong knocked on the door, his face glowing and his voice super sweet. My beautiful beloved wife, your husband is home. The heavy wooden door creaked open. Stepping out like a literal painting was Lai Hai and Guyette. Gentle as spring water, she beamed with absolute joy, happily welcoming her man home. Husband, you're finally back. Seeing his wife's flawless beauty, every single defensive wall inside Lan Thien Hong completely melted away. Totally losing his cool, he threw his arms wide open and rushed forward like the wind, his face looking super eager. "That's right, my sweet wife. I missed you all day long. Hurry up and come here for a big hug. I know what you're thinking." And yeah, he completely froze. His pupils shrank to pinpricks, jaw dropping open without making a single sound. Lan Thien Hong went from shyly waiting for his nice warm hug to completely changing in a flash. Her gentle vibe vanished, replaced by pure, erupting volcano-level rage, radiating extreme heat. "Husband!" Her voice was absolutely freezing. "Who is she?" Turns out, Bak Van had magically appeared right behind him. Lan Thien Hong was glued to the spot, his arms still wide open for a hug, looking totally stupid. Following his wife's terrifying glare, he slowly turned his head. Seeing his uninvited stalker, he panicked and leaped a huge step backward in pure shock. Their intense eye contact instantly formed the most awkward, chaotic love triangle ever. Both husband and wife locked their eyes straight onto the stranger standing right on the steps. Lan Thien Hong's face turned completely pale. His jaw dropped so low he could swallow an egg, unable to make even a single sound. In that insanely suffocating tension, Bak Van actually broke the silence. Smiling like an innocent angel, she giggled. "I accidentally followed you here. You don't mind, right?" Watching her wave so happily, Lan Thien Hong was just completely and utterly dumbfounded. Reflexively waving back, he muttered, no problem. That completely brainless move just threw gasoline on the fire." A bone-chilling voice echoed from behind. "Husband!" Lan Thien Hong flinched hard, cold sweat pouring down his face. He was so dead. That stupid reflex literally just dug his own grave. Right then, a slender, pale hand gently landed flat on his shoulder. Lan Thien Hong spun him around, forcing eye contact. Face totally dark, she leaned in, her words like daggers. "Could you kindly explain this? I want it crystal clear, bright as the actual sun. Tell me exactly what's going on between you two, okay?" His heart pounded wildly, practically escaping his chest. Lan Thien Hong clutched his head, screaming internally. "Oh my god, this was the legendary life or death relationship question. So what do you and I make of this?" With his brain completely frying, he sighs and drops his absolute last resort. "You've got to see this next. Wife, do you really doubt my character? Let's jump into this wild scene. His smooth talking is actually working." Hearing this, Li Shiwei blushes super hard and quickly pulls her hand back, softly whispering, "Oh, husband." Lan Thien Hong instantly seizes his perfect chance. Putting on his most deeply affectionate face, he firmly grabs her soft hands again and speaks with total conviction. "I am totally devoted to you, now and always. My heart is so small, how could it possibly fit the shadow of any other woman?" Li Shiwei pauses for a second, almost completely melting into the romantic mood he just created, softly calling out, "Husband." But in a flash, she snaps right back to reality, steps back out of his arms, and hits him with the facts. "You still haven't answered my question." Lan Thien Hong lets out a stunned gasp. His flawless master plan was so close, but totally failed. Still, he quickly calms down and decides to risk it all. Pointing at himself, he asks, "Wife, tell me, in our neighbor's eyes, what kind of guy am I usually?" Even though she doesn't get his angle at all, she reflexively answers him. "A really friendly, enthusiastic person who is always helping out other people." Hearing that, Lan Thien Hong acts exactly like he just struck pure gold. He smoothly throws an arm around her, looking perfectly calm, completely ready to dodge that tricky question. So she probably just saw my handsome face and proper attitude, and decided to casually test me. Li Shiyue slightly narrows her eyes, giving him a deeply suspicious glare. Is that really it? Not wanting to leave him in an awkward spot, Bai Yun instantly speaks up, her voice sounding super sincere. "Yes, that is exactly right." She bows her head, looking a little bit shy, and then starts to explain everything clearly. "It is my first time in Phoenix Capital, and I wanted to rent a temporary room on Changle Street." Her cheeks blush slightly as she scratches her head and continues. "Seeing your spacious home with just you two, could I maybe rent a room? Now watch closely, because things are about to get absolutely crazy." Lan Thien Hong freezes completely, his eyes shooting wide open. "Rent a room?" Li Shiyue instantly glances over at him, her stare as sharp as a knife. Sensing the massive danger, Lan Thien Hong quickly flips his attitude, waving his hands frantically. His voice is dead set. "No way, our house is not an inn. You need to go look somewhere else." Bai Yun immediately puts on a super pitiful face, her big eyes sparkling. "Please reconsider. I promise money is absolutely no issue at all." But Lan Thien Hong stays firmly stubborn, no means no. Clink! A solid gold ingot rolls onto the ground with a crisp ring. Instantly, a small hand tightly covers Lan Thien Hong's mouth, shutting him right up. Li Shiyue flips her attitude faster than the wind. Flashing a massive smile, she eagerly steps up to grab that gold. Oh my, it is already getting dark. It is totally unsafe for a pretty girl like you to be outside alone, so just stay here for the night. Bai Yun smiles back. Thank you so much, madam. These two ladies are perfectly in sync, while Lan Thien Hong just stands in the back, totally dumbfounded. Bai Yun continues to pull out even more gold, placing it right into Li Shiyue's hands. Here is the room rent. Please take it. Li Shiyue is absolutely thrilled, smiling radiantly. Miss, you are not only gorgeous but incredibly generous. The two girls are so happy together. And Lan Thien Hong? Just standing there like a statue. He rushes over, grabs her shoulders, and cries, Wife, wake up! If an outsider lives with us, what happens to our private life? Li Shiyue just turns to him with a bright smile. Oh, hubby, it is totally fine. The house is huge. It won't affect us at all. Plus, I get money to buy you delicious food. Hearing this, he can only sigh helplessly. All right then, Bai Yun bows. But did you guys catch that hidden smile from his wife? Trust me, she knows exactly what she is doing. No problem, just stay here. Not stopping there, Bai Yun turns to Lan Thien Hong with a super shy look. Young master, thank you as well. Lan Thien Hong reluctantly replies, it is nothing. Seeing these two treat her like she is invisible, Li Shiyue fiercely crosses her arms. That angry scoff startles Lan Thien Hong, making him wave his hands in a total panic. She is mad again. Meanwhile, Bai Yun just casually strolls right inside. Pouting her cheeks, Li Shiyue turns away. Ever since her awakening, her senses are 100 times sharper than before. This woman is stunningly beautiful, but her cultivation base is hidden incredibly deep. She is absolutely not just some ordinary person off the street. I will just let her stay so I can watch her closely. If she dares to try anything funny with my husband, she is dead meat. Seeing his wife standing there with her arms crossed and a freezing cold face, Lan Thien Hong frantically tries to explain, waving his arms around. Wife, I swear I am innocent. After taking her sweet time strolling into the Lin estate, Bai Yun glances back over her shoulder, flashing a deeply mysterious little smile. Heh, young Master Lin. Until I can dig out whether you are actually the Grand Patriarch or not, you are never escaping my grasp. 3 days later, gentle morning sunlight completely floods the courtyard, making the early morning vibe feel incredibly fresh and super relaxing. Inside the Lin family shop, a beautifully, perfectly carved Guanyin statue is placed totally neat and straight right on the table. Seeing it, Bai Yun immediately walks over, staring closely, her eyes completely failing to hide her pure shock. Wow. Leaning lazily against the door, Lan Thien Hong asks helplessly, What exactly do you want now? I already told you 1,000,000 times. I am definitely not your damn Grand Patriarch. Bai Yun keeps her totally shameless face, calmly replying, I never said you were him. Saying that, she flashes a bright smile and continues making up a perfectly reasonable sounding lie. I just accidentally passed by while sightseeing. Yeah, right. Trust me. You and I know she is never letting this guy go. Let's jump right in. This tension is wild. Your craftsmanship isn't bad. She tilts her head, totally challenging him. Well, not welcoming customers? Lan Thien Hong's eye twitches. With furrowed brows, he forces out a very reluctant reply. Then why don't you buy something, miss? Seeing Bai Yun stay totally silent, he immediately plots to kick her out. If you aren't buying, please leave and give me some peace. But before he even finishes, Bai Yun cuts him off completely. Is that so? Understood. Standing straight, she points right at the statue. Wrap up this Avalokitesvara statue for me. Lan Thien Hong freezes on the spot. He absolutely did not expect her to actually buy something. In a flash, he pulls himself together, forcing a perfect customer service smile. Thank you. Thank you so much for your generous patronage. He quickly turns his back to hide his sheer awkwardness. Ah, right. Let me go grab a box for you, miss. Meanwhile, he secretly peeks back, inwardly crying over this complete mess. Good grief. How much longer is this crazy woman going to keep clinging to me? Bai Yun just stands there, looking perfectly elegant. Holding the statue, she smiles. All right, I will wait. But the second Lan Thien Hong is out of sight, her smile drops instantly, and her expression turns dead serious. 3 whole days of observing him, and he seems absolutely no different from a regular mortal. Could she have really judged this wrong? Is he seriously just an ordinary, henpecked husband? A moment later, the two of them step right out of the shop. Lan Thien Hong puts on a serious face, handing over the carefully wrapped box. Here you go, miss. Now pay close attention here, guys. Far off in a hidden corner, Li Shue is lurking behind a wall, her cold eyes tracking their every single move. At the same time, Lan Thien Hong smoothly makes an excuse to kick her out. Miss Bai Yun, us being alone this long isn't great. I am afraid my wife will be upset if she sees. Bai Yun takes the box with a faint smile. Haha, thank you for the reminder, sir. Meanwhile, in the dark corner, Li Shue's blood is literally boiling with sheer rage. Extreme jealousy spikes. Her fingers clench so hard she crushes the wall next to her, letting out an ear-splitting crack. That woman. The bizarre sound instantly grabs Bai Yun's full attention. She turns her head around, searching the area. Sounded like a really loud crash just now. She looks back at Lan Thien Hong with deep suspicion, but the guy just wants to kick her out as fast as possible. He has absolutely no mind to care. He nervously waves his hands. You definitely misheard that. Just the wind. Hurry home. It is getting dark. Meanwhile, under completely clear skies back at the academy, a door randomly slams shut by an invisible force, echoing with an incredibly deafening bang. Li Siyue's face is dark as the absolute abyss, taking long, incredibly frustrated strides. Her heels strike the marble floor with loud, sharp cracks, like she is venting all the furious rage boiling up inside her chest, constantly muttering one single sentence over and over. Damn it, I am so angry. I am literally going to explode right now. Suddenly, she stops dead in her tracks, frozen like a solid statue. Her expression turns super serious. Not good. I absolutely cannot take this situation lightly. You and I both know where this goes. If that shameless woman keeps visiting the shop every day, her husband might before the thought even finishes. She steps straight into the grand hall. The soldiers on both sides spot the Empress and instantly bow down, shouting in unison, welcoming Her Majesty the Empress back to the palace. But deep inside her heart right now, the flames of jealousy are still burning furiously. No way. She needs to summon her tacticians immediately to form a counterplan. Just as she sits down in the royal study, rapid reports start echoing right in her ears. Your Majesty, the Heavenly Strategies army is basically ready, and the shocking god array is being set up perfectly. It will be fully completed very soon. Hearing this update from the sibling duo, Fu Tiandu and Fu Tianyu, Li Shue just lazily props up her chin. Looking incredibly exhausted like she just carried the entire world on her back, she slowly replies, "Excellent. Keep pushing the pace." Absolutely zero mistakes allowed. Understood. They both answer at the exact same time. Li Shue falls back into deep thought, her slender fingers gently tapping against her temple. It won't be long until the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty forces definitely show up to start a massive war. Only with the Heavenly Strategies army and the shocking god array can she actually crush them. Thinking about all this, she cannot help but let out a super heavy sigh. The sigh is quiet, but it absolutely does not escape Fu Tianyu's incredibly sharp ears. He instantly realizes something is totally wrong and shoots a quick look at Fu Tiandu. She quickly catches on and gives a tiny nod back. After that split-second eye contact, the two speak up together. Your Majesty, is something heavily troubling your mind? Hit right in her secret feelings, Li Shue gently sets her pen down. Her eyes show clear satisfaction at their sharp observation skills, and she slowly starts to speak. Yeah, I actually do have a frustrating problem right now. Are you two willing to help me talk through it? Fu Tiandu and Fu Tianyu instantly declare their absolute loyalty. For your Majesty, we would literally crush our bones and tear our flesh without hesitation. Hearing that intense loyalty, Li Shue sighs yet again, her deeply depressed expression becoming even more obvious. She leans back into her chair, staring far off at the two of them, then suddenly blushes, speaking with total awkwardness. So, Tianyu, try speaking purely from a guy's perspective for a second here. What exactly does a woman need to do to make a man fall madly in love? Can you believe she just asked that? Fu Tianyu completely freezes up. His brain basically blue screens for a second, body going totally stiff, having zero clue how to react. Fu Tiandu beside him isn't doing any better. Her face darkens, jaw practically dropping to the floor. Oh my god, what on earth is wrong with Her Majesty today? Fu Tianyu is the very first to snap out of it, nervously stuttering out a reply. Let's dive right into this mess. The clueless brother stutters, and his sister Fu Tiandu absolutely panics. In her head, she is screaming at him. Big brother, is your skull made of literal steel? Thinking this was some loyalty test, Fu Tianyu actually starts pouring his heart out to explain himself. He proudly claims he only cares about ultimate loyalty to the Emperor and his cultivation journey. To him, to put it bluntly, all women are just walking pink skeletons, possessing absolutely zero value in this world. Hearing this garbage, Fu Tiandu wants to faint right there. She gives her brother a totally helpless sideways glare. She thinks to herself, "Please just shut up right now, big brother." Those words are actually physically painful to hear. Looking up, she immediately catches Li Xiyue glaring at Fu Tianyu with eyes as cold and sharp as literal daggers. Standing right there, Fu Tiandu feels entirely powerless, completely clueless on how to fix this incredibly awkward and dangerous situation. But surprisingly, Li Xiyue slowly calms down, turning her gaze toward Fu Tiandu with a very clear look of genuine pity. She straight up asks, "With your brother acting like this, isn't the Fu family going to go completely extinct soon?" Fu Tiandu can only force a smile much more bitter than herbal medicine. Clutching her head with a deep frown, she admits that even their parents have completely given up on him. Watch how fast this turns around. Li Xiyue completely shifts targets, pointing right at her face, deciding to drop the brother. She figures asking a fellow woman like her might actually be 100 times more reliable. Deeply startled, Fu Tiandu immediately snaps up into a strict military stance, though her words stumble. Scratching her head with an awkward laugh, she admits she has been training in martial arts since childhood. Growing up on bloody battlefields, she only trained rough soldiers all day. Those men only listened to a good beating, so she honestly has no clue. Hearing that, Li Xiyue starts pouting, crossing her arms tightly before coldly commanding her to start thinking of something right now. Ah! Poor Fu Tiandu nervously scratches her cheek, looking so utterly miserable you actually have to feel bad for her. That constant hesitation basically throws gas on the fiery annoyance currently burning inside Li Xiyue. Resting her chin, she looks away and coldly snorts. Terrified, Fu Tiandu drops straight to her knees, shouting out that she will absolutely try her very best. After a while, she just stands frozen like a literal statue, one hand on her hip, thinking with extreme focus. Suddenly, she claps her hands together loudly, shouting out with pure excitement. "Oh, I got it." Losing all patience, Li Xiyue points her finger and demands answers immediately. Fu Tiandu eagerly presents her grand idea to the Majesty. Emperors throughout history loved watching dancers, so naturally, all men must love watching a woman dance under the moonlight. As a military general, that is the only romantic thing she could possibly come up with. Hearing this, Li Xiyue falls into deep thought. Dancing? Suddenly, it is like a light bulb flashes in her head, and her eyes completely light up with massive hope. She instantly jumps up, slams the table super hard, confidently waves her sleeve, and loudly orders every single royal dancer in the entire palace to be summoned right now. "Hurry!" Acting like they just escaped execution, the two siblings quickly stand up, bow deeply, and excuse themselves. You and I know they ran for their lives. They vanish completely, terrified of more questions. Now, Li Xiyue sits alone in the massive hall, absolutely lost in her own joyful imagination. Her husband's birthday is coming up fast. She thinks to herself, "I absolutely must use this chance to prepare a gift he will never forget." Hey. Outside the palace, the two siblings look up, completely surprised to hear beautiful, melodic music echoing out from inside the main hall. Rubbing his chin with a deep frown, Fu Tianyu wonders why on earth Her Majesty is suddenly so interested in this kind of stuff. Standing next to him, Fu Tiandu just stares over, looking completely confused. Huh? But a second later, she stands tall, her face full of pure admiration. Our Majesty is truly incredible. She learns absolutely everything so fast. She keeps judging the performance. Those graceful steps, a body light as wind, and soft hands moving fluidly, just like a heavenly immortal descending to earth. Surrounded by palace maids playing gorgeous backup music, some strumming strings and others blowing flutes, Li Xiyue continuously performs every single soft and elegant dance move perfectly in the center. Truly an unmatched genius. Right now, her heart is completely fluttering with restless excitement. Today is her beloved husband's birthday. Looking down, she actually feels a bit shy about what she prepared. I really need to go home early and give him a truly massive surprise. As the day turns to late afternoon, the harsh sunlight fades away, painting everything in a beautiful, soft orange-pink glow. Lan Thien Hong walks with hands on his hips, laughing out loud with absolute delight. That incredibly annoying stalker finally gave up and left him alone. He is overflowing with confidence in his work. Heh, my supreme absolute seal. Unless you are a heavenly demon supreme tier, do not even dream of noticing it. What could a mere mortal girl with basic cultivation possibly hope to see anyway? Lan Thien Hong lets his mind wander, totally enjoying his proud achievement. Now that annoying girl is just going to lock herself up and cultivate in her room all day. He waves his hand, looking extremely relaxed. Not having those creepy, spying eyes staring at his back anymore feels absolutely amazing. He happily skips toward the manor gates, shouting out loud as he walks. "Wifey, your wonderful husband is finally back home." But resting his hand on the door, he suddenly freezes. A thought flashes in his mind. Why did not his wife come out to greet him today? Trust me, we all know that panic. His eyes darken as negative thoughts flood in, imagining Bai Yun literally pinning Li Xiwei down. She weakly pushed back, begging him to stop. Lan Thien Hong panicked and instantly pulled his hand away. Those two definitely do not get along. Oh no, his wife is just an ordinary person. How could she possibly fight off that cultivator? You know what happens next. He slams the door wide open and screams for his wife, but the scene inside makes him completely freeze. His brain literally short-circuits. Li Xiwei is standing there in a gorgeous outfit, her face hidden behind a thin veil. She looks incredibly elegant and completely mesmerizing. Lan Thien Hong is absolutely stunned. He stammers out, asking what on earth she is doing. She smiles softly behind the veil. Her voice is super sweet. Today is his birthday, so she prepared this special gift just for him. He instantly steps forward and grabs her soft hands. He is so hyped right now, asking if she actually knows how to dance. How come he has never seen this before? Li Xiwei gives him the cutest smile, saying she just learned it. He lights up like a kid on Christmas morning. Of course he loves it. She gives him a gentle smile and asks him to play the flute for her. He grabs his flute with a massive grin. Time to show his wife his absolute best musical skills. Li Xiwei tries not to laugh, her eyes sparkling with pure joy. It feels so completely surreal. To think a supreme empress like her is actually performing for a guy? But honestly, she has never felt happier. Lan Thien Hong is so impatient. He immediately tells her to start the show. Outside, the birds are chirping, and the whole vibe is just perfectly peaceful. Li Xiwei starts to dance, moving beautifully to the rhythm of his flute. He plays the flute while blushing super hard, totally mesmerized by her. She is just insanely beautiful. Flower petals float around as she twirls like an absolute goddess descending straight from heaven. She locks eyes with him, and his heart completely melts from all this overwhelming sweetness. She really went all out just to make him happy. He covers his face, smiling like a total idiot. With a wife this perfect, he literally needs nothing else in life. Meanwhile, Bai Yun is trying to meditate nearby, but this mesmerizing music completely breaks her focus. Her eyes snap open. She jumps up, walks straight over to the window, and looks outside. Who on earth is playing that music? The beautiful melody is actually coming from a tiny little pavilion right next to the dirt path. Now watch closely. The scene right in front of her is absolutely crazy. Li Xiwei is dancing perfectly to her husband's flawless music. Her routine is insanely elegant, with every single movement radiating this gorgeous, magical charm that completely captivates the soul. Her robes slip lightly off her shoulders, flowing through the air and tracing the most beautiful, graceful arcs with every single step she takes. Suddenly, she leans all the way back in a super difficult move. Her body is completely relaxed, looking exactly like a goddess descending to the mortal realm. Li Xiwei balances perfectly on her toes, magically supporting her entire body weight with zero effort. Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong is totally in the zone. His fingers glide flawlessly across his instrument, resting perfectly steady right across his lap as he plays. The final beautiful note rings out through the air and slowly fades away. It syncs up flawlessly with the exact moment her dance routine finishes. They lock eyes and share the absolute brightest, happiest smiles. The whole atmosphere around them turns totally peaceful and sweet, like the world itself is just soaking in all of this incredibly cute romantic energy. Watching from a distance, Bai Yun's cheeks immediately turn bright red. She cannot help but smile as she quietly watches these two adorable lovebirds together. She watches them for a long time, finally realizing what that true, simple happiness everyone talks about really looks like. But then, her smile slowly fades away. She looks down to the ground, carrying a heavy, bitter wave of sadness. Let that sink in for a second. Will she ever find a happiness like that? Back by the incredibly calm blue lake, Li Xiwei holds her gorgeous final pose. She slowly turns her head to look right back at her completely stunned husband. Right at that exact second, a sudden breeze blows by. It sweeps away her veil, revealing her gorgeous face completely blushing with pure happiness. Lan Thien Hong is totally hypnotized. He stares at her flawless beauty, absolutely unable to look away for even a single second. Seeing him stare like a total idiot makes her even more shy. She leans against her instrument and sweetly asks if he liked her performance. Obviously, Lan Thien Hong loses his mind. Zero chill left in this guy. He rushes straight in and pulls her into a massive hug, his voice super emotional. She was as gorgeous as a goddess from the highest heavens. He does not just like it, he wants to give her the entire universe. His eyes are just overflowing with complete devotion and absolute love. Even those legendary immortals from the upper realms could never compare to how perfect she is. Hearing that incredible praise makes Li Xue absolutely ecstatic. She wraps her arms right around his neck, jumping up slightly with a huge smile, promising to dance for him all the time from now on. For a split second, she remembers her past life. She used to be the untouchable Empress Zihe. People used to beg just to perform for her. And now, she is happily dancing her heart out for the man she absolutely loves. She closes her eyes, melting into a super passionate kiss. When they finally pull away from each other a long time later, her face is glowing completely red. Lan Thien Hong is completely out of patience by now. He gives her a teasing smirk, whispering softly, "They really need some kids running around here." And that is where we leave these two. Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you and I are about to watch this romance heat up. Li Yue shyly punches his chest. Without wasting a single second, Lan Thien Hong scoops her right off her feet. He laughs, declaring playtime is over, and immediately sprints toward the bedroom. They are moving so incredibly fast that they literally crash straight through the wooden door. The massive bang shakes the entire space. Their explosive passion literally makes the whole room shake along with them. Meanwhile, right next door, Baiyun is trying to focus on her cultivation. Suddenly, the crazy shockwave hits her, completely throwing off her balance and knocking her backward. Ouch! She screams out in pure shock. It takes her a second to recover. Sitting up with a pale face, she grabs her head, completely confused about what just happened. Weren't those two just playing sweet romantic music together? Did they suddenly start a massive fight? Highly annoyed by the constant noise, she angrily storms right over to see what is going on. Without even bothering to knock, she throws the window wide open, eyes totally shut. She is fully prepared to deliver a massive lecture about married couples fighting so early in the morning. But before a single word escapes, she instantly chokes on it. Baiyun completely freezes in her tracks, her cheeks burning bright red at the sight. Now pay close attention, what she sees next is totally wild. Clothes are scattered everywhere like a war zone, and that shaking bed is definitely strictly for adults. What in the world is going on here? She screams out loud. Lan Thien Hong instantly freezes his intense workout, locking eyes with her while turning stiff as a statue. Deep in his embrace, Li Xue is absolutely startled. Catching sight of their totally unwanted audience, she turns violently red, wishing she could just disappear out of pure embarrassment. Baiyun literally feels smoke coming out of her ears. Face burning red, she is completely speechless. Acting on pure reflex, she quickly covers her eyes and stammers, "I am so sorry, I saw absolutely nothing." Then she bolts away from the scene as fast as humanly possible, blushing like crazy. "I only wanted to yell. I just wanted to close the stupid window," she mutters in panic, her mind spinning completely out of control. Tears of sheer frustration fall as she remembers his annoyed glare. Then, a massive slam. The open window gets violently slammed shut from the inside. Baiyun hides behind her door, desperately taking deep breaths to calm down, but her face remains a literal tomato. Meanwhile, far from this comedy, the western horizon is suddenly swallowed by dark, rolling clouds. The air grows impossibly heavy with the scent of blood. The guards defending the western city have absolutely zero clue about the approaching danger. Soldiers stand with spears, totally oblivious. You feel that shift, right? A sharp-eared soldier suddenly picks up a weird noise. His face instantly drops. A massive black sea of troops and flashing weapons approaches fast. Panicking, he grabs the mallet and smashes the warning bell with everything he has. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening sound echoes everywhere. Hearing the alarm, the Western general sprints up to the top of the wall. One look down, and he freezes. Down below, the heavenly dragon army is swarming in like a broken dam. Suddenly, an urgent shout, "General, sir!" A messenger drops to one knee. Spies report they sent 300,000 troops. This is just the vanguard. The main force is only 100 miles out. The general scoffs, his combat aura blazing wildly. 300,000? So what? He stares them down, eyes filled with steel. We hold the high ground here, plus 500,000 divine phoenix men absolutely ready to die. Drawing his epic sword, he points the blade straight at the enemy horde and roars like thunder. What is there to fear? Battle formations. Massive war drums immediately start pounding out a rapid, aggressive beat following his command. The glorious banners of the Divine Phoenix dynasty are raised high, violently flapping in defiance. In the distance, enemy knights, war elephants, and heavy cannons keep advancing. Back in the royal capital, things are strangely quiet. Not a single sound of chaos anywhere. But then, a heavily injured soldier violently bursts through the city gates, screaming a report. He tears through the defenses like a speeding arrow straight to the Grand Hall. They invaded! His body is completely covered in brutal wounds. Limping hard, he forces the words out. In just one single day, they completely wiped out our 500,000 border troops. Finishing his report, he violently collapses. Instantly, an ice-cold voice dripping with pure killing intent echoes from the throne. The heavenly dragon dares to slaughter my people? Li Shi Yue shoots up from her seat, gritting her teeth in absolute fury. I swear I will slaughter every last one of them. She turns, her eyes sharper than a deadly blade. Lan Thien Hong, hear my command. Fu Tianyu kneels. I am here. Activate the divine array immediately. Understood. Trust me, you are going to want to see this epic payback. Stick with me here. Her cold gaze locked onto Fo Thien Du. General Thien Sok, hear my command. He instantly replied, awaiting orders. Now watch closely. Lai Hyenguiet didn't hesitate at all. She ordered a ruthless, scorched earth strategy across the entire western border front. Stick with me. We are diving into pure chaos as the capital quickly evacuates everyone, making sure nobody starves. Then, her voice rocks solid. She raises 2 fingers and points straight at them. Within 2 months, every single heavenly strategy soldier needs the strength to fight 10 men. Fu Tianyu does not hesitate at all orders received. Orders given, Li Shiyue falls silent. That old heavenly dragon tried forcing me to marry that trash third prince. Now he invades, treating our divine phoenix people like worthless weeds. Fine then, I swear to protect this nation and my people alongside our troops, down to my absolute last breath. Meanwhile, out on the streets, people are walking around totally normal, completely clueless about the massive storm coming. Suddenly, a speeding carriage violently rushes past. The driver screams to make way right now. Sitting inside the tea house looking out, Lan Thien Hong feels seriously annoyed by the noise. The War Dragon army is closing in fast. Luckily, the Phoenix Empress prepared the evacuation, but public panic is definitely starting to spike. Pure killing intent flashes in his eyes. He and his wife finally found some peace, yet some suicidal fools actually want to ruin it. Now watch closely, he crosses his arms, quickly realizing these War Dragon soldiers are just the vanguard. He decides to hold back for now. 2 years have passed. Let us see if the divine Phoenix Empress disappoints him after taking his gifts. A moment later, Lan Thien Hong sighs, pretending to be sad. Well, with the city this chaotic, today's business is totally ruined. He immediately locks up the shop and hangs a massive closed sign outside. Walking home in a great mood, he happily yells out for his wife. But the scene waiting at the gate? Not what he expected at all. Li Shiwei does not rush over to hug him like she usually does. She is holding hands with Bai Yun, looking strangely close. Seeing him, she smiles softly and gently welcomes her husband home. Still holding her hand, Bai Yun glances at Lan Thien Hong with a teasing smirk. Wow, Boss Lin is home so early today? Are you planning to pack up all your bags and run away? Lan Thien Hong plays it cool, scratching his cheek as he casually asks how she guessed right. Everyone is panicking over the Heavenly Dragon army. My wife and I are just weak, ordinary folks. Of course we are scared. Hearing this, Bai Yun steps up, her powerful aura exploding outward, solid as a rock. Her eyes lock onto them fiercely. She confidently declares, "Do not worry, boss. With me standing right here, keeping you both safe is an absolute breeze." He completely drops the polite act, flashing a sneaky smile while nodding. Haha, I knew you were no ordinary girl. Thanks in advance. We are putting our fragile little lives completely in your hands. Then he just casually crosses his arms in the corner, side-eyeing their joined hands with a totally unpredictable expression. Not bad for a younger disciple of the academy. He is already plotting the perfect way to accidentally drop his glorious ancestor identity. You and I both know his plan. Train her up, let her take out the trash, and never lift a finger again. His lips curl into a sneaky smirk, totally clashing with the peaceful vibe inside the Lin house. Meanwhile, outside the capital, it is absolute madness. People are scattering like a kicked beehive, crying and screaming everywhere. They push and trample each other to survive. We are dead. The Heavenly Dragon army is coming. A bitter voice screams from the crowd. Damn the Heavenly Phoenix Queen. It is entirely your fault we are suffering. Why not just marry the Heavenly Dragon Third Prince? What is so bad about that? You absolute fool. Just as Li Shiyue steps onto the stairs heading into the capital, a furious shout from inside aggressively calls out her full name. Li Shiyue. A green-bearded old man suddenly appears, pointing right at her and scolding. The Heavenly Dragon Dynasty rules the southern continent. Marrying the third prince was a legendary blessing, yet you dared to offend the heavenly dragon Taoist. Another silver-haired elder instantly jumps in, sounding furious. Why would you ever ignore the heavenly dragon Taoist's direct orders? A ruler must know when to back down. A red-haired elder loudly agrees, piling on her. With his massive backing and your insane talent, the entire southern continent would literally be resting in the palm of your hand. Why act so stupid? Taking this wave of harsh insults, Li Xuex stands completely still like a frozen statue, staying totally silent. Meanwhile, over at the War Dragon Army camp, everything is operating in perfect order. Outside, two shiny armored guards stand like statues. Inside, Long Zhentian respectfully takes a knee in front of Long Aotian. Rest assured, third prince, I will completely crush the Phoenix capital in exactly 3 days. The War Dragon army will wash that place in blood, leaving absolutely nothing alive. Sitting on his throne like a god, Long Aotian hears this and flashes a super arrogant, totally evil smirk. And that is where we leave it, he smirks, ordering them to spare her pathetic life for humiliating him. Huge mistake. All right, you and I are about to watch this prince plot to slowly humiliate her publicly. He wants to see how long she can keep up that cold, arrogant pride of hers. She absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. Then Yinju steps up. This creepy old guy radiating a freezing, gloomy aura walks right up behind Long Aotian. His voice sounds like a dying crow. He tells Aodian to relax with him around. Even if that little sparrow grew 10 pairs of wings, she wouldn't get away. Hearing this, Long Aotian immediately spins around, clasping his hands in deep respect. He thanks his third granduncle for stepping up to help him out. Night falls fast. The entire Battle Dragon military camp gets swallowed by this thick, freezing, spooky mist. And Yinju, he is a legit powerhouse, an absolute beast sitting at the second stage of the divine tribulation realm. As the heavy-hitting patriarch of the heavenly dragon dynasty, he suddenly starts growling with pure anger. Dark energy floods the tent. He snarls that even if she is heaven's favorite daughter, she is going to bow down completely under his absolute power. Today, she will definitely become yours. His eyes are just overflowing with pure killing intent. Those thick white eyebrows knit together, and every single word he drops is freezing cold. She has no choice. But suddenly, boom, an invisible pressure slams down like heavy chains, choking the space and making the air inside the tent impossibly thick to breathe. Long Aotian feels his chest caving in, like a massive boulder just dropped right on top of him. Real fear starts creeping in. Right at that second, a warm but completely unfamiliar voice echoes straight out of nowhere. Brother Yinju, it has been a while. Hearing the voice without seeing anybody, Yinju immediately snaps and yells out, "Who is there?" Now pay close attention here, because things are about to get wild. Long Zhentian jumps up, pointing at the gathering energy, screaming about who dares invade the Battle Dragon camp. But before he can even finish his threat, he shuts right up. The aura of this new guy is so overwhelmingly strong it gives you the creeps. Yinju instantly notices his two juniors absolutely panicking. With a quick wave of his hand, he completely shatters the crushing pressure, suffocating the entire room. Why panic? He gently strokes his long white beard, looking up with this deeply unsettling, creepy smile. Brother Feng Yu, we are literally enemies standing on opposite sides of a war, yet you dare to crash our camp all by yourself? Seeing that Yinju actually knows this hidden powerhouse, Long Zhentian gives him a confused look. Suddenly, a pale yellow robe slowly materializes right out of thin air. Then come those killer eyes and fiery red hair. With just one smooth turn of his body, Feng Yu officially steps out, looking incredibly majestic. He is a first-stage Divine Tribulation Master, the only patriarch at that crazy level in the Divine Phoenix dynasty. He drops his voice low. Heavenly Dragon Patriarch Yinju, did you really just come out here to suppress me? His stare is just as freezing as his words. Yinju does not even flinch. He just keeps stroking his beard, throwing back a cocky sneer. Oh, if you already know the deal, just spit out why you are actually here. Seeing this guy skip the fake pleasantries, Feng Yu decides to cut straight to the chase too. Brother Yinju, exactly what price must my Divine Phoenix dynasty pay for your nation to back off? His eyes darken, hiding a massive unspoken threat. Yinju, on the other hand, just looks insanely chill about everything. He laughs and praises his honesty. But a second later, his vibe completely flips, getting super dark and unpredictable. He holds up one finger, sounding like he already won. First, the Divine Phoenix Queen steps down and gets permanently kicked out of the Li family. Not stopping there, he throws out an even more ridiculous demand. Second, the Queen must obey the Heavenly Dragon Taoist's order and marry our Aotian. Yinju says this while directly pointing at Long Aotian, who is acting extremely smug in his chair. We both know this is a trap, right? Feng Yu stays quiet, thinking it over. He looks up and says, "Fine, I agree." Yinju's face lights up instantly. Stroking his beard, he bursts into loud laughter. "Very good." Brother Feng Yu is sharp, no time wasted. Acting like he is giving out a massive favor, he tells him to deliver the queen tomorrow. Flashing a twisted smile with eyes full of dirty schemes, he shouts that he will order his troops to pull back immediately. Feng Yu just turns his back. He shoots him one final, shadowy glare without uttering a single extra word. In a flash, he vanishes, his final promise echoing through the air. The deal is sealed. Down in his chair, Long Aotian slowly clenches his hand into a tight fist. "Li Xiuye, you wretched woman." He cracks a super sinister smile, feeling absolutely thrilled on the inside. "You have finally fallen right into this mighty prince's trap." Long Aotian totally loses it, grabbing his own face, completely drunk on his twisted happiness. His brain is already cooking up all sorts of messed up scenarios. The guy is smiling from ear to ear. "When the time comes, let's see if you still act so tough in front of me." Knowing exactly what kind of unhinged stuff his grandson is currently daydreaming about, Yinju steps right over and pats his shoulder, snapping him back to reality. "Aotian, you can vent your anger, but do not push things too far." He drops his voice, eyes flashing with genuine caution. Li Shiyue's talent is top tier. The Heavenly Dragon Dynasty's future depends entirely on you two. Turning around, a nasty glint flashes in the old man's eyes as he gives one final order. "Right after you two get married, immediately stamp her with a high-level soul slave mark." Before leaving, he says, "Remember this well." "So what do you and I make of this? This villain arc is going to be insane." "All right, come along with me," Long Zhao Thien shouts back immediately, telling his third uncle not to worry. He knows exactly what he is doing. The very next morning in the central grand hall, the tension is so thick, just one tiny spark could blow the whole place up. The elders are seated in two opposing rows. All down the aisles, the lower-ranking officials are bowing low, completely terrified to even lift their heads. Right in the middle, an old man looks up. He looks incredibly annoyed, whispering to the guy next to him. "All the royal elders are here, so why haven't the four great outsider kings shown up yet?" The other guy instantly panics. He frowns and frantically signals him to keep his voice down. Those outsider kings stopped caring about the royal court a long time ago. They basically built their own massive factions. To them, this entire dynasty is just a name. Honestly, we are lucky if they just stay out of our way. Suddenly, an elder in the very front row slams his hand down on his chair, echoing a massive bang. That is Heavenly Phoenix True Lord, the Queen's great ancestor. He is an absolute beast at the peak divine fire tier. He furrows his brows, absolutely furious as he roars out, "Lai Hang you yet?" His eyes are glued to the empty throne as he screams for her to come out and face them. Seeing zero response, the old man gets even more aggressive, sounding completely unhinged. "You have some serious nerve. How dare you go against the direct decree of the Heavenly Dragon Master? You are dragging the entire Divine Phoenix dynasty straight into total destruction. You do not deserve to be queen. Step down now. Abdicate immediately." Now watch closely, because this is where everything flips. From outside the hall, a cold, iron-like voice echoes through. "I am the Divine Phoenix Queen, chosen by heaven itself. Who dares force me to step down?" In a split second, the entire grand hall drops into absolute, dead silence. But Heavenly Phoenix True Lord is the first one to jump right up. He yells out, "Lai Hang you yet? You finally decided to show your face?" He points a finger right at her, dripping with blame. "You brought this dynasty to the very brink of ruin. You are the absolute root cause of this disaster, so confess your crimes and step down." Lai Hang Guyet just smirks, flashing a cold, mocking smile. She looks dead at Heavenly Phoenix True Lord, her voice dripping with pure, unmistakable sarcasm. "Want to condemn me? You have to see if you actually have the power to do it first." Suddenly, a massive golden dragon made purely of spiritual energy rips through the sky above the Divine Phoenix Kingdom. A terrifying, crushing pressure slams down from high above. It terrifies all the officials in the hall so badly their faces go pale white, mouths hanging wide open in pure shock. The dragon snaps its massive, fanged jaws and lets out an earth-shattering roar, absolutely intimidating every single person trapped inside that hall. One seated elder sees this insane scene, and his pupils shrink down to dots. He is paralyzed with so much fear he cannot even look away. The rest of them stare with wide eyes. They stare tensely at the sky, nobody daring to breathe a word. Heavenly Phoenix True Lord is trembling so hard his legs go soft, his voice totally breaking. It has only been 2 years. How did she level up this fast? Right at that moment, a massive, echoing shout rings out from outside the hall. The Divine Phoenix Queen has arrived. Fo Thien Du and Fo Thien Vu walk in first, followed right behind by Blood Phoenix and her most loyal officials. The crimson flag embroidered with a fire, Phoenix is raised high, fiercely blowing. Lai Hai Nuyet is wearing a purple royal robe, looking incredibly majestic as she slowly walks in. She leads the group, strolling casually like she is taking a walk in the park, completely unbothered. The soldiers on both sides instantly drop to their knees, shouting loudly, "Long live the Divine Phoenix Queen." Lai Hai Nuyet suddenly stops walking. She stands tall, her calm, piercing eyes locking dead onto Heavenly Phoenix True Lord standing right in front. The old guy goes completely pale as paper, his whole body shaking with terror. In his eyes, Li Hai Nguyet is not even human anymore. She looks like a giant god who could crush him into dust with just a single wave of her hand. Once that heavy pressure passes and she sits on her throne, he finally dares to open his eyes and peek up, his heart still shivering in absolute fear. We both felt that one, right? That aura is so intense, even this old guy almost wet himself. Lai Hai Nguyet still has her back turned to the crowd, but her cold, knife-like glare pierces straight through to the old man. A single, freezing word drops out leave. The air instantly freezes completely solid. Right after that, she spins around like a hurricane. Her elegant face turns incredibly dark, every single word falling heavy like lead. Who exactly wants to condemn me? Locked down by her gaze, Heavenly Phoenix True Lord jumps out of his skin, his back hunching over on pure reflex. He quickly clings to his status, yelling out loud just to hide his panic. Lai Hai Nguyet, I am literally your great ancestor. His brows furrow tight, eyes wide open, trying so hard to look majestic and arrogant. Hurry up and pull back that aggressive aura. Lai Hai Nguyet laughs coldly, showing zero respect as she directly calls him out. Did you not want to kick me out of the Lai family? Her voice is like ice. She stands there with her arms crossed, eyes piercing right through him. And yet you still dare claim to be my ancestor? Another elder nearby cannot take it anymore. He slams the table, stands up, and points right at her. So insolent. You dare disrespect your senior elders and treat all of us like absolute trash? This blonde-haired old fool still does not realize the situation, arrogantly pointing at the floor, giving a stupid order to kneel and apologize. Li Hai Nguyet instantly shifts her gaze, locking completely onto him. In a flash, he freezes like lightning struck him. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me, you're about to witness an insane flex. Li Xue's necklace suddenly erupts in blinding light, flooding the entire hall. A brilliant golden dragon materializes right out of thin air. Roaring like thunder, it shoots forward like lightning, slamming straight into that dumbfounded elder without a single second of hesitation. In a split second, the guy gets launched backward like a broken kite. He crashes hard onto the floor, dead on the spot. He didn't even get to choke out a last word. Watching this happen, perfected Heavenly Phoenix grits his teeth so hard they practically crack. An absolute storm of panic and rage starts brewing deep inside him. That guy was a 4th-tier Divine Fire Realm expert. He stumbles to his feet, shaking uncontrollably, staring at the fresh corpse as pure. Absolute terror completely takes over his heart. He couldn't even survive a single hit. Just how incredibly overpowered has this Empress become? But Li Xue doesn't even care about their shock, coldly turning her back to them and walking straight to her throne. Her face is dark as a brewing storm, her icy voice echoing loudly through the room. What is the ultimate penalty for treason? Her freezing gaze sweeps over every single person in the hall. Does anyone else want me to step down? Making an example out of that elder worked absolutely flawlessly. Her terrifying killing intent slowly fades away. Arms crossed, her voice cuts through the silence, icy and absolute. If not, get out of my sight right now. Her stare feels like countless invisible blades pressing heavily into their souls. She drops one final sentence, a chilling mix of mercy and absolute warning. I will spare your lives today. The court officials instantly freeze, frantically exchanging terrified looks with one another. Nobody dares to breathe. They all know staying here a second longer means instant death. In a flash, they scramble to their feet, fleeing the throne room in pure panic like a kicked beehive. But a handful of stubborn fools refuse to move, led by none other than perfected Heavenly Phoenix. Now pay attention here, this is where the real showdown begins. Only the absolute hardest targets remain. Li Xue casually raises her hand, slowly twisting the gold ring on her finger. Her low, chilling voice echoes out, I gave you all a chance. She crosses her legs, casually leaning one hand on the armrest, looking down at them with a stare that chills right to the bone. Those who stayed. She pauses, her expression completely darkens. Then, she suddenly stands straight up and waves her hand decisively. Fu Tianyu, Fu Tianwu, execute them all. Her two loyal generals immediately clasp their hands together, replying in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing that death sentence, the remaining traitors turn ghost white, their whole bodies trembling in fear. But right at that moment, Heavenly Phoenix suddenly looks up and starts laughing out loud, his creepy laughter echoing through the entire hall. "Ha ha ha, Li Cua, you arrogant little monster." He points straight at her, his voice shrill. "You actually think you can kill me? Even if you are a reincarnated god?" He clenches his fists, screaming like an absolute maniac. "Do not even dream of it." Another elder instantly chimes in, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. "If the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty did not specifically want you as the third prince's woman," he raises his head proudly, pointing to himself and his crew, "we 4 Divine Fire Realm experts would have sent you straight to the underworld long ago." He grits his teeth, looking absolutely furious. "Why else would we let you act so cocky?" Hearing this absolute disrespect, Li Xiue's eyes flash. She gives a faint smile, finally putting all the pieces together. "You and I totally saw this coming. Ah, so you already sold me out. Good, very good." She clenches her fists, and her aura violently explodes, sweeping the hall like a massive shockwave. "I really was not planning on doing this myself, but it seems I have absolutely no choice but to kill." Even under that crushing pressure, Heavenly Phoenix still laughs like a complete madman. "Haha, who do you think you are?" He steps up, standing shoulder to shoulder with the others, cocky as hell. "You really think you can fight all of us completely alone?" He throws up 2 fingers as a signal, roaring out like a wild beast. "Everyone hear my command. Capture the rebel alive." The remaining elders immediately roar back, charging straight toward the throne with everything they have got. "Capture her!" Instantly, Fu Tianyu, Fu Tianwu, and her loyal guards rush forward without hesitation. They completely surround Li Xue, forming a massive, unbreakable human wall to protect their Empress. "Your Majesty, we are ready to live and die right by your side." But Li Xue just waves her hand decisively, ordering them all to step back. The battlefield is set. On one side, Heavenly Phoenix and his squad of extremely aggressive elders, and on the other side, Li Xue standing totally alone. Her face turns ice cold. Her eyes flash with pure anger as she fiercely glares them down, shouting loudly, "Traitors! I alone am more than enough to completely crush you all." Hearing that absolute disrespect, Heavenly Phoenix turns purple with rage, his eyebrows twitching as he screams. Li Xiyue, the old man instantly unleashes his full power. His aura violently explodes, completely shattering the stone floor beneath his feet into pieces. Trying to crush her with his heavy pressure, he yells, "I want to see what an arrogant, rebellious little brat like you can actually do to be so cocky." Seeing this insane display, the other elders get totally hyped up, cheering wildly for Heavenly Phoenix's godlike power. Mighty, unstoppable, but up on her throne, Li Xue just crosses her arms, casually watching them act like complete fools putting on a show. She gently strokes her chin, dropping a completely savage smirk. "Heavenly Phoenix, is breaking some floor tiles really your only skill? So what do we learn here? Do not flex on an Empress. You are only fit to be a circus clown." Those words slap Heavenly Phoenix so hard he just chokes, completely humiliated and too furious to speak. Stick with me, watch this old guy roar, stomp his feet, and leap straight at her. Arrogant brat. In just a blink, he is right in Li Xiue's face, one hand flashing through hand seals while the other tightly grips his legendary sword. He hisses, "If that's how it is, I'll cripple your limbs, seal your chi-si, and let's see how long you can keep acting arrogant." Saying that, he launches himself into the air, clapping his hands together to control his flying blade. The insanely sharp tip tears right through the wind, but Li Xue just stands there totally chill. She looks up, a freezing cold smirk forming on her lips. She slowly raises one hand, releasing her own power. Such a petty trick, yet he dares to show off? A purely tyrannical, overwhelming wave of energy completely erupts, swallowing his flying sword whole and instantly crushing it to absolute dust in a single flash. Taoist Tianfeng is absolutely paralyzed seeing this. His jaw drops, and he stutters out, "How is this even possible? This is the power of the divine tribulation tier." Li Xue tilts her head, her heavy aura suffocating the entire space. Haven't you ever heard the saying about new waves pushing out the old ones? The next generation always surpasses the last, so an old, washed-up wave like you getting completely destroyed on the shore is just the natural order. With that said, she swings her arm, prepping the final blow. Taoist Tianfeng is instantly panicking, his face going completely pale. He frantically backs up, waving his hands non-stop and stuttering. "Mercy, wait a second, I can let you be the one in charge here." But Li Shiwei doesn't even flinch. Her fist stays raised high as she coldly replies, "I don't need it." Then, right on cue, "Now pay attention here, because this gets wild." An epic golden dragon spawns, roaring loud enough to shake the hall, and charges straight at him, swallowing him whole. The old man only manages one pathetic scream, crying and completely losing his mind. In a split second, Taoist Tianfeng is completely blasted away by that terrifying power, thrown straight out of the grand hall like a dead leaf. The entire room drops into a terrifying dead silence. Nobody even dares to breathe. Brothers Fu Tianyu and Fu Tianwu are standing off to the side, still totally shocked, jaws dropped. The rest of the officials are just frozen, solid, eyes wide open and entirely speechless. Li Shiwei could not care less. She just gives a faint smirk and coldly scoffs. "Humph, what an absolute idiot. That is exactly the ending for anyone dumb enough to court death." After making such a brutal example out of him, those elders who were acting so tough earlier instantly go soft. They all drop to their knees, kowtowing frantically. "Mercy, Your Majesty, please spare our lives." Every single one of these cowards values their own life way too much. They immediately start fighting to pin all the blame on the guy who just got blasted. "We were all blackmailed by that old thief Tianfeng, we swear." They keep begging the Empress for mercy. Li Shiwei just casually sits back down on her throne, staying totally silent. After a suffocatingly long silence that makes everyone sweat, she finally waves her hand, her tone full of mockery. "Why didn't you just fight to the end with old Tianfeng? Wouldn't it be way better to stay as his loyal dogs until death?" Having seen her literal mountain-moving power with their own eyes, not a single elder dares to talk back. One old guy hastily forces out the most pathetic, flattering smile. "Aha, Your Majesty is truly unmatched in power. We were just totally helpless against him. A smart man knows when to adapt to the situation, right? You and I both know they're full of it, right?" The others quickly agree, while Li Shiwei just rests her chin, sneering at these two-faced elders. Wise men adapting to the situation? More like a bunch of spineless cowards swaying whichever way the wind blows. But obviously, she has absolutely zero intention of letting them off the hook that easily. Slowly raising her hand, a brilliantly glowing sphere of pure energy starts forming right in her palm. "Unfortunately for you, everything comes with a price. You dared to oppose me, so you take the consequences." Seeing things go completely south, the crowd instantly starts kowtowing like crazy, creating a chaotic mess of begging. "Mercy, Your Majesty. We know our crimes. We were truly wrong." Seeing the Empress remain ice cold, her freezing gaze unwavering and her killing intent absolutely locked in, the elders suddenly feel a sharp, freezing chill run down their spines like an electric shock. In a split second, they all turn and bolt, trampling each other like panic-stricken ducks while screaming, "Run!" Li Shiwei just smirks, eyes full of disgust, her voice echoing like pure thunder. "I am the heaven-mandated Empress. Her word is absolute law. Once she hands down an execution order, execution is exactly what you get." With that said, she strikes. Brilliant golden dragons immediately roar to life, shooting forward like divine arrows. They carry a terrifying, lethal intent as they hunt down every single fleeing coward. Imperial dragon technique, 5 dragons devour. Blinding light erupts, dyeing the entire sky gold. Agonizing screams echo out loud, but then quickly fade to dead silence. In just a blink, the grand hall returns to a suffocatingly heavy, tense atmosphere. At first, the two brothers Fu Tianyu and Fu Tianwu are completely frozen like statues. They stare blankly out at the courtyard, where lifeless bodies have just collapsed without a single trace of energy left. Fu Tianwu is the very first one to snap back to reality. He immediately leads the remaining loyal officials straight to their knees, shouting out together in absolute unison, "Your Majesty's divine might, long live the Empress." Having established absolute dominance, Li Shiwei pulls back her killing intent, returning to her usual majestic vibe as she gives her next order. "Tianwu, Tianyu, hear my command." The two of them instantly straighten their posture, replying respectfully, "We are here." She suddenly stands up from the throne, her emperor aura exploding. "Deploy the troops, activate the array. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me here. We are prepping for absolute war against the Dragon King." Fu Tianyu bows deeply. "We obey." In a single blink, Li Shiwei vanishes completely. The only thing left behind? a blinding golden trail lighting up the great hall. She blasts outside, her voice echoing back. To crush the enemies outside, I need to sweep my own house first. I am heading to the ancestral temple for a little cleanup. Right now, Li Xue's face is dripping with killing intent. She launches into the sky, brows locked tight, cheeks puffing out from pure, unadulterated rage. She curses inwardly. Without that old fox, Feng Yu secretly giving the green light, would those cowardly rats ever dare act this bold? Fine. If you won't leave me an exit, I'll show you exactly what absolute ruthlessness looks like. With that thought, her speed explodes to another level. She turns into a lightning bolt tearing through the sky, crashing down in front of the ancestral hall. Li Xue does not even hesitate. She marches straight toward the entrance with total authority. 2 guards spot her and instantly raise their weapons to block. One of them actually has the nerve to point his weapon at her face. Halt! This is the royal temple. Trespassers are strictly forbidden. Li Xue isn't about to waste her time on trash. She casually waves her hand. Before those unlucky guards can even blink, they go completely limp, collapsing. She pulls her hand back, frowning slightly. Too loud, she mutters. And just like that, she kicks those massive, heavy wooden doors wide open with an epic crash. The second she steps into the courtyard, this furious, raspy old voice rings out. How utterly bold! Who dares trespass into the heavenly Phoenix ancestral temple? An elder with pure white hair steps out, hands clasped behind his back, rocking a completely arrogant sneer. Now pay attention here. Causing trouble at the royal temple? Let us see what kind of god you think you are. But the second he actually sees who is standing in the courtyard, that arrogant smile completely freezes. He looks like he just got struck by lightning. Li Xue, why are you here? What do you want? Another elder beside him instantly frowns. He shoots a nervous glance at the 2 dead bodies outside, completely on edge. Brother, this woman definitely isn't here for a friendly visit. We need to stay on high alert. That snaps the first old man back to reality. He points at her, screaming, Halt! Killing guards at the temple? Are you committing high treason? But Li Xue does not even flinch. She casually raises her hand, admiring her freshly painted nails, before shooting him a look so cold it could actually freeze fire. Her voice is sickeningly sweet, but dripping with killing intent. Why am I here? To help you elders pass on early and secure your altar spots, obviously. Tomb sweeping season is close, so I'm just doing some early cleanup. That single sentence leaves the elder absolutely shaking with rage. He clenches his fist so hard his knuckles crack. Roaring like a beast, he lunges straight at her. You arrogant brat! Let's see what you are actually made of. Seeing her stand there without even trying to dodge, he gets incredibly smug. Haha, you slipped up. I do not care who is backing you. We saw this coming. Why would I ever face you alone? Instantly, a massive group of figures explodes out of the dark, launching a coordinated strike. It is the ultimate Lightning 5 Emperor kill. Just die already. But Li Xue clearly saw this trap coming. She flashes a chilling smile. A bunch of pathetic rats who only know how to launch sneak attacks. Instantly, she vanishes, reappearing a full 100 meters away. Losing their target, the elders cannot hit the brakes and brutally crash into each other in pure chaos. Li Xue just watches from afar. Her posture is so arrogant, her eyes completely ice cold as she smirks. Goodbye, elders. Next tomb sweeping season, I will make sure to burn the most expensive incense for you. Suddenly, up in the sky, that massive, terrifyingly majestic golden dragon reappears. The same elder who was acting so tough just seconds ago, his face goes totally pale. He is stammering, completely speechless. And then, the imperial dragon's colossal hand slams down on them like the entire sky is collapsing. The ground completely shatters, sending violent shockwaves ripping everywhere. But right in the middle of that chaos, a very familiar aura suddenly drops in. Feng Yu's incredibly dark voice rings out, cutting right through the absolute destruction. Truly ruthless. You actually wiped out every single elder of the ancestral temple. Li Xue isn't intimidated at all. She just scoffs right back. Were you enjoying the show so much that you're actually feeling sorry for your little puppets now? Feng Yu keeps his arms crossed, casually stepping forward with a cold snort. Your tongue is still just as sharp as ever. But thanks to them getting destroyed, I finally got a clear look at your current power tier. Taking a few steps, he stops. His gaze radiates intense pressure, mixed with actual admiration. Hitting the divine tribulation tier in just 2 short years? I honestly have to give a round of applause for that kind of insane talent. But you cannot possibly be naive enough to think that this tiny bit of power is enough to actually take me down, right? Li Xue. But she isn't backing down. She stands tall, snapping right back. Old man, you are the only one left standing. Why would I ever fear a washed-up fool like you? Feng Yu's insanely toxic, dark aura instantly starts gathering again. The air around them becomes so heavy you cannot even breathe. He raises both hands forward, his pure killing intent locking directly onto her. If that's how it is, I have no choice but to personally execute a brilliant junior like yourself. For the fallen elders, you absolutely must die here. Li Xue's voice turns completely freezing. Do not dare call me Li Xue. From the exact moment I severed ties with you, that name died. Her tone is utterly absolute. Right now, standing before you, is only the Empress of the Divine Phoenix Dynasty. Feng Yu frowns, his aura completely skyrocketing. Very well, I will just send the mighty Empress straight to her grave. Behind him, a massive fire phoenix made of dark energy fully forms, roaring so loud the earth shakes. Trust me, you need to see what happens next. Stick with me here, because Lan Thien Hong yet is calmly scanning the battlefield while a dark, red, deathly aura spreads out, melting the surrounding rocks and trees like absolute hot wax. Trapped inside this circle of pure destruction, she closes her eyes, focusing her senses completely. This is the Min Fuang technique, an ultimate move that literally corrodes everything. A second later, she opens her eyes, looking totally confident. Is that really all you have? Fuang Nuke freezes up for a second, looking completely confused. Well, in just a flash, Lan Thien Hong summons a golden dragon way more massive than the last one. Her hands form rapid seals, her voice echoing like a heavenly decree, turning clouds and summoning rain. Great heavenly dragon, heed my direct command. Slash the phoenix. The golden dragon roars, opening its massive jaws to blast pure, overbearing energy that completely crushes his dark aura. The old man glares, screaming out loudly, "Impossible! You just reached the divine tribulation realm, so how did you break my absolute strongest attack?" But the heavenly dragon's insane power does not stop, piercing straight through his body. Taking a fatal, devastating blow, Fuang Nuke feels extreme agony as his blood gushes out. His eyes roll all the way back, screaming in total despair. I refuse to accept this. Before finishing, he drops dead. Game over. Lan Thien Hong stands tall, pointing at the fresh corpse, her voice completely ice-cold. Then take that bitter regret straight down to hell with you. Suddenly, her pupils shrink in shock and her expression completely shifts. She covers her mouth as her face turns totally pale, immediately dropping to her knees and throwing up violently. Ugh, gag. After a long, tense moment, she finally forces herself to calm down, cold sweat dripping everywhere. What is wrong with me? She checks her chi, finding it flowing smoothly. Now pay close attention here, because things are about to get really weird. Checking deeper only made her more confused. She wipes the corner of her mouth, whispering, "Why do I have this weird nausea like morning sickness? Could I actually be poisoned?" But she quickly shuts that thought down, her eyes turning totally fierce, refusing to get distracted right now. She jumps right back up, taking a deep breath. Whatever, I need to win this battle first. At that exact same time, over at the War Dragon Army camp, the silence is terrifyingly heavy. Two guards stand perfectly straight like stone statues, while inside the biggest tent, Long Zhao Tian lounges casually against his massive chair. He is fully enjoying the service of a gorgeous maid, letting out these constant, creepy laughs. Heh. Suddenly he remembers the whole situation with Lan Thien Hong. He rests his chin, pretending to think deeply. Third Grand Uncle, it is past noon. Why hasn't the Phoenix Dynasty delivered that wretched Lan Thien Hong to us yet? Thinking about this, his filthy mind cannot help but flash to some really nasty, explicit images. He mutters to himself, "This prince is getting super impatient. I just want a taste of what that wild horse who dared to insult me is really like." Just thinking about it, drool literally runs down his face, forming a totally disgusting, perverted smirk. Heh. Amku, sitting nearby reading a book, hears that creepy laugh and immediately speaks up with a warning. Third Prince, please mind your royal manners. Long Zhao Tian flinches hard, quickly coughing a few times to cover it up. Cough, cough, my apologies. Third Grand Uncle. Amku's eyes instantly turn incredibly dark, deep, and chillingly cold. The old man replies slowly. Brother Fuang Nuke still hasn't made a single move. I fear he has absolutely zero intention of keeping his promise anymore. Hearing this, Long Zhao Tian's jaw drops open, looking completely unwilling to accept it. Huh? Third Uncle, what should we do next? Amku turns around without hesitation. And I know what you and I are thinking, it is time for war. Giving a decisive command, General Long, order an absolute all-out attack. An officer immediately clasps his hands, bowing down. Yes, Long Thien here. Right after, he steps outside, draws his sword, and shouts the command to the whole army. The War Dragon army moves out. Attack the Phoenix capital. And except for Empress Li Hainguyet, we leave absolutely no survivors in the entire city. We must carve the terrifying name of our War Dragon army deep into the world's bones. Lan Thien turns around, his voice begging. Third Grand Uncle, I really want to join the army in battle. Please give me permission. Amku just glances right at him and replies slowly, Go ahead, but marching is extremely dusty. Make sure you do not dirty your brand new clothes. Like a kid getting a treat, Lan Thien is so thrilled he bows down deeply, his voice full of excitement. Thank you, Third Grand Uncle. Seeing that childish behavior, Amku strokes his white beard, laughing out loud. Ha ha. The old man thinks to himself, this brat has grown up all these years, but this is the first time seeing him smile so innocently. Under Amku's affectionate yet slightly worried gaze, Lan Thien steps boldly out. But the second his silhouette disappears right behind that heavy door, his smile vanishes instantly, replaced by a terrifyingly dark look. Damn it, I seriously cannot hold it in for another single second. He grits his teeth, his heart bursting with killing intent, wanting nothing more than to tear that woman apart. A disgusting, arrogant, and totally brutal smile creeps onto his lips. Just you wait, Lai Hainigyet. We are going to meet very soon. Heh heh. The massive, mighty army of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty has perfectly arranged its formations right before the majestic gates of the Phoenix capital. Lan Thien, the highly experienced general, sits steadily on his warhorse, raising a hand to signal the entire army to fully stop. Standing arrogantly on a giant demon fox, Lan Thien gets annoyed. What the heck? Why did we stop? Trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Why not just flatten this city entirely? Down below, Lan Thien quickly turns his horse and bows respectfully. Third Prince, there are absolutely no soldiers guarding the city inside at all. Stick with me here. Even Lan Thien notices something is off. His normally arrogant eyebrows furrow tightly, his sharp eyes scanning deep into the city. The vanguard soldiers march aggressively, ready to totally smash through the heavy gates of Fuang Kin City. But instead of weapon clashes or epic battle cries, what awaits them is just a terrifying, dead silence. The inside is completely empty, not a single human shadow in sight. This bizarre scene throws the soldiers into a state of absolute panic. What in the world is happening right now? A moment later, Lan Thien's brain finally processes the weird situation. He grabs his face and bursts into an absolute maniacal laughing fit. It seems those pathetic, crippled Divine Phoenix troops heard about my War Dragon God's epic prestige early on, wet their pants in pure fear, and ran away without leaving a trace. The surrounding soldiers immediately flatter him like a giant choir. Ha ha ha! Amidst all of that terribly bland, fake laughter, only Lan Thien, a guy who has survived countless life and death battles, feels a terrifying, icy chill run straight down his spine. He unconsciously bites his nails, eyebrows locked tightly. Not good, he mutters to himself. This place is insanely weird, and literally not a single detail here is normal. I absolutely cannot let the Third Prince get hurt. But in total contrast, Lan Thien does not care at all. He arrogantly holds his face, mocking them like he just watched a truly terrible show. Such a buzzkill. I thought they would have some backbone. Now pay attention, this is where his insane ego takes over. Right after that, the smile on his face vanishes completely, replaced by a cold command. Entire army, advance inside for me right this second. Lan Thien flinches like lightning struck him, rushing forward to stop him. Third Prince, please wait a moment. But for an arrogant fool like Lan Thien, that advice is just wind passing by. His face darkens instantly, growling out, Huh? Do not ruin this prince's good mood. Seeing that he is already furious, Lan Thien helplessly bows his head and replies, Yes, Third Prince. Lan Thien leaps right onto his mount, shooting forward like an arrow to lead the way, shouting loudly, All forces hear my command, charge inside. Slaughter this entire city for me. Inside Fuang Kin City, it is really no different than outside. The atmosphere is hot but terrifyingly silent. From the solid ground to the curved roofs, soldiers search everywhere, but they cannot find a single human shadow anywhere. After a completely useless search, Lan Thien grows even more incredibly arrogant. He plants his personal flag onto the highest tower, laughing like an absolute maniac. Ha ha ha! The citizens here feared the divine might of our War Dragon army, so they ran completely away for their lives. He literally does not think at all, grinning widely from ear to ear, and just continues giving orders. March straight into the royal palace. Capture the divine phoenix queen alive. This prince will reward you with princesses. Understood. The heavenly dragon dynasty troops roar together, surging forward to follow his command. Lan Thien dives straight down from the tower, his heart overflowing with a sick, twisted excitement, bellowing loudly, "Lai hai Nguyet, this time I will absolutely show you the true, terrifying majesty of my name, Lan Thien." He instantly charges straight into the deep heart of the capital. Lan Thien just chases from behind, constantly begging and advising, "Third prince!" His voice cracks with pure anxiety. There is not a single person in this city. It must be a trick. But Lan Thien does not care, waving his hand in total annoyance, pushing even deeper. With the third royal uncle guarding us, he alone equals 1,000,000 troops. Whatever dirty tricks that woman plays are completely useless. Right as they step into the grand hall, you saw this coming, right? They both freeze. Massive pillars of blinding light suddenly shoot skyward, connecting into a tight, flawless web. An earth-shattering magical array fully activates, entirely covering all of Fuangqin City, leaving absolutely zero gaps for anyone to escape. Lan Thien flinches hard. He steps forward, his eyes glued onto those glowing pillars, his pale face turning even darker. It is an array! Standing beside him, Lan Thien just keeps his wild arrogance, laughing out loud like crazy, then roaring, "Why panic? What can a pathetic, crippled, divine phoenix dynasty actually do against us? Does this puny little array seriously think it can threaten me?" He arrogantly points his finger straight at the active array spinning inside the great hall, commanding loudly, "Men, break this array for me." Understood. Instantly, soldiers from outside swarm in like a broken beehive. Spears and swords bristling, they launch into the air, starting their massive attack on Lai Hingyet's array. Lan Thien casually smiles. "Cheer up." With 6 divine fire masters attacking together, breaking this array is as easy as flipping a hand. Not normal. Mku, the gloomy guy always standing behind him, suddenly gasps out loud. Golden ancient characters on the 8 trigram array diagram suddenly flare up with blinding light, shooting out terrifying streams of raw energy, piercing straight into the soldiers breaking the array. Those guys only have time to scream tragically. No, the light slices right through their bodies like sharp swords, tearing them completely open from back to stomach. One by one they fall, dying instantly on the spot. The soldiers standing outside witness this horrific scene and are scared out of their minds. Lan Thien freezes, eyes wide. He cannot believe they have such a powerful array. Even Mku's voice trembles. "Trust me, you and I are not ready. Let's dive right in." This raw power, it completely shatters our heavenly dragon dynasty's ultimate defense. Right before their eyes, endless golden chi rains down like meteor strikes, turning the ground into a total bloodbath. True fire masters immediately form a massive array. General Long throws his head back and roars. His masters instantly raise glowing talismans, throwing rapid hand seals. A massive yin-yang circle explodes into reality, popping a huge dome over them. Instantly, it gets slammed by the crazy golden chi storm. Long Aocean just smirks, fully convinced he is completely safe. But his smile vanishes. Tiny cracks spread fast across the shield as golden energy brutally pierces through. Then boom, one colossal energy beam strikes down, totally obliterating the barrier in a massive explosion. Lan Thien and General Long stare in absolute shock, screaming, "How is this even possible?" Just then, pure purple energy erupts from behind, clashing head-on with the golden storm. Yinju's heavy voice booms out, "Aocean, General Long, funnel all your power right here." Hovering high in midair, he coldly barks out, "Fight alongside me to carve a bloody path out, or else we all drop dead today." Hearing this, General Long instantly salutes. "Yes, sir." Even an arrogant punk like Lan Thien loses his attitude, reluctantly grumbling, "Yes, Royal Uncle." The general faces his surviving troops, screaming his lungs out, "My personal guards, strike with everything you have, kill them all. Watch closely now." The soldiers rush blindly, while Yinju floats up, eyeing the golden barrier. He holds a purple fist-sized seal, oozing pure killing intent. He flashes hand signs, muttering dark chants to trigger the artifact's ultimate power. Intense purple shockwaves pulse from the seal. The energy redlines, shaping into a colossal purple dragon as Yinju screams his array-breaking spell. The massive purple dragon shrieks, literally shaking heaven and earth, smashing straight into the shield. Down below, the general squad launches a desperate all-out attack inside. Gold meets purple, detonating into a blinding flash. Lan Thien throws an arm over his eyes, yelling, "Third Grand Uncle, how are we looking?" Up high, Yinju drops a freezing two-word answer, total wipeout. A tiny gap actually rips open in the barrier, spreading nasty spiderweb cracks everywhere. Taking the shot, Yinju fires a green arrow up. He points and roars, "Charge out now!" But the hype dies instantly. The hole shrinks. Long Aocean and the general realize they are totally stuck. Aocean goes pale, screaming in panic. "Hurry up, move!" Wild purple energy blasts the cracked dome non-stop, but it does absolutely zero damage. You saw that coming, right? The crack flashes, and Yinju, Aotien, and the general shoot out like purple lightning. The second they escape, the gap seals shut, trapping their men inside with terrifying death screams. "General, save me!" The grunts are shredded into pieces by golden runes, begging in absolute despair. Long Aocean aggressively grinds his teeth, his face twisted in pure rage. Tricked by her again, he clenches his fists, vowing, "Without my revenge, I am nobody." But Yinju quickly blocks him. His exhausted voice croaks out, "We cannot stay. We must leave right now." The three morph into purple smoke streams, rocketing into the sky. But their bad luck holds strong. Two golden dragon head auras ambush them out of nowhere. That intense golden light morphs into a brand new trap. Ancient runes chain the trio inside. They freeze. Aocean stammers, "What is this?" Yinju weaves signs, barely holding it together, his hands shaking. "Do not panic. Blast this array down again." Two massive purple blasts slam into the golden chains, but zero effect. Aocean screams, "How is this possible?" Suddenly, a female voice echoes out crystal clear like a bell, but totally bone-chilling. "You trash my Phoenix City, and seriously expect to just walk away like nothing happened?" Space shatters. Bathed in golden light, Li Siue steps out. From a blur to absolute perfection, she rocks a gorgeous battle robe. Wielding a divine sword, she stands there, untouchable, freezing eyes locked on them with a mocking smirk. "Long time no see, third prince." A soft laugh drops smooth, but it seriously sends shivers down your spine. Terrified surviving goons below stutter in pure fear. The divine Phoenix Empress. It is her. Li Shue drops a cold snort. In a flash, her palm summons countless spinning golden blades, whipping up a deadly tornado that leaks insane pressure. She glares, voice absolute sub-zero. "So what do you and I make of this?" These trespassing maggots are getting a personal one-way ticket from her, straight down to the underworld. With that, her myriad green sword erupts, blazing with crazy energy like the midday sun. Stick with me here. This showdown is epic. The light is so blinding that our uninvited guests, Yinju and Long Aocean, frantically cover their eyes, looking totally pathetic. Long Aocean is absolutely furious, face bright red, veins literally popping out of his forehead. He screams out like somebody just stepped on his tail. "Divine Phoenix Empress, attacking us means you are officially declaring war on the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty. Have you even thought about the price of your own stupidity?" Facing that heavy bloodlust, Li Shue doesn't flinch at all. Instead, she just bursts out laughing, her eyes full of pure mockery. "The Heavenly Dragon Dynasty? Honestly, that sounds like the name of some cheap circus." She snorts coldly. "After I send you to the afterlife, I really wouldn't mind wiping your tiny little dynasty right off the map." Yinju roars in anger. Thick, ink-like purple energy violently erupts from his entire body, heavily pressing forward. His eyes flash with pure malice. "You are just a brat. You are nowhere near qualified to threaten us, little girl." Li Xie stays totally perfectly calm, even looking a bit bored. "Oh, Divine Tribulation's second realm? A few years ago, I might have actually feared you." Suddenly, her phoenix eyes ignite with a blazing, brilliant golden light. And behind her, watch closely here, a golden halo appears, bringing world-shaking pressure. Yinju is completely dumbfounded, stuttering in pure terror. Divine Tribulation realm? Even the incredibly arrogant Long Aocean cannot help but panic in utter disbelief right now. "Impossible. It has only been 2 years. How did you break through?" Far away, the watching crowd completely drops their jaws in shock. Oh my god, what kind of absolute divine being is Her Majesty anyway? Reaching the Divine Tribulation realm so young. Meanwhile, in a separate space, a guy mutters while playing with a small toy. "Not bad at all. You did not disappoint me." Lan Thien Hong hums, staring right at a tiny mini model of Li Shue on his sandbox. He mutters softly, as if he is talking directly to her. "Hey, Divine Phoenix Empress, you better go all out. You need to keep me and my wife safe if you want to sit on that throne for long, understand?" Whistling casually, he keeps playfully poking the tiny model, then rests his chin in his hand to think. remembering that earth-shaking battle with the Fire Empress 10,000 years ago. If not for the origin bead, my absolute supreme treasure, taking her down would not have been an easy task at all. He shakes his head. That fight almost completely shattered the fairy world. Such an unpleasant memory. Then he frowns. Wait, what did she even look like again? He tries to recall, but his memories are covered in this thick, blurry golden fog. How did she look? Suddenly, a crazy hot image pops into his head, making him jump. No, that is wrong. He violently shakes his head. Before meeting my wife, I literally had face blindness for every single woman in the world. Even saying that, a little drool subconsciously escapes his mouth. Anyway, back to the battlefield. Li Shue stands in the center, totally controlling the entire situation. You saw that coming, right? Those golden chains and her barrier completely lock down the space, trapping the enemies like an inescapable cage. Yinju screams like a total maniac, feeling like his entire sex honor is being mocked. Divine Phoenix Empress. Even if you just reach the divine tribulation realm, you are still just a newbie, no different from your pathetic prison-breaking ancestor. Right after speaking, he raises the glowing purple seal in his hand. Instantly, the seal bursts with a wicked purple light, and his eyes flash with that same creepy purple glow. Gritting his teeth, he yells, "I can still easily suppress you." Then, he fully unleashes his ultimate technique, the demon god Dharma seal. In a flash, Yinju swells up. His muscles brutally mutate and bulge as thick purple smoke completely wraps around his massive body. He roars, unleashing pure destruction. His giant mutated body violently crashes toward Li Shue like a falling meteor. But Li Shue just stands there, zero intention of dodging. A faint, cold smile even sneaks onto the corner of her lips. The moment that purple energy hits, an invisible golden circle completely blocks it dead in its tracks. Seeing Long Zhantian and Long Aotian hogtied like pigs ready for slaughter, Yinju panics hard. Wait, why is my magic power disappearing? Long Aotian furiously screams in panic. Third uncle, my strength is literally being sucked dry right now. Yinju aggressively snaps his head back, glaring right at Li Shue. Divine Phoenix Empress, what kind of dirty trick are you playing? She sneers, her voice dripping with pure sarcasm. You thought this was just a normal trap array? How incredibly naive. She gently raises her hand. This is the exact formation that helped me break through right here on this battlefield. Just using it to kill you guys would be a huge waste. Instantly, she erupts with another absolutely terrifying aura. Bathed in blinding golden light, her cultivation realm skyrockets in the blink of an eye, breaking through another tier. Her eyes burn like twin suns. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You will love seeing them helplessly smash that barrier. Stick with me, we are jumping right in as Yinju grits his teeth, forcing a crazy mid-battle breakthrough. He calls her an absolute psycho. But right at that second, a blinding, razor-sharp golden aura shoots forward, piercing straight through the old man's palm like a massive sword. Even with his body mutating into this massive, grotesque form, that golden energy does not weaken at all. If anything, it is surging with way more power. It completely rips through space, blasting straight up into the sky and turning the pitch-black night into blinding daylight. That intense light quickly forms into a colossal golden figure, towering right behind Li Shue like an absolute guardian deity. Yinju is shaking violently now, completely unable to process what he is looking at. What is this? Even Long Aotian frowns, looking totally lost. The giant golden phantom raises its blade high, bringing it down in one earth-shattering strike. The sheer force rips right through Yinju, slicing his massive body entirely in half. As the old man's body crumbles away, it reveals two figures trapped inside, Long Aotian and Long Zhantian. Right before vanishing completely, Yinju lets out one final, agonizing scream filled with pure hatred. Wait, third granduncle? Long Aotian screams in absolute panic, his terrifying voice echoing across the battlefield as that razor-sharp aura completely turns Yinju into ash. The guy just stands there, totally frozen right now. He looks completely mind-blown by this horrifying scene. But in just a split second, that shock morphs into pure, uncontrollable rage. His eyes glow blood red, absolutely dripping with killer intent. He unleashes a savage roar as thick, toxic, purple-black smoke begins pouring out from behind him, growing darker by the second. Seeing this, Long Zhantian loses his mind, screaming, "No, please stop, third prince." But Long Aotian is way past listening. Insane dark energy erupts from him, swirling violently as that purple smoke spirals like the gaping mouth of a bottomless abyss. Right now, he looks exactly like a wild beast being completely swallowed by his own internal power. But here's the part you and I need to watch closely. His sanity is totally gone now. He just lets that dark magic take over. Meanwhile, Li Shiyue and Fu Tianyu quietly watch this disaster unfold. Fu Tianyu is completely stunned, his voice actually shaking as he asks what this insane aura is. He is still totally spooked, stammering about how terrifying it feels like his very soul is shaking. Beside him, Li Shiyue stays dead silent, her sharp, cold phoenix eyes locked entirely onto Long Tian. By now, Long Tian's entire body is completely engulfed in that sickening purple smoke. Long Tian is standing in the back, his blood running cold. It is game over. The third prince forced out his dark powers before even conquering his inner demons. He grinds his teeth in frustration. But things have already gone too far. There is no backing down now. The divine Phoenix Empress is definitely not sparing them anyway. A flash of pure panic crosses his eyes, but he knows the brutal truth. As dangerous as this is, it is their only shot at survival. On the flip side, Li Shiyue already recognizes where this power comes from, the Dark Lord. Her expression instantly shifts to dead serious. You are probably wondering why she cares. Well, out of all 36 worlds, the Dark Realm is literally the most evil and terrifying place in existence. And yet, this insane dark energy somehow showed up in the lower realm. Suddenly, Long Tian screams her name with absolute venom, threatening to tear her apart right now. The second he says that, his body fully mutates. The purple smoke around him violently twists into this incredibly eerie shape. His blood-red eyes are glaring with off-the-charts killing intent. Without wasting a second, he raises a hand, forming a massive dark arrow and firing it right at Li Shiyue. At the same time, he lunges forward like a starving beast. The epic clash begins. Li Shiyue effortlessly blocks the attack, spinning around to deliver a devastating kick that knocks him back. She speaks with absolute authority, reminding him she is the divine Phoenix Empress. Her eyes are cold as ice as she calls him pure trash for letting that dark power completely swallow his sanity. Just like that, they charge at each other again. Their attacks are so incredibly fast, they literally become a blur of golden and purple light. The two streaks violently clash in midair over and over. It is a dead-even showdown with nobody backing down. Right as Li Shiyue presses her golden blade against his neck, she coldly declares that in all the realms, nobody except the Demon Lord himself is actually worthy of being her opponent. She does not give a single damn about his pathetic little burst of dark power. But Long Tian just flashes this eerie, glowing stare. Zero fear. Instead, he cracks an absolutely unhinged smile. His figure suddenly glitches and fades out, and in the blink of an eye, he teleports directly behind Li Shiyue's back. His hands are radiating dark energy as his voice drops like an echo from hell itself. He is summoning the dark three-headed hound. Instantly, a colossal three-headed demonic dog bursts onto the scene, looking absolutely terrifying. Every single breath it takes radiates pure killer intent. Without a moment of hesitation, the beast lunges straight at Li Shiyue. But facing down this monstrous creature, her eyes stay completely calm, not a single flinch. Her gaze is locked in as she drops a cold truth: if you lack real strength, all this flashy garbage is just a pathetic joke. With that said, Li Shiyue channels her raw power into her fingertips. A brilliant, glowing halo rapidly forms in her hand. She casually reaches out, taking this ferocious three-headed beast head-on without breaking a sweat. In a split second, the horrifying monster just completely vaporizes, not a single trace left behind. It was absolutely crushed by her overwhelming might. Long Tian looks like his life force was just completely drained. His body violently staggers before slowly dropping right out of the sky. Hiding behind a rock nearby, Long Tian watches this entire thing go down, absolute panic taking over his mind. No way. So what do you and I take from this? An ancient beast is just an absolute joke when going up against the Empress. Alright, stick with me, because you and I are about to see absolute karma. Long Aocean is shaking like a leaf, completely drained of power, freezing cold. He barely chokes out his final words. Is this the soul-shattering pill? The air goes dead silent. Then, Li Shiyue speaks, her voice crystal clear, but absolutely freezing. She doesn't even bother looking at him. With just a flick of her wrist, a brilliant halo of light erupts in her hand, beautiful, but terrifyingly deadly. Go. That one word drops, and the glowing halo instantly turns into a lightning bolt, blasting straight into his forehead. It shreds right through his mind. His face twists into pure agony as he screams. Using every last drop of his pathetic strength, he roars out, "You crazy witch! What did you just do to me?" Li Xiaowei just stands there, her presence overwhelming. She answers slowly, every single word smashing directly into his shattered soul. This soul-crushing technique makes sure you won't even get the chance to reincarnate as a dog. Consider that the ultimate price for daring to insult your Empress. Before the echo even fades, his body bursts into roaring flames, burning down to absolute ash in midair. She watches in total silence. It is basically the final, twisted fireworks display of his pathetic existence. Deep down, she finally lets out a massive breath. This whole gamble was literally a life or death bet, relying on a second stage, divine tribulation cultivation level to face off against that bizarre, freaky power was absolute madness from the start. She put everything into one ultimate strike. If her timing was off by a fraction. Now watch closely here, if she failed, she'd be the one turning to dust, not him. A heavy look flashes in her eyes. The stakes were just way too high. Right on cue, Lan Thien leaps out of absolutely nowhere. His tone is totally aggressive. Divine Phoenix Empress. You should know the third prince was the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch's absolute favorite bloodline. He was the literal hope of our entire empire. Because you dared to kill him, the Patriarch will personally level this entire place to the ground. When he arrives, not a single citizen of your Divine Phoenix Empire will survive his wrath. This guy actually dares to point his finger right at her, screaming threats. But instead of panicking, she does not even flinch. She just smirks, and it is the kind of ice-cold smile that sends serious shivers down your spine. Too bad the best part of this show is still coming, but your ticket just got canceled. The execution order drops. Instantly, multiple shadowy figures step right out of the void. They acknowledge the command in perfect unison, lunging at him like hungry beasts hunting their prey. She stays perfectly still, casually brushing off her sleeve like it is just dust. Her freezing voice echoes through the entire area. The show is over. No, wait, not quite yet. That old patriarch is up next. Meanwhile, in a totally different, perfectly quiet location, the steady, sharp sound of a carving knife slicing through wood fills the air. Lan Thien Hong just finished his newest masterpiece, a wooden statue of a young woman. The details are incredibly smooth and so captivating you literally cannot look away. He stretches out, looking totally relaxed. After days of non-stop intense carving, he gently mutters to himself, "My lovely wife, the Divine Phoenix Empress, really never fails to exceed my expectations." Thinking about this, he figures it might be time to drop a few hints to Bai Yun, just so the girl becomes an even better pawn. She really is a perfect little tool, a highly useful assistant. Saying that, Lan Thien Hong flashes a totally mysterious, knowing smirk. At that exact same moment over at the mansion, Bai Yun is sitting on her bed when suddenly, massive goosebumps cover her entire body. She hugs her shoulders. You and I know this exact feeling, right? That classic anime sixth sense warning that something really bad is about to go down. Cut to a dark, empty alley in the southern region, where a raspy voice echoes out. Divine Phoenix Empress, 28 years old, just broke through the divine tribulation tier. The voice belongs to a totally mysterious figure wrapped in a heavy black cloak. Their face is completely hidden, only showing a neat hair bun right under the hat's brim. Nobody has a clue who this guy is. The voice keeps going, flat and steady but packing terrifying authority. One ruthless strike utterly crushed her enemy. A second stage, divine tribulation expert, instantly wiping out 30,000 battle dragon soldiers. They quickly pull out several parchment scrolls, which contain every single crazy detail of this massive, earth-shattering news update. Then, they hand them right over to the shadowy figures kneeling nearby. The tone suddenly gets super urgent. Spread this intel at max speed, right now. A rare flash of pure anxiety sparks in their eyes under the hat. The shadows agree in unison, immediately turning into dark blurs before vanishing completely. They scatter, taking this absolute bombshell of a report across the entire realm. In just a few minutes, the Empress's hype spreads like an absolute hurricane, sweeping across the whole southern region. Dawn finally starts breaking outside. Even the morning sun looks like it's blushing, thanks to some incredibly sketchy, face-heating sounds echoing out from a certain building nearby. Our girl Bai Yun is standing right outside the door, her face glowing bright red. She's accidentally eavesdropping, picking up on all these super suggestive noises. She quickly covers her face and mutters, "Oh my goodness, it is barely morning and these two are already dual cultivating this hard?" That level of stamina is honestly impressive. But yeah, the actual reality inside is completely different from her wild, dirty imagination. Inside the room, Lan Thien Hong is literally just giving his wife a gentle ankle massage. They are both wearing very loose, super thin morning robes. He speaks up, his voice full of genuine care. "Wifey, I noticed your mood has been exceptionally good lately. Did something wonderful happen that I don't know about?" She answers softly, her face beautifully flushed. "I am not sure myself. I just really wanted to spend more time taking care of my husband." But internally, she's stressed. She knows that old patriarch won't let this slide. So what do we make of this? A massive storm is coming, and trust me, it'll be epic. Trust me, taking on this old monster is practically a suicide mission. Honestly, besides intense cultivation, she just wanted to soak up these super rare, peaceful moments with her husband. Suddenly, extreme nausea hits. Li Shiyue bolts upright, sprinting outside without even fixing her clothes. She practically throws up until she completely collapses. Lan Thien Hong has zero clue what is happening. He rushes over to hold her, asking nervously, "Wife, what is wrong?" Holding her chest, she replies with a shaky voice. Maybe the heavy stress and terrible sleep lately just totally wrecked her. Right then, Bai Yun quickly steps up from behind. "Let me check on you." She waves cheerfully. Seeing her pop up, Thien Hong frowns. "Why are you here?" Bai Yun gives a playful smirk. "Just out for a stroll. I heard some weird noises passing by. Honestly, thought you two were having a massive fight. Who knew you guys were just sprinting outside like that?" Both husband and wife immediately blush hard. Shiyue gently steps forward, grabbing Bai Yun's hand. "Then please, Miss Bai Yun, check my pulse." The scene cuts to a totally quiet room. Bai Yun checks her pulse, stroking an imaginary beard with her other hand, playing the experienced doctor perfectly. Seeing that super serious, deep in thought expression on her face, Shiyue gets super anxious and instantly demands, "What is it?" Suddenly, Bai Yun's eyes light up like massive high beams. She literally squeals. "Congratulations, big sis, you are pregnant." Hearing this, Shiyue completely freezes, totally paralyzed in pure shock. Bai Yun flashes a massive smile, pointing right at her belly, declaring it very solemnly. "Listen to me, sister, there is a little baby growing in here. Wait, is it true?" She rubs her belly, absolutely glowing. "But you and I need to watch closely, because that pure joy instantly turns into serious hesitation." Spotting that sudden mood drop, Bai Yun worries. "Sister, what is wrong?" She shakes her head, gripping tightly. Her tone turns dead serious. "Bai Yun, please keep this a secret from my husband for now. Just give me a few days. I will tell him the good news myself." Bai Yun smiles, agreeing. "All right then, I am heading out." The room goes totally silent, leaving Ziyue completely alone with her piling anxiety. What should she do? Heavenly Dragon Taoist is definitely bringing his army. Why right at this exact moment? Her mind is absolutely racing. Baby, for you, your dad, and our family, Mother simply has to win this fight. Even if that opponent is an immortal monster, I refuse to lose. Meanwhile, on a deserted southern road, under a crystal clear sky and dead silence, Old Qing and Junwu Zuo stand face to face. Junwu Zuo finishes reading a secret letter and speaks up, his voice dripping with pure contempt. In this barren wasteland, someone actually passed the wind tribulation before turning 30? Now that is truly interesting. He frowns, analyzing the situation. A woman like that? Her identity is definitely not simple. Stroking his chin, his face looks completely sinister and scheming. A female powerhouse like that, plus Bai Yun too. In this whole world, only they are worth my personal attention. Can you and I believe this massive ego? He shreds the letter, tosses it, and snaps. "Old Qing, we are heading to Phoenix Capital right now." The old man bows. "Yes." The second he speaks, both figures turn into a gust of wind, vanishing without a single trace. Back at Heavenly Dragon Mountain, a heavily crowded place, the atmosphere around the Taoists' training ground suddenly turns incredibly tense. Inside the main villa, an old man rushes in panicking, screaming, "Ancestor! Ancestor! We have a huge problem!" Running frantically like his hair is on fire, he trips on a rock, falling flat on his face. His ancient knees basically pop out of their joints. Trembling in pain, he struggles up, muttering, as a tired but majestic voice echoes from inside. "What is with all this absolute panic? At your age, you still cannot keep calm?" He bows instantly. "My apologies. Come in." Hearing the order, the old guy grips a pillar, dragging his aching legs inside. He finally reaches the wooden house, waiting nervously outside. Taking a deep breath, he slowly steps right into the grand hall. Inside, a skinny guy is meditating, completely wrapped in this intense, dark green, glowing chi energy. That right there is the Heavenly Dragon Taoist, the only immortal master in the south. Also the royal ancestor. Hearing the noise, he opens his eyes, staring with freaky green glowing pupils. Crushed by that terrifying pressure, the old guy's legs turn to jelly. and he drops straight down. Ancestor, the third prince. The master's eyes snap wide open in shock. So what do you and I make of this? Pure incoming chaos. All right, let's jump right into this madness. Meeting that dead stare, the old man panics, sweating buckets and violently stuttering his words. Sick of the endless stuttering, the Tianlong patriarch scowls hard, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. What about Ao Tian? Hearing that furious roar, the terrified guy turns pale and frantically blurts out. Him and the great general Yin Ju. He knows spitting out these next words is basically a one-way ticket straight to hell. He slams his head violently against the floor, body shaking like a leaf, and forces out, and all 30,000 War Dragon troops. Pausing for a split second, he finally chokes out the brutal truth. Every single one of them was slaughtered at Phoenix Capital. The Tianlong Patriarch's eyes go dangerously wide at that, his entire face instantly flushing a dark, furious, blood-red color. Pure murderous aura erupts right off his body. Even looking down, the old man feels that absolutely terrifying pressure crushing him like an invisible mountain. After a deadly, heavy silence, the Tianlong Patriarch finally snaps, unable to hold back his raging fury anymore, and lets out a deafening roar. What did you just say to me? The voice of an Immortality Realm Master literally rips the space apart. Even the massive, epic mountain ranges wrapping around Tianlong Mountain violently shake from the sheer impact. Right inside the courtyard, a giant phantom green dragon materializes directly behind the Patriarch, its massive jaws forced wide open like it wants to swallow the whole world. He stays dead silent for a second, then glares down at the trembling man, spitting out every single word. Who exactly in Phoenix Capital has the power to slaughter both Ao Tian and Yin Ju? Trembling on the ground and scared out of his absolute mind by the aura, the old man fights his extreme terror to report the facts. It was the divine Phoenix Empress. Hearing the name of the one who butchered his descendants, the Patriarch's eyes immediately ignite with pure, sky-shattering killing intent. He commands in an icy, bone-chilling tone, "Tell me the exact details." After a quick second, the gorgeous but arrogant image of Li Shiye flashes into the old man's mind, making his throat go completely dry. Gulping hard a few times, he finally manages to force out the terrifying words. That woman is only 28 years old, but has already stepped right into the divine tribulation realm. Remembering the totally bizarre array she just pulled off, his voice drops into pure, terrified confusion. She also relied on some incredibly freakish array formation that we have never seen before. Now watch this part closely. Two paper dolls on the yin-yang array suddenly got violently ripped in half by a crazy invisible force. Literally like some demonic hand was just playfully messing around with them. Describing this, his entire body violently shakes, his voice fading away into a dead whisper the second he locks onto the Patriarch's brutal, bone-crushing glare. And then, right after that crazy move, she instantly slaughtered both young Master Ao Tian and Yin Ju without any mercy. Hearing this, the Tianlong Patriarch just slightly narrows his cold eyes, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest. He mutters the insane details like chewing on a tough bone. 28 years old, divine tribulation realm. Hearing those words, the old man suddenly glares wide-eyed, grinding his teeth with pure, bitter hatred. An absolute monster, cultivating at that heaven-shaking speed has genuinely never appeared in all of history. But before he could even finish venting his massive rage, the Patriarch violently waves his hand, cutting him off. Wrong. The Patriarch shifts his eyes as another shadowy figure suddenly flashes into his deep memories, then slowly waves his hand like brushing off some completely worthless dust. His voice turns chillingly calm. If anyone is actually going to use the word monster, there is another guy 10,000 times scarier than her. I know what you are thinking, who could top that? Well, the old man's face violently changes here, his entire body twitching like he just got stabbed. Unbelievably shocked, he screams out, "If a monster like that actually exists out there, why the hell haven't I ever heard his name before?" Answering his total inner shock is just a crisp clinking sound, as the porcelain teacup lid gently taps against the rim of the cup. A tiny sound, but heavy enough to instantly shut down all his screaming. The Tianlong Patriarch's expression sinks completely, getting darker than the ocean floor, sipping his hot tea with calm ease while casually dropping facts. You climbed up to this high position way too fast, and your foundation is totally bizarre. He dominated the southern continent briefly, and all that crazy stuff went down 10,000 years ago, so it makes perfect sense that you wouldn't know. The Patriarch lets out a soft sigh, seemingly flashing back to his younger days when he accidentally stumbled upon an earth-shattering legend, his tone carrying a heavy hint of deep nostalgia. I only managed to catch a glimpse of this epic story by chance inside an ancient text. Recalling the insane records about Lan Thien Hong from that ancient book, the Tianlong patriarch slowly speaks, every single word hitting the listener's mind straight on like a massive, crushing hammer. 10,000 years ago, Lin City actually saw the rise of a third young master from the Lin family. He was the absolute most terrifying freak of nature this world has ever produced. Saying this, the patriarch suddenly shoots a razor-sharp glare down at the groveling man below. That freezing look instantly makes the poor guy flinch out of his skin. He immediately asks with heavy implication, "Why don't you take a wild guess from a trash foundation building nobody up to the absolute peak of the immortality realm? How many years did he take?" Caught totally off guard by the question, the panicked old man instinctively holds up exactly 5 fingers, stuttering out, "Patriarch, it must have been 50 years, right?" Hearing that, the Tianlong patriarch just scoffs with pure disgust, heavily emphasizing every cold word. He only needed exactly 5 years. And trust me, that makes his jaw drop completely. Stick with me here. His jaw completely drops, eyes popping out like quail eggs. This news hits like lightning, and he absolutely cannot process what he is hearing. It takes a seriously long time for his poor brain to digest that completely terrifying truth. Trembling and stuttering, he screams, "Foundation establishment to longevity in just 5 years? How could such an absurd thing actually happen?" Seeing his subordinate lose all composure, the heavenly dragon ancestor simply squints, his deep voice continuing to recount this legendary tale. At 20 years old, third young Master Lin was still just a brat at the Foundation establishment tier. But from that moment on, nobody knows what heaven-defying fortune he found. Just mentioning Lan Thien Hong's terrifying cultivation speed recorded in the texts makes even the ancestor's voice shake with pure fear and admiration. In just 3 short days, he stepped into the cave tier. 1 year later, heavenly fire burned inside him. 2 more years, and the divine tribulation bowed down. Exactly 5 years later, he stood proudly at longevity peak. The steady voice breaks. The heavenly dragon ancestor suddenly looks up at the sky, letting out a crazy, chest-shattering roar that literally makes the entire space tremble. Aoshin was my most beloved disciple, the very one personally chosen by that massive big shot. He squints his bloodshot eyes, killing intent, surging wildly. His voice sounds like scraping metal, and yet, he was killed by that damn divine phoenix Empress. Finished speaking, the heavenly dragon ancestor unleashes his teleportation technique. A weird, eerie green fire suddenly erupts, completely swallowing his body. Frowning, he roars one final sentence that echoes everywhere. "I will personally go to Phoenix Capital and make you pay this debt." Before his figure completely disappears from sight, the ancestor throws back an order. "I leave Heavenly Dragon Mountain in your control." Meanwhile, at Lan Thien Hong's place in Phoenix Capital, Baiyun sits meditating. Pure innate chi flows smoothly around her body, peaceful like a tiny stream. Suddenly, the wooden Buddha statue resting on the table shakes, then violently bursts with a completely blinding, radiant light. You and I need to watch closely here. Right on the statue's neck, a totally bizarre, tiny figure faintly appears out of nowhere. Its poisoned, dark lips constantly move, as if muttering ancient, ridiculously evil curses into the air. That invisible sound hits like countless poison needles, piercing straight deep into Baiyun's fragile mind. The pain is so severe her head almost explodes. Just then, mysterious energy suddenly appears, wrapping her like a gentle, invisible embrace. That intense pain immediately vanishes as fast as it hit. Still in absolute shock, cold sweat drips down her neck. Trembling, she mutters out loud, "What the hell is this crazy situation?" At the same time, she realizes her innate chi has inexplicably skyrocketed. Eyes wide open, she stares at the Buddha statue, still emitting faint light, her mind completely filled with doubt. I mean, this is clearly supposed to be just a normal piece of wood. Despite trying to calm herself down, extreme confusion is clearly written all over her face. Later, during a super romantic sunset afternoon, sitting on the wooden table is a sculpted statue of Li Shue featuring some seriously hot curves. The vivid colors are finally done. Phew, finished. Lan Thien Hong stretches comfortably, his face showing total satisfaction after his diligent, artistic hard work. He looks out the window, noticing a few people carrying things under their arms, rushing away while frantically urging each other to hurry up. Lan Thien Hong catches their heavy sighs. "Oh God, we only had peace for a few days and something is happening again?" "I know exactly what you're thinking." He just pouts, guessing some bored kids are causing trouble. He doesn't even care, letting his divine Phoenix Empress freely show off her skills. Click-clack. Lan Thien Hong quickly slides the latch, completely locking the door tight. With the door closed, he cheerfully yells, Time to go home and hug the wifey. True to his word, he immediately sprints away fast. Stepping into the yard, he rushes straight inside the house, loudly calling out, "Wifey!" Li Xiao, looking gentle and graceful while sweeping leaves with a broom, sees Lan Thien Hong. She smiles warmly and answers so softly, "Husband, you're back." Before she can even say another single word, Lan Thien Hong rushes like the wind, hugging her tight. Li Xiao cannot even react before he claims her lips. This passionate kiss feels endless, so damn sweet that even the sun above would blush from pure embarrassment. A long time later, Lan Thien Hong reluctantly leaves her soft lips, both cheeks bright red. Li Xiao shyly turns away, whispering, "Husband, if you keep kissing me, will you ever get bored?" You and I know his answer. He lifts her cheek, his tone absolutely decisive. "Bored? Are you kidding me right now? I just want to kiss you more, and keep kissing you endlessly." Saying that, he leans in to enjoy her softness again. Li Xiao gently pushes him back, pouting. "Come on, dinner first. Tonight, I will definitely make it up to you." The two affectionately step inside the house, hand in hand. "Stick with me here. Things are about to get crazy." Lan Thien Hong remembers something and asks, "Wait, where is Miss Bach? I wanted to call her for dinner." Lai Hai Nguyet replies, "I am not sure. Maybe she went out for something." Hearing this, our main character's face immediately lights up with a very suggestive look. He leans close, whispering right into her ear, "That is perfect. Since it is just us, let's get naughty." Flushed red, Lai Hai Nguyet quickly cuts him off. "Can you please just be serious for 1 second while we eat?" The dinner table is completely stacked with an epic feast. Every single dish is steaming hot, sending mouth-watering smells absolutely everywhere. Lan Thien Hong is literally drooling, his eyes sparkling. "Wow, this is amazing. Tonight's spread is absolutely top tier." But completely opposite to her husband's hype, Lai Hai Nguyet looks totally depressed. "Let us enjoy a few good meals now. We might not get another chance." He talks with his mouth full, asking, "What is wrong? Why wouldn't we?" She slowly reveals her deep fear. Today at the academy, the teachers said a terrifying longevity realm aura is heading straight for the Phoenix capital. It is highly likely the heavenly dragon Taoist has arrived. She is almost 100% sure about this. Outside the divine Phoenix dynasty borders in the south, the endless fortresses are packed with heavily armed soldiers holding their spears tight. Heading straight for the capital, the heavenly dragon Taoist is not hiding his massive power level at all. Now pay attention here. His oppressive aura can be felt miles away, crushing everyone like a giant mountain, leaving the soldiers literally shaking in absolute fear. His goal this time? First, brutal revenge. Second, proving the absolute dominance of the heavenly dragon dynasty. He wants the whole south to know who the real boss is. Her eyes look incredibly tense. She claims if the south's only longevity Taoist strikes, the entire Phoenix capital will be completely wiped off the map in a flash. Pure panic on her face. Seeing his wife so stressed, Lan Thien Hong grabs a crispy golden chicken leg for her, comforting her like a sweet little kid. He smiles brightly. "My dear wife, please do not worry so much. Our Phoenix capital has survived countless disasters, but we always make it through perfectly fine. I am sure the heavens are protecting us. This time will be exactly the same," he continues, wrapping an arm around her with total confidence. Plus, the divine Phoenix Empress has been doing amazing lately. The capital's grand array is incredibly powerful, and with that brand new guard squad, our defense is completely stacked. Hearing her husband's trusting reassurance, Lai Hai Nguyet cannot help but blush incredibly hard. She thinks to herself, "So annoying, just getting a few compliments from him has me floating on cloud 9. Mirroring her husband, she eats her food while mumbling softly. "But honey, this time is totally different. That is a literal longevity Taoist coming for us." Just as she says that, Lan Thien Hong quickly grabs a plump sausage and directly shoves it right into her mouth, looking completely affectionate. There, wifey. Stop worrying. I have absolute faith in our divine Phoenix Empress, so just eat your dinner in peace." He just keeps gently coaxing her like that, bringing a truly solid sense of safety to her, calming her chaotic heart right down. The sweet talk between these two lovebirds just keeps going, echoing everywhere, with him completely shutting down all her complaints. "Come on, wifey, eat this piece, try this one too, and do not forget this one." You and I both felt that cringe, right? Watching this overly cheesy romance, even the lingering son gets completely annoyed and hides away, screaming internally. Damn it all, can these two idiots not enjoy a single meal without shoving their couple goals down my throat? The sunset finally fades out, giving way to the deep, dark night. Under the flickering candlelight, She wears a sheer outfit, it's thin as mist, her gorgeous body pressing gently against Lan Thien Hong, her voice sweet like honey in his ear. "Husband, let me serve you tonight." He just sits there calmly on the soft cushions, one arm wrapping around her shoulder, holding his love tight against his chest, softly replying, "My dear, stop overthinking things. Everything is going to be perfectly fine." Her elegant face nuzzles deep into his chest, just like a little kitten desperately seeking a safe haven. She cannot help but sigh in her heart. Good heavens above. Why is our married life doomed to be this incredibly chaotic? We barely get 3 days of peace. First the creepy uncle stalking us, then the greedy elders scheming, and now this damn heavenly dragon dynasty shows up. Sure, she just survived a divine tribulation and unlocked memories of the legendary Shihei Empress, but at the end of the day, she is still stuck in a mortal body. Even using the ancient capital array to fight a monster longevity Taoist, her chances of winning are probably less than 30%. Honestly, hanging by a single thread. Trust me, we need to see this. Her dark thoughts keep spinning. Alright, stick with me here. With life and death totally uncertain, our female lead decided to risk absolutely everything for her husband. She did not hesitate. Her hand gently caressed Lan Thien Hong's face before pulling him into a deep, passionate kiss. The whole scene turned so incredibly steamy, it would make anybody blush hard. She took the lead purely out of this lingering, awful fear. If she did not make a move right now, she might never get the chance again. The intensity of this intimate moment, off the charts. Even the moon goddess would have to shyly draw the curtains out of pure embarrassment. And the sun? Probably holding up a giant neon sign screaming, "Get a room, you two." Fast forward a few days. The sky above the Phoenix capital suddenly went pitch black. It felt like someone just flipped off the sun. Floating dead in the middle of the sky was the heavenly dragon ancestor. His crushing aura was so heavy, the air literally froze. Standing right below the city walls, Fu Tianyu felt that devastating pressure drop. His face drained of all color. He could barely stutter, this aura. Fu Tianwu gulped hard, pure panic in his eyes. This murderous intent is brutal. That is definitely the old heavenly dragon Taoist. Now pay close attention because things get wild. The old monster arrived way earlier than expected, and his speed was absolutely terrifying. Down below, the citizens saw the world turn black and absolutely lost their minds. People dropped their shoes and scrambled like a busted beehive. Screams ripped through the streets. "We are dead. The demon is here." Meanwhile, in another city completely choked by a gloomy, heavy death aura, the martial king stood atop his manor walls, screaming into the sky. His beard shook with maniacal laughter. Finally, the main course is served. Right on cue, a shadowy figure crept up behind him, kissing up to him. Once the divine Phoenix Queen dies, our martial king manor will thrive, stepping up to take the Phoenix dynasty throne completely legally. The shadow muttered creepily. By then, we will fulfill the cult leader's grand vision, converting this whole dynasty into loyal believers of the almighty evil god. Hearing this, the martial king slapped his thigh, absolutely glowing with pride. "I will become the ultimate MVP here. Perfect, just perfect." His unhinged laughter tore across the sky, enough to give anyone chills. Back inside the divine Phoenix Palace, a eunuch shrieked at the top of his lungs. "Your Majesty, the heavenly dragon Taoist is at the gates." Li Shi Yue, draped in her majestic phoenix robe, looked totally unbothered. She issued her orders. Right behind her followed Fu Tianwu and Fu Tianyu. They looked stressed but radiated pure loyalty. Out front, tens of thousands of troops stood in locked formation, ready for war. Li Shi Yue's gaze was sharp as blades. She announced, "This Taoist wants to slaughter my people over a petty personal grudge. I would rather die a brutal death than ever bow down." Hearing this, the army's morale exploded. "March into battle with me?" The queen's battle cry sparked the soldiers like a match to gunpowder. Instantly, 10,000 voices roared as one. "Fight, fight, fight!" The chant shook the earth, hype reaching the clouds. Li Shi Yue channeled her energy, capital array activated. "You and I both feel the heavy weight here, right?" She is literally carrying the survival of an entire dynasty. Right on cue, a massive compass formation lit up the sky above the capital, glowing with this eerie, terrifying magic. Floating up high, the heavenly dragon ancestor boiled with killing intent, his wrinkly face twisted in pure rage. He spat out every word. "You dared to execute my precious grandson. Today, I am burying your entire divine Phoenix dynasty right next to his grave." The second he finished, power on a godly scale erupted from the old monster. He announced coldly, "Do not even pray for survival. Kill." Immediately, the ground below shattered violently, cracking wide open into massive craters. The tremors were so intense that even a bunch of half-carved wooden statues inside a poor craftsman's shack rattled around like crazy. This sudden earthquake totally ruined the relaxing vibe for Lan Thien Hong, forcing him to stop what he was doing. Frowning, he muttered, "Which little rat is making all this noise and ruining my nap?" Then, he casually plucked out a single silver hair. Struck by some invisible, insane pressure, the strand of hair snapped right off. A devilish little smirk crept onto his face. With a flick of his wrist, that hair dissolved into a blinding pale gold light. Lan Thien Hong looked deeply amused, acting totally serious. "Let us use you to test out this fun little toy I just created." In that exact same second, a bizarre phantom image flashed across the bleak gray sky of the Phoenix Capital battlefield. It rocketed straight toward the massive black smoke cloud holding the heavenly dragon ancestor. The old man jumped, glaring at the weird smoke, totally confused by what was attacking. His expression shifted wildly as a deep, sinking dread filled his gut. What is happening? Bolting toward the anomaly, he became a beam of light. "Trust me, we are not ready for this. Stick with me here. You are about to see a crushing pressure so insane it stops this old man entirely." Thien Long Lao, to freezes midair, his pupils shrink into tiny dots, his teeth grinding together so hard they might shatter. Pure, absolute terror completely takes over his mind. What in the world is this ridiculous power? Is there actually another longevity realm expert hiding around here, someone even stronger than he is? While he is still totally panicking, a deep, incredibly raspy voice suddenly echoes. It sounds bored, dropping right from above. If you had just avoided Fuang Kin City, you probably could have survived a few more centuries. Thien Long Lao, to jumps in fear, snapping his head up to glare at the black smoke swirling all around. Who is playing these dirty tricks? The mysterious voice does not care at all, sounding completely chill as it replies. "But since you are already here, I will just do you a favor and end you early." The words are spoken so lightly, but the old guy's face instantly turns pale white. Even though he is completely terrified inside, Thien Long Lao, tries to act tough. He points a shaking finger forward and yells out, "Just what the hell are you?" But before Thien Long Lao even gets an answer, a brutal purple light completely tears through the space above, blasting violently right through the old man's body. It takes him a full second to look down. He realizes a massive, gaping hole has somehow appeared right in his stomach. Thien Long Lao To's eyes bulge out, spitting fresh blood as he screams in absolute agony. How is this possible? Now watch closely, because it gets crazier. The terrifying beam actually keeps pushing him backwards, slamming his body through several massive mountains in a row like a cheap meat skewer. When the thick dust finally clears, everyone sees Thien Long Lao To's totally wrecked body pinned heavily against the cliff face. Before he can even catch his breath, another horrifying wave of pressure suddenly crushes down directly on his head. The guy who just arrived is Lan Thien Hong. Absolute shock suddenly flashes across Thien Long Lao To's violently bruised and bloody face. "You? Are you actually him?" The scene flashes back many years ago. The old man is sitting completely alone inside a secret room stacked high with ancient books. The dark space is only lit by a flickering oil lamp. Thien Long Lao, carefully reads every single word on a worn-out scroll. Third, young Master Lan absorbed energy by dawn, condensed spirit by dusk, and hit immortality in 5 years. While focusing hard, a tiny slip of paper tucked inside suddenly drops out, making the old man jump and look over. That specific paper holds a portrait of Lan Thien Hong, showing off a sharp, cold face and incredibly arrogant eyes. Staring at this insanely familiar face right in front of him, Thien Long Lao, cannot believe it at all. He stammers out his question. "You are Lan? Third young Master Lan, the actual monster who hit the longevity realm in 5 years?" Acting like he just heard something funny, Lan Thien Hong gives a small smile. He glances down at the old guy crushed under his feet, letting out a very meaningful "oh." "I know what you are thinking. How is this guy still talking?" Even with a smashed face and a hole in his gut, the old man screams, "Impossible! 10,000 years have passed!" In complete contrast to that panic, Lan Thien Hong just smiles calmly. He asks in a very gentle voice, "Oh, so you actually know me?" Facing this terrifying pressure that he cannot fight off, Thien Long Lao immediately cups his hands. His attitude becomes so respectful, it is honestly pathetic. Trembling, he explains how he was lucky enough to see third young Master Lan's legend and portrait inside an ancient text that has existed for over 10,000 years. Hearing this, Lan Thien Hong shifts his eyes and thinks for a quick second. A memory slowly surfaces in his mind, and he quickly figures it out. It is definitely because of that absolutely annoying, gossiping old bastard Bakyu. After that, he looks down at the old man below, his voice calm but totally freezing. You really should not have come to Fuangqin City. Once you stepped foot here, I have no choice but to take your pathetic life. Heavily wounded in the stomach, Thien Long Lao clutches his bleeding injury. With bloodshot eyes, he roars in absolute fury. Third young Master Lan, I do not understand how you have lived immortally for 10,000 years. Even a true immortal descending to Earth could never extend their lifespan to that ridiculous level. The more he speaks, the louder his voice gets, like he is hyping himself up. But you want to kill me? I am afraid you are still not qualified. Facing those arrogant words, Lan Thien Hong simply raises a brow, his lips curling in pure mockery. Oh, really? A tiny ant at the longevity realm is actually talking this big? Finishing his sentence, he points a single finger at the sky. A pitch-black energy sphere slowly forms right on his fingertip, completely surrounded by a sparkling, mysterious ring of light. Lan Thien Hong smirks coldly. I am actually pretty curious to see this. Let us see what other pathetic tricks you have. Instantly, the energy sphere leaves his finger, shoots straight into the air, and transforms into a massive, bizarre, glowing array formation. Beams of silver light pour down from above, violently crushing onto the mountain below. Down there, before Thien Long Lao can even react, the horrifying pressure smashes him down, forcing the old man to spit out another mouthful of fresh blood. The ground beneath his feet instantly caves in, shattering into tiny fragments. Despite taking on such a terrifying pressure, he still desperately flexes his power to block it. Here is what stays with me. Watching this pathetic struggle, Lan Thien Hong just stands high above, laughing in pure amusement. Where is your ultimate trump card? Because honestly, I have not even used my real strength yet. Let's dive right into this madness. Hearing that provocation, the ancestor bursts into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, watch this. Instantly, pitch-black, bizarre spiritual energy erupts all around him. And get this, countless terrifying mouths appear right inside that dark aura, enough to make absolutely anyone's skin crawl. In just a split second, that dark energy rapidly twists and mutates, completely transforming into a massive, incredibly ugly octopus monster. It is an absolutely horrifying and twisted sight. Seeing this insane scene makes Lan Thien Hong frown in pure surprise. He thinks to himself, power of the dark world? So the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty actually has ties to the dark world. The moment that thought crosses his mind, a massive dark shadow flashes in his head. He clicks his tongue in total disgust, cursing inwardly. Tsk, the Lord of Darkness is playing his old tricks again. Just remembering that old guy's face from back then makes my hands itch for a fight. Snapping out of his flashback, he is slightly startled to see the ancestor pulling back all those disgusting tentacles. Now, the old man's entire body is completely wrapped in a very bizarre, ghostly green light. Right after that, without saying a single word, the Heavenly Dragon ancestor turns into a streak of green light, shooting straight into the sky. He is obviously trying to escape. Back at the Phoenix capital gates, Li Shiyue's group is holding their breath, waiting for the ancestor to fall into their trap. But things are definitely not going as planned. Right then, Fu Tianyu suddenly points toward the distant sky, shouting loudly, "Your Majesty, look at that over there!" His sudden, frantic action immediately grabs the complete attention of both Fu Tianyu and Li Shiyu. Li Shiyue frowns, looking up, and mutters softly, "This is a secret technique connecting to the dark world." Hearing this, Lord Blood Demon standing right beside her cannot hold back his panicked scream at all. What in the world is happening? This evil aura is way too strong. What exactly went down for someone to dare absorb forbidden power from the upper realm down here? Li Shiyue does not answer. She just covers her face, her mind a complete and utter mess. Damn it, what kind of disaster just happened? But right now, we absolutely cannot afford to act recklessly. If I leave the capital's formation, I cannot block even a single strike from the Heavenly Dragon Taoist. Now pay close attention here, because the atmosphere gets so insanely heavy and tense, it practically freezes over. A jade-green streak of light suddenly tears right through the thick, milky white fog. The sword tip stabs violently into the towering mountain right in front of her. At the same time, up in the blood-red sky, streaks of pitch-black gas start forming bizarre, grotesque blisters. Just as expected, they swell up and then explode one by one, revealing countless creepy, ghostly eyes hidden inside. It does not stop there. From the absolute largest eye, a slimy, terrifyingly bony arm slowly reaches out into the open. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of other pupils keep darting back and forth, like they are hunting for appetizers before a truly horrific banquet begins. The already gloomy sky now turns even more horrifying, completely dominated by the twisted, squirming dance of these mutated eyeballs. Suddenly, every single one of them glares wide open at the exact same time, sending a clear signal for an absolutely unavoidable disaster. Facing this totally surreal nightmare, every living being in the Phoenix capital can only hold their breath and leave everything up to fate. Just a few minutes later, as the smoke slowly clears, a gigantic figure emerges, towering massively right in front of Lan Thien Hong. It is the Dark Messenger, blood-red body, twisted drill-like horns, and a freakishly long tongue that looks just like a giant python. The moment she sees this monster, Li Xue's eyes immediately go wide as saucers in pure, unadulterated shock. Her beautiful face instantly turns as white as a sheet of paper. Even Fu Tianyu, who is standing right in front to protect her, cannot hide his pale, terrified expression. Fu Tianyu is not doing any better. When that disgusting monster suddenly descends, his expression completely drops as he stares at the ground. Seeing their sky completely hijacked by countless glowing red eyes, tens of thousands of citizens in the capital simultaneously drop to their knees, weeping and wailing in despair. Heavenly punishment. This is a heavenly punishment. We are all dead. Right in the middle of this total chaos, the heavenly dragon ancestor, now backed by this terrifying power, suddenly bursts into arrogant laughter. He puffs out his chest and shouts at the top of his lungs, gloating like he just won the lottery. Ha ha ha! A supreme mighty figure from the upper realm has descended. Third young Master Lin, even if you are a true immortal, you will die here today. But you and I both know that arrogance never lasts long here. The Dark Messenger standing right behind him simply curls his finger and casually performs a single snap. Smack. The heavenly dragon ancestor gets instantly flicked away like a tiny marble, spinning wildly in midair before completely slamming face first into the dirt. The messenger speaks up, his deep voice dripping with sheer annoyance, sounding exactly like a grumpy accountant dealing with a budget deficit. Hey old dragon, do you have any idea how many resources it costs for me to take a trip down to the lower realm? Your trivial little problems actually dare to waste the upper realm's precious budget? Hearing this, the heavenly dragon ancestor turns pale with terror. He scrambles up and bows non-stop, but his only response is a furious roar from the messenger. You deserve death. With that, the Dark Messenger points a dagger-like finger straight at the old man's tiny frame. Every single ounce of that previous arrogance from the ancestor has completely vanished into thin air. He slumps completely to the ground, his voice shaking in fear, reporting, "My lord, Aoshin, the boy is dead." Hearing this news, the Dark Messenger flies into a massive rage, violently shaking the entire mountain. What? And that is where we leave it, trust me. You need to see what happens next. Let's dive right into absolute chaos. Why did it die? He roars, shaking the earth. That was our dark child, planted in this lower world. A blood-red aura erupts from his body, literally shaking the entire space around him. Under that terrifying pressure, Li Xiu has to grit her teeth, straining every single muscle just to keep from collapsing to the ground. Over on the other side, Heavenly Dragon Patriarch clutches his chest, face completely twisted. He starts crying and begging, "My lord, it is this guy. He stopped me from getting revenge for Ao Tian." The old man points his finger straight at Lan Thien Hong, making sure to throw in a totally shameless lie. "He is a true immortal. I am no match for him." Hearing this, the Dark Envoy just narrows his eyes, looking over before letting out a completely mocking growl. "A pathetic true immortal? In my eyes, you are nothing but an insect. Die." At this point, Lan Thien Hong just smirks, flashing a cold, completely sarcastic smile. "Oh really? Even your boss, the great Dark Master, had to tuck his tail and run away the last time he saw me. How does a lowly envoy like you dare to talk so big to me?" Hearing those shocking words, both the Dark Envoy and the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch instantly fall into a totally eerie, absolute dead silence. The guy absolutely refuses to believe what he just heard, immediately screaming back in total shock, "How on earth do you know about the existence of the almighty Dark Master?" The Heavenly Dragon Patriarch is stunned too, jaw dropped, his brain basically short-circuiting from way too much insane information to process right now. Now pay close attention here, because things are about to escalate fast. Before anyone can even process this crazy truth, the Dark Envoy raises his hand, instantly condensing a terrifying blood-red energy sphere right in his palm, all while growling non-stop. "Daring to disrespect the great lord of the upper realm? You are basically asking for death." The second he finishes speaking, a blinding beam of pure destructive light blasts straight out from inside that red sphere. This violent beam tears through the air at terrifying speed, wiping out absolutely everything in its path, leaving nothing but a blazing trail of glowing red magma left behind. Right after that, an earth-shattering explosion goes off, with a blazing light that completely lights up the entire gloomy dark sky above. The energy sphere keeps firing off these terrifying heat waves. Seeing this epic destruction, even though his body is so wrecked he is coughing up blood, the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch still laughs in pure excitement. Haha, my lord is truly invincible. How could a pathetic lower realm, true immortal, ever be your match? Seeing his target seemingly wiped out completely, the Dark Envoy pulls back the sphere, grinning from ear to ear with absolute triumph written all over his face. He stares intently down at the thick clouds of dust right below his feet. A few seconds pass by, and the smoke finally clears, revealing the insane scene underneath. When the view gets clear, there is only a massive trench filled with boiling magma, and absolutely no sign of Lan Thien Hong anywhere. The Dark Envoy suddenly screams out, completely confused. Wait, where did that guy go? You and I both thought he got vaporized, right? Well, think again. Down that magma trail, a glowing red aura suddenly appears. And right in the middle, just a single strand of hair. Yeah, literally one hair. This fragile, seemingly weak thing that could snap with a gentle touch somehow casually tanked his ultimate full-powered killing strike without a single scratch. Staring blankly at that tiny strand of hair, the Dark Envoy's jaw practically dislocates, dropping so hard it almost hits his chest in shock. He stammers, his voice shaking like he is literally choking. This was just an avatar, condensed from a single strand of hair. Hearing this, Heavenly Dragon Patriarch is so terrified his eyes bulge out, almost popping right off his face. He stutters for a long time before finally forcing out one single word. Huh? Realizing exactly what he just went up against, the old guy is so shocked he collapses straight onto the dirt, mind completely scrambling, just mumbling to himself. I was suppressed by a piece of hair. While he is still totally losing his mind over this brutal reality, that tiny hair suddenly floats down, landing softly right in his open palm. Heavenly Dragon Patriarch just stares at it, his face completely pale, absolutely screaming on the inside. He thought the third young master had that kind of power because he was a true immortal, but it turns out it was just a clone formed from one hair. Ignoring the Dark Envoy above who is now trembling with rage, the old man panics and screams in pure despair. If one hair is already this ridiculously overpowered, then what kind of earth-shattering realm has his actual true body reached? While the Heavenly Dragon Patriarch is over there still drowning in pure despair, the Dark Envoy just glares closely at that hair, his brain working at absolute maximum capacity. Even his true form up in the higher realm could not use a single piece of hair to perfectly suppress an immortality Taoist. The lower realm absolutely cannot have a monster this insanely overpowered. Meanwhile, over in a small antique shop tucked away in a quiet corner of Phoenix capital, Lan Thien Hong is sitting quietly in his room, holding a wooden statue he just finished carving, sighing helplessly. Man, I really miscalculated that one. I honestly thought a single hair would be more than enough to slash that immortality old man to pieces. After saying that, he glances to the side, looking totally annoyed. I did not expect those annoying people from the upper realm to sneak all the way down here. Looks like I am going to have to personally go clean up the trash myself. The second he says that, Lan Thien Hong vanishes without a single trace, leaving behind only a faint fading afterimage and some wood chips scattered across his table. The very next second, he suddenly appears right in front of Heavenly Dragon Patriarch, making the old man jump back like he just got burned. The Dark Envoy up high sees his arrogant back, eyes bulging so hard veins pop. He roars out, "Who exactly are you? And trust me, you are going to want to see his answer." Let's dive right back into the madness. The Dark Realm Envoy demands to know how he dares interfere. Lan Thien Hong just glances over, a deeply arrogant smirk spreading across his face. Who is he? You absolutely do not have the right to know. He lets out a soft scoff. His tone is casual as if discussing the weather. And as for that precious dark realm of yours, in his eyes, it is nothing but a shallow puddle. You really think you can use that to threaten him? Those ruthless, mocking words act like a spark, immediately igniting pure, blinding rage within the arrogant Dark Envoy. He glares, grinding his teeth as he spits out every word. Whoever you are, down here in the lower realm, you definitely cannot be using your true body. The envoy stares hard at Lan Thien Hong's arrogant silhouette, shouting out loud as if trying to reassure his own panic. The absolute power limit this lower realm can endure is only the early heavenly immortal stage. We are all restricted to the exact same level. I might not win, but I definitely will not lose. Right after that, our guy bursts into an amused laugh, asking back loudly, "Is that so?" In that instant, a blood-red flash of killing intent sparks in his eyes, and a terrifying aura starts bleeding out around him. He throws his head back to the sky, letting out a roar dripping with pure provocation. Well then, I really want to see exactly where this pathetic confidence of yours is coming from. An absolutely terrifying pressure erupts from him like a bomb, sweeping in all directions. Patriarch Heavenly Dragon cannot react in time and gets violently blasted away by the raw force. The old man's hair cannot withstand the shockwave, snapping and flying everywhere. He only has time to let out one miserable, agonizing scream. In a single blink, all his hair is completely gone, revealing a perfectly bald and shiny head. Under that massive crushing pressure, the patriarch's clothes are brutally shredded into tiny rags. Right at this moment, Lan Thien Hong suddenly raises the wooden statue in his hand, a look of undeniable thrill flashing wildly in his eyes. He smiles like a demon. "I will clean up the outside trash, you just keep an eye on the house." Saying that, he swings his arm and throws the statue straight into the air. "Go! Watch closely now." In an instant, the wooden statue rockets toward the center of Phoenix capital, wrapped entirely in a strange, pulsing light. Right after that, a blinding halo appears in the sky like an artificial sun, completely melting away all the heavy, gloomy atmosphere from before. In a flash, the entire Phoenix capital is fully encased in a brilliant, glowing golden barrier of absolute protection. Witnessing this magic trick, the Dark Envoy cannot hide his absolute shock. His eyes bulge wide, jaw dropping as he yells out in total disbelief. Even Patriarch Heavenly Dragon, despite looking completely pathetic right now, is just as horrified. Before the envoy can even finish, the old man stammers out, "The heaven and earth barrier." Right in front of these two invaders stands Lan Thien Hong, flashing them the most arrogant, untouchable smirk imaginable. Behind him, the heaven and earth barrier radiates a blinding golden light. But the Dark Envoy suddenly bursts into smug laughter. He glares at him and roars, "You fool! Fighting a deadly battle with me, yet you still dare to get distracted, wasting your power to protect a bunch of lower realm ants." Unwilling to drag things out any further, the Dark Envoy decides to finally end this little warm-up. He lets out a savage roar, and from the empty void, a blood-red spear materializes instantly. The scorching heat is so intense it literally twists the surrounding air. He tilts his head high, speaking like he is granting a favor. "Consider yourself unlucky, because this is the road to the underworld that you chose for yourself. Today, open your eyes and witness the world-ending power of an immortal weapon, fueled by true heavenly immortal strength." The moment he stops talking, the envoy transforms into a streak of black light. He charges straight at Lan Thien Hong, the sharp spear tearing through the wind, dragging a maniacal laugh with it. "I will crush you to pieces, you pathetic bug." But you and I both know karma is hilarious. The target of that flaming red spear is actually Patriarch Heavenly Dragon, who is blocking the way. The terrifying pressure from the immortal weapon crashes down like a falling mountain, turning the Patriarch's face pale as he stammers mindlessly. What is this? The pathetic old man only has enough time to scream out in total despair about the weapon's insane power. Instantly, a brilliantly blinding halo erupts, completely swallowing his frail old body. Before the real battle even gets to properly determine a winner, Patriarch Heavenly Dragon is entirely erased by that overwhelming destructive force. In just a single, devastating blink, his physical body is turned instantly to dust, only managing to let out two agonizing, heart-wrenching screams before vanishing completely into the empty void. Right as the tragic screams fade away, an earth-shattering explosion detonates, sending massive shockwaves through the entire space. Thick smoke and dust furiously billow up, covering absolutely everything. As the heavy cloud of blinding dust slowly settles down, the Dark Envoy's legendary spear suddenly jerks to a dead halt in midair. It looks exactly like it just stabbed an invisible steel wall. At first, the guy is still flashing a smug smile, fully convinced his enemy was crushed. But in a split second, his bloodshot eyes bulge out, nearly popping from their sockets in absolute undiluted horror. Right through the fading dust, a small silhouette appears. Two slender fingers belonging to Lan Thien Hong are casually, effortlessly pinching the tip of that giant, razor-sharp spear. The Dark Envoy screams out in terror, his voice violently shaking because he simply cannot believe what is happening right in front of him. No, this is impossible. What the hell is actually going on here? So what do we take from this? Lan Thien Hong blocked a world-ending attack with just 2 fingers. He flashes a cold, mocking smirk, and trust me, the real bloodbath starts next. Stick with me here, because we are about to watch an absolute masterclass in disrespect. He speaks slowly. Today I am in the mood to teach you how naive you truly are. Before the Dark Envoy can even react, Lan Thien Hong simply taps the spear. A sharp, crisp crack echoes through the air. Almost instantly, that supposedly indestructible spear blade starts cracking apart. It shatters completely into hundreds of tiny pieces, falling to the ground like a beautiful rain of broken crystal. Seeing his incredibly powerful magical weapon turn into absolute garbage right before his eyes, the Dark Envoy stands there with his jaw dropped. Eyes bulging from his skull, cold sweat pouring down his face, he just stammers completely unconsciously. My Dark Moon halberd, how did it end up like this? Watching his ultimate lifeline get completely destroyed like a cheap plastic toy, his entire mental state just collapses. He roars out in pure frustration, feeling his immense pride get completely crushed without a single ounce of mercy. How can you just ignore the rules of the lower world? How are you breaking the absolute restraints of the heavenly laws right now? Hearing this, Lan Thien Hong just chuckles coldly, his eyes full of pure disrespect. The laws of heaven? Those are nothing but chains meant for the weak. He waves his hand powerfully, his commanding voice echoing out. As long as your power is great enough, those so-called rules are nothing more than a cheap, broken toy. Now pay attention here, because this visual is wild. The moment he finishes speaking, a miniature universe appears above, with countless diamond stars expanding to cover the sky. The Dark Envoy stares with wide eyes and an open mouth, completely paralyzed by this glorious yet terrifying sight. He trembles and gasps out, "What is this?" This is but before he finishes. Lan Thien Hong casually waves his hand forward, sounding like he is just swatting away a bothersome bug. Roll back to your dark pit. Right after that, golden beams of light like solar arrows pierce straight through the massive body of the Dark Envoy. A body-tearing agony hits him instantly, making him scream out in total absolute despair right before he is completely swallowed up by a blindingly bright sphere of golden light. In his very last moment, he lets out a long howl of bitter defeat. After that shocking explosion, the dust quickly clears, and the sky returns to a clear blue. When everything settles, the ground reveals a massive crater, completely pitch black like an endless abyss. Lan Thien Hong floats up there, quietly checking his work. Through the lingering smoke, a raspy, hateful voice echoes right out of thin air. Just who the hell are you? You break the laws of heaven and earth so easily. Our dark realm will absolutely never let you get away with this. Facing this distant, desperate threat from beyond, Lan Thien Hong just smiles and calmly replies, "I only used a tiny fraction of immortal power here, and yet you still dare to talk about getting revenge? Truly a clueless frog in a well." He lightly waves his hand, and that statue instantly flies right back to him. Time to rest. Time to rest. Right after that, Lan Thien Hong slowly vanishes, leaving behind only a faint afterimage that blends into the remaining swirling dust. In just a single blink, he leaves the battlefield outside the Imperial City, returning to his cozy little room in his ordinary junk shop. I know what you are thinking. Badass, right? But he sits down, looking around super sneakily like a thief. Seeing the shop is totally empty, he breathes a huge sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully my identity is completely safe. Meanwhile, right outside the city walls, all the normal citizens are looking straight up at the unusually clear and beautiful blue sky, constantly muttering in absolute shock. Oh my god. For a second there, I seriously thought the actual apocalypse had arrived. Amidst the panicked crowd still recovering from that terrifying shock, a trembling man being helped up by his wife says, "How is everything safe now?" Nearby, a guy in green lies flat on the ground, pale as a ghost. Ignoring the curious stares, he mutters to himself, "What on earth actually just happened a minute ago? Those two intense auras were so terrifying, I was literally scared enough to wet my pants." After that earth-shaking battle, warm light once again covers the entire Imperial City, and the sky completely goes back to its normal, clear blue state. Seeing this sudden change, Li Hingyuet frowns deeply. She thinks to herself, this is definitely not normal. Unlike her calm vibe, the two siblings Fo Thien Du and Fo Thien Vu are hugging each other tightly, shaking uncontrollably. It takes a while before Fo Thien Vu barely manages to calm down. With a completely pale face, he mutters, "I seriously thought I was dust." Then his sister speaks, clutching her chest. Immortality realm? Is there really such a terrifying tier? What kind of supreme expert stepped in to fix this mess? Hearing this, Li Hingyuet frowns even harder. That was clearly someone from the Dark Realm, an upper world faction. So who on earth could possibly kill them? The powerful aura of the heavenly dragon Taoist has also completely vanished. It seems that old man really kicked the bucket. Looking up at the blue sky, the massive doubts in her mind just keep growing heavier. All the assassins completely vanished without a trace. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what happens next. Trust me, you and I are about to watch everything click together for her. Those 6 great divine fire masters invited by the Ning king, completely wiped out. Every single name that used to strike pure terror into people is now just dead history. Then the news drops about the 6 great sects getting destroyed, and she randomly gets hit with a mystery space ring packed with insane treasures. Thinking back to that ring falling from the sky and smacking her right on the head, Li Shiwei literally grinds her teeth, cursing under her breath. Damn it all. This time even the upper tier experts brought in by Taoist Heavenly Dragon got crushed in the blink of an eye. Right at that exact second, a crazy thought flashes through her mind. Rubbing her chin in deep thought, she starts putting the pieces together. It feels like some absolute powerhouse is secretly protecting Phoenix Capital. Protecting me, she mutters, staring up at the endless blue sky. She wonders, did the royal court actually figure out my reincarnated identity and send an expert down to the lower tier just to protect me? Not long after, right outside the outer walls of Phoenix Capital, she arrives straight at the epicenter of that massive battle. Shocked gasps echo right behind her. Wow, I cannot believe this. What kind of literal god walked past here and left these giant footprints behind? Facing that terrifying leftover aura, she cannot help but gulp hard, trying desperately to calm her racing nerves and keep her cool. Up on the massive wall, a group of guards seeing this crazy scene absolutely lose their minds, yelling out in shock. Good heavens, the terrain is completely changed. We have never even heard of a power level like this before. You see her reaction here? We both know this mortal world is hiding some absolutely insane hidden strength. Her face drops instantly, frowning as she realizes the truth. Looks like I need to be way more careful from now on. Mind made up, Li Shiwei lightly jumps, flying straight back toward the fortress wall. The second she touches down, she throws on an awkward little smile, waving her hand to signal the surrounding soldiers to back off. Dismissed, everyone scatter and go get some rest. Following her orders, the guards quickly bow down in respect and start retreating one by one. Soon enough, she is left totally alone on the wall, her mind spinning with 100 different messy thoughts tangled like yarn. It honestly seems like my current strength is absolutely nowhere near enough to protect this entire mortal tier. Thinking hard but finding zero solutions, she lets out a super heavy, frustrated sigh. Whatever, I will just ignore it. Right at that moment, Lan Thien Hong's super handsome face randomly pops into her mind out of nowhere, making her literally drool just thinking about her gorgeous husband. Sweet joy floods her heart. This time I can finally live some peaceful, quiet days with my hubby. She giggles softly to herself. While completely lost in these cute, happy daydreams, she suddenly snaps back to reality. Oh crap, I almost forgot it is time to rush back and cook dinner for my husband. Thinking it, she does it. In an absolute flash, Li Shiwei turns into a beam of light shooting into the city, leaving behind a blurry smoke trail and echoing words. I gotta hurry home. Now pay attention, because we are cutting to the Wu King's massive mansion that night, and a furious roar suddenly blasts from inside his luxury bedroom covered in silk curtains. A pale-faced woman is shaking violently, begging him, "My king, your servant deserves death. I am so sorry. Please calm your anger." Sitting on the edge of the bed, the Wu King stays dead silent, his face pitch black. Getting no reaction, she drops to her knees, begging endlessly. "My king, my poor skills ruined your mood. It is entirely my fault tonight. Please just give me one more chance." Annoyed and getting a headache, the Wu King rubs his temples. The second she sees him react even slightly, she completely lights up and lunges forward, reaching for his lower half with a sweet, whining voice. "My king, just wait a second. Let me help you find your excitement again." But before she can finish, his already gloomy face turns violently green, absolute fury making the thick veins pop out all over his forehead. After trying to hold it back, he finally explodes in pure rage. He grabs the kneeling girl's face hard, grinding his teeth and spitting out every word. "Wench, stop flattering yourself. Do you honestly think my pride and joy cannot stand tall?" Hearing that, she realizes she messed up big time, panicking and rushing to apologize to him. No, it is not like that, my king." But by this point, he is entirely done listening to her excuses. Gritting his teeth, he coldly spits out one word to spare her life. "Scram!" Shaking with fear, she stammers back quickly. "As you command, my king." In a split second, her shadow scrambles out of the room like a ghost is chasing her, carefully shutting the door without making a single sound. Now totally alone in his quiet room, the Wu King finally drops his guard, letting his rage completely erupt. He grinds his teeth, screaming with absolute frustration inside his head. Damn it all. That bone-chilling killing intent from earlier was way too much to handle. Every bit of the mood I worked so hard to build up is completely ruined now. Still, the title of Wu King is not just for show here. In a flash, he forces himself to calm down, swallowing the humiliation and sitting cross-legged to regulate his breathing. So what do you and I make of this? He realizes this is no small matter. He has to report to the cult master immediately. Tossing aside his personal feelings, the Wu King quickly enters meditation, forming hand seals to channel his spiritual energy and cast the heavenly demon communication spell. Let's jump into a totally different vibe picture, a hand swinging a bunch of keys, jingling happily in the air. That's Lan Thien Hong. The guy is literally skipping his way back home, humming some random tune without a care. As soon as he hits the front gate, there she is. Li Shiyue's familiar, graceful figure appears, looking absolutely stunning, like an actual fairy descending to earth. Seeing her, his whole face lights up. "Wife," he yells. Her eyes sparkle the second she sees her man. Her voice drips with joy. "Husband, you're back." Without wasting a single second, she dives straight into Lan Thien Hong's solid chest. She rubs her head against him, acting completely spoiled, honestly just like a kitten. "Husband, I swear I missed you to death." Facing this deadly sweet attack from his wife, even a thick-skinned guy like Lan Thien Hong blushes hard. He stammers out, "Yeah, I'm finally back. Did all that terrifying chaos today scare my wife pale?" She just playfully sticks out her tongue. "Don't underestimate me. I'm a teacher at the academy. If I started acting scared, wouldn't all those little brats just burst into tears and cry out loud?" Saying that, Li Shiyue gently wraps her arms around his neck, whispering softly. "So even if I was trembling with fear inside, I had to act tough on the outside to give them the courage they needed." Hearing her confess that, Lan Thien Hong's heart practically melts. His love for her just goes next level. He instantly leans in, fully planning to give her a passionate kiss, but a tiny hand suddenly blocks him. "My wife really is the absolute best. Tonight, let your husband take very good care of you." Those super cheesy words turn Li Shiyue to mush. Completely embarrassed, she lightly punches his chest while playfully scolding him. "So annoying. We've been married this long and you still talk like such a tease?" Even with the playful hits, this dynamic just makes the two of them even more inseparable. They quickly hold hands and head inside, acting so incredibly sweet, exactly like a couple who just fell in love. Early the next morning, the lovebirds push everything aside to just enjoy the simple, peaceful life of husband and wife. Hand in hand, they stroll the streets, grabbing street food side by side, and wandering around to take in the gorgeous scenery everywhere. Their little boat drifts lazily on the water. The romance is so intensely sweet that even the sun above seems curious, peeking down at them. But pause the romance. You and I need to see this ancient city hidden in clouds, miles away from Phoenix capital. High above, fluffy white clouds drift right past the curved rooftops, creating an atmosphere that looks unnaturally peaceful. But down below, total opposite. The ground is literally fighting against a violent, raging hurricane that's shaking the entire sky. Right in the eye of the tornado, massive ancient trees are snapping like twigs, spinning blindly around a single graceful figure. Bai Yun is using every ounce of her strength to resist this terrifying wind, but sharp wood splinters still slash across her face, leaving bloody cuts behind. The savage gale even rips away a piece of her clothing in the chaos. After enduring this nightmare through gritted teeth for so long, her eyes finally flash. The time has come. Instantly, a brilliantly glowing golden lotus symbol materializes right on Bai Yun's forehead. She quickly casts a spell. In a literal blink, the glowing lotus slides down into her palm. Great Freedom Dharma Idol, Thousand-Hand Guanyin. Raising the lotus above her head, a blinding wave of golden light erupts from it in all directions. Amidst the raging storm, she screams out loudly, "Manifest!" Now watch this part. A massive, majestic Guanyin Bodhisattva avatar actually appears, completely shielding her tiny body from the storm. She focuses, channeling all her internal energy into the avatar. The ground shakes violently as earth-shattering explosions ring out continuously from inside the tornado. And not long after, that savage hurricane completely vanishes. Only the pale golden Guanyin avatar remains floating in midair. Eyes still closed, Bai Yun clearly senses everything around her. As the giant avatar slowly dissipates, she speaks softly. Her voice sounds exhausted, but filled with pure relief. Past the wind tribulation. Confirming the tornado is entirely gone, Bai Yun slowly stands up, a bright, triumphant smile blooming on her face. Success. The very first step of the divine tribulation realm. Threat neutralized, she's so ecstatic she throws both hands to the sky and laughs heartily. "Patriarch, you made a promise. You said if I passed the wind tribulation, I could finally work for you. Time to go find him now. Before she even finishes, she transforms into a beam of light, shooting into the sky. She leaves behind a faint golden trail and a massive crater. The heavily destroyed forest slowly returns to its original, eerie silence. Soon after, Jun Wuxi and Lao Qing suddenly appear. That's where we leave it, trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the aftermath of a massive power-up. He scans the ruined wasteland and mutters that someone just survived a lightning tribulation here. Hearing this, Old Man Thon furrows his brows, closes his eyes to sense the energy, and confirms the lingering aura. It belongs to Bai Yun. Quan Wuxie raises his eyebrows, his eyes flashing with sudden excitement. So she actually broke through her wind tribulation? Staring at the massive piles of shattered rocks scattered around their feet, Thon nods in agreement. Yeah, that is highly likely. Getting that confirmation, Quan Wuxie throws his head back and bursts into maniacal laughter. Bai Yun, oh Bai Yun, you hit incredibly well, but in the end, you still left a trail for me to track down. Right after that, the two immediately channel their cultivation, transforming into streaks of pale blue light before vanishing into thin air, leaving only his psycho laughter echoing behind as they hunt her. They are coming for her. Meanwhile, Bai Yun has absolutely zero clue that her location has already been exposed. She is just casually gliding through the sky, admiring the stunning mountains below and feeling totally amazed by her new strength. Is this what the divine tribulation tier feels like? Her speed is completely unbelievable, reaching the Phoenix capital in almost the blink of an eye. After enjoying her flight to the fullest, she touches down safely on the solid ground. But then suddenly, she lets out a massive sneeze out of nowhere. Just a sneeze. Shrugging it off, Bai Yun happily skips along, quickly blending right into the massive, bustling crowds of the Phoenix capital. Now pay close attention, because this dynamic is absolutely hilarious. She strolls down the familiar path and kicks the door to his little shop wide open without even knocking. Seeing Lan Thien Hong totally focused on his wood carving inside, she flashes a bright smile and quickly bows her hands in respect. Bai Yun pays respects to the Grandmaster. Hearing that familiar voice, the guy puts down his half-finished carving, turns around, and gives a dry, awkward chuckle. Miss Bai, it seems you have completely forgotten what I told you before. Catching the hidden meaning in his words, Bai Yun scratches her head, rubbing her hands together awkwardly. After a quick internal struggle, she finally forces herself to correct it. I mean, Brother Lin. But in just a flash, that slight embarrassment is completely overtaken by pure joy. She starts jumping up and down, excitedly flexing. I successfully passed my tribulation. Hearing this news, Lan Thien Hong catches her vibe, laughing out loud and waving for her to sit, praising her non-stop. Excellent. Very well done. Saying that, he casually reaches into his robes and pulls out what looks like a tiny, shrunken-down spear. He tells her, I already promised that once you successfully passed your tribulation, I would give you a gift. Instantly, he tosses the glowing red object straight at her. It immediately shoots right into her chest, making her freeze up in total shock for a split second. Staring down at the bright light radiating from her chest, Bai Yun asks in confusion, What is this? After a moment of thought, an impossible answer hits her. She gets so hyped, her eyes practically glow, screaming out loud, This is an immortal weapon! Seeing her absolutely losing her mind, looking like she is practically drooling over the power, Lan Thien Hong just snaps his fingers arrogantly, flashing an incredibly confident and cocky smirk. Receiving a legendary treasure like this, Bai Yun throws away all her pride, dropping straight to her knees and kowtowing repeatedly while thanking him endlessly. Thank you, Grandmaster. Oh wait, thank you, Brother Lin. Let that sink in. A brand new power-up always means payback time. Suddenly, remembering their deal, she jumps up and asks what mission he needs her to handle now. Please give me your orders. Hearing her eager request, Lan Thien Hong keeps effortlessly whittling away at his wood, casually waving his hand to give a chillingly simple command. Then take a trip to Heavenly Dragon Mountain and slaughter every single expert of the Heavenly Dragon dynasty. Accepting the brutal mission, Bai Yun instantly clasps her hands and bows with ultimate respect. A mystical, heavy aura explodes from her body, transforming into countless glowing butterflies that swirl around her entire figure. Rest assured, Brother Lin, I guarantee this will be a lightning-fast total wipeout. The second she says that, the swarm of butterflies flap their wings in unison, shooting out of the tiny shop like a brilliant, glowing river heading straight for the mountain. The mountain itself is shaped exactly like a massive dragon bowing its head, floating right in midair. In just a flash, Bai Yun appears right at its grand entrance. Gripping the immortal weapon Lan Thien Hong just gave her, She and her butterfly swarm do not hesitate. They charge directly at the mountain gate. The guards, seeing what looks like just a weak girl arriving, immediately fly into a rage, pointing their fingers and shouting aggressively. "Who goes there?" Getting no response, they get even louder. "How dare you trespass into our heavenly dragon mountain?" But before they can finish their sentence, a blade, slash as cold as ice, sweeps right through their bodies, cutting off their unfinished words in an instant. Immediately after, a terrifying bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky, tearing through space with a furious roar. The dragon alarm bells echo wildly everywhere. Every single expert of the Heavenly Dragon sect instantly appears, and in the blink of an eye, two figures dive down from the main hall. One of them aggressively yells out, "Who dares to come to our mountain and cause trouble? Do you have a death wish?" Facing this deadly threat, Bayun merely sneers, clapping back coldly. "My Grandmaster gave an order. He told me to come here and wipe out your entire fighting force. Out of everyone, you provoked my Grandmaster. Consider your Heavenly Dragon dynasty to be completely out of luck." They mock her, but trust me, we are about to witness an absolute bloodbath. Let's jump into some absolute madness. This arrogant villain really laughed, asking if a first-tier girl like her could wipe out his Heavenly Dragon mountain. But before he could even finish his villain speech, boom! Just like his lackeys earlier, a massive hand from the Guanyin manifestation drops right out of the sky and smashes him, squashed absolutely flat into the ground. His two remaining buddies standing nearby watch the whole gruesome scene, getting scared completely out of their minds and frantically backing away. Looking at the bloody mess right in front of her, Bayun casually scratches her face and drops a savage mockery. After freezing up like solid stone statues, those two surviving lackeys finally snap back to reality. But they are looking totally pale, and one asks with a trembling, broken voice, "That thing in her hands is a literal divine weapon." Seeing his sect brother evaporate like morning dew, the bald guy is so terrified his jaw practically hits the dirt. He stutters about that earth-shattering move, wondering if it's a lost legendary skill. The thousand-hand Guanyin manifestation of great mercy and compassion? Hearing someone actually recognize it, Bayun floats up on her divine weapon, getting super hyped. She waves her gear around, flashing a bright smile. "Good eye, now it is time to die." And right as she finishes speaking, the Guanyin manifestation receives its ultimate attack order. Now pay attention, because this is where it gets crazy. A giant golden bodhisattva statue appears. Those heavenly dragon disciples are totally frozen, jaws dropped, just standing there waiting for ultimate judgment. A single strike crashes down from the heavens. This terrifying divine weapon does not just wipe out their lives, it casually levels the surrounding mountains too. In the blink of an eye, those towering peaks let out sounds like an earth-shattering elegy. They crack open and completely collapse into nothing. After casually turning those lackeys into pure dust, Bayun chills on her divine weapon, muttering to herself, "Well, the Patriarch did not give extra orders, but I might as well clean up the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City while I am at it. Gotta clean from the inside out, right?" Meanwhile, over at the Heavenly Dragon Imperial City, the sky is still perfectly blue, and the sun is shining bright. The citizens are just busy with their normal daily lives. Suddenly, a blindingly radiant light tears right through space, bringing an absolute earth-shaking explosion with it. It is exactly like the heavens accidentally dropped a giant teapot onto the mortal realm. As for Bayun, the girl who caused this totally accidental fireworks show, she is already flying away on her divine weapon, casually fixing her hair with a super mischievous smirk. The royal family is wiped out. From now on, the nobles can just fight and tear each other apart over this heavenly dragon nest. Thinking about that, Bayun playfully sticks her tongue out, thinking to her little self, "But what does any of that have to do with this little fairy anyway?" Meanwhile, back at Lan Thien Hong's estate, the atmosphere is overflowing with the super sweet taste of pure romance. Day and night just seem to completely blur together here, leaving only the ultra-sweet moments of this totally devoted couple, making anyone watching just shake their head at all this public display of affection. You saw that coming, right? With Lan Thien Hong dealing with the elder and Bayun handling the cleanup, our main couple is finally free. Since then, he and his wifey are living their best immortal lives. Working hard on their indoor sports day and night, these two literally do not know the meaning of tired. The scene quickly shifts to a wildly overgrown, dense old forest packed with heavy green foliage. Walking down a tiny dirt trail, the graceful figure of Lin Lingyun slowly comes into view. Only now, after a crazy cross-continent journey that lasted 2 whole years, has she finally survived the dangerous roads to set foot on the edge of the Phoenix capital forest. Lin Lingyun raises her delicate hand to block the glaring sun, letting out a soft sigh. Phoenix Capital is finally here. I really managed to drag myself all this way. She suddenly stops walking, her hand instinctively resting on her chest as her mind floods with anxious thoughts. This is the very first place the ancestor stepped foot. Will I actually be able to find him? Meeting the ancestor for the first time, will he even recognize this distant granddaughter? Or will he just think I am some lost traveling merchant? After thinking for a hot second, Lin Lingyun decides to push even deeper into the dense forest. She casually strolls forward, completely clueless that Jun Wuxi and his old servant Qing are hiding behind a bush in the distance, quietly watching her like predators stalking their prey. His eyes are totally glued to Lin Lingyun, a weird light flashing in his pupils, almost like he is actively using some kind of secret probing technique on her. Under Jun Wuxi's gaze, the girl's entire body is covered in a layer of pale green aura that is both incredibly pure and insanely powerful. To him, this is clearly an absolute gift from the heavens, a super rare masterpiece. Jun Wuxi instinctively breaks into a chillingly sinister smile, whispering softly to his old servant, "Elder Qing, look at this gorgeous phoenix fish I just managed to hook." Hearing that, Elder Qing smiles so hard his wrinkles deepen, immediately kissing up to him. "Congratulations, young master." After saying that, the old man bows respectfully with a totally flattering tone, praising him for finding another peerless beauty for his harem. Jun Wuxi's eyes still gleam with slyness. He bursts into laughter, saying, "Elder Qing, oh Elder Qing, who said the southern Zhan province of this profound heaven realm is just a barren wasteland? I am seeing monster-level beauties springing up like mushrooms after the rain." In his twisted head, the lovely images of Li Xuwei and Lin Lingyun flash one by one, making him constantly praise his own insane luck. "So what do you and I make of this? First the divine Phoenix Empress, and now a divine fire-tier beauty? Trust me, this guy is asking for trouble. Let's dive into this wild encounter." The more Quan Vota thought about his perfect destiny, the harder he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, this young master's fortune is absolutely off the charts today." After speaking, his creepy gaze dragged up and down Lan Linvan's body. He stared at her like he was inspecting some rare, priceless treasure, from her slim waist up to her chest, and then his eyes dragged right back down to her curves. His eyes didn't hide his greedy desire at all. He quickly raised his folding fan to hide his twisted, excited smirk. Inside, he was gloating. In this whole world, only conquering a top-tier female genius with supreme talent like hers could actually get this young master totally hyped up. Right at that moment, Lan Linvan suddenly stopped in her tracks. Deep in her eyes, a flash of freezing killer intent sparked. Almost instantly, she spun right around. Her clear voice echoed out with cold, absolute authority. "You sneaky little rats, get out here right now." Getting called out directly, Quan Vota wasn't scared at all. He just casually stepped forward with a mocking grin on his face. "Well, little beauty, your senses are actually pretty sharp." Seeing this weird guy's disgusting, playful attitude, Lan Linvan's angry, flushed face suddenly went slightly pale. She frowned hard, her sharp eyes now completely filled with heavy caution and deep suspicion. "Who the hell are you? What are you plotting?" Facing her total fury, Quan Vota just chuckled softly, his tone obnoxiously arrogant. "I see your talent isn't bad at all, so I decided to grant you a heaven-sent opportunity." He flashed what he thought was a charming smile, but his next words were pure trash. "You get to be this young master's personal female slave. Now pay attention. This is where it kicks off." Hearing this, Lan Linvan's anger absolutely exploded. She pointed right at his face, gritting out her words. "What gutter did you crawl out from? Are you daydreaming right now? Get out of my sight immediately, or don't blame me when I beat you so badly, your own parents won't recognize you." Facing her fierce reaction, Quan Vota just faked a heavy sigh. Oh wow. This young master never wants to get physical with beautiful women. He put a hand to his forehead, shaking his head with fake regret. "Why do you have to force my hand like this? I might ruin that fragile skin that looks like it would break at one touch." Right after that, Quan Vota's expression completely flipped. His eyes scanned her from head to toe like he was pricing a rare item, licking his lips like an absolute creep. This young master would be so heartbroken. Hearing those filthy, lustful words instantly lit the final fuse on Lan Linvan's absolute raging fury. She roared out a curse, wishing him dead, and quickly pulled her jade flute right out of her bag. The second the flute played, a massive emerald green spiritual phoenix illusion burst out. It carried heaven, shaking power, diving straight toward those two arrogant scumbags. Elder Thon panicked the second he saw the green phoenix illusion. He screamed out, This is 8th tier magic. Only cultivators at the divine fire realm can cast an 8th tier spell. The old man's eyes bulged, looking over at Quan Vo Ta. His body shook violently, maybe from fear, maybe excitement. He stuttered, "What kind of insane talent and destiny is this?" But unlike his terrified servant, Quan Vo Ta just burst into manic laughter. You saw that too, right? His facial expression slowly twisted into pure, unhinged excitement. He couldn't stop muttering, "This talent, this body, and even that stubborn personality. She is way too perfect for this young master's taste." Right after speaking, Quan Vo Ta threw a palm strike to meet the Green Phoenix head on. Channeling his spiritual energy, he shouted like he owned the entire world. "This young master will definitely make you mine." Just as he said that, the two terrifying bursts of crushing power crashed directly into each other. An earth-shattering explosion instantly echoed through the area. Because Lan Lin Van's cultivation level was an entire tier lower, she completely failed to block that insane pressure. She was blasted far backward, crashing hard into the dirt with a painful groan. Lan Lin Van's face immediately drained, turning completely ash gray. A mouthful of fresh blood spilled from her lips, proving her internal injuries were incredibly severe. Even with her body feeling brutally torn apart, Lan Lin Van still tried trembling and dragging herself away, absolute raw terror rising in her heart. Divine Tribulation Realm. She stared at Quan Vo Ta's disgusting smirk, her eyes completely wide with disbelief. He's only this young, but he already reached the Divine Tribulation Realm. Knowing he had absolute victory in the bag, Quan Vo Ta dragged his scheming, lustful gaze all over Lan Lin Van's body. She was still lying right there, using her last bit of strength to prop her upper body up, ignoring the blood dripping from her mouth. Her eyes glared at him with pure hatred, like she wanted to rip him apart. Completely ignoring her deadly glare, he just smiled until his eyes narrowed. He ordered his servant, "Elder Thon, take her away. This young master will have plenty of time to teach her some manners later." Standing behind him, Elder Thon clearly looked reluctant, but he still bowed his head and accepted the order. "Yes, young master." The moment he spoke, the old man's massive, wrinkled hands reached straight for Lan Lin Van, making the girl's face turn dead pale from sheer panic. Even though she was heavily injured, Lan Lin Van pushed every ounce of her remaining strength to scramble backward. Right then, a sudden flash of absolute resolve sparked in her ash-gray eyes. She silently recalled the warning her ancestor once gave. The tall figure of Lan Thien Hong suddenly flashed into her mind. She froze, gritting her teeth in an internal struggle. "You cannot use the immortal weapon until reaching the immortality realm. Let's find out." After an internal struggle that basically ripped her soul apart, "Stick with me here," she finally makes her ultimate choice. But there is zero time to worry about that now. The very next second, right in front of the stunned eyes of Quan Vo Ta and Old Thon, Lan Lin Van suddenly blasts straight up into the sky. This totally bizarre sight makes Old Thon stop dead in his tracks. He just stands there, staring in pure shock. Sensing her golden opportunity, she quickly claps her hands together, forming an incredibly complex technique. Even though her body is completely drained, Lan Lin Van forces out every last drop of her spiritual energy, loudly chanting her technique to summon the divine weapon. Trung Tai Hoang. The exact second they hear the words divine weapon, Quan Vo Ta and Old Thon completely lose their cool. They instinctively step back, faces pale with absolute pure terror. Out of nowhere, a massive golden bell materializes right in front of them. It radiates this ancient, overwhelming aura, instantly shielding Lan Lin Van inside its massive, glowing form. A deep, earth-shattering bong echoes out, shaking the very heavens. Her tiny figure is completely hidden away, locked safe inside the impenetrable armor of the Trung Tai Hoang. Under the crushing, heavy pressure of the exploding spiritual aura, those two enemies cannot even block it, getting blasted dozens of meters back. The ground all around the Trung Tai Hoang rips open, covered in endless, massive cracks. Seizing her chance, Lan Lin Van yells from inside the giant bell, "Trung Tai Hoang, get me out of here right now!" The words barely leave her mouth when the bell turns into a streak of golden light, shooting up into the sky. Meanwhile, down below, now pay close attention here. As the thick dust clears, Quan Vo Ta appears again. He flashes this crazy smile, his face dark like he is brewing a truly terrifying plot. "Ha ha ha!" Quan Vo Ta stares right up at the sky, his eyes flashing with absolute madness as he screams in pure excitement. A divine weapon. This crazy girl actually has a real divine weapon on her. Snapping his head back, he immediately orders Old Thon, "Chase after her. This young master wants her right now. I want her immediately." Without wasting a single second, The two of them transform into blinding beams of light, rocketing into the sky and tailing the Lan Thien Hong in a flash. Quan Vo Ta's gross, excited voice echoes through the entire mountain range. "Little beauty, you are never escaping the palm of my hand. You hear me? Hand over that divine weapon like a good girl and become my female slave." Hearing that absolute trash, Lan Lin Van glares back from inside the bell, looking completely disgusted. She silently curses to herself. "Oh my god. How is my luck this incredibly bad to run into these two absolute demon tyrants? Pushed to a total dead end by this insane guy, Quan Vo Ta." Lan Lin Van's patience finally snaps completely into a million pieces. She violently spins around, screaming at the top of her lungs. "You totally sick pervert. You really think I will ever be your slave? I would honestly rather die." But her fierce badass rebellion just seems to make this guy even more excited. "Ha ha ha, little beauty. In front of this young master, you do not even have the right to visit the underworld if I say no." Right in that ultra-critical moment, Lan Lin Van suddenly feels a sharp electric pain shoot straight from her energy core. She bites her lip until it bleeds, desperately trying to swallow down her groan. "Ugh," she cries out in her mind, panicking. This is bad. Her spiritual gas tank is totally empty. I know what you are thinking. How does she survive? Lan Lin Van squeezes out her last bit of strength, darting forward while her mind races at light speed. Should she risk it all and use the spatial power of the Lan Thien Hong? But she has not even fully mastered it yet. If she messes up, all her power will vanish like morning dew, and then she is basically a dead fish on a chopping block. She shoots a quick glance back, seeing those two leeches still trailing her without ever giving up. Suddenly, a completely reckless, insane idea flashes in her head. Whatever, there is no going back now. High risk equals high reward. Action time. Lan Lin Van hits the brakes mid-air, spinning her body wildly as her hands form hand seals so complex they make you dizzy. Lan Thien Hong, hear my command right now. 10,000-mile teleportation. Even with her body feeling like it is literally shattering apart, she grits her teeth, using all her strength to roar out the word open. Instantly, the Lan Thien Hong responds. From a tiny object, it suddenly swells up at terrifying speed, blasting out this brilliant, absolute divine light. It rockets into the sky, ready to literally rip space apart. Seeing this epic sight, Lan Lin Van's eyes light up like she hit the jackpot, cheering wildly inside. It actually worked. Without hesitating for another second, she furrows her brow and tells herself, "Gotta run." But right at that crucial, life-saving second, Old Than's creepy, wicked laugh suddenly rings out from right behind her. Her spine goes totally ice cold. Those happy eyes instantly turn into pure panic. Hee hee. With this old man here, do not even dream of escaping, little lady. The second he speaks, his figure flashes and teleports directly in front of Lan Lin Van, blocking her one and only path to survival. Without stopping, Old Than suddenly raises his withered hand, aiming straight for the Lan Thien Hong floating way up high. A lightning-fast palm strike smashes right into the bell, causing the magic treasure to deeply cave in. In a single blink, the treasure-gathering energy lets out a super dry, sickening cracking sound. And then, it just shatters into a million tiny crystal pieces. You and I just witnessed a total disaster. Alright, stick with me here. Even the artifact Lan Thien Hong couldn't take it, screaming before losing its form and crashing down like completely useless scrap metal. The second her artifact gets knocked out, Lin Lingyan's very last drop of magical energy completely flickers out like a dying candle. Her body goes totally limp, losing all support as she goes into a literal freefall. Enter Jun Wuxi, who's been watching from the sidelines all this time, instantly seizing his golden opportunity. His eyes light up like floodlights, absolutely thrilled to play the hero saving the damsel in distress. He smugly yells out, "Do not panic, gorgeous," flashing what he probably thinks is his most charming smile. Jun Wuxi shouts out while reaching his totally creepy hands right toward her. He tries to grab Lin Lingyan, who glares back with pure fury. But come on, she is definitely not the type to just roll over and give up. Completely exhausted, she still manages to scream out for her artifact, Lan Thien Hong. An absolutely desperate command rips through the air right after. Go down fighting against that absolute scumbag. Following its master's last command, the tiny artifact charges directly at Jun Wuxi, turning its incredibly durable immortal body into a completely reckless, full-speed suicide weapon. But Jun Wuxi is no ordinary opponent by any means. He instantly throws his hands up to block. The two forces clash head-on, triggering an earth-shattering explosion that rocks everything. Now watch closely. This is where it gets crazy. Massive smoke covers everything, and the insane explosion shakes the entire dark forest to its very core. Right then, out of the thick dust clouds, a stumbling figure gets completely blasted back, face planting straight into a random green bush nearby. Seeing Lin Lingyun covered in nasty wounds and completely paralyzed on the ground, Jun Wuxi flashes a sickening smile with a super fake sweet tone. Be a good girl and surrender to this young master. It might save you some extra pain. But even with her back entirely against the wall, her absolute fierce pride doesn't drop one single bit. She grinds her teeth and spits back, keep dreaming. Seeing the gorgeous girl still looking at him with pure disgust, Jun Wuxi dramatically clutches his chest, sighing. Oh my, this young master knows forced love is never sweet, and rushed flowers fade fast. But hey, using it to quench my thirst for now works just fine for me. Watching his filthy hand slowly reaching out for her, Lin Lingyun desperately tries, dragging her completely exhausted, violently trembling body backward, her face going totally pale with absolute fear. She screams in pure panic. What do you think you are doing, you absolute creep? Stop right there! Seeing her look so helpless yet incredibly stunning underneath him, Jun Wuxi gets even more hyped up, practically drooling all over the place. He just keeps spitting out absolute garbage, smirking. Oh wow, it feels like some kind of invisible magnet from such a stunning beauty is pulling my hand toward you. Seeing his disgusting hand about to touch her chest, Lin Lingyun quickly curls up to dodge it. She clenches her jaw so hard in pure rage, disgust bubbles up inside her. With her magic completely drained, is she really just supposed to let this absolute creep do whatever he wants to her? Seriously, is her life as a proud maiden actually going to end in this totally deserted wasteland? You and I both thought it was over, right? Well, just as he thinks he's got her, reality steps in with a massive plot twist. A sudden burst of bright blue light explodes out of nowhere, sweeping Lin Lingyun up and making her vanish into thin air. He stands there completely frozen for a good minute, looking totally brain dead. He just stares at his empty hand. Massive question marks basically floating around his confused head. Once he realizes his guaranteed prize just got snatched away by someone else, Jun Wuxi absolutely loses his mind. He spins around, violently roaring. What kind of bastard dares interrupt me? But as soon as he turns, he freezes. Right up in the air, Bai Yun is gently holding Lin Lingyun. She furrows her brows, and an incredibly icy voice echoes out. Jun Wuxi, your absolute trash personality truly never changes, does it? Everywhere you go, you just bring disaster. Seeing his totally dumbfounded expression, the pure disgust in Bai Yun's eyes hits a whole new level. She firmly lays down the law. With Bai Yun standing here today, there is absolutely zero chance you are pulling off your filthy little plans. Completely ignoring her obvious disgust, Jun Wuxi shakes off his shock in seconds and gets his confidence back. He flashes a huge, creepy grin, calling out Bai Yun's name. Staring at two absolute top-tier beauties right in front of him, he grabs his forehead and bursts out laughing like a total maniac. Awesome! This young master's trip definitely was not a waste of time after all. His face radiates pure villain energy as he points a finger right at the two girls. Bai Yun, this young master searched everywhere for you with zero luck. I never expected you to just deliver yourself right to my front door. The twisted excitement inside him completely explodes. Out of nowhere, a dark, pink, super suspicious aura starts radiating violently all around his entire body. Jun Wuxi smirks wickedly, his tone sounding absolutely disgusting and vile. Oh man, this is bad. The heat inside this young master is flaring up like crazy, and I simply cannot hold back anymore. Bai Yun, today I am officially taking both of you back to be my dual cultivation furnace vessels. Hearing those completely shameless and absolutely disgusting words, Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun both frown deeply, silently cursing this totally shameless demon. You will definitely not get your twisted way today. Jun Wuxi instantly launches himself forward, moving fast as a hurricane, his creepy expression never fading. He screams with all his might, "Just accept your absolute fate," spitting non-stop vulgar trash, shouting that they belong to him. Seeing his disgusting habits haven't changed, Bai Yun has no choice but to channel her spiritual energy. She activates her family's legendary technique, the Jade Maiden Veil. In an instant, her delicate figure is wrapped in a blindingly brilliant, golden halo of pure light. And that moment he closes in, you aren't ready. Alright, stick with me. You are about to watch an epic face slap. He takes a direct palm strike from Bai Yun and flies backward like a human cannonball. The intense pain instantly turns his lust-filled red face totally pale green. His eyes bulge out as he screams, "What the hell?" Desperate to stop, Jun Wuxi digs his feet deep into the ground, tearing up a long trench of fiery sparks. After a massive struggle, he finally halts. Completely shaken, cold sweat drenches his forehead. He mutters, "How is this even possible?" His brain just cannot process what the heck just happened. After staring hard at Bai Yun for a second, it suddenly clicks. He stammers out in shock, "You actually broke through the wind tribulation." But then, he just covers his face and laughs like an absolute maniac. Haha, completely worthy of the Academy, holy maiden. A literal once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Still totally full of himself, he snaps his fan open to hide half his face, squinting his eyes with this super smug grin. He actually thinks, out of everyone in this entire world, who else besides this young master is even worthy of her? Hearing this level of absolute shameless narcissism, Bai Yun simply shoots back a freezing, totally contemptuous smile. She lets out a soft sigh, her voice dripping with heavy sarcasm. "Oh? You really think you are worthy?" The moment the words leave her mouth, she secretly starts chanting a spell. Meanwhile, this idiot is still trapped in his own delusional fantasy. Smiling way too brightly, he just keeps rambling on and on. It is just a tiny little wind tribulation after all. Did you forget I already passed the fire tribulation tier? He glances at her, gathering energy in the distance, yet keeps right on spitting out these empty, sweet-sounding garbage lines. "Stop struggling for nothing. Just be a good girl, surrender, and fall right into my arms." The more she hears, the more grating it gets. Finally, she completely tunes out his absolute nonsense. She focuses 100% of her spirit on her technique. No more talking. She is going to let her raw power do the talking. Seeing this gorgeous girl completely ignoring his existence, Jun Wuxie just dramatically sighs and rubs his forehead. Ugh, she is making this so incredibly boring. That cocky smirk instantly vanishes. He waves his hand, summoning a massive swarm of razor-sharp swords, all aiming right at her. His lip curls up as he spits a cruel taunt. "Showing disrespect to your future husband means you need some punishment." He barks out, "Go!" Instantly, the massive sword swarm shrieks through the air, diving straight for Bai Yun just as she finishes her final chant. Now pay close attention, this is where everything flips. Her cherry lips softly mouth 4 words, Guanyin Dharma Avatar. The second she speaks, her spiritual energy explodes, forming a colossal statue of the Guanyin Bodhisattva, towering high behind her back. A pure, holy light erupts from the massive avatar, effortlessly blasting every single one of those flying swords into scattered pieces. Witnessing this totally surreal scene, his eyes basically bulge out of his skull. He just stands there unconsciously muttering, "Ha ha." Old Qing, standing right nearby, watches the terrifying, heaven-shaking power of the Guanyin statue with his own 2 eyes. His jaw literally drops in pure horror. This is... Both of them are frozen stiff like statues. Their eyes are absolutely glued to the overwhelming, godlike power radiating from the avatar behind her. At this point, Jun Wuxie can no longer keep up his fake, calm little act. His face goes super dark before he lets out a menacing sneer. Interesting. The aura on this avatar is pretty decent. With that, he blasts toward her like lightning. His body hovers right there in midair. At the same time, he summons a gigantic Dharma sword glowing a brutal blood red. I guess this young master will have to get a bit serious. A smug look flashes across his face, clearly wanting to show off his ultra-powerful new weapon. But right before he can even finish getting his words out, the colossal bodhisattva suddenly raises its giant hand, aiming straight forward. It makes him completely flinch and yelp out in surprise. Then, a massive, slender finger gently flicks him right on his handsome, smug little face. Instantly, blood erupts from his nose and mouth like a broken fountain. You saw that too, right? With just one simple flick, he gets blasted miles away, flying totally off course like a crashed shooting star. Old Qing watches this absolutely impossible scene play out. Jaw dropped, he stands completely stunned for a second before screaming at the top of his lungs, "Young master!" Without wasting a second, the old man turns into a streak of light, rushing desperately toward the crash site while endlessly muttering curses, blaming himself for this mess. Damn it, this old servant was way too careless. Meanwhile, the young master is sitting in a massive crater of rubble, coughing up a storm after taking that terrifying hit. Cough, cough. Totally unwilling to accept defeat, he roars out in pure fury. Damn it. Right at that second, old Qing rushes into the crater like a frantic tornado. He instantly runs over to his injured young master's side, completely panicking as he asks, "Young master, how are you feeling? Are you okay inside?" But right now, his ears are totally ringing. He cannot hear a single word. His entire mind is just spinning in a chaotic mix of pure rage and total disbelief. How could this happen? What in the world is going on here? He is practically screaming inside his own head. Even an expert who survived 4 tribulation lightning strikes might not be a match for a genius like me. So how on earth is this girl, who only just passed 1 single tribulation, throwing around this kind of insane, god-tier power? His uncontrollable anger erupts like a violent volcano. He clenches both his fists so hard you can hear the bones furiously cracking. Bulging blue veins pop up all over his arms. Meanwhile, one single, completely maddening thought just keeps repeating over and over again inside his head. How could I not even block 1 strike from her? Impossible. It has to be an illusion. So what do you and I make of this? Never underestimate anyone. All right, stick with me. We are diving straight into an epic face-slapping showdown. He thought he was dreaming, but Bai Yun's voice cut through his delusions like a razor-sharp blade. Quan Wu Xie, is this really the absolute limit of your so-called legendary skills? As she finished speaking, the massive bodhisattva illusion behind her suddenly erupted with blinding light. Those normally compassionate eyes, instantly replaced by an absolutely terrifying wave of pure killing intent. Right after that, Bai Yun slightly narrowed her eyes. Her lips barely moved as she started chanting ancient mantras, her voice ringing out cold and completely mysterious. The True Dragon Mantra, the Phoenix Form Mantra, the Golden Winged Garuda Mantra. Releasing these techniques triggered the bodhisattva illusion instantly. Thousands of glowing arms began shifting and transforming without a single pause, moving so fast it was completely dizzying. Every single motion packed enough lethal power to crush a mountain. That merciful face twisted into pure rage, looking exactly like a legendary god of war waking up from a long slumber. Facing this absolute nightmare of a scene, Quan Wu Xie's face drained of all color. His jaw practically hit the floor as he stood there, pointing a shaking finger forward and screaming like an absolute madman. No, impossible. How can that crazy girl possess this much insane power? And it was not just him. Old Qing stood frozen right behind his master, completely stunned. The old man's cloudy eyes bulged wide open like giant bells, locked completely onto the terrifying illusion of a massive, coiled azure dragon. Now here is the part you and I need to watch carefully. A pair of blazing phoenixes, one red and one golden, started circling behind Bai Yun. Quan Wu Xie's voice trembled so hard it cracked. No way, this cannot be real. Meanwhile, Bai Yun stayed completely locked in, finishing her final chant. Her eyes were ice cold as she hissed through her clenched teeth. I am going to grind your demonic bones into absolute dust. The second that last syllable dropped, she thrust her hand toward the sky and roared, Execute! In just a fraction of a second, the azure dragon and twin phoenixes transformed into 3 horrifying beams of light, screeching as they blasted straight toward Quan Wu Xie and Old Qing. The speed was so insane they did not even have a millisecond to react. Even so, Quan Wu Xie tried to desperately save face. He quickly summoned his sword and roared out, Stop looking down on this young master. He swung his blade like a maniac, weaving a dense shield of sword energy, barely managing to block the fiery red phoenix's strike. Realizing he actually survived the hit, that arrogant confidence instantly flared right back up inside Quan Wu Xie's chest. He laughed out loud with pure arrogance. Haha, thought you were tough, but it is just cheap tricks. But that smirk froze on his face before he could even finish. A blinding golden light, sharp as a deadly executioner's blade, had materialized right in front of him. In a total flash, the golden phoenix blasted straight through his chest, sending his entire body flying violently backward. The organ-shredding agony hit him so hard, his teeth loudly ground together, trying desperately to channel his last bit of spiritual energy to survive. Only one bitter thought crossed his mind. Damn it, how did I end up looking this pathetic? His body got tossed like a kite with a snapped string, crashing face first into the dirt while a bone-deep pain ripped through his entire system. I know what you are thinking, game over, right? The fierce azure dragon charged at him, jaw snapping wide open to swallow him whole. Quan Wu Xie was so terrified his face turned completely white. Every single ounce of that young master pride vanished into thin air, leaving only a miserable, pathetic scream. Ah, Old Qing, save me. Right then, a withered but incredibly steady hand reached out, blasting a massive wave of spiritual energy directly into the dragon. After the hit, Old Qing tightly clenched his fist, pulling back all his explosive force. He stood firmly shielding his master, his old eyes narrowing as he dropped a completely ice-cold warning. Do not even think about touching a single hair on my young master's head. Seeing this, Bai Yun actually felt a bit tense, secretly calculating her odds. Old Qing stepped in, so killing Quan Wu Xie today is not going to be easy. Right at that critical moment, Lin Ling Yun stepped forward, respectfully cupping her hands. I am Lin Ling Yun. Thank you so much for saving my life. senior sister. May I humbly ask for your honorable name? Bayun replied without taking her eyes off the enemies for a single second. I am Bayun. I cannot get distracted right now. We will talk once this is settled. Suddenly, Bayun froze in place. Absolute extreme shock washing over her entire face. Wait, Lin? She stood completely stunned for a moment. Is it really such a crazy coincidence? Coming down the mountain, I actually met someone connected to the founder. Lin Lingyun was still totally confused about what was going on, so she quickly asked, Senior sister, is something wrong right now? Over on the other side, old Qing quickly crouched down next to his master. Young master, please do not panic. Let this old servant heal you. Quan Wuxie weakly gasped out a single breath. Old Qing. Hot tears, packed with nothing but pure shame and absolute helplessness, quietly rolled down his usually handsome face, which was now looking like a total and complete mess. In this brutal disaster, this young master did not just lose to some unknown girl he lost in the most pathetic way possible, losing all face. Seeing Quan Wuxie acting like a weak kid who just got his candy stolen, old Qing froze in place. His face darkened as he stammered, Young master. Quan Wuxie aggressively ground his teeth together, eyes burning with venomous hatred. The absolute humiliation of today cannot be leaked out to anyone, no matter what. So what do we learn here? Arrogance gets you crushed. Old Qing felt his heart sink after this brutal defeat. His master's cultivation mindset was permanently ruined. Let's dive into this wild showdown. The old servant decides he has to finish this mess, speaking up with pure confidence. Knowing exactly what to do next, he slams his heavy wooden staff right into the dirt. Instantly, a massive aura explodes around him. Young master, rest easy. With this old servant standing right here, those two pathetic rats won't ever escape my grasp. Lin Lingyun starts panicking, feeling totally trapped. She nervously asks her sister, that is the same evil old man who blocked my escape earlier. Sister, tell me, can you actually beat a monster like him? Even Bayun has to shake her head. Her face looks super stressed, completely unable to guarantee a win since their opponent's cultivation level is just wildly superior to theirs. Old Qing is an immortality stage cultivator, and among those legendary experts, he is sitting right at the absolute peak. Frowning deeply, Old Qing raises one hand to his shoulder. His raspy voice carries a crushing pressure. Come taste the power of my divine lightning palm. The second he says that, the sky turns pitch black. A colossal hand made of purple and black lightning rips through the clouds. It crashes down with absolute destructive force, making the entire forest shake like crazy. Right at that very moment, a jet black bolt of lightning shoots straight up from the ground. Looking like the greedy mouth of the abyss, it completely swallows that giant lightning hand whole. Old Qing's eyes go wide with pure shock. That weird trick again? Did the Bayun brat make this? Another immortal weapon? This is absolutely unbelievable to witness. I have seen 2 immortal weapons in just half a day. Meanwhile, Bayun is pushing herself to the absolute limit. Gripping her long spear tightly, she strains hard to block Old Qing's massive attack. Both Jun Wuxi and the old man are so stunned they almost fall straight backward. Now pay attention here. Another immortal weapon? Are these legendary artifacts as cheap as cabbage at the market now? The long spear in Bayun's hands radiates an unmatched, heroic aura. Its shimmering black light instantly captures the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Lin Lingyun's voice trembles, totally unable to process what she is seeing. Wait, she actually has her own immortal weapon too? The black hole created by the immortal weapon slowly shrinks down, while the gigantic lightning hand completely fades away into absolute nothingness. Bayun holds her defensive stance, while everyone else stands frozen like literal statues. Heavy beads of sweat drip down her tired face from using way too much energy. Is this really the true power of the immortality stage's 7th tier? It is honestly terrifying. Jun Wuxi is boiling with pure jealousy and rage. Pointing right at Bayun, he screams, "This is absolutely impossible. How on earth do you possess an immortal weapon?" Mid-rant, he suddenly freezes up, completely startled by a crazy thought that just crossed his mind. Wait a minute, that is not right. The Crown Prince suddenly brings up an ancient legend, his voice dripping with heavy suspicion. Rumor says 10,000 years ago, immortal Venerable Lin, founder of the Academy, completely crushed countless supreme experts across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Inside his legendary cave dwelling, he stored countless divine treasures and incredibly powerful inheritances. Before ascending to the heavens, immortal Venerable Lin left it all to the Academy. Jun Wuxi speculates aloud, staring at Bayun like she is a literal walking treasure chest. Could it actually be? Did you find his hidden cave dwelling? You and I both know she did. But she stays completely calm, even throwing back a slightly provocative look. "Oh, do you honestly think I would ever tell you?" Hearing her say that, the young master instantly flashes a spine-chilling, wicked smirk. "Ha, I have my own ways of making you spit out the truth yourself." He quickly turns and barks a command. "Old Qing, this involves legendary immortal treasures. Use your absolute full power, and definitely do not let them escape." Old Qing bows his head. "Understood, young master." Right after, the old man lets out a massive roar. His eyes glow brightly as the spiritual energy inside his body spikes to the absolute limit. His originally scrawny, dried-up body rapidly swells in size, violently ripping his clothes apart. Huge, thick muscles bulge out like literal small mountains, while crackling lightning snakes all around his body. The solid ground beneath his feet completely shatters, unable to handle this absolutely terrifying pressure. In just a split second, that scrawny old man transforms into a massive, muscular giant, radiating a pure aura of total destruction from head to toe. Baiyun instantly feels that crushing pressure. Growing super anxious, cold sweat completely soaks the back of her clothes. The 7th tier of the immortality stage is just too terrifying. Old Qing takes a deep breath, exhaling hot steam. A split second later, his giant body completely vanishes from his original spot. He suddenly appears right in front of Baiyun, throwing a brutal punch carrying the force of 10,000 thunderbolts. That horrific speed scares Lin Lingyun entirely out of her wits. It is just way too fast to track. Left with zero options, Baiyun uses her immortal weapon to block. She creates a thick black mirror, desperately trying to counter that massive attack. The lightning force violently rebounds and slams right into the ground, completely crushing a massive crater into the earth. The holy maiden drops to her knees. Her trembling hands tightly grip the spear as she breathes heavily, face covered in dirt. "It hurts so bad, my shoulders feel ripped apart." Baiyun frowns deeply, cursing inwardly to herself. Damn it all. Even with an immortal weapon in hand, fighting a 7th tier immortality stage half immortal is nearly impossible. After destroying the entire landscape, Old Qing stands tall like an unmoving mountain. His voice drips with pure scorn. "To actually take a punch from me in this powered-up state, little girl, you do deserve some praise, but your luck ends here." Standing behind him, Jun Wuxi laughs with wicked delight. "Capture that girl alive for me. I will torture Baiyun myself. Trust me, you will want to see her payback." "All right, you and I are about to see an absolutely insane escape." She sighs, glaring at that arrogant young master with pure fury. So shameless. They are trapped. So what now? Lin Yun gently taps Baiyun on the shoulder, whispering, "Sister, hurry up and transfer your magic power to me right now. This is literally our last chance to get out of here alive." The Saintess does not hesitate at all. She instantly agrees, channeling every single drop of spiritual energy out of her body. Got it. On this side, the young girl also summons her ultimate trump card. The Supreme Emperor Bell goes to work. The ancient bell instantly expands, completely swallowing the two girls inside while throwing up an unbreakable barrier on the outside. Oh crap, are they trying to make a run for it? The master and servant finally snap back to reality. Old Qing roars like a beast, immediately charging right after them. "Don't you even think about escaping?" Jun Wuxi shouts from behind. "Elder Qing, do not let them get away." But Lin Yun just pokes her head out of the barrier, sticking her tongue out to mock them. The old man lunges forward but grabs absolute air. The Supreme Emperor Bell tears straight through space, teleporting the two girls away without a single trace. Those two guys can only stand there helplessly, literally about to explode from anger. Meanwhile, our girls are already chilling and making their grand exit, not forgetting to leave behind one last taunting laugh. Lin Yun tightly hugs Baiyun, chattering non-stop. "Thank you so much, big sister, for stepping in to save me. Big sister, you were absolutely badass back there. So cool." She smiles back at her. "No worries at all. That guy and I are sworn enemies anyway, so obviously I could not just stand by and let him get what he wanted." Suddenly, Baiyun's voice pauses for a split second. "Oh, right, do you need?" The innocent girl immediately asks back, "Big sister, is there something wrong with me?" "Now pay attention, this is important." The Saintess starts calculating. This kid is incredibly young but already reached the divine fire tier. Plus, she even has a divine artifact protecting her. With talent like that, she is absolutely perfect to join the Jisia Academy of their palace sect. But if she rushes to invite her right now, it might feel way too forced. Better to just observe her for a few more days before deciding. Thinking that, she immediately flashes a bright smile and says softly, "It is nothing." So, What are your plans for the next part of your journey? She asks, her voice carrying a hint of genuine worry. That Jun Wuxi guy is not an easy target to deal with. He definitely will not let you off the hook that easily. Hearing this, Lin Yun's face completely drops. Her voice gets super quiet. Honestly, I do not know either. So Bayun takes the initiative and suggests, how about you follow me to Phoenix capital city? It is really not that far away. If we stay out here, I am afraid Jun Wuxi will find us sooner or later. The girl anxiously adds, if he actually comes fully prepared next time around, we might not be able to open a portal and pull off an easy escape. The other girl gently places a hand on her shoulder, softly reassuring her, it will be okay. Bayun pulls her talented junior sister into a hug and points straight up at the sky. If he and that old man dare to show up again, they are picking a literal death wish. The Supreme Emperor Bel escapes the spatial rift, and they are finally safe. Her family's founding ancestor can even slaughter big shots from the upper realm. What the heck is one immortal old Taoist compared to that? He could probably blow them away with a single breath. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Lan Thien Hong is carefully cleaning every wall when he suddenly hears a familiar voice calling out, Brother Lin! Bayun walks in with a massive smile alongside Lin Yun. I am back. The second she sees the face of the man standing right in front of her, the young girl completely freezes. Words catch in her throat. Tears of pure emotion flood Lin Yun's eyes. Senior, I have finally found you. Bayun is completely shocked, while Lan Thien Hong looks unbelievably smug about this whole situation. I know what you are thinking, plot twist. Bayun asks, wait, you two actually know each other? Is this the legendary senior you've been hunting for day and night? Lin Yun is still sobbing from overwhelming joy when someone casually pulls a wooden chair right up next to her, looking completely relaxed. Now, did I not tell you to properly shoulder the Lin family's burdens? Why on earth did you come rushing all the way out here? His junior sister does not even try to argue. She immediately pulls out a rolled-up paper tube. It seems like to Lin Yun, absolutely nothing else matters right now. She only wants to confirm one single thing. Skipping all the small talk, the little girl takes a massive gamble and asks directly, Senior, are you really the ancient ancestor of our Lin family? Standing right next to her, Bayun's eyes go wide with shock. She thinks to herself, where did this kid even find that thing? Lan Thien Hong puts on this super convincing, tragic, sorrowful face. Ah, I never expected Ji to actually keep this portrait of me. He acts so incredibly well that the innocent girl completely falls for it. He solemnly nods his head. That is right. I am the Lin family's third young master, Lan Thien Hong, and Lin Ji is the son of my seventh brother. The young man leans back in his chair, casually rolling up the portrait with one hand. Back when I ascended to the upper realm, I always missed my homeland. But by the time I finally returned, my seventh brother had already passed away. In Lan Thien Hong's mind, the familiar image of his old disciple briefly flashes by. So I left my nephew Lin Jie behind in the family, passing down all of my cultivation experience to him. I honestly never expected him to treasure this item so much. His fingers gently trace across the old, time-stained paper. With every single brushstroke on this ancient painting, I can truly feel his deep, unwavering devotion. Sadly, thousands of years have passed, and everything turns to dust. He glances at the altar holding countless wooden memorial tablets. Lin Yun's legs completely give out, dropping straight to the floor. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Tears in her eyes, the little girl sobbing hard, hands respectfully clasped in prayer, ancestors watching from high above. Lan Linvan sincerely bows down. She finally has family, but dropping to her knees so violently rips her wounds wide open, and fresh blood instantly bleeds out, completely staining her gray clothes right on the spot. Stick with me here, she completely turns pale as sudden agony hits her. Her body twitches in pain. Seeing this, Lan Thien Hong's expression instantly changes, and he quickly asks, Are you hurt? What in the world actually happened to you? Saintess Bakvan quickly speaks up for her, starting a full explanation that is so insanely detailed she doesn't miss a single thing. Oh, great ancestor, our Lin Van here actually clashed with the precious son of the Kuk Dao Tien Kung princess. She waves her hands around while talking, making the story so vivid and dramatic that anyone watching would instantly want to hand her an Oscar for Best Supporting Actress. Lan Thien Hong just stands there nodding constantly like a bobblehead. When she gets to the intense part, she even chokes her own neck to add extra tragic drama. Finishing her story, Bak Van firmly concludes, Yep, that is exactly what happened. Lan Thien Hong falls into deep thought. In his memory, the human world is divided into 4 distinct regions. Back then, the central continent had 4 great palaces, including Takha, Kuk Dao, Hong Tran, and the Jiao. but he's only familiar with Takha. His hands unconsciously clench tight. Those literal nobodies that this master wouldn't even bother looking at back in the day now dare to step on others and act this arrogant? He mutters softly, letting out a string of super annoyed curses. Hearing this, Saintess Bakvan fully panics, instantly dropping down to sit on the floor while covering her face in total embarrassment. The Takha Academy really is a bunch of utter trash. Having peace for 10,000 years just to let Kukdao Tien Kung ride our heads. How shameful. Lan Thien Hong rubs his chin, looking deep in thought. If they actually dared to hurt you, the two poor girls tightly hold hands right away, their teary eyes looking up at their ancestor. They are absolutely filled with hope, finally feeling like they found a solid wall to lean on. But watch closely, this towering legend stays quiet, then calmly drops the coldest line ever. Well, you two can go handle that revenge yourselves. Bak Van and Lan Lin Van instantly freeze for a few seconds. All that massive hope inside their hearts completely shatters into pieces. They both cry out aloud, huh, in total confusion at the exact same time. Bak Van quickly bursts into tears, her voice choking up. Master, that bastard has a 7th tier longevity expert guarding him. She throws her hands up, continuing. We only have absolute garbage tier immortal weapons. Wanting to fight that old man evenly? I am afraid we would have to wait 10 whole years. Lan Thien Hong just waves his hand. 10 years? Way too long. I will give you 2 these things, and it will be enough. Lan Lin Van watches his every move intently, while Saintess Bak Van tilts her head, super curious. He stands grandly between the two girls, raising both hands high up like he is bestowing a holy blessing, and shouts loudly, "One dream passes 1,000 autumns." One of his hands immediately forms a seal, his fingertips flashing with blinding light. What night is tonight exactly? But right after that, instead of granting some divine power, Lan Thien Hong drops a painful bonk straight on both of their heads, giving them an incredibly funny and graceful reaction. He just stands there waiting a bit, his eyes still watching the two girls. In just a split second, they both fall straight into a deep coma. Lan Lin Van even face plants right onto the floor without saying another word. He lifts them both up with his 2 hands, casually walking into a room covered by fabric curtains. Walking along that familiar gravel path under the tiled roof, he gently places both girls onto the bed, crosses his arms to look, and proudly mutters, "This is the Supreme Immortal Sutra created by the Great Dream Master. You and I know their current cultivation level. Just one night dreaming basically equals 10 whole years of bitter training." His eyes casually glance over some slightly revealing spots due to the two girls' sleeping postures. Then he calmly says, "Just sleep well and comprehend your destiny." After that, he just leaves, walking toward the wood carving shop named Red Moon, a tiny little toy store with its doors tightly closed. Inside Lan Thien Hong's room, Bak Van is still sleeping soundly, and right beside her, Lan Lin Van lies stretching her legs comfortably. This super soft bed makes them sink deep into total relaxation. Suddenly, they both tremble, their faces scrunching up as if they are enduring something seriously uncomfortable. Inside Bak Van's emerald green eyes, that dreamy look slowly fades away, replaced instantly by absolute, pure shock. She quickly jumps up, staring blankly at her own 2 hands, stuttering out, half-step longevity stage." Right beside her, Lan Lin Van is also completely mind-blown. "Sister, you already passed the wind tribulation." The two girls stare at each other in absolute shock, shouting at the exact same time, "Sister, exactly how long has it been?" Right at that moment, Lan Thien Hong appears perfectly at the door, calmly saying, "Oh, are you all awake? Did you get a good night's sleep?" Emotions running completely high, both girls instantly rush over to him. "Brother Lan, what in the world is actually happening here?" Their eyes literally sparkle with pure trust and worship. "I only slept for 1 single night, so why does it feel like I cultivated for 10 years? Lan Thien Hong casually explains, "Great dream, 1,000 autumns, what night is tonight?" That right there is the absolute effect of the Great Dream Mind Sutra. Hearing that, Bak Van instantly gets a crazy bold idea, her eyes completely lighting up. "If the Great Dream Mind Sutra is this magical, why don't you let us sleep for 1 more night?" She is so hyped up that the entire room basically turns pastel pink with excitement. "Couldn't we basically reach the sky in 1 step and become longevity experts? Trust me, you're going to love this next part. Stick with me now." Smack! Lan Thien Hong mercilessly flicks her forehead, and it looks incredibly painful. He crosses his arms and sternly explains the truth. Rushing blindly into the Great Dream Realm will completely damage their primordial spirits. Keep going, and their souls will shatter, leaving them absolutely mindless. Hearing this, Baiyun instantly pouts and turns away, gently rubbing the massive bump on her forehead with pure, visible regret. Then, Lan Thien Hong casually digs deep into his pocket, rummaging around until he finally pulls out a tiny wooden statue. "Ling Yun, take this right here." Ling Yun obediently reaches out to grab it, staring at the strange object in her hands with utter confusion. "This right here," Thien Hong says completely calmly, "is a sword from the Heavenly River, a poetry scroll, and a wine jug. Don't miss this part. An epic song and a blade at the horizon. How much power you two comprehend depends entirely on your own destiny." Bai Yun instantly chimes in, her eyes shining with pure, absolute worship. "Sister, this is a massive opportunity. It actually contains the supreme Tao rhythm left behind by Brother Lin." The little girl is deeply moved. She immediately drops to her knees, respectfully saying, "Thank you, distant ancestor." Thien Hong quickly waves his hands in the air, gesturing for her to stand up. "Quit calling me distant ancestor, it is way too formal. Just call me Brother Lin from now on." After saying that, he leans in close, whispering a very strict warning. "And whatever you do, absolutely do not let my wife find out my true identity. Got it?" Then he gets right back to business, his eyes staring off thoughtfully into the distance. "You and I both know what is coming next. In the painting, an old man and a youth, I am guessing those are the targets." A sinister, bone-chilling expression suddenly crosses his face. Time for payback. Hearing this, the two girls instantly get super hyped, loudly cracking their knuckles together to warm up for the absolute beatdown they are about to unleash. Yes, instantly, the two transform into blazing beams of light, blasting right out the door like lightning. They leave Thien Hong standing there alone with a very knowing, mysterious smirk on his face. Meanwhile, over at the brilliantly sunlit Divine Wind Imperial Palace, two dark figures, an old man and a youth, casually stroll right up to the massive front gate. Old Qing and Jun Wuxi walk with pure, unfiltered arrogance. The guards spot the intruders and instantly raise their heavy spears, going on high alert to block their path. Crossing their spears right in front of them, one guard barks out, "Imperial Palace grounds. Absolutely no entry for outsiders. Back off right now." But before he even finishes speaking, a massive spray of blood erupts. The poor guard is violently slashed into 100 pieces before he can even process what happened. And this is where we leave it. Old Qing respectfully bows, saying, "Young master, please." Jun Wuxi just smugly waves his paper fan, looking completely and utterly satisfied. "Ha, I haven't started in 2 years. Stick with me." Two guys are literally stepping over pools of blood, casually strolling into the royal palace like it is their own backyard. Inside, the palace is glowing with brilliant light. Every single room is beautifully designed, but it is creepily quiet. The cultivation room sign hangs right there. Inside, Li Xiu is training hard, sweat completely soaking her bare back. She is highly focused, perfectly controlling the wild, spiritual energy swirling all around her, guiding it into a smooth, steady flow. And trust me, even the tiniest movement outside cannot escape her insane senses. Suddenly, Li Xiu snaps her eyes open, brows furrowed, expression completely serious. With just one flick of her wrist, her outfit instantly transforms. That innocent, soft girl vibe? Completely gone in a split second. Dashing outside, she quickly ties her gorgeous hair up high. She shoots out of the room like a blur, moving way too fast for human eyes. Li Xiu floats high up in the air, right over the palace gates to check the situation. Her face turns icy cold, pure anger showing. "Who are you people? How dare you trespass here?" Jun Wuxi almost drops his paper fan. The guy is completely mesmerized, staring blankly at her insane beauty. A total goddess. A woman like this should only exist in heaven, so why is she standing right here? Beautiful. Just absolutely stunning. He feels like he is dreaming. But he quickly snaps back to reality, coughing to look all serious. "I am Jun Wuxi, and I came here today to bring you some really good news." Li Xiu silently watches old Qing beside him, fully on guard. That old man is dangerous. She raises a brow. Now pay attention to this guy's ego. He literally says, "I have my eyes on you. It is your lucky day, so I am making you my personal slave." Hearing that garbage, Li Xiu's gorgeous face instantly drops into a dark scowl. The temperature around them literally drops. Her voice turns icy, every single word cutting like a knife. "You wanna die?" Boom. Old Qing suddenly slams his staff down. A massive shockwave erupts, shaking the entire palace violently. Just one simple tap, and it feels like a heavy earthquake. Li Xiu is genuinely shocked by that terrifying raw power. The old guy arrogantly barks, "Our young master wants you as a slave. That is a massive honor, so do not force us to do things the hard way." Her eyes go even colder. She quickly realizes a level 7 immortal expert? They are definitely not locals. She coldly fires back. I do not submit to weaklings. Landing down, her fierce aura matches theirs. You are not fit to serve me. Junwuxi does not get angry. Instead, he just laughs. Typical trash from this wasteland. He does not hold back his harsh insults. Just a new Phoenix Empress who survived a wind tribulation, and you act this arrogant? I know what you are thinking. This guy is asking to be humbled. Fanning himself, he brags that if he cannot beat her quickly, he will make her his wife. Knowing she has zero chance against that creepy old man, Li Xiue starts plotting fast. The only way out? Taunt this shameless brat into a one-on-one duel. If she can just capture him, she can totally make her escape. Making her move, she gives him false hope. Fine, I will give you a chance. Looking down on him, she proudly declares, if you beat me, I am your slave. But when you lose, you pack up and leave my territory. Junwuxi lights up like he just hit the jackpot. He practically yells, deal, deal, deal. I completely agree. He even adds his own crazy rule. If I cannot beat you in 3 moves, I will leave. Before he can even blink, Li Xiue clenches her fists tight. She vanishes, charging at him like a ghost. But Junwuxi does not dodge. He laughs like a complete maniac. This is great. The stronger you are, the better. I'm getting really hyped now. He throws a brutal counterpunch with equal force. His mind is totally fixed on one single thought. Crushing an unyielding genius like her is the only way to prove his absolute dominance. Even though the punch misses, the raw shockwave completely obliterates a nearby building. It is reduced to straight rubble in an instant. Old Qing just watches calmly like it is a movie. Jun arrogantly holds up one finger. Move number 1. Li Xue's lips curl upwards, revealing a truly chilling and deadly smile. Seeing that smile, the arrogant brat actually flinches. She simply points up at the sky, and a terrifying, bone-crushing pressure suddenly crashes down. A massive heavenly emperor phantom breaks through the clouds. This towering, godlike avatar descends, and it looks exactly like her. That guy's jaw just hit the floor. Stick around. We are going to enjoy this. All right, stick with me here, eyes wide open. Even old man Qing completely loses his usual calm watching this woman. Before his old, frail body can even react, his precious young master takes a massive, direct hit crashing right down from the sky. The guy gets blasted away like a rag doll, smashing hard into the rubble and sending rocks and dirt flying absolutely everywhere. Junwuxi awkwardly scrambles back up, sneezing from all the thick dust. He looks completely pathetic. But before he can even recover, Li Xiue takes full control, her clear voice ringing out. That makes move number 2. Just like that, her figure vanishes without a single trace left behind, almost like instant teleportation. And in the very next split second, she appears right in front of the young master. Caught totally off guard, Junwuxi turns purple with absolute rage, roaring like a wild beast. You witch, you actually hit me? I haven't even done anything to you yet. Let me show a country bumpkin from the southern region, the true power of the central region's holy land. He furiously screams out. He points one hand straight up at the sky. The space above immediately rips open, and a blazing red divine sword crashes down from the void, radiating an arrogant aura that leaves everyone completely stunned. The Kunwu sword, a tier 8 artifact. Countless phantom illusions of the Kunwu sword instantly materialize, surrounding their master just like an intensely loyal army. He screams out a totally crazy command, and thousands of razor-sharp blades instantly point straight at Li Xiue. Now pay close attention here, this sword rain is insanely deadly. Cold sweat drips down her forehead, and honestly, you and I would be genuinely terrified right now too. A tier 8 treasure is the absolute peak of the lower realm. Just one slice of its sword aura can critically injure a first-stage divine tribulation expert. A bright light flashes in her hand as her mind calculates fast. Time to risk it all. Li Xiue spins around, channeling every single ounce of her power right into her fist. She charges head-on, determined to give him a lesson he will never forget. Junwuxi sneers with pure contempt, his 2 hands gripping his sword hilt super tight. Li Xiue's strike gets completely blocked by the divine sword. A massive shockwave hits them both, sending them crashing back down to the ground. Thick dust billows up, forcing both fighters away from the blast zone. A sweet metallic taste rises in her throat as she coughs up fresh blood. Her beautiful face instantly turns extremely pale. I remember now. In my past life, starting from a mere mortal body, I defied the heavens to become the heavenly empress, wiping out countless gods and demons, suppressing the myriad races of primal chaos. Only that cursed demon lord ever managed to make me taste defeat for the very first time. Her hand gently wipes the blood from her mouth, eyes flashing with iron resolve. This exact feeling? I absolutely refuse to ever experience it for a second time. Thinking he completely has the upper hand, Jun Wuxi relentlessly keeps attacking. He chuckles like a creep. Oh, my incredibly stubborn little wife. Today, I am going to show you the massive, unbridgeable gap in power between us. So be a good girl and submit to this young master soon. But Li Shiwei is not someone you can easily threaten. She still has her trump card. You are celebrating way too early, buddy. From a golden talisman, she pulls out her own divine sword, instantly unleashing her technique. Jun Wuxi freezes up for just a split second, but his sheer arrogance does not drop at all. Does this woman actually dare to cross swords directly against his Kunwu? Every single defensive move she makes is incredibly careful, not showing even the slightest opening for him to exploit. Jun Wuxi wildly attacks like a maniac, but still cannot break her defense. What the hell? What kind of artifact can actually block my tier 8 divine sword? Li Shiwei chuckles softly to herself. Good thing she brought the ultimate treasure of the Spirit Profound Holy Land. I know what you're thinking, the Spirit Profound sword is lower tier, right? But trust me, it is more than enough to crush this spoiled brat. Boom! A massive sound waves out as the two blades violently clash and instantly separate. She shoots straight up into the air, her voice turning strict and majestic like a true empress. Today, I will show you what the true path of the sword really looks like. The tip of her sword slowly gathers an energy sphere, sucking all the moisture in the surrounding air straight into a single focused point. It gets compressed to the absolute limit, finally forming into one tiny, crystal-clear drop of water, just like morning dew. Jun Wuxi points at it, sneering with total contempt. "Ha, this is your so-called sword path? Child's play," but she just speaks back with absolute calmness. This move is called droplet. As for its true power, you will know soon enough. From that seemingly harmless water drop, a terrifying burst of hydropower suddenly erupts, ripping through space and charging directly toward Jun Wuxi at insane speed. He stands frozen in place, eyes wide with pure terror. He literally cannot believe what he is seeing, even as the deadly stream of water crashes right into his face. A beat later, he frantically spams his old move again, summoning countless sword illusions to surround his body and desperately try to block the incoming attack. But don't blink, because what you and I see next? Absolutely wild. The second all his sword aura touches the water stream, it gets completely swallowed up, leaving zero trace behind. Just like a massive whale swallowing tiny shrimp, Jun Wuxi turns super pale from pure panic. Only one thought flashes through his mind. What the heck? Far away, Old Man Qing also realizes something is horribly wrong, his old eyes staring unblinking at the fight. Li Shiwei stands high above him, her voice sounding like a stern lecture. One single drop of water can transform into an entire ocean. What do you have that can shake an ocean? Despite that, Jun Wuxi stubbornly keeps using his remaining swords to throw up defensive layers. Stick with me here, let us dive straight into this epic showdown. That move just lets the water spread faster, turning sharper than 10,000 blades and completely shredding through his stacked sword aura. Quan Vo Ta barely manages to block that final strike, but man, he takes some massive damage. He mutters in pure despair. Did I actually just lose? How could a young master like me be defeated by some random cultivator from the southern region? That single drop of water gives him a light push, and boom, his body blasts backward, smashing through multiple city walls like a cannonball. Absolutely nothing could stop that heavy impact. Lai Hai Inguyet slowly floats down to the ground. Hand on her hip, she coldly states, "You lost. Now get out of my imperial city." Quan Vo Ta stumbles to his feet. His precious Enjo sword is completely shattered into pieces. Out of options, he immediately resorts to playing dirty like a coward. His face twists into a psychotic glare. "Elder Thon, grab that wretch and cripple her cultivation right now. Today, I am taking her back as my slave and torturing her to the very end." Li Hinguyet looks absolutely disgusted. Her eyes go ice cold as she snaps. "You shameless hypocrite?" He just smirks, flipping his attitude instantly. "A promise? Why would a young master like me ever keep my word to a lowly ant like you?" Elder Thon immediately steps up, and his aura explodes. A 7th tier longevity realm expert is here. He is ready to strike at any second. "Do not worry, young master. I will capture her alive so she can obediently serve you." The moment the old man shouts this, the ground beneath their feet physically shakes and caves in. A terrifying soul energy suddenly awakens. Now watch closely. Things get crazy here. Inside the palace, the royal officials clearly feel this terrifying shockwave. Many of them are literally hugging each other in pure fear. What is happening? That is a longevity realm aura. Could the heavenly dragon Taoist actually be dead? Lan Thien Hong casually leans on the dragon throne, looking out with zero care. Oh, so this is the Elder Thon that Bak Van mentioned, he mutters softly. These lower realm ants are causing trouble again. Whatever, I will just let Bak Van handle this mess. His mind immediately drifts to his beautiful wife, Li Haiying. Honestly, he just wants to live a peaceful, quiet life with her. In his hand, a glowing talisman shines, looking exactly like Li Haiying's. Bak Van and Lan Lin Van finally arrive, seeing the imperial palace in a state of total chaos. Bak Van crosses her arms and frowns. Yep, that is definitely the aura of those two scumbags. I cannot believe they actually dared to invade the Divine Phoenix Palace. She glances at Quan Vo Ta looking pathetic and just laughs out loud, mocking him. It seems the Divine Phoenix Empress is no joke. She actually forced Elder Thon to step up and beat Quan Vo Ta into this miserable state. Wasting absolutely no time, she turns to Lan Lin Van. Little sister, let us head into the palace and get our revenge. Lan Lin Van nods. Yes, Sister Bach. Down below, Li Haiying is caught in an incredibly bad situation. This is so frustrating. She holds her stomach, her face showing obvious pain. Fighting a level 7 longevity realm expert in her current condition is honestly way too hard. You feel that tension too, right? If she uses any more magic, it could hurt her unborn baby. What can she even do now? Elder Than points directly at her, but still pretends to use this sickeningly soft, gentle voice to bait her in. Divine Phoenix Empress, if you obediently become our young master's slave, I will spare your life. Obviously, Li Haiying would never accept a trash offer like that. Damn it! For my husband, for my child, I refuse to be humiliated. Right at that desperate second, a clear voice rings out from above, echoing everywhere. Quan Vo Ta, Lan and I are here to get our revenge on you. Li Haiying quickly turns her head to look, and is absolutely stunned to see Lan Lin Van and Bak Van show up. One of them flashes a slight smile, while the other shoots a highly provocative, mocking glare straight at the enemy group. Elder Thon senses something is very wrong and stays quiet to observe. But Quan Vo Ta? His massive narcissistic ego makes him completely thrilled. Oh, Bak Van, and even the little lady from Thon Nong? You girls arrived at the perfect time. Today, this young master is truly blessed with incredible luck. Completely ignoring that creep, Bak Van turns to Li Haiying. Madame Fong Dong, is that you? Li Haiying panics, unable to look her husband's junior sisters in the eye, and wildly swings her sword to deny it. I am the Divine Phoenix Empress. You have the wrong person. It is not me. I swear it is not me. Bak Van does not expose her right away. She just smiles knowingly, clearly understanding exactly what is going on here. Lan Lin Van leans in close and whispers, Sister Bak, do you actually know the Divine Phoenix Empress? She happily replies, she is Brother Lan's wife. We have known each other for 2 whole years. Lan Lin Van is absolutely completely stunned hearing this. Wait, what? She is my sister-in-law? Down below, Li Haiying is blushing so hard her face is bright red, waving her arms around like a malfunctioning puppet. Hey, I already told you, you have the wrong person. Bak Van instantly shifts her tone, aura blazing. Kill those 2 bastards. Her junior sister hypes up and enthusiastically agrees. Yes. Li Haiying immediately cooperates, unleashing an absolutely massive formation, the Shocking God Array. The sky above is instantly covered by a glowing, mystical, magical circle. The crowd around them points up, murmuring to each other in absolute shock. Elder Thon watches this unfold and absolutely panics. How could a tiny, weak Divine Phoenix nation? So what do you and I make of this? How can they set up such an overpowered array? This woman's aura is incredibly close to the longevity realm. Let's dive into this epic showdown. 3 stunning young girls instantly surround the old man, completely blocking his escape. Old man Thon turns pale with rage. 3 little brats dare attack me? You are courting death. A terrifying, violent lightning orb gathers right in his hand. He raises it high up, letting wild lightning bolts shoot out in every direction. Today, I will show you. Before true immortality, all of you are nothing but worthless little ants. That emerald orb shoots into the clouds. In a flash, the palace sky turns pitch black. Endless lightning strikes crash down over and over. Everyone inside the palace panics, running for their lives in absolute terror. Lan Lingvan grips the Thai Huang bell, ready to ambush. Li Haiying spins, prepping a fatal sword strike, and Baekvan, already up close, ready to deal the killing blow. The old man gets even angrier, completely losing his cool. You do not know your own strength. 3 massive lightning dragons erupt from the emerald. Roaring, they split into 3 paths and charge straight at the girls. Barch Van swings her immortal weapon, cleanly slicing the charging thunder dragon right in half, unharmed. Lan Thien Hong takes a deep breath. Placing the Thai Huang bell forward, she blows into it. A terrifying sonic wave explodes, directly shattering that second lightning dragon into pieces. Meanwhile, Li Haingweert lightly strokes her blade, boosting its power with another spell. Imperial Dragon Art, a golden dragon blasts out from her sword, clashing head-on with that final thunder dragon. The 2 giant beasts violently collide, sparking an earth-shaking explosion before vanishing mid-air. Old Man Thon's bad feeling just became a brutal reality. Chills run down his spine. Seeing Bark Van still standing completely calm, not a single trace of panic. Now watch closely, because he realizes things have spiraled way out of control. Her jade-like hands gently form hand seals. Right out of thin air, a perfectly pure white lotus blooms. From its center, a majestic 1,000-hand Guanyin statue materializes. Brilliant light radiates out, perfectly shielding her. The 1,000-hand Bodhisattva. Even Li Haingweert, who has fought countless battles, stares wide-eyed in absolute, pure shock. My God, this is a legendary upper-realm immortal scripture. How could a normal girl master this? But wait, the shocking display is not even over yet. She unleashes even more jaw-dropping techniques that leave absolutely everyone stunned. Fire, ice, and lightning. 3-headed true dragon. Come crush my enemy. 3 divine dragons of different elements roar together, shaking the very heavens and earth. They coil tightly together, morphing into an insanely violent, spinning drill. Tearing through the wind straight at Old Man Thon, he frantically swings his staff, throwing up a thick lightning shield. But the collision instantly turns his defense to dust. He braces himself hard. Gripping his staff like his last lifeline, he roars. You think this little bit of lightning can beat me? You are way too green. Just as he gets cocky, the Thai Wang Bell waits perfectly in his blind spot, launching a fatal sneak attack. Go, Dong Wang Bell. Terrified, Old Man Thon tenses up like a porcupine. He desperately tries to throw up a fragile energy barrier to block the incoming hit. But hold on, you are not ready for this. A more majestic divine beast appears, circling the ancient bell. His eyes almost pop out. A phoenix! The divine bird lets out an echoing cry that literally tears through space. Fueled by this new power, the Dong Wang Bell shakes violently, blasting out sonic waves with absolute, terrifying, destructive force. Unable to handle the pressure, Old Man Thon spits out fresh blood. His internal organs feel like they are being crushed. Dizzy and dazed, he mutters to himself. Where on earth did these girls learn such terrifyingly overpowered spells? Heavily injured but still stubborn, he throws out another threat. You brats dare go this far? When I get mad, you will pay dearly. Time is up for you, loudmouth old man. An icy voice echoes right behind him. Li Haingweert appears instantly, catching him totally off guard. She channels everything into her blade, activating the divine array. Heavenly Emperor Mountain River Annihilation. Instantly, a blinding aura descends like the actual sun, completely engulfing the entire royal palace. From within the thick black clouds, a colossal blade slowly materializes, surrounded by countless divine, glowing beams of light. Li Haingweert raises her sword high. Her blade tip gently touches the phantom sword above, forging a perfectly magical connection. Sword, come, she shouts, transforming into a streak of pure light and rocketing straight at Old Man Thon. The emerald on his staff only manages a weak flash. Stop being so arrogant, brat, but it is already way too late. A single, ruthless, razor-sharp slash cuts right across his body. The green protective shield shatters like glass, its spirit energy completely evaporating. Dead silent, he watches the scattered fragments fall. His face goes completely hollow. Slain, giving him 0 chances. Li Haingweert yells, Bark Van! Lan Thien Hong instantly gets it, teaming up with her senior sister without hesitation. A majestic 6-armed bodhisattva appears, wielding immortal weapons. Trust me, you and I are about to witness the ultimate finishing blow. Stick with me here, this payback gets wild. The old guy's face turns completely gray, mumbling absolute nonsense. Right after that, his entire body crumbles into dust, just blown away by the wind without a single trace left behind. For the 3 girls watching, nothing remains but a thin wisp of smoke. It's like he never even existed at all. Li Haingweert just smirks, a cold laugh. He really didn't know his limits. All 3 pairs of eyes lock onto their final target. The arrogant rich kid is shaking like a leaf. Quan Vo Ta panics, covering his face, He screams out in pure terror when something smashes right into his head. His vision goes completely blinding white. Cold sweat is literally pouring down his usually handsome face like a total waterfall. The three battle goddesses just stand there. Their eyes are burning with pure hatred, glaring right at him. Lan Van speaks up first, her voice dripping with total disgust and rage. A pathetic little shrimp like you wanted us as your servant girls? Yeah, you better prepare to die right now. The rich kid is so terrified his teeth are loudly chattering together for help. And yeah, a really embarrassing, warm liquid starts spreading down his pants. He stutters out a pathetic plea. No, stay back, do not come any closer. Quan Vo Ta turns to the gentlest looking girl, his voice completely shaking. Lady Bhagwan, stick with me because you are about to watch an epic revenge moment. The guy is crying and screaming, stop them, don't let them do anything stupid. Bai Yunji just stares back with ice-cold eyes, absolutely loving every single second of this hilarious humiliation. Now that they have Lin Tianzun backing them up as their ultimate shield, why would they ever fear his pathetic extreme Dao Star Palace anymore? She points straight at his face, voice dead serious. Jun Wuxi, I am telling you right now, even if you are the untouchable holy son of the extreme Dao Immortal Palace today, you are still going to die right here. Even though he is absolutely terrified out of his mind, he tries to save face and spits out one last threat. You better think carefully. Offend the extreme Dao Immortal Palace, and you will not get a good ending. Her response? Too noisy. Now, pay close attention because this beatdown is incredible. Li Siyue completely ignores his warning, dashes forward, and lands a brutal kick straight to his face, instantly shutting him up. The insane force smashes Jun Wuxi deep into the ground, leaving a literal human-shaped crater. A miserable, pathetic scream rings out. She just stands there looking completely relaxed, ready to start the most ruthless humiliation imaginable. The extreme Dao Star Palace? What a joke. Just a bunch of weak little ants daring to look down on this Empress. In her heart, her final decision is crystal clear. Spoiled, lustful, and cruel young masters like him are literally everywhere in the lower realm. Give her just a little bit more time, and absolutely nobody in this entire realm will be qualified to be her rival. She steps her foot right onto Jun Wuxi's face, grinding it down hard until he looks like a smashed-up tomato. Yet somehow, this guy's mouth is still stubbornly screaming at her. You crazy woman! If you dare to kill me, this whole profound heaven domain will have no place for you to hide. Just wait for a painful death. Li Shiwe's eyebrows just twitch slightly as pure. Fiery rage completely takes over her body. She lifts her leg again, ready to teach him a permanent lesson. Too annoying. This next kick is infinitely heavier than the last one, and she just starts mercilessly stomping on him. Take this for being arrogant. Take this for pissing me off. You and I have to admit, her calling him an insultingly ugly toad wanting swan meat is pure perfection. Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun are just huddling together right now, sweating buckets. They stare in pure terror. Li Siyue keeps unleashing an insane combo of kicks, repeatedly screaming, die, just die, and get out of my sight. The two girls are looking completely pale, dripping with cold sweat, and panicking hard. Holy heavens, they never expected the patriarch's wife to be this insanely violent. Where in the world did her usual gentle and perfect ladylike personality go? Suddenly, a wild mental image flashes in their heads. Li Si wearing a tight black leather outfit, holding a red whip, and flashing an absolutely terrifying evil smile. And the victim, Patriarch Lan Thien Hong, tied up, gagged, at her absolute mercy. So what do you and I make of this? Never ever anger the wife. Alright, stick with me. Just thinking about it makes Bai Yun shudder. She grabs her face in pure terror. Wait, is she really this violent with the patriarch every single day? After hesitating for a second, Bai Yun nervously squints her eyes, cautiously raising her hand to stop the madness. Madam, that is enough. He is already unconscious. Please, just take a break. Right at that exact moment, Jun Wuxi's soul suddenly shoots straight out of his physical body, instantly catching Li Xiue's sharp attention. Fast as lightning, she reaches out and brutally chokes that tiny escaping soul. Even in his phantom state, Jun Wuxi gets completely suffocated. His ghostly face turns absolutely pale with pure panic. Now watch this closely. Things are about to get wild. Li Xue pulls out a yellow talisman, her eyes cold as ice blades. Enough? It is never enough. Still crushing his soul with one hand, she raises her other hand like a merciless judge handing out punishment. I will drag him down to the 18 levels of hell, forever denying his reincarnation. Boom! She aggressively slaps the golden talisman right onto his forehead, Jun Wuxi only has time to let out one resentful scream before Li Shiyu unleashes her ultimate technique, absolute soul annihilation. His phantom spirit instantly blows up into pieces. It bursts into blinding fireworks. Beautiful, right? But nobody dares to breathe right now. You and I both know she is completely unhinged. Finally, Li Shiyu slowly turns her head around. Her terrifying ice-cold gaze sweeps backwards. All right, let's dive back into the madness. Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun are literally shaking, hugging each other in pure terror. But against all odds, the terrifying woman just walks up, bows her head, and says thanks. That sudden move totally catches them off guard. Li Shiyu is already back to her usual bright self. She gives them a warm smile and says, "I really appreciate you two helping out today." Still completely terrified, Bai Yun nervously waves her hands. "No need to be so polite, madam. We already had our own grudge against Jun Wuxi anyway." Standing right there, Lin Lingyun is completely frozen, stiff, but she quickly nods along. "Yeah, absolutely. Her Majesty is being way too polite." But then, Lingyun frowns, rubbing her chin as she suddenly falls into deep thought. Wait a second. Sister Bai Yun said the Empress is the ancestor's wife. So how exactly am I supposed to address her now? Great ancestor, supreme ancestor, highest ancestor. Ugh, my head hurts. Should we just keep it casual and call her whatever? Right then, Li Shiyu's eyes go wide. She holds up one finger like she just remembered something super important. Then she squints, smiling as she clasps her hands together, looking like she is begging. But somehow, that cute little gesture sends an invisible wave of killing intent right at Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun. Cold sweat instantly starts dripping down their faces. "My dear sisters," Li Siwei says in a super soft voice, "I have a slightly unreasonable request, and I am not sure if I should ask." The two girls just look at each other. They totally want to say no, but out loud they force a smile. "Please, madam, go ahead." Hearing that, Li Shiwei covers her mouth with her hand and whispers quietly, like she is discussing a massive secret. "Can you two please do me a favor and not tell my husband about my Empress identity? When the time is right, I will tell him myself. If you do this, I will owe you both a massive favor." Hearing this, Lin Lingyun immediately throws her arm around Bai Yun's shoulder. She laughs and says, "No problem at all. We will definitely keep your secret safe." Bai Yun just frowns, sweating bullets as she puts the pieces together. The ancestor does not want his wife to know his true power. And you see the irony here, right? She is also hiding her identity from him. These two absolutely overpowered monsters are just pretending to be normal mortals in love. What a totally bizarre hobby. Whatever. They can play their little game however they want. I am staying way out of it. Seeing they agreed, Li Shiyu happily squints her eyes, bringing her fingertips together with a giggle. "Thank you so much, my dear sisters. Since you are already at the palace, let me treat you to something amazing." Picturing the three of them splashing around in a bubbly hot spring, she smiles and starts tempting them. "I have an ultimate medicinal spring right here in the palace, and you two absolutely have to try it." With that said, Li Shiyu grabs both of their hands, practically bouncing with excitement. "Let's go. I will take you to get washed up and fully relaxed." That offer instantly sparks Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun's interest, and they both answer at the exact same time. "We are in." Soon enough, Li Shiyu is walking right between them, linking arms and pulling them toward the royal palace. She glances at the misty mountains in the distance and sighs. "Let's hurry up. I still have that awful jerk stench on me, and it is seriously disgusting." Let's shift gears for a second. As time passes, Jun Wuxi's embarrassing defeat slowly fades into the past. Over in a breathtakingly gorgeous land, white clouds drift lazily over endless green plains. This is the extreme Dao immortal sect in Zhongzhou. Two guards stand by the massive gates, yelling at a white-haired man who is rushing closer. "Halt right there, Grand Elder. You cannot enter without a direct summon from the Supreme Leader." The white-haired elder clasps his hands. His face is dead serious, practically begging. "I have an insanely urgent matter that must be reported right now. Please just pass the message." But one of the guards puts a hand on his hip and flat out refuses. "Grand Elder, the Supreme Leader is at a critical moment in his closed-door cultivation. Absolutely no one is allowed to disturb him. Please understand." Hearing that, the Grand Elder's face goes completely pale. He gasps in shock. "Closed-door cultivation? Then what on earth am I supposed to do now?" After a moment of hesitation, he has no choice but to accept it. He bows respectfully. "If that is the case, I will take my leave for now. When the Supreme Leader finishes his cultivation, please immediately inform him for me." The guard softens up. "You are too polite, Grand Elder. That is just our duty." A little more time passes. The Grand Elder is now flying on the back of a white crane, soaring over mountains that touch the clouds. He thinks to himself, it seems the Supreme Leader is about to break through to the true immortal tier. This is a massive blessing for our sect, but then he frowns, staring off into the distance with a chaotic mind. The life slip of the Holy Sun, Jun Wuxi, suddenly shattered into pieces, an earth-shattering event like this. How am I supposed to handle it? Suddenly, the elder jolts, his eyes widening as a thought hits him. That is it. Something major just happened with the Lin Xianzun treasure, and the Supreme Leader's personal disciple, Wu Jiangwang, is already down in Nanzhou. With that plan in mind, he immediately steers his white crane straight toward the blazing red sun on the horizon. I can just have him go investigate the situation first. Meanwhile, right at that exact moment in another part of Nanzhou, a massive wooden airship glides silently over the mountain peaks. A young voice suddenly rings out. Father, is it actually true that the legendary Lin Xianzun treasure is appearing this time? Standing there in a pitch-black outfit trimmed with gold, a highly intimidating figure rests his hands on his hips. He answers without hesitation. The intel is totally solid, and trust me, you are going to want to see this. The treasure is definitely hiding somewhere right here in Nanzhou. This guy is none other than the master of the extreme Dao sect, the Supreme Leader's top disciple himself, Wu Jiangwang, Qinjian. Tan Qian narrowed his eyes and spoke. You and I are about to watch an absolute bloodbath. Major factions just sniffed out this legendary treasure, turning the southern continent into a massive war zone. He added that to avoid a pointless, bloody massacre of epic proportions, all these giant factions agreed to host a massive tournament to settle things. Every side will send their absolute best prodigy to claim this insane fortune. Speaking, he squinted his eyes, hands clasped behind his back, slowly walking down the stone steps. His aura, completely unreadable. He looked up. Fong, my son, this time you are going to represent our entire Wujiang King estate. Hearing this, Tan Fong was absolutely hyped. He quickly bowed with total confidence. Father, you can rest easy. I will go all out and never let you down. Then, looking super curious, he leaned behind Tan Qian and asked, but honestly, what kind of legend is this Lan Thien Hong anyway? Is his treasure really that mind-blowing to cause this much absolute chaos? Hearing his son, Tan Qian stroked his beard and spoke slowly. Lan Thien Hong? He was a monstrous existence you barely see in 10,000 years. He stared off into the far distance, his voice dropping low. 10,000 years ago, he was an unmatched genius who could literally cover the sky with one hand, dominating the entire lower realm without a single rival. He sighed. Being born in his era was a straight-up tragedy, even though Lan Thien Hong literally wiped out our ultimate Dao Immortal sect founder. Since I started my own cultivation journey, he is still the only person your father truly looks up to. Standing right there, Tan Fong bowed deeply again, his battle aura absolutely exploding. I swear I will secure Lan Thien Hong's legacy no matter what, so I can become an epic legend just like him. Now watch closely. Things are about to shift. Right then, Tan Qian squinted at the massive mountain as a glowing golden talisman ripped through the air. He recognized it instantly and blurted out, "It is the Great Elder's transmission talisman." In a flash, the Elder's golden-robed figure projected right in front of them. He stood majestically on the glowing talisman, looking down at the father and son bowing respectfully. His voice boomed loudly. Wujiang King, Saint Sun Quan Vo Tai has met disaster in the southern continent. Since you are already over there, act on behalf of your master and investigate exactly what the hell happened to him. Tan Qian kept his respectful bowing posture, but his already scowling face turned completely savage as pure rage flared up inside him. He let out a roar that shook the entire mountain. My junior brother is in trouble? Who has the absolute death wish to touch our master's precious son? Seconds later, right from his massive flying airship, his furious voice echoed endlessly across the entire open sky. Fong, put the treasure hunt on hold for right now. We need to investigate your martial uncle's situation first. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Bak Van and Lan Lin Van were completely clueless about Tan Qian's absolute raging meltdown. The two of them had already moved into Lan Thien Hong and his wife's house. This couple was still keeping up their act as the most perfectly normal, everyday husband and wife ever, acting like they had zero connection to these two gorgeous fairies. So obviously, nobody was dumb enough to expose each other's true hidden identities here. While the four gathered around the tea table, Bak Van and Lan Lin Van stood stiff as boards, secretly sneaking nervous glances at Lan Thien Hong's couple. Under some very special guidance, the two girls started grinding hard, practicing the Great Freedom Avalokitesvara art and the Green Lotus sword song to boost their power. Up on a high mountain peak. Okay, let that sink in for a second. Look at this. Bak Van and Lan Lin Van floated midair, focusing hard. Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong stood there with blazing red horns and bloodshot eyes, literally looking like a demon fresh out of hell. He flat out declared he was taking them both in as cleaners and basically his personal errand girls. Of course, to train these two new employees, Lan Thien Hong was not stingy at all. He constantly stepped in to guide their cultivation. As a result, the girls suffered like crazy, getting beaten up non-stop as his hands smacked their heads like wooden temple blocks. Thanks to the intense hardcore training from the Three Realms' ultimate boss, Lan Thien Hong, their actual combat power skyrocketed at an absolutely terrifying speed, quickly breaking past their original limits into a totally new supreme tier. One evening, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky, inside, Lan Thien Hong was happily eating his bowl of rice, while Lai Hein Gayet rested her chin on her hand, starting some casual gossip. "Hubby dear," she called out with a super sweet voice, her eyes sparkling with pure curiosity. "What kind of person do you think Her Majesty the Empress really is?" Lan Thien Hong suddenly blushed really hard, his eyes squinting as he kept eating and picking up food, praising her non-stop. His highly sincere tone sounded exactly like a hardcore, obsessed fanboy. "I heard rumors that Her Majesty is a rare, once-in-a-lifetime genius. She has literally soloed entire enemy armies by herself multiple times. Thanks to her guarding the Phoenix capital city, our little family can actually enjoy this perfectly peaceful life we have today. Deep down, I am obviously super grateful to her." Hearing those words, Lai Hai Nguyet was secretly overflowing with joy, trembling slightly from how deeply touched she felt. Suddenly, she faked being shy, looking down to casually probe him. "But I heard Her Majesty is brutally ruthless, torturing enemies to death. Could you actually like a cold woman like that? Makes you think, right? You and I definitely know she is setting a massive trap for him." But Lan Thien Hong just waves his hand, acting like this whole thing is completely normal. Showing mercy to enemies is cruelty to yourself. Stick with me here, because you and I are absolutely going to love the Empress's ruthless style. Those words hit Li Shue right in the heart like a Cupid's arrow, making her eyes crinkle with pure, absolute joy. Her heart is practically flying, but outwardly, she just crosses her arms, tilts her chin up, and pretends to be jealous. "Oh? If you like that Empress so much, why don't you just go ahead and confess to her then? Who knows? Maybe you'll succeed and skyrocket your status to a royal prince, second only to her." Hearing this, Thien Hong immediately steps closer, wrapping an arm around her, coaxing her sweetly. "My lovely wife, even if that Empress is amazing, she can't compare to a tiny fraction of you. Besides, how could a totally average guy like me ever catch the Empress's eye?" Hearing that, Shi Yue acts all coy and shoots back. "You never know. Maybe the Empress has weird tastes and actually likes your type. Like, if I were the Empress, I'd absolutely accept your confession and make you my prince immediately." After saying that, her delicate leg starts lightly brushing against Thien Hong's leg, totally looking like an accident, but full of meaning. Her voice carries a teasing edge. "Hubby, if I really were the Empress, what would you do?" Provoked to this level, Thien Hong lifts Shiwei's foot. His face is completely flushed red, eyes narrowing mischievously as he replies, "Then I would give absolutely everything to help my wife become the only Empress of the 9 heavens." Saying that, he grabs her waist with one hand, lifts her right hand, and gently whispers, "Right, wifey, I want to ask you something too. What if, and I'm just saying what if here. Now pay close attention here. What if you found out your husband was actually an invincible powerhouse? How would you feel?" Shi Yue shifts her posture, hugging Thien Hong tightly. Her face glows with pure happiness. "I'd be thrilled to death, obviously. If my husband is the strongest, you'd protect me. Nobody would dare bully your wife ever again." That's what she says out loud. But deep down in her heart, her honest thoughts are completely different. If my husband was really an invincible expert, why am I getting bullied by these awful villains every single day? Still, even if he's ordinary, I love him. Living over 100,000 years in my past life, I never got this close to any man. Outside, their shadows merge in a passionate kiss. Shiwe keeps thinking, "I used to absolutely hate touching men before, but I don't know when. This ordinary guy at the Foundation establishment tier pulled me in. I'm completely trapped, and just want to stay by his side forever." Time quietly passes. Far away, Qinzhan's flying ship glides over lush green mountains, looking exactly like a legendary immortal paradise. Qin Feng breaks the quiet atmosphere. "Father, where exactly should we start investigating Junior Uncle's case?" Qinzhan answers bluntly. Junior Brother's guard was a level 7 immortality tier cultivator. Standing by the edge, looking far away, he orders, "We just need to ask around to see if anyone in the southern province clashed with an immortality tier figure recently." That's how we'll track down the crime scene. The young man bows. Understood, father. You and I both know things are about to escalate as they hit their first stop. Qin Zhan and Qin Feng stand on top of a building, looking down at absolute chaos below. A massive crowd is fiercely battling, kicking up thick, rolling dust clouds. The Wujiang king originally planned to visit Heavenly Dragon City for intel, but completely unexpectedly, he uncovers a terrifying incident. Ever since the Heavenly Dragon Taoist vanished and his sect got wiped out, brutal turf wars have been exploding non-stop, spreading across the dynasty like wild mushrooms. Qin Zhan crosses his arms, hiding his hands inside baggy sleeves. Glaring down, he frowns and notes, "Looks like some supreme powerhouse recently passed through the southern province. Even the Heavenly Dragon Taoist lost his life. This person is highly likely the killer who murdered your junior uncle." Standing beside him, Qin Feng intently watches the chaotic scene below, then shares his own theory. "Father, right now, countless factions are swarming here for immortal Venerable Lin's treasure. Could junior uncle have been killed by them teaming up together?" Qin Zhan instantly raises a hand, rejecting the idea. "No way." Brows furrowed, eyes sharp as daggers, he states firmly, "Those small fries wouldn't dare poke a hornet's nest like our extreme Dao immortal palace." Soon after, holding a battle report scroll in his hands, Qin Zhan suddenly yells out in absolute shock. "Phoenix capital. The aura of the immortality realm appeared there twice. Once belonged to Heavenly Dragon Taoist, but the other remains unidentified. Their ship blasts off again, and trust me, we'll want to see what happens next." Tan Qian issues the command. "Move out, we are heading to Phoenix capital. You and I are jumping straight into the madness." He cannot believe a tiny dynasty killed a longevity expert and possessed 8th grade treasures like the Purple Lightning Pearl. But right now, those two legendary 8th grade weapons, the Purple Lightning Pearl and the Kunwu Divine Sword, have already fallen into someone else's hands. Somewhere else entirely, Bok Van and Lan Lin Van are happily playing around with that exact sword and the little blue pearl, laughing and having an absolute blast. Thousands of miles away back at Phoenix capital, a completely different scene is unfolding. Lan Lin Van stands tall, one hand behind her back, proudly riding her flying sword high up in the sky, soaring effortlessly over the massive mountain ranges and valleys. A moment later, she draws her blade. Her eyes lock onto the ground below as she furiously shouts, "Heaven-severing sword art!" Absolute explosion. A massive beam of orange energy blasts straight down, slamming into the side of a giant rocky mountain. The entire peak explodes into 100 pieces, sending rocks and dust blasting wildly into the air. Admiring her absolute masterpiece, Lan Lin Van holds her sword, rests a hand on her hip, and beams with excitement. It actually worked. Right at that moment, Bok Van suddenly appears behind her, eyes narrowed in a bright, praising smile. "Little sister Lan, congratulations on perfectly mastering the heaven-severing sword art. It looks like your green lotus sword intent has finally reached the expert level too." Hearing that praise, Lan Lin Van is so happy she cannot even stop smiling. Her cheeks flush bright red as she replies, "It is all thanks to the ancestors' guidance. If I had to figure it out alone, who knows how long it would take to understand." Suddenly, they both sense a blazing red light on the far horizon, followed immediately by a massive, sky-shattering explosion. Bok Van and Lan Lin Van instantly turn their heads, being filled with suspicion. Up on the flying ship, someone spots the two girls and immediately screams out in shock. That is Saintess Bok Van from the Takha Academy. When Tan Qian recognizes that green lotus sword intent, his eyebrows furrow in deep thought, and he blurts out, "The Kunwu Divine Sword. That is my little junior brother's treasure." Instantly, Bok Van grabs Lan Lin Van's hand and shouts in absolute panic, "Little sister Lan, run right now. We are no match for them. Hurry back to the Red Moon Wood carving shop." Seeing this, Tan Fong points straight at where the two girls just vanished and quickly says, "Father, they are making a run for it. We need to chase them down." But Tan Qian, after seeing the sheer terror and the sweat dripping down the faces of Bok Van and Lan Lin Van, just calmly replies, "No need to rush. I want to see exactly who is standing behind them pulling the strings." Now here is where you and I need to pay attention. Leaning on his ship, Tan Qian acts like a director, his eyes tracking that fleeing golden light. He gives a cold smirk. Order them to let the prey run ahead. That is the only way to lure out the big fish. A moment later, Bok Van and Lan Lin Van land in a town, looking completely relaxed, like they are just taking a stroll, not like people being hunted down. Bok Van uses her shoulder to loudly bust open the door where Lan Thien Hong is quietly sculpting, yelling out, "Hey brother Lan!" Quan Vota's senior brother, that Vu Jiang Vuong guy, has somehow tracked us all the way down here. That sudden shout makes Lan Thien Hong jump. The carving knife slips right out of his hand, tragically chopping the head off his unfinished wooden statue. But Lan Thien Hong does not look annoyed at all. Instead, he turns around, flashes a massive, radiant smile, and asks, "Oh, so someone ran all this way just to die? Perfect. I will happily grant their wish." At that exact same time, the two men stroll in casually, following right behind the girls like they own the place. Tan Fong, the arrogant son of Tan Chien, lets out a mocking laugh, while Tan Chien coldly states, "Let us see how far you can run now." But surprisingly, Bak Van is not scared at all. She sticks out her tongue, mocking them with a super provocative face. "Who told Quan Vo Ta's little lapdogs that we were running? If you are so capable, come catch us. I am standing right here waiting." You and I both felt that burn. This completely ruthless trash talk leaves even Lan Thien Hong sitting there totally stunned. He does not know whether to laugh or cry. Beside her, Lan Lin Van refuses to lose. She tilts her chin up, hands on her hips, voice full of pure defiance. "Come at me if you dare." This little brat is probably all talk anyway. Looking that green, what kind of actual skills could he possibly have? Lan Thien Hong just shakes his head, utterly speechless at his two insanely mischievous disciples. Triggered by the insult, Tan Fong's face turns bright red. He clenches his fists, grinding his teeth to curse, "You bastards!" But Tan Chien raises a hand to stop him. Speaking with absolute authority, he says, "Fong, step back. Your little tricks are not even enough to scratch the saintess of the Tak Ha Academy." Hearing that, Bak Van crosses her arms and lets out a cold scoff, her eyes filled with disdain like she is staring at mere bugs. After lecturing his son, Tan Chien clasps his hands behind his back. He scans the three people in front of him, his voice dripping with pure confidence. "Bak Van, you dared to come here instead of running. It must be because the expert who killed Elder Thon is hiding somewhere nearby. You only have the guts to speak up because that person is backing you. Call him out here to meet me." Still just watching the drama, Lan Thien Hong confusedly raises his hand, speaking in the most natural tone. "Are you guys looking for me?" Seeing this, Tan Fong points his finger straight at him, busting into loud, sarcastic laughter. "A trash foundation establishment ant like you actually thinks he has the right to speak to my father and me? Trust me, you and I are gonna love this payback." A massive golden hand suddenly drops from the sky, slapping his face with a thunderous crack. "Alright, stick with me here because you and I are about to watch poor Chin Feng get his world completely rocked, spitting fresh blood and dropping back like a broken puppet." And right at that exact moment, a freezing, arrogant shout echoes out. That sudden nasty hit completely startles Chin John, making his face twist up. He instantly loses his mind with rage, pointing his finger and roaring, "Which absolute bastard dared ambush my son?" His furious eyes lock straight ahead, his voice dripping with pure killing intent as he growls. "So you are the mastermind here." Right then, Lan Thien Hong takes his sweet time standing up, stepping right in front of his two female disciples who are literally sticking their tongues out. Hands on his hips with a wildly arrogant look, he sneers, "I hit him. What are you gonna do about it?" He drops his voice. "Let alone you. Even if Emperor Tianwu of the Immortal Dynasty stood here, I would dare slap him across the face." Those crazy words instantly drag up some seriously ancient memories inside his head. Back in the day, right in front of Emperor Tianwu, he actually used one sword slash to completely behead the guy's arrogant son. He even casually held the prince's severed head way up high for the emperor to see. But the craziest part? That ruler and his entire court just bowed down, completely terrified, not daring to breathe a single word as he turned his back and walked away. Emperor Tianwu did not dare make a single peep back then, even forcing a fake smile just to safely send Lan Thien Hong off. 10,000 years ago. Now here is the thing you and I need to remember 10,000 years ago. Immortal Venerable Lin flattened countless ancient dynasties. Just hearing that insane arrogance makes cold sweat drip down Qin Zhan's terrified face, because those old memories feel way too real. He stammers out, "You. Who are you?" Then he starts muttering to himself, "No way. Emperor Tianwu ruled the Immortal Dynasty 10 whole millennia ago." His brain goes into overdrive, frantically trying to piece every little clue together just to confirm the utterly terrifying truth staring him in the face. Emperor Tianwu was an absolute legend in both brains and brawn, easily one of the most elite rulers of the entire Immortal Dynasty. It is totally impossible. Anyone from 10,000 years ago either ascended to the immortal tier or turned into literal dust already. That is just the absolute rule of this world. Nobody escapes time. Convinced he finally figured it out, Qin Zhan furrows his brows hard, raising his bony hand like he wants to crush space itself, and roars with absolute fury. You really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth, daring to insult Emperor Tianwu of our great immortal dynasty. Do you even know the identity of my junior brother, the great Jun Wukai? He is the favorite son of the Supreme Patriarch from the Extreme Tao Immortal Palace, their holy son. Since you murdered him, you and every single person in your family will pay the ultimate price in blood. Hearing this threat, Bai Yun just crosses her arms, smirking hard as she fires back with razor-sharp words. Oh Lala, Wujiang King, oh Wujiang King, you are literally looking right at the legendary ancestor of our academy, the one and only immortal venerable Lin. Running into the old master and not immediately dropping to your knees, you have serious guts. Hearing the title Old Master, Qin completely freezes for a second, but then suddenly claps his hands and busts out laughing like it is the funniest joke ever. Ha ha ha, Bai Yun, your acting skills are honestly pretty good, but do you seriously think I am some kind of absolute brainless fool? Easily scared by these cheap little tricks? Saying that, Qin glares at our two confident heroes, and I bet you can guess what happens as his tone goes ice cold. Today, absolutely none of you are walking out of here alive. Right at that moment, Qin Feng staggers up from behind with one side of his face swollen like a massive dumpling, clasping his hands and begging, "Father, wait, do not kill Bai Yun yet." Little martial uncle chased after her his whole life but failed, so he must have died with huge regrets. I want to capture her alive. I want to offer her to my deceased uncle to fulfill his final wish and let his soul rest in peace. But deep down, a completely messed up thought pops into his head. Since little uncle is dead, what a waste. It is way better to let this nephew enjoy the gorgeous Bai Yun instead. Here. Over on the other side, Bai Yun casually rests one hand on Lan Thien Hong's shoulder, points right at herself, and smiles while asking, "Hey Wujiang King, do you actually dare to attack my legendary ancestor?" Suddenly, Qin explodes with this insane purple and blue pressure that wraps around him like cracking lightning. He yells out with maximum arrogance, "If this guy is immortal venerable Lin, then I am his father." Before those words even finish echoing, a burst of crimson spiritual energy like some primordial beast abruptly erupts straight out of Lan Thien Hong. It roars as it rushes forward, completely suppressing and entirely swallowing Qin's pressure in the blink of an eye. That terrifying, overwhelming power makes Qin so brutally panicked that his legs turn to jelly, immediately crashing to his knees. Next to him, Qin Feng is so freaked out he jumps back, desperately trying to catch his dad while screaming in terror. Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong just stares coldly down at the father-son duo, his deep voice dripping with pure murderous intent. "You are genuinely bold, daring to claim you are the father of this seat. Looks like you are about to learn what a real beatdown feels like." Qin Feng's eyes basically bulge out of his head, his soul looking completely shattered. Qin just furrows his brows hard, feeling like he just got struck by literal lightning, and stammers while trembling, "Are you actually immortal venerable Lin?" Right after that, both father and son instantly drop flat to the dirt, kowtowing relentlessly. Qin Feng looks exactly like a broken puppet, tossing his hands up with a ghost white face, constantly whispering for his life while smashing his forehead into the floor over and over with heavy thuds. Bai Yun just stands right next to them, crossing her arms super smugly, totally acting like a teacher. "So what do you and I take from this? Wujiang King, I already told you he is my ancestor, but you completely brushed it off and actually thought we were just acting out a little play? Alright, stick with me here, you're about to see what happens when a legend makes his enemies literally wet their pants." Lin Lingyun watches Lan Thien Hong, completely amazed by him. 10,000 years have passed, yet the ancestor's name alone is still enough to scare these guys totally half to death. Seriously, just how terrifying was the ancestor back in the Central State anyway? Qin drops to his knees. Seeing that massive red ghost aura exploding behind Lan Thien Hong, his voice shakes in pure terror. "Immortal venerable Lin, please spare my life." But he just smirks coldly, looking super annoyed. "Mercy? You've clearly heard the epic legends about me, right?" Terrified, Qin Feng glances at Qin, who is still groveling on the floor. He quickly flatters him. "Junior has heard. Immortal venerable Lin is my childhood idol. I've literally memorized every single one of your legendary tales by heart." Hearing this, Lan Thien Hong raises his hand, now glowing a creepy demonic red, and flashes a truly sinister smile. "If you know my story, then you also know that I have absolutely never shown mercy to a single enemy." Staring at that blazing red fire in his hand, Qin completely panics. He jumps up, screaming in absolute horror. Sweating buckets in total desperation, he spins around and quickly tosses out a glowing golden talisman. Now watch closely, everything changes here. The fiery red monster shoots out spirit tentacles, tightly wrapping around his body. A devastating hellfire power instantly swallows Qin hand whole. Still, he manages to release the talisman. It shoots high into the air, vanishing into the void like it was never even there. Over in a room arranged like a miniature mountain stream, a panicked disciple rushes in, his voice cracking. "Grand Elder, we have a huge problem." The man on the lotus podium opens his eyes, snapping coldly. "Why are you panicking so much?" Trembling and totally pale, the disciple offers 2 green tokens. The Wujiang King's life token just shattered. Hearing that, the meditating Grand Elder's eyes shoot wide open. "What did you just say?" He leaps up from his lotus, snatching the golden message talisman that just flew in. Full of doubt, he quickly reads its urgent contents. Absolute fury erupts inside the Grand Elder, his terrifying aura surging wildly out of control. He clenches his fist until it cracks. Jixia Academy. Good, very good. Just wait for the Extreme Dao Immortal Palace's brutal revenge. You and I both knew this was coming. Lan Thien Hong one-shotted Qin easily. That totally derailed the Grand Elder's assumptions. He didn't know the Wujiang King actually meant to write. Jixia Academy's ancestor descended. Please do not seek revenge at all. But sadly, the king only managed to write Jixia Academy before getting obliterated. From his mountain peak, the Grand Elder immediately flies off on a crane. He figures since the Wujiang King is immortal royal blood, he definitely has to handle this epic mess personally. Time flows like water. Night finally falls, illuminated perfectly by a bright full moon. Lan Thien Hong sits shirtless by the lake, chilling and fishing like some hidden master. Wearing a thin blue silk dress, Li Shiyue sits beside him, softly calling, "Husband?" Swinging her delicate feet in the water, she clearly hesitates to start talking. Finally, she speaks up. "There's something I've been hiding from you." Blushing deeply, she touches her chest and nervously asks, "You won't be mad, right?" Under the blooming cherry blossoms, Lan Thien Hong narrows his eyes, getting super curious. "Wife, what exactly could you possibly need to hide from me?" She playfully sticks her tongue out, looking absolutely adorable. "I can't tell you just yet, but when the time is right, I definitely will." Not pushing it, Lan Thien Hong just glances at her, saying softly, "All right then." Li Shiyue happily grabs his face, plants a big kiss on his cheek, and pouts, "Promise me, you won't get mad later, and you'll always love me like this." Suddenly, his fishing rod jerks hard, pulling a massive fish right out of the water. Thrilled, Li Ziyue quickly lifts up a basket to catch the huge fish, secretly thinking to herself, "I don't want to lie to my husband. I'm just terrified the real truth might somehow damage our beautiful relationship. I just want to live out peaceful, happy days like this beside him." Lan Thien Hong gently hugs her from behind. They lean into each other, soaking in this rare, quiet peace. She silently promises, "Just wait, it won't be much longer now. Once I successfully master the path to immortality, I'll reveal my true identity to you. Then I can finally help you start your own cultivation journey, and as husband and wife, we'll be together forever." All these plans keep spinning in Li Shio's head, her mind soaring to the clouds as she paints the ultimate perfect future. She imagines using her divine powers to help Lan Thien Hong sit and meditate properly. What do you and I take from this? She imagines them shedding mortal bodies and entering immortality together. All right, let's dive in. Only then could she finally use her past life supreme skills to help her husband's cultivation journey. That wild thought grew, painting a picture of 2 golden-robed figures roaming the Milky Way, sword dancing together among the stars. A massive surge of confidence filled her. She was Empress Shi Huo, famously known for defying heaven itself to walk the heavenly emperor's path. So how could she fail to guide her husband to become an immortal lord? But suddenly, a wave of crushing anxiety washed over her. If she confessed the truth, would their beautiful marriage actually survive? Would these simple, peaceful days they shared just disappear forever? Li Shiyue suddenly collapsed to her knees. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks, her heart aching horribly. A mere mortal's life is as brief as morning dew. How could I just helplessly watch him grow old and die? Tears falling silently, her vision totally blurred. Leaning against Lan Thien Hong's warm chest by the lake, she secretly vowed, "Until I unlock eternal life, I'll absolutely never reveal my true identity. I just want to stay with my husband, enjoying these perfectly simple days." Suddenly, Lan Thien Hong picked a blooming cherry blossom and gently tucked it into Li Shui's neat hair. It was such a tiny gesture, but it completely filled her heart with happiness. Looking down at his wife resting on his lap, she looked absolutely content like a kitten. Lan Thien Hong spoke, his voice super deep and resolute. "I will love you forever, even if the seas completely dry up." Then, A distant memory hit him. Now watch closely. The invincible demon, Lord of the Nine Heavens, casually sitting on his beast skull throne, surrounded by countless gorgeous, blindfolded fairy maidens serving him. So many top-tier goddesses and fairies obsessed over him, but he never felt a thing, completely ignoring them. Yet now, looking at their reflection in the water beside Li Xue, he finally realized something. Only after meeting this mortal wife did his cold heart actually start beating. He couldn't help falling madly in love. Under those romantic cherry blossoms, he knew she was the one he'd protect with his life. Lan Thien Hong smiled, narrowing his eyes softly. The girl in his arms seemed to happily answer his thoughts. I know, I always knew. Her green cloak lay forgotten on the grass. Out on the middle of the lake, on a tiny raft, two silhouettes embraced intimately. Their shoes sat neatly on the shore. Pure white slippers next to sturdy brown boots, a perfect pair that would never leave each other's side. The very next morning, as sunlight finally broke over the heavenly mountain range, the area exploded into a massive festival. Led by a peak immortal elder, groups of absolute prodigies swarmed in from everywhere. Heirs of noble families, core disciples from the highest sacred lands, successors of divine sects, primeval beast descendants, and even royal princes, every single one of them had gathered here. The sky was absolutely packed with flashy flying ships and floating lotus platforms carrying elite experts. Some flew carefree on their swords, while others claimed the highest peaks, arms crossed, looking down like total bosses. True disciples, ancient clan members. Basically, the entire elite roster of the cultivation world was present. On one peak, a crowned alien guy stood with hands on his hips, looking obnoxiously arrogant. You know what's coming, right? He loudly claimed. Rumor says immortal Venerable Lin left a massive treasure in this mountain. Back in the day, he single-handedly crushed countless divine sects, ancient sacred grounds, massive kingdoms, and even giant bandit fleets. Up on a nearby branch, a guy hidden in a purple cloak let out a shady laugh. If we just snatch Lin's legacy, our cultivation will absolutely skyrocket. One step to godhood. And then boom, a deafening explosion killed the chatter. Hai Tian slammed his massive trident into a boulder to grab everyone's attention. He glared at the greedy crowd and growled, "Yeah, that treasure hoard belongs to me. If any of you trash dare to steal it, just try me." Whispers immediately erupted. This was Hai Tian, ancient sea tribe royalty. Only 42, but already fourth step divine tribulation tier with a fully awakened sea god bloodline. Lounging on her beast mount, a gorgeous girl showed off her pale legs with a teasing tone. "Hai Tian, you're pretty strong, I'll admit, but we aren't exactly a bunch of weaklings either." That was Huo-san. Fanning herself, she shot the sea tribe air a totally provocative glare. "Wanna hoard Lin's treasure? We're gonna have to see if you actually have the skills." Everyone else quickly piled on, "Yeah, Hai Tian, don't act like you're the boss." The tension instantly spiked. Right then, an orange light violently tore the sky, crashing onto the central peak. "Trust me, you're not ready for this." "Alright, stick with me here. We are jumping right into the chaos as Bai Yun and Lin Ling Yun show up, totally shocking every elite fighter present. A shout rings out. The two girls stand close together in their signature outfits, looking absolutely stunning and completely confident. They look straight ahead with radiant smiles on their faces. But instantly, some random guys nearby start throwing out some pretty nasty insults. "Oh, the Zuo Sha Academy actually showed up? Too bad for them. I highly doubt they have the raw power needed to protect the legendary treasure of their great ancestor." Hearing that, Bai Yun turns around, going back to back with Ling Yun. Her eyes sweep the crowd with cold bloodlust as she calls out the factions. The Wood Clan, Lightning Clan, Supreme Ruin Sect, Heavenly Dao Palace, Great Yi Dynasty, and the Primeval Divine Mountain. Well, look at that. You all brought your entire squads, huh? I never expected the news of our ancestors' treasure to leak out so insanely fast. Lin Ling Yun frowns slightly. Her eyes are totally on guard, but you can tell she is definitely intrigued. Bai Yun tightly grabs her hand, showing they are in this together. She says, "Looks like these absolute scumbags planted a lot of spies inside our academy." A mix of pure excitement and extreme caution flashes across Bai Yun's face. "Sister, stay sharp. This clash right here is going to be an absolute bloodbath." Right at that moment, a girl with long legs steps out with incredible grace. Her voice echoes out loud and clear. "Now watch closely, because here is where it gets crazy. The academy is here. So does that mean the legendary mountain vault is actually real? That is Gu He, the holy maiden of Heavenly Mountain, one of the top 5 ancient peaks. Standing on a glowing phoenix, she casually rests her elbow on its head. Her voice is dead set. Looks like the rumors are true. Meanwhile, Lan Thien stands on a pitch-black cloud, pointing his trident straight down. He roars with massive killing intent. Baiyun, you got a death wish or something? Baiyun totally ignores the threat, staying completely calm. A faint golden aura wraps around her body as she clenches both her fists tight. Dropping her arms to her sides, she fires back, her aura overpowering his. I am the true heir. Why the hell would I be afraid to come here? You all are the ones who should be scared, daring to covet the treasure of our academy's legendary ancestor. Those hardcore words instantly send a massive shockwave through the crowds on the nearby peaks. Whispers and rumors explode absolutely everywhere. Wait, what is going on? Did the Holy Maiden of the Academy already reach the half-step immortality tier? That level of raw talent is just completely unfair. Amidst all the crazy noise, the 13th Prince of the Jinn Nation from the Mystic Sky region stands there, hands clasped behind his back. Raising an eyebrow, he speaks up. Enough talking, cut the arguments. First things first, we need to actually find the immortal vault. Once we find it, whoever walks away with the loot will be decided by pure strength alone. The Mystic Sky region originally had 5 ancient nations, but 10,000 years ago, the ancestor wiped out 3 of them. So now, only Jin and Mu remain. Hearing that, Huo Shan from the ancient Fire Clan, leaning on a massive fan, totally agrees. Exactly. Let us find the vault first, then we can settle the score. Following the old rules, this battle is just for us younger generation. No outsiders are allowed to interfere in this fight. Over on her side, Baiyun crosses her arms. She closes her eyes for a second, then speaks with absolute, unwavering confidence. I know what you are thinking. Total boss move, right? She says, forget searching. Just follow me because I already know where it is. That completely sets the crowd on fire. If you know the exact spot, then even better. That saves us a whole lot of useless searching around. Right after dropping that bomb, Baiyun and Lingyun instantly dash toward the base of the mountain. In her mind, Baiyun does the math. With her and her sister's current power levels, wiping out this entire mob of randoms wouldn't even be that hard of a challenge. Soon enough, deep inside a dense green forest, the two stop in front of a giant stone door sealed by glowing gold chains. Behind them, the massive noisy crowd finally catches up. Baiyun quietly calculates the next move. This secret domain needs divine tribulation tier power just to unlock it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have wasted 2 whole years waiting around in the capital city for this moment. Thinking that, she steps up and places her hand right on the golden talisman covering the door. Boom! The ground violently shakes as a 2-story red-roofed building erupts from the earth. Right after that epic reveal, the giant red doors swing wide open. A massive wave of orange energy blasts out like a hurricane, blowing back the hair of every martial artist waiting outside. The crowd absolutely loses it, screaming, "The vault is open, charge!" They violently push and shove each other trying to rush in, but they just end up creating a massive bottleneck at the entrance, basically stuck in a living, breathing traffic jam. Seeing that pathetic display makes Baiyun and Lingyun literally sweat drop from just watching the pure chaos unfold. After a moment, Baiyun steps forward, looking super hyped. She turns and says, "All right, little sister, let us go." "Got it," Lingyun instantly replies. It doesn't take long before the two of them finally step inside the mysterious building themselves. Baiyun narrows her eyes, walking up floating stairs suspended in a space that glows brightly like a literal galaxy. Lingyun follows right behind her. The whole group enters a massive, endless hallway, leading straight to a jaw-dropping, insanely magnificent ancient castle at the very end. The second they step inside, they are completely blinded by mountains of gold, jewels, and top-tier artifacts piled up literally everywhere. What do you and I think happens next? Pure greed. The crowd goes wild, screaming, "This legendary artifact is mine!" Stick with me, we are diving into the ancient immortal medicine valley. Is that the heavenly ascension marrow? One sip makes your power absolutely skyrocket. Look over there, the top-tier blood bodhi. Driven by pure greed, every single cultivator wants to hoard all these insane treasures for themselves. Total chaos. It looks like a completely broken market, with people violently clashing in a sea of raging fire. Screams of mine echo everywhere. The massive courtyard is rapidly sinking into an absolute all-out war. Everyone is armed to the teeth, fighting and roaring. Whoever dares to rob me, I will end you right now. Meanwhile, over in the corner, Lin Lingyun is chilling, eating watermelon. She raises an eyebrow. "Sister Bai, should we join this wild mess?" Baiyun just spits a seed, completely indifferent. "Stay calm, let us eat our melon and enjoy the show." Only when the bloodbath shows zero signs of stopping does Bai Yun finally stand. She leads Lin Lingyun down a spiral staircase, saying, "Come on, follow me." This immortal venerable cave is absolutely massive. That treasure pile outside? Just an appetizer. Walking along the winding corridor, Bai Yun acts like an excited host, showing off powerful immortal weapons and legendary top-tier artifacts. Pure blood beast essence, top-grade immortal pills, all of it hidden deep inside the glorious palaces of this insane immortal mansion. Now those are the real treasures. Pointing into the air, she brags, "You could say our ancestor was the richest guy in the lower realm. Who knows how many factions he looted?" Bai Yun rests her chin. Looking straight ahead, she is secretly calculating her next move. Her real target is not just some random shiny immortal loot. What she truly wants is the core. Refine the key, and she controls this entire unbelievable place. The two girls casually stroll into a courtyard, where a glowing golden amulet floats perfectly in midair. Get this whole mansion is actually a cosmic-level immortal artifact, on the exact same tier as the legendary Tai Huang Bell. Now pay close attention here. Refine that key, become the new master, and every single treasure inside automatically falls right into your hands. But right on cue, like flies drawn to honey, Hai Tian and his thug squad swagger up behind Bai Yun. He laughs like a maniac. Ha, just as I guessed. Bai Yun is holding out on a massive secret here. That token is definitely the master key to control this whole immortal mansion, right? His smirk vanishes as Bai Yun gracefully glides toward the amulet. Furious, Hai Tian roars, forming hand seals to summon a violent sea dragon hurricane right at her. That key belongs to me. Bai Yun, get the hell out of my way. But before his attack even touches her clothes, a freezing sword light cleanly slashes the raging waves. Lin Lingyun blocks his path, her voice ice cold. "Your opponent is me. I will handle these pathetic losers." Bai Yun ignores them, darting straight for the gold amulet. That sight drives Hai Tian completely insane. He waves his hand, and the martial artists behind him howl like a crazed, chaotic choir. "Bai Yun, your Jixia Academy is already dead. Hand over the key and we will spare your life. Hand it over. Give us the key." Just a short distance away, some white-haired elders stand completely still, looking all dignified and pure. You know what they are thinking, right? They are dying to break the rules and fight. An earth-shattering artifact is right there. Meanwhile, Hai Tian and his greedy mob just keep on screaming, "Bai Yun, hand over the key. Your academy is finished. You do not deserve the immortal venerable's legacy. Refuse, and you die right here." Facing all that deafening noise, Bai Yun merely raises an eyebrow, completely unbothered. Zero fear in her eyes, only pure provocation. "If you have the skills, then come get it. Why stand there barking?" Lin Lingyun backs her up, pointing her sharp sword forward as her hair whips wildly in the wind. She coldly sneers. "Exactly. Are you hunting dogs or something? If you want it so bad, step up, beat us, and the key is yours." Getting publicly humiliated by two beautiful girls is the final straw. A crown-wearing guy completely loses it. He roars, charging forward on a suicide mission. Bai Yun smirks, rubbing her hands as golden energy explodes. "You are the one seeking death." Just like that, two giant golden hands materialize from the void. A crisp slap echoes out, like she casually swatted a mosquito right in front of her. With one quick flick of the golden finger, the crown-wearing guy is launched straight up like a stray cannonball. He traces a humiliating arc through the sky, totally vanishing behind the clouds. Everyone's jaws drop. Let that sink in for a second. An elite who passed the fire tribulation, completely swatted away like a bug. What kind of absolute monster is Bai Yun? Seeing this brutal defeat, Gu Shi from Heavenly Venerable Mountain instantly attacks, summoning a white sphere that blasts endless green water beams, still mocking them. Let's jump straight into this madness. They actually think 26-year-old Bai Yun is weak? Watch this. She just raises two fingers, and boom, a massive golden goddess statue drops in. She smirks coldly. "You really dare bring these pathetic parlor tricks in front of me?" Without warning, the six-armed statue goes absolutely wild. Slap after slap, strike after brutal strike. It becomes an inescapable rain of pure destruction, completely crushing Gu Shi's magic like it was nothing. Coughing blood, Gu Shi's eyes roll back. She drops like a broken doll. The crowd absolutely loses their minds, screaming that it's just impossible. Heavenly Mountain's elite holy maiden couldn't even survive a single hit. Our white-robed girl just stands there, radiating grim reaper energy. She glares with pure disgust. "With that garbage power, you dare challenge my master's treasure?" Right on cue, Hai Tian charges in riding a massive tsunami, roaring with his trident. "Don't get cocky," he yells. But Baiyun, unfazed. She whips out a blazing golden dragon seal, totally ready for an all-out clash. Seeing the treasure, the crowd gasps in shock. Heaven-shaking seal. Isn't that the Wujiang King's ultimate artifact? Why does she have it? Plus, she actually refined a legendary 8th-tier treasure. For a split second, Baiyun remembers when Lan Thien Hong gave her the seal. Pure joy floods back. He told her, "Take this heaven-shaking seal, an 8th-tier artifact, and put it to very good use. Just don't rely on immortal weapons too much." Snapping back to reality, she grips the seal, calling Hai Tian a pathetic little thief. Now pay close attention here. She smashes that heavy seal directly into his face. Crack! Hai Tian's tooth actually flies out, spinning through the air before dropping into the crowd. "Just die!" she screams at him. This brutal beatdown leaves every single warrior absolutely speechless, screaming in sheer terror. Oh my god, even Hai Tian got his teeth knocked out. Just how overpowered is she? 2 years ago, she was barely at divine fire tier. What kind of insane encounters did she have to become this terrifyingly strong? Seeing things go south, Huo Shan grips his fan. "We definitely can't win a one-on-one fight here. Let's rush her all at once." Jin Xuan draws his sword, nodding. "Exactly, let's strike together, grab the key, and run." Seeing the cowards gang up, Baiyun and Lin Lingyun immediately stand back to back. "Playtime is over," Baiyun mutters. "Let's wipe these losers off the map." Lin Lingyun nods firmly. "You got it, sister." Shouting out loud, Baiyun transforms into a wild, 3-headed, 6-armed state. She casts magic while gripping the heaven-shaking seal tight. Another hand raises a blazing, ultra-bright spear up high. She hurls it straight at Hai Tian. He blocks with his trident, and the violent clash causes an earth-shattering explosion right there. You're gonna love this part. Lin Lingyun is soloing Huo Shan and a scythe guy who looks like a total discount Grim Reaper. "Heaven-slaying sword art," she yells. A massive golden greatsword drops down from the sky, slicing right toward the guy. His face goes pale with panic. He raises his weapon, screaming, "What the hell is this?" In one split second, his blade shatters like cheap glass. He and nearby enemies cough up blood, screaming in terror. "No, that's impossible." Floating high above, 3 long-life tier elders are closely watching. One strokes his beard. "We thought only Baiyun was a monster. Her friend is equally insane." Suddenly, 5 fighters charge in at once. They're furiously jumping Lin Lingyun, clearly trying to execute her right there. "Kill her!" they shout, but she just pushes off the ground, jumping sky-high to dodge effortlessly. The ground explodes behind her into thick dust. Suddenly, a swordmaster appears right in her face with a wicked, toxic grin. "Time to die," he snarls. Lin Lingyun just scoffs, looking super annoyed, and quickly pulls out a tiny golden bell artifact from nowhere. In a flash, the artifact erupts with blinding light like a literal sun. It fires a golden laser. The guy barely squints and tilts his head in absolute panic. Giant sword behind her, glowing bell in front. Seeing this epic combo, the crowd screams, "Supreme Emperor Bell!" That's the immortal artifact of Supreme Emperor Immortal Venerable from 10,000 years ago. Absolute legend. Why is a kid holding it? Even crazier, she actually made the weapon fully recognize her as its master. Meanwhile, that cocky fighter is face down in the dirt, bleeding from his eyes, groaning. Cough. "My eyes, I can't see a single thing anymore." Watching this, a white-haired elder shakes with pure fury. He roars, "Our sect's ultimate artifact! That bell was stolen by Immortal Venerable Lin years ago." The injured warrior mutters grimly. And honestly, can you imagine a worse humiliation? Getting your eyes burned out by your own sect's ultimate weapon. All right, stick with me, we are dropping right into the chaos. Bakvan is dominating, wielding her spear and a massive seal. Enemies are sliced in half. Others are cowering on the dirt, shaking in pure fear, while some get impaled right through the back. Nearby, Lan Linvan swings her blade, teaming up with the Tai Hoang Bell to blast away the endless swarms surrounding them. But then, 2 mysterious figures suddenly crash down from the sky. They yell out loudly, demanding she hand over the Tai Huang Bell to help the Tai Hu Immortal Sect reclaim their ultimate treasure. Seeing this massive group of elders touching down and completely surrounding them, Bakvan immediately calls them out. She demands to know exactly what these seniors are doing. The rules were totally clear. Seniors are never allowed to interfere here. Furious, she stands back to back with Lan Linvan and scolds them. Are they just throwing away all their pride to openly break the tournament rules? One elder from the Tai Hu Immortal Sect, looking perfectly righteous but acting incredibly shameless, starts defending himself. He claims that as respected seniors, their words carry heavy weight, so they would never violate the rules. He says the little brat dared to steal the Tai Huang bell, their sect's ultimate immortal weapon, and for that, she completely deserves death. Deep down, the greedy old man is secretly calculating. If he gets that bell, he will wash away 1,000 years of shame and score huge merit points. 2 birds, 1 stone. Thinking about this makes him aggressively hyped. He declares he is delivering divine justice to kill the thief and take the bell back. Naturally, the other elders gang up, bullying the weak. They completely agree, loudly claiming they have extremely deep ties with the Tai Hu immortal sect. Since this little girl stole their sect's main immortal weapon, they absolutely must demand justice today. Hearing all this utterly shameless talk pushes Bak Van to her absolute breaking point. Watch closely, because you and I are about to see her roast them. She grabs a yellow treasure, sarcastically saying this is just ancient history. Your precious ancestor, the Tai Hong Immortal Venerable, was just completely outclassed in skill. He was brutally beaten by our Lan Immortal Venerable ancestor, which is fine, but I cannot believe you descendants are even more thick-skinned. Such sore losers ganging up just to get revenge. Hearing that insult, the Tai Hu Immortal Sect elder turns beet red from sheer anger. He points straight at Bak Van and screams, "You little brat! Shut your sharp little mouth. Your ancestor Lan Immortal Venerable was obviously the one who stole it first. Today, I am getting pure justice for our Tai Hong Immortal Venerable." At the exact same time, a truly evil plan forms in these elders' minds. They never expected this girl to be the descendant of the Lan Immortal Venerable. Then they definitely cannot let her live. They absolutely must wipe out the entire Lan family bloodline. It is time to wash away 10,000 years of sect shame. Yes, they absolutely must reclaim their ultimate justice. Pushed to the absolute limit by this insane hypocrisy, Lan Lin Van glares at them. She snaps right back, saying if they want to rob them, just attack. Why talk so much, you bunch of hypocritical old fools? Standing right beside her, Bak Van does not even bother arguing anymore. She calmly says, "Sister, do not waste breath on them, just strike." You feel that tension, right? These immortal elders are acting like wild beasts cornering their prey, trapping the 2 girls in an impossible spot. One of them screams out loudly, "Bak Van, be smart and surrender. Hand over the immortal weapon right now." Hearing that nonsense, she completely ignores the threat and curses right back. "You guys are totally shameless, living a completely wasted dog's life." Lan Lin Van instantly joins in, giggling like crazy. "Sister Bach, please do not insult innocent dogs like that." That comment is pure fuel on the fire. The Tai Hu Immortal Sect elder turns absolutely purple with rage, shaking his fist and roaring, "How bold! You little brats dare to humiliate us? You will never leave this immortal cave alive." Just as furious, Bak Van furrows her brows and demands answers. The rules were set by all the major factions together, yet you dare to break them openly. You clearly have zero respect for my Jisha Academy. Right at that exact moment, the Tai Hu elder suddenly leaps up, launching a sneaky attack from behind. He screams wildly. Jisha Academy is no longer the absolute #1 holy land like it was 10,000 years ago. Without that divine tree backing you up, you would be wiped out. Do not try using that empty name to scare me. Hand over the bell and the cave key now. Just as his lightning-fast strike comes crashing down, Bak Van reacts with incredible speed, creating a bright yellow energy shield wrapping around her body. She does not forget to yell back. "Even if you old fools are not afraid of Jisha Academy, you should still respect the ancestor Lan Immortal Venerable. 10,000 years ago, that man was an absolute living legend. He single-handedly wiped out the entire lower realm. But pure greed makes the Tai Hu elder totally reckless. He just laughs out loud with pure disrespect. Your precious Lan Immortal Venerable already ascended to the heavens 10,000 years ago. His bones have probably already rotted away up in the upper realms. Stop using ancient names to scare us. If you are so great, call him down here to fight us." Hearing that exact challenge, Bak Van squints her eyes, flashing a very mysterious smile. Her eyes are overflowing with absolute confidence. "I definitely do not have the power to invite the ancestor down to this realm. But asking for his portrait? That is as easy as flipping my hand." Those words leave the elders completely stunned, question marks practically floating above their heads. The Tai Hu elder puts his hands on his hips and bursts out laughing mockingly. "Oh, Saintess of Jisha Academy, have you been scared totally stupid? Are you seriously planning to use a simple painting of Lan Immortal Venerable to threaten us? He was invincible, sure, but thinking a painting will scare us is a daydream. So what do you and I make of this? Trust me, you will want to see what happens next. Let's dive right in." Bayun just flashes this mysterious smile. Oh, they are definitely going to regret running their mouths. She narrows her eyes, cups her fists together, and turns to Lin Lingyun. She sounds super formal, literally like a hype announcer on a massive stage. Sister Lin, please bring the majestic portrait of our ancestor, the Lin Immortal Venerable, straight to the stage. Instantly, Lin Lingyun pulls an ancient scroll right out of her robes. She shouts at the top of her lungs and chucks it straight up into the sky. The scroll slowly unrolls in midair. Suddenly, the majestic portrait of Lan Thien Hong appears, completely bathed in this blinding, brilliant golden light. Seeing this, those arrogant elders just laugh even harder. What is this? Why aren't we crushed yet? Did you little girls run out of cheap parlor tricks to show us? But in the very next second, the absolutely impossible actually happens. Lan Thien Hong literally steps right out of the ancient painting, totally chill. Behind him, dozens of blazing fireballs light up the entire dimension. He strides through the void like a descending god. His robes flutter wildly with that massive army of fireballs backing him up. At the exact same time, a terrifying pressure crashes down like a literal mountain. It forces every single elder to their knees, legs turning to jelly. They tremble, looking up at the figure floating above them, minds completely blank. What on earth is actually happening right now? Now pay attention here. The Lin Immortal Venerable ascended 10,000 years ago. How is he stepping out of a drawing? Why can't we even fight back? Lan Thien Hong just glances down at them. His eyes are blood red, and his voice drops freezing cold. Which one of you fools just dared to call me a thief? Who said I stole the bell? The supreme elder of the Taishu immortal sect turns pale as a ghost. He shakes violently, stuttering out, "It was me. It was me." Over on the other side, Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun just stare up at Lan Thien Hong. Their eyes are sparkling, constantly gasping in pure awe. Our ancestor is so incredibly badass. Meanwhile, that terrified elder is already slamming his head against the ground, his voice cracking in total panic. Immortal Venerable! This lowly junior was absolutely blind and spoke out of turn. "Please spare my life." Lan Thien Hong casually holds a fireball in his hand, looking down at them like they are literal bugs. "Didn't you just call me a common thief? Steal the supreme bell from the supreme immortal venerable? Is he even worthy of me stealing from him? If I want something, I simply take it." Knowing he is totally doomed, the old elder throws both his hands straight up into the air, screaming in absolute despair. "Please spare me, have mercy." But before the words even leave his mouth, his body instantly vaporizes. Nothing is left behind but a stark white skeleton, its jaw unhinged in a totally silent scream. Nearby, Huo Shan and Gu Shi are also slowly burning away in the relentless flames. They scream in pure agony. "Ah, I don't want to die. I still have my whole future ahead of me. Don't let me die here." Just a moment later, only Lan Thien Hong and his two descendants remain in the massive mountain range. Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun were safely protected inside a glowing golden sphere. Once the epic firestorm finally fades, Bai Yun grabs a little stick to poke the red-hot ashes on the ground, completely amazed by the destruction. We both saw that coming, right? Our ancestor is a legendary being who can suppress the entire world. Beside her, Lin Lingyun is just as hyped up. Her eyes narrow as she pumps her fist high. "Sister Bai, we definitely have to train hard so one day we can reach our ancestor's level." But then, she suddenly breaks into a cold sweat. Bai Yun is hugging a massive treasure chest. She grins widely. "Sister Lin, once I finish refining this immortal mansion key, we are heading back to Phoenix Capital. Whatever you want there, just take it. No need to be polite at all." Right at this exact moment, Wu Dong from the Ancient Academy and another elder finally stroll onto the scene. They stopped by Phoenix Capital to visit family, so they arrived super late. But the second they step outside the treasure vault doors, they feel this earth-shattering aura. They freeze instantly, totally confused and terrified. This pressure is absolutely insane. This is definitely at the true immortal level. Realizing that, the two of them instantly spin around and sprint away from the vault like they're running from the plague. They just keep muttering in pure shock. "Dong boy, looks like arriving a step late was actually insane luck. We just barely escaped a massive disaster." Who would have thought the Lin Immortal Venerable left such a terrifying trump card hidden deep inside his immortal mansion? "Let's get out of here. Forget the treasure." Meanwhile, time quietly passes. Who knows how many years later, in a tiny town hidden in a super remote valley where even birds get tired of flying, Lan Thien Hong is sitting right by the window. He's carefully carving a wooden statue with one hand, muttering to himself. "Those Central Continent guys really aren't simple. 10,000 years ago, I was way too nice to them." Thinking of his gorgeous wife, Li Shiwei, his face actually flushes a little red. He tells himself those petty fights between kids aren't even worth his time. Staying right here by his wife's side is the only thing that matters. Lan Thien Hong lifts the freshly finished goddess statue to admire it. He thinks deeply after finishing this Nuwa statue. I will move straight on to Sanqing, Luohu, Yangliu, Hongjun, and finally Pongu. If I can actually carve Pongu, my immortal Dao comprehension will basically reach absolute perfection. Ever since finding his immortal path, trust me, you'll want to see more. Every time he finishes carving a mythic statue, his comprehension realm jumps up a whole tier. He carefully places the Nuwa statue on the high shelf. Trust me, you need to see this. The entire central continent just plunged into absolute chaos. City lords look pale, completely panicked, asking what happened. Looking at the yin-yang map, a martial artist completely freezes. The life tokens of top genius disciples and elders from major powers, shattering all at once. These peak longevity realm experts hold incredible status, even within the most elite super factions. Not to mention those young geniuses are the literal future pillars of their sects. Yet now, they are all dead. A massive shockwave ripples through the continent, including the deaths of that crowned alien, Huo Shan, Hai Tian, Gu Shi, and Jin Xuan. Inside a massive hall, endless furious arguments are echoing out. What? A major big shot asks in pure terror. Your guys got wiped out too? Another guy slams the table. Of course, no survivors at all, except for the holy maiden of Jixia Academy, Bai Yun. Hearing this, everyone sneers. Their faces twist with rage, so Jixia Academy is playing dirty tricks. Finally, they all reach the exact same conclusion. Outside, a massive thunderstorm tears the sky apart. Inside, a unified, bloodthirsty shout echoes, "Destroy Jixia Academy! Let us go demand our justice!" Jixia Academy, the absolute #1 holy land, founded by immortal venerable Lin 10,000 years ago. Under an ancient tree, we see Wu Hao, a descendant of the Divine Phoenix Kingdom's Martial King Manor, training hard. Years ago, his grandpa bought him a wooden Monkey King statue from Lan Thien Hong's shop. Since then, the two of them lived a super peaceful, quiet life. Now pay attention, this is where everything flips. During his marrow cleansing, his greedy aunt brings thugs to steal their wealth. Protecting his grandson, Grandpa takes a devastating hit. He grabs Wu Hao and flees into the deep forest, chased relentlessly. Without any backup, running for their lives, Grandpa tragically dies. But right at that moment, a Jixia Academy elder traveling through the mountains spots the profound aura hidden inside that wooden statue. He immediately takes Wu Hao in. Joining the academy, his cute looks get him spoiled rotten by the senior sisters, leaving him helplessly crying out, "Senior sisters, please." A year ago, by pure lucky chance, he sensed a massive destiny inside the Monkey King statue, unlocking the battle immortal scripture and cosmic form. He even awakened the Supreme Bone. His talent skyrocketed. Wu Hao happily holds the statue. "Brother Monkey, thanks for helping me hit the profound cave realm." But suddenly, an absolutely terrifying pressure crashes down from the sky above. It is so heavy it almost crushes his bones. Startled, Wu Hao drops into a defensive stance, feeling completely terrified. Boom! Deafening thunder roars. A massive lightning bolt strikes the ground, violently shattering rocks and shaking everything. Elsewhere, Li Shue is taking a bath and faintly senses that terrifying aura. She frowns deeply. What is going on? Her deep purple eyes look far away. Behind her, Lan Thien Hong is blushing, secretly peeking at his wife's perfect body. Noticing her glaring, he quickly waves his hands, trying to play it cool. "Nothing to worry about, dear wife. Just some annoying little bugs acting up outside." Li Yue turns around, startled, blushing, and absolutely furious. She hurls a wooden basin right at his head, screaming, "Stop peeking, you jerk! You and I both knew peace wouldn't last." Wu Hao stares at the sky as countless sword auras converge. Elders rush to check. The first elder looks incredibly anxious. True immortals are descending. It seems the Grandmaster's trap actually killed their people, and now they are coming to demand our heads. The second elder grinds his teeth, furious. Wonder how Yunar is doing. Damn it. When the Grandmaster was alive, these cowards hid like little turtles. But now, our Jixia Academy is just a target for them to casually insult and humiliate. Scene shift. Bai Yun is casually stepping into a crystal-clear stream, happily bathing. Lin Ling Yun is also ready. She tests the water and steps in. The two of them relax, enjoying the cool water. But suddenly, massive lights flash in the clouds, followed by a world-shaking, angry roar. Damned Jixia Academy. A bizarre half-human, half-monster creature violently tears through the clouds, screaming, "Hand over Bayun! Hand over the treasure!" The second elder panics. It is an immortal venerable from Heavenly Venerable Mountain. Suddenly, the nearby stream violently surges. The elders immediately turn around. Right from the center of the whirlpool, a soft arm reaches out. A stunning figure steps right out of the water, leaving everyone completely speechless. A true immortal, from the ancient Heavenly Medicine clan. So where does this leave us? Two massive immortal venerables in the sky, heavy dark mist rolling in, and a creepy tornado forming below with a deeply resentful voice. Alright, let us dive straight into absolute chaos. This villain is swearing that everyone in the academy will die today for his son's death. Crazy Wave bursts from the water, his entire body radiating pure killer intent. With a massive roar, he charges forward with his trident. A gigantic water column packed with absolute destructive force blasts right toward the elders. Luckily, 3 of them team up and barely block that massive hit. They stare up in total panic at the swirling water above. Wu Hao goes completely pale, with only one desperate thought echoing in his head. They are so incredibly doomed right now. But right at the edge of life and death, the ground suddenly shakes violently. An ancient voice rumbles like thunder across the battlefield, carrying an absolutely endless wave of pure, unfiltered rage. Which pathetic little thieves dare to cause trouble at my sacred academy? The one speaking is the academy's ancestor immortal tree, a god-tier ancient tree personally planted by the Lin Immortal Venerable over 10,000 years ago. The giant tree roars in fury, violently cracking the earth wide open. Countless massive roots erupt from the dirt, thrashing around like angry ancient tentacles. One of those huge roots carries the terrifying pressure of a sacred dragon, roaring as it charges straight toward Crazy Wave. Now pay close attention here, this is where everything completely flips. The true immortal freezes, turning totally pale against this horrifying counterattack. He frantically swings his trident, desperately throwing up a thick ocean barrier to defend himself. But honestly, it is completely useless against this raw power. The razor-sharp root meets zero resistance, instantly and brutally piercing right through his entire body. After destroying him, the immortal tree casually tosses the body aside with pure disrespect, just flicking him away like a speck of dust. Seeing that epic one-shot, Wu Hao goes absolutely crazy with joy, jumping around like a kid. He screams that the true immortal is dead and they are saved. Long live the ancestor tree. Meanwhile, those 2 remaining true immortals are completely pale and shaking in their boots. They are so terrified their souls are practically leaving their bodies as they scream out loud. Oh my absolute god. Crazy Wave got completely defeated in one hit by that monster tree. It truly lives up to being Lin Immortal Venerable's creation, growing insanely stronger after living for 10,000 years. The moment they see those massive roots starting to move again, the 2 villains violently flinch, their entire bodies trembling with absolute terror. One of them frantically screams out, "Mountain Venerable, retreat right now. That legendary monster tree is getting ready to attack us again." Instantly, the 2 figures turn into black shadows, dragging dark clouds with them as they sprint for their lives. In just a blink of an eye, they completely vanish. Wu Hao watches them and laughs out loud, mocking how fast they ran away. Slowly, the surviving elders descend to the ground, bowing together in front of the giant tree. They respectfully thank the great immortal tree for stepping in and saving the academy from total destruction today. Let's pause here. The tree ignores them, just looking up at the sky with incredibly sad eyes. Filled with memories, it whispers softly to its master. 10,000 years have passed, and this old servant misses him terribly. He gave it life, and the tree promised to protect the academy forever. But sadly, this old protector's life force is finally starting to dry up completely. Soon, no one will be left to shield this place. Finishing its words, the tree gently uses a small root to affectionately pat Wu Hao on the head. It tells them that once it dies and can no longer fight, they must immediately activate the Academy's final survival plan, the Seed Project. It even playfully pinches the boy's cheek, its ancient eyes absolutely glowing with hope for the future. It desperately hopes that at least some seeds survive to restore the Academy's glory one day. Hearing this heavy burden, every single elder bows flat on the ground, swearing to follow the great tree's final commands. The immortal tree continues its commands, telling them to immediately contact Bai Yun. They must tell her to absolutely never return, and to hide the master's ultimate treasure perfectly. She and that hidden stash are the true final hope for the Academy's future revival. The elders take this mission seriously and quickly scatter in all directions. The scene suddenly shifts to the Divine Phoenix capital, where endless magnificent buildings connect together like an absolute masterpiece of a painting. Lin Lingyun and Bai Yun are holding hands, happily laughing and chatting as they walk. They finally track down Lan Thien Hong, who is literally just chilling in the sun. They respectfully greet their ancestor. He gives a soft smile, gently lowers his eye shade, and casually praises them for a job well done. Bai Yun sighs in massive relief, dropping all her stress. She mentions how incredibly lucky it was that he left a sealed divine thought behind, or they would be dead right now. Lan Thien Hong remains as perfectly calm as ever, just casually sipping his tea while listening to their epic story. Remembering that insane, earth-shattering battle, the two girls can only widen their eyes in absolute awe. They ask him if just a mere divine thought held the invincible power of a true immortal. How terrifyingly strong would his actual true body be if he showed up? Lin Lingyun cannot hide her excitement anymore and straight up asks, "Ancestor, what insane power realm have you actually reached by now?" Lan Thien Hong rubs his chin, playfully pretending to think hard about it. His realm? Maybe the tier people poetically call totally lawless and boundless, completely unrestrained by anything. Simply put, he is just a guy who lives totally free and carefree. Even the ultimate rules of heaven and earth have to make way for him. Then he winks playfully. And trust me, you and I know that completely ruins his epic badass aura. Seeing that, the two girls immediately smile and hug each other tightly. Alright, stick with me here. His eyes are literally glowing like headlights right now. He stutters out, "This cultivation realm, isn't this the absolute peak of power, the absolute limit?" Lan Thien Hong stays dead silent. His gaze drifts far away, staring at his own reflection right there in the teacup, whispering softly, "The absolute limit? No, not even close." He explains he's still one step short. If he can completely merge his immortal and demonic powers, he'll finally transcend the three realms, flip the universe, and reshape the entire heavens. Bai Yun grins so wide she can't even close her mouth, rushing over to pour him some tea. But her pouring technique? Extremely weird. The cup is totally overflowing, and she still won't stop. As she keeps pouring, she marvels that even the laws of heaven and earth can't affect him. No wonder the ancestor could descend with his true body. He just smiles gently. "Keep training hard, you guys. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll reach my exact same power level." The two of them immediately cheer with pure excitement. They clench their fists, eyes burning with total determination. "We absolutely promise not to let our master and the great ancestor down." Lan Thien Hong nods, totally satisfied. Then he remembers something. "Yunair, bring out that 10,000-year-old immortal ginseng you grabbed from the immortal cave. Let me take a look." Warm, golden sunlight pierces straight through the clouds, making the whole scene look incredibly peaceful. Bai Yun obeys, digging through her robes to find it. A second later, she gasps, "Ah, found it." Grabbing a leafy stem, she gives it a hard yank. The ginseng gets pulled out so fast it cries out in pain, instantly magically transforming into a tiny, completely naked old man right there on the spot. He flashes a super creepy, perverted grin. "Little girl let's dive in." Bai Yun shoves him away in pure disgust. Hands on his hips, the old ginseng spirit laughs out loud. "That thief Lan Thien Hong sealed me away for 10,000 years, but today I finally get to see the sun again." The immortal ginseng narrows his eyes with a sly, creepy look. "Little girl, if you let me go, I will grant you a massive fortune. I'll even let you be my personal maid." Then he turns to Lin Lingyun with a nasty grin, winking and sending shivers right down her spine. "You over there catch my eye too. Why don't I take you both? Just drink my bathwater, and you will stay young forever while serving me for the rest of your lives." He actually puckers his lips, trying to steal a kiss. Lin Lingyun jumps back 30 feet in absolute horror, screaming at him to get lost. She looks ready to throw up. Bai Yun does not hold back either, immediately adding insult to injury. "This old ginseng root is just a disgusting creep. Drink your bathwater for eternal youth? Yeah, right, so gross. Now pay attention. This is where everything flips." A familiar, freezing voice echoes out, absolutely terrifying the old ginseng. "In my presence, you still dare to act this wildly arrogant? It seems letting your spirit live 10,000 years ago was my mistake." Instantly, the ginseng snaps back to looking totally decent. Hair and clothes perfect, flipping his attitude at lightning speed. He hugs Lan Thien Hong's leg, wailing at the top of his lungs. "Master, it's been 10,000 years. I missed you to death. I honestly thought you had completely forgotten all about me." Lan Thien Hong just sneers coldly, dropping a simple, brutal insult. "You fake little snake." He grabs the guy's face tight, making him sweat bullets. Bam! Lan Thien Hong's expression darkens as he unleashes a heavy strike, roaring, "I am the master here. I know you and I both felt that impact." The ginseng screams in twisted agony as a brutal, wince-inducing punishment officially begins. Using his spiritual energy, he carves weird shapes right onto his backside, asking coldly, "Still dare to mess around with my chosen disciple?" That is a death sentence. Understand? Hearing the endless smacking sounds, Lin Lingyun and Bayun turn pale, actually feeling a tiny bit of pity for him. The immortal ginseng gets beaten completely flat, left sprawled out helplessly on the dirt. Whimpering for mercy, he begs to be spared. Lan Thien Hong just snaps his fingers, stripping away the disguise and forcing it back into a totally normal ginseng root. He smiles faintly, muttering to himself, "It really did look a bit disgusting earlier." That's where we leave it for now. He figures this form will easily fool his wife. Meanwhile, Li Shiyue sits calmly on the steps, waiting for her husband to come home. Stick with me as he walks in. We're getting pure romance today. His wife flashes a bright smile. He wants to surprise her. "Guess what your husband brought you?" Li Xingyue tilts her head, innocently asking, "What is it?" "I can't even guess," she says. Looking totally hyped, he immediately pulls the item out. "Look right here." Resting her chin, she thinks for a second. "Well, it basically looks like a ginseng root." Thien Hong laughs, looking super proud. "That's exactly right." Li Xingyue frowns just a bit, looking worried. "Husband, why buy ginseng? We aren't rich," he happily explains. "Ginseng soup keeps you young forever. Drink it, and you'll get even more gorgeous. That's why I bought it." Hearing that, her eyes instantly turn red and tears start rolling down. Are you saying I'm not pretty anymore? No wonder I found a white hair today. Am I actually getting old now? Thien Hong completely panics, shaking his head frantically. "No, of course not." He awkwardly stammers. "To me, you'll always be the most beautiful woman. Nobody even compares." Stick with me here, we are jumping into an incredibly wild OP couple dynamic. Her face flushes bright red, giggling from teasing her husband. Li Xiu nudges him playfully. Fine, I will eat it. I just want to stay perfectly beautiful so you never get bored of me." They exchange loving glances, but deep down, they both have entirely different secret thoughts. One side is totally determined. He absolutely cannot let his wife know this is a 10,000-year-old ginseng spirit. It would terrify her. Meanwhile, she secretly laughs. "My silly husband. I drank 100-year-old ginseng tea daily in the palace, but his gesture is too sweet to refuse, so I will just happily accept it." Suddenly, Li Xiue notices something completely off. Wait a second. This aura, it is pure ginseng energy. She brings the root to her nose. It really is. If she had not unlocked her heavenly emperor eye, she would have completely missed this heaven-defying treasure. Staring at the ginseng in her hand, her heart races wildly. This is a sealed 10,000-year-old immortal root. An incredibly rare mortal realm treasure. It grants youth and instantly shortens the breakthrough to the immortality tier. Her husband actually stumbled upon a massive stroke of luck. Seeing her completely space out, Lan Thien Hong asks with pure concern, "Wifey, is everything all right?" She quickly shakes her head. "No, it is nothing. You gave me such a priceless gift. I am just feeling incredibly touched." Li Shiyue smiles, pure as a lotus, opening her arms playfully. "I want a hug." Lan Thien Hong does not hesitate, scooping her right up. "Done." Snuggling into his chest, she makes a secret vow. "Just wait, husband. Soon, I will absolutely gift you 1,000,000-year-old ginseng so you can immediately ascend to godhood." Night finally falls, completely swallowing the last few rays of the setting sun. Under the flickering oil lamp, two figures are totally wrapped around each other, creating a super intimate atmosphere. Well, intimate might be the wrong word. It is honestly more like a chaotic, playful married couple wrestling match. "You big meanie, you only know how to bully me." Her pouting voice echoes out, followed by some fierce but playful struggling. The tiny wooden cabin literally shakes from the aftershocks of this young couple's wild late-night flirting. Lan Thien Hong uses his insane stamina to firmly pin down his wife's slender wrists, pressing them right above her head. "Wifey, you smell way too good. Just let your husband take one little bite," he begs shamelessly. Splashing around in the wooden bathtub, Li Shiyue pouts right back. "Who told you to tease me first? I am just serving justice and getting my revenge." She lunges forward, biting a perfect little mark right onto his shoulder. "Ah, wifey, spare my life." Lan Thien Hong winces in pain, face completely scrunching up like a kid losing their candy. "Stop using violence on me," he complains, rubbing his injured shoulder. "Wait, are you part puppy? Why do you love biting so much?" Now pay close attention here. The very next day, inside the Forbidden Zone outside Divine Phoenix City, a graceful figure is meditating in midair. It is Li Shiyue, currently hitting the absolute most critical moment of her intense cultivation process, looking just like a majestic goddess. A sparkling barrier surrounds her body, and inside, you can see that ultra-manzing Lan Thien Hong gave her floating right there. Spiritual energy surges wildly, slowly forming a massive, mystical yin-yang seal. Suddenly, the sky roars furiously. Flaming meteorites, looking straight like hellfire spheres, come crashing down with devastating force. It is a literal world-ending meteor shower. The pressure skyrockets, cracking the earth beneath her, turning it into scorching coals. Luckily, Li Xiwe's protective barrier is insanely strong, easily defending her and blocking every single one of those massive flaming boulders from hitting. Right then, a deafening roar echoes from underground. A colossal earth dragon bursts out, completely smashing the falling meteorites to absolute pieces. After a while, Li Xiwe slowly opens her eyes, a satisfied smirk forming on her lips. Absolutely perfect. This ancient ginseng is priceless, helping me bypass the fire tribulation so easily. Her gaze suddenly turns completely razor sharp. All right, we are going all the way. Gathering her energy, the barrier expands massively, lifting her high up to hover straight in midair. You probably think she is safe now, right? Watch this. Lightning flashes above, signaling heaven's ultimate wrath. In a flash, endless massive lightning bolts turn into roaring electric pythons, tearing the sky apart and crashing straight down. Deafening thunder tries crushing everything, striking Li Xiwe directly. She instantly forms a hand seal and screams. Righteous lightning art, heavenly thunder body tempering. Her barrier vanishes completely, leaving her standing exposed but incredibly unyielding. Taking the raging lightning head on, Li Xiwe grits her teeth, enduring the pain as the lightning strikes get thicker and thicker, the destructive power becoming absolutely terrifying. Pushing her cultivation base to the absolute limit, she lets out an earth-shattering roar. A blinding golden light crashes from above. A majestic golden dragon manifests. Carrying the aura of the great Tao, it pierces the heavens, soaring straight into the sky. The shattered earth slowly heals. Completely drained, Li Xiwe collapses like a broken doll. Rain starts to fall. The third lightning tribulation is finally over. Yet the medicinal energy from that 10,000-year immortal ginseng is still overflowing. So what do we learn here? Even completely exhausted, her willpower is unbreakable. Time for round 2. Stick with me, we are about to witness the ultimate Manhwa betrayal. Just look at this. The ground suddenly crumbles, floodwaters rush in, and Li Xiwe gets dragged down into a pitch-black abyss. But wait, the bottom is weirdly peaceful. She finds herself standing in this gorgeous paradise, smiling happily down at 2 adorable babies in a crib. Her voice is incredibly sweet as she says, "Husband, come look. The kids are just too cute. Who do you think they look like more?" But then, an incredibly creepy, mocking voice replies, like me, obviously." The guy stepping out is none other than the Demon Lord himself. He smirks, and that cold smile is absolutely bone-chilling. Long time no see, Empress she-he. Li Xiwe freezes, her whole body shaking at that familiar face. "Husband, you are the Demon Lord?" He just sneers, eyes like ice. "Oh, you are just realizing this? A bit slow, aren't we?" Li Xiwe absolutely shatters. She drops to the ground, totally rejecting this cruel reality. "How is this even possible? Why are you the Demon Lord? The man I loved most? Why are you the monster who killed me? Why?" Her voice breaks completely, echoing with pure heartbreak. She sobs, asking why he played her like that. Lan Thien Hong, the Demon Lord, just laughs coldly. "Huh, you act like you are completely innocent here. Didn't you play me for a fool too? Oh, mighty Empress she freezes, head spinning so hard she collapses. Hold up, you and I know she is hiding a massive secret too. She cannot even blame him now. What is she supposed to do?" Lan Thien Hong waves his hand, summoning thick, swirling dark energy. "Empress she you stood in my way of conquering the 3 worlds. Time to pay the ultimate price." Li Xiwe cries silently, the pain unbearable. "Are we seriously about to fight to the death right now?" He summons a razor-sharp weapon, lips curling up. "What do you think?" Her heart absolutely shatters. "Why? Why did you have to be the Demon Lord? Why is fate torturing me?" He doesn't hesitate for a second. "Our bond is officially dead." His eyes are packed with pure killing intent. "Only one of us survives." Li Xiwe slowly forces herself up, barely able to stand. "Only one survives. You are so ruthless." Tears soak her clothes as all their happy memories flash by like a slow-motion movie. But brutal reality crushes those memories like broken glass. There is no going back now. The bond is dead. He raises his massive scepter. During the last war, I was way too soft letting you reincarnate. Not happening this time. Right on cue, Li Xiue calls out her own sword, a freezing aura spilling from the blade. She decisively wipes her face. Fine. Then this showdown is going to end absolutely everything today. They violently crash into each other. Shockwaves explode mid-air, blasting out blinding sparks like a crazy fireworks show. Sword and scepter clash with a deafening bang. She slashes down with insane power. He blocks and swings right back. She bends backward, dodging super fast, barely escaping a totally fatal hit. Spotting an opening, Li Xiue channels all her energy, screaming as she thrusts her sword straight at his vitals. Watch closely here. Even now, she sees his conflicted face, and just like any of us would, she hesitates, completely unable to strike down her husband. Lan Thien Hong capitalizes instantly, blasting her backwards and knocking her wide open to create distance. Running out of gas already? He mocks her, totally ruthless. You don't fight like my legendary rival at all. Where is my invincible Empress he? He swings his weapon again, unleashing a massive finishing strike. Li Xiue scrambles backward, just barely dodging the heavy blow. The impact shatters the ground into pieces, exploding wildly. 1 second slower, and she would have been crushed into absolute dust. He smirks, voice dripping with disgust. To think I had 2 wretched kids with trash like you. Absolute disgrace. He levels his weapon at the baby crib. Today I wipe out you and those mistakes. I alone rule everything. Li Xiue panics hard. No! Don't you dare touch them. She charges like an absolute madwoman, throwing her body and blade in front of the attack. You monster! Trying to murder our own babies. While screaming, she frantically throws up a magic shield right over the crib. Pushed to her absolute limit, she roars. I will never forgive you. She erupts, turning into a blazing streak of light, launching like a lethal arrow. Furious, crackling lightning goes absolutely wild all over her body. Her killing intent is off the charts. Gripping her sword, she charges straight at Lan Thien Hong, zero hesitation left. A massive wall of dark energy rises to protect him. But the second her blade almost connects, catch this ending. His shield suddenly vanishes, leaving him completely defenseless. Trust me, we need part 2. Let's dive right into this heartbreak. At that exact moment, she finally saw Lan Thien Hong's incredibly gentle face. Li Xiue froze in absolute shock, but it was way too late. Her sword had already pierced straight through his body. She whipped her head around in panic. Lan Thien Hong just stood there silently, the dark aura around him completely fading away. Li Xiue screamed in pure agony. Why? Why didn't he dodge it? She rushed forward desperately, catching his collapsing body in her arms before he hit the ground. Trembling violently, Lan Thien Hong raised his weak hand and gently touched her tear-stained cheek. Only by your hands can I break my inner demon and find peace beyond the 3 realms, he whispered. His eyes weren't angry. They were completely soft, overflowing with pure love. Her entire world shattered into pieces. She burst into uncontrollable, heartbroken sobs. You absolute fool, you idiot, she cried out. A single tear rolled down his pale face. I had no other choice, my lovely wife, he whispered into the heavy silence. I love you, no matter what your identity is. If my reincarnation is successful, you and I will continue our destiny in the next life. With those last words, his hand dropped. His eyes closed forever. Li Xiue froze completely, then let out a totally gut-wrenching scream of pure despair. No, no! She hugged his cold body insanely tight, crying like a madwoman. Husband, please wake up. I forbid you from leaving me like this. Ah! I won't let you leave me. Her tragic, heartbreaking cries echoed endlessly through the empty, silent space around them. After crying until she had 0 tears left, she whispered softly into his ear. I am so sorry. I never should have doubted your love for me. Husband, no matter how long it takes, I swear I will find your reincarnation. She buried him, making a small grave, and placed 2 weapons right beside it as a promise. Wiping her eyes, Li Xiue stood up with burning resolve. If I don't find you, I will never move on. Now watch closely, because everything flips here. Suddenly, the space completely shattered. Li Xiue gasped awake from the illusion, tears still wet on her face. I just killed the man I love most with my own hands. Her entire body shook with pure terror. Thank God it was just a heart tribulation trial. If that was real, she could not even finish the thought, grabbing her jade pendant to desperately calm her racing heartbeat. She let out a long breath. This illusion trial was absolute nightmare fuel. It literally digs up your deepest, darkest fears and makes them real. Wiping away the leftover tears, she looked pitiful but honestly kind of funny. Imagine her sweet husband turning into her worst enemy, a demon lord. What kind of insane soap opera plot is that? She stood up and walked out, telling herself to just chill out. Her husband was literally a weak, frail scholar. How on earth could that guy be a terrifying demon lord? It didn't make any sense no matter how you sliced it. Why would a ruthless overlord ever fall for a totally normal woman like her? Hands on her hips, Li Shui pouted dramatically and marched right toward the beautiful lake. The fresh air and cool mist instantly fixed her bad mood. She stretched comfortably. Just one more tiny step, and she would finally break through to the legendary longevity realm. Her leveling speed was honestly unbelievable. She slipped out of her clothes and stepped into the water, but suddenly, an intense wave of homesickness hit her hard. This is bad. I miss my husband way too much. I need to go home to him right now. Rising out of the water, she planned to get clean and go hug him tight. Smiling with pure excitement, she thought, I won't let him out of my sight. I have to get stronger, super fast, so I can take him with me when I ascend. We are switching gears now, and trust me, watch this transition. The scene jumps to the Martial King's absolutely massive, luxurious manor. Dozens of servants lined up in 2 perfectly straight rows, respectfully waiting to welcome a massive, extremely important arrival. From high up in the sky, a figure slowly floated down, glowing with the aura of an absolute god. The servants instantly bowed their heads in perfect sync, chanting, Welcome back, young master. Wudong touched down gently, pulling back the insanely terrifying pressure radiating off his body. The head butler rushed out to greet him, his voice shaking with pure emotion. Young master, you have finally returned home. From inside the grand hall, the Martial King let out a booming laugh and hurried out. Haha, is my boy Wudong really back? Grandpa is so happy to see you. The young genius immediately bowed deep. Greetings, grandfather. Congratulations on breaking through to the Divine Tribulation 4th step. The Martial King laughed loudly, nodding in total satisfaction. Good, good. But honestly, that Divine Tribulation tier means absolutely nothing compared to my precious grandson coming home. Wudong smoothly turned to his parents to pay his respects. Greetings to you, father and mother. His father nodded slightly, his eyes shining with absolute pride. My son, you did amazing. Beating the wind tribulation at barely 20 years old? You are definitely my boy. Right on cue, a ridiculously luxurious carriage rolled up from the distance, and a booming voice echoed out loud. Is my favorite grandson finally back? The Wu King casually stepped out, literally using a bowing servant's back as a human footstool, a huge grin on his face. Your grandpa came to see you too. Wudong clasped his hands together, respectfully bowing to his maternal grandfather. His mother smiled warmly at the whole scene. All right. Why are we all just standing outside? Let's take this inside and catch up properly. The Martial King threw an arm around his grandson, laughing as he dragged him in. Exactly. Get inside, everyone. Start the welcome feast. The family reunion was loud, happy, and honestly a bit huge and flashy. Servants instantly flooded the room, covering the entire giant table with an insane feast. Rare delicacies and perfectly cooked dishes filled the hall. The incredible smell floating in the air would make literally anyone's mouth water. The whole family sat together, eating, laughing, and swapping stories like crazy. So what do you and I think his real plan is here? With ambition flashing in his eyes, Wudong poured wine for his grandfather. Grandpa, I heard the Divine Phoenix Empress just broke through the Divine Tribulation tier. Is that true? Alright, stick with me here. She actually killed the Yin-Ju monster, a second stage expert? The Martial King calmly raised his hand, signaling him to chill. He said, You and that girl are the exact same age. Raised in the ancient library of the Central Province, your talent is off the charts. But her? Passing the wind tribulation at this age is absolutely mind-blowing. Stroking his beard, he continued, But Li Shui live in the southern province, a barren wasteland with zero resources, and she still reached that realm, simply terrifying. Beside him, the Wu King frowned, eyes full of heavy doubt. Dong, why bring up the Empress today? Do you have an ulterior motive? Hearing this, Wudong's eyes darkened, slowly swirling the wine cup in his hand. His voice dropped with hidden meaning. Passing the wind tribulation at her age without massive resources backing her. In my eyes, it is impossible. He lowered his voice, looking totally mysterious. Unless the Divine Phoenix Empress found some ancient, crazy inheritance. The Wu King instantly caught his drift. His gaze turned heavy as he stared right at Wudong. You mean to say, but before he could even finish, the Martial King waved him off. Absolutely not. His tone turned dead serious. Our four great manners might ignore royal decrees, but we are still subjects of the divine Phoenix dynasty. Remembering Li Xiue's overwhelming presence and sharp eyes, he gave a dark warning. Do not even think about plotting against Her Majesty. Now watch closely. Wudong just laughed, dropping his mysterious act. Grandpa, who do you think I am? I would never plot against the Empress, he quickly explained. We are both the exact same age, and we are both absolute geniuses. So why don't you and Grandpa head to the palace and propose marriage for me? Stunned for a second, the Wu King burst out laughing. Well, well, Brother Marshal, looks like our boy is fully grown and ready to settle down. The Marshal King excitedly put his chopsticks down, nodding in complete agreement. Our boy is the #1 true disciple of the ancient library. Plus, he has 2 massive great manners backing him up. That divine Phoenix Empress is honestly a match made in heaven for him. He laughed heartily. Haha, brilliant idea. They are the absolute perfect couple. He immediately raised his glass and threw an arm around the Wu King. We cannot delay this. Brother Wu, tomorrow we march straight into the palace and propose. The Wu King happily clinked his glass. Done. It is settled. Haha, a double blessing today. Cheers. At the exact same time, Wudong downed his drink, his heart practically bursting with joy. Thank you both for working so hard for my sake. Meanwhile, back in the Lin Manor courtyard, Lan Thien Hong and Li Xiue are sharing a romantic sword dance. Her steps are light as petals, moving as gracefully as the wind. They are totally in sync down to every breath, moving together like dancing dragons and flying phoenixes. Lan Thien Hong gently holds her waist, both of them completely lost in their own blissful little world. As Xiue leans back into a dip, he instantly bends down to support her soft frame. Out of nowhere, rose petals start raining down from the sky. It is an incredibly breathtaking, picture-perfect romantic scene. But you and I know happiness never lasts long. The sweet vibe shatters with a loud, sudden crack. Lan Thien Hong's spine apparently could not handle the extreme romance. His face turns pale instantly. Ouch, Xiue asks anxiously. Hubby, what is wrong? Seeing him clutching his waist, she panics. Why does your waist hurt? Have we been a little too active lately? Hearing that, the trembling Lan Thien Hong suddenly straightens up. His manly pride kicks in immediately. He puffs his chest out and stubbornly says, I am perfectly fine. But the truth? Yeah, only heaven knows. Night falls, quiet and still. In the dimly lit room, Xiyu wears a thin, delicate robe, looking at Thien Hong with pure affection. Thien Hong is rocking just a towel right now, his toned muscles glowing perfectly under the candlelight. Wifey? He is a bit caught off guard by her unusual, proactive vibe today. Looking at her, he asks, Wifey, what is going on? Why so passionate all of a sudden? Xiue moves in close, whispering softly, Nothing. I just really missed you today. Playfully pinching his cheek, she mutters to herself, My husband is this handsome. How could he be that demon lord? That guy isn't even fit to carry his shoes. Thinking that, Xiue suddenly kisses him. Caught off guard, Thien Hong does not pull away, but instead wraps his arms right around her waist. Seeing his reaction, she pouts playfully, her voice dripping with sweetness. So, do you want more? Faced with that, Thien Hong does not hesitate at all. He just nods instantly. The two completely tangle together, drowning in their sweet romance. The long night flies by in total bliss, right until dawn finally breaks. Now, Thien Hong holds Xiue gently from behind, while she leans softly back into his embrace. You and I both felt that, her voice goes soft. Husband, promise me you will never leave. All right, you and I are jumping right into it. Lan Thien Hong tightens his embrace, his voice rock solid. I promise, as your husband, I will never leave your side. Outside the curtains, the flickering candlelight casts their intertwined shadows on the wall. A perfectly warm, deeply loving scene between these two. Morning hits. Suddenly, a sharp voice cuts right through the palace gates. King Wu and King Yu are here to see Her Majesty the Empress. Inform her at once. Another guard immediately panics and yells out, King Wu and King Yu have arrived. Hurry up and send the word. A line of wildly luxurious carriages rolls up. But get this, the guards behind them radiate an aura so dark and terrifying. Even the palace gatekeepers start shaking. These guys from the Wu and Yu estates? They have been hiding their true power big time. Everywhere they go, 3 divine tribulation realm experts follow them. Since when did these old kings become this insanely dangerous? King Wu smirks, calculating his odds. This divine Phoenix Empress is stubborn. She literally declared war on the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty just to avoid marriage. Definitely not a pushover. Luckily, his family has a literal god backing them up in the shadows. Plus, King Wu has the ancient academy's support and his genius grandson. Bringing out all this firepower today? He is convinced the Empress will just shut up and obey. Meanwhile, in the royal study, Li Xiyue is laser-focused on her paperwork when Fu Tianyu rushes in to report. Your Majesty, King Wu and King Yu are suddenly here asking for an audience. She stays perfectly calm. Tianyu, with my direct guidance and all those resources, you have finally stepped into the divine fire realm. Not a bad talent at all. But then her brow furrows. A heavy suspicion rises in her chest. These foreign kings have not bothered showing up to court in over 20 years. Why gang up and come today? Fu Tianyu shakes her head. She has no idea. They literally just showed up without a single warning. Now pay close attention here. Li Xiyue realizes they brought a whole squad of divine tribulation realm experts with them. All these years, these old men were quietly hiding this much terrifying power in the shadows. To have such an absolutely insane force lurking right under her nose, what exactly are they plotting? Her expression drops completely. Zero mood for paperwork anymore. Her fingers loosen, letting the heavy scroll just thud onto the desk. Send them in. Fu Tianyu immediately bows her head, takes the order, and hurries right out the door. Her Majesty summons King Wu and King Yu. Granted permission, the two kings stroll in looking way too confident. We greet Her Majesty the Empress. Li Xiyue rests her chin on her hand. Her cold phoenix eyes sweep over them, a faint killing intent filling the room. At ease. Skipping the small talk entirely, she cuts straight to the chase. Why exactly did you two seek me out today? King Wu just smiles, looking totally harmless. Your Majesty, my grandson Wu Dong just returned from the ancient academy today. I brought the boy here specifically to pay his respects to you. Oh, is that so? She raises an eyebrow. Then let him in. Right on cue, the guy is already waiting right outside the doors. He swaggers in, absolute arrogance radiating off him. Zero respect. I am Wu Dong. Nice to meet the divine Phoenix Empress. This instantly pisses Li Xiyue off. He really thinks just because he is from the ancient academy, he does not even need to bow to her. Despite her rising anger, she catches something crazy about this young guy. He actually has an innate third eye right on his forehead. Why do I sense such a familiar energy? Could he actually be the heir of some immortal from the upper realm? While she is putting the pieces together, King Wu keeps talking, completely puffed up with pride. Your Majesty, my precious grandson, Wu Dong here passed the wind tribulation before turning 30. He is a top disciple of the Central Continent's ancient academy, and he is a literal born genius to top it off. The old man's eyes clearly reveal his true goal now. We believe my grandson and you are a match made in heaven. We came here specifically to propose marriage. But Li Xiyue instantly throws a massive bucket of ice water on that. You and I both saw that rejection coming, right? I have no intention of marrying. The absolute shutdown leaves all three men totally stunned. For a split second, her real husband's face flashes in her mind. Another guy who thinks he is hot stuff. Pure delusional thinking. In this entire world, nobody except her husband is worthy of her. Seeing her reaction, Wu Dong immediately steps up to argue. Your Majesty, the Divine Phoenix Dynasty has survived endless chaos. Your foundation is severely damaged right now. I am the absolute top true disciple of the ancient academy. I am a literal chosen child of heaven. Add the total backing of both our royal estates, and a marriage alliance will absolutely restore your empire to peak glory. Can you really not see the bigger picture right in front of you? But she does not flinch at all. Instead, her glare turns even more sharp and unyielding as she stares him down. King Wu sees this and instantly ramps up the pressure. A massive aura explodes from him, a blatant threat. Your Majesty, we brought our complete sincerity today. Please do not disappoint this old man. Beside him, Wu Dong scowls, his ego completely bruised and furious. I lowered myself for you, and you are playing hard to get? Now here is where we get the ultimate mic drop. Li Xiyue finally speaks, her voice ringing clear but loaded with deadly meaning. King Wu, you said you came to propose for your grandson, but Wu Dong is not actually your grandson at all. So whose grandson are you really trying to propose for here? A wickedly sharp smile spreads across Li Xiyue's face, her tone dripping with pure mockery and absolute amusement. Hearing this, all three men violently flinch, King Wu's eyes going totally wide. Unable to believe his own ears, he stammers, "What did you say?" Li Xiyue leans on the table, calmly dropping a bomb. King Wu, your daughter and her cousin have an interesting secret. Didn't you tell the Martial King? King Wu knows the truth and completely panics. Feeling the Martial King's deadly, suspicious glare, he frantically yells, "She's just speaking pure nonsense!" He jumps up in pure agitation, pointing straight at her and roaring, "That's a lie!" Your Majesty, are you trying to divide our families? She doesn't even look at him, just lazily checking her nails, totally bored. Now watch closely as she stands up. This tension is about to explode. She slowly paces around, clicking her tongue like a judge passing a sentence. Tesk, way too loud. I don't joke, she says calmly. A simple blood test will show the truth, so why argue? That casual remark hits like an absolute thunderbolt. King Wu's face instantly drains of color, turning pale blue as cold sweat pours down. He stands there, completely freaking out internally. Seeing this, Wu Dong gets furious, roaring so loud the Martial King flinches. It's just a test. Your Majesty, stop spreading fake news in this hall, trying to tear our two royal families apart. That trick won't work. Without hesitating, he bites his finger, and fresh blood instantly drips out. Already knowing the outcome, she doesn't even turn around, just casually reminding him. Martial King, your turn. King Wu looks pale as a ghost, heart racing, desperately acting calm as the Martial King stands up. She lazily flips a page. Seeing the old man hesitate, she mocks him. Your grandson isn't scared. Are you seriously weaker than the younger generation? He instantly falls for it. Forcing a drop of blood from his fingertip, he snaps. Fine. True gold fears absolutely no fire. King Wu just lowers his head in silence, his mind scrambling desperately for an escape. As both men drop their blood into the bowl, she keeps reading her book. The tension is suffocating. You and I know she's got them trapped. As the shocking truth surfaces, she gives this totally cold, mocking smirk. The two blood drops don't blend together at all. Instead, they violently reject each other, making a weird, messy stain. Absolute, undeniable proof that her words were completely true. King Wu looks totally drained. The Martial King grinds his teeth, eyes practically shooting flames. And Wu Dong? The tough guy is now wide-eyed in pure shock. Zero fusion between the blood. Hearing exactly what she expected, she looks smug. Spot on. How could the Martial King ever swallow this massive level of insult? He flips his sleeves, roaring like a wounded beast. King Wu, I'll tear you apart. King Wu stumbles backward in absolute terror, waving his hands. Brother, please. Even though Dong isn't your real bloodline, you raised him. All these years of love, you can't just toss him aside. That excuse only makes the Martial King's rage explode. The pure humiliation and betrayal are way too much. Without another word, he lunges forward, swinging a punch. King Wu cowers, covering his face, failing to dodge in time. I spit on you. I'll kill you first, then handle your awful daughter. Suddenly, a figure flashes by like lightning. It's Wu Dong. Without any hesitation, he throws a brutal punch straight at the Martial King. Completely off guard against the boy he loved, the old man gets sent flying. He stumbles, blood dripping down. He's stunned. Wu Dong cracks his knuckles, coldly saying they aren't family. Trust me, you and I will definitely want to see what's next. Stick with me here, because he just told the Vo family to back off his grandfather completely. His voice is dead cold. For old time's sake, I will spare your life today. Get lost, he spits out. The Wu King quickly stands up, looking at Vo Dong with pure pride. Well done, my good grandson. Amidst all this absolute chaos, only Li Xiwei sits there completely chill. She sips her tea, watching the drama unfold like a free movie. The Vo King stumbles outside, his manic laughter echoing everywhere. You traitorous brat, fine, very fine. From today on, the Vo and Wu families are officially done. Saying that, the old man turns away. Li Xiwei just smiles and casually waves him off. Have a safe trip. We won't see you out. Hearing her voice, Vo Dong stops in his tracks. He looks back, his eyes burning with absolute, unfiltered rage. This is all because of a toxic woman like you. You broke the bond between our families and turned me into an orphan with nothing. The Wu King refuses to back down, immediately adding fuel to the fire. You wretched girl, trying to divide us? Kill her right now. Tian Yu instantly dashes out, standing protectively in front of Li Xiye. He draws his sword, fully on guard. You and I are about to see an absolute queen at work. Someone yells about treason, but Li Xiye completely ignores it. She gently pats Tian Yu on the shoulder and calmly says, Step back. Just a few small fries. I will handle them myself. Boom. She channels her divine energy. A glowing ball of pure light forms right in her palm, radiating terrifying pressure. I just broke through to a new realm, she smirks. Might as well use you all as target practice. Hearing that, the two guys instantly turn pale. Their eyes are wide with pure terror. Half-step immortality realm? No way. It has barely been any time at all. How did you break through? Meanwhile, Tianyu stands right next to her, completely starstruck. Full of worship, she clasps her hands together and starts cheering loudly. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your progress is honestly God tier. Suddenly, a massive glowing golden dragon made of pure divine energy roars through the entire hall. Then, Li Shiyue's voice cuts through like ice. The Wu family dares to rebel? Off with their heads. That booming voice instantly grabs the attention of the martial king and his lackeys. Seeing that majestic golden dragon staring them down, the old man is absolutely shaken to his core. Wait, has Her Majesty the Empress really become this insanely overpowered already? The cheering echoes loudly once again. Li Shiyue and Tianyu are just totally hyping each other up. Treason gets the axe. The Empress is almighty. Long live the absolute queen. The martial king is internally terrified, but he still tries to rely on his numbers. He has zero clue the Grim Reaper is right here. Divine Phoenix Empress, you might be strong, but we have 4 tribulation experts. You really think you can wipe out my Wu family? Keep dreaming. Now watch closely. Far away in the royal shrine, mysterious figures are secretly spying. They whisper in the shadows. This Divine Phoenix Empress is just constantly causing absolute chaos. This little demon is a walking disaster, but damn, she is even more stunning than I was back in the day. Maybe we should just ruin her pretty face? You know, to keep the whole Phoenix capital nice and safe from her mess. Meanwhile, in his private manner, Lan Thien Hong rests his chin on his hand, sighing in pure annoyance. Why does this Empress always love stirring up drama and attracting so much crazy trouble everywhere? Time and time again, making such huge, explosive scenes. Lan Thien Hong's eyes suddenly turn ice cold as a crazy thought flashes right through his mind. Maybe I should just ruin her looks? Then literally nobody would ever come to bother the peace of the Phoenix capital again. But immediately after that, an epic image pops into his head. Him standing tall, heroically shielding a small, fragile Li Xue from endless waves of villains. If I was not secretly protecting her in the dark, my wife would have been targeted by countless creeps already. Thinking about this, he cannot help but smirk. Ha! My wife having a husband like me is literally a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Back in the grand hall, Li Xiue puts her hands on her hips, standing tall against those 4 Tribulation Realm experts. She smirks mockingly, glancing right at the Martial King and Wu Dong. 4 pieces of trash teaming up just makes one giant, totally useless pile of garbage. Why should I be scared? Hearing this, Wu Dong's face twists, his expression turning incredibly vicious. Completely blind to the massive power gap, he sneers. An emperor of this tiny southern province dares to act so arrogant and run her mouth? Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream echoes from the hall entrance, totally cutting him off. The Martial King's wife has arrived. You little wench, how dare you ruin my daughter's reputation? Li Xiu, the Martial King, and Wu Dong all turn around in shock. The wife literally does not care about the Empress's status. She points right at Li Xiue's face and screams, "You lowly trash! You are about to die, yet you still boast. You are not even qualified to be a maid for my grandson." Pure rage makes her lose her damn mind. You and I both know she will not take that. Her eyes instantly turn freezing cold, and without another word, she strikes. Boom! Countless golden lightning bolts crash down from the void directly onto her. Insolent fool. The wife lets out an absolutely agonizing, blood-curdling scream. The Martial King and Wu Dong panic and dodge away. Her body is charred completely black by the lightning, clothes shredded, lying totally motionless on the floor. Those 2 scream in pure horror. Madam, Grandma, furious beyond belief, they grit their teeth and roar. How dare you actually do this? Li Xiue could not care less. Instead, she just flashes them a brilliantly bright, mocking smile. The Martial King's eyes go completely bloodshot with rage. You bitch, I am going to kill you. Suddenly, a foul, pitch-black demonic aura erupts violently from his body, literally blasting the roof off. The surrounding air instantly becomes heavy and creepy, completely swallowed up by thick, suffocating black smoke. His glowing red eyes lock fiercely onto Li Xiue. She gently rubs her nose, frowning as she senses that distinct, disgusting stench of the demon realm. So the Martial King's estate are just hunting dogs for the demon realm? Perfect. That just gives me more reason to completely wipe you all out. Blinded by pure hatred, he forms hand seals, gathering a massive sphere of dark demonic energy. Die, you wretched woman. Just die for me. As soon as he speaks, that pitch-black demonic energy blasts straight toward Li Xiue. But she just stands there, totally calm, not flinching at all. Suddenly, her hands are wrapped in blazing golden lightning, and she lets out an arrogant scoff. Without hesitation, Li Xiue pushes out a massive, explosive lightning sphere with both hands, to meet his incoming attack head-on. Her voice rings out, absolutely oozing with confidence. With just your power, you really overestimate yourself. The Martial King gets blasted away instantly, his body trembling as he violently coughs up blood. Wudong screams for his grandpa in shock. You and I definitely need to see what is next. Let's dive right into this absolute madness. He turns around, screaming at his 4 hesitating followers. What are you waiting for? Attack her now. Instantly, Wudong and the other 4 launch a massive combined assault. She's too powerful. Strike together. Li Haiyinguyet just casually takes their coordinated attack head-on, an icy, mocking smile creeping onto her lips. Reckless fools, she mutters. Then she swings her lightning sword, unleashing the legendary Heavenly Dragon Slash. Wudong instantly senses the lethal danger. His face goes pale, sweating bullets as he screams out, "Not good. Retreat right now." But guess what? Too late. In a split second, a colossal wave of sword energy sweeps through, literally crushing his crew to pieces. Tragic screams echo out and then dead silence. Wudong barely avoids the fatal hit, but he's still blasted several meters away, his body totally wrecked. Seeing everything fall apart, the Martial King desperately yells, "Donger, we are absolutely no match for her. We need to run." But Wudong is completely covered in brutal injuries, laid out flat on the ground. Before he can even try standing up, a pair of slender legs steps right in front of him. A chilling voice drops. "Wanna run?" It's Li Haiyinguyet. Staring down like a goddess of death, she says. "Without my permission, even if you grow wings, you aren't leaving." Even though he's terrified to the core, Wudong still stretches his neck to shout, "I am the true disciple of the ancient academy. You wouldn't dare touch me." Her answer? A ruthless, crushing stomp planted right onto his spine. The terrifying force makes Wudong spit blood like an absolute fountain. Her icy tone shatters all his delusions. Just a pathetic little ancient academy. What wouldn't I dare do? Wudong looks so miserable right now. He's beaten bloody, looking no different from a stray dog losing a street fight. Pure, burning resentment bubbles up. He screams out in total despair. "I refuse this. I am Wudong, heaven's chosen genius, the brightest star. Why must I die in this wasteland?" Now pay close attention here. Suddenly, a third eye on his forehead glows bright red, terrifying blood vessels webbing all over it. Gathering every last drop of his broken strength, he throws his head back. "I refuse." Boom! A massive burst of raw energy blasts Wudong's body straight into the sky, actually leaving Li Haiyinguyet standing below, looking slightly stunned. Up in the air, all 3 of his eyes snap open. The middle one? Glowing like a mini sun, ancient memories flood back into his mind. "I remember now. I am the 3rd-generation disciple of Chantian sect, the legendary 3-eyed immortal emperor. Because I died in the Great Immortal Demon War, I was reincarnated right here." Down below, Li Haiyinguyet watches silently as the ghostly phantom of an ancient immortal emperor slowly materializes in the sky right behind Wudong. She just smirks, flashing a totally disdainful smile at this arrogant junior. Turns out he's just a reincarnated Chantian sect disciple. No wonder he looked somewhat familiar. All of a sudden, the 3rd pupil on his forehead erupts with blinding light. His eyes go wide as he aggressively casts his divine technique. Heavenly Eye Divine Pupil, Nightmare. Instantly, a colossal eye appears floating in midair, firing down an intensely blinding beam that completely traps Li Haiyinguyet inside. Next, countless strings of pink spiritual energy, soft as silk but sharp as heavenly blades, pour violently out of the giant eye. You and I both know she's overpowered, but watch this. Her body is instantly shredded into tiny pieces, sucked into a crazy energy tornado. Seeing his attack connect, Wudong breathes a massive sigh of relief. Perfect hit, he thinks. But then, he notices the tornado shrinking, condensing into a floating purple star. He isn't taking any more chances. Wudong frantically grabs his grandpa, the divine envoy, yelling, "We have to run now. This attack cannot hold that demoness for very long." And he was right. Right before the purple star gets sliced in half by an invisible blade, a purple streak of light shoots into the sky, escaping. Meanwhile, Li Haiyinguyet casually steps right out of the shattered star, completely unharmed, her binding spell broken. She frowns slightly, turning to her general standing behind her with one cold, deadly order. "Fo Thien Du, take the Heavenly Plan army and exterminate the Martial King's entire manor." Hearing her command, Fo Thien Du cups his hands, eyes cold as ice. Minister obeys. Time skips fast. By the next morning, a massive army with banners blocking out the sun floods the city streets. Soldiers with megaphones echo their broadcast absolutely everywhere. The martial king's manor committed treason. The Empress decrees execution for all 9 generations. Rebels must die to warn the world. Huge crowds of citizens pack the streets like a chaotic festival. Someone yells out from the mob, "Kill them! Kill them all!" But hiding right there in the crowd are 2 hooded figures, Vodong and the Divine Envoy. Seeing his own family dragged to the execution block, Vodong tries to rush forward, but the envoy quickly grabs him. Stop. He wraps his arm around Vodong, pulling him into a dark alley to calm him down. Meanwhile, the angry mob outside just keeps chanting, "Die, you thieving dogs, die!" And that's where we leave it today. Far from the chaos, a towering mountain waits quietly under the clear blue sky. Now watch closely. Boom! The entire mountain peak just completely blows up. Blood-red energy shoots everywhere as rocks crumble to pieces. 4 incredibly bright stars suddenly flash from deep inside the thick smoke. As the dust clears, a shirtless man appears, his whole body glowing red like literal fire. He grits his teeth, spitting out one name, Li Shiyue. Boiling with extreme fury, Vodong roars out, "I swear I will end you." But suddenly, a hand gently places itself right on his shoulder. The Divine Envoy, with those deep crimson eyes, has quietly appeared out of nowhere. He calmly calls out to his boy. That voice makes Vodong flinch and turn around, rage still burning in his eyes. A moment later, his aura stabilizes. The envoy speaks in a heavy tone. "Head back to the academy first. Use this chance to spark heavy conflict between them and that divine Phoenix Empress." Vodong goes back to his normal self, bowing respectfully. "Grandfather, won't you come with me?" But the divine envoy just stays standing on the peak. Staring into the distance without turning around, he replies, "I have other plans." A real man knows exactly when to lay low. Suddenly, his face turns totally vicious, his eyes flashing with pure evil. The next time we reunite will be the day the divine Phoenix meets her ultimate doom. Hearing this, Vodong nods. His whole body transforms into a blinding orange streak, shooting straight up into the sky. He leaves behind one last sentence. "Take care, I am heading out." Once he is fully gone, a massive purple monster silently emerges right behind the divine envoy. You and I both expected him to panic, right? But looking back, he actually seems totally thrilled about it. "Special envoy, has the cult leader actually approved my request?" The giant envoy places a heavy hand on his shoulder and smiles. "The leader values your loyalty. As long as you finish this mission perfectly, he will definitely help you get your personal revenge." Getting the green light from the evil god, the envoy instantly looks unhinged. He laughs with this wicked energy. Many thanks to the leader. Time quietly slips by. That night at the Lin estate, a full moon hangs high. Its light blankets the red wooden house while the calm lake reflects a cool green. Inside the room, Lan Thien Hong is lying shirtless on his bed. He is fully enjoying a relaxing foot massage from Li Shiyue. He gently calls out to his wife, resting his chin as he starts casually chatting away. That divine Phoenix Empress is honestly so weird. If she isn't actively crushing a rebellion, she is literally on her way to crush one. She is always making a massive scene everywhere. Tell me, do you think she even knows how to properly rule a country? Li Shiyue, who is literally standing on his back, narrows her eyes and frowns at those words. Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong is so relaxed he accidentally lets out a happy groan. Yeah, that sound only makes her even more annoyed. Without warning, she stomps her heel down super hard, right onto Lan Thien Hong's spine. He immediately screams in absolute agony. His face goes pale as his limbs curl up. Lan Thien Hong quickly scrambles up, rubbing his back while gasping for air. Suddenly, Li Shiyue hugs him from behind. She presses against his back, wraps her arms around him, and says in a sweet, pouty voice, "I won't let you badmouth the Grand Empress like that. Without the Empress protecting us, we would never have this peaceful life. This nation would have been wiped out ages ago." Hearing this, even though his back still aches, Lan Thien Hong scrambles to apologize. "I was wrong. Totally wrong. My wife is completely right. I will hustle harder and pay more taxes to support the Empress." Li Shiyue beams a bright smile at that. "You really are my wonderful husband." After that, some very suspicious noises start echoing from the little cabin. The entire house shakes to the rhythm all the way until morning, mixed with even more yelling. Just like that, a brand new day finally arrives. A cloaked man, his clothes fluttering fiercely in the wind, sits up on a mountain peak. His eyes are locked onto the ancient academy. Suddenly, a massive golden magic circle appears high up in the sky, brutally tearing open a huge spatial rift. The man frowns slightly. Someone is descending directly from the upper realm. Up in the air, a blinding light explodes with a deafening boom. A girl dressed in green robes steps right out of the crack in space. Trust me, you will want to see this next part. The man jumps up shouting, "Who are you?" while Vodong breaks into a nervous sweat. Stick with me, we are diving into the tension. He is fully on guard, terrified the divine Phoenix Empress sent an immortal assassin to end his life. If an immortal actually attacks, it is game over. But meanwhile, the girl standing in front of him is blushing hard, holding her cheeks in her hands. She acts super shy. "Senior brother, I am Ling, the newest disciple taken in by the Golden Cauldron Immortal Emperor. I am your junior sister." Right behind her, that massive spatial rift slowly starts to close up. Ling bows down, sticking her tongue out playfully. She continues, "Senior brother, you are literally the top disciple of the 3rd generation in our Chan immortal sect. Everyone up in the higher realms has been dying to meet you." Hearing this, Wudong is stunned. "You and I would be too, right?" He stammers, "Wait, you are Master's disciple?" He slumps onto a rock while she happily chatters away. "I am your actual, real junior martial sister, senior brother," she tells him brightly. Thinking about their master, her eyes literally turn into glowing hearts. She happily explains that the moment he awakened his immortal sense, the master felt it instantly. Then, acting exactly like a crazy superfan meeting her idol, she pulls out a spatial pouch. Waving her hands around wildly, she tells him, "The master specifically sent me down to the lower realm to check on your situation, and to give you this." Wudong finally starts believing her, lowering his guard. "Stick with me here." Resting his leg on a rock, he asks, "How did you break the rules to reach the lower realm?" Tulin's eyes light up, happily gesturing as she explains, "This tiny restriction is nothing for a heavenly immortal." Then she suddenly stops, cutting herself off. She immediately throws an arm around Vodong's shoulder. Her entire vibe flips instantly, acting like a totally shy, blushing maiden. "I am just so useless. 20 years old and only a void immortal. Master sent me down to do chores out of pure boredom." Hearing this, Vodong frowns. Looking utterly shocked, he mutters under his breath, "20-year-old void immortal? Tisk, tisk." Junior sister is way too humble, but inside, his mind is screaming, "Is this girl just flexing on me right now?" But Tulin suddenly drops to her knees, putting on a highly exaggerated sad pout, drawing little circles in the dirt with her finger. She grumbles, "In your past life, senior brother was way stronger and always mocked me." That instantly, "Stick with me, because you and I are about to witness something wild." Ling finally lets it go and turns around. She pulls out her spatial pouch, eyes turning super sharp. Time to reveal the upper realm treasure her senior brother left behind. She drags out an item, screaming in pure excitement to light up the big treasure. Wudong grips the iron spear in his hand, looking completely stunned but totally thrilled. This is it. Holding the spear with one hand, he summons a blazing red flame with the other. He strikes the opposite end of the spear, yelling out to his old partner. Wudong swings the weapon through a few epic forms, soaking in that deeply familiar feeling of his past life. Nearby, Ling is literally jumping around and cheering him on like a hyperactive cheerleader. After showing off, Wudong stops. He gently runs his fingers along the spearhead, chuckling with a deep voice, never expecting they would actually reunite like this. Watch this part closely, guys. He points the spear downward and lets the legendary weapon slowly fuse directly into his own physical body. Once that insane process finishes, Wudong turns to Ling, asking his junior sister for a massive favor. Instantly, she blushes hard, shyly covering her mouth with her hand. Without hesitating for a single second, she tells her senior brother she would climb mountains of blades or cross seas of fire for him. Wudong clenches his fists until they visibly shake. His voice drips with pure hatred as he talks about an evil demoness who commits every crime imaginable. This villain completely wiped out his entire clan, making them sworn enemies for life. Hearing this tragic backstory, Ling curls up shivering, before suddenly trembling violently like she is losing her absolute mind. Sobbing and totally furious, she cries about how chaotic the lower realm truly is. How could such a wicked demoness exist? But a second later, she flashes a bright smile like nothing happened, patting her chest to assure her senior brother. Claiming this enemy is just lower realm trash, she promises to completely wipe out that demon nest and get him the bloody revenge he deserves. I know exactly what you are thinking, and yes, his pretty boy trap worked perfectly. He smiles darkly, thanking his little junior sister for her help. Staring at the golden mark in his palm, radiating insane, bloodthirsty energy, he growls under his breath. He has a divine weapon in hand now, plus an elite void immortal junior sister as backup, Divine Phoenix Empress. This time you are absolutely dead meat. With zero warning, Ziling grabs Wudong by the wrist and yanks him away with lightning speed. Her clear voice chimes out, telling him it is time to go. In a single blink, poor Wudong gets violently launched into the sky, feeling like his entire body is about to break apart into tiny pieces. His hair stands up like he got electrocuted, rocketing forward like a completely broken arrow. Wind blasts his mouth wide open, sending tears and snot flying everywhere while he screams in pure terror. He begs her to slow down. That is where we leave it today, guys. Ziling turns back, blushing with sparkling eyes and a sweet voice. Stick with me here. Senior brother, the wind is too loud. Down below, two old farmers planting rice hear the massive commotion and quickly look up. They just see a golden streak tearing across the sky, followed by a long, agonizing scream echoing endlessly through the air. Meanwhile, over in Phoenix capital city, where Lan Thien Hong and his family actually live, everything remains completely peaceful and perfectly normal. The gentle river winds calmly along. Rows of packed houses display red lanterns, creating a warm, peaceful scene. Right in the middle of this cozy vibe, Lan Thien Hong looks absolutely bored out of his mind, just lounging lazily over his windowsill. He lazily holds a wood carving knife, eyes half closed, frowning slightly as if trying to figure out what to eat for dinner. Now watch closely. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, Li Xue wears a stunning purple and white phoenix robe. Wearing a golden crown, her entire body radiates an absolutely majestic and kingly aura. In another corner, Lan Lingyun is panting heavily, training with all her might, using a thick rope tied to some weird, mysterious object at the other end. Right beside her, Baiyun flexes her bulging muscles, straining to lift two massive stone weights, each one literally bigger than her own slender body. Suddenly, both female cultivators at the Lan residence let go. Boom! An earth-shattering crash rings out as the heavy stone weights slam down, instantly cracking the solid granite floor into a huge spiderweb pattern. Baiyun dusts off her hands, looking super smug. As expected of a treasure from the Supreme Origin Immortal Mansion, her cultivation level is skyrocketing like crazy. Hitting the immortality realm milestone, she could probably reach it with just a finger snap. But I know you feel that shift too. Suddenly, both Baiyun and Lan Lingyun shiver as a freezing chill runs down their spines, making them pale and tremble uncontrollably. What kind of terrifying aura is this? It is so freezing cold it feels like it could literally freeze a soul solid. They lock eyes, jaws totally dropped. Stick with me here, because an absolute disaster is about to crash down right now. At that exact moment, massive waves of dark energy roll in like a black tide, completely swallowing up the Phoenix capital. Instantly, a blinding golden light suddenly erupts. It morphs into a gigantic defensive dome fully covering the city, with countless mysterious, ancient, and magical runes swirling wildly right across its surface. Straight from the pitch-black clouds, a massive pink and purple lightning strike, as thick as a giant pillar, violently crashes down onto the dome. The explosion actually shakes the heavens and earth. The divine array shatters, yet Lan Thien Hong is just sprawled on the windowsill, sleeping like the dead. He is snoring away perfectly normally, totally ignoring the absolute chaos outside. In complete contrast, Li Xue had noticed this crazy anomaly from the start. She panics hard. This aura belongs to an immortal. Oh my god, why on earth would a literal immortal descend just to unleash a massacre on this specific place? The divine Phoenix Empress stands right in the main hall, staring up at the purple lightning, when she suddenly hears a furious curse echoing loudly from the sky above. Li Xiuyu, you absolute piece of trash. Up in the dense dark clouds, right under the lightning, a man and woman appear. They are screaming with pure rage. Because you destroyed the Martial King estate, today I will bury the entire Phoenix capital right alongside my clan. Li Xue's face goes totally dark, her phoenix eyebrows knitting together tightly. She slightly lifts her dress, glaring up at the sky with ice-cold eyes. She thinks to herself, just as I expected, it is Wudong. A memory suddenly flashes back to a tense red wooden house. The tension is thick enough to cut. An old man standing right next to Wudong's father furiously roars out loud. You, dying pest, daring to dream of wiping out a city. You really look down on our Martial King estate. Snapping back to the present under the pitch-black sky. As fresh heavenly lightning prepares to crash down, Ziling opens her mouth to scream. One hand on her hip, the other pointing straight down at the ground below. Her tone is completely arrogant. You lower realm bugs are way too bold, daring to actually offend my senior brother. Her eyes are burning with fury, and her voice drips with killing intent. Today, this fairy will flatten this entire place just to calm my senior brother's absolute rage. The second she spots Ziling, Li Xue's face goes completely pale. Her lips actually tremble. This aura really belongs to a true immortal. Suddenly, from high above, a massive flaming meteor the size of a small mountain rips through the thick clouds, plunging straight toward the Phoenix capital. Li Xue clenches her hands so tightly her nails literally dig right into her own flesh. Her teeth are grinding loudly. A wave of pure helplessness hits her. You and I know how bad it feels when perfect plans fail. She never expected Wudong could actually drag immortals down from the upper realm. So hateful. Damn him. Down on the ground, civilians scatter in absolute panic, crying for help everywhere. Save me! A meteor is falling. I do not want to die yet. I haven't even gotten married. In a flash, Li Xue's inner world basically shatters. Amidst the gloomy chaos, her face darkens completely. She lifts her dress and slowly drops to her knees on the freezing cold tiles. Utter helplessness and total bitterness choke her up. If only she just had a tiny bit more time. Time to reach the immortality tier and recover her past life's divine powers. Killing off some small fry immortal like this would be as easy as taking candy from a baby. Li Xue buries her face in her hands. Her shoulders shake as she bursts into heartbreaking sobs. My dear husband, it seems this time, we are truly going to be separated by life and death. The blazing meteor sphere pierces right through the black clouds, plunging down as crazy heat scorches the air itself. Ziling throws her head back, laughing like an absolute maniac. Her once bright eyes are now twisted and filled with pure madness. She screams out loud, "Just die! Every single one of you! Die for me right now! You bugs!" But do not blink, because this is where everything completely flips for us. From a hidden small house, a lazy but extremely annoyed voice suddenly overpowers all the chaos. Why do you damn annoying pests always have to come here and ruin my perfectly good sleep, huh? Right after that, high in the sky over the Phoenix capital, a glowing golden talisman suddenly pops up out of nowhere. It expands at a totally mind-blowing speed. Golden light shoots out thousands of feet, illuminating a whole corner of the sky, followed by a wildly majestic shout. If you are looking for death, I will happily grant it to you. This earth-shattering twist makes Li Xue jolt in pure shock. She instantly snaps her head up. Her phoenix eyes are blown wide open, her mouth completely agape, her face showing absolute, total disbelief. The shield from the golden talisman fires off a blinding beam of light, smashing dead center into the giant meteor. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rips through the air. The massive meteor is instantly blown into countless tiny pieces. The brutal flames die out immediately, leaving only black smoke floating in the sky. Watching those now totally harmless rocks falling far away in the distance, the city's civilians are absolutely stunned. Wait, what just happened? The giant fireball is gone. Could it be that our city also has a legendary immortal protecting us? Li Xue squints, raising a hand to block the glaring light. Endless questions flood her mind. An immortal? Is there really a supreme immortal hiding inside the Phoenix capital? She is still kneeling right outside the royal palace hall, but her mind has already started spinning rapidly. Suddenly, it all clicks for her. No wonder the heavenly dragon Taoist and those dark forces vanished so mysteriously without a trace. So what do you and I make of this? An absolute powerhouse was hiding here. Alright, stick with me here. Li Xue frowned, wondering if that almighty immortal just got completely sick of upper realm battles. Then, she smiled brightly. Her life had finally blossomed. The Phoenix capital was turning out to be an absolute treasure trove of luck. Meanwhile, back at the Lin Manor, total opposite vibe. Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun completely ignored the crazy disaster outside. They just chilled on a massive rock, casually snacking on watermelon and popcorn like it was movie night. Bai Yun looked up, completely unbothered. She could instantly tell it was their grandmaster's aura. That poor immortal picked the worst target, essentially kicking a god-tier fire ant nest. Suddenly, her eyes totally lit up. A ridiculously bold idea crossed her mind. Maybe the ancient academy would get caught in the crossfire. She wondered if their grandmaster might just let them absolutely level the whole place for fun. She glanced over at Lin Lingyun. Her junior sat there with her hands clasped tight, looking super holy, randomly chanting Taoist and Buddhist prayers. She even threw in some absolute gibberish just for good measure. Bai Yun's sweat dropped, staring at her junior like she had lost her mind. What was she even doing? Lin Lingyun blinked, staying dead serious. She claimed she was holding a moment of silence for that tragically unlucky immortal up there, praying she wouldn't offend their ancestor next life. You and I know that's basically impossible. Bai Yun smirked wickedly. She stealthily gathered her power, and smack, A loud slap landed right on Lin Lingyun, making her completely shriek in shock. She leaped back, her face blushing bright red like a tomato. Clutching herself, she nervously stuttered, asking what her senior sister was doing. Why would she suddenly hit her right there? Bayun hid one hand behind her back, playfully pointing at her junior and winking. She teased her junior for having such a dirty mind. But honestly, she kinda liked it. She rubbed her fingers together, reminiscing about the absolutely perfect bounce, grinning like an absolute menace. Lin Lingyun got instant goosebumps. Blushing harder, she aggressively charged forward, calling her senior a total pervert before launching her very own counterattack. Her tiny hand clamped right onto something dangerously soft, sending a massive wave of imaginary pink hearts flying everywhere. Now it was Bayun's turn to blush. She hugged her chest, quickly stepping back and accusing her junior of being a complete sneak. In no time, the entire courtyard was echoing with their loud, chaotic chasing. Lin Lingyun refused to take the loss, begging for just one more hit. Meanwhile, up in the sky, Ziling was sweating absolute buckets. She couldn't process how this was happening. Beside her, Wudong's mind was totally spinning. Now pay close attention here. He couldn't believe her epic ultimate move got shattered so effortlessly. How did this remote region hide such a terrifyingly strong immortal? Ziling was completely paralyzed by absolute fear. She clutched Wudong's sleeve like her absolute lifeline. Trembling, she admitted this enemy was way too strong, shaking her soul to the core. Dripping with sweat, she quietly begged him to escape. Wudong frowned, completely shocked. What? Was his genius junior sister really no match? Without a second thought, Ziling shoved Wudong backward, screaming for him to run. But Wudong just stood there frozen like a literal stone statue, looking completely sick. He finally snapped back to reality, nodding frantically before both of them turned into pure light and bolted. But barely seconds into their escape, they slammed the brakes. Someone was sitting right in front of them, casually blocking their only exit. Surrounded by hellfire, Lan Thien Hong sat cross-legged, with one hand on his chin, his lazy but totally cold eyes locked onto them. Going where? His oppressive aura was so legendary it nearly ripped their souls straight out of their bodies. Pathetically, Wudong actually hid behind his junior sister, desperately begging her to save his life. Lan Thien Hong's gaze turned razor-sharp as killer intent flooded the air. They were absolutely crazy to try and massacre his city. Pale and terrified, Ziling puffed out her chest. She mocked this lower realm immortal for daring to block a fairy. Lan Thien Hong raised a single eyebrow and sat up straight. Oh? They were from the upper realm? Ziling proudly introduced herself as the elite core disciple of the Golden Peak Immortal Emperor from the Supreme Upper Realm sect. Acting tough, she commanded him to back off if he actually valued his life. Lan Thien Hong let out a loud, mocking laugh. Who the hell was this Golden Peak guy? He stared deeply. Dripping with pure contempt, he name-dropped old man Hong Tian. He said her ultimate grand ancestor in the Yungxiao Palace wouldn't dare breathe loudly in his presence. He glared, completely amused. Did a bratty little junior really think she had the right to show off and threaten an absolute god? Ziling's eyes practically popped out of her skull in horror. How did this lower realm nobody know her ancient ancestor's name? Majestic ancestors flashed through her mind. Trust me, you'll want to see what happens next. Stick with me, because you and I are diving into absolute chaos. Holding her weapon, she stammers out that he is a literal top-tier legend in the three realms. Before she can even finish, Lan Thien Hong frowns, looking completely annoyed. His voice drops ice cold as he pushes her to keep talking. That single sentence makes Ziling freeze up entirely. Sweat drips down her face, throat tight, absolutely clueless on what to say next. A second later, a crazy look flashes across her eyes. She smirks, asking how he dares to insult her knowing exactly who her grandmaster is. Getting her confidence back, she clenches her fists and yells. Is he not terrified her grandmaster will destroy him for all eternity? Hearing this absolute joke, Lan Thien Hong just bursts into loud laughter. He looks ridiculously amused. Right after that, his eyes light up, and a tiny flame suddenly sparks right in the palm of his hand. Smirking, he takes his time and says he will tell her a little secret. If old man Hong Tian had not run so fast back then, he would already be dust in my hands. Hearing her master humiliated like that, Ziling literally shakes with fury, screaming at him for being so arrogant. In these three realms, besides that absolute dog of a demon lord, who else would dare to speak such insane arrogance? Pointing right at his face, her voice is dripping with pure killing intent. Daring to insult her grandmaster means no matter who he is definitely going to die a horrible death. The second those words leave her mouth, an eerie pink lightning flashes in his eyes, totally packed with deadly intent. Here is the part you and I need to watch carefully. Lan Thien Hong leans forward slowly, moving in a way that sends chills right down your spine. Oh, the dog demon lord? A bone-chilling coldness flashes through his eyes, followed by a deeply mocking scoff. Almost instantly, a massive blood-red array materializes out of nowhere, completely swallowing the sky and the ground around the three of them. Staring at this earth-shattering scene, Ling panics, stammering out to ask what he is doing. She finally realizes what kind of terrifying monster she just provoked, turning to beg for help with a shaky voice. What do we do now, senior brother? Wudong is just standing there entirely frozen, sweating bullets. Only one single thought is running through his mind right now, absolute pure stupidity. They really should have just dropped to their knees. Yet his junior sister decided to poke the ultimate demon king instead. As the red array fully forms, the insane pressure makes it literally impossible to breathe. Lan Thien Hong casually waves his hand, and a bright golden energy shoots out like an invisible rope, yanking Ling straight towards him. She only has time to scream before her body is sucked through the air, landing perfectly into his waiting hand. Lan Thien Hong chokes her, his voice absolute ice. Not only did she want to kill his wife, but she dared to humiliate him too. His grip leaves her trembling violently, face totally pale. If she survives today, then heaven is truly blind and the earth has zero justice left. Ling is in peak panic mode, tears streaming down as bloodshot lines fill her terrified eyes. She stutters, finally putting the horrifying truth together. He is not a celestial being at all. He is a demon, the demon lord himself. Lan Thien Hong glares with deathly red eyes, letting out a laugh that raises goosebumps everywhere. He slowly says it seems during his years away, her so-called celestial sect managed to raise absolute trash who does not even know the vastness of heaven and earth. Off in the distance, Wudong goes completely pale as a warm liquid runs down and completely soaks his pants. You and I both feel his panic right now. Mind spinning in extreme shock, he asks himself, is that really the demon lord? How is this even possible? Standing right under that glowing red array, Wudong looks completely lost, questioning everything and not knowing what to believe anymore. In this absolute middle of nowhere, southern province, in the tiny Phoenix capital of some small nation, he somehow got the massive honor of seeing the legendary demon lord. He can only stand far away, helplessly watching his junior sister get choked out like a little chicken without daring to say a single word. Bitterly thinking to himself, the chances of this happening are probably lower than him actually cultivating into an eternal immortal lord. Wudong takes a deep breath trying to calm down, even though his face is literally as green as a banana leaf. His brain is still frantically trying to calculate why his luck ended up being this insanely terrible. On the other side, Ling is also losing total control. A pale yellow liquid runs down her slim legs to the ground as she physically shrinks back. Snot and tears everywhere, fully swallowed by despair. She actually cursed out a demon lord, cursing her own stupid mouth for bringing this doom. Lan Thien Hong is still chilling in his chair, one hand choking Ling, raising the other to manifest a tiny purple and pink energy sphere. He smiles, his tone sounding terrifyingly gentle. If she gets the chance to be human again in her next life, remember to use her brain more, and definitely learn some basic manners. Finishing his sentence, he lightly flicks the sphere right at her head. Panicking, she opens her mouth to beg for mercy, a tiny shred of hope flashing. But before the word please can even escape, that glowing energy sphere activates. Countless tiny spiritual beams shoot out from inside, swarming like a flock of starving vultures to completely tear into her body. In a literal blink, a massive chunk of her chest evaporates entirely, exposing a completely bare white skeleton beneath. Soon enough, the horrific scene finishes. Only the upper half of her skeleton is left behind, still frozen in that begging posture. Witnessing everything, Wudong clutches his head, so terrified he can only mumble absolute nonsense, his face completely pale. Pupils shrinking to pinpoints, he stammers out a plea to spare his life. Then he turns and sprints, running like an arrow to escape this terrifying purple aura. And that is where we leave it, trust me. You are going to want to see what happens next. Lan Thien Hong just rests his chin, watching. He isn't chasing. Trust me, you and I know he just sees an annoying ant. A bit later in the courtyard, under a bright blue sky, Bak Van is pinned down and getting a lesson from Lan Lin Van. Suddenly, a voice calls from above. Still locked in their intense struggle, one hand gripping the other's arm and grabbing collars, the two girls instantly snap their heads upward at the exact same time. While Lan Lin Van is still completely confused, Lan Thien Hong gives a cold order, go bring back the head of that thing right now. Instantly, the two girls who were brawling like wild roosters freeze. They jump up together, scratching their heads with goofy smiles, acting like their fight never even happened. "Yes, sir. Understood, ancient ancestor." They shout in unison, then glare daggers at each other, sticking out their tongues while secretly making a mental promise. "Once this is done, I will deal with you." Words spoken, they launch off their toes, turning into twin beams of light shooting straight toward the glowing golden array. Moments later, Vodong feels two absolutely terrifying bursts of spiritual energy closely tailing him. Bak Van and Lan Van appear from nowhere, completely blocking his escape route. Here's where you and I need to pay attention. Vodong goes completely pale, looking like he just saw a ghost. Desperate, he pulls his last trump card. "Bak Van, you dare block my path? Aren't you terrified of the ancient academy's wrath?" Bak Van instantly summons two floating yin-yang arrays. She smirks coldly. "Tsk-tsk, your head is about to roll, and you still try to use the ancient academy to scare me?" Finishing her sentence, she rockets upward like a tornado, screaming out, "Vodong, leave your pathetic life right here." Suddenly, the third eye on Vodong's forehead flashes brightly. He roars back in absolute fury. "You think someone like you can defeat me? Keep dreaming." Instantly, he blasts a scorching orange stream of spiritual energy straight at Bak Van. But she is too fast, throwing up her yin-yang shield to completely block the massive attack. Bak Van frowns slightly, eyes flashing with anger. How can a mere first-step divine tribulation trash push back even a fraction of my immense power? Feeling a bit humiliated, she immediately raises her hands to form seals, loudly chanting the true dragon Dharma technique. Right away, blazing golden ancient symbols materialize behind Bak Van. Her aura explodes, skyrocketing past all normal limits. She declares coldly, "You forced me to use my real power. Prepare for a brutal death." Across from her, Vodong refuses to back down. He reaches straight into the void. He pulls out a blazing fiery spear, staring at Bak Van with icy eyes, and swings it in a highly provocative half-moon arc. "You will definitely regret attacking me." Gripping the fire spear, his entire body ignites like a massive fireball. He blasts toward Bak Van at insane speed, roaring out, "Die now!" Facing that ferocious attack, Bak Van just gives him a totally indifferent glance. "You and I both saw that coming, right?" Completely unfazed, she says, "Oh, you actually have a fairy weapon? Guess I underestimated you." Finished speaking, she summons her own treasure. A golden lotus hovers in front of her as she shouts, "Dharma Avatar, Goddess Strike, appear right now!" In a split second, a colossal golden lotus goddess statue manifests directly behind Bak Van's back. With razor-sharp eyes, the goddess swings a glowing red spear to meet his attack. The two spears clash violently. Sparks scatter like fireworks, creating a blinding explosion like a dying star in midair. The absolutely terrifying pressure makes the mountain below violently shake and crack. Vodong is blasted away by the backlash like a completely powerless ragdoll, crashing straight down the mountain. The massive impact tears the ground open, sending rocks flying everywhere. He slowly crawls up, wiping blood from his mouth, staring at the sky in sheer, absolute disbelief. "We haven't met for long. How did this girl get so ridiculously strong?" His eyes scan the golden lotus goddess, then catch a floating golden bell far away. He instantly screams in pure terror, "You have another fairy weapon?" Lan Van stands in the back, hands casually clasped together. Looking perfectly relaxed, controlling the golden bell, she cheerfully says, "Big sister Bak, looks like you cannot finish him off alone. Let your little sister lend you a hand." Bak Van does not act polite at all. She nods. "All right, let us sisters team up, slice him to pieces, and go report back." The two simultaneously use their movement skills, merging at a single point in just a few steps. Lan Van raises her hands, forming a lotus seal, and yells, "Rise!" The golden bell immediately inflates. Meanwhile, the golden goddess's red spear attack smashes straight down into the ground. Vodong looks up, only to see countless giant sonic waves crashing down on him mercilessly. Before he can even dodge or counterattack, he violently spits out a massive mouthful of dark blood. His eyes roll back, veins bulging everywhere, blood even leaking from all three eyes as he gathers his dying strength. Vodong roars out, desperately sitting cross-legged in midair, pointing his spear straight up to launch a counterattack. "I am Vodong, a reincarnated immortal. I have peerless talent and a grand destiny. How can I possibly die in this completely desolate wasteland?" But instantly, a pillar of pure white energy crashes down from the center of the sound wave, easily piercing straight through his weak, pathetic defenses. Vodong's three eyes widen in pure shock. Staring at the golden light swallowing him whole, he just stammers, "Impossible." Then, The entire mountain forest gets completely flattened by the blast. A short while later, the heavy dust and smoke finally start to clear. So what do you and I take from this? Absolute overkill. Inside, a giant crater sits a charred body. Bach Van grabs her head, screaming tragically, "Oh no, we messed up big time." But the ancestor ordered us to bring his head back. Beside her, Lin Lingyun buries her face in her hands, completely miserable. Yeah, exactly. What do they do now? They will definitely get scolded by the ancestor. Here is where it gets interesting. Bai Yun suddenly grabs her spear, ready to bolt. Oh right, I just remembered the academy has an urgent emergency. You go report first, I will catch up later. Lin Lingyun panics and immediately chases after her, throwing Bai Yun into a tight headlock. She grits her teeth. Do not even try to run. Didn't we promise to share blessings and absolute disasters together? Holding Bai Yun tight, she drags them both flying straight toward Phoenix Capital. She keeps loudly nagging that they have to go back and face the music together. The two of them fly across the sky, arguing loudly the entire time. Let me go. No way. Let go right now. Never. They cause absolute chaos in the sky. Later, a wooden door opens and they peek in, smiling to greet Lin. And that is where you and I leave them absolutely wild, right? Let's dive back in. Thien Hong is just sawing wood. Grandmaster, we've already handled Wu Dong. Thien Hong stops. Zero surprise on his face. He turns around, looking genuinely interested. Oh, so where's his head? Hearing that, the two girls look at each other, awkwardly passing the blame. Well, about that, Grandmaster. Our combined attack was a bit too powerful, so he got turned into absolute ash. Bai Yun quickly pulls out a long spear, happily showing it off. But look at this, Grandmaster. This is the top-tier immortal weapon we managed to loot from him. Thien Hong just raises a hand, pulling the spear right into his palm. He inspects it for a second. Oh? This belonged to Wu Dong? Bai Yun rests her chin on her hand. Yeah, he was the top core disciple of the ancient academy over in the Middle State. Thien Hong spins the massive spear on his fingertip like a cheap toy. He casually points out that it's just a projection of an immortal emperor weapon. Basically, total garbage. He tosses it right back to Bai Yun. Here, you use it. She scrambles to catch it, completely thrilled by the free upgrade. Lingyun stands nearby, eyes sparkling as she leans in for a closer look. Thien Hong turns his back, goes right back to sawing wood, and casually adds, "You practice the 3 heads and 6 arms technique. If you can dual-wield 6 immortal weapons at once, your combat power will absolutely skyrocket." Hearing that insane suggestion, both Bai Yun and Lingyun instantly break out in a cold sweat. A moment later, Lingyun raises her hand to agree, while Bai Yun excitedly shouts out, "Thank you, Grandmaster." But suddenly, Thien Hong crushes the wooden block in his hand. His expression instantly turns ice cold as he mutters, "The ancient academy, huh? Very well. If they dare target my wife, then I'll just annihilate them." End of discussion. The two girls immediately back away. Right before leaving, they hear Thien Hong call out, telling them to go focus on their training. Step onto the path of longevity soon. They both wave back, "Yes, sir. Bye, Grandmaster. Bye-bye." Once they're totally out of sight, Thien Hong peeks out the door, checking around to make sure nobody's watching. He paces back and forth, rubbing his chin. He wants to destroy the ancient academy from thousands of miles away. Now watch this closely. His heavenly immortal cultivation isn't enough, so he has to use demonic power and do it fast before anyone notices. Mind made up, he claps his hands together. He taps a finger to his forehead, summoning a glowing golden magic circle with 6 chains shooting outward. In a flash, a massive purple spatial tear rips across the sky, spreading out rapidly like a giant glowing spiderweb. Thien Hong stands right beside the spatial rift, casually flicking his finger inside with a wide, wicked grin. Boom! Instantly, an earth-shattering explosion echoes from the other side, sending white smoke billowing into the air. Mission accomplished. He recalls the formation and walks off. Work is done, time to clock out. But seconds later, he frowns, looking super annoyed again. That annoying immortal cult, he sneers coldly. Just wait. Once I get my wife safely to the upper realm, you guys are next on the chopping block. Meanwhile, a few incense sticks earlier, over at an ancient sect with elegant green-tiled roofs, a servant rushes in, completely panicked, face pale as a ghost, screaming, "Great Elder, it's a disaster!" The Elder, meditating on a yin-yang platform, snaps his eyes open with a heavy scowl. Wu Dong's life tablet. It broke? His voice is ice. So what if he died? What's the big deal? Why are you panicking? Even as he says it, pure fury erupts in his chest. The Great Elder's eyes turn blood red, killing intent literally overflowing. Who dared to kill him? He grits his teeth, every single word dripping with pure, murderous rage. I will hunt them down and annihilate their entire bloodline. But right as his anger hits its absolute peak, he senses something completely wrong. He snaps his head up to the sky. You're seeing this too, right? A flashy pink magic circle appears. Right in the center is Thien Hong's giant face, sticking his tongue out to mock him. The elder stammers in pure panic. What is? But before he can even finish, the formation morphs into a gigantic pink hand. It drops from the heavens like a meteor, slamming directly into the entire sect compound. An earth-shattering boom rings out. The shockwave blasts deep underground, unleashing a catastrophic wave of destruction that absolutely wipes out everything in its path. A long moment passes. When the thick dust finally settles, the sky returns to a clear blue. But that once beautiful, elegant compound, it's gone, replaced by a gigantic, deep crater with thick black smoke pouring out. Every single trace was wiped entirely off the map. Across the rest of the Middle State, the entire world starts shaking. Blinding purple lightning flashes wildly across the sky. Torrential rain pours down like a waterfall. An old monk holding a broom, wearing prayer beads, stands frozen in the storm, eyes wide with absolute shock. He has never felt demonic energy this incredibly dense. It's so thick you can practically taste it. Just what kind of world-ending disaster is happening out there? Somewhere else, a swordsman balances on the hilt of a massive blade, staring up at the chaotic, lightning-filled purple sky. He can't help but curse out loud. What the hell did the ancient academy do this time to trigger an actual demonic tribulation? Gotta remind my disciples to stop playing the hero, or they'll bring this kind of disaster down on us too. Inside an ancient study, a scholarly guy holds his calligraphy brush, but his eyes are totally glued to the window, watching the violent storm raging outside. He mutters in complete disbelief. This arrogant, rule-breaking energy. Why is it showing up here? Is the profound sky realm about to face a massive, world-ending apocalypse? Meanwhile, at another sect, a beautiful young girl comes rushing in, screaming in a complete panic. Hurry! Turn on the Grand Sect defense array immediately. Activate all defensive formations, prep the sacrifices, and grab the Elder's treasures. And trust me, you're going to want to stick around for the fallout. Stick with me, we are diving into pure madness. While the outside world is in absolute chaos, the Heavenly Tao Palace is dead silent. An elder sits meditating in a dark secret room, surrounded by flickering candlelight. He slowly tosses copper coins from a tortoise shell onto the ground, desperate to read the omens. What kind of insane disaster just hit the upper realms? The second he sees the divination results, his face drops, his whole body shakes. It is the most dangerous omen possible, signaling an apocalyptic event is coming to wipe out the world. The scene cuts to a totally different location. Over in an ancient tribal village, purple lightning roars across the sky, while heavy rain washes over massive, terrifying skeleton bones. Inside the main tent, Thunder Immortal Venerable sits on his stone throne. His voice drops low. The ancient academy has 3 true immortals guarding it. He frowns hard, deep in thought. Even if a powerhouse dropped down from the upper realm, they shouldn't have the power to destroy absolutely everything with a single strike. After a moment, the old man stands up and walks outside the tent, his voice booming louder than the thunder. The entire Thunder Clan, hear my orders. If any strangers appear, you must stay humble. Do not start any fights under any circumstances. I will personally head to the upper realm to investigate. Now watch closely. While the entire universe shakes, Lan Thien Hong, the mastermind who caused all this chaos, is acting completely chill. He sits right by the window, holding a knife, carefully carving a piece of wood. He looks just like an old master, completely lost in his art. The heavens and earth are in total chaos outside, but he is fully focused on his work. A golden light slowly radiates from the wood, and soon enough, a perfectly stunning goddess statue is finished. Lan Thien Hong cannot help but laugh out loud. Haha, an absolute masterpiece. He stands up, hands on his hips, admiring his incredible work with pure excitement. It looks like this master has taken another huge step on the cultivation path. Thinking about that, Lan Thien Hong spreads his arms wide. Instantly, a massive golden sand tornado forms right under his feet, with thick white smoke billowing up into the air. Right in the middle of that swirling sand, 3 tiny statues shaped like 3 graceful, beautiful girls slowly rise straight up from the ground. Looking at these 3 palm-sized creations, Lan Thien Hong rests his chin in his hand, nodding in approval. Not bad at all. I even grasped the legendary magic technique of Goddess Nuwa turning dirt into humans and throwing beans to create soldiers. He keeps thinking about it. Once his immortal Tao is fully mastered, He will not even need to summon clunky ghost soldiers to cause trouble. With just a single wave of his hand, he will have an entire army ready to go. In Lan Thien Hong's mind, an epic scene instantly plays out of him casually waving his hand. Ranks of golden sand cavalry charge forward like a massive storm, storming down a path he created himself. Just thinking about it gets him hyped up. He crosses his arms, laughing out loud as he casually tosses beans to create soldiers. Summoning hundreds of millions of majestic, terrifying, immortal soldiers? That is just ridiculously cool. After feeling proud of himself, he looks down at the remaining rectangular block of wood and carving tools on the table. He scratches his chin, deep in thought. So, who should I carve next then? Immediately, a whole list of legendary internet novels flashes through Lan Thien Hong's mind. Shrouding the Heavens, Soul Land, Battle Through the Heavens. A record of a mortal's journey to immortality. This universe-sized dilemma actually makes him pause and ponder. You and I know exactly how that feels, right? Before crossing over, he had binged countless Cultivation and myth novels. Lan Thien Hong frowns, sweat beading on his forehead, thinking as hard as a philosopher solving the biggest mysteries of human existence. He tries incredibly hard to picture the exact look of a classic, legendary female character. Suddenly, the image of a lonely girl standing on a mountain peak, her dress blowing wildly in the heavy wind, appears crystal clear. Lan Thien Hong snaps his fingers with a loud click. Ah, it is her. I found it. Not aiming to become an immortal, but just waiting in the mortal realm for his return. A female genius with the most unmatched, stunning talent in all of history. Lan Thien Hong instantly gets hyped up, grabs his carving knife, and stares dead at the wood with fierce determination. It is the ruthless great emperor. The ultimate peak woman, focused solely on her true self, standing alone against the entire world, truly eternal and immortal. He closes his eyes, and a brilliant, glowing golden orb appears right on his forehead. In his mind, a scene from the past flashes by. A masked girl in ancient Greek-style gold-trimmed clothing, who defeated him using only a single, devastating sword strike. The golden mask could not hide her sharp yet deeply sorrowful eyes. Lan Thien Hong raises the glowing golden orb gently in the palm of his hand, staring at it intently. He feels deeply emotional. If he did not have this primordial origin bead, becoming an immortal would have been a distant dream. His demonic path had already hit its absolute limit. Right after that, two figures of Lan Thien Hong suddenly appear, one golden, one dark purple, intertwining perfectly together. He mutters, "Now that I have grasped the myriad immortal laws, waiting for the day immortal and demonic paths merge, I will finally transcend the three realms and reach true eternal immortality." Time flies by like an absolute blur, and the Heavenly Dragon dynasty falls into massive chaos. The Heavenly Dragon Taoist has fallen, and flames pierce the sky. The city sinks into a raging sea of crimson fire. Inside a grand hall, a man collapses on the red carpet, staring in pure despair at three girls' bodies hanging from the rafters. The dynasty is completely wiped out. From then on, the entire world is plunged into endless, brutal warfare, with different factions carving up territories everywhere. Meanwhile, in another land, 1/3 of the Heavenly Dragon Dynasty's territory has violently transformed into the evil god nation. The sky here is stained a terrifying, eerie red. Even the moonlight itself has completely turned the color of pure blood. A group of purple-robed disciples bow down at the base of a high tower, chanting to the red-robed man standing at the top. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive right into the madness. He throws his arms wide, screaming to his evil god. But wait, a voice interrupts the ritual. Two disciples rush over in a total panic. They lean in close, whispering right next to a freaky skull covered in yellow talismans. Hearing this, the red-robed guy known as the Divine Envoy absolutely loses his mind. Veins bulge on his forehead like thick tree roots. He lets out a massive roar. What? Donger is dead? His blood literally boils with rage as dark purple energy erupts, completely flooding the entire room. Screaming like a wild beast backed into a corner, he instantly knows who to blame. It has to be that wretched Divine Phoenix Empress. I will kill her. I'll tear her apart. Seeing his murderous fury exploding, the terrified disciples quickly smash their heads against the floor, begging him, "Please calm down, Divine Envoy, Master, please calm your absolute rage." But the envoy is way past listening. Completely out of control, he stands before the monster statue. His eyes burn blood red with pure killing intent as he screams, "I cannot wait anymore." Gritting his teeth, he spits out every single word. That wretched Li Shiwei must die. Driven by pure rage, the envoy dashes straight at the statue. She has to die right now. He is ready to gamble everything. He reaches out, grabbing another yellow talisman completely covered in strange, glowing patterns. Instantly, the stone statue's massive mouth cracks wide open, blasting out a wave of freezing air. It smells like pure hell, whipping his heavy cloak around. Now pay attention here. Without any hesitation, he steps inside alone, following a spiraling path covered in pulsing blood veins straight down underground. Reaching a massive, wide-open underground space, he finds a giant demonic statue totally sealed off by yellow talismans. The envoy stops right there. Thrusting his hand forward, he blasts it with pinkish-purple energy, flashing a seriously creepy smile. Flashback to a few days ago, a purple monster told him this was a special reward, directly granted by the evil god himself. The monster pointed right at this demonic statue and promised that with enough energy, he would meet the great evil god. Now, the envoy wildly pumps energy with both hands. He remembers the deal sacrifice his own soul, and he gets absolutely invincible power in return. Gritting his teeth, he pushes every drop of power. Blood veins popping, he screams, "I invite you!" Then he drops to his knees, throwing his head back, roaring, "Evil god, please descend!" Instantly, countless blood-red eyes snap open on dark red tentacles. They cover the entire cave wall, and every single one is staring right at him. Smashing his head onto the floor over and over, he praises the evil god. Looking up into those freaky eyes, a chilling voice suddenly echoes straight into his mind. "You pathetic little insect. Surrender your soul to me right now, and become my eternal servant." The giant center eye looks like a snake's, but with spinning pupils everywhere, hissing loudly. "I will grant you completely unrivaled power." Hearing this promise, the divine envoy throws his arms wide and violently swears his loyalty. "I offer everything to you. I will be your servant for life. Just give me that absolute power." His face twists up, veins popping as he laughs like a maniac when the evil god replies, "Haha, very good." Right after that, bloody tendrils crawl straight out of the demonic statue, wrapping tightly around his whole body. He throws his head back, screaming in pure pain and twisted joy. His body violently spasms. Bones crack loudly, breaking and reforming as his left hand morphs into razor-sharp claws. A wicked black horn pierces right out of his eye socket. You and I both know there's no fixing this. He completely mutates into a fanged monster. 5 black horns burst from his head, hands turning into nasty demonic spikes. He ducks down, and 2 bright red beams explode from his back, forming freaky, massive bat wings. Roaring Li Shiyu's name, he drags his claws across the stone floor, sparking fire. "You damn wretched woman, your absolute doom has finally arrived." A moment later, outside at the tower's peak, a blood-red light blasts into the sky. It creates an absolutely terrifying tornado of pure energy. Down below, the disciples stare wide-eyed, jaws dropped. They scream in horror. Is the evil god descending? Up in the air, the red monster with huge bat wings finally appears, screeching an ear-piercing sound. But suddenly, he forces himself to calm down, muttering, "Do not rush." Taoist heavenly dragon, Donger, and that immortal expert Donger invited. Every single one of them met a completely miserable end. I must keep boosting my power level. I definitely need to launch a guaranteed one-hit kill. He raises his razor-sharp claws straight toward the terrified, crowded disciples down below. When he speaks, his heavily distorted voice doesn't even sound human anymore. "Oh, my loyal followers, sacrifice absolutely everything you have to me right now." As soon as he says that, pure absolute horror instantly unfolds. The crazy disciples have their entire life force drained in a flash. It's literally like they're being sucked dry by a massive, invisible straw. Their bodies rapidly shrivel up, leaving behind nothing but wrinkled, dry skin looking like forgotten rags. Floating high above with his deformed skull, the greedy envoy completely swallows the massive wave of stolen energy. But a second later, he roars in total frustration. "It's still not enough. This tiny amount is basically nothing." Baring his jagged teeth, he tries to calm himself in a super raspy voice. "I need more. I have to get much more." But this king must be patient. Patience is the true mark of a great villain. He clenches his clawed hand, gathering all that stolen energy into one blindingly bright orb. Flashing a deeply sinister smile, he mutters, "Just you wait. Once I hit that invincible tier, I am coming for you myself." So what do you and I make of this? Chaos. Meanwhile, in another realm, the vibe is completely the opposite. The sky is totally crystal clear, bathed in bright golden sunlight everywhere you look. Stick with me here. A luxurious flying ship, wrapped in golden aura, glides over a river looking straight out of a painting. On the deck, 2 immortal-looking elders are chatting. One looks down at the view and sighs, saying this is the legendary southern continent. The Dragon Clan guy next to him, hands behind his back, shaking his head. He calls this place an absolute backwater wasteland. The spiritual energy here is pitifully thin. Trying to reach immortality in this place? Without massive luck, even a few lifetimes of cultivation is hopeless. He sneers, making it crystal clear. If they weren't hunting down that brat Bai Yun, he wouldn't stay in this dump for another second. A middle-aged guy with a catfish mustache chimes in nearby. He asks the group if they think this little Bai Yun girl has already managed to escape the southern continent. A booming, powerful voice echoes right from inside the ship's cabin. Don't worry at all. 23 sects have joined forces. They even sent longevity Taoists to hunt her down. They will dig up the entire earth to find her. His voice turns ice cold, completely full of confidence. Even if she runs to the absolute edge of the world, she cannot escape their massive dragnet. Right at that moment, a figure drops from the central continent ship onto the deck like a sudden wind. Now you and I need to watch this part closely. The warrior hands over a scroll, and the elder's face instantly goes pale. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. He reads the text faster and faster, sweat just pouring down his face before he suddenly screams out in pure panic. Oh my god, an immortal has actually descended. Hearing this, the catfish mustache guy looks totally disgusted and scoffs. It is just one single immortal. What is the big deal here? He smirks and continues talking. Every single one of your top sects has a few immortals guarding the gates anyway. Why fear some hidden cultivator in the south? Another warrior slicks back his glossy hair. His sharp eyes suddenly think of Li Shui, and he clicks his tongue. But honestly, that divine Phoenix Empress is a ridiculously rare genius. Reaching the divine tribulation tier at just 20, especially in a trash energy zone like the south? You cannot ignore that. He smirks, his tone completely sarcastic. With talent and luck like hers, she is more than qualified to step right into our heavenly Tao shrine. That arrogant attitude, acting like nobody else matters, instantly makes the Great Void Immortal Sect elder absolutely furious. The white-haired elder points right at him and yells, "Your shrine is way too bossy. Our Great Void Immortal Sect already has our eyes set on this girl." Immediately, another guy in the room jumps up, fighting just as hard. Do not even think about competing with my plumed immortal sect. So nobody backs down. A bunch of super famous, highly respected elders suddenly start grabbing shirts, pulling beards, and brawling loudly like thugs in a street market. My sect wants her too. Same here. The Dragon Clan guy just watches this totally chaotic, dust-filled mess, sweating absolute bullets like crazy. He throws his hands up, trying to stop the madness. Gentlemen, you are all top elders of major sects. With such high status, if word gets out, where is your pride? I know what you're thinking, but they don't quit. Still grabbing each other, they turn and demand, then tell us what is actually fair. Pushed into a corner, the dragon guy frowns and strokes his beard. An image of Li Xiaowei resting her chin on her dragon bed flashes in his mind. A moment later, he offers a solution. Let us do this. We all head to the Phoenix capital together. Whichever sect the divine Phoenix Empress chooses will depend entirely on our own individual skills. Hearing this, their eyes instantly light up. Makes sense. Perfect. It is settled with absolutely zero objections. Plan locked in, the whole group channels their magic power at once. They shout loudly and speed off into the sky. They charge straight toward the Phoenix capital with burning intensity. Meanwhile, somewhere completely different, night has fallen. Up in the dark sky, a massive blue lightning bolt rips right through space, crashing down into a completely quiet lake. Right in the middle of the lake, a bright golden energy sphere glows. Inside it, Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun are sitting cross-legged, back to back, eyes closed in deep cultivation. Streams of bright golden spiritual energy wrap around their bodies, moving smoothly just like gentle, glowing serpents. Bai Yun is still buried deep in her meditation trance, but Lingyun slightly frowns. It is totally clear that absorbing that crazy blue lightning is making her pretty uncomfortable right now. Right then, Bai Yun spreads her arms wide. Behind her, a gigantic blue lotus slowly blooms, giving off a really soft, beautiful light. Instantly, Bai Yun floats gently up into the air. Her two arms literally multiply into 6 flowing arms, moving perfectly in sync with the lotus petals. The final heavenly tribulation lightning strikes, running down her body before completely vanishing. Bai Yun just hovers there in midair, eyes still closed. She reaches up to softly brush her hair blowing in the wind, then finally opens her eyes. Feeling the absolute insane magic power surging through her entire body, Bai Yun smiles brightly. She looks right down at her hands, which have clearly gone through a massive, undeniable transformation. Lingyun immediately flies over to her, face completely glowing with pure joy. Big sister Bai, massive congratulations on officially entering the longevity realm. From now on, looking across the entire lower realms, you can easily be a true regional overlord. Hearing this, Baiyun playfully pokes Lingyun right in the belly. The sudden jab startles her, making her face turn bright red. Baiyun then rests her cheek against Lingyun's stomach, and that's where we leave it today. She smiles, saying, "Now you passed your tribulation, just wait until you hit the longevity realm. Stick with me, we are about to watch one crazy power struggle unfold." Hearing that, Lan Lin Van feels both embarrassed and totally amused. She presses close to Bok Van, teasing her right back. "I hate you. You flirt. You are not even a guy. So I am definitely not teaming up with you." Bok Van bursts out laughing and sticks out her tongue playfully. "Oh wow, turns out my sweet little sister is already missing a man. So pathetic." Lan Lin Van blushes bright red. She is so embarrassed her jaw just drops, totally speechless. Then she instantly sprints across the water after Bok Van, raising her hand to strike. "You are so mean. Daring to mock me like that? Just watch how I handle you." And just like that, one runs ahead while the other chases right behind. Their clear laughter echoes endlessly, completely stirring up the once peaceful lake surface. "Let us see if I can catch you." Suddenly, a massive flying artifact ship tears right through the night sky. It instantly grabs both of their attention, pulling them out of their game. Lan Lin Van shields her forehead, looking up in awe. Wow, first time I have seen a ship artifact this huge. But quickly, her face turns dead serious, her eyes completely scanning the threat. Where did they even come from? Bok Van's expression instantly darkens too. Her sharp eyes lock onto the ship, speaking with heavy caution. That is a flying ship from the central state. Hearing that terrifying detail, Lan Lin Van is absolutely shocked, snapping her head back. What? Why would they come all the way out here? Bok Van lets her bare feet brush the vivid blue water, carefully calculating the situation. When we fought for the Grandmaster's secret treasure, all those elite sect disciples were completely wiped out. These guys are most likely here to hunt me down. She watches the ship glide smoothly over the vast lake, heading off into the distance, and continues speaking. Looks like they still have not given up on the Grandmaster's hidden treasure. Lan Lin Van anxiously grips Bok Van's arm, her eyes anxiously following the flying ship. "Sister Bok, what do we do now?" Without a second of hesitation, Bok Van grabs her hand, dragging her away like a ghost is chasing them, instantly suppressing all their energy signatures. They are swarming like ants up there. There is no way we can fight them. Her eyes turn absolutely freezing, instantly making the call to fall back for now. But as the two of them sprint across the lake surface, they realize the ship is actually heading in the exact same direction. Bok Van frowns slightly, completely confused and suspicious. Why are they moving this way? Now pay close attention here, because this is where the real panic sets in. Like lightning striking right beside them, Bok Van and Lan Lin Van lock eyes and scream in pure terror. "Her Majesty the Empress!" Bok Van stops dead, nearly making Lan Lin Van faceplant. She snaps her head around, her eyes wide with total confusion. "Sister, what are you doing?" Bok Van plants her feet and takes a defensive stance, staring fiercely at the approaching ship. "No way. The Empress is the Grandmaster's future wife. I cannot let these people take her away." After saying that, she glances at Lan Lin Van, her tone absolute. "I will stay here and hold them off. You hurry and deliver the warning to the Grandmaster." Lan Lin Van is sweating bullets from pure anxiety, but seeing Bok Van's fierce eyes, she just nods. "Sister, please be careful." With that said, she immediately shoots off like a speeding arrow, leaving Bok Van standing completely alone, raising her hand high. A massive golden magic circle suddenly appears. The casual clothes on her body instantly transform right into her incredibly familiar combat armor. A golden array covers her entire body. Her aura explodes as she raises her head, shouting fiercely, "You old fossils, let this lady see exactly what kind of skills you really have." From the deck, 3 red beams of light shoot into the sky, and a totally mocking voice echoes down. "Tisk, tisk." A junior who doesn't know the height of the heavens, daring to block us. A woman wearing a tall hat with a silk veil covering half her face, hands clasped behind her back, squints down. Wait, is not that Bok Van down there? The other elders hear that and their eyes instantly light up, laughing with absolute crazy excitement. "What? Ha ha ha, we searched everywhere with absolutely no luck, and today she just walks right into our trap." They stand on the deck, looking down at Bok Van's tiny silhouette, smirking coldly. "You and I both know what is coming, right? Time for an epic showdown. She is totally surrounded, but trust me, this battle is going to be wild." Right after that, 4 intense red lights dive off the ship, crashing into the ground and completely surrounding Bak Van. An old man starts mocking her immediately. Bak Van, looks like your luck has completely run out now that you have met us. Obediently hand over the immortal lord's treasure right now, and we might actually consider giving you an intact corpse. But instead, Bak Van erupts with killing intent, her fierce eyes not showing a single drop of fear. She curls her lips into a freezing smile. I am afraid the unlucky ones today are actually you. The one falling today will not be me, but all you pathetic old fools. Hearing that, an old guy standing behind her shakes with pure rage, pointing right at her face, screaming, "You arrogant little brat, you murdered the holy son of our Lan Thien's son. This blood feud is absolutely irreconcilable. Unforgivable." The guy in the green robe is burning with fury. He steps right in front of 2 elders from other sects and questions her loudly. Bak Van, did you really think getting the Immortal Cave's legacy meant you could act arrogant forever? Open your eyes and look. Standing right in front of you are 23 immortality Taoists. Bak Van simply turns her head, her face totally calm without any fear. In fact, she looks completely provocative. Who the hell do you think you are, old man? Do not think living a bit longer gives you the right to look down on us juniors. If you have the guts, step up for a one-on-one and see if you can even beat this junior. Classic taunt strategy, divide and conquer. So what do you and I take from this? She knows the hothead from Lan Thien's son will totally fall for her trap. Stick with me here, we are about to watch a masterclass in baiting enemies. Fighting them all means certain death, but right on cue, the Azure Heaven Elder falls perfectly into her trap. The old man lets out a massive roar, unleashing a barrage of blade-like spells that literally tear through space itself. He screams, "Everyone back off. Nobody touches this little brat. I will end her life myself." Right in that moment, a pair of gigantic blue energy wings erupts from his back. Seeing that massive energy phoenix soaring through the sky, the Dragon Clan members completely panic. Is that the legendary Azure Heaven God technique? It is just as terrifying as the rumors say. The Azure Heaven Elder waves his hand, sending the divine bird diving straight toward Baiyun. Someone in the crowd desperately yells, "Hey old man, hold back a little, do not destroy the treasure." Meanwhile, Baiyun gently taps her lotus feet against the water, sending out perfect, elegant ripples. An incredibly arrogant smirk crosses her lips, her cold eyes just waiting for his attack. Suddenly, a burst of true chi, sharp as an invisible arrow, completely rips through space, slicing right past that screeching blue phoenix. The terrifying speed literally leaves every single elder frozen in place. A split second later, Baiyun launches into the sky, twisting gracefully like a dancer before unleashing a devastating spinning kick. As she lands back on the water, her eyes glow with an eerie red light. And that once proud phoenix, it gets a massive, horrifying hole kicked straight through its energy chest. Now watch closely under that terrifying pressure. Those 3 arrogant elders turn deathly pale. They finally realize they messed with the wrong girl. Longevity realm? Has this little brat already reached the divine tribulation tier? The Dragon Clan elder tightly grips his dragon staff and hisses in absolute disbelief. I get it now. This is the immortal venerable legacy. Baiyun lazily beckons with her finger, dripping with sarcasm as she mocks the Azure Heaven Elder. Hey old man, is that really all the power you have? You expect to kill me with just that? That level of disrespect adds pure gasoline to the fire. The old man grinds his teeth, his eyes turning bloodshot like a cornered beast. He roars and shoots forward like a missile right across the water. I absolutely refuse to lose. Die, brat. In a blink, he is hovering directly in front of her. His dry, armored hand raises high, ready to deliver the final killing blow. But Baiyun does not even flinch. Her red eyes flash, slowly raising her left hand. Then, instead of blocking the strike, she ruthlessly backhands the Azure Heaven Elder right in the face. That earth-shattering slap literally sends him flying backwards like a human cannonball. A front tooth flies out, tracing a beautifully pathetic parabola through the air. The remaining Dragon Clan elders are completely dead, silent, dripping in cold sweat, with only one single thought left in their minds. You and I are both thinking it, what kind of monster is she? Baiyun is nowhere near done. She drives her knee upward, landing a heaven-shaking blow right into the Azure Heaven Elder's stomach. She even yells out a highly concerning technique named the family lineage ending kick. The poor old man only has time to squeak out one pitifully tragic yelp before another horrifyingly powerful slap crashes directly into his shattered face. Baiyun arrogantly screams out her next move, the arrogant annihilation punch. That strike completely dislocates his jaw, spraying fresh blood and another loose tooth everywhere. She still does not stop. Bai-Yun unleashes a rapid-fire barrage of fists, matching every single punch with a bone-chilling scream, useless, useless, totally useless. Every single shout brings a heavy punch, absolutely beating his once majestic elder face into a bruised, swollen purple pig head. He can only mumble pathetic cries for help. Seeing this absolute beatdown, the Dragon Clan members are drenched in cold sweat, pure terror creeping through their bodies. One guy, trembling, steps back and whispers, "It looks like she did not even use her full strength, yet she completely shattered his ultimate technique. If that is true, we are definitely not her match either." Seeing the Azure Heaven Elder lying completely motionless like a dead fish at Bai-Yun's feet, the Dragon Clan Elder finally cannot just stand by anymore. He angrily waves his hand and roars, "Stop this at once! How dare you act so ruthlessly toward your senior?" His eyes are burning with absolute fury as he points straight at Bai-Yun. "Everyone attack together. Teach this lawless little brat a lesson." Seeing the whole crowd rushing at her, Bai-Yun quickly dashes backward to keep her distance. She grits her teeth, sweating, thinking, "Yeah, I am completely doomed." This old guy is so desperate he is actually calling for a jump. But right at that moment, a light silhouette gently drops down from the sky behind her. Ling Yun casually appears and softly calls out, "Sister!" Bai-Yun turns around in total shock. "Ling Yun, why did you come back?" Ling Yun looks a bit embarrassed, pouting as she shakes her head. "The ancient ancestor ordered us to clean up this garbage." Hearing this, Bai-Yun's eyes go wide, her jaw drops. "Wait, so our actual identity is just professional janitors?" And immediately after that, an absolutely hilarious, pathetic scene unfolds. Both gorgeous girls simultaneously squat down, hugging their knees, turning their backs completely to the enemy forces. Looking as depressed as cold steamed buns, they mumble, "No wonder the ancestors kept feeding us so well lately. It was all prep for this manual labor." But that depressed mood only lasts for exactly one single breath. A second later, both of their eyes flash, and they instantly jump back up, auras completely blazing. They declare in perfect unison, "Listen up, old men. We have no time to play around. We are just here to take out the trash." The Dragon Elder screams, "Do you have any idea what you are saying? And trust me, we are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, we are kicking off with absolute madness." Bai-Yun just raises her hand, and boom, the massive heaven-shaking seal drops in with pure destructive energy. It hovers right above the elders, pressing down like a collapsing mountain. They immediately join forces, throwing up a glowing yin and yang shield, desperately blocking the pressure while screaming out, "Block it! Hurry!" Every single one pours all their magical energy into defense. But one guy steps totally out of position. That is the heaven-shaking seal of the Wujiang King, the big boss of the Extreme Dao Palace. He really did die at the hands of the Great Void Academy. Bai-Yun forms a beautiful hand sign and smiles brightly. That guy was full of sins and died a miserable death. Do you all want to hear the story? Meanwhile, the seal keeps crushing downward. Even though the elders are using absolutely everything to defend themselves, the heavy pressure just keeps getting worse and worse. One guy frantically yells out, "Everyone, push back, shatter this damn seal, and then we will tear those two little girls to shreds." The seal obviously cannot hold out against the combined ultimate power of more than 20 longevity tier cultivators. Cracks start forming all over its surface, leaking bright golden light everywhere. Bai-Yun instantly realizes things are going bad, pushing all her remaining focus into her technique. She grits her teeth. Damn it, over 20 longevity tier old monsters attacking at once? We can hardly hold them off. On the other hand, Ling Yun stands right beside her, looking completely relaxed and calm. Reaching deep into her robes, she cheerfully reassures her. "Sister, do not worry. The ancestor gave me a little something that can wipe these guys out in the blink of an eye." Hearing this, even while struggling to control the massive seal, Bai-Yun glances over and teases her. "Does your magic little pocket really hide something that powerful in there?" That makes Ling Yun blush bright red. She playfully slaps her sister's arm, frowning cutely. "How can you still joke around at a time like this? Now watch closely, because things are about to get wild." Ling Yun suddenly pulls out a little wooden Monkey King statue, declaring loudly, "I have a weapon of mass destruction right here. Pick how you want to die." But honestly, that threat does not scare them even a tiny bit. A weird silence completely takes over the battlefield. The elders just look at each other and suddenly burst into absolute maniacal laughter. The Dragon Clan elder points right at her, laughing hard. "Haha, little girl, did fear make you stupid? Pulling out a tiny child's toy to threaten us? Are you kidding me?" Ling Yun does not care at all. She channels a stream of golden energy straight into the statue, saying super calmly, I just want to see the looks on your old faces when you die." Finishing her sentence, she tosses the wooden statue high into the sky, shouting confidently, "Watch this! Immortal magic! Scatter beans to create soldiers." Lingyun throws both hands up in the air, flashing an incredibly bright smile. "Immortal General Great Sage, please descend and help us fight." Instantly, the Monkey King statue radiates a blinding golden light and violently explodes right in midair. In the blink of an eye, a massive legendary staff drops down from the heavens, violently smashing right into the defensive barrier of the elders. The crowd panics, but before they can even react, a gigantic figure completely engulfed in raging flames appears. Wearing golden armor, he stands towering beside the two girls. Seeing this unbelievable sight, the elders scream out in absolute pure terror. "Ah!" The Dragon Clan members freeze completely, eyes wide open, stammering. This is the Great Sage!" The Immortal General glares fiercely down at the tiny, pathetic people scattered far below him. He scoffs coldly with pure disgust. He stands tall and imposing with his legendary staff, perfectly guarding the two girls. "You and I both know this is about to be insane, right?" The Dragon Elders are sweating buckets, completely panicking inside. What on earth is happening? How does a monkey radiate true immortal energy? By now, their barrier is totally shattered, and the terrified elders huddle close together. One guy cannot help but wonder, how was a dimensional law broken so easily? Suddenly, the Great Sage's eyes flash brightly. He opens his mouth, his majestic voice echoing with absolute authority. "By order of the Supreme Lord, I will send you off." Killer intent explodes. The elders panic, turning around and running for their lives while screaming, "Run quickly!" The Great Sage takes a deep breath and then blasts out a massive river of roaring magma straight at them. The devastating flames swallow absolutely everything. Those longevity tier cultivators only have time to widen their terrified eyes before being burned to nothingness in the fire. This apocalyptic scene makes both Bai Yun and Ling Yun turn pale, sweat dripping down their faces. Ling Yun's voice actually trembles as she points at the fiery sea. Sister Bai, am I seeing this right? A whole group of longevity tier cultivators got wiped out just like that?" She turns around, eyes full of confusion. How does a wooden statue the ancestor carved in just 3 breaths have power far beyond a true immortal? Bai Yun places a hand on her chest. Shaking her head continuously, she replies, "The ancestor's cultivation tier has probably completely surpassed our wildest imaginations. I literally feel like I am dreaming right now." Suddenly, Ling Yun's eyes flash right beside her, turning incredibly sharp and playful. Ling Yun decides to be totally playful, sneaking her hand over and smacking Bai Yun right on the butt. Smack! The crisp sound makes Bai Yun jump up in shock, crying out, "Ouch!" Holding her backside with tears in her eyes, she angrily yells, "What are you doing?" Ling Yun covers her mouth, giggling and sticking her tongue out cutely to defend herself. Hey, you feel pain, which proves we are definitely not dreaming." Hearing that, Bai Yun is absolutely fuming. She rushes over, grabbing Ling Yun and shouting, "All right then, you dare smack your older sister? Let us see how I handle you." Ling Yun quickly blocks her, smartly changing the subject to check out the flying ship. "And that is where we leave it, trust me. You definitely want to see what happens next. Stick with me here, the fight is over, and these two just flew up to that massive floating ship." The second Ling Yun lands on the deck. She is absolutely hyped. She touches everything, grinning like crazy. Ancient treasures, good stuff, really good stuff. Bai Yun nods in agreement. These are famous divine artifacts from the central continent, way faster than your average immortal flying around. She pulls out a golden pouch, sighing heavily. The crafting method is totally lost to history. This ship? Probably the last one in the entire world. They fly straight to the bow, and Bai Yun whips out her cosmos pouch. Golden magic power wraps around it as she throws her hands wide and shouts, "Collect!" Instantly, the massive ship shrinks down and shoots straight into her bag. Job done. Bai Yun turns around to fly off. "Come on, let's go report to the ancestor." Lin Yun just nods. "Yes, master." Meanwhile, over in the central continent, the ultimate immortal hub, 2 disciples fly in panicking. They report that the life tablets of every Taoist sent south just shattered simultaneously. Now watch this reaction. A long-bearded immortal is completely stunned. Who did this? Wiping out 22 immortals in a flash? The crowd goes wild even. True immortals can't do that easily. They demand a full investigation, but someone immediately objects. The risk is way too high. Who would even dare go? Right then, an absolute booming voice echoes from the highest peak. "Lock down the news, full defensive formation." Back in a faraway town, Bai Yun and Lin Yun pop up at the window, shouting, "Ancestor, Grand Ancestor, we are finally back!" Lan Thien Hong catches them staring at him and looks totally confused. "What's with those faces?" Instantly, their eyes light up with pure excitement. "We just suddenly felt this incredibly deep worship for you, a completely boundless reverence. We have absolute 100% faith in your unbelievable greatness." Lan Thien Hong just waves it off, not caring at all about the flattery. "Did you finish cleaning up that trash?" Lin Yun quickly offers up the wooden statue. "Grand Ancestor, here is your golden body." But Lan Thien Hong rejects it. He just casually flicks it back to her. "Keep it, kid. You use it. I already stuffed the 72 divine transformations technique right inside that thing. Once you master it, you can shapeshift, go absolutely anywhere, and do whatever you want." Hearing that, Lin Yun's eyes turn into happy little slits, hiding absolutely none of her pure joy. Standing right next to her, Bai Yun is so stunned she just blurts out in total shock. "Oh my gods." Lin Yun quickly cradles her new treasure, carefully hiding it inside her robes. She is grinning like she just hit the ultimate jackpot. "This disciple thanks the Grand Ancestor for your ocean-like generosity. You and I are probably wondering the exact same thing Bai Yun is right now." She side-eyes her, completely suspicious. Handing over an insane, overpowered item that easily? She mutters, "Can immortal magic really be gifted this simply?" Pulling herself together, she cups her hands, bowing super seriously to report, "Master, those annoying Taoist guys creeping around here were definitely trying to get their hands on your treasure. Don't worry though, we have already wiped them clean off the map." Hearing this report, Lin Yun drops her excited, goofy face, immediately turning completely serious as she turns to listen to Bai Yun's major request. "This disciple respectfully begs permission to bring the treasure you left behind straight back to the Jixia Academy. With resources like this, our sect can absolutely rise to power once again. I beg for your approval." Lan Thien Hong glances at her. He stays quiet for a long time, clearly weighing his options. The whole wooden cabin falls into dead silence. Finally, his voice breaks the tension, short and firm. "Go early. Return early." Still standing right outside the window, Bai Yun immediately answers, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Lan Thien Hong waves his hand, giving one more order. "Take Lin Yun with you. It is a long road ahead, and having some company is always better." Bai Yun gets so happy her eyes practically vanish into slits. She leans into the window, waving excitedly. "Understood. We will definitely be back super fast." Out of nowhere, Lan Thien Hong casually tosses a glowing golden object straight at Lin Yun, making her jump in surprise. Right after that, a tiny wooden statue flies over, lightly bonks against Bai Yun's chest, and bounces right off. In the blink of an eye, Lan Thien Hong pulls both statues back. A massive burst of golden energy pours out of them, swirling directly into the palm of his hand. His voice gets heavy. "The central continent still has plenty of enemies that you two cannot even hope to handle right now." With that said, he finally tosses the fully upgraded statues back to Bai Yun and Lin Yun, giving them a quick explanation. "I've turned these into protective immortal artifacts. Activate them if you are in danger, but remember one use only." Lin Yun bows obediently, her cheeks turning totally red as she cups her hands in thanks. Meanwhile, Bai Yun is absolutely thrilled. She squints her eyes happily, putting her hands together to make a cute little heart shape. They both shout together, "Thank you, Ancestor, thank you, Grand Ancestor," and just like that, the two girls finally leave Lan Thien Hong's place. Walking down the street, Bai Yun hooks arms with Lin Yun, looking so smug as she brags. "See? Stick with the Ancestor, and we will literally never run out of top-tier loot." Lin Yun nods happily, acting a little shy. "You are so right. Before this, I was constantly running for my life, getting hunted down, terrified every single day. But now, honestly, I feel like I could walk across the entire world and not fear a single soul." Meanwhile, cut to a place that is entirely painted in blood red. Creepy crimson lightning is constantly crashing down from the sky with massive, earth-shaking booms. Right outside a massive, beast-shaped cave, someone drops to their knees and yells out, "Reporting to the branch master." And here's where we leave it today. Guys, trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. A minion in a gray-blue cloak trembles before the stone throne. Per your orders, the lower branches have finally discovered an extreme yin crypt. Stick with me here. We are about to watch this supposed angel, now turned into an absolute monster, smirk and say, "Perfect." In a flash, he completely vanishes from the throne, leaving his clueless subordinate behind. The next second, he appears right outside a dark cave, entirely stuffed with creepy white bones. The branch master stares intensely at the cave entrance, watching pitch-black, freezing energy pour out. He coldly observes. Who would have guessed this underground tomb held such a massive wave of pure yin killer energy? Flashing a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, he smiles with absolute satisfaction. Well then, this right here is exactly what I need to finally break through to the demonic star realm. Instantly, he turns into a dark blur, diving straight inside. His body shoots through the extremely narrow passage, just like a massive, terrifying bat. He blasts past endless mountains of stacked skeletons, flying deeper and deeper into the dark abyss. After what feels like forever, he finally lands in a massive underground cavern. Standing in the center, he opens his jaws and takes a massive, deep breath. He sucks all those glowing red ghost fragments straight into his body, throwing his head back with a crazy roar. This stuff is top-tier fuel. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto the cave's center. Right there stands a gigantic stone pillar, with its base completely surrounded by chunks of broken rock. Slapped right onto the pillar is a glowing golden talisman. He narrows his eyes, muttering low, "This is Lan Thien Hong's ancient seal." Scratching his chin, he starts doing the math. It has been almost 10,000 years. Looks like the seal is finally reaching its absolute limit and breaking down, which explains all this insane yin energy leaking out. He does not rush in. Instead, he crouches down, using one hand to absorb the dark energy creeping along the floor, whispering to himself. I wonder what kind of monster is locked up in here. His hand keeps pulling in that fierce red power. Resting his chin on his hand, he smirks wickedly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After thinking it over, he stops hesitating completely. Now watch this closely, the moment he presses his sharp claws to the golden tag and growls. "Seal, release!" Instantly, tens of thousands of screaming, vengeful spirits explode outward. They swirl up like a chaotic tornado of pure hatred right around him. Then they shoot straight up, flooding out of the cave. A blinding red pillar of light blasts into the sky, paired with horrifying, miserable screams that shake the entire area. The beam pierces right through the purple, lightning-filled storm clouds above, where countless evil spirits take shape and shriek in pure, chaotic madness. We hate Lan Thien Hong to our very bones. We hate him to the heavens. Staring into the core of the light pillar, the branch master freezes, a wild theory flashing in his mind. Wait, is this the ancient resentment of the primeval demons? There are so many of them. It is actually terrifying. If I can absorb all this, my power is going to absolutely skyrocket. Realizing the jackpot he found, a calculating smile creeps onto his face as a perfect master plan forms. Who knows? I might just become the undisputed champion of this world. Right after that, he launches himself up into the sky, facing the massive swarm of screaming spirits, and shouts out loud, "Listen, you lost souls. Do you absolutely despise Lan Thien Hong?" Like finding their true leader, the giant floating skulls roar back even louder. "We hate him. We want to rip Lan Thien Hong into 100 pieces." Seeing they totally took the bait, he moves closer and drops his terms. "If you swear absolute loyalty to me and become followers of the evil god, I will give you revenge." The second he says that, the spirits swarm him like crazy. The biggest skull of the bunch roars out, "Revenge, yes, just make his soul shatter, and we will happily serve the evil god." The branch master laughs with absolute pride. He points down at a foggy little town sitting at the foot of the mountain. "Go, the evil god's followers are down there. Go find those physical bodies you crave and be reborn." In a flash, the evil spirits morph into an ash-red tornado, screaming their lungs out as they dive-bomb the town. They possess the physical bodies, instantly mutating into terrifying humanoid monsters, laughing like absolute maniacs. "Ha ha ha, we have finally come back to life." I know what you are thinking. Absolute disaster, right? But he just floats there, spreading his arms, laughing. "Heaven sent luck. My combat power just increased tenfold." Meanwhile, far away, a massive flying airship is smoothly cruising across the sky, passing right over rows of completely snow-covered mountain peaks. Baiyun thinks to herself, "I cannot believe I have been away from the academy for this long. I can finally go back and see my master and friends." She happily leans on the ship's railing, her hair blowing softly in the wind. Her eyes gaze out into the distance, completely full of eager anticipation. But suddenly, right behind her, a sneaky shadow creeps up quietly, exactly like a cat hunting its prey. Baiyun has zero clue he is there. Out of nowhere, a guy in purple robes hugs her from behind, teasing her with a super cheesy tone. Who is the beauty missing so much? Startled, she lets out a sharp scream. She instantly uses all her strength to shove him away, her face showing pure disgust. "You creep." She quickly wraps her arms around herself, eyes already tearing up as she demands, Who are you? How did you sneak onto my private ship? The guy just stands there acting totally shameless, stroking his chin while he keeps on teasing her. I saw your gorgeous face and simply could not stop myself from following you. He puts on a total creep face, reaching his hand out to grab her. With fate bringing us together like this, why not just come back to my mansion? Sweating cold drops, she keeps backing away. No, stay away from me. Suddenly, her eyes freeze. She stares completely locked onto the earring dangling from his ear, a massive wave of suspicion flashing in her mind. So what do we learn here? Sibling pranks are wild. She lunges forward, angrily poking his chest, yelling, "You little pervert, how dare you tease your older sister?" Alright, stick with me here. You are about to watch a hilarious disguise fail. The guy turns completely pale, totally exposed. Meanwhile, Lan Thien just pouts in her male form. "Sister Bach, how in the world did you recognize me so fast?" Bach Van tilts her head, looking super curious. She casually reaches out and touches Lan Thien's completely flat chest, asking, with zero chest, "How did you even turn into a guy?" Hearing that, Lan Thien instantly lights up, spreading her arms to show off. Hey, I just mastered one of the ancestors' 72 divine abilities, the yin-yang transformation, so I morphed into this. After saying that, she reaches up and tilts Bach Van's chin, leaving her senior sister stunned. Lan Thien leans in close, playfully acting like a total flirt, teasing, "Well, little beauty, this time we can finally be a real couple, right? This young master will definitely treat you incredibly well." Suddenly, Bach Van reaches down and launches a lightning-fast strike with a cold snort. The unexpected low blow makes Lan Thien scream out in agony. Still in male form. Lan Thien's face goes bright red. She aggressively grabs her sensitive spot, spinning around and yelling, "Sister, what are you doing?" Bach Van rests her chin on her hand, calmly replying, "Sure, your upper half transformed, but it seems your lower half hasn't changed at all. So how exactly are we supposed to be a couple?" Hearing that, Lan Thien instantly changes back into her female form, shyly covering her chest. So annoying. I haven't even finished mastering it yet. Bach Van just narrows her eyes, flashing a totally teasing smile. What a shame. Let's wait until you fully transform, then we will give it a try. That comment makes Lan Thien blush so hard she storms into the cabin, shouting over her shoulder, "Ugh, you are too wicked. I am not playing with you anymore." Time quietly slips away up there. The journey rolls on. Their flying ship continues to glide across the endless sky, passing right over a massive, stretching range of pure, white, snow-covered mountains. Crossing that final mountain ridge, the ship finally enters the lush green peaks of the central province. Seeing this, Bach Van immediately cheers up, her eyes glowing with absolute joy. We are back. The central province is right here. She places a hand over her heart, a golden seal appearing on her forehead as she mentally sends an early arrival warning. At that exact moment, over at Takha Academy, where epic buildings sit on mountain peaks surrounded by misty clouds, a sharp-eyed man suddenly senses it. A matching golden seal flashes right on his forehead. He mutters to himself. Bach Van is finally coming back. His gaze basically pierces through 1,000 miles, locking onto Bach Van standing at the ship's bow. He's shocked but totally thrilled she actually brought back Immortal Venerable Lan's legendary treasure. Right then, the other high-ranking elders catch on, including Palace Master Phong Kin Thien, Immortal Loi Diem, Immortal Honda, and Immortal Bach Thien. Now pay attention, because you and I know this is going to start a war. They all share one thought with this treasure. Takha Academy could finally forge a new Immortal Venerable. A brief moment later, deep inside Takha Academy's territory, the majestic 3-story Honda Palace stands tall, giving off an incredibly dark, sinister vibe among the jagged mountains. Inside the freezing hall, Immortal Honda sits cross-legged on his high throne. He quietly listens to his kneeling disciple report from below. "Master, you called for your disciple. What orders do you have for me today?" He slowly opens his glowing green eyes, revealing a totally wicked teardrop tattoo right beneath them, and his bone-chilling voice echoes through the empty, freezing hall. Bach Van is returning. He waves his hand and drops a direct, brutal command. "Send your men in secret, kill her, and bring Immortal Venerable Lan's treasure straight to me." That deadly order absolutely terrifies the guy on the floor. Clenching his fists in a respectful salute, the disciple raises his eyebrows, his eyes showing a sneaky, questioning look. "Master, why do we need to do this?" Immortal Honda glances over at a dead tree nearby, where the last golden leaves are blowing away in the wind, and slowly explains the dark truth. The great immortal tree is running out of life force. The moment he actually ascends, those vultures outside will definitely team up and tear us all to shreds. Suddenly, the guy throws his arms wide open like he's embracing the entire world, showing an absolutely unshakable, terrifying level of determination. Takha Academy's fate is already sealed. Its absolute destruction is guaranteed. But your master is totally different. There is zero chance I'm willingly dying with this rapidly collapsing sect. You and I saw that coming, right? He openly admits his rebellion plot. Once we steal that treasure, I will instantly take you all far away. Your master will eventually reach true immortality, and I'll lead you to start a brand new sect to dominate everywhere. Hearing this, the disciple quickly drops his confused look, his face turning incredibly serious and focused. He loudly answers, "Disciple understands. I will get it done right now." Meanwhile, the flying ship glides smoothly across the water, carrying Bak Van and her crew as it finally docks. Down on the island, a few blurry figures are already standing there, quietly waiting. Seeing the familiar gates of Takha Academy, Bak Van is absolutely thrilled, standing right by the edge of the ship. She's just happily humming a cheerful little tune. Suddenly, a loud shout rings out, "Junior sister Bak Van!" The voice startles her so badly she almost jumps out of her skin. She looks down in shock. "Senior brother came out here to welcome me?" Recognizing that familiar voice, Bak Van doesn't hesitate for a second. She floats down as gracefully as a bird. Getting a clear look at him, she quickly respectfully bows her hands. "Ah, it's senior brother Lan Thien. Sorry to make you personally greet me." But deep inside, a massive wave of suspicion is already crashing over her. "So what do you and I make of this?" Her group and Uncle Honda's faction never crossed paths before. "Alright, you and I are diving into a classic betrayal today. Why did the master send this absolutely shameless, backstabbing guy as a welcoming party?" He smirks, not even trying to hide his evil intentions. "Junior sister, you must be exhausted from traveling. That ancient treasure must be incredibly heavy, right? Why not let your senior brother hold on to it so it doesn't get lost?" Hearing that fake, sweet garbage, Baiyun's face goes completely dark. Her voice cuts like steel. "I wouldn't dare bother my senior brother with this. I'll personally hand it over to the palace lord." Realizing she isn't an easy target, he instantly loses his patience and roars an order. "When I tell you to hand it over, just do it." The fat guy next to him puts his hands on his hips. "Hear that? Give it up." Just as the tension gets stretched to the breaking point, a crystal-clear voice suddenly rings out from behind. "Sister Bai, this senior brother of yours doesn't exactly look like a welcoming committee." With a sharp swoosh, a beam of light shoots down from the flying ship. Lin Ling Yun lands smoothly right next to Bai Yun. She dusts her hands off with heavy sarcasm. "Honestly, this looks way more like a straight-up daytime robbery." The other senior brother steps forward, his eyes aggressive as he sneers. "So what if it is? What can two little brats like you do against us? Just hand over the ancestors' treasure right now." Bai Yun just frowns, looking at them like they are absolute idiots. "Based on what?" Leng Chan laughs with insane arrogance. "Based on what, you ask? Ha ha ha! Based on the simple fact that we are immortality realm cultivators, and you two are nothing but weak little kids. Oh, now watch closely, because this is where the power dynamic flips completely." Bai Yun drags out that sarcastic response, her eyes flashing with pure ice. Boom! A massive golden pillar of light erupts from her body, tearing through the clouds. A terrifying, heaven-shaking pressure slams down, practically freezing space itself. Leng Chan's entire group turns pale white, sweating bullets out of pure terror. Bai Yun smirks coldly. "Immortality realm. Is that supposed to be impressive?" Leng Chan's voice shakes. "Unbelievable. No, impossible. A few years ago, you were only in the divine fire tier. How can you?" Before he even finishes, she snaps her fingers. A tiny light shoots out. The fat guy beside Leng Chan doesn't even have time to react, just screaming, "Ah, too fast." Bam! A massive hole blasts right through his chest. His body instantly disintegrates, evaporating like frost beneath the sun. Only a white skeleton remains, before crumbling completely into ash. Dead silence falls over the space. The remaining two shiver uncontrollably. Even scared out of his mind, Leng Chan still tries to scream at her. "Bai Yun, you dare slaughter your fellow disciples?" This crime, Bai Yun cuts him off, looking at him like a literal corpse. Too loud. "Did you guys actually think you had a chance to go back?" Boom! A giant golden box materializes from the void, radiating an intense golden light. With pressure like the sky collapsing, the heavenly seal slowly descends. Leng Chan shrieks in panic. This is the heaven-devouring seal." The other guy instantly drops to his knees on the dirt, crying uncontrollably. "Junior sister, spare my life, please." But boom, The massive seal smashes down, completely exploding the earth. Insane shockwaves sweep across the area, howling like a hurricane. When the dust finally clears, absolutely zero survivors remain, just a blackened crater. Out of nowhere, Lin Lingyun puts on a pair of sunglasses. She shoves her hands in her pockets and asks seriously, "Sister, who wants you dead?" Baiyun turns, thinking for a moment before speaking. Longchan knew my exact route and dared to snatch the treasure. It must be Uncle Hanye behind this. She narrows her eyes, voice turning freezing cold. That old man wants to betray Jixia Academy. Lin Lingyun puts her hands on her hips, pouting angrily. An academy founded by ancient ancestors, and it still has this kind of absolute scum inside. We all felt that shift, right? The wind blows past the two figures standing in the ruins. The playful mood is entirely gone. Seeing the young girl's adorable, fiercely loyal expression, Baiyun can't resist reaching out to gently poke her cheek, teasing her. "So what do we do now? Still dare to go back?" The girl glares playfully, grabs Baiyun's hand, and pulls her right toward the flying ship. Without a single hesitation, she declares, "Jixia Academy is your origin. Even if that place is a dragon's den, a tiger's cave, or a sea of fire, it's still home. We definitely have to return." At that exact same time, in the dead of night at Hanye Palace, a panicked lackey scrambles inside, desperately crying out, "Ancestor, oh my God!" He drops to his knees on the floor, trembling violently as he reports. The life slip. Senior Langchan's life slip has shattered. Immortal Hanye, who was meditating, instantly darkens. He answers coldly, "I know, get out." The exact second that trembling lackey leaves the room, his eyes turn incredibly sharp. He grits his teeth so hard they practically crack. Heavy, suffocating, killing intent floods the room. Every word is ice. "Baiyun, you dare kill my disciple. I will have payback." The moment he finishes speaking, countless massive, razor-sharp blocks of ice blast outward from his body. In a flash, the entire palace is sealed in freezing ice, perfectly reflecting the owner's absolute raging fury. A little while later, over at Jixia Academy, mist covers the massive lands. When Baiyun's flying ship finally bursts through, the disciples guarding the square immediately start shouting in chaos. "The flying ship! It's the ship!" The lead female disciple instantly gives a strict order. "A very important guest has arrived. Go report this right now." The two guards beside her instantly turn into streaks of light, rocketing straight into the main hall. "Trust me, you and I are going to want to see what happens next." The second news of her return spreads. Two figures appear in the sky. Everyone is stunned. It's Immortal Hong Hu. "Stick with me, you and I are about to see a legendary arrival. Even the sect master is waiting." People are whispering, "Who is this VIP?" Sect master Feng Jingtian smiles warmly. "Little Yun, you have finally returned to us." Baiyun steps down gracefully from her flying spiritual ship. She brings her hands together, bowing respectfully to the master. Then, she turns toward Immortal Hong Hu to greet her own teacher with full honors. Immortal Hong Hu steps right up, patting her head gently. His voice is practically overflowing with pride. "Excellent, little Yun. You have reached the immortality realm." The crowd freezes like they just got struck by lightning. Total shock. The Holy Maiden actually reached the immortality tier? She is not even 30 years old yet. Instantly, every single disciple bows down in pure respect, shouting together, "Congratulations to the Holy Maiden for reaching the immortality realm." Down in the crowd, a young boy stares up at Baiyun with absolute hero worship. Clenching his fists tight, he silently swears to himself, "One day, I will become an absolute powerhouse just like her." But suddenly, Sect Master Feng Jingtian lets out a heavy sigh, looking weirdly depressed. "It is an absolute shame, but our Zuo Xia Academy probably cannot protect you anymore. Otherwise, with your insane talent, you could have easily brought back the glorious legacy of our founding ancestor." Immortal Hong Hu pats his shoulder, trying to lighten the mood. "Let us head into the Great Hall first. The other elders are waiting." The three of them fly straight toward the central hall, right where a massive ancient tree stands tall. Immortal Lei Yan sees Baiyun walking in and laughs warmly. "Oh wow, our little Baiyun made it back." But standing right next to him, Immortal Hanya just scoffs coldly, glaring with absolute hatred. Baiyun calmly greets all the elders one by one, then drops to a single knee. Now watch closely. She thinks she saved them, but things are about to get crazy. "Sect Master, I got the ancestors' treasure. May it help our academy survive this crisis and restore our glory. Please take it." Finishing her report, she pulls out an extremely ancient destiny tablet, but Feng Jingtian just glances at it and shakes his head. "No need. You risked your life for this. Keep it." Your master and I will find a way to get you out of the profound sky domain safely." Hearing this, Bai Yun is totally stunned, her voice shaking. "Sect Master, why is this happening?" Right then, immortal Han Ye rudely interrupts her, sounding bitter. "Is it not because you slaughtered way too many elders and elite disciples from the Central Continent super factions while you were inside that immortal estate?" He roars furiously, spitting straight venom. "Once the great immortal tree finally dies, that will be the total destruction of our Zuo Xia Academy." The more he talks, the more his absolute disgust for Bai Yun shows. He stares straight at the Sect Master, not even trying to hide it. "Sect Master, sacrificing the entire academy for Bai Yun alone. Is that really worth it? I say we hand this troublemaker over to them right now. Then we use the ancestors' treasure to completely appease them. That is the only logical way our academy survives this brutal disaster." Immortal Hong Hu hears this trash, his face turning incredibly dark as he roars. "Han Ye, you shameless coward. Do you even know what honor is? You are a senior elder, yet you are terrified of death. You want to sacrifice a loyal disciple to save your own skin?" Han Ye grits his teeth, pointing a furious finger right back. "Hong Hu, your disciple caused this terrible disaster. Why should the rest of us take the fall for it?" Finally, Sect Master Feng Jingtian speaks up, his majestic voice echoing powerfully through the entire hall. "You and I saw that coming. Little Yun fought for the treasure. That is a great merit. Those greedy fools tried to steal from her. Getting killed is their own stupid fault. How is that her problem?" He pauses, his eyes burning with absolute determination. "Even if I have to risk my old life and the entire sect, I will never let anyone harm a single hair on her head." Han Ye never expected Feng Jingtian to defend her so fiercely. His face turns green and pale before he finally just shuts his mouth. Right on cue, Immortal Ju Dao, another senior elder, slowly opens his mouth, making Bai Yun look straight over at him. "Sect Master, dragging the whole academy down for just Bai Yun alone? Not worth it. I totally agree with junior brother Han Ye." Before he can even finish, Immortal Lei Yan bursts into crazy laughter. It sounds like booming thunder shaking the entire Great Hall. He spreads his arms wide, sounding bold and refreshed. "What did Bai Yun do wrong? That mob wanted our ancestors' treasure and clearly came to murder her. Getting killed in reverse? Completely fair." He turns to Bai Yun, not hiding his admiration at all. "That was an amazing kill. That just proves our Bai Yun is way stronger than those weaklings." Han Ye snorts coldly again. "Fine, ignore the immortal estate. But what about Jun Wu Xie, the holy son of Extreme Dao Academy? Because of this mess, our two great holy grounds are basically sworn enemies now. This is clearly her own personal grudge dragging us down." After saying that, he turns toward Immortal Bai Tian. Trying to pull in another ally, he asks, "Junior sister Bai Tian, do you think I am right?" But from start to finish, she just stays silent like a stone statue. Just when the tension feels like a snapping bowstring, a super clear voice rings out from the entrance. "Big Sister Bai risked her life getting that treasure for you guys. Is this really how you treat her after all that?" Lan Lingyun suddenly appears, her cheeks puffed up in pure anger. "You old geezers are bullying people way too much." Immortal Han Ye explodes in rage, his hair and beard literally standing up as he shouts. "Elders are discussing major business. Who dares interrupt? Trust me, you and I are going to love seeing what happens next." Lan Lingyun puffs her chest out fearlessly. "It is your grandaunt right here." Bai Yun just stands there, giving a helpless but super affectionate smile. "All right, stick with me. We are about to watch Lan Lingyun absolutely destroy Han Ye with zero mercy." She calls out his filthy mouth, roasting him for spitting absolute lies. Humiliated by a nobody in front of a massive crowd, Han Ye absolutely loses his mind and roars out a deadly threat. "Who do you think you are, meddling in the affairs of the Takha Academy? Are you completely tired of living your pathetic life?" In a flash, Lan Lingyun's expression turns freezing cold, her eyes blazing with pure, unrestrained fury. That glare is sharp enough to rip this arrogant old man to shreds. Without wasting another breath arguing, she reaches into her inventory and pulls something out. A heavy thud echoes as the Tai Huang bell slams into the dirt. Instantly, it swells up at a terrifying, mind-blowing speed, going from a tiny little trinket into a massive mini-tower, radiating wave after wave of blinding, brilliant golden light. An ancient aura, majestic and impossibly heavy like a crushing ocean, crashes down, blanketing the entire Takha Academy. That invisible pressure is so intense, it feels like everyone is suddenly carrying Mount Tai right on their shoulders. Seeing this insane sight, the Academy elders completely lose their color. Eyes wide in pure shock, they scream out in terror. The Tai Huang bell. Right then, the ancient tree shakes violently. its massive roots ripping straight out of the ground. It is pushed to absolute peak excitement, its booming voice echoing across the space. The descendant of the master has finally arrived. Master, even though this old servant cannot see you again, meeting your descendant today means I could die right now with absolutely zero regrets. Right after that, the giant ancient tree raises its booming voice. Taka Academy, welcome the second holy maiden. All disciples, bow in respect right now. The moment those words drop, every single elder instantly cups their hands and bows down deeply. Now pay attention, because here is where everything flips. The old Nine Dao immortal, the exact same guy who was just causing trouble, suddenly switches sides in the blink of an eye. Looking awkward and totally lost, he glances around before frantically rushing over to join the crowd. He humbly bows his head like a coward to greet the immortal venerable's descendant, the second holy maiden. Seeing this pathetic, directionless, two-faced behavior, Hanye grinds his teeth so hard they nearly crack, hissing out in absolute fury at the man. Bayun immediately steps up, her voice dead serious. She looks straight at the Han family elder and demands, "Why are you still not bowing?" But this stubborn old man refuses to yield. Instead of bowing down, he secretly channels his energy, preparing a killer move with a totally mocking tone. A little brat still smelling of her mother's milk expects this old man to kneel. The second he finishes speaking, he violently attacks. 36 heavenly stars trapping immortal art. A massive blast of freezing energy erupts, completely crushing his own stone chair into dust. Right after, he tosses out hundreds of talismans, roaring out loudly, "Life Force Seal!" The ancient tree is instantly swarmed by talismans, choked by tightening chains. It roars in wild fury, struggling like crazy. Enemy invasion! The two sides clash, spreading a terrifying shockwave in all four directions. The Honghu immortal venerable cannot hold back anymore, pointing right at Hanye and shouting, "Han family traitor, I am taking your worthless dog life today." But Hanye does not flinch at all. Instead, he just laughs like an absolute maniac. He spreads his arms wide, and a giant vortex instantly forms right up in the sky. He sneers with disgust. "You think you can stop me? Not a single one of you is making it out of here alive today." Right at this insanely critical, edge-of-your-seat moment, a heavy, deep voice echoes all the way down from above. You and I both felt that shift coming. Han family, excellent work. A figure emerges from the vortex, landing straight down into the Academy's grand hall. Just from him showing up, a dark, incredibly evil and gloomy aura instantly swallows the entire space around them, forcing Palace Master Feng Qingtian and the Honghu Immortal to immediately step forward and shield the two girls. The Palace Master is absolutely terrified, his voice shaking. That pressure, it is the sacred Void Immortal venerable of the Great Void Sect. Things are completely out of control. Palace Master Feng Qingtian gives a heavy command. Quickly, set up the formation to protect the two holy maidens. Right away, the three remaining elders perfectly sync their hand seals, immediately summoning a blazing golden barrier formation. It creates a solid dome locking right around Lan Lingyun and Baiyun. Meanwhile, the old Nine Dao Immortal hurries over to the Han family elder, sounding super pathetic. "Hey brother, we are on the exact same side, so you have got to protect your little bro." Hanye laughs weirdly. "Haha, of course I will." Hearing that, the guy finally breathes a huge sigh of relief, carefully asking, "So what should we do next?" "This little brother will follow your lead." Hanye smirks, his voice full of cruel joy. "Haha, the immortal venerable is here. We just need to stand back and watch." Sealing that old tree is already a massive achievement. Once the immortal venerable secures the treasure, he will definitely reward us with some insanely good artifact. Right at that moment, the sky is violently ripped open by another massive crack. Another voice, just as terrifyingly majestic, echoes down from deep inside. "Feng Qingtian, you dare set up the immortal execution formation with your pathetic strength? You can barely hold off a true immortal with that garbage." The incredibly arrogant tone just keeps echoing through the air. "Hand over those two little girls right now. I will make sure you get to die with your bodies intact." Hearing this, the Thunder Flame Immortal loses all his color, screaming in total panic. It is the Golden Light Immortal Venerable. Beside them, the sealed old tree struggles wildly. You and I just watched all hell break loose. The tree curses non-stop. "You brats dare attack my Takha Academy? Aren't you afraid of a gruesome death?" Saint Void Immortal flashed a completely fake smile. "Senior Ancient Tree, please do not panic. You cannot break this array instantly, but that will give us plenty of time to take these two girls away with us." Red Lake Immortal turned around, looking extremely stressed. He warned the girls, "Yun, Lan, You two need to leave right now. We will handle this." He froze mid-sentence, eyes completely wide open, and honestly, you and I would be just as shocked. What in the world were these two girls even doing right now? The whole place was pure chaos, like a broken circus. Elders were looking pale as ghosts, desperately spinning their heads trying to find an escape route. But right in the dead center of this nightmare, our two heroines were being unbelievably chill. Baiyun literally pulled a bright red apple out of nowhere, took a loud crunchy bite, and just happily watched the drama unfold. Lan Lingyun let out a massive, bored yawn. She glanced up at the two immortals in the sky and scoffed. "Two little dogs barking is enough to scare you old men half to death?" The absolute second she said that, the incredibly tense elders completely froze up, shocked into dead silence. An enemy elder from the Han family absolutely lost his mind and roared, "You ignorant brats! You are about to die but still dare to insult an immortal." But his furious screaming went in one ear and right out the other. Lan Lingyun just kept munching her apple, ignoring him completely. Up above, Golden Light Immortal sneered coldly and shouted his orders. "This trash array will not last much longer. Rush in there and grab those girls right now." Saint Void Immortal stroked his beard and laughed happily. "Fine, I will break the array, and you go grab those two annoying little brats. Time to dig out all the immortal treasure." But the girls were not about to let them win so easily. Lan Lingyun immediately stepped right up and yelled out, "Stop!" Golden Light Immortal paused for a second, then scoffed coldly. "Little girl, are you scared of dying? You murdered my completely innocent grandson. I not only want that treasure, but I also want both of your lives." Hearing this threat, Lan Lingyun burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, do you think I am scared of you? Now watch closely. Here is where it gets crazy. I just want to say one thing." Right after that, she took a massive, deep breath. The giant Supreme Emperor Bell right beside her tilted over, as if preparing to team up for this. The elders were completely confused, totally lost on what was happening. But Baiyun knew exactly what was coming. She smiled and covered her ears super tightly. In the very next moment, Lan Lingyun slapped that giant bell incredibly hard. The Supreme Emperor Bell instantly transformed, shifting its massive body to become a super sound amplifier. Lan Lingyun screamed at the very top of her lungs, booming like a thunderstrike. "You absolute trash who want to take my and Sister Bai's lives, step out right now. Stop hiding like cowardly little turtles." That terrifying sound wave aggressively shook the entire space. Even the two high and mighty immortals in the sky jumped in shock. But she was definitely not finished. She kept shouting, "The precious immortal treasure is right here in our hands. Everyone else hiding out there, come out right now." The absolute second she stopped yelling, boom, 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 earth-shattering explosions went off back to back. In a single flash, a blazing figure appeared right above the Grand Hall, shining completely blind like a descending sun. That man was none other than the legendary Blazing Fire Immortal. Right at that moment, the clear blue sky turned pitch black. Dark clouds rolled in heavily. Lightning struck everywhere like a spider web. And then another figure showed up. It was the terrifying Sea King Immortal. Behind him, massive pillars of deep water shot straight up, showing off the absolutely boundless power of the ocean. Both men slammed down simultaneously, landing right behind Lan Lingyun and Baiyun. 4 powerful immortals had now gathered, bringing a completely overwhelming aura. You and I both know this looks like game over, right? They were totally surrounded. The odds were totally stacked against them. Palace Master Fong Qin Thien watched this like he was struck by lightning, pale as a ghost, and absolutely panicked. "We are dead. It is all over. We are truly finished." But on the flip side, Lan Lingyun looked incredibly excited. She just played with a tiny wooden statue in her hand and smirked. "Oh, so everyone is finally here? Then let me gladly send you seniors straight to heaven." Sea King Immortal heard that and laughed out loud, full of pure arrogance. His eyes were sharp as daggers. "Haha, is this little brat so scared that she went insane?" Lan Lingyun did not even bother arguing. She just threw the statue straight into the air and screamed, "Ancient Ancestor Immortal, please help me completely destroy these pathetic dead bugs disrespecting you." The very second that statue left her hand, both the Sea King and Blazing Fire Immortal instantly felt a horrifying, crushing pressure press down on them. That absolute nightmare pressure made all 4 immortals instantly turn pale, their eyes completely locked on that tiny statue. In a split second, a blinding golden light exploded outward everywhere. Through the thick smoke, a mysterious man appeared. Wine jug in one hand, long sword in the other, radiating pure, unmatched, arrogant energy. He totally chugged the wine in one breath, casually tossed the jug forward, and flicked his sword lightly. He was perfectly ready for battle. Everyone, please enjoy some good wine before you die. The jug flew directly at Golden Light Immortal's face. He furiously swatted it away, sneering with absolute pure contempt. Just a wooden statue daring to play tricks. Go to hell. Finishing his words, Golden Light Immortal instantly rushed forward. He launched an earth-shattering palm strike. A massive golden hand brought a literal hurricane with it, blasting rocks and dust blindingly everywhere. The ancestor calmly blocked it. And trust me, you will love his reaction. What a total waste of incredibly good wine. Stick with me, you are about to watch a sword strike so fast it's basically pure light. Facing two massive incoming attacks, the ancestor casually floats up, forming hand seals while chanting a low verse. Do you not see the yellow river falling from heaven? His eyes turn deadly sharp. No more playing around. Raising his longsword straight to the sky, an earth-shattering boom completely rocks the entire battlefield. The sky literally rips open as lightning crashes down. From the crack, a giant lightning-wrapped sword emerges, dropping world-ending pressure on everyone. Golden Light Immortal's entire crew turns pale with terror. Oh, we are finished. Out of nowhere, the ancestor is holding a bottle of wine. He calmly mutters, "Great river sword intent." And in a single flash, that colossal sword drops like a nuke. Explosions chain react as the earth splits wide open. 4 immortal experts are instantly deleted into dust. Not even a trace left. The Han and Nine Paths Immortals finally wake up. The Han Immortal stammers, spine freezing cold. What? What just happened? Only the 2 girls stay calm. Bai Yun smiles gently and walks over to Palace Master Feng. Palace Master, everything is handled. Now, let's deal with the traitors. He is still shell-shocked, eyes wide, totally speechless. Right. The Nine Paths Immortal is so terrified his heart might explode. Suddenly, sensing massive danger locking onto him, now pay attention here. Ziling silently spins around, pushing her martial energy back as the treasure's shockwave hits. The news of 4 true immortals dying spreads instantly, like a Category 12 hurricane across the realm. It sweeps all of Central State, Void Immortal Sect, Extreme Path Palace, the Fire and Sea clans. Every major faction calls emergency meetings. After some incredibly tense arguments, they all reach the exact same bitter and painful conclusion. The losses are way too heavy. Best to lay low and absolutely avoid the Jixia Academy for now. Right at that same moment at Jixia Academy, Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun bow respectfully by the airship. Palace Master. Thanks to the ancestor, we secured the legacy. You two can use this to hit the true immortal tier. The day Jixia Academy reclaims its absolute glory is right around the corner. Bai Yun pauses shortly. Right now, my junior and I have important business back in Phoenix Capital, so we'll take our leave. The 2 girls quickly hop onto the flying ship, cheerfully waving goodbye to the 2 elders standing below. The ship vibrates lightly, then shoots off like a white laser, vanishing from the Academy's clear sky. Returning to Lan Thien Hong, Bai Yun instantly gives a respectful report. Ancestor, mission complete. The major powers took heavy damage. They definitely will not dare to cause random trouble anytime soon. Lan Thien Hong, looking like an old fisherman, hears this and laughs with pure satisfaction. He skillfully jerks his fishing rod, reeling in a fat carp. I know what you are thinking. He is totally chill because he just left a perfect clone to watch the shop. Tossing the fish into his basket, Lan Thien Hong waves his hand. Great job, go play wherever. Coming back late today is fine. Actually, it's best if you don't return at all. The girls instantly understand, eyes sparkling. Waiting until Lan Thien Hong disappears behind the willows, the 2 girls exchange a look and laugh knowingly. It seems they just cooked up a seriously complicated plan. Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong arrives at his front door. "Wifey!" he calls out warmly. Li Shiyue is currently hanging laundry, wiping sweat from her forehead. Seeing her husband looking unusually happy, she can't help but ask, "What makes you so joyful?" Just seeing Li Shiyue completely shifts his mood, like his entire universe revolves right around this one woman. He lifts her up with a massive smile. "Nothing huge. I just feel like from now on, we can finally live in total peace." Hearing that, Li Shiyue still blushes even though she's used to him. "Really? I have that exact feeling." Lan Thien Hong gently puts her down, his voice dropping low. "To celebrate such a beautiful day, let's head inside." Saying that, he grabs her hand, walks inside, and smoothly locks the door. Outside, the bright sun shines everywhere, but inside that tiny room, a warm, totally private atmosphere builds up, completely isolated from the world. Why not open the windows wide so the whole world can learn some experience from them? Time quietly slips by. The sun, looking like a tired middle-aged guy, holds up a massive sign clearly showing that 3 whole years have passed. The love between Lan Thien Hong and his wife has grown insanely deep. They are basically stuck together like superglue, never wanting to leave each other's side. They act exactly like newlyweds, tangled up every single minute, refusing to step half a pace apart. He plays the lute, she dances. And when night falls, well, you and I both know exactly what happens next. Stick with me, guys. By day, they are just chasing each other through endless snowy fields. But when night falls, clothes go flying. Their life together is perfectly sweet, peaceful, and honestly, pretty damn spicy. One day, after another wild session, Lee Siyu rests her head on Lan Thien Hong's solid chest, whispering shyly, "Hubby?" He tilts his head, totally curious. What is it? Why the quiet whispers? Her small hands trace his chest while her long legs sway in the air, creating this absolutely irresistible, charming vibe. She murmurs, "You know those missing relatives I asked you to look for? We got a clue. Someone spotted them in Ni City." "Ah, then I have to go confirm this." Lan Thien Hong doesn't hesitate for a second. "Sure, let's go together." But Li Shiyue immediately shakes her head, jumping up. "We can't. Someone has to watch the house and your shop. That is literally our main income source." Even though she hates leaving him, she sighs sadly. "If we both go, the shop closes. Are we going to survive on fresh air?" Hearing that, Lan Thien Hong just nods. He lifts her chin gently, telling her, "Come back quickly. Now pay close attention here." He says yes, but mentally, he is plotting something else entirely. "I will just order Bai Yun and Ling Yun to secretly guard my wife. Then she will be totally safe." With that plan, he cheers right up. Clenching his fists, he promises, "Your hubby will work super hard at home. I will make enough money to buy you an even bigger house." Hearing this, Li Shiyue's heart just melts. She tiptoes up, leaving a gentle kiss right on his forehead. "You are too good to me. I will definitely come back soon." Lan Thien Hong leans close, whispering, "You are going so far. How about one more round so I do not miss you?" Without hesitation, she touches his chest. "Fine by me." And so, another wildly passionate night kicks off. This time, their love hurricane is strong enough to blow the roof off. Even the heavens looking down would probably shiver at Lan Thien Hong's absolutely relentless stamina. Days later, Li Siyue boards the carriage and departs. Standing on the porch, Lan Thien Hong waves, shouting, "Goodbye, darling." Reluctant to leave, she peeks out the window for one last look. He waits until the carriage becomes a tiny dot on the horizon. Then, he turns to the empty space where his 2 disciples are secretly hiding. His voice drops, dead serious. "You two must protect my wife at all costs. Never blow your cover. Understood?" "As you command, Grandmaster." 2 crisp, determined voices ring out in unison. A gust of wind blows past, making his long hair flutter wildly. He turns and walks back inside the house. Meanwhile, far away, 2 beautiful figures silently track the carriage. Returning to the palace, Li Shiyue drops the casual clothes, putting on a brilliant red dragon robe. Pure emperor aura instantly erupts. "I am entering seclusion to reach the longevity realm." Staring at her 2 closest subordinates, she orders them to handle all state affairs while she is away. Fu Tianyu and Fu Tianyu instantly bow. "We obey. Congratulations to your majesty on stepping into the longevity realm, from mortal to saint." On a nearby roof, those 2 disciple girls are secretly watching everything unfold. Ling Yun sighs. Grandmaster couldn't even dream that his precious little wife is actually pouring everything into reaching the longevity realm. "I know what you are thinking, and honestly same. I cannot wait for the day they finally expose each other. Their reactions are going to be priceless." Bai Yun flashes a knowing smile, sounding amused. "Yeah, I'm waiting for that too." Back in the study, Li Shiyue thinks hard. If this breakthrough to the longevity realm works, I'll tell hubby the truth. Thinking about it, she smiles, full of hope. Then, I can even help him level up his cultivation really fast. Mortal lifespans are just way too short. Only by becoming immortals together can we actually stay by each other's side forever. Suddenly, she freezes, remembering something. Oh right, our child too. Her eyes instinctively drop to her perfectly flat stomach. Resting her chin on her hand, she lets out a helpless sigh. "My sweet baby, you've been in my belly for 3 whole years with 0 movement. When exactly are you planning to come out?" Meanwhile, far away at the Heavenly Yin Death Cave, bone-chilling bird cries echo endlessly through the air. The sky here is grim, suffocated by death aura, like the sun completely forgot this place existed. Deep inside a damp cave, a creepy light flickers, sucking in massive dark energy. Right in the center, a giant mountain of skulls and corpses piled up, almost touching the ceiling. Warped, twisted faces with crooked eyes and mouths shriek in pure excitement. 10,000 years have passed. From the disgusting, slimy pile of flesh, countless monsters crawl out, screeching. We'll destroy everything you left in the lower world. And honestly, guys, you are going to want to see what happens next. Right at that moment, boom. Trust me, you and I are about to watch absolute madness unfold. A terrifying pressure suddenly crushes down, ripping the ground apart. From the massive crack, an eerie light erupts, and a brand new monster emerges, its dark aura completely overpowering all the lesser demons around it. Every single demon instantly drops to the floor, trembling as they bow to their branch master. The guy throws his head back, laughing like a maniac. Do not worry. Once I completely flatten Phoenix City and conquer the southern continent, I will lead you all to slaughter the central continent. We will wipe out everything that the legendary immortal Lin left behind. Flashing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth and a deeply cruel smile, he keeps roaring. We are the most loyal and devoted followers of the great evil god. Our future is ascending to the higher realm. When that time comes, we will personally hunt down immortal Lin for revenge. Standing at the very peak of a bone mountain, he looks exactly like a lord of hell. The demon army below instantly spirals into total absolute frenzy, shouting out together in perfect unison. We obey the branch master. Thank you for your dark blessing. Looking down at his demonic horde, he smirks proudly. Over 100 demons at the first and second tiers of the longevity realm. With this kind of massive army, no single faction in the world can stand against us. The subordinates roar out again, begging for the evil god's guidance. Right after that, a deeply bizarre, twisted little statue suddenly appears right in the branch master's hand. Now watch closely, because this reveal is pure nightmare fuel. As he raises the statue, the sky is instantly swallowed by a massive, slimy mass of flesh. A giant eye with a golden pupil snaps open, glaring down as a deep voice echoes out. I am very pleased with this. Reaching the demon immortal tier in such a short time is excellent work. The eerie voice continues. From now on, you are my official cult leader in the lower realm. I shall grant you 2 incredible gifts as your reward. Pitch black energy violently surges together, and a cursed demonic sword slowly takes shape. Take hold of this blade. Lead your loyal followers and spread the terrifying glory of the evil god cult. The master grips the sword, feeling an unprecedented surge of raw, explosive power rushing through him. It gets him incredibly hyped up. The crowd chants wildly all around him. Power! Pure power! With this demonic sword, he is completely unstoppable. Massive, grotesque, fleshy wings suddenly spread wide from his back. His absolutely insane laughter echoes through the entire cave. Ha 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 ha. The demon army also falls into total fanatical madness, gearing up for the brutal, bloody war that is about to begin. Raising the dark sword high into the air, he roars, "My dear children, your father can finally get the bloody revenge you both deserve." Gripping the hilt tight, he barks out his ultimate command. "Demons, hear me. Follow your leader and kill them all." The demon mob instantly boils over with rage. They raise their weapons together, staring at their wicked commander with crazed, fanatical eyes. Terrifying streams of black energy endlessly erupt from the heavenly yin death cave, twisting and completely distorting the surrounding space itself. You saw that coming, right? Total war. But meanwhile, in complete contrast, at Lan Thien Hong's little toy shop, our main character has absolutely zero clue about the massive dark storm brewing. He is just happily selling toys, holding up a little wooden Pikachu carving, and smiling at a young boy. "Do you like this one, little guy?" The exact second the kid sees the toy, his eyes light up, and he vigorously tugs his mom's shirt. "Wow, Mom, I really want this one." Right at that very moment, a figure bursts in like a ghost is chasing him, panting heavily and stuttering out loud. "Boss! Hey, boss!" Lan Thien Hong just rests his chin on his hand, looking totally relaxed, only raising a single eyebrow. He has that annoying vibe where even if the sky falls, he would not care. The panicking kid is completely pale, looking like he just saw a ghost. "Boss, something terrible has happened." But honestly, Lan Thien Hong does not seem to care at all. His gaze lazily sweeps over the familiar face, secretly thinking this guy looks like an old returning customer. Seeing the shop owner still perfectly calm, the kid desperately tries to explain himself. "My grandpa, over 100 blinks ago, actually bought a wooden statue from you." Ah! Lan Thien Hong drags out his voice like he just recalled some ancient memory, then snaps his fingers. "I remember now. The incredibly rare and precious VIP guest only comes back once every century. So tell me, Why are you rushing around completely losing your mind? The kid shifts his eyes around, leaning in super close and lowering his voice like he fears eavesdroppers. You really do not know? Lan Thien Hong raises an eyebrow in total confusion. Why would you say it like that? That wooden statue. The kid acts even more mysterious, dropping his voice to a whisper. It contains an absolutely massive hidden secret. Lan Thien Hong just gives a perfectly dramatic "oh," motioning for him to continue. It helped me reach enlightenment. My cultivation skyrocketed, leveling up instantly, making me the absolute strongest among my peers at the Takha Academy. Well, that is great news then. He casually replies, his tone as light as if he were just praising the nice weather. The boy gets even more hyped, talking a mile a minute, jumping wildly from one crazy topic to the next, explaining every little detail. Lan Thien Hong just nods along to the rant. Yeah, very nice, absolutely right. Seeing the kid's endless excitement, he actually gets slightly amused, thinking quietly to himself. It seems I actually have some fate with this little guy. Joining the Takha Academy makes him basically my super distant junior disciple in the grand scheme. After a while, he finally asks, a simple statue really has such huge benefits? If it is such a happy occasion, why do you look like you are at a funeral? The kid lets out a massive, exhausting sigh. Oh man, this is a really long story, starting all the way back 3,000 years ago. After talking, he slumps right into a chair. Meanwhile, our guy literally pulls out a slice of watermelon, sitting back like an audience member ready for the drama. So where do you and I go from here? We just watch. Alright, stick with me for this tragic backstory. Just recently, while training off the mountain, he saved a young girl. They traveled together for a while, and naturally, caught some serious feelings. Lan Thien Hong takes a bite of his melon, nodding like he totally gets it. But after she found out his statue's secret, she completely betrayed him and stole it when his guard was down. He searched everywhere, only to realize she belonged to a massive faction known as the Xuanhuang Domain. They actually sent her to investigate why his power leveled up so incredibly fast. The kid rests his chin, looking dead serious like he's discussing the world's fate. Suddenly, the whole vibe flips from totally funny to super dark. Far away, demonic energy is already boiling over. A literal storm is brewing in the shadows. But Lan Thien Hong instantly completely kills that edgy mood, just bursting into loud, mocking laughter right to his face. You save a pretty girl and instantly dream about starting a family, right? Man, this script is way too classic. That joke hits way too close to home. The kid's face turns beet red, and he frantically waves his hands. No, not at all. But hey, pay close attention here because things get serious fast. The kid instantly drops the funny act, reaching into his robes and pulling out a pouch, his voice suddenly sounding incredibly heavy. Boss, you need to leave right now. Those guys are probably going to track me here. He slams the silver pouch onto the table with a loud, heavy thud. Here is 10,000 silver for now. Once I get more money later, I will absolutely come back and pay you extra. The absolute second Lan Thien Hong sees that silver, his eyes light up like crazy, even while his mouth fakes being super polite. But his hands are way faster than his brain. He snatches the bag, stuffs the cash away, and instantly waves off the danger. No worries, it is totally fine. Just let them come. The kid is completely confused and chases after him, totally panicking. Boss, why stay here? These guys are incredibly strong. Staying here is just asking for a death wish. Lan Thien Hong suddenly pictures Li Qingyou in his mind, then answers calmly like it is totally obvious. Of course I am not leaving. My wife went to visit her relatives, and I have to wait right here for her. Knowing that arguing is completely useless, the kid just stubbornly plops down on the ground. Fine, if the boss refuses to leave, then neither will I. He boldly declares that since he received kindness, he will use his own life to protect this man. Looking at him rolling around, Lan Thien Hong secretly thinks this little guy actually has a real connection with him. Both possess the supreme bone, both had a totally tragic childhood. He decides to give him some pointers. He sighs, speaking with pure emotion. Kid, we really do share a destiny. Saying that, he grabs another statue from the shelf and casually tosses it right over to him. So I am gifting you another opportunity. If you want to protect me, you need to get way stronger first. The kid grabs the statue, totally stunned. Is this real? Instantly, a massive burst of spiritual energy erupts, lifting him into the air and dragging him into another dimension. Right in front of him is an imposing, giant statue. He screams in absolute terror. Great dream, 1,000 autumns. But before he can even sink into the dream, a literal heaven-shaking slap smacks him right on the head. Lan Thien Hong yells helplessly, "Wake up! What era do you think this is?" After that brutal hit, the kid instantly rolls over and falls into a totally dead sleep. Just sleep well. You and I both know a crazy power-up is coming once he wakes up completely reborn. Lan Thien Hong calmly locks the shop door, muttering about how this kid shares his legendary rare talent. Man, maybe I should train him to be sweeper number 3? Thinking that, he just turns the key and casually walks right away. But that exact same night, a blinding light suddenly explodes from inside the shop, completely terrifying all the random people walking by outside. Feeling the insane changes inside his own body, the kid screams in pure shock. I actually survived a lightning tribulation right in my dream, and I even comprehended the grass character sword art and the primitive immortal scripture. The next morning, a terrified passerby quickly warns him, "Boss, you should really report this to the guards. It seriously looked like a thief broke into your shop last night. Who knows what happened in there?" Lan Thien Hong just laughs and replies, "Thanks for the heads up. That is just my new worker over there. Sorry for bothering everyone. I will teach him a lesson later." The second he walks into the shop, he calls out, "You woke up that fast?" Seeing Lan Thien Hong, the kid reflexively goes to call him boss, but suddenly completely freezes up. He instantly switches to a super respectful tone. This junior was completely blind, failing to recognize senior as an absolute peerless expert. "Thank you so much for this rebirth opportunity." Right after speaking, he dashes over to Lan Thien Hong like lightning, bowing his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking rice. It seriously gives the boss massive goosebumps all over his arms. He frantically says, "I have absolutely nothing to repay you with, except my own life." Lan Thien Hong gives him a totally helpless look, secretly groaning about accidentally accepting such a dumb disciple. He immediately grabs the kid right by the collar. He says coldly, "Stand up straight. I consider you a junior, so casually giving you some guidance is just a completely natural thing to do." Hearing that, the kid just freezes and stammers out, "Senior, who exactly are you?" At that exact moment, Lan Thien Hong's main character aura explodes so brilliantly that the kid has to dramatically shield his eyes, letting out a loud yelp. He slowly asks, "Have you ever heard of the legendary title, Lin Xianzun?" In Wu Hao's mind, Lin Xianzun was supposed to be some ancient white-haired master. He starts fanboying hard, completely amazed. And trust me, you are going to want to see what happens next. Let us dive into a wild cultivation story today. He is the legendary founding ancestor, an invincible powerhouse who completely dominated the profound heaven region. The absolute peak energy of this ancestor has been the ultimate goal for every single junior here. Hearing all that praise, Lan Thien Hong was absolutely thrilled, secretly thinking that getting worshipped felt incredibly good. But Wu Hao still naively asked if this senior was also from their academy. Acting all deep and mysterious, he stroked his chin. "Ahem, I am immortal venerable Lin, and he is me." Instantly, Lan Thien Hong erupted with brilliant divine light, making Wu Hao let out a huge gasp of pure amazement. But just a second later, he pouted and argued. "No way, the ancestor ascended 10,000 years ago. Stop tricking me, plus you do not even have a beard." Hearing that completely ridiculous logic, Thien Hong yelled, "Huh?" Without another word, he smacked Wu Hao right on the head. "Ascended means I cannot visit home anymore? You dense brat, and here I thought you were a rare genius." The kid rubbed his newly bumped head, doubting him. "Are you telling the truth?" Thien Hong snorted proudly. "Exactly. You and I both knew this was coming." Wu Hao finally realized a senior giving him such an insane power-up could never be fake. Reading the kid's mind, Lan Thien Hong became even more smug, his face looking visibly proud. Right away, Wu Hao dropped to his knees and kowtowed. Disciple Wu Hao greets the founding ancestor. Thien Hong waved indifferently. "All right, enough of that. From now on, you are my cleaner number 3. Follow me and you eat well." Hearing that, Wu Hao jumped straight up, beaming as he loudly declared he would happily clean. But then he suddenly realized something. He scratched his head and asked, "Wait, why number 3? Looking at him hopelessly, Thien Hong threw another palm strike, planting his head into the floor. "Because there is a 1 and 2, idiot." Rubbing his bloody forehead, Wu Hao mumbled, "Ah, makes sense. Cleaners 1 and 2 are so lucky to follow you early." With that handled, Thien Hong waved him off. "All right then, go take care of your own business first. I will call you when I need you." "Yes, ancestor." A sharp glint flashed in Wu Hao's eyes as he gave a cheeky thumbs up. "Since I am free, time for revenge." Thien Hong did not even bother answering, kicking him straight out the door. "Get lost and handle that petty drama yourself." Walking back to his clan's rundown estate, Wu Hao thought about his family's royal lineage. His grandfather used to be the absolute strongest here. Burning rage flared up, knuckles turning pale from clenching so hard. "That vicious second madam wanted my supreme bone. She ruthlessly murdered my grandfather and forced my parents to their deaths. If the academy had not arrived to save me back then, I would be nothing but dry bones today. Now pay attention to this moment. When his eyes open, his aura completely shifts. The old, weak kid is totally gone. Right at that exact second, a lackey aggressively charged out, screaming at him. "Brat, you think you can wander around here? Scram now." Wu Hao roared back with pure fury. "This is my house." In that split second, a terrifying, sky-high pressure exploded straight out of his body. That raw pressure alone violently blasted the lackey several meters into the air. Finally realizing this kid was no joke, the pale lackey scrambled back up, shaking as he screamed, "You! Who are you?" Wu Hao glared, every single word dripping with ice. "I am Wu Hao, returning today for absolute blood." Hearing that, the panicked lackey finally snapped awake and sprinted inside, screaming his lungs out. "Third young master! Master!" Deep inside a luxurious room, the absolutely terrified lackey yelled with everything he had. "Master!" Inside, a heavily drunk figure stumbled out, still aggressively gripping his beloved bottle of wine. He went totally insane, violently kicking the door open. "I am drinking. Who is trying to die out here?" The lackey remembered the horrible truth. Ever since the main wife cheated, and he realized his son was not even his own, he became an absolute mess. He stuttered. "The third young master returned. He is looking for you." The drunkard grabbed the door to stay upright, face red and heavily swaying. Seemingly unable to remember a thing, he frowned in confusion. "Third young master? What third young master?" After spacing out, he dragged his feet forward, completely unsteady, and crashing right into the poor lackey. "Ah, right, that pathetic kid whose family died. The one who had his supreme bones stolen by that bitch?" The drunkard squinted. "He is still alive? Well then, trust me guys, we are going to want to see how this reunion goes down. Alright, you and I are about to dive into epic payback." Outside the manor, Wu Hao stands tall, arms crossed, facing this stumbling drunk. The guy rubs his eyes, holding his dizzy head before his jaw completely drops. "Wu Hao," he stammers out in pure shock. You are actually still alive?" Standing opposite him is a pale-faced man, staring at Wu Hao, who is now wrapped in a blazing sea of fire like a descending war god. Looking down with absolute disgust, Wu Hao shoots him a glare of pure contempt. His voice echoes like thunder. "Of course I am not dead. I just survived this long to make you incredibly disappointed." Finishing his sentence, he roars to the heavens, "Eldest uncle, prepare to fight. Today I came to collect my debt of justice." At the exact same time, he clenches his fist, and a terrifying aura instantly explodes outward, crushing everything around him. Hearing that, the eldest uncle clutches his stomach and bursts out laughing, like it is the absolute funniest joke in the entire world. His obnoxious roaring laughter makes the two lackeys standing behind him join in immediately, chuckling with absolute mockery. Pointing a finger straight at Wu Hao, his tone drips with extreme sarcasm. "Ha ha ha, with just that tiny bit of skill, a little brat like you actually dares to open your mouth and challenge me?" Deep inside his mind, a violent wave of absolute rage boils over. "Damn it, I am the dignified eldest son of the Martial King Manor, holding the highest noble status, yet my own wife betrayed me and completely ruined my honor. And the son turned out to be someone else's product. Since it is like that, your entire branch can forget about having any heirs left." Thinking about this, he fiercely flexes his arm. His entire body erupts with a thick, dark red aura, his excited eyes turning bloodshot. Gritting his teeth loudly, he snarls, "You were extremely lucky to keep your life back then, but today I will personally pull you up by the roots." Surging power furiously rises up, wrapping completely around his body, slowly lifting him to levitate right in the middle of the air. Now watch this next part closely. This is where the action peaks. The two lackeys below rejoice, hurriedly cheering out loud, "Master is mighty, kill that surviving bastard." Without hesitating at all, the guy instantly rockets forward like a massive cannonball. His left arm reaches out like a brutal steel pincer, aiming straight for the center of Wu Hao's throat, ready to crush it in the blink of an eye. But the current Wu Hao is completely different, showing zero trace of the weak kid from his memory. His body moves fluidly like a falling leaf, just slightly tilting to perfectly dodge the lightning-fast strike. In that exact split second, his fist, secretly clenched from the start, seizes the perfect opening and throws a brutal hook right into the uncle's stomach. Before the guy can even process what is happening, his stomach caves in, and a terrifying force blasts his entire body away like a kite with a broken string. Just a casual strike from Vo Hao, yet the moment he hits the ground, he violently spits out a massive mouthful of fresh blood. The two lackeys standing nearby are completely drained of color. Shaking uncontrollably like leaves in the wind, they desperately hide behind a giant rock. Stammering, they ask, "Master, are you okay?" He wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still overflowing with total panic and absolute disbelief. How is this possible? I am at the peak of the divine fire realm. How could his careless punch leave me in such a pathetic state? Refusing to accept this, he struggles to his feet, but his body has been completely ruined by years of heavy drinking. In Vo Hao's eyes, he is nothing but a tiny insect, completely unworthy of attention. In a literal flash, Vo Hao silently appears right in front of his face. His speed is so incredibly fast it leaves only a blurry trail of light, making the uncle freeze in absolute mortal terror. Knowing damn well he is no match, he just strains his neck and screams. "What are you doing? Do you actually dare to murder your own eldest uncle?" Vo Hao roars in pure fury, his voice basically tearing through space itself. "You still carry the title of my eldest uncle, so I will spare your miserable dog life, but I am entirely crippling your cultivation base." The moment he finishes speaking, he raises his fist high, preparing to bring down the absolute final blow. Terrified out of his mind, he shakes violently and begs, "No, please do not. I really am your eldest uncle." We all knew someone would crash this party, right? Right at the life or death moment. With Vo Hao's fist exactly 1 centimeter from his head, a majestic voice echoes from afar. "Stop right there." Vo Hao's body completely halts for a brief second, as a figure dashes over like the wind, standing firmly in front of the uncle. Vo Hao instantly goes on high alert, taking a few steps back to keep his distance. Seeing the newcomer, the two lackeys light up like they found a lifeline, hurriedly dropping flat on the ground to greet the martial king. The uncle frantically tries to speak, "Father, I..." But the martial king instantly raises a hand, signaling him to shut up. The old man turns to Vo Hao, smiling brightly. "Hao, you are actually still alive. I am so incredibly happy. The issues between us and your family were just a misunderstanding caused by the subordinates. Let us just overlook everything that happened today." He acts extremely caring, reaching his hand out with totally fake warmth. "It is wonderful that you returned. From now on, you are the absolute heir of my martial king manor." But deep down, the old man is scheming like a sly fox. Dang is already at the peak of the divine fire realm, yet he was defeated this easily. This brat is so young, how is he unbelievably strong? The Vo family is facing a crisis. Adding him as backup is our only hope to secure our legacy. Too bad Vo Hao is not easily fooled at all. Instead, the rage inside him burns even more violently. He clenches his fists so hard, his knuckles turn totally white. Cut the fake hypocritical garbage. Back when my bones were forcefully extracted, why did I not see you step up to stop it? Trust me, you and I need to hear this excuse. The old man sighs heavily, acting like he is sharing a tragic tale. Stick with me. You and I are about to watch some epic payback. Wu Hao is out of patience. He yells out, "Cut the garbage! I won't kill you, but today, both of you are losing your powers forever." The martial king can't believe this absolute disrespect. He snaps, roaring out, "You arrogant little brat! Is that how you speak to your own grandfather?" He is absolutely furious, his entire body exploding with raw, violent energy. "If you want to be this stubborn, then don't blame me for ignoring our blood ties." Instantly, a massive pillar of energy erupts from his body, shooting straight into the sky. It looks like a terrifying explosion piercing the clouds. An earth-shattering pressure instantly spreads out for hundreds of meters. The people in the city are completely drawn to the spectacle. Everyone is shocked. Wait, isn't that coming from the martial king's estate? What in the world is happening over there to cause this much chaos? And to make the martial king himself take action? Countless people are whispering in pure awe. Wow, that is peak divine tribulation tier right there. Just one more step and he could actually reach the immortal realm. Absolutely insane power. He truly lives up to his legendary title. Back on the battlefield, the martial king channels every single drop of his energy straight into his fist. The power surges wildly, bursting out with devastating force. Lunging forward like a vicious wild beast, he unleashes an absolutely earth-shattering strike, the heaven-covering hand. Down below, his pathetic lackeys see this and immediately start cheering their heads off. The king is actually using the heaven-covering hand at full power. That is our estate's ultimate secret technique. What gives this punk the right to even witness something so incredible with his own eyes? Now pay attention here. Watch this insane reaction. Facing this terrifying incoming attack, Wu Hao is unbelievably calm. He just quietly stares right at the martial king, not showing a single ounce of panic. The king's energy is violently shaking the very earth. but Wu Hao doesn't hesitate for a second. He quickly activates his own technique, and an equally massive aura of power instantly wraps around his entire body. The Martial King throws his ultimate strike straight at Wu Hao. The lackeys watch this, realizing their boss just used his deadliest move. They all gasp in shock, screaming out, "The third step of divine tribulation!" But on the other side, the Martial King is absolutely stunned into silence. He can't even believe his own eyes. He stammers out, You actually survived the lightning tribulation?" Staring down a devastating punch that could literally destroy the world, Wu Hao casually stands his ground and unleashes his ultimate grass character sword art. A supreme blade technique. Instantly, an ethereal ancient sword appears right in his hand. His eyes, sharp as a hawk, lock completely onto his target. Wu Hao swings his sword flawlessly. He easily shreds the Martial King's attack like tearing through thin paper, while charging straight ahead at blinding speed. Absolutely nobody can stop his unstoppable advance right now. In just a single blink, Wu Hao appears right in front of his uncle. They are so close they almost crash, making the older man jump in pure terror. His face is completely covered in snot and tears. Shaking uncontrollably, he begs in pure despair, "Father, please save me." But the Martial King is already collapsed in a far corner. He can't even save himself, let alone have the strength to help this coward. Wu Hao raises his fist, his voice totally ice cold. "I told you I wouldn't kill you, uncle." Seeing Wu Hao about to strike, the uncle goes into a complete state of panic. He turns and runs for his life, screaming out orders to his men. "Stop him! Stop him right now!" But do you think those lackeys would risk their lives? They just give him a look of pure disgust, then immediately run away as fast as they can. And 1 second later, an agonizing, bone-chilling scream rings out, echoing across the entire sky. Meanwhile, just outside Phoenix Capital, a brilliant flash of golden light suddenly explodes high up in the clouds. From inside a massive spatial teleportation array, 3 extremely bizarre and unique flying ships slowly start to materialize. You and I both know trouble is brewing here. An excited voice rings out. "We're finally here, Phoenix Capital." A girl from the Sky Fox clan, looking incredibly arrogant, speaks up with serious hostility. My Sky Fox clan dug up this intel, and you guys dare come here to fight us for it? Do you have no shame at all?" Standing right next to her, an old man from the Battle Dragon clan furiously roars back. "What's so great about you foxes? You just used your looks to trick a literal child for information. You guys are the real shameless ones here." Hearing this, the Sky Fox members grind their teeth in pure anger. The Battle Dragon Elder doesn't back down either, throwing more insults. They are exactly like cats and dogs, instantly ready to tear each other apart. Right at that moment, another old man from the Spirit Void sect steps in, sliding right between the two factions. "Hey, you two, stop arguing. There is definitely more than one of these wooden statues." He gently waves his hand, continuing, "We should really just hurry up and go find the statue. Let's go." Down below in the capital, the streets are completely packed with people. The sharp eyes of the Sky Fox girl suddenly lock onto a little kid. He's happily holding up a wooden Ultraman statue in the air. She instantly cheers in delight. "Over there, that's the wooden statue." Seeing the prize in the kid's hands, all 3 of their eyes light up as they yell together, "The wooden statue." The Sky Fox members can't hold back anymore. They dash over and violently snatch the statue right out of the boy's hands. "Hand it over." "So what do you and I make of these grand cultivators? A bunch of strangers literally showed up just to steal a toy." The boy bursts into completely devastated tears. "Wah! You big jerks! Give me back my Ultraman right now. Let us jump right back into the madness." The mother frantically tries to comfort her crying kid, begging him to stop. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Fox woman pulls out a burning talisman. She instantly slaps that blazing paper right onto the action figure. Suddenly, sensing a strange shift in energy, she screams out in pure excitement. "This is it! This little wooden statue looks exactly like the legendary Great Sage equal to Heaven." The old man from the Battle Dragon tribe snatches it away. He shoves it right into the terrified mother's face, roaring out a deadly threat. "Where did you buy this thing? Speak up now." The poor kid is absolutely petrified, crying and stammering out the name of the Red Moon woodcarving shop. Getting their answer, the 3 of them waste 0 time. They instantly bolt, sprinting at top speed straight toward Lan Thien Hong's little store, yelling at each other to hurry up. But at that exact same time, over in the Divine Phoenix Palace, an insanely powerful burst of spiritual energy shoots right into the sky, shaking everything. Right in the middle of that blinding golden pillar of light, Li Xue's silhouette slowly becomes visible. The 2 brothers, Fu Tianyu and Fu Tianwu, drop to their knees, respectfully shouting out congratulations to Her Majesty for entering the immortality tier. Watching all this epic action from a distance, Lin Lingyun and Bai Yun are completely overjoyed. Lin Lingyun flashes a huge smile and cheers. This is absolutely amazing. She finally broke through to the next realm, so our mission here is officially done. Li Shiyue gracefully descends from the sky. Right beneath her feet, a thick layer of spiritual energy forms a solid platform, letting her touch down softly like a true goddess. Her entire aura hits completely different now. Faint golden light radiates from her body, making her look ridiculously majestic and unbelievably pure at the same time. She gives a slight smile and casually waves her hand. In a flash, a gorgeous, blazing red royal robe appears out of nowhere. It wraps around her perfectly. Her serious face just radiates ultimate emperor energy, making it impossible for anyone to even look her in the eye. Now pay attention here, pure terror suddenly hits Bai Yun. Sister Lin, the supreme royal pressure coming from our Grandmaster is way more intense than those human emperors over in the central continent. Lin Lingyun is completely stunned too, admitting she actually feels this crazy, overwhelming urge to just drop to her knees and surrender entirely. Could this really be the legendary conqueror's aura everyone talks about? Li Xiyue turns her head, calmly tossing an order to the two brothers. Fu Tianwu, you guys can back down now. They instantly reply yes in unison. After that, she confidently strolls deeper into the palace. Staring down at the glowing light in her palm, she smiles to herself, thinking about how long it has been since she saw her husband. She misses him like crazy. Now that she has finally hit the immortality realm, it is definitely time to reveal her true identity to him. Figuring everything out, she happily steps outside, absolutely glowing with excitement. She mutters to herself, time to head to the shop and give her man the ultimate surprise. But right at that very moment, those three wooden statue hunters pull up to Lan Thien Hong's storefront. The heavenly fox woman lowers her voice, confirming this is the spot. The second she steps inside, she locks eyes directly with Wu Hao. He gets totally spooked too. He lets out a surprised grunt. She instantly realizes exactly who he is, clicking her tongue in total disbelief. Isn't this little brat Wu Hao? Absolutely furious, Wu Hao jumps straight up, pointing a finger right at her face. He aggressively calls her out, screaming that she was the one who teamed up with that other girl to steal his precious great sage statue. The old guy from the Battle Dragon tribe looks Wu Hao up and down, completely shocked by what he sees. You're probably thinking the exact same thing. How did an 11-year-old kid survive a massive lightning tribulation? Hearing this, the heavenly fox woman flinches. Her sharp, narrow eyes squint tight, like she just figured out something incredibly messed up and super suspicious. She mutters to herself in total confusion. Hold on a second, wasn't this little brat just in the divine transformation realm not too long ago? How the heck did his cultivation skyrocket this fast? But then, like getting struck by lightning, a crazy realization hits her like a truck. Her face lights up with insane excitement. She points her feather fan directly at Wu Hao, her voice ringing out high and loud. Aha! I finally get it, I know exactly what happened. He definitely stumbled into some insanely overpowered ancient inheritance from a supreme expert. My instincts are absolutely never wrong. Just look over there at that wooden statue. Instantly, over a dozen huge eyes, glaring as bright as car headlights, snap aggressively straight toward Lan Thien Hong in total shock. He is just chilling there, carefully carving away at a block of wood. The lazy guy finally looks up. His eyes look totally clueless, like he only just now realized a bunch of absolute troublemakers have casually walked right into his own shop. Those three immediately start scanning Lan Thien Hong from head to toe, judging him up and down like a literal X-ray machine checking for power. Turns out he is just a pathetically average mortal stuck in the Foundation establishment tier. He doesn't even qualify as a threat. One of them sneers with total disgust. His realm is so incredibly low that I won't even waste my energy checking what Foundation level he is actually at. These arrogant frogs at the bottom of the well, completely blind to reality, start yelling like they own the place. Who cares who he is? Grabbing the statue is all that matters. Why would mighty immortals like us be scared of some absolute nobody? The battle dragon old man strokes his beard, his eyes flashing with a nasty, calculating look. He mutters that classic bandit rule having treasure is a crime in itself. If you hold the jewel, you are guilty. So let's just steal it, split the loot, and call it a day. But suddenly, an even more toxic idea pops into his brain, making him roar with hype. So what do we take from this? These fools actually want to wipe out the whole Phoenix capital without a trace. Absolute madness. Hearing this, the two lackeys from the Sky Fox clan and Void Spirit sect light up completely. Their eyes practically sparkle as they nod eagerly. Their creepy smiles say it all. But trust me, You and I are about to watch these arrogant invaders make a huge mistake as the old dragon boss barks orders. He points straight at Wu Hao. Hey, brat, bring out every single wooden statue you have. I'm buying the whole lot. But the gorgeous Fox Clan woman is even greedier. She lazily waves her fan and smirks, adding, also, spill exactly where you found these wooden statues. If you don't, well, let's just say your only option left is a very quick, very painful death. Wu Hao absolutely loses it. His entire aura explodes, spiritual energy flaring as he snarls. Just try it, you absolute trash. But surprisingly, Lan Thien Hong is just standing there, totally calm. He casually grabs a wooden stick, taps Wu Hao right on the head, and sighs. Chill out, kid. No need to panic here. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he cracks his knuckles. Pop, pop, pop. Wow. Are these guys really in such a massive rush to get themselves killed? Perfect timing, honestly. He hasn't seen his wife in ages, and he's feeling pretty incredibly frustrated anyway. Might as well grant their death wish, he mutters. Now, how should I finish them off? Gotta make it super flashy, but also hurt like absolute hell. Now here is where it gets crazy. Watch closely. Out of nowhere, a crushing pressure drops like a 1,000,000-ton mountain, bursting with absolute blinding golden light. A voice echoes through the room, absolutely furious, yet overflowing with pure, undeniable royal authority. How dare you? You dare threaten my man? Are you tired of living? The three invaders instantly feel this terrifying, overwhelming aura and immediately shrink back in pure terror. They go on high alert. The Fox Clan woman screams in total panic. Oh my god, this is the immortality realm. How the hell is an immortality realm expert hiding in a middle of nowhere dump like this? Lan Thien Hong just freezes. He slowly tilts his head, completely bewildered, muttering, wait a second, that voice sounds super familiar. That's definitely my lovely wife speaking, right? He cannot figure out why his sweet wife is suddenly radiating this insane boss energy. Plus, she actually reached the legendary immortality realm? How? His brain just short-circuits. Meanwhile, even though he's practically wetting his pants in absolute fear, the old dragon boss forces himself to yell, I don't care who she is, just kill her right now. The moment he finishes, a brilliant flash of light erupts. Li Shiyue steps inside, holding dual swords, looking unbelievably elegant. The exact second she crosses the threshold, the air in the shop literally freezes solid. An invisible, crushing pressure drops straight down onto the three bandits, heavy as solid lead. It scares them so badly their faces turn totally green. The fox woman stutters and shakes. My god, Imperial Emperor aura, this power is absolutely terrifying. Wu Hao's eyes go wide. Jaw on the floor, he lightly nudges Lan Thien Hong with his elbow. Grandmaster, who the heck is she? How is she this overpowered? Lan Thien Hong still hasn't snapped out of it, just subconsciously mumbling the word, wifey. He gasps in shock, his mind racing with just one single thought. Is that really her? Damn it, am I getting so old my eyesight is failing me? He zones out completely, and a flawless, peerless figure suddenly flashes into his memory. For a split second, he feels like he's witnessing the unmatched grace of Empress Shihei back in the immortal realm. The kind of majestic aura that could suppress the entire 9 heavens. Li Xiao's intense gaze accidentally locks with Lan Thien Hong right in the middle of the room. On the outside, she's trying to look cold and calm, but honestly, her back is completely drenched in nervous sweat right now. Inside, Li Xiue is panicking hard. Oh no, my entrance was way too dramatic. Did I just scare my poor husband half to death with all that power? His poor mind must be an absolute mess right now, totally chaotic and super confused. You and I both thought he'd be terrified right now, right? Well, think again. Over on the other side, after thinking hard, Lan Thien Hong suddenly snaps out of it, realizing something incredibly important. Ah, he finally remembers. Wifey mentioned she had a big secret to tell him. So this crazy power was her big secret all along. He bashfully scratches his cheek, muttering to himself, wow, turns out my sweet wife loves role-playing as a boss too. Poor Li Shiyue has absolutely no idea. It's not just her goofy husband is also hiding a completely earth-shattering secret of his own. She is literally sick with worry. What on earth is he thinking? Will my husband distance himself from me because of this stunt? That terrible thought makes her even more miserable, and she starts blaming herself. Was I way too reckless showing off my power? But whatever. They had to face this eventually anyway. Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong's thoughts are way simpler than that. The dude is practically drooling a massive river right now. Oh my god. Wifey looks unbelievably attractive in that epic outfit. Hiding this from me for so long? How am I gonna punish her tonight to settle the score? Wu Hao stares at his grandmaster in pure confusion, unable to stop himself from whispering, "Grandmaster, hey, you're literally drooling right now." Little does he know, Lan Thien Hong's brain is currently playing a very spicy rated R movie. The three pathetic robbers just awkwardly glance back and forth. So what do you and I make of this? These poor robbers are sweating bullets, helplessly watching this entire ridiculous family drama play out right in front of them. They just stand there completely speechless. The Fox Clan woman loses her patience first, screaming in rage like she wants to tear them apart. "Hey, are you two done acting yet? Do you not see me standing right here?" That's when Li Shuwei finally remembers her original goal. Her face instantly turns ice cold, and terrifying killing intent fills the room. "Let's dive right in. You dare touch my man? How do you want to die? I'll let you choose." The monk from the Lin Hu immortal sect couldn't help but laugh with pure mockery. "Listen here, Junior," he sneers. "You might act tough, but you just stepped into the longevity realm. Against peak, longevity experts like us. What makes you so arrogant?" But Lai Hien Guyet instantly erupts with absolute emperor aura, crushing them all. "Because I am Lai Hien Guyet, the divine Phoenix Empress. And you dare lay a hand on my man? You're tired of living." Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong is literally tearing up from pure emotion. For 10,000 years, he thinks, I've been totally alone, surrounded by powerful enemies, risking my life every day just to survive. This is the very first time I've ever felt protected. Vo Hao stands nearby, watching everything but completely confused. His face is just a giant question mark. First drooling, now crying, he gives a thumbs up anyway, praising the scene. My wife acting this dominant. It actually feels pretty amazing. But can she really take on all of these guys at once? Vo Hao awkwardly copies his grandmaster's thumbs up, even though he has absolutely no clue why he's even doing it. The Thien Ho clan woman sneers wickedly. "You young people really don't know your place. A little breakthrough and suddenly you're arrogant. No wonder you lack humility despite reaching the longevity realm. Let me guess, you've never tasted true despair, right?" Suddenly she claps her hands. Instantly, countless mysterious figures wrapped in dark cloaks appear right behind her group. Now watch this. The second these guys show up, the entire battlefield completely flips. Vo Hao stares in absolute shock, stammering, 99 longevity experts. Seeing this insane lineup, Lan Thien Hong clenches his fists, calculating his next move. Looks like he'll have to secretly help his wife out. He can't let his boss lady lose face right here on their home turf. Meanwhile, two girls are peeking from behind the door, watching the whole scene unfold in absolute awe. Lan Lin Van whispers, "Wow, Sister Bach, the Empress protecting her husband like that is just way too cool. I feel like I'm literally about to fall in love with her right now." Suddenly, Bach Van smacks Lan Lin Van's peaches, whispering, "Oh my, a girl falling for another girl? Relax. When you're in danger, I'll protect you just like that." Totally caught off guard, Lan Lin Van blushes bright red, swats her hand away, and whines, "You're so annoying." Bach Van just sticks her tongue out, playfully teasing her right back. Right then, Lai, hi, Ngu Yet's majestic voice echoes out, grabbing their attention. "Only 9 weaklings? Just come at me all at once." Furious, the Thien Ho woman transforms her hand fan into a massive fiery weapon, screaming, "You arrogant little brat, us 9 attacking you is already giving you face. I alone am more than enough to send you straight to the afterlife." The moment she finishes speaking, she unleashes her fire shadow sword, launching a direct attack at Li Ngu Yet. The blazing sword aura condenses into a massive fire dragon, roaring as it tears through the air. Vo Hao gets caught in the crossfire, using all his strength just to stay standing. He grits his teeth. This attack is insanely powerful. Seeing this terrifyingly tense scene, Lan Thien Hong thinks to himself, throwing a killer move right off the bat? This old witch really has a death wish. Looks like I should be the one to step in. But Lai Hien Guyet moves faster. She traces a magic circle, and a majestic golden dragon coils around it, creating an absolute defense. The Thien Ho attack hits but doesn't leave a scratch. Li Guyet's golden dragon whips its tail, wrapping around the fire dragon and shattering it. In just a flash, I know you felt that too. The golden dragon swallows the fire dragon whole, its dominant energy leaving the enemies shaking in pure fear. The battle is insanely tense, yet Lan Thien Hong is so distracted he is literally drooling right now, because he's lost in some totally not safe for work thoughts. He's actually daydreaming about Lai Hien Guyet's headlight squishing his face. That goofy look says it all. He's picturing Lai Hien Guyet looking totally gorgeous, gazing at him with dreamy eyes, delicate hands, perfectly angled face, and some other spicy expressions that are pretty hard to describe here. All these wild thoughts have Lan Thien Hong completely captivated, drooling and giggling to himself like a total madman. Meanwhile, back to reality, the enemies are standing there with their jaws on the floor. The Lin Hu sect guy stammers, "What magic can shatter the Thien Ho's supreme legacy?" Even Lan Thien Hong can't hide his absolute shock, thinking, "Was that immortal magic? My wife just entered the longevity realm and can already use immortal techniques?" He smiles proudly. "So what do you and I make of this?" Hiding in the lower realm actually landed him an Empress wife. Wild, right? Let's dive into the madness. Breaking that attack, Li Xiue confidently calls out the fox girl. "I let you swing your sword first." Her eyes turn ice cold as that brilliant golden flame completely coats her entire body. "Now, it's my turn." The heavenly fox girl absolutely cannot believe her eyes. She quickly scrambles backward on high alert, screaming, "How on earth did you shatter my sword technique?" But before she can even blink, Li Xiue closes the gap and throws a massive punch. Just one single punch. The fox girl is blasted away like a bullet, moving so incredibly fast she leaves nothing but a red streak of light behind. Her body keeps flying backward, smashing violently right through the shop's wall and shattering it completely. A deafening crash echoes out. Staring at the massive gaping hole in front of him, Lan Thien Hong loses his mind, screaming like a madman. "You crazy woman, that is our own shop you just destroyed." Li Xiue quickly turns around, instantly putting on the ultimate tragic actress face. Her big round eyes blink back fake tears. She looks incredibly wronged, practically saying, "Honey, I swear I didn't mean to do that." Staring right through that massive city gate-sized hole, Lin Lingyun and Bai Yun are totally wide-eyed with awe. Holy heaven and earth, the ancestor's wife is an absolute savage. Without my immortal weapons backing me up, I probably couldn't handle a 9th stage longevity expert all on my own. Bai Yun strokes his chin, acting all deep in thought. Do you think the ancestor secretly gave her some kind of special power boosts? Over on the other side, Wu Hao is sweating buckets. His face is ghost white, clearly scared completely out of his mind by what he just saw. Ancestor's wife, what the heck did you just do? The Lingsu immortal sect elder roars out, his face completely red and veins popping. Hey, you totally underestimated the enemy, actually going that easy on the younger generation. Who on earth could have guessed that little Li Shiyo was hiding such freakishly insane, overpowered strength? The old Battle Dragon clan elder instantly jumps on the chance to mock them. I honestly thought your Heavenly Fox clan was actually tough, but it turns out you're just all bark and zero bite. The heavy dust finally clears up, revealing the fox girl's totally battered body. She is pinned completely against the shattered door behind her. Damn it, I just let my guard down for a single second back there. She awkwardly scrambles to her feet, furiously wiping the trail of blood from her mouth with the back of her hand. Gritting her teeth, she snarls out, "You forced my hand. Today, I am going to grind you into absolute dust." Pushing all her power, the demon fox turns into a streak of light, charging straight at Li Xiue. Her eyes are bloodshot red, ready to tear her into 100 pieces. Now watch closely. Facing that sheer madness, Li Xiue instantly drops the playful act. She is completely dead serious. She just gently raises her hand, and a blazing golden orb of light suddenly appears right in her palm. In that exact second, a terrifying pressure crashes down like 10,000 mountains, pinning the fox girl completely. That insane weight cracks the ground beneath her like a spiderweb. She spits out fresh blood, her eyes bulge wide, and she dies instantly, not even getting a chance to say her last words. Right after, her two fox henchmen see their master die and sprint over in pure panic, screaming out in absolute terror. "Boss!" They look up at Li Xiue, their eyes full of deep caution and burning hatred, acting just like their fallen master. Seeing this, Li Xiue smirks with a mocking, super provocative tone. Wow, she collapsed after just that little bit? One henchman can't hold back his rage, turning to shout at the others. "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Let's rush her together and capture this brat alive right now." You and I both knew this alliance was totally fake, right? Instead of helping, the other clan elders just whistle casually, looking away completely. The henchman shakes with pure anger at the sight. The Battle Dragon elder bluntly washes his hands of the whole situation. This is your Heavenly Fox clan's personal grudge. It doesn't have a single thing to do with any of us. The Lingsu immortal sect elder stands nearby, laughing with evil delight. "Ha ha, with these Heavenly Fox guys dying off, we've got fewer people fighting over the wooden statue. It's perfect. The two henchmen never expected the alliance to flip on them this fast. They can only grit their teeth in total helplessness. You absolute, dirty, rotten bastards. Li Shiyue glances back at the guys pretending to be totally casual, calculating everything. If all 9 teamed up, she honestly wouldn't stand a chance. Good thing these old fools are so insanely arrogant and hate each other. It gives her the perfect chance to break them down one by one. With zero way back, the two henchmen are forced to attack alone. One roars out, and they immediately split up, forming a pincer attack to trap her completely. One guy screams out, "Wind/blade!" Instantly, a razor-sharp blade aura packed with heavy killing intent slashes straight forward. Not holding back, the other guy drops his deadly family ultimate technique, soul-devouring bugs. Millions of terrifying pitch-black bugs pour endlessly out of the gourd on his back, buzzing loudly as they rush toward Li Shiyue like a literal flood. Seeing this crazy sight, the Battle Dragon Elder frowns super hard, muttering, "I really can't believe this Heavenly Fox clan actually cultivates such disgusting, evil, dark magic. Soul-devouring bugs literally eat a cultivator's soul. They are absolutely not something you can just brush off." On this side, Wu Hao can't help but worry about Li Shiyue's safety. He hurriedly turns and asks Lan Thien Hong, "Ancestor, do we need to step in and help?" But Thien Hong just calmly waves it off. "Trust me, you're going to want to see what his wife does next." "Alright, stick with me here. We're about to watch a wife go completely overpowered to defend her man." As two lackeys charge in from both sides, Li Shiyue just casually raises her hand, instantly throwing up a glowing energy barrier around herself. Then she loudly chants, "Divine Punishment Lightning Art!" Instantly, a massive, glowing ball of lightning the size of a watermelon materializes right in front of her. Sparks of terrifying, destructive energy swirl violently inside it. Without wasting a single second, Li Shiyue shoves the lightning orb straight ahead. A pillar of golden light rips through the air, completely piercing straight through one of the fox demons. With just one single strike, the souls of those two lackeys are instantly wiped from existence, not leaving even a speck of dust behind. But get this, that insane lightning orb doesn't even fade. It just keeps floating there in midair, constantly flashing with terrifying surges of pure electricity. The two girls watching from the sidelines are literally dripping with cold sweat. Wait, isn't that Elder Qing's rank 8 artifact, the little lightning orb? How is its power so insanely terrifying in the Grandmaster's wife's hands? It totally eclipses what that artifact should actually be able to do. Lin Lingyun rests her chin in her hand, looking super defeated, and sighs. "Looks like the gap between us and her is like a firefly next to a blazing sun." Right after that, Lin Lingyun and Bai Yun drop down from the sky, their voices ringing out clear and bright. "Big sister, we're here to lend you a hand." Li Shiyue just smiles warmly back at them. "You two sweet girls, what are you doing all the way out here?" Over on the Lingsu Immortal Sex side, seeing backup arrive has them shaking in their boots, literally sweating bullets out of pure fear. They stutter out in panic. "Two more brats? One is Immortality Realm, and the other is half-step Immortality Realm. Oh my god, are Immortality Realm experts just as cheap as cabbage at the market these days?" Bai Yun playfully sticks her tongue out at Li Shiyue. "You were being bullied, big sister. We couldn't just stand by. We had to draw our blades and help out." But in Li Shiyue's eyes, these old fools are nothing but absolute small fry. She confidently declares, "Sister Bai, Sister Lin, you two just hold off one of them for me. Now pay attention here, watch how she completely destroys the remaining 4 losers." Lin Lingyun instantly equips her iron gauntlets, excitedly shouting, "Understood!" Bai Yun summons her magic staff too, her eyes turning razor sharp as she replies, "No problem." The second she speaks, she dashes forward. Her speed is lightning fast, and her staff crackles violently with intense, aggressive electrical sparks. Lin Lingyun follows right behind her, throwing a vicious uppercut from below that catches the enemy completely off guard. The two figures streak across the sky, looking exactly like two brilliantly glowing shooting stars. Li Shiyue looks up, tracking the two girls. Only after completely confirming they have the upper hand does she finally turn back to face the mob of enemies surrounding her. 4 Elder Seniors, allow me to officially send you on your way." The remaining Heavenly Fox Elder instantly charges ahead, roaring out, "If you want to die, I will happily oblige. Blow her up." Just as he and the Lingsu Immortal Sect guys unleash their ultimate attacks right at where she was standing, a pillar of light suddenly erupts, shooting her straight up into the air and leaving the whole group completely stunned that they missed. Missing their attack just drives them into absolute total madness. They chase after her, screaming in pure rage. "You angered this old master. You'll die without an intact corpse." Right as the Heavenly Fox Elder is about to reach her, she suddenly spins around. A wave of golden aura instantly explodes outward, fully enveloping her entire body. The Heavenly Fox Elder accidentally touches that energy ring and panics, trying to pull his hand back. But he can't. He screams in terror. What the hell kind of magic is this? Why can't I pull my hand out? In a flash, the light orb swells up, generating a terrifying magnetic pull that drags all four of them right inside. The blinding light makes them panic even harder. They scream in absolute total despair. What in the world is happening right now? Standing far away, Lan Thien Hong has his arms crossed over his chest. Can you believe this? His mind is reeling. Sure, it's nothing compared to the Shihei Empress, but this is clearly a true spatial domain. Even he had to rely on the primordial origin pearl and unlock a massive lucky encounter just to barely manage to cultivate something like this. Wifey, what kind of absolute monster are you exactly? He secretly breaks into a cold sweat, muttering quietly under his breath. The Lingsu Immortal Sect cultivator is now using his full strength, desperately trying to yank his arm out, but it's totally useless. He's sweating like a pig. He cries out in panic, "What kind of evil magic is this? What on earth did you do?" Li Shiwei forms a hand seal. Her eyes are ice cold as she bluntly reads their sentence. "You dared insult my husband? I'll make sure you die with your eyes wide open." She roars, "Die!" Immediately, the energy orb detonates. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering pressure explodes outwards in every single direction, instantly crushing all four elders into fine dust. Getting swallowed by that orb, the Heavenly Fox Elder feels extreme regret. He tries screaming for help, but it's way too late. The explosion happens so fast, it literally erases him from the face of the earth. Everything slowly settles down, and the area goes dead silent. Only then does Li Xue let out a soft sigh of relief. Flashing a bright smile, she flies back toward the two girls and asks, "Did you handle him?" The one last surviving lackey has been tightly sealed inside Lin Lingyan's Emperor Tai Bell artifact. He's kowtowing nonstop, begging for mercy. Seeing the battle end, Lin Lingyan lightly taps the bell. "And that's where we leave it, trust me. Don't mess with them. Stick with me." An eerie sound suddenly echoes. Instantly, the minion inside explodes into a gruesome puddle of meat, dead in an absolute flash. She happily throws up a thumbs up. All done. Soon after, the three land back on the ground. Now, Li Shiwei has to face her most awkward problem yet. Nervous, she stammers out for her husband. Her mind is a total mess right now. She is panicking hard. Did her crazy display of power just scare her own husband away? She hid her true self for so long, and now her cover is totally blown. Is he furious? Will his pride be crushed so badly he won't look at her? Oh man, was I way too reckless just now? Lan Thien Hong and Li Shiwei stand facing each other in the silent wind. He crosses his arms tight, his face looking absolutely furious and pouting hard. Meanwhile, Li Shiwei is sweating buckets, completely terrified to even meet his angry gaze. Suddenly, Lan Thien Hong steps forward, making her flinch like a frightened rabbit. He points a finger right at her forehead, scolding loudly. "Hey wife, you are way too destructive for your own good." He waves toward the utterly ruined wasteland behind them, yelling, "This is our family property right here. You smashed it to bits. How am I supposed to feed you now? Dirt?" She just clutches her head like a guilty child, feeling incredibly terrible inside. She slowly looks up at Lan Thien Hong, her puppy eyes completely brimming with tears. But this guy is not softening up at all. His anger hasn't dropped one bit, making her want to bawl. But then, Li Xue suddenly bursts into a bright smile. "You saw that too, right?" She gleefully calls him out. "Hubby, you just made an excuse so I wouldn't feel awkward." Completely exposed, Lan Thien Hong gets super embarrassed and angry, instantly reaching out to pinch both her cheeks. He scolds her affectionately. "How can you still laugh, and you dared to hide something this massive from your husband?" She just giggles sweetly. She rubs her face against his shoulder. "I am sorry, hubby. I will provide for you forever. Just stay home, look incredibly handsome, and serve me well." Faced with this mischievous wife, Lan Thien Hong is totally helpless. He softens immediately, wrapping his arms right around her waist. "You said it. Making money out there is not easy at all. So from now on, I am fully putting myself in my wife's care. But do not call me useless when I spend your cash." Hearing this, Li Shiwei beams, confidently patting her chest. "Do not worry. I swear you can spend whatever you want." Lan Thien Hong chuckles softly. He gently taps the tip of her nose. "All right then. We have been apart so long. Tonight your husband will serve you until you are fully satisfied." That smooth move makes Li Shiwei blush bright red. "You are so annoying," she stammers. "There are still other people here. Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun, happily watching the drama, jump in surprise. Huh? Lan Thien Hong tilts his head, shooting them an annoyed glare. Is that so? Did you kids hear something just now? The two girls instantly get the hint. One plays deaf, the other plays blind. We saw absolutely nothing, and nobody heard a thing. Wu Hao has already curled into a corner, obediently confessing. I am just a kid. I do not understand any of this. Now watch this mood swing. Seeing the kids behave, Lan Thien Hong cheerfully drags Li Siyue. Let us go, wifey. You must be starving after fighting. Today, your husband is personally hitting the kitchen to cook you a massive feast. She is shocked but thrilled. You actually know how to cook? He turns back, eyes practically sparkling, his tone dripping with total confidence. Usually, you take such incredibly good care of me. I never get to show off my skills. Today I will definitely broaden your horizons. Behind them, Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun happily trot along. They excitedly raise their hands to volunteer. Lord Husband, we helped out too. Let us join in for a free meal. Right behind them, Wu Hao refuses to lose, whining a dramatic and completely tragic tune. I'm still a growing boy. This empty stomach desperately needs to be filled with rice. Lan Thien Hong and Li Shiwe's playful chase quickly turns the whole street into a chaotic stage, leaving the passing crowd staring in absolute, wide-eyed shock. Oh my god, is that not the shop's queen, boss? Unbelievable. She is actually an imperial consort. Just then, an official guy with a megaphone suddenly screams out, "Everyone back up, do not gather and block official business." He loudly announces as he walks. Orders from above. Starting tomorrow, this whole place will be fully restored to normal. Immediately after, a decisive command rings out. Everyone loudly replies yes, their voices echoing across the entire area. Back at the Lin estate, the stack of dishes on the table is scrubbed clean, shining like a mirror. Except the cleaning tool is not a rag, but Wu Hao's multi-purpose tongue. He passionately licks them clean while howling in pure joy. So incredibly delicious, it is mind-blowing. Then he turns to the two totally uninvited guests. Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun successfully mooched a meal, their bellies now round like they are pregnant with octuplets. And that is where we leave it. Lin Lingyun scratches her head, grinning, dropping endless praise. Lord Fong Dong, your cooking skills are truly godly. I have never tasted anything this incredible in my entire life. Bak Van refuses to be left out, instantly dropping some seriously passionate praise. To think we had to wait this long to taste Lord Fong Dong's actual cooking skills. My past life seriously missed out on these amazing things. But stick with me here, because an ice-cold voice suddenly drops out of nowhere, instantly freezing both of them right in their tracks. You done eating? Lan Thien Hong glares at them, his face completely dark, radiating this suffocating pitch-black aura that just screams absolute murder. Then stop standing around being eyesores. I want to catch up on old times with my wife, and little kids have absolutely no business listening in on us. Hearing that, all three of them instantly stand at perfect attention and snap a military salute. Yes, sir. We will take our leave now. You two just go right ahead and bond. And in a flash, all three are sprinting madly out of the courtyard. Now it is just the married couple left alone inside the room. Li Hinengiet cannot hold back anymore, wrapping her arms right around Lan Thien Hong's shoulders. Her cheeks flush bright red as she softly asks, "Husband, where exactly did you learn such high-level cooking skills?" She smiles with pure charm, leaning her face in close to whisper, "You are honestly even better than my personal royal chef." Fast forward to early morning at the Lan estate. Li Hinengiet is fast asleep when Lan Thien Hong pushes her face away. She immediately whines, "Husband." Her eyes shimmer with unshed tears, putting on the ultimate pitiful look. "What are you doing?" Lan Thien Hong keeps his eyes squeezed completely shut, firmly refusing to look, and suddenly throws out a sharp question. "Wife, which random corner are you the Empress of?" His face is full of pure scrutiny, shooting her a heavy side glare. "To think you dared hide this from your husband for so long." Li Hinengiet awkwardly pokes her index fingers together, pouting her lips to explain. "Well, it is actually our very own Divine Phoenix dynasty. Now watch his reaction here." Lan Thien Hong hears this, turns totally pale, and slams the table standing up. "Wait, you are that crazy psycho woman?" But under Li Hinengiet's deadly, bullet-like glare, he just scratches his cheek, instantly trying to do some heavy damage control in the blink of an eye. "Ah, I meant the mysterious Empress of the Divine Phoenix dynasty." Lan Thien Hong is sweating bullets now, lips pressed tight, internally crying out, "Oh my god, I am always running my mouth, completely trash-talking the Divine Phoenix Empress as useless trash." Who knew I was literally slapping my own face this whole time, roasting my very own wife while at it? Thinking about this, he just wants to punch himself unconscious right on the spot. Wait a minute. Lan Thien Hong suddenly recalls that painful memory of Li Hingyet getting smacked until her head was swollen, and the realization hits him hard. No wonder every single time I secretly sent resources over to the Divine Phoenix Empress, my wife's forehead would end up with a massive bump on it. Turns out, the guy causing all her misery was me. Right then, Li Hingyet quietly pokes her head over his shoulder, gently asking, "Husband, what is wrong with you?" Lan Thien Hong forces a laugh, squeezing out the most distorted expression possible to hide his panic. "No, it is nothing. Your husband is just feeling relieved because I do not have to work so hard to make money anymore." Saying that, he leans over and rests his head right against her chest, acting all spoiled. "From now on, I will rely on my wife to support me." Li Hingyet hears this and flashes a bright, absolutely radiant smile. "Sure thing, since my husband has been taking care of me for so long now. It is only fair I finally take care of you, right?" Inside, her heart is completely overflowing with this amazing, deeply satisfying sense of pure happiness. "I know what you're thinking, he accepted that incredibly easily. Next up, I definitely need to quickly design a cultivation technique that perfectly fits his useless physique. Gotta help him reach immortality so we can stay together forever." Thinking of this, Li Hingyet's face burns bright red. She reaches out, cupping Lan Thien Hong's face in her hands, and softly says, "Husband, you and I have not been intimate with each other for a few days now." She leans right against his ear, whispering a heavily implied, suggestive sentence. Lan Thien Hong instantly gets the hint. Without needing another word, he quickly sweeps Li Hingyet right up into a princess carry, making her completely overwhelmed with pure joy. "Let's go. Your husband was honestly thinking the exact same thing. And after that, well, nature simply takes its course." The two get so completely tangled up in bed that Li Hingyet actually kicks her shoes flying. Time passes, the sun sets, the moon rises. Yet that small room is still overflowing with a passionate, sweet atmosphere that would make absolutely anyone blush. Over the next few days, Lan Thien Hong decides to close up his little shop, while Li Hingyet attends court during the day to handle royal politics. At night, waiting until her beloved husband is fast asleep, she wrecks her brain designing a custom cultivation plan just for him. Day by day, their lives repeat in this beautifully familiar, peaceful orbit. A brand new day begins in the bustling, prosperous royal capital. Suddenly, in the jade blue sky, this terrifying, gloomy purple cloud slowly starts rolling in. Li Hingyet instantly senses the anomaly, her body tensing up as she shoots straight to her feet. Lan Van and Bok Van, who were casually strolling the market, also have to look up. Even Lan Thien Hong, busy with his chores, notices the sky slowly turning this sinister, demonic purple color. From inside those dark clouds, a bone-chilling, terrifying voice echoes across the entire Phoenix capital. This cult leader has finally returned to this place. The massive purple cloud quickly morphs into a giant demon face, its deep, pitch-black eyes firing off blinding beams of absolute, pure, murderous intent. It opens its massive mouth, roaring loudly. "Li Hingyet, you wench, you will pay for Dong Ni. Trust me, you'll want to watch this showdown. Stick with me here." The Wunyang mansion is under siege, and wild purple clouds are practically clawing at the capital's defense shield. Today, blood pays for blood. Down under the eaves, two figures tremble, staring up at the sky as they stutter in absolute terror. How is this even possible? Hidden in that massive energy wave are hundreds of auras at the immortality realm. Fu Tianyu hides behind a pillar, cold sweat pouring down his face. His voice shakes as he feels an incredibly powerful, pure, evil aura. Could it be a demonic immortal descending? Li Xiue's mind races. Her eyes are full of caution. This is just way too terrifying. Even if she could take on 8 immortality realm experts alone, there's no way she can survive a combined attack from hundreds of them. Her eyes go wide, lips parting slightly as a sudden thought hits her. That's right. If the hidden immortal living in the Imperial City decides to help, she might actually have a tiny sliver of hope. Li Xiue slowly clenches her fists over her chest. But would that legendary master really risk everything for Phoenix Capital? Even with endless doubts swirling in her mind, she still steps up like an absolute boss. Her voice echoes with pure authority. "All ministers, leave this place immediately." Li Xiue steps forward all by herself, shouting to the crowd, "I will hold them off with everything I have. Now watch closely. Up in the sky, those purple clouds are getting way thicker, radiating pure evil everywhere. Outside the courtyard, a slow-moving figure steps in, instantly grabbing everyone's total attention. Li Shiyue speaks with total resolve. "Sisters, I need a massive favor. Take my husband and leave right now. Get far away from here and hide. I'll risk my own life to block them." But suddenly, the entire room drops into dead, absolute silence. Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun don't move an inch. Instead, they both slowly turn their eyes straight toward Lan Thien Hong. He just chuckles lightly. His voice is gentle but firm. "My wife, we are in this together." Lan Thien Hong takes a step forward. He wraps his arms around her neck, making her look up into his eyes as he continues. "How could I ever leave you here alone and just run? Your husband is staying right here with you." Hearing this, Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun immediately chime in. "We want to stay too." Li Shiyue sighs softly, pure worry written all over her face. She looks deep into Lan Thien Hong's eyes and finally makes her choice. "All right, as husband and wife, we live and die together. Honestly, we have zero chance of winning right now. But if that hidden immortal in the city decides to strike, plus the three of us fighting, our chances might actually go up a bit. Let's just pray that Senior makes a move." Lan Thien Hong squeezes her hand tightly. "My wife, you are absolutely right. We live and die together, facing it all side by side." Outside the city walls, the wind starts screaming with brutal force. That freaky dark purple sky pushes down, turning the whole place into a death zone. Li Shiyue walks up the city wall alone, barking orders at the guards. "Evacuate immediately." Hearing her command, every single soldier takes off their helmet and drops straight down. Their voices choke with emotion. "We aren't afraid of dying, but we're just ants to them. Throwing our lives away wouldn't even buy you a single second." "Thank you, Your Majesty." She doesn't even answer them. She just silently tilts her head, staring straight up at the sky. Inside those boiling clouds, terrifying demon faces start fading into view. With this kind of insane scale, is the demon world really plotting something massive against the lower realm? And right after that, those ghostly faces get sucked together by some invisible massive force. They spin into a giant tornado, slowly fusing into one single gigantic demon face that literally blocks out the entire sky. I know what you're thinking, this is nightmare fuel. Its glowing red eyes and that creepy laugh give you literal chills. Even Li Shiyue is completely stunned by this sight. Is this really that mysterious, demonic immortal? But why does this dark aura feel so strangely familiar? Young and totally inexperienced, Wu Hao sees this nightmare and immediately grabs his head, screaming in panic while Lan Thien Hong just judges him hard. Oh man, this terrifying floating head is way too much for him. Even Bai Yun feels the deadly, terrifying threat, quietly muttering that an average immortal probably couldn't even survive against this dark aura. But then, she suddenly tilts her head, glancing right over at Lan Thien Hong. She thinks to herself, wait, the Grandmaster is right here, what am I even worried about? But if the Grandmaster finally strikes, won't his secret identity be totally exposed? Thinking about this, Bai Yun gives a sly little smirk. Oh, this is gonna be really fun. Meanwhile, Lan Thien Hong is so annoyed he actually laughs. His face darkens as heavy, boiling killing intent erupts from his body. This is definitely that evil demon god's exact aura. This demonic immortal is probably just some brat he personally trained up. But demon world or not, if you dare threaten this master's wife, you are basically writing your own death wish. That gigantic face glares down at the city once more, letting out an absolutely furious roar. Li Shiyue, 3 years apart, and I can't believe you actually broke through to the immortality realm. Hearing him call her name directly, Li Shiyue yells back, demanding answers. Who are you? What kind of grudge do we even have? He narrows his eyes. His twisted face stares down from the sky, voice ice cold. Between us? It's an ocean of blood. Give me back the lives of everyone in the Wunyang mansion. Li Shiyue suddenly realizes something, hesitantly calling out a single name. Are you Wunyang? She clenches her fists, eyes sharp. Trust me, you're gonna want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. This demon face is totally unashamed, grinning and basically saying, who cares if I turned evil, as long as I kill you? Li Shiyue just smirks. A cold, super sarcastic smile creeps across her face. She calls him a pathetic puppet, literally selling his soul to upper realm demons just for a quick power-up. That hits a nerve. He roars, demanding how she knew. But Li Shiyue already looks like she won, loudly bragging that there is plenty more she knows. The giant demon throws its massive mouth wide open, looking exactly like a moving gateway straight into hell itself. From inside, an endless wave of undead soldiers comes pouring out, swarming together like a nightmare tide. He lets out this creepy, metallic laugh that grates on your ears, screaming full villain mode, "You are about to die. Why are you still acting so arrogant?" Deep within the toxic purple clouds, a horrific, horned lizard demon slowly makes its appearance known to the world. It laughs arrogantly, declaring that the great cult leader, along with 100 immortal tier demon lords and 100,000 starving ghosts, are going to crush them to absolute dust, scatter their ashes across the underworld, leave them without a grave, and definitely do not expect a quick death. Now watch this closely. His arrival actually makes Li Xie frown, showing a super rare flash of genuine panic. She instantly whips around, her voice shaking with the terrified anxiety of a truly worried wife. "Husband, when this chaos kicks off, do not run up front. I am setting up the shocking god array right now to keep you completely safe." Lan Thien Hong just grins like he is taking a casual walk, throwing up his usual two-finger peace sign, looking totally unfazed to calm her down. "Wifey, seriously, do not panic over this. These demons look terrifying, sure, but I bet that hidden immortal is going to pick the absolute perfect, most dramatic moment to show up and save us." Li Xue still cannot relax. She looks down, whispering a prayer, hoping he is right. But secretly, she is already plotting her backup plan. "Even if the sky falls, I will get him out of here safely." "Oh, husband." Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Bai Yun and Lin Ling Yun are acting unbelievably relaxed about all this. The girls cover their mouths, giggling. Our patriarch is such a good actor, actually playing the weak victim right in front of his wife. Right then, the branch leader yells from above like a crazy street vendor. "Revered ones, hear my command. Flatten Phoenix Capital, then wipe out the divine Phoenix Kingdom." Instantly, a completely bald demon pops its head right out of the clouds, screaming in pure hype. Calling himself the Destruction Demon Venerable, he curses Lin Immortal Venerable for sealing them all away for 10,000 long years. "Today I am killing everyone. Kill, kill, kill." Next, a blood-red demon roars ferociously. "I have been craving human flesh for ages. I am literally starving to death here." Thick, toxic purple clouds slowly drop down, practically swallowing the entire city. "And I'm going to completely destroy that damn academy down there too." Watching this horror unfold, Li Xue is sweating buckets, her mind totally reeling in pure shock. That Lin Immortal Venerable must have been absolute god tier to solo seal 100 demon lords. Talk about an unmatched, legendary beast. Meanwhile, hearing these demons screaming, Lan Thien Hong finally connects the dots. "Wait a minute, this whole mess is literally my fault from 10,000 years ago. You and I both know karma hits hard. Looks like he has no choice but to absolutely vaporize these guys into dust." From the pitch-black clouds, creepy shadows flicker as wailing noises echo across the sky like souls crying out. "Li Xue, accept your death. Do not even dream that some hidden immortal is going to save you now. Facing my world-destroying army, even if that guy shows his face, he is just throwing his life away for absolutely nothing." The branch leader and his mob open their jaws, sticking out disgusting long tongues, looking exactly like a pack of starved, rabid tigers. Li Xue looks up, cold sweat dripping down her spine. "We are so dead. I cannot sense that hidden immortal's aura at all. Is he seriously just going to ignore us?" Panicking, she glances back at Lin Ling Yun. Her mind is racing, knowing her and Bai Yun's power combined is nowhere near enough to survive this. She is so stressed she literally wants to tear her hair out, screaming internally, "What do I do? How do I get my husband out alive?" Suddenly, an ice-cold, ridiculously majestic voice echoes everywhere. "I just wanted to live a normal life and spend peaceful days with my wife. Yet you trash just keep crawling back to cause trouble over and over." Lan Thien Hong steps forward, hands behind his back. His voice drops, sharp as a blade. "You fools really do not know your place." Li Xue whips her head around. Seeing him, she is so terrified her voice actually cracks. "Husband, what are you doing? Acting tough right now is completely useless." But his face? Almost unnervingly calm. He casually walks up to her with the gentlest smile. "Wifey, earlier, you protected me so fiercely. I was truly moved." He pauses. "So today, let me protect you. Trust me, you and I are about to see absolute carnage." "Alright, stick with me here, we're diving straight into the madness." Lan Thien Hong's expression shifts completely. A blinding golden aura erupts, and this absolutely terrifying presence floods the area. Bathed in that intense golden light, he slowly levitates into the sky, facing an entire enemy army completely alone. The branch master watches this, jaw literally dropping in shock. Even Li Xue never expected her own husband to pull a stunt like this. "Husband, you!" Lan Thien Hong just turns back with this insanely confident smile and gently reassures her. Just wait for me to clean up this trash. I'll explain everything later. With that, he casually walks straight into the purple demonic clouds. His aura is absolutely off the charts, like a lone god strolling into a tiger's den. Li Shiyue turns around, totally dazed. She shoots a desperate look at Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun, needing answers about her crazy husband. But the two girls look super guilty and quickly pretend they didn't hear a thing. She points forward, her face completely twisted in confusion, asking about the immortal again. Bai Yun finally cracks and giggles. Well, they say birds of a feather flock together. If you aren't family, you wouldn't enter the same door. Lin Lingyun playfully sticks out her tongue and adds, our Empress and our distant ancestor both just love pretending to be normal for their happy family game. Hearing this, Li Shiyue is totally speechless. Cue the imaginary crows flying over her head, classic anime logic for a perfectly ruined mood. Then, absolute fury takes over. She screams at them, you two, you knew everything this whole time and actually kept it from me. She crosses her arms, glaring down at them with a bone-chilling look, and demands, what exactly is your relationship with my husband anyway? Bai Yun panics and waves her hands frantically. Don't misunderstand. The immortal venerable is our sex ancestor. We're literally just his errand runners. Meanwhile, Lin Lingyun awkwardly scratches her head. Wu Hao, who's been practically invisible this whole time, finally gets a chance to speak. I'm just an errand boy too. Back to Lan Thien Hong, the demons in the cloud spot him flying up alone and start shouting, hey, something is flying over here. The branch master squints for a second, then scoffs with total disdain. Looks like just a human. Hearing that, the demon horde immediately bursts into mocking laughter. His aura is weak as a snail, probably went crazy from fear and came to surrender. But one demon rubs its chin. Wait a minute, he looks a little familiar. Another demon, this ugly octopus-looking thing, couldn't care less about who he is. Now watch closely. Its long tongue shoots out. I'm starving. Gonna swallow him raw for a snack. It opens its bottomless cavern of a mouth, lunging straight at Lan Thien Hong. Suddenly, golden light flashes in his eyes, and his aura absolutely detonates. In a split second, a blazing seal like a miniature sun appears right in front of the octopus demon. The very next second, boom! Golden light explodes, effortlessly ripping that demon to shreds. The branch master witnesses this and completely freezes, pure panic taking over his face. The remaining demons finally recognize him, but they don't realize they're already dead. They start screaming, Immortal Venerable Lin! It's that old thief! Immortal Venerable Lin! The moment that name drops, countless blood-red demons pour out of the clouds, charging madly at Lan Thien Hong. Talk about bad blood. 10,000 years, I want revenge. Brothers, let's tear Immortal Venerable Lin apart. Down below, Li Shiyue stares up at the sky, her mind still completely blown. Her husband is actually the peerless monster Immortal Venerable Lin, the guy who crushed the lower realm and ascended 10,000 years ago. Thinking about his elite status, her face instantly flushes red with pure happiness. So embarrassing. She thought her husband was just an average guy. Turns out he's the legendary Immortal Venerable, with talent blowing even her goddess self out of the water. He's really on a whole different level. She can actually feel herself falling even harder for him. You and I both heard that. An apocalypse is happening and I want to jump my husband? Am I crazy? Li Shiyue quickly shakes her head to snap out of it. But wait, how did his true body even descend to the lower realm? Completely ignoring the world's rules? Could he have actually reached the Immortal Lord tier? She looks up again, full of doubt. Then why didn't I ever hear about him during the ancient Immortal Demon War? Back on the ground, everyone gathers around to tease her. Grand Master, what is wrong with you? The battle is starting and you're zoning out? Wu Hao innocently asks a question that makes her blush. Is something wrong with our great Grand Master? Li Shiyue's fuming, so angry she could literally breathe fire. Stop calling me that, I am not that old. Just call me sister or senior from now on, got it? Wu Hao just stares at her, completely clueless. But Bai Yun and Lin Lingyun instantly get the hint. Yes, sister, they answer together. So, what do we make of this? She finally smiles. Now that sounds much better. Alright, you and I are jumping right into this absolute madness in the sky. Lan Thien Hong glares at the demons, swarming him like annoying flies, his voice booming with pure authority. 10,000 years ago, you guys were literal demon venerables, higher than the immortality realm, and yet, I still sealed every single one of you. He flashes a cocky smile, not taking them seriously at all. Now you are just a bunch of recycled trash possessing dead bodies. You really think you can do anything to me? Hearing this, the branch master shoots a quick signal to his demon army, but Lan Thien Hong gives them 0 chances to attack. Pointing up, he summons a massively brilliant golden array filled to the brim with complex runes. The peerless technique, Sword 23. Seeing this, the branch master totally freaks out. Cold sweat pours down his face as he screams at them to run. But it is way too late. Golden chains violently shoot out from the magic array. They tightly bind every single demon suspended in midair, making sure absolutely nobody can escape this trap. Taking advantage of that exact moment, Lan Thien Hong swings his arm, carving a massive cross slash through the air, looking like he wants to tear space itself apart. Li Xinyue tilts her head up to watch. Her jaw drops in pure shock, seeing those purple clouds covering the whole sky get shredded into tiny pieces. A strike that could literally bend time and space. Even real heavenly immortals probably could not pull off something this absolutely insane. Her eyes go wide as cold sweat quietly drips down. Could her husband actually be the ascended immortal venerable Lin? And in just 10,000 short years, he already cultivated all the way to the immortal lord realm? With just a few slashes, the purple clouds are completely wiped out. The branch master stands alone in the clear sky, looking absolutely pathetic. Honestly, he looks just like a completely plucked chicken. Now watch this guy closely. His face turns totally pale, teeth grinding together. Sweating like crazy, he desperately asks himself, "Damn it, how can anyone be this overpowered? Why would a top-tier monster like this even show up in the lower realm?" Right then, he looks up and sees Lan Thien Hong right in his face, looking completely cold and demonic. Terrified out of his mind, he screams out, "What are you trying to do?" A freezing purple light flashes violently inside Lan Thien Hong's eyes. He just smirks slightly, his voice dripping with absolute sarcasm. "I should be the one asking you that. You got lucky enough to enter the demonic path, so just stay put and cultivate. You lack the strength, yet you still dare to run out and cause chaos?" Hearing this, the branch master instantly glances over at those terrifying golden chains floating right behind him, quickly backing away in fear. He tries arguing back. "That Siyu family wiped out my entire clan. What is so wrong with me taking her life to get my revenge?" But how could his speed ever outmatch those literal chains of death? Without a single warning sign, they blast straight through his chest like it is nothing. A miserable, blood-curdling scream echoes out, completely ripping through the atmosphere. Witnessing this horrifying scene, even Li Xinyue and her group feel chills running down their spines. This is definitely some kind of dark demonic art. She slightly pouts, feeling a bit annoyed inside. She silently blames her husband for actually learning these kinds of twisted, evil, and completely unorthodox methods. I know what you are thinking. After all this, she wants a family court to scold him? Absolutely. She absolutely cannot let him fall deeper into the demonic path and ruin his supposedly kind heart. Meanwhile, across from her, Lan Thien Hong clearly does not care at all, just casually continuing his brutal torture with those hateful chains, ruthlessly tearing apart every single inch of the branch master's flesh. Daring to have dirty thoughts about my wife? Even just thinking about it in your head is a total death sentence. His desperate, agonized screams ring out once again, tearing right through the space. But then, suddenly, from deep inside his chest, incredibly thick black smoke and dozens of terrifying blood-red eyes explode outward all at once. His crazy, venomous voice echoes through the air. "Immortal Venerable Lin, do not get cocky just yet. I have not lost." The evil energy rapidly gathers together. It slowly forms this freakish sphere, looking like some formless nightmare creature. It opens its mouth super wide like a black hole, clearly aiming to swallow the branch master's entire soul. The crazed fanatic screams out his final sacrificial chant. "I, your most loyal believer, offer my entire blood soul to invite the great evil god to descend to the lower realm and destroy this world." In an instant, that evil god monster morphs into countless massive tentacles, violently twisting and turning wildly in midair. Right in the center is a massive cluster of glowing red eyeballs stuck together, looking as creepy as giant frog eggs. Once fully formed, it aggressively launches those terrifying tentacles straight down at the city below. Luckily, a gigantic glowing golden shield appears just in time, completely blocking that devastating attack. Bai Yun is sweating buckets, flexing every single muscle, and using all his strength to keep the shield up. This is way too terrifying. Wu Hao standing next to him is not doing much better, focusing all his mental energy and glaring intensely to maintain his magic technique. Did a supreme demon from the upper realm actually just descend? Li Xinyue, even while solo holding 2 defensive layers, can clearly feel the crushing pressure weighing her down like a mountain. Just a single fraction of its consciousness created such an earth-shattering phenomenon. Seems like the demon that guy summoned holds an insanely high status in the demon realm. "Husband, can you actually handle something like this?" Thinking about it, she just cannot hold back and screams up at Lan Thien Hong. "Husband, this demon has a huge background in the upper realm. Are you sure you can take it down? But trust me, you and I know he isn't worried. Alright, you and I are about to watch our guy casually dodge the evil god's attacks like he is dancing through giant snakes. He actually looks super excited, yelling right back and totally treating that massive, terrifying monster like an absolute joke. Wifey, just relax and wait a second. Your husband will catch this thing for you to beat up." Hearing her man's rock-solid promise, Li Xue instantly throws every single ounce of her worry and panic straight out the window. She switches straight to super enthusiastic cheerleader mode, screaming non-stop. "Then hurry up and catch it for me. I definitely need to beat it to a pulp. This nasty demon realm aura is making me completely sick." Hearing that, Lan Thien Hong's face immediately turns pale green. Inside his head, he is screaming that he is absolutely 100% doomed. He thinks to himself, "Oh my god, I am literally the supreme demon lord. How does my own wife hate the demon race this much? Is his secret going to be exposed? If she ever actually discovers his true identity, will she drag him out and beat him senseless just like this evil god? But whatever. Spoiling his wife is the ultimate truth. Keeping her happy is the absolute priority here." Even though he is completely panicking inside, he refuses to disappoint her, shouting back loudly, "Just relax, wifey. Give me a little more time. I will trap it so you can vent." Lan Thien Hong frowns slightly. His sharp eyes scan that disgusting frog egg nest floating up in the sky, silently noting down a massive grudge in his head. When he has free time, he is definitely going back to the demon realm to investigate exactly which blind fool dared to annoy his wife. This crime is absolutely unforgivable. He will punish them heavily. Right then, the cult master's soul floats up next to the evil god, bowing respectfully. "Lord Evil God." The evil god instantly swings its massive tentacles, continuing to attack Lan Thien Hong. A heavy, deep voice echoes, "Tiny lower realm ant, daring to hurt my people." Suddenly, an absolutely terrifying invisible suction force erupts out of nowhere, dragging every single thing nearby straight into the chaotic center of that giant frog egg. Watch closely, because in just a blink, both Lan Thien Hong and the monster vanish completely into thin air. Inside the demon god dimension, Lan Thien Hong's striking white hair pops up right in the middle of thick, swirling black aura. The cult master sees this and laughs like a complete maniac. "Ha ha ha, this is the evil god's ultimate demon space. You are absolutely, entirely finished." He circles around the evil god, acting ridiculously smug like a guard dog. He keeps yapping about how only massive faith power can create miracles here. "You are completely dead." The evil god casually sits on a throne made of dark aura, staring at Lan Thien Hong with high interest. "Oh, you are actually a heavenly immortal." It strokes its invisible beard. Bringing its disgusting face super close to inspect him, it sneers. "But even if you are a heavenly immortal, once you enter my territory, you must accept your fate." Lan Thien Hong does not panic at all. He just stands there, smiling slightly right back at it. "A petty little demon like you dares to cause trouble in the immortal territory? Aren't you afraid the heavenly immortals will come down here and deal with you?" The evil god puts its hands on its hips, laughing loudly. "Ha ha, immortals? Back in the massive immortal demon war tens of thousands of years ago, our demon realm won a massive victory. Even the famous Empress was effortlessly cut down by our great demon lord. So what are petty immortals worth? Now this is where you and I get our payoff." Lan Thien Hong finally flashes a wickedly mocking smile. "Little evil, your guts are seriously huge. Do you actually dare to try and kill me?" Hearing that familiar, spine-chilling nickname, the evil god acts like it just got struck by lightning. It screams like a maniac. "Who the hell are you? Only my master and the supreme demon lord can call me that." The clueless cult master next to it immediately chimes in, pointing a finger right at his face. "You are totally done for. Daring to anger my master, you are just looking for death." Right at that exact second, Lan Thien Hong instantly transforms. His entire aura turns extremely wicked and unbelievably majestic. A heavy dark purple halo suddenly erupts behind his back, completely surrounded by chaotic, deafening black lightning that just keeps exploding everywhere. Pure demonic aura and absolute terrifying pressure fiercely radiate from his entire body. The whole dimension shakes violently. "Blind fool." He casually puts his hands behind his back. "Haven't seen me for a few decades and you already forgot who I am?" Beneath his feet, a thick, pitch-black demon aura vortex slowly begins to form. "Your stupid master taught you terribly. Tell him to slap himself 100,000 times and kowtow in all 4 directions to repent. And you will do it 10 times more." The evil god witnesses this horrifying scene. Its pupils shrink to pinpricks, stuttering without a single word. "Ah, this demon aura. It is so completely terrified that its face goes pale. That majestic, terrifying look from earlier completely shatters. It shrinks down into a tiny little pet beast, crying snot and tears while pathetically prostrating flat on the floor. Demon Lord, this lowly one was completely blind. I did not recognize you. The cult master beside it stands there completely frozen and stunned, jaw totally dropped. He is mentally slapping his own face 1,000 times, regretting his life choices so hard he is completely speechless. Lan Thien Hong looks as cold as absolute ice, glaring at it. Treat today as if you never saw me. If I find out any news about me leaking into the lower realm, you know exactly what the consequences will be. The evil god panics and kowtows like crazy, trembling as it swears. Little evil will absolutely, 100% keep his mouth shut. Demon Lord, please rest assured. He frowns, his purple eyes glancing at the petrified cult master. That is where we leave it, trust me. You need the next part. All right, stick with me here, he glares at the evil god. Dare to touch my wife? You know the drill. The literal god is kowtowing like a terrified dog. Understood. Anyone who disrespects the demon queen deserves to have their bones ground to dust and burn in the blood prison forever. Hearing this, the branch master absolutely loses his mind. He panics and screams out, Lord Evil God, I can be useful to you. But our MC isn't having it. With just a flick of his wrist, the branch master gets swatted away like a broken kite, completely erased from existence in a split second. He flashes this freezing cold smile, looking down at the groveling god. Also, someone in the demon realm offended my wife, and now she hates the entire realm because of it. Go back, investigate this secretly, and report straight back to me. The evil god assumes his boss is just punishing a traitor. His eyes light up as he bows deeply. Yes, sir. I will personally crush him. With the serious business handled, our badass MC suddenly starts sweating nervously. He leans in and whispers, Oh, by the way, my wife has a little bone to pick with you. When we go out there, you better play along. Got it? The evil god frantically nods, following right behind him. This lowly one will fully cooperate. Now watch closely, this switch-up is hilarious. They step through a portal, and instantly, our MC drops the tough guy act, happily running back to Lee Siu. It is all taken care of. The whole squad immediately hugs, cheering their lungs out. We actually won! The entire city erupts into massive cheers hearing the victory news. We are going to live! Long live the Empress! Long live the immortal! Meanwhile, Li Siue is absolutely beating the evil god into a swollen pulp while he weakly curls into a tiny shaking ball. But she is still totally furious. She winds up for another kick, but the others quickly hold her back. The MC sweat drops at the scene. Wife, are you done venting yet? This guy is a big deal from the upper realm. Let's just drop it for now before things get too complicated. Li Xiue finally stops, pouting as she screams at the god. Fine, get lost, and don't ever show your face again. The evil god feels like he just won the lottery. He throws his hands up, yells, understood, and instantly vanishes. With the punching bag gone, she turns, hands on her hips, zeroing in on her husband. Wow, you are amazing. You actually dared to hide this? You are the legendary immortal venerable, pretending to be a nobody and making me look stupid. Oh, we are settling this at home. You and I know she is furious, right? But watch how he handles this. He just pulls her into a big hug, smiling sweetly. Wife, please, no violence. People are watching. Let's go home so I can explain everything. The rest of the crew instantly catch the hint. Bayun throws her hand up loudly. Oh look, the danger is gone, and we suddenly have super urgent business to take care of. Poor Wu Hao is totally clueless, scratching his head. Wait, we do? Bayun immediately drags him by the ear. Lan Lingyun grabs his other side, helping drag the clueless kid away while muttering, Obviously we do. It is a massive emergency. Move it. Watching this completely hilarious scene, Li Shue blushes hard, a genuine, happy smile breaking through. Husband, immortal venerable Lan, you really kept me in the dark for so long. He fakes a pout. Yeah? Well, didn't you hide a pretty massive secret from me too, great Empress Shenfeng? Hearing that, she completely drops the anger and hugs him tight, her voice full of pure joy. Whoever you are, you will always be my perfect husband. He blushes, hugging her back. Same goes for me. And then, swoop. He effortlessly sweeps her up bridal style, making her gasp in shock. Ah, what are you doing? He looks down at her, eyes just melting with affection. Your Majesty, I hid my true identity. That is a pretty serious crime. When we get back, you can punish me however you want. She playfully boops his nose. She smirks. You asked for it. I have got plenty of ideas in mind. Think you can handle them? The next second, They transform into a brilliant streak of light blasting into the sky. I will gladly accept them all. So what do we learn here? Always support your friend's romance. The three of them watch from afar, smiling warmly. Hey, only poor little Wu Hao is suffering, because Lan Lingyun reaches over and completely covers the kid's eyes. He asks cluelessly, "What are we looking at?"